In a dark room, Lu Zhe wakes up staring at a faint red glow, and realizes the impossible has already happened. He transmigrated. As he sorts through scattered memories, Lu Zhe learns he did not travel to another world at all, but 2,000 years into humanity's future. The memories show a human federation spread across the Milky Way, balancing diplomacy with brutal wars against alien races. He also learns why martial arts matter so much here. Stronger civilizations are physically stronger too, and humans once survived only by seeking elven protection. That pressure changed human society, so cultivating spirit chi and evolving the body became a core national project taught from school onward. Lu Zhe then pieces together his past life's end. He pushed himself too hard before major exams, forced his cultivation, and died when his chi went wrong. He grimly sums himself up as ordinary after all, not a tragic hero with enemies or revenge, just a hardworking martial arts addict from a decent family. Thinking of the parents and little sister he left behind hits him hardest, and he quietly wishes this new life will at least be lived well. Once the shock settles, he decides not to obsess over becoming exceptional this time, and takes comfort in living on a safe inter-Federation planet. With exhausted relief, he jokingly thanks the god of transmigration for the arrangement, and drifts off to sleep. When he opens his eyes again, warm sunlight and fresh air replace the dark room so completely that for one calm second, it feels pleasant. Then the mistake hits him all at once. He is staring up from the ground in the middle of an open field, not waking in his bed. Surrounded by nothing but rolling grass and morning dew, Lu Zhe can only wonder if he somehow transmigrated a second time. His dream of a peaceful new home instantly turns into a survival problem, and he bitterly wonders whether grass is now breakfast. Trying to save his sanity, he convinces himself this must be a dream and pinches his leg as hard as he can. The pain is very real, and his cool act collapses into embarrassed agony because he used way too much force. Before he can stew in that failure, a rustling sound rises behind him and every nerve in his back goes tense. He spins around cursing and finds the source. A white rabbit so oversized it stands a full meter tall. Even faced with this absurd giant rabbit, Lu Zhe's first instinct is still hunger, and he immediately wonders whether the thing is edible if he removes the head. As the giant rabbit keeps grazing peacefully, Lu Zhe's thoughts get even more ridiculous, and he starts weighing whether it would taste better roasted or steamed. That fantasy crashes into reality when he remembers he has no fire, no ingredients, and no wood anywhere on this endless plain. Then the rabbit notices him, its long ears snapping up while its blood-red eyes lock on him without even stopping its chewing. The two stare each other down, and for a strange beat Lu Zhe almost feels they share the same food-loving instincts. One look at the rabbit's gleaming teeth destroys that illusion, and Lu Zhe finally understands this thing is not a harmless animal. Feeling its ferocious aura, Lu Zhe instinctively steps back because for all his training, either he nor this body has ever fought a real battle. He forces himself into a hard stare anyway, clinging to the grim idea that if he must face a beast, he should not look scared first. The standoff drags on until the pressure almost chokes him, and Lu Zhe quietly decides his best move may be running at full speed. The rabbit attacks first, blasting off the ground like a white streak and covering the distance in seconds. Its soft-looking paw turns into a flashing claw aimed straight at Lu Zhe's chest. Lu Zhe twists away just enough, but the claws still slice through his pajama top and open a bloody line across his chest. The rabbit lands and springs again before he can even breathe, and pain turns Lu Zhe's fear into anger. He finally stops thinking of it as a bizarre rabbit, and decides to fight back like a martial artist instead of prey. Drawing on this body's training, Lu Zhe steadies himself with the confidence of a level 4 body refinement fighter who has at least built real physical strength. When the rabbit rushes him again, Lu Zhe stays calm, sidesteps cleanly, and drives a full-powered punch into its side. The hit sends the rabbit flying several meters, and for one smug second Lu Zhe thinks he has it figured out. That confidence dies immediately when the rabbit flips back up almost unharmed and charges again. Realizing brute force will have to be repeated again and again, Lu Zhe hardens his resolve to keep punching until the monster's head breaks. What follows is a rough, ugly brawl across the grass, one claw against one fist, with both sides crashing into each other over and over. After more than 100 clashes, Lu Zhe finally lands a crushing punch straight on the rabbit's head and ends it. Lu Zhe survives with only shallow wounds and exhaustion, but he can barely stand after the drawn-out fight. As he catches his breath and marvels at how absurdly tough the rabbit was, its corpse suddenly crumbles into dust. When the dust clears, only 2 glowing red orbs remain where the beast died. Lu Zhe carefully picks them up, half shocked and half intrigued by the idea that killing monsters here might actually drop loot. The orbs weigh almost nothing, but they radiate a gentle warmth in his hand, leaving Lu Zhe with a very strange new mystery. Before Lu Zhe could inspect the 2 red orbs properly, they vanished in front of him and left him stunned. His frustration turned into alarm when 2 more giant rabbits rushed at him from the front, and rustling grass rose behind him. When Lu Zhe turned, he saw 2 gray rabbits closing in from behind, making 4 enemies in total, and he immediately ran to the right. He had already spent too much stamina in the earlier fight, so after only a short burst of speed, his breathing grew ragged while the chase kept coming. As he ran for several kilometers, 2 more rabbits joined the pursuit, and stopping was no longer an option. More and more rabbits gathered behind him until they were almost running in formation, turning the escape into a nightmare. Just as Lu Zhe was about to black out from exhaustion, all the rabbits suddenly froze, lifted their ears, and scattered into the brush. After the rabbit pack vanished into the brush, Lu Zhe thought he had made it out alive and grimly vowed to come back for revenge once he was stronger. His relief lasted one instant before a sudden sharp strike tore into his chest, blood burst out, and he blacked out without ever seeing the attacker. Lu Zhe jolted awake in a dark familiar room, drenched in cold sweat and still shaken by the memory of dying again. As he caught his breath, he stared around in confusion and wondered if he had returned after dying in that strange place. He replayed the final moment, and realized his last memory was a sharp unseen attack that cut him down before he could identify the culprit. Even after waking, his body still seemed to remember the pain, which made the whole experience feel terrifyingly real. While he was still questioning whether it had been a dream or a real transmigration, strange information surfaced in his mind. When Lu Zhe focused, he found a small three-dimensional space in his mind with 2 red orbs floating inside it. He recognized them as the orbs dropped by the giant rabbit and started wondering if this was his special advantage. With a thought, he pulled both red orbs out of that mental space and into his hands, where they felt warm but weightless. Unsure how the red orb worked, Lu Zhe grabbed his phone, pulled up his dad's contact as an emergency backup, and decided to test the orb in the most reckless way possible by eating it. He used one orb, and a warm force spread through him, but instead of moving into bone refinement, it returned to repair the weak spots in his earlier skin refinement. Once he realized the orb's power naturally repaired weak points, Lu Zhe followed that flow and pushed his skin refinement to a more complete state. After an hour, his skin looked renewed and brighter, and he immediately used the second orb to continue refining himself. By sunrise, Lu Zhe could feel his half-completed skin refinement had already made him much stronger, and he started hoping he could enter that strange plains world again. His thoughts were cut off by a foul smell, and when he looked down, he saw black grime seeping from his skin after the refinement. The smell was so unbearable that Lu Zhe bolted out of his room and rushed straight to the bathroom. Under the warm water, his tense mind finally relaxed after the shock of dying twice and waking up again in one night. After washing off the impurities, he checked the mirror and found that his skin had become much smoother and fairer than before. Before he could enjoy the result for long, the bathroom door suddenly opened and his sleepy younger sister Luli rushed in. Luli froze at the doorway when she realized the awkward timing, then immediately stepped back out and coldly demanded a rematch later. Lu Zhe brushed the incident off as a family accident, but he also knew one reason he trained so hard was because Luli's talent far surpassed his. When Luli asked to fight again, Lu Zhe refused at once and complained that he was the one who lost out here. That answer shocked Luli, because her battle-loving brother had never rejected a challenge from her before. Lu Zhe covered the change by claiming he was cultivating a calmer mindset now, then boasted that he might surpass her soon. That only made Lu Li's tone more dangerous, and Lu Zhe kept posturing while quietly deciding there was no way he would actually fight her today. Then Lu Zhe discovered a very real problem. He had forgotten to bring fresh clothes and now had no easy way to leave. Forced to ask for help, he called out to Luli, and she answered in an unusually sweet voice that made him lower his guard. Luli went to his room, picked out a set of clothes for him, and returned to the bathroom door. Lu Zhe opened the door just a little and reached out, touched that his sister seemed so considerate. But Luli stopped him there and sweetly said he could only get the clothes if he agreed to fight her. When Luli keeps pressing him, Lu Zhe finally gives in with a pained sigh and agrees to her condition. Luli sweetly tells him to take his clothes, but in Lu Zhe's mind that gentle voice now sounds completely demonic. Lu Zhe scrambles out to dress properly, while Luli calmly takes over the bathroom as if she won fair and square. After both finish changing, Luli looks him over with bright, knowing eyes, and Lu Zhe immediately senses trouble again. Luli calls him downstairs, and with no good way to refuse, Lu Zhe follows her toward the family's training ground. At the private training ground behind their mansion, the story makes clear this rich family has poured money into raising 2 martial artists. One look is enough for Luli to spot that Lu Zhe's body refinement has deepened, because his skin turned noticeably whiter overnight. Lu Zhe admits his morning awakening really did make him stronger, and he even dares to boast that he might surpass her soon. Luli answers that challenge the simplest way possible and tells him to come prove it. In the next instant, Luli explodes forward with a palm strike so fast that Lu Zhe can barely follow it. Unable to dodge, Lu Zhe throws both arms up and braces with everything he has to block her attack head-on. The strike still blasts through his guard and drives him back 14 hard steps across the ground. But instead of falling, Lu Zhe stops on his feet and realizes his overnight refinement really changed his defense. Luli is openly shocked, because yesterday's Lu Zhe never could have stopped that same palm. Lu Zhe basks in the moment and grins at her, pleased that he finally caught her off guard. Luli answers with another sweet smile and calmly announces that she will stop holding back. She rushes him again, this time chaining basic movement and palm techniques with a level of mastery far above his. At first Lu Zhe gets hit from every direction, and he can only think that his little sister is taking this chance to beat him up legally. Even while getting battered, Lu Zhe locks onto her footwork and forces himself to learn from every step she takes. Slowly, he starts dodging a few palms instead of eating all of them, and his improvement becomes obvious right in the middle of the fight. That sudden progress shocks both of them, because Luli is still 3 levels stronger than he is. Luli mutters that this idiot might secretly be a martial prodigy after all, and Lu Zhe instantly starts bragging at full volume. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe has taken a few hundred palms and is so sore he can barely stay upright. He accuses Luli of beating him out of jealousy, because his talent is obviously better than hers now. Luli calmly explains that fear sharpened his movement technique, so this whole beating was her helpful training plan. Lu Zhe cannot fully argue with the results, but that soft smile on her face still feels cold enough to scare him. Then Luli tosses him a faint blue DNA serum so today's training does not leave hidden injuries behind. Lu Zhe drinks the serum in one gulp, and the recovery medicine turns out to taste sweet and tart, almost like strawberry milk. After that, the siblings finish their regular cultivation and clean up in the training ground showers before heading back into the house. In the living room, Luwen is watching the news on a holographic screen while Fu Xia prepares breakfast in the kitchen. As soon as the siblings return, Luwen calls Lu Zhe over with a look that says he has something important to say. Lu Zhe sits down and, in a rare quiet moment, feels conflicted because this loving family still treats him as their own after the original Lu Zhe's death. Lu Zhe calls him dad, and Luwen immediately freezes because his son almost never uses that word. Luwen blurts out the same brain bug insult Luli used earlier, proving that father and daughter really think alike. Luli cheerfully escalates the joke and suggests taking him to the hospital to cut his brain open and check. Trying to calm the mood, Lu Zhe says he just wants to live a different, less exhausting way from now on. That answer lands with Luwen, who smiles and tells him that being happy matters most. Then Luwen reveals that today is Lu Zhe's 18th birthday and says he has one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Lu Zhe asks for the bad news first, and Luwen instantly starts with a dramatic nonsense setup about a dark windy night. Lu Zhe shuts that down immediately, because he has absolutely no interest in hearing his parents' romance story right now. So Luwen finally drops the bomb and tells Lu Zhe plainly that he is not their biological child. Lu Zhe reflexively jokes about some rich second grandpa leaving him a private planet, trying to turn the shock into a laugh. But Luwen's grim reaction makes it clear this is not a joke at all, and Lu Zhe suddenly realizes the reveal is real. The news hits Lu Zhe hard, because after inheriting these memories, losing this family feels painfully real even to him. Seeing him go quiet, Lu Li's usual smile disappears and she watches him with open worry. Lu Zhe awkwardly asks for the good news, still shaken enough that he almost cannot bring himself to call Luwen dad. Luwen grins and calls Lu Li the good news, joking that now Lu Zhe can chase his beautiful sister, and he will not break his legs for it. For one dangerously brief second, Lu Zhe actually considers that this might count as good news after all. Then Lu Li gives him that gentle smile again, and Lu Zhe immediately decides the situation is definitely not safe. Dropping the joke, Luwen reassures him that he can still call him dad and that they will remain a family of 4 if Lu Zhe wants that too. That finally breaks Lu Zhe's tension, and he admits he was terrified they were about to cut ties with him. From the kitchen, Fu Shuya immediately declares that if Luwen ever dared abandon Lu Zhe, she would cut ties with him first. Relieved, Lu Zhe turns to her and calls her mom, only for Fu Shuya to raise one dangerous eyebrow at his plain greeting. Realizing he needs to recover fast, Lu Zhe launches into shameless praise about his young, beautiful mother shining like the stars. When Lu Zhe lays on the praise too thick, Lu Li flatly calls him disgusting and looks down on him. Even Fu Shuya is embarrassed, staring at Lu Zhe like something has eaten his brain, while Lu Li trembles with suppressed laughter. Lu Zhe can only laugh it off and doubles down, saying he is simply praising his mother's unmatched glory. That line works on Fu Shuya instantly, and she cheerfully says she would not object if he married Lu Li so the family of 4 stays perfectly symmetric. Lu Zhe feels Lu Li's sharp stare from the side and forces an awkward smile, already done with her dark-hearted side. Then Luwen shifts the mood, quietly telling Lu Zhe they found him as a baby in Shishui Forest but never found any clue to his real parents. Lu Zhe falls quiet, then answers with simple sincerity that the only parents he recognizes are the family who raised him. Luwen and Fu Shuya trade a complicated look, moved by his answer even if the truth still hurts. Fu Shuya breaks the heavy moment by reminding Lu Zhe it is his 18th birthday and asking what gift he wants. Luwen immediately starts joking about preparing a beautiful girl for him, and Fu Shuya smacks him so hard he drops back onto the couch. Seeing his mother shut that down instantly, Lu Zhe decides she is absolutely not someone to mess with. Fu Shuya calls Luwen unreliable, says she will handle the birthday present herself, and Lu Zhe wisely just agrees. After breakfast, the family morning ends and Lu Zhe and Lu Li are driven to Chanyang City's #1 middle school. At school, Lu Li is the famous top student while Lu Zhe is known as her ordinary and disappointing older brother by comparison. The crowd gushes over Lu Li's gentle image and complains that Lu Zhe is ruining the view just by standing next to her. Some of the fanatics take it even further, openly cursing Lu Zhe and insisting Lu Li should never have a man near her. One student even bites open a finger and starts a mock curse ritual, and another immediately copies the idea with total sincerity. Lu Zhe hears every word and is left speechless, wondering why these people are wasting time on this instead of cultivating. Luli keeps smiling like the perfect model student, and the crowd parts for her automatically while Lu Zhe follows under waves of killing intent. Since Lu Zhe is a third year and Luli is a second year, they split off and head to different classes. As soon as Lu Zhe sits down in class, his desk mate Li Erhu leans in, and Lu Zhe instinctively braces for another exhausting rant. Instead of rambling, Li Erhu brings real news and tells Lu Zhe that the graduation trial site has finally been confirmed. When Lu Zhe asks where, Li Erhu reveals it is Nanfeng Planet instead of the usual Lanjiang trial grounds. Li Erhu explains that this year starts a joint trial for all middle schools across the 3 inhabited planets in the Luinte system, turning graduation into a much bigger contest. Lu Zhe realizes this is a major education reform and gets that their whole generation is being pushed into a larger stage. The bigger picture makes Nanfeng feel even more serious, because it is a beast-filled hunting planet, and the students who shine there could catch the eye of Federal University. For Lu Zhe, though, the real problem is that after dying in the strange grassy plain last night, he still cannot get back into that mysterious space in his mind. With no clue how it works, he can only treat that bizarre space as one unexplained perk of transmigrating. The school day moves on, and after the easy morning literary classes, all the third years head to the training grounds for afternoon martial arts practice. Li Erhu eagerly asks Lu Zhe to spar, and Lu Zhe agrees because real fighting is exactly what he needs to sharpen his skills. As they square up, Lu Zhe remembers how pathetic last night's fight was and silently refuses to stay that weak. Li Erhu bursts forward first, agile and quick with movement technique that is nearly at the experienced level. But Lu Zhe is not the same as before, and he sidesteps the attack with ease before countering with a clean punch to Li Erhu's chest. Li Erhu stumbles back in pain and blurts out that Lu Zhe must have secretly taken pills to improve this fast. Lu Zhe hides the truth and jokes that having a prodigy sister to train with naturally speeds up his progress. That explanation only makes Li Erhu greener with envy, but he still raises his hand and demands another round. This time Lu Zhe uses the spar to train his fist technique, mixing movement with elbows and punches instead of just dodging. As the exchange goes on, Lu Zhe's punches start flowing better and better until Li Erhu can no longer keep up. Lu Zhe finishes the bout with a solid cannon punch to the chest that drops Li Erhu to the ground. Even after Lu Zhe checks on him, Li Erhu can only stare up in disbelief and insists this kind of improvement is completely unfair. Lu Zhe quietly realizes why the jump felt so sudden. His strengthened mind seems to be helping him find the best way to use his body in combat. Hungry to improve more, Lu Zhe asks for another match, but Li Erhu flatly refuses and accuses him of trying to beat him to death and inherit his so-called ant flower. With no willing partner left, Lu Zhe keeps training alone and feels clearly how much stronger he has become in just one day. That rapid growth leaves him almost exhilarated, because the feeling of getting stronger this fast is genuinely addictive. When practice ends at 4:30, Lu Zhe comes down from that training high and enjoys one very practical perk of this world too. Compared with his old life on Earth, school here barely leaves him any homework. After class, Lu Zhe heads to the second-year building to find Luli, and he walks straight into yet another confession scene at her classroom door. The boy confessing is Shin Feiyang, the mayor's son and the school's male idol, and he has pursued Luli faithfully for 2 years. Luli turns him down just as calmly as always, saying she has no plans to date during middle school and does not want him wasting time on her. Shin Feiyang refuses to back down and promises he will wait for her through university, or even for the rest of his life if he has to. Luli notices Lu Zhe standing there enjoying the show. Her smile twitches, and she walks over to call him away with her. Instead of giving up, Shin Feiyang asks Lu Zhe to help persuade Luli and swears he can make her happy. Lu Zhe dodges the trap neatly and tells Shin Feiyang that Luli can decide for herself, so if he wants to chase her he should do it on his own. For one absurd second, Lu Zhe wonders if he should chase Luli himself, then immediately throws the idea away and fantasizes that a proper transmigrator should be the one women chase. Shin Feiyang accepts the answer with embarrassed grace, says he will keep trying, and finally leaves them alone. Once he is gone, Luli immediately teases Lu Zhe for staring so hard and jokes that if he likes Shin Feiyang that much, he can go chase him himself. Lu Zhe snaps back that she has a dirty mind, but what really bothers him is that meeting such a perfect love rival feels completely wrong for a transmigration story. When Luli asks what feels unnatural, Lu Zhe changes targets and calls it suspicious that anyone could like someone as evil as her for this long. Luli answers with a velvet threat, proposing morning sparring sessions and hinting she can always tell their father about Lu Zhe's filthy 18-position comment. That one line chills Lu Zhe instantly, and he can only admit that his little sister is terrifyingly evil. Luli pretends she is only helping him improve, then reminds him it is his birthday and tells him to stop making such a bitter face. Lu Zhe follows her home like a drained ghost, bitterly aware that he is still no match for this little torture monster. At home, Lu Wen and Fu Shuya have already prepared a simple birthday cake, and the quiet family celebration makes Lu Zhe feel genuinely warm. After Lu Zhe makes his wish and blows out the candles, Fu Shuya hands him a carefully wrapped gift from both parents. Inside the box, Lu Zhe finds a black ring etched with strange elegant patterns and realizes at once that it is an expensive storage ring. Lu Zhe thanks his mother first and casually tacks his father on afterward, earning Lu Wen's instant irritation. Fu Shuya pats Lu Zhe's head and gets emotional because this adulthood birthday makes it suddenly real that her son has grown up. Watching from the side, Luli quietly agrees that the storage ring suits the importance of Lu Zhe's adulthood gift even though she does not have one herself. Then Luli tosses Lu Zhe her own present, a USB drive loaded with a ferocious beast guide for Nanfang planet, where his graduation trial is expected to happen. She explains that she got the information through friends because she was worried he might get eaten out there, which instantly ruins the touching mood. When Lu Zhe suspiciously asks if Shin Fiyang helped, Luli coolly corrects him that the source was a girl instead. Lu Zhe protests the part about being eaten, and Luli makes it worse by dryly suggesting death is just as likely with his current strength. He swallows the insult, keeps the USB anyway, and silently vows that one day when he gets stronger than Luli he will make her pay for all this. Fu Shuya watches the two of them bicker and smiles, convinced their brother-sister bond is wonderfully close. Lu Zhe lowers his head to cut the cake, painfully aware that his mother has misunderstood what kind of close they really are. The cake itself is made from spirit fruits, so after the family meal the parents send both siblings back to cultivate, especially with Lu Zhe's graduation trial so close. Because the trial affects resource allocation and might even secure a guaranteed spot, Lu Zhe takes the cultivation session seriously the moment he gets back to his room. He digests the spirit power from the cake and refines his body, but without any spare red orb tonight he can only keep working on his bones. Night deepens, insect chirps fill the darkness, and Lu Zhe stays immersed in cultivation until a sudden shock jolts through his mind. His consciousness drops into darkness, and when he opens his eyes again the smell of fresh grass tells him he has returned to the mysterious plain. The familiar grassland makes him almost jump for joy because it proves he really can come back here and keep farming those red orbs. Even excited, he stays cautious because this place already killed him once, and he still does not know what took him out last time. He soon spots a huge gray rabbit ahead, still absurdly cute until it lifts its sharp fangs and charges at him like a monster. This time Lu Zhe is ready, and with one clean sidestep and a heavy punch to the neck he kills the rabbit in a single blow. When the rabbit turns to dust and leaves behind only one faint red orb, Lu Zhe realizes stronger rabbits may drop more rewards than weaker ones. He grabs the orb and keeps hunting, determined to test the drop pattern by killing more rabbits. Before long he finds two more targets together, a gray rabbit and a tougher black one, and both rush him the moment they spot him. Lu Zhe tears through the gray rabbit first, and then batters the stronger black rabbit down with a flurry of punches until it finally drops too. An hour later, Lu Zhe is panting in the grass but grinning hard because he has turned into a brutally efficient rabbit hunter. By that point he has killed 2 even bigger white rabbits, 6 huge rabbits, and 13 smaller ones, collecting 35 red orbs in total. Staring at that harvest, he starts dreaming that these orbs might be enough to push his body refinement to completion and finally let him put Luli in her place. That smug fantasy dies instantly when he notices something wrong in the grass 10 meters away and feels cold sweat break out. At first all he can make out is a pair of eyes hidden in the taller grass, barely visible before the shape begins to move. When the thing finally steps out, Lu Zhe sees the killer at last, a massive green wolf with grass-colored fur and matching green eyes. For a tense beat, man and beast just stare at each other, both cautious because neither seems to recognize what the other is. The wolf loses patience first, bares its icy fangs, and roars, while Lu Zhe's brain spirals uselessly through hopeless ideas like barking back or pretending to be dead. Before he can do anything at all, the wolf fires a half-transparent chi blade through the air straight at his chest. The strike cuts him open like paper, blood erupts everywhere, and in that final instant Lu Zhe finally understands how he died the night before. In the dark bedroom, Lu Zhe jolts awake from the chest pain of dying in that strange world, drenched in cold sweat and quietly horrified that this is becoming a daily routine. He curls under the blanket for comfort, but his mind goes straight back to the green wolf and its invisible wind blades, realizing that place has magical beasts far beyond him. With no guide and no answers, Lu Zhe grumbles that this whole setup has terrible service and decides survival comes first, so for now he will stick to hunting rabbits instead of chasing the wolf's better loot. He tests the strange dimension again and confirms he cannot enter, which makes him suspect it really is limited to once a day. When he checks the time and sees it is already 8, Lu Zhe realizes the time flow between the two worlds does not match, which makes the dimension even more dangerous and useful. Now that he has a rough handle on the rules, Lu Zhe takes out a faint red light orb and starts cultivating instead of wasting the night. The first orbs burn like fire as they go down, and Lu Zhe endures the heat while refining his skin layer by layer. After the third orb, his whole body changes at once, his skin tightening and glowing faintly as his flesh and blood become far stronger than before. The breakthrough also pushes out a thick layer of foul grime, and the smell is so awful that Lu Zhe rushes straight to the bathroom. This time he remembers to lock the bathroom door before showering, still traumatized by the chance that Luli might barge in again. After showering, Lu Zhe stares at his own smoother, fairer skin in the mirror and briefly worries that going to school like this will draw too much attention. Then he shuts that thought down himself, remembering that nobody at school even noticed the change, so he goes back to the only thing that matters now and resumes cultivation. Hours pass as the night pulls him deeper into the thrill of getting stronger, and once his skin refinement is complete, the next orb's power begins sinking into his blood and muscles instead. The pain gets sharper, but Lu Zhe stays still and keeps refining, determined to squeeze every bit of progress out of the night. By dawn, after swallowing 12 more orbs, Lu Zhe opens his eyes and finds he has reached perfect skin refinement, while muscle refinement is only halfway, a harsh lesson in how much more power each stage needs. He realizes he still has around 20 orbs left but probably not enough to finish the next refinement stage, so his progress is amazing and frustrating at the same time. His body is filthy again, now mixed with greasy yellow impurities, and the neat freak in him bolts for the bathroom without hesitation. While Lu Zhe showers behind the locked door, Luli arrives outside half awake in teddy bear pajamas and dryly asks when he became so obsessed with bathing. From behind the bathroom door, Lu Zhe shamelessly jokes that showering makes skin smooth like milk and helps attract girls, instantly giving Luli the perfect opening to roast him. Without missing a beat, Luli says skin like that would attract guys instead and accuses him of having suspicious intentions toward Shin Fei-young. Stung by the tease and newly confident in his strength, Lu Zhe fires back and challenges Luli to spar, convinced he can at least avoid yesterday's total humiliation. Luli accepts in her sweet voice, sounding polite as ever while clearly preparing to teach him another lesson. Lu Zhe comes out dressed and full of swagger, tells her to hurry up, and marches off to the training grounds like he already won. Once he is gone, Luli smirks to herself and decides her overconfident brother still needs to learn how to obey his little sister. At the training ground, Lu Zhe turns serious and spends more than an hour drilling his basic fist and movement techniques, trying to sharpen his edge before the real fight starts. The warm-up pays off, and Lu Zhe feels his fundamentals approaching experienced mastery just in time for the spar he hopes will push him over the line. When Luli finally arrives in training clothes, she greets his confidence with a smile, and Lu Zhe boldly claims that with power on his side he has every reason to be confident. Then Luli casually reveals she broke through to level 8 last night, and Lu Zhe's confident expression freezes on the spot. The gap hits him hard, because his younger sister is now absurdly ahead of him and already moving at the pace of someone who could reach the level needed for Federal University before graduation. Before he can recover, Luli says she will not hold back, and Lu Zhe hurriedly stops her because his courage suddenly feels a lot less solid. Luli innocently asks what is wrong and says she wants to see her brother's manly side, leaving Lu Zhe too trapped by pride to back out with a fake excuse. So Lu Zhe forces his pride back into place, claims he is not worried about level 8 at all, and drops into a real fighting stance. As his power rises, a faint white glow appears over Lu Zhe's body, and Luli is so shocked she can barely speak. Luli quickly explains that this white light means perfect refinement for a small cultivation stage, and she cannot understand how level 4 Lu Zhe could possibly have reached it. Seeing her shaken for once, Lu Zhe immediately gets smug and boasts that her brother is a prodigy after all. Then Luli calmly reveals her own white glow and says her 6 bowels have also reached perfect refinement, wiping that smug look right off his face. Lu Zhe can only admit her talent is absurd, and while he briefly thinks about giving her some light orbs after graduation, the immediate truth is brutal. His little sister is still completely out of his league. Even so, he clings to one advantage. Perfect skin refinement makes him tougher, so in a spar that is not to the death, maybe he can at least survive the beating better than yesterday. The moment Luli announces her attack, she explodes forward faster and harder than yesterday, aiming straight for his chest. Lu Zhe reacts with his improved footwork and tries to intercept with his elbow, but Luli smoothly turns the exchange into a grab and flips him into the ground with one hand. The impact is brutal enough that Lu Zhe feels like his ribs might have cracked, but he still grins, gets back up, and demands another round. Instead of chasing pride now, Lu Zhe throws himself into the punishment because he wants to sharpen his fist technique and movement technique through real combat. For the next half hour, Luli keeps slamming him down again and again, but little by little Lu Ze's technique gets cleaner, and he starts lasting longer before each fall. Eventually Lu Ze collapses flat on the ground, chest heaving and body aching so badly that he cannot even stand back up. Luli walks over with a bottle of serum and asks if he can drink it, but Lu Ze is so wrecked that even raising his hand is a struggle. Seeing that, Luli kneels and gently feeds him the serum herself, and the warm medicine starts restoring his strength almost immediately. Once he can breathe again, Lu Ze complains that she was way too ruthless, and Luli smiles sweetly and insists his improvement is thanks to her hard work. That familiar smile convinces Lu Ze all over again that his pretty little sister is actually a demon, and he cannot believe nobody at school sees through her act. After they both clean up, Luli gets back to the house first, and Lu Ze follows more slowly once his battered body can finally move again. At breakfast, Lu Ze finds Luli already seated with their parents, and Fu Shia warmly asks if he really made big progress these past 2 days. Lu Ze glances at Luli, realizes she has already told them, and answers modestly that yes, he has improved a little. That gets Lu Wen excited, and he starts giving Lu Zhe a very fatherly pep talk about getting into Federal University, only to veer straight into its beautiful girls before Fu Shuya instantly shuts him down. Fu Shuya gently tells Lu Zhe not to put too much pressure on himself and to work hard in his own way, reminding him that being happy matters most. Looking at his family, Lu Zhe answers with real conviction this time and promises that he will work hard and prove he can get into Federal University. After deciding he had to enter Federal University, Lu Zhe threw himself into training, practicing martial arts by day and hunting rabbits in the strange dimension at night for more light orbs. The more he explored, the worse the truth looked. Rabbits were the bottom of the food chain, and Lu Zhe was only about as strong as they were. He could never stay in that world for long, because sooner or later some stronger beast would find him and kill him on the spot. Still, 7 days of life and death hunting pushed his body refinement to perfection at level 4, and his strength kept rising fast. His foundational fist and movement techniques were also close to perfection, leaving him just one step away from much sharper control over his full power. Back in the hunting dimension, ordinary rabbits were no longer a threat, but stronger monsters still kept Lu Zhe stuck in the unglamorous job of rabbit hunter. Then he spotted 2 rabbits together in the grass, one black and one white, and froze when he realized they were openly cuddling. The sight offended him so much that he decided, with full deadpan seriousness, to carry out justice. He burst from hiding and killed both rabbits before they could react, ending their little moment with 2 clean punches. As the rabbits turned to ash, Lu Zhe coldly mocked them and scooped up the 5 light orbs they left behind. That was when he noticed a large cave hidden in the grass and started wondering if he had just found a rabbit hole. Because his cultivation now burned through light orbs at an absurd rate, Lu Zhe decided the risk was worth it if the cave really held a whole nest of rabbits. He bent down and slipped into the tunnel, choosing the dangerous hole over waiting outside to get casually crushed by some stronger beast. The tunnel twisted deep underground, dark and cramped, but his improved eyesight let him move through it without stumbling blind. After 100 meters, the tunnel opened toward a much larger chamber, and Lu Zhe quietly crept close enough to peek inside. What he saw almost stunned him: a huge underground rabbit den packed with more than 100 giant rabbits, and several extra tunnel exits. A few rabbits suddenly lifted their ears and stared straight at his hiding place, forcing Lu Zhe to duck back down and stay perfectly still. The den looked terrifying enough already, and Lu Zhe knew that if rabbits this size were as strong as green wolves, he could be in real trouble. Before he could retreat, rustling sounded behind him, and 2 rabbits came bouncing back through the tunnel toward his position. The moment the 2 rabbits hesitated to study him, Lu Zhe exploded forward and snapped both necks before they could do more than let out a warning squeal. He grabbed the 6 orbs they dropped, but the warning cry had already stirred the den, and furious rabbits were charging his way. Instead of running, Lu Zhe realized the narrow tunnel only allowed 1 rabbit through at a time, so he backed up to the corner and set a deadly ambush. 1 rabbit after another rounded the corner, and Lu Zhe smashed each one down before it could even warn the others. The pile of ash kept growing, Lu Zhe kept collecting orbs, and the count climbed past 50 into a ridiculous windfall. By the time he had gathered more than 100 orbs, an even bigger rabbit finally reached the corner, one as large as the green wolf. Lu Zhe knew he could not let that giant rabbit turn back and expose his trap, so he launched himself forward and hit first with everything he had. The punch slammed the huge rabbit to the ground, but Lu Zhe immediately understood one hit would not be enough against something this tough, so he kept hammering its skull again and again, ignoring the chaos deeper in the cave until the monster finally stopped moving. When the giant rabbit turned to ash, it left behind 5 much larger red orbs and Lu Zhe's first faint purple orb. The strange purple drop made the hunting dimension feel even more mysterious, and Lu Zhe quickly guessed that this rabbit had been far stronger than the others even if it still fell short of a green wolf. When the rabbits in the cave suddenly went quiet instead of charging out, Lu Zhe got suspicious and decided to check what they were planning. The instant he leaned around the corner, a hidden rabbit claw slashed at his head, and he barely blocked with full power in time to save himself. Lu Zhe dashed back into cover and only then realized the rabbit had copied his own tunnel tactic like a real monster. When he touched his face and found blood, the lesson got even clearer. That rabbit's claws were sharp enough to cut through his perfected body refinement. With the cave roaring to life again behind the ambusher, Lu Zhe gave up on forcing the nest and turned to leave before the fight got worse. But as soon as he emerged outside, 2 supersized rabbits, one black and one white, rushed in from the grass to cut off his escape. Their timing was so perfect that Lu Zhe could only stare and think these rabbits were absurdly cunning. The 2 beasts attacked together, and Lu Zhe dodged the first charge and struck at their necks, only to find these stronger rabbits could block him head-on. Before he could reset, 2 more rabbits of the same level came out from the cave behind him, turning the trap into 4 against 1. Even boxed in and badly outnumbered, Lu Zhe forced himself to stay calm, because panic would only get him killed for real inside this place. When all 4 rabbits lunged at once, Lu Zhe slipped past 3 claws but still took a deep slash across his back. He ignored the pain and fired back with a full-strength punch that cracked one white rabbit's neck and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. Seeing the wounded rabbit trying to stand again, Lu Zhe instantly seized the opening and rushed it before the others could stop him. He kicked up grass and mud for extra burst, shot past the other 3 rabbits, and landed right in front of the white one. 3 brutal punches later, the white rabbit's neck was completely broken, and its body started turning to ash inside a fresh crater in the grass. But the moment he finished that kill, the other 3 rabbits were already right behind him, their claws cutting through the air toward his back. With 3 giant rabbits attacking together, Lu Zhe realizes too late that he cannot dodge the blow coming from behind. He forces every perfected body defense at once, covering himself in white light and choosing to take the hit head-on. The attack punches through skin, muscle, tendon, and bone defense, and the shock tears into Lu Zhe's unrefined organs. Before he can catch his breath, more wind breaks behind him, and Lu Zhe has to suppress the pain and dodge again. He steadies himself and judges the situation fast. 1 level 8 rabbit is manageable, but 3 more at once are too much with his stamina slipping. Then he spots the real prize nearby. The rabbit he already killed has turned to dust, leaving 5 red light orbs and 1 small purple orb. When the 3 rabbits lunge again, Lu Zhe bolts straight for the dropped orbs instead of fighting them. He snatches every orb, keeps running, and even throws the rabbits a mocking middle finger while cursing them as he escapes. His plan is simple: find a safe place, heal up, and come back hunting, because time outside is frozen while he is here. But the rabbits refuse to let it go, and Lu Zhe starts worrying that all this noise will attract something even worse. A scorching heat suddenly flares at his left side, and when Lu Zhe turns, a huge fireball is already on top of him. The fireball swallows him whole, ending the hunt in one brutal instant. Lu Zhe jerks awake back in his bedroom, still twitching from the memory of being burned to dust by a red lion's fireball. Once the pain fades, his mood flips instantly when he checks the pile of light orbs in his mind space and realizes the risk was absolutely worth it. He immediately eats 1 small purple orb, expecting normal cultivation, but the cool energy rises straight into his forehead instead. The purple orb boosts his mental power and leaves his mind unusually clear, which shocks him because martial warriors are not supposed to cultivate that so early. Lu Zhe quickly uses that clear state to dissect his own flaws, replaying the foundational fist and movement techniques in his mind to improve them. When the first orb's effect ends, he realizes his martial understanding has jumped forward so much that perfection is suddenly within reach. He swallows the second purple orb without hesitation and dives right back into refining the same techniques. This time he gets up and practices in his room, starting awkwardly before every move begins to connect into one smooth, natural flow. By the peak of the training, his fists thunder through the air and his body moves with effortless speed even though each step looks relaxed. When the cool feeling finally disappears, Lu Zhe knows both his foundational fist technique and movement technique have reached perfection. His calm act lasts about 2 seconds before he breaks into a huge grin and celebrates himself as a genius. With perfected basics and full body refinement, he judges that ordinary level 8 martial warriors are no longer enough for him, and maybe even level 9 is within reach. That confidence leads straight to one very personal conclusion: Lu Li's easy days of beating him up are over. He starts plotting revenge for tomorrow's spar, but the idea of actually hitting his little sister suddenly feels awkward. For one dangerous second he wonders if spanking her would count, but the image of Lu Li's gentle smile makes his blood run cold. He wisely drops that idea, tells himself he will figure it out tomorrow, and goes to sleep in a very good mood. After the excitement passes, Lu Zhe pulls himself back down to earth and reminds himself that his real goal is still Federal University, so he cannot afford to get arrogant. He gulps down 10 small red orbs at once and starts refining bone marrow, pushing into a new stage of cultivation. The marrow refinement hurts badly, but after dying in so many awful ways lately, Lu Zhe can now grit through it with only a hard frown. After burning through 30 small red orbs, he realizes the process is still painfully slow and not even 10% complete. So he turns to the larger red orbs he collected and decides to test one despite the risk. The moment he swallows it, violent energy tears through his body and slams straight into his marrow, nearly making him curse out loud. He endures the brutal refinement anyway, and an hour later he discovers the larger orb is 3 times more efficient than the smaller ones. That result gives him fresh confidence again. In 2 more days, with 5 perfected body states and perfected basics, even ordinary level 9 martial warriors might not push him seriously. By the time dawn starts breaking, he has practiced more, digested more orbs, and quietly advanced to level 5 martial warrior. After a shower, Lu Zhe steps out and runs straight into Luli in teddy bear pajamas and white rabbit slippers. Those rabbit slippers hit a nerve after yesterday's hunt, and Lu Zhe has to suppress the sudden instinct to go smash white rabbits on sight. Luli immediately catches him staring and dryly tells him that looking at her feet like that makes him seem like a psycho. Lu Zhe tries to brush it off because no one else is around, but Luli calmly points out that she counts too. When Lu Zhe awkwardly falls back on the sibling excuse, Luli quietly reminds him that they are not blood-related. That leaves Lu Zhe with no real comeback, and Luli tells him to be more careful because they are just a normal high school boy and girl living together. He can only accept the warning, then brightens and invites her to meet him at the training grounds. Luli pauses at that tone and agrees, already curious what kind of surprise her fast-improving brother will show her today. Down at the training grounds, Lu Zhe closes his eyes and moves through his perfected basics until his body starts flowing naturally with the environment. Luli arrives and watches from the doorway for half an hour, quietly realizing that Lu Zhe has truly stepped into the perfect state. Seeing how far he has come, she feels both proud and uneasy, because the brother she used to beat every morning might now be stronger than her. The thought of Lu Zhe finally getting revenge even makes her heart race and sparks a brief urge to turn around and leave before the spar starts. Only when Lu Zhe finishes and spits out a breath of dirty chi does he finally notice Luli standing there smiling at him. The sight of that familiar smile instantly puts Lu Zhe on guard, because he knows it usually means Luli is about to start trouble. He laughs awkwardly and says she could have called out to him, trying to test the waters before this turns into a trap. Luli answers sweetly that his power is already on par with hers, so she would not dare disturb him in case he hits her. Lu Zhe knows she is acting, but he still walks right into it, and insists that he is a good brother who would never beat his little sister. The moment he says it, Luli claims the promise and cheerfully orders him not to hit her at all. Lu Zhe is left internally screaming, because the revenge match he was looking forward to has just been sabotaged before it even begins. Before school, Lu Zhe drills Luli hard on her foundational palm and movement techniques until she is flat on the ground, soaked in sweat and completely spent. When Luli dryly asks if he is satisfied now, Lu Zhe smugly says it was alright and acts like the strict coach on purpose. Lu Zhe keeps teasing, telling his little fish-mouthed sister that being strict will help her improve, and Luli turns away because he is repeating her own old lecture back at her. Seeing she is genuinely annoyed, Lu Zhe stops pushing it, goes to shower, and the morning moves on as usual. After breakfast, the siblings arrive at school, where Luli gets praised like always while Lu Zhe is still the overlooked one. As soon as Lu Zhe sits down in class, Li Erhu rushes over with big news about the graduation trial. Li Erhu says the trial is tied to guaranteed spots and even Federal University has sent people, instantly catching Lu Zhe's full attention. When Lu Zhe asks if that means direct guaranteed admission, Li Erhu quickly shuts that idea down and explains their school only got a rare chance to a connection in the Solar System Education Department. Li Erhu adds that it still depends on whether a true prodigy appears, and that single condition makes Lu Zhe's heart jump. Li Erhu sighs that ordinary students have no hope and maybe someone like Renjan could try, but Lu Zhe is already thinking only about the 3 weeks left to prepare. Then teacher Li Liang enters and confirms to the whole class that the Federal University rumor is real. That confirmation blows up the room, and the students instantly spiral into hype, regret, wild theories, and dumb jokes about who might qualify. Li Liang claps the class down and reveals the bigger rule: the entire final exam will be live broadcast, but each school will first choose only 20 seed students to feature. He makes the stakes even clearer when he says the guaranteed entry candidate for each school will be chosen from those seed students. The class realizes that anyone who fails to become a seed is basically just tagging along on the trip, and the mood turns sharply more competitive. Li Liang announces the seed tournament will be held that very afternoon in virtual reality, and tells anyone confident enough to sign up now. Everyone knows only the very top students in class can realistically try, so the room pauses until Su Yang stands up first. In his excitement, Su Yang almost calls the teacher oldly to his face, and the whole class cracks up. Li Liang complains that he is far too young to be called oldly, and insists they should call him handsomely instead. Once the joke settles, Su Yang confirms he wants in, and Li Liang enters the class number 1's name. Next, the towering Liu Xili jumps up and loudly signs up too as the class number 2. Then the shy round-faced Xufeng Zhengxizi surprises everyone by standing up and revealing she just broke through to level 8 yesterday. Li Liang praises Xufeng and jokes that if class 10 gets 3 seeds she will be earning him a lot of honor, which makes her blush but nod more firmly. When Li Liang asks if there is anyone else, Lu Zhe suddenly stands up and says he wants to sign up too. The class immediately treats it like a joke, laughing and telling playful Zhe to stop messing around. Their reaction comes from simple logic. Lu Li is the famous prodigy of the school, but Lu Zhe has always looked like a hardworking yet ordinary student. Even Li Liang does not really believe it at first, but as the teacher he still asks Lu Zhe seriously if he truly wants to sign up. Lu Zhe answers with a simple yes, forcing the room to realize he is not joking. Li Liang warns that anyone can sign up in theory, but only real strength justifies it, and several classmates grumble that Lu Zhe would embarrass the class. Lu Zhe finally drops the truth. He has reached perfection in skin and muscle refinement, become a level 5 martial warrior, and mastered his foundational fist and movement techniques to perfection. The classroom falls dead silent, because that talent level is far beyond what anyone expected from him. Li Liang snaps out of it first and shakily asks if Lu Zhe really means small state perfection and perfect martial foundations. Lu Zhe answers by releasing a white glow from his body, proving the refinement claim in the most direct way possible. When Li Liang asks about the martial techniques too, Lu Zhe calmly confirms they are also at perfect mastery. That is enough for Li Liang to instantly register Lu Zhe, convinced that his talent might even make him stronger than Su Yang despite the lower cultivation level. No one else dares step forward after that, so Li Liang finalizes the class list as Su Yang, Leo, Xufeng, and Lu Zhe. The moment Li Liang leaves, the class swarms Lu Zhe in shock, half joking and half trying to get closer to the newly revealed prodigy. Su Yang, Leo, and Xufeng step in to give Lu Zhe room, and Su Yang immediately locks onto him as the hidden rival he wants to fight. Lu Zhe accepts Su Yang's challenge easily, showing he is perfectly willing to test himself against the class ace. Leo jumps in next, saying he wants to fight Lu Zhe too and teasing that Su Yang only wins by speed. That careless comment immediately sets off Xufeng, who snaps back that there is nothing wrong with girls. Leo awkwardly backpedals at once, and Lu Zhe realizes this little seed group is a lot more fun than he expected. Morning class starts soon after, cutting off the excitement and sending everyone back to their seats. After class, the shift in Lu Zhe's status becomes obvious when a red-faced Xufeng hurries over and shyly invites him to lunch, even offering the food she made herself. The classmates immediately tease that prodigies really do get special treatment, because Xufeng is usually too shy to approach boys at all. Lu Zhe understands exactly why this changed now, but he has no intention of reading more into it than talent attracting attention. So he politely declines, saying he is going to find Li instead and cannot eat with Xufeng. Xufeng hides her disappointment and still nods with a smile. While Lu Zhe leaves the moment settled in his own mind, he does not know her well, and to him Li is still the better choice. That afternoon, the seed competition begins outside the virtual reality classroom, and the whole school is watching the live broadcast like it is a major event. Lu Zhe stares at the dark connection pod and gets oddly emotional, because this future really has the kind of virtual gaming machine he used to dream about. He quickly learns this is not a toy at all, but a realistic training system that copies a fighter's real body data for students and rookie soldiers. The rules are simple and brutal: clear one opponent per level, and if two people stop at the same stage, the one who dealt more damage ranks higher. Once Lu Zhe connects, the world blurs and he appears alone on a combat stage with his first opponent already waiting. The level 6 youth rushes him without a word, but Lu Zhe sidesteps once and blows his head apart with a single punch. The first round ends so fast it barely counts as a fight, and Lu Zhe moves straight to level 2. His second opponent is a black scale leopard, a level 6 ferocious beast with blood-red eyes and lightning-fast speed. When the leopard charges, Lu Zhe slips aside and whips a kick into its waist hard enough to shatter its bones. The beast crashes more than 10 meters away, coughing blood and organs before it stops moving for good. Level 3 finally makes Lu Zhe pause, because the next enemy is a Kendu, a nightmare-looking alien covered in bumps and black spikes. Seeing the extinct race hits Lu Zhe for a second, because humanity wiped the Kendu out in a resource war and there was never any noble reason behind it. The Kendu does not give him time to think, roaring in its own language before firing a sudden storm of black needle-like spikes. Lu Zhe blurs out of the attack zone, then notices fresh spikes already growing back from the alien's body. So he closes in immediately, knocks the Kendu's punch aside, and taps its head with one precise finger strike that destroys its brain from the inside. That clean kill goes out to every classroom, and suddenly the whole school is watching Lu Zhe like he matters. In Lu Li's class, her blue-haired friend Alice excitedly blurts out that Lu Zhe just crushed a level 7 enemy even though he is only level 5. Lu Li smiles and says her brother is strong, but the way she grits her teeth makes it obvious she is still thinking about what happened this morning. Even Lu Li has to admit to herself that she could not have handled that Kendu as easily as Lu Zhe just did. Alice teases that the beast encyclopedia Lu Li asked her to find must have been for Lu Zhe, and she jokingly asks if her brother is ordering her around. Lu Li recovers fast and smoothly says helping her big brother is just what a little sister should do. Elsewhere, the principal, Li Liang, and the Year 12 teachers are all watching the same fight with much sharper eyes. The principal praises Lu Zhe's speed and the exact angles of his defense and killing strike, calling him a very good seed. Li Liang immediately flatters the principal, but the old man shuts him down and says the real shame is finding a talent like this far too late. The principal openly regrets that Lu Zhe's cultivation is still too low, because if he had already reached the spirit martial state, Federal University would almost certainly guarantee him a spot. That possibility stings every teacher, because a guaranteed Federal University student would raise the whole school and bring better resources to everyone. So the room turns on Li Liang instead, blaming his teaching for letting a monster like Lu Zhe hide in plain sight. Li Liang can only argue that Lu Zhe always acted ordinary and never showed talent before now. Then the principal cuts the chatter and warns them to watch carefully, because level 4 is a blade demon, one of humanity's real enemies. He notes that this blade demon is almost level 8 and strong enough that even many level 8 students would struggle against it. Because the principal is interested now, the staff pushes Lu Zhe's feed to the center screen and stops cutting away to anyone else. Back in the trial, Lu Zhe faces a blade demon nearly 3 meters tall, wrapped in dark scales with blood-red eyes and retractable bone blades in its arms. He remembers exactly what that race means, because the blade demons are a major enemy backed by a stronger demon civilization. Instead of waiting, Lu Zhe's blood runs hot, and he launches first. The blade demon answers instantly, snapping out 2-meter-long bone blades and meeting him head-on in a black arc. Lu Zei's body flashes with white light as his glowing fist crashes into the blades and sends a shockwave through the air. He refuses to give the demon any breathing room and starts pounding forward with a furious chain of punches. The blade demon can only roar and defend, tossed around inside the wave of Lu Zei's fists like it has lost control of the whole fight. Then a crack appears in the demon's weapon, and Lu Zei keeps pressing until both bone blades finally shatter. Before the demon can recover, Lu Zei punches it in the chest hard enough to launch its huge body across the stage. He appears beside it in a blur and chops his leg down like an axe, crushing the demon into the cracked floor and ending the round. Watching from class, Lu Zei's classmates are stunned that a level 5 student just broke a blade demon's bones with raw force. The shock turns into instant worship, with some classmates already talking like they need to cling to Lu Zei for dear life. Alice gets even bolder, grabbing Lu Li's hand and begging for an introduction so she can try to become Lu Zei's girlfriend and Lu Li's sister-in-law. Lu Li smiles through it, and tells Alice to wait until final exams are over, making sure Lu Zei will not get distracted right now. Alice agrees at once and happily accepts the promise, already acting familiar enough to joke that she will massage her future sister-in-law's leg. Lu Li rolls her eyes and steers them back to the match, not letting the conversation run any wilder. In the teacher viewing room, the principal actually laughs and praises Lu Zei's hot-blooded courage, which shocks everyone because that is not usually his style at all. He says Lu Zei's perfect foundational martial techniques have already touched a deeper level of power, and that he might awaken a strength-type god art in the future. That word hits the room hard because god arts are rare powers far beyond normal martial techniques, and humans can only awaken them through cultivation. Li Liang is practically glowing with joy at the thought that his student might become someone extraordinary. The principal is still hung up on one thing, though: Lu Zei's cultivation is too low, and that gap may ruin everything. Then he makes a real move and declares that if Lu Zei takes first place, he will personally reward him with a level 3 cultivation serum. The other teachers instantly go green with envy, because that serum is valuable even to people stronger than them. But everyone also understands the calculation: if Lu Zei can force his way into Federal University, the school's return will be far bigger than the cost. Even so, none of it matters unless Lu Zei can actually beat monsters far above his level, including the school's current top prodigy, Renjan. Meanwhile, Lu Zei keeps advancing, and his continued run starts pulling the attention of more and more people across the school. Then the audience sees the next opponent and goes silent, because Lu Zei has drawn the one thing low-level fighters least want to face: an elite infant of the insect race. Lu Zei freezes for a beat when the next monster appears, because this time the exam throws a giant black insect at him with armor, 6 knife-like legs, and a head full of writhing tentacles. The insect attacks immediately, screaming as its tentacles lash out so fast that Lu Zei looks trapped inside a deadly web. Under that pressure, Lu Zei drops into his coldest battle state and starts slipping through the tentacles with perfect focus. Outside the simulation, the watching students break into cold sweat because most of them know they would have been shredded before they even reacted. Outside the simulator, the teachers turn grim as they watch, and even the principal says ordinary level 8 martial warriors should not be able to dodge like Lu Zei is dodging now. When the principal says Lu Zei might last 5 minutes and maybe even hurt the bug, the other teachers doubt it, while Li Liang watches the screen with the same tense attention. Back in the arena, Lu Zei realizes dodging alone is useless, because the insect's tentacles are too flexible for him to get close at all. Realizing his earlier output is not enough, Lu Zei decides to use all his power, and the white light around him surges brighter. With that burst, Lu Zei tears straight through the tentacle net and appears in front of the bug in an instant. He slams a punch at its head, and the insect finally has to defend itself with its 2 front legs. The collision throws both fighters back across the arena, but the insect still snaps more tentacles after Lu Zei before he can recover. Lu Zei ducks under the follow-up and launches himself forward again, openly furious at this many-handed monster. As he circles the insect, Lu Zei spots its weakness: the tentacles hit hard, but the creature itself turns badly. Once he understands that, the fight flips, and Lu Zei starts running circles around it and landing clean punches from the side. After several brutal minutes, the bug's shell is covered in dents and cracks, and white-green fluid starts spilling out as its tentacles slow down. Lu Zei sees a damaged spot on its side and rushes in to end it. Lu Zei pounds the wounded side again and again until the shell caves inward and the bug's insides tear apart. The insect crashes to the ground and goes still, but Lu Zei does not trust it for a second. To make sure, he jumps onto its head and stomps down with full force. The tentacles twitch one last time and fall, proving Lu Zei was right to stay alert against a monster that even tried to fake death. When Lu Zei's kill appears on the big screen, the room goes dead silent, because he just beat a monster that would normally cost an ordinary level 9 martial warrior something to kill, and he did it without a scratch. The principal beams. Li Liang laughs like a fool beside him, and the other teachers can only look at that prodigy with jealousy. When the principal points out that Renjan and Lin Huan do not have perfected small states, the teachers responsible for them instantly look defeated. One teacher still cannot accept Lu Zei's sudden power jump, so the principal shuts him down with a smug answer: perfected martial techniques can touch god arts, and Lu Zhe has probably already grasped a clue. That explanation leaves the room with no comeback, because in a virtual exam there is no way to cheat, and nobody wants to believe Lu Zhe really perfected every small state. In Lu Li's classroom, the mood shifts from shock to gossip, because everyone is now sneaking glances at her after discovering her supposedly useless brother is a monster too. Alice immediately takes advantage of it and cheerfully begs Lu Li to introduce her to Lu Zhe before other girls get to him first. Lu Li's smile almost cracks, because to her, Alice is obviously the most dangerous one in the room. She answers with perfect confidence that she knows her brother best, and that Lu Zhe would reject the wrong girls without wasting time. Alice pushes back with a wicked grin and jokes that Lu Li sounds less like a sister and more like a guard trying to keep him for herself. Lu Li denies it smoothly, but Alice is already celebrating inside, convinced that even Lu Zhe's sister-in-law Rout is on her side. Back in the exam, Lu Zhe reaches level 6 and braces himself, expecting another impossible enemy after how hard the last level was. Then he blinks in disbelief, because the next opponent is not a monster at all but a tiny cute girl with very long dark hair and a lively smile. Lu Zhe feels absurdly reluctant to hit someone who looks this harmless, until he reads her data and the shock turns into pure disbelief. Her profile says she is Nangong Jing, only 12 years old, with 5 perfected small states, perfected movement and fist techniques, and a god art called Burst in Power. That one screen hits Lu Zhe hard, because at 18 he only just reached what this girl had already done at 12, and she still has a god art on top of it. Outside the pods, other contestants start waking up and quietly panic when they see every teacher staring at the broadcast like something unbelievable is happening. Then Li Liang recognizes the name on the screen, and the principal confirms it is that Nangong Jing, the human race prodigy whose talent is so outrageous it could crush a local genius on the spot. The adults get even more uneasy when they remember she was already comparable to an ordinary spirit martial state fighter at just 12. Someone almost mentions her strange title, but the principal urgently cuts that off before the students can hear more. Once the students realize the teachers are not angry at them at all, they finally relax and turn to see what kind of monster has everyone so shaken. Xu Feng and Liu are stunned to find Lu Zhe still fighting on the screen, and at first they even think he got lucky because his opponent looks like just a little girl. They even guess Lu Zhe is probably only at level 5 and should pass this one easily enough to land in the top 10. That illusion dies instantly when the fight starts and Nangong Jing launches forward so hard that the stage cracks under her feet. Her small fist tears through the air with white chi, and Lu Zhe has to burst into white light just to dodge and counter with a kick. Watching that exchange, the audience can only stare, because this no longer looks like the martial warrior realm they know. Inside the arena, Lu Zhe is already sweating, because he knows that if his recent life and death training had left him any less sharp, that first cute little punch would have killed him. To him, that soft pink fist feels less like a child's strike and more like the claw of a giant beast hiding inside her small body. Then the strangest part happens. After the exchange, Nangong Jing stops, her dull data-like eyes wake up, and she starts speaking to Lu Zhe like a real person. Her playful praise leaves Lu Zhe baffled, because a virtual exam opponent is suddenly acting far too alive. In the virtual arena, Nangong Jing casually explains that she is only a soul copy, then tells Lu Zhe to show her what he can do. She moves first without hesitation, her small body bursting with white light as she rockets straight at him. Knowing he cannot match her raw speed or strength, Lu Zhe stays cold and bets everything on timing and battle sense. At the instant she arrives, Lu Zhe slips aside as if he predicted the strike and fires a counterpunch toward her waist. Nangong Jing blocks him with one hand, praises his instincts, and reaches to counter, but Lu Zhe instantly hops back out of range. Then her compliment lands weirdly when she calls him a bit old, and Lu Zhe immediately objects that he is only 18. Nangong Jing proudly reminds him that this body is only 12, so from her point of view he really is old. She waves it off and says that since they are both level 5, his ability to dodge her casual attacks already makes him a prodigy. Outside the fight, the live viewers are stunned because attacks that terrifying were apparently not even serious. Only the teachers understand the truth right away. Nangong Jing has been holding back the whole time. Seeing his focus sharpen, Nangong Jing happily offers to show Lu Zhe her real punch, and he accepts because he wants to feel the gap between himself and a true human prodigy. The moment she settles into stance and says one level burst, Lu Zhe's whole body screams danger before the punch even comes. Lu Zhe instantly recognizes that awful sensation for what it is, the feeling of imminent death. Nangong Jing throws a simple physical punch with no spirit chi, yet the force alone tears the air and gouges a ravine through the stage. Lu Zhe realizes he cannot dodge at all and can only cross his arms over his chest to take it head-on. The impact crushes through his guard, cracks his bones, and blasts him flying across the arena. When the dust settles, Nangong Jing sounds genuinely pleased that her serious punch still failed to kill him. She crouches beside him, pokes his face, and declares that surviving that punch means he has passed the level. Even after that, Lu Zhe can only smile bitterly and say he is still too weak. His answer catches Nangong Jing off guard for a second, then she agrees that this much power still cannot do enough for the human race. Lu Zhe asks what she means, and for the first time he really feels how far away her sense of duty and ambition are from his own. Since he can no longer fight, Nangongjing casually rates clearing 6 levels at 18 as average but decent, then says the computer will send him out soon. Her soul copy body fades away in front of him, ending the fight as abruptly as it began. Lu Zhe snaps back to reality inside the school pod room, still turning over her name, and the lesson hidden inside that crushing defeat. He realizes her fist just shattered the arrogance he had built up from improving too fast, and he quietly decides he wants to fight the real Nangongjing one day. When Lu Zhe steps out, he finds the entire virtual reality classroom staring at him in strange silence. For one ridiculous second, Lu Zhe wonders if everyone has finally noticed how handsome and mysterious he is. Xufeng, Liu, and Su Yan hurry over to congratulate him, and Lu Zhe finally learns he cleared level 6 and has jumped to first place on the leaderboard. The gap is huge, but because Rinzhan and Lin Huan are still inside their pods, Lu Zhe's first place is not fully settled yet. Xufeng awkwardly starts to say something more, but after Lu Zhe warmly offers help as a classmate, she loses her nerve and only wishes him luck on the final exam. Su Yang admits he overestimated himself by seeing Lu Zhe as a rival, and even Liu gives up on trying to challenge him by brute force. Instead of acting superior, Lu Zhe openly shares his understanding of martial techniques, and the three are thrilled because his advice could push all of them up another level. A little later, the final 2 top students come out, Rinzhan, proud and handsome, and Lin Huan, quiet and scholarly. Without even checking the board first, Rinzhan smugly tells Lin Huan he beat her again by clearing level 6 at 40% damage. Lin Huan glances at the rankings with a flicker of shock, but she only answers him with a flat "so what?" Rinzhan starts basking in his own imagined invincibility, and that is exactly when the room around him breaks into laughter. Annoyed, he turns to the leaderboard and freezes mid-boast when he sees Lu Zhe sitting above him in first place. The result hits even harder because Lu Zhe is not some famous rival at all, just an unknown student Rinzhan never bothered to remember. When Rinzhan demands to know who Lu Zhe is, another student points straight toward the group and identifies him as the most handsome one. Lin Huan watches Rinzhan's ugly mood and Lu Zhe's total ignorance of it, and her curiosity about Lu Zhe quietly starts to grow. Just as Rinzhan is weighing whether to test Lu Zhe himself, the principal steps in because all the results are finally in. The principal praises the class, announces that only the top 20 will become seeds, and singles Lu Zhe out for clearing level 6 despite being only level 5. Lu Zhe can immediately tell the speech is basically painting a target on his back by making him the example in front of everyone. Then the principal reveals the rewards, and the room's mood changes fast when everyone hears that first place gets a level 3 cultivation serum plus access to pick 2 techniques from the library. Rinzhan's envy turns open when he raises his hand and asks to spar with Lu Zhe, claiming he is simply curious how a level 5 fighter could clear level 6. His class teacher cuts in at once to stop him, because the adults know Lu Zhe is not someone Rinzhan should provoke lightly. Rinzhan hides his real motive behind martial pride, arguing that a true fighter should never back down from someone stronger. Since the principal does not object, Rinzhan turns directly to Lu Zhe and formally invites him to spar. Lu Zhe sees through him immediately and bluntly says Rinzhan seems very interested in that level 3 cultivation serum. Rinzhan hurriedly denies caring about the reward and insists he only wants to test Lu Zhe's strength. Lu Zhe raises the stakes himself by offering to hand over the level 3 cultivation serum if he loses. The whole class is stunned, while Rinzhan has to fight to keep the greed off his face. But Lu Zhe is not being generous for free, because he adds one humiliating condition if Rinzhan loses. Lu Zhe says that if Rinzhan loses, then every time they meet after this, Rinzhan must bow to him and admit the obvious truth that he is weaker. Rinzhan bristles, but Lu Zhe cuts him off and points out that he is offering a level 3 serum in exchange for nothing more than honest acknowledgement. Then Lu Zhe starts to wave the whole thing off, and that half-step retreat is exactly what pushes Rinzhan harder. Greed finally beats judgment, and Rinzhan blurts out that he accepts the match despite the price to his pride. With both students agreeing to fight, the principal gives the order and sends Lu Zhe and Rinzhan into virtual reality for their spar. As the match starts, the students already assume Rinzhan should win, while the late-arriving ones look lost and realize they missed something important. Inside the simulation, Rinzhan acts confident and warns that even as a level 9 facing a level 5, he plans to go all out. Lu Zhe answers so casually that Rinzhan immediately feels mocked instead of respected. Taking that as arrogance, Rinzhan accuses Lu Zhe of thinking a cleared level 6 challenge makes him stronger, then bursts forward with a flashy movement technique. Rinzhan suddenly shifts to Lu Zhe's left and throws out a mountain-crushing fist, trying to end it with power and speed. Lu Zhe reads the attack perfectly, steps back by a hair, and casually taps Rinzhan's arm to break the attack apart. Before Rinzhan can recover, Lu Zhe drives a clean punch into his chest and sends him spinning through the air. Rinzhan slams face first into the ground and disappears on the spot, killed instantly in one exchange. Lu Zhe stays completely at ease after the instant win, making the gap clear. Rinzhan's flashy, half-mastered technique only gave Lu Zhe easy openings to punish. Back in the classroom, the principal and most teachers look pleased, while the students stare at the result in shock that Lu Zhe took first place with an instant kill. When Rin Zhan comes out of the pod, he looks pale and shaken because he still barely understands how he lost. Lu Zhe walks over with a smile and bluntly reminds Rin Zhan that he won. Even humiliated, Rin Zhan still bows because he intends to keep his word. Lu Zhe waves it off and says one time is enough, since they are about to graduate anyway. That only stings Rin Zhan more, and he swears that at the graduation trial he will surpass Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe answers with the same calm encouragement again, and Rin Zhan realizes Lu Zhe never treated him like a real rival at all. After the spar, the principal tells Rin Zhan to keep working and warns Lu Zhe not to get proud before moving the class on to the prize ceremony. He hands cultivation serums to the top 20 students, and Li Liang beams because his class produced 3 seeds, including Lu Zhe in first place. The principal adds that every top student can choose a martial warrior movement technique and attack technique, but Lu Zhe is the exception because his perfected basic skills already match that level. Then the principal offers Lu Zhe something more valuable. If he reaches the spirit martial state before the graduation trial, he will give him spirit martial techniques instead. That finally hooks Lu Zhe, because spirit martial techniques use spirit power, exactly what he needs next. The principal tries to tempt him with a joke about Federal University, a rich beautiful wife, and the peak of life, and Lu Zhe instantly finds the whole pitch suspicious. Lu Zhe can only answer politely, still creeped out by how confidently the principal tried to motivate him with beauty. With the seed tournament over, everyone leaves the virtual reality room and heads back with their own classes. The moment Lu Zhe enters his classroom, his classmates explode with cheers and greet him like their returning hero. The welcome gets so wild that Lu Zhe is swallowed by the crowd, and someone even nearly yanks his pants off in the chaos. Su Yang gets surrounded by his own friends, while Xufeng, upset after fighting off a reckless guy, runs over to hide by Lu Zhe's side. Even Leo's frustration over missing the top 20 softens under the class's support, and the whole classroom settles into happy chaos around Lu Zhe. Li Liang lets them enjoy the moment, grinning to himself because 3 seeds from his class means both glory and rewards. By the time school ends, the excitement finally settles enough for Lu Zhe to head to Lu Li's classroom as usual. But this time Lu Zhe gets mobbed there too, as Lu Li's classmates excitedly praise his strength and insist he had been secretly keeping a low profile all along. Their worship gets so exaggerated that Lu Zhe is almost disturbed by how convincing this new version of him sounds. Then Shin Feiyang walks over smiling and asks Lu Zhe to teach him martial techniques sometime. Remembering Lu Li's attitude toward him, Lu Zhe answers awkwardly and immediately checks whether Shin Feiyang really came to see Lu Li again. Shin Feiyang smoothly offers to host a celebration dinner for Lu Zhe's big win and wish him luck on the graduation trial. Lu Li arrives just in time, gently shuts that down, and says they are going straight home to celebrate instead. Beside Lu Li stands Alice, a lively aqua-haired girl beautiful enough to rival her, and she lights up the moment she sees Lu Zhe. Alice skips up, introduces herself as Lu Li's best friend, and casually reveals that she was the one who made the beast manual for Planet Nanfeng. That surprises Lu Zhe, but he warmly shakes her hand and thanks her for helping Lu Li and for making something that will help him a lot. Alice humbly says Lu Li has helped her more, then asks if she can join whatever celebration Lu Zhe is having today. Lu Zhe turns her down kindly, explaining that with only 3 weeks left before the graduation trial, there is no time to celebrate properly yet. Alice looks disappointed for a moment, but then secretly tells Lu Zhe that if he secures guaranteed entry to the Federal University, she will personally cook for him. She even reveals why that offer matters. Alice is a rare spirit chef, someone who can turn beasts and spirit herbs into meals with maximum effect. Lu Zhe is genuinely impressed, since there are barely any spirit chefs on the whole planet, and he happily says he will look forward to her cooking. Alice takes that as confidence in his future and cheerfully leaves, waving as she skips away down the hall. Watching her go, Lu Zhe honestly thinks Alice seems like a very good girl, cheerful, polite, and even able to cook. That is exactly when Lu Zhe feels a chilling pressure from beside him and turns to find Lu Li smiling far too gently. Lu Li asks sweetly whether her brother seems to have a very good impression of Alice. Oblivious to the danger, Lu Zhe keeps praising Alice as cheerful, humble, pretty, and good at cooking. After hearing enough, Lu Li suddenly announces that she wants to cook tonight to celebrate Lu Zhe taking first place. That terrifies Lu Zhe because the last time Lu Li cooked, one bite knocked him out so badly she had to save him with a gene serum. In a panic, Lu Zhe hurriedly tells Lu Li she is already the cutest in the world even if she cannot cook, hoping to stop this disaster before it reaches their parents. Lu Li simply smiles, tells him to come on, and leaves him guessing whether that worked at all. Off to the side, Shin Feiyang is left standing there in a daze after being completely ignored by the siblings. After they get home, Lu Li returns to her own room, and Lu Zhe heads to his room to cultivate because their parents are not back yet. In his room, Lu Zhe takes out the level 3 cultivation serum he just won, a blue sparkling liquid sealed in a crystal tube. But after weighing it carefully, Lu Zhe puts the serum back instead of using it, deciding his mysterious light orbs are stronger, and this prize is better saved for later. Back in his room, Lu Zhe starts bone marrow refinement with a faint red orb and forces himself to sit still through pain that feels carved straight into his bones. An hour later the orb burns out, his refinement climbs another 10%, and Lu Zhe opens his eyes looking half triumphant and half ready to cry. He complains to himself that becoming strong would be much better if he could just lie down and get results, but he still prefers painful progress over working hard for nothing. After a shower, Lu Zhe heads downstairs at 6 and finds Lu Wen on the couch watching the news while Fu Shuya works in the kitchen. Lu Wen immediately blurts out that he heard Lu Zhe took first place in the seed battle, and Lu Zhe proudly asks if his surprise was good enough. Instead of praising him normally, Lu Wen leans in with a sneaky smile and offers to introduce him to several beautiful girls he knows. Lu Zhe instantly refuses, saying if they are extremely beautiful he wants no part of it, because the whole setup feels suspicious. Before Lu Wen can argue, Fu Shuya arrives with dinner, and Lu Li follows behind carrying a plate that makes both father and son go cold. Fu Shuya happily announces that Lu Li personally made Lu Zhe's favorite sweet and sour ribs to celebrate, while Lu Wen silently suffers as a father watching his daughter cook for another man first. Lu Li gently points out that she made the ribs for Lu Zhe before even letting their mother try them, while Lu Wen glares with envy and Lu Zhe can only laugh awkwardly. When Lu Zhe nervously asks if the food is poisonous, Lu Li calmly pulls out a gene serum, proving she came prepared for exactly that question. Lu Zhe desperately weighs whether to fake a stomachache or trust his stronger body to survive, because this celebration is turning into a test of endurance. Then Lu Wen coughs and solemnly claims that as the father, he should get the first bite, while signaling hard for Lu Zhe to go along with it. Lu Zhe instantly betrays him and says Dad should absolutely get the first taste of Lu Li's first homemade dish. Lu Li's smile freezes, and she hurriedly says the dish does not taste good and should just be thrown away instead. That only makes Lu Wen more emotional, so he grabs the plate protectively and insists his daughter could not possibly cook anything bad. He puts a rib in his mouth, nearly collapses on the spot, and has to brace himself on the table just to chew through it. When Fu Shuya demands to know why he is making that face, Lu Wen lies through tears that the food is just too delicious and moving. Surviving the bite, Lu Wen grimly concludes that Lu Li's cooking is terrifyingly powerful, and he also remembers that Lu Zhe tried to push this disaster onto him. Lu Zhe relaxes for 1 second, thinking ordinary food can only be so poisonous, until Lu Wen smiles at him and orders him to finish every last bite. Father and son trade vicious looks and hand signals, both fully aware they are now dragging each other down together. Fu Shuya gently backs Lu Li up, and Lu Li adds a devilish smile of her own, leaving Lu Zhe completely surrounded. In the end, Lu Zhe eats the entire dish with tears in his eyes and spends more than half an hour in the toilet swearing never to touch Lu Li's cooking again. By the time Lu Zhe gets back to his room it is already 8, and with Lu Li now firmly added to his mental blacklist, he closes his eyes and enters the pocket hunting dimension again. He arrives in the familiar sunny grassland, hears a distant roar, and immediately runs the other way because today looks perfect for digging up rabbit holes instead of courting death. A few hundred meters later, brutal pain suddenly drills into Lu Zhe's head, and he doubles over, genuinely wondering if some hidden enemy is trying to kill him. Even half-blinded by pain, he forces himself upright and stubbornly declares that pain cannot defeat him because he refuses to get kicked out the moment he enters. Since he cannot even see the attacker, Lu Zhe scans the silent shrubs with maximum caution, trying to find whatever is hitting his mind from hiding. The headache briefly eases, and Lu Zhe realizes the attack might not be continuous, so he sharpens his senses and waits for the next opening. When the psychic pain slams into him again, Lu Zhe finally catches the direction and explodes into motion toward a tall shrub behind him. His full power kick blasts the grass apart, the mental attack cuts off, and rustling above the broken patch tells him he has found the culprit. What finally pops out is just a tiny blue rat with faint purple eyes, and Lu Zhe can only stare because something that cute was nearly drilling his brain apart. The little rat blinks and squeals with almost unfair innocence, but Lu Zhe has already decided cute means nothing if it can kill with a mental attack. Lu Zhe ends it without hesitation, stomping the tiny attacker into the dirt before it gets another chance to hit his mind. As the rat turns to dust, Lu Zhe realizes its body was weak but its psychic attack could have killed ordinary fighters or finished him off during another battle. Then the real prize appears, 5 large purple orbs, and Lu Zhe is instantly thrilled because he recognizes them as rare treasures that boost insight and mental power. He decides this trip is already worth it, while also hoping he never has to fight that kind of rat again in the middle of a rabbit battle. That good mood dies instantly when a colossal black shadow swallows the sunlight overhead, and Lu Zhe drops to the ground in pure alarm. A black dragon-like beast with 3 pairs of wings and 3 pairs of claws tears across the plain so fast and so huge that it covers the sun above tiny Lu Zhe. The hurricane from that one pass starts ripping huge monsters into the air, and Lu Zhe has to claw into the ground just to keep from being blown away. Once the wind finally dies, Lu Zhe stands back up staring after the vanished beast, still shaken by the idea that something that enormous lives in this dimension at all. Even with his heart still pounding, Lu Zhe cannot help wondering what kind of reward that monster would drop, then immediately reminds himself that being naughty is natural but being stupid is not. Lu Zhe forces himself to stop thinking about the giant beast and focuses on the only thing he can control now, getting stronger. With the grass blown down and visibility clear, he spots another rabbit hole and slips inside like he owns the place. Near the end of the tunnel, Lu Zhe slows his breath, peeks out, and is stunned by what the cave has become. The chamber is covered in ash, and only 6 giant rabbits are left, lying weakly on the ground as if the beast's pressure nearly scared them to death. He looks for easy rewards from the dead but finds no light orbs, which tells him he only gets drops from kills he makes himself. That kills his fantasy of letting stronger beasts fight while he collects the prizes, so he decides to finish these rabbits himself. He bursts out of the tunnel and drives a full power punch into the nearest rabbit's neck. With his improved strength and the rabbit already half broken by fear, that single blow kills it instantly. The other rabbits jerk awake and squeal, but Lu Zhe can already tell they are too shaken to put up much of a fight. What follows is a one-sided slaughter as Lu Zhe beats down the last 5 giant rabbits without mercy. When the fight ends, glowing loot finally appears, and Lu Zhe is delighted by the haul. 6 rabbits give him 30 faint red orbs and 6 small purple ones, enough to make him think hard about boosting his mind and reaching something beyond perfected martial techniques. After collecting everything, he leaves the cave and starts hunting for another opening on the grassland. He soon finds a larger cave entrance, hesitates for a moment, and decides the beast's lingering pressure still makes the risk worth taking. He moves carefully through the short winding tunnel, already noticing this cave feels different from the last one. The moment Lu Zhe peeks into the chamber, several blood-red eyes are already staring right back at him. He instantly realizes these are not rabbits, and his confidence disappears on the spot. Trying to stay polite through the panic, he blurts out a quick apology and backs out fast. Heavy growls explode behind him, and Lu Zhe breaks into a full sprint as hungry killing intent closes in. Outside the cave, he looks back and finally sees what is chasing him. Huge black armored dogs with blood-red eyes pouring out one after another. Even while running for his life, Lu Zhe is half offended that these dog-like monsters are living in a proper underground cave at all. His joke dies quickly when he realizes the dogs are absurdly fast enough to catch someone at his level. Knowing he cannot outrun them in the open, Lu Zhe makes a sharp turn toward a smaller rabbit hole and bets the tight tunnels will slow the dogs down. He throws himself into the rabbit hole just before the dogs can reach him, hoping the cramped space will buy him time. Lu Zhe races deep into the tunnel, but the dogs keep coming, their growls echoing through the earth behind him. At a corner, he suddenly stops and gambles on the tunnel itself, deciding to ambush the lead dog where it can barely maneuver. The first dog's head pushes around the turn, and Lu Zhe snaps out a punch to try to kill it before the others arrive. But this enemy is far quicker than the rabbits, and the dog tries to bite down on his fist the instant he attacks. Before Lu Zhe can reset, dark energy gathers in the lead dog's mouth and fires straight down the tunnel at him. With no room to dodge, Lu Zhe has to meet the blast head-on, smashing both fists into it and taking the explosion at point-blank range. The backlash hurls him away and leaves blood at his mouth, proving these dogs are far more dangerous than he expected. He gives up on fighting in the tunnel and turns back to pure survival, planning to reach the main chamber and escape through another passage. He reaches a wider rabbit cave full of ash and dead rabbits, and for a moment he thinks he has a clear path to slip into another tunnel. That hope vanishes instantly when he charges out and finds the chamber packed with more than 100 rabbits staring at him. With rabbits blocking the front and dogs closing from behind, Lu Zhe feels the trap fully snap shut around him. He still refuses to give up, deciding he would rather smash through the rabbits than wait for the dogs to tear him apart. Lu Zhe charges, and the rabbit horde surges back at him from every direction with terrifying speed and jumping power. Ordinary rabbits burst apart under his punches, but the bigger ones can just barely endure long enough to open him up for the swarm behind them. The small rabbits cannot break his defense, but the super huge rabbits can, and before long Lu Zhe is bleeding all over. Then a black armored dog bursts into the chamber, and the rabbits nearest it instantly stop attacking and stare in alarm. As more dogs arrive, the rabbits abandon their own home and flee through the other tunnels, leaving Lu Zhe behind. Lu Zhe can only stare at the rabbits' retreat in bitter disbelief, annoyed that they surrendered their cave so completely. Once the rabbits are gone, the 4 dogs surround Lu Zhe and the fight turns into a hopeless beating. He resists as long as he can, but the dogs' claws, teeth, and spirit attacks are too brutal, and Lu Zhe is killed in the cave. Lu Zhe wakes back in his room, racked by phantom pain from a body that had nearly been torn apart. When the pain finally fades, he lets out a tired sigh and admits he died again, almost like it is becoming routine. That thought alarms him more than the death itself, and he quickly shuts it down because he refuses to get used to dying. He immediately turns back to cultivation, checking the light orbs in his mind and weighing purple ones against the need to raise his level first. In the end, Lu Zhe chooses a large red orb and starts cultivating, deciding to perfect his martial warrior state before gambling on the purple orbs and a possible god art. 2 weeks later, Lu Zhe and Luli are still spending Sunday morning at the training grounds, quietly pushing each other harder every day. Luli attacks in a soft, ghost-like rhythm, her elegant footwork and gentle-looking palms hiding real force. Lu Zhe barely wastes a step, only moving when necessary, and his timing keeps turning her offense aside. Whenever Lu Zhe lightly taps a flaw in her form, Luli's whole attack chain breaks, and she pauses to rethink it before charging again. Half an hour later, Luli is breathing hard and soaked with sweat, so Lu Zhe smiles and calls the session there. When Luli asks how she did, Lu Zhe tells her she has improved a lot lately and credits her progress to his help. Luli hates admitting it, but she knows his guidance has pushed both her movement technique and palm technique right to the edge of perfection. She teases him with a sweet smile and asks how little sisterly is supposed to repay him for all that help. Lu Zhe instantly gets wary and shuts that down, insisting in a very serious tone that brothers are supposed to help their sisters. Luli drops the joke, turns serious, and asks how he is preparing for the graduation trial now that even she cannot measure his full strength anymore. Lu Zhe casually says he is already at level 8. Luli is genuinely stunned, realizing the level 3 cultivation serum pushed him up to her level and made his already terrifying foundations even more dangerous. She bluntly says that with his 4 perfected small states, he should have almost no rivals in the martial warrior realm. Lu Zhe laughs it off and claims he is keeping a low profile, while privately knowing he has far more than 4 perfected refinements. In his own mind, Lu Zhe counts through his perfected skin, muscles, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and bowels, and feels confident he can finish the 12 main meridians today. He is so sure of his current strength that even an ordinary level 1 spirit martial expert no longer scares him. Seeing him get smug, Luli laughs, jumps up, and orders him to stop posing and go shower, eat, and cultivate because only 1 week is left. Back home after washing up, the siblings find breakfast already left out because Lu Wen and Fu Shuya had to leave early for company business. While they eat, Luli mentions she is going shopping with Alice and casually asks if Lu Zhe wants her to buy anything. That simple question sends Lu Zhe into a distracted, very suspicious-looking daydream about robot girlfriends, the wildly popular daily commodity the Federation eventually had to regulate. Luli catches the look on his face and coldly tells him he looks lewd, which snaps him straight back to reality. Embarrassed, Lu Zhe insists he wants nothing after all and abandons the idea before he digs himself in deeper. Once Luli leaves, Lu Zhe sits on his bed, takes out 10 faint red orbs, and starts another hard round of cultivation. The red orbs turn into scorching energy inside him and begin refining every inch of his 12 main meridians and their smaller branches. Even with waves of pain hitting his brain, Lu Zhe keeps his face perfectly calm and pushes the refinement forward again and again. By sunset, Lu Zhe opens his eyes knowing he has finally completed the refinement of all 12 main meridians. After showering off the fresh impurities, he clenches his fist in quiet excitement at how much his power has grown. He starts fantasizing that once he perfects the Ren and Du meridians too, his flawless body refinement will turn him into a true human prodigy with a bright future and plenty of admirers. He reins himself back and just as fast, reminding himself that the human race and the wider universe are full of monsters even he has not seen yet. When Lu Zhe heads downstairs, he finds Luli back from shopping with her arms full of bags and Alice smiling behind her like she planned this surprise. Alice cheerfully introduces herself as the cute little junior chef and asks if he likes the surprise. Luli explains that their parents are busy, the maid is going home, and Alice came over to cook since she was already nearby. The moment Lu Zhe hears that, he looks at Alice like a savior because he has already suffered Luli's terrifying cooking before. Alice shyly says the ingredients are only ordinary beast materials, but Lu Zhe still praises her like a lifesaver compared with the 2 siblings who cannot cook. Alice confidently heads into the kitchen, and Luli almost follows before deciding not to interfere this time. Only after Luli backs away from the kitchen does Lu Zhe finally relax, because he really does not trust her cooking. While the food cooks, Luli sorts through the shopping bags full of clothes and jewelry, and Lu Zhe dismisses it as girl stuff with zero interest. Instead, Lu Zhe opens his computer and checks the latest news on the graduation trial, only to find endless hype about Federal University and other famous schools with no useful details. Then the smell from the kitchen drifts out, and one breath is enough to pull his full attention away from the news. He has to admit Alice really is a spirit chef, because even ordinary beast meat in her hands smells unbelievably good. By the time they sit down, Alice has filled the whole table with colorful dishes and happily tells them to start eating. Lu Zhe grabs a sweet and sour rib first, and the taste hits so hard he nearly feels like he has seen heaven. Luli starts out skeptical, but one bite of the local red heart bamboo leaves her frozen in total defeat. Seeing both siblings completely won over makes Alice genuinely happy, because this is exactly the kind of reaction a chef wants. But when Alice tastes it herself, she frowns and says it still is not truly good enough. Her standard is much higher than theirs, because in her eyes food that does not shine is not real spirit food yet. Alice explains that when monster meat and spirit herbs are combined properly, the dish can actually flash with light and maximize its potency. Then she makes a request. If Lu Zhe can bring ingredients back from planet Nanfeng, she can cook real spirit food for him and Luli. The promise of food even better than this hooks Lu Zhe instantly, and he eagerly agrees to search all over Nanfeng for whatever she needs. Alice smoothly suggests they add each other online so she can send him the ingredient list later, and Lu Zhe agrees without hesitation. The moment the contact exchange goes through, Alice quietly lifts the corners of her mouth because her plan just worked. She follows up by asking if she can come to Lu Zhe with cultivation questions too, and he agrees as naturally as if this is just a small favor for the girl feeding them. Listening from the side, Luli is left completely stunned as she realizes Alice just walked Lu Zhe straight into her setup. At dinner, Luli realizes with alarm that Alice has used food to get close to Lu Zhe, and she can only sit there watching them happily exchange contact details. Luli gets even more uneasy and decides she may need to tell Alice later that she and Lu Zhe are not blood siblings. Lu Zhe, meanwhile, is completely distracted by Alice's flashy cooking and is practically drooling over the food. After dinner, Alice leaves in a good mood, but Luli coldly orders Lu Zhe to wash the dishes before stomping upstairs. Lu Zhe has no idea why Luli is angry, so he gives up trying to understand and cleans up alone. Once the chores are done, Lu Zhe heads back to his room and enters the pocket hunting dimension again. This time he arrives in the dimension at night, and the unfamiliar darkness immediately reminds him this place is even more dangerous than usual. A huge rabbit charges him on sight, and Lu Zhe casually kicks it away as he declares that rabbits are no longer enough for him. Because low-level rabbit drops barely help his cultivation anymore, Lu Zhe decides his new targets will be green wolves or armored dogs, not the even deadlier red lions. He starts stalking through the plains like a practice hunter, pushing his senses to the limit and scanning the grass for movement. A sharp sound reaches him just in time, and Lu Zhe blurs away as an invisible blade slices cleanly through the spot where he was standing. Now that he has found his attacker, Lu Zhe grins and charges straight at the suspicious patch of tall grass. A 1.5-meter green wolf bursts out howling, its sleek body, cold eyes, and wind aura making it far more dangerous than the rabbits. Lu Zhe appears beside the wolf in an instant and whips a brutal kick toward its waist. The wolf coolly blocks with a glowing claw, and the collision erupts into a blast of force that flattens the surrounding grass. While blocking, the green wolf spits a stronger green wind blade at point-blank range, forcing Lu Zhe to twist away as the attack still tears his clothes and scrapes his body. Lu Zhe counters from above with a double-fisted smash, but the wolf flashes away in green light and leaves his strike to crater the ground. Landing again, Lu Zhe realizes this green wolf is stronger than the Spirit Marshal level 1 and 2 opponents he expected, but that only makes him more excited. The wolf powers up again, and the two launch into a savage high-speed clash of white and green light across the night sky. When they finally separate, Lu Zhe is covered in claw marks and blood, while the wolf looks almost untouched, proving its speed has been beating him the whole time. Knowing he cannot win a clean speed fight, Lu Zhe fixes on a reckless answer and decides to trade injuries for a killing blow. The wolf attacks again with another wind blade, and this time Lu Zhe dodges the blade but deliberately lets the claw strike him. Even with blood pouring and pain tearing through him, Lu Zhe grabs the wolf's claw and smiles because his trap has finally worked. At point-blank range, Lu Zhe hammers the wolf's waist with a full-power punch and commits completely to a life-for-life fight. The first punch shatters the wolf's defenses, and it coughs up blood and pieces of organs as the damage finally gets through. The wolf desperately lashes back with another claw and tries to form a wind blade, but Lu Zhe hits its waist again before it can recover. That second exchange wrecks Lu Zhe's left arm, but the pain also breaks the wolf's attack and ruins its chance to escape cleanly. As soon as the wolf tries to pull free, Lu Zhe's third punch crashes into it and knocks the monster limp onto the ground. Lu Zhe does not stop there and pounds the wolf's waist 2 more times until its ferocious eyes dim, and it dies. Barely able to stand, Lu Zhe breathes through the pain and grins anyway because this boss-level kill should finally pay out better loot. As the dead wolf turns to dust, Lu Zhe sees 4 deeper red orbs, 2 purple orbs, and 1 strange transparent orb with green light sealed inside. He stores the unfamiliar glass-like orb in his mental space for later and immediately decides to move before the noisy fight attracts worse monsters. But once he checks his injuries, Lu Zhe realizes his broken arm and battered body are too dangerous to carry around in the wild. Embarrassed by the idea, he decides the safest hiding place is still a rabbit cave he can steal for himself. He finds a burrow, carefully checks that it belongs to rabbits and not something worse, and heads inside with relief. The rabbits inside angrily rush him, but after a short fight they flee and leave Lu Zhe to claim the cave as his shelter. While resting alone in the cave, Lu Zhe briefly regrets that creatures here turn to dust on death because now he cannot roast a rabbit to eat. That thought immediately reminds him of Alice's cooking, and he quietly resolves to gather every ingredient she asks for next time. His body heals quickly over the next day, and aside from the broken arm he recovers well enough to start thinking about hunting again. Just as he prepares to head out, the world suddenly goes dark and Lu Zhe is dumped back into his bedroom. Confused and annoyed, he realizes the hunting dimension has a hidden time limit, which means he wasted a whole day sitting in a rabbit hole without knowing it. After venting for a moment, Lu Zhe calms down and cheers himself up by thinking that one more breakthrough should let him hunt green wolves much more easily. He checks the space inside his mind and sees his growing stockpile of red orbs, purple orbs, and the strange glass-like orb he still has not understood. When he takes the glass-like orb out to study it, Lu Zhe can actually feel wind flowing over his hand from the green light trapped inside. Still not knowing what it is, Lu Zhe shrugs and swallows the orb anyway, and a gust of green energy immediately rushes into his body. Late at night in his room, Lu Zhe feels the faint purple orb spread through him like a soft current, and strange flashes of insight start piling up in his mind. He suddenly opens his eyes, grabs another faint purple orb, and swallows it right away so he can catch that slippery feeling before it disappears. With his thoughts finally clear, Lu Zhe sinks back into meditation and starts truly understanding the invisible nature of wind. For 3 straight hours, he keeps feeding himself one purple orb after another, slowly deepening that new connection. When he finally opens his eyes, green light flashes under his pupils, and he knows he has touched something big. He tries to stay composed for a few seconds, but the excitement wins and his face starts twitching with barely contained joy. When Lu Zhe raises a hand, a breeze slips through his fingers before he even moves, as if the wind has become part of his body. He tests it on the computer across the room, and the wind obediently lifts it off the desk and brings it flying into his hands. That makes it click for him. This is elemental control, a real god art, even if he has only just begun to grasp it. Lu Zhe immediately declares himself a happy youth from today on and spends the next half hour gleefully playing with his new wind control. Once he calms down, he decides tomorrow he needs to kill more green wolves, because stronger drops mean a stronger wind god art. Then he switches to body refinement and swallows a red orb from a green wolf, aiming to push his cultivation higher before dawn. The moment the orb melts inside him, a brutal surge tears through his body and batters his meridians with far more force than the rabbit orbs ever did. Sweat pours off him as the painful refinement widens and toughens his meridians, and he can only grit his teeth through it. After a while the pain does not really fade, but Lu Zhe goes numb enough to endure it and keep refining. An hour later he checks his progress and realizes one whole green wolf orb only completed about 5%, which is much less than he hoped. Seeing that it is only 2 in the morning, he decides the night is far from over and goes right back to cultivating. He burns through the rest of the green wolf orbs one by one until dawn, steadily raising his strength without stopping. By 6 in the morning, all 4 green wolf orbs are gone, and Lu Zhe can only stop because he has finally run out. After a shower, he heads down to the training grounds with his excitement still buzzing, eager to test what wind control does in real movement. The moment wind wraps around him, Lu Zhe kicks off the ground and vanishes, reappearing 100 meters away in a blur. He quickly realizes the air itself is helping him now, cutting resistance and boosting his speed by at least 40%. That sends him into pure giddy pride, and he starts calling himself the wind-chasing youth while sprinting all over the grounds. He gets so carried away that he starts ricocheting across the ground, the walls, and the open air like an overexcited kid with a brand new toy. When Luli walks in and sees that flashing figure tearing around the training grounds, she instantly understands her brother has become stronger again. After waiting a moment, Luli notices Lu Zhe still has not realized she is there, and her smile turns into the dangerous one he knows too well. She softly asks if he is showing off his movement technique to her, and that gentle tone immediately makes Lu Zhe slam to a stop in alarm. Knowing that tone usually means trouble, Lu Zhe hurriedly flatters her and insists he could never fail to notice how vibrant and cute his sister is. Luli quietly takes out her phone and reveals she already recorded that whole line. Then she plays his own sappy voice back at him again and again until Lu Zhe is frozen in horrified embarrassment. He finally breaks and begs her to stop, feeling like he would rather die than hear another second of it. Luli coolly says she will keep the recording safe, and if their dad hears it, Lu Zhe will be finished. Calling her evil, Lu Zhe subtly gets ready to snatch the phone by force, confident his new speed could do it. Luli sees right through him and casually hides the phone between her chest, turning his simple plan into something he cannot possibly attempt. She even tells him she will not resist if he wants to take it back, but Lu Zhe can only give up because crossing that line would be impossible. Forcing himself to stay practical, Lu Zhe decides he just has to survive until after the graduation trial and hope the disaster can be delayed. Luli says she normally will not hand the recording over, which only makes Lu Zhe more suspicious because that promise clearly comes with conditions. When Lu Zhe presses her for what an abnormal situation even means, Luli just taps her lips and admits she has not decided yet, which somehow makes the threat worse. Lu Zhe tries to look unshaken and says he will not forgive her, but Luli just doubles down on the teasing offer to let him retrieve the phone himself. The negotiation goes nowhere, so the siblings move into their usual morning practice despite Lu Zhe's lingering resentment. Even annoyed, Lu Zhe still teaches her seriously, because her future matters more to him than winning this little feud. As Luli keeps attacking with her movement and palm techniques, Lu Zhe discovers his wind god art lets him read the airflow around her strikes even more clearly than sight. That makes him realize his full combat speed has jumped so much that Luli would not be able to touch him even if he closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Luli collapses onto the ground soaked in sweat, breathing hard after another punishing session. She complains that her brother has no idea how to be gentle with girls, and Lu Zhe fires back that she should try being gentler and kinder herself. Still obsessed with that hostage phone, Lu Zhe glances toward her chest, and Luli instantly reads his mind and reminds him the phone is waterproof. That kills his last bit of hope, and Lu Zhe gives up talking and heads off to shower before returning to the mansion. After he leaves, Luli carefully pulls the phone back out and happily plays his recorded praise over and over to herself. Only after enjoying it for a long while does she finally hide the phone again and head off to shower before returning to the mansion. Because it is Monday, Luze and Luli head to school after breakfast, and Luze feels extra motivated to secure guaranteed entry just so he can stop going sooner. At school, Luli's fan club now treats Luze like an idol because of his performance in the seed tournament, and he secretly enjoys every bit of it. The day slips back into the usual routine, with literacy class in the morning and martial arts in the afternoon, but Luze is already far beyond ordinary school training. In martial arts class, Suyan, Xufeng, and Liu team up against Luze again, while teacher Li Liang can only watch from the side and comment. Li Liang feels increasingly awkward because Luze's martial techniques are already more perfect than his own, leaving him with almost nothing useful to teach. Even battle experience is not an advantage anymore, and Li Liang can only admit to himself that the gap has become absurd. When Luze easily beats all three students attacking together, Li Liang finally decides normal drills are pointless now. So Li Liang looks straight at Luze and proposes a real spar between teacher and student. When Li Liang says this will be a real spar instead of a simple lesson, the whole class freezes in disbelief because a student fighting a teacher is unheard of. The students erupt into noisy gossip, half amazed by Luze's talent and half distracted by the usual shameless schoolyard banter. Luze looks at Li Liang with real respect, knowing this teacher is responsible enough to risk his own pride for an honest match. Li Liang reveals he is Spirit Martial State Level 6 and guesses Luze has already outgrown everyone in the school's martial warrior stage. Hearing that, Luze relaxes because now he doesn't have to worry so much about embarrassing his teacher by winning too easily. Once Luze agrees, the students rush in from every side to watch, and some even pull out cameras because this fight is too good to miss. Su Yang, Xufeng, and Liu quietly back away from the front, making it clear they know this spar might get rough. With the ring cleared, Li Liang proudly tells his best student he'll start by limiting himself to only first-level spirit martial power. Luze thanks him politely, but the mood sharpens the instant Li Liang drops his scholarly air and slides into a fast, ethereal fighting stance. Li Liang bursts forward in a flash and drives his palms straight at Luze's chest. Instead of dodging, Luze calmly gathers white light around his fist and chooses to meet that strike head-on. Li Liang is startled that Luze dares to clash directly with spirit martial force, but he still believes the gap between their realms should hold. The moment fist and palm collide, the impact booms across the field and the shockwave starts blasting students backward. Even at the first touch, Li Liang feels his confidence crack because Luze's punch is overpowering his supposedly controlled palm. At the same time, Luze is alarmed for the opposite reason because Li Liang's first-level spirit martial palm feels far weaker than he expected. Worried he might seriously injure his teacher, Luze tries to control the blow, but Li Liang instinctively unleashes his true spirit martial state level 6 power to survive it. The second blast is so fierce that even Su Yan and the others are swept away, while the rest of the class can only stare at what they think is first-level spirit martial terror. Luze is finally blasted off his feet, but his absurdly tough body strips away most of the damage before the spirit force can really hurt him. He twists in midair, lands cleanly, and only feels a lot of pain instead of the crippling injury that should have ended the match. Watching Luze land in one piece, Li Liang goes from dread to stunned disbelief because he was sure his full-strength counterattack had just wrecked a genius a week before graduation. When Luze stands there basically fine, Li Liang can only stare at him like his brain has stopped working. The students murmur that Luze looks completely okay, and their confusion makes him realize he may have left his teacher looking very bad. Trying to save Li Liang's face, Luze suddenly clutches his chest, turns pale, and blurts out that the palm was poisonous. He sells the act by face-planting onto the hard ground and lying there dramatically still. The entire field falls into dead silence, because nobody knows how to react to a poison palm excuse this ridiculous. Li Liang's face goes green as he realizes Luze is trying to help, but the help is so stupid it only makes him want to strangle the boy. Luze keeps waiting for someone to rush over and save him, but instead the crowd slowly gives up and starts chatting about mobile games right beside his fake corpse. After lying there in growing annoyance, Luze finally flips himself up and discovers the others are more interested in teasing him than helping him. Li Liang steps in with a strange smile and dryly asks whether his poison palm still isn't good enough yet, leaving Luze with nothing but an awkward laugh. Once the joke is over, Li Liang gets serious and tells Luze there is nothing left for school to teach him before the graduation trial. Li Liang gives him the final week off to stay home and cultivate, and Luze lights up because skipping school legally is almost too good to be true. Li Liang grits out a final yes through a brewing headache, and the rest of the class can only stare at Luze with jealous misery. After school, Luze heads home with Luli and tells her he won't be coming to class anymore this week because even the teacher admitted he is too strong. Luli is not impressed, and coolly reminds him she is perfectly capable of going to school alone without her annoying brother hovering around. Knowing better than to argue with a sister who can blackmail him, Luze immediately softens his tone and claims he just didn't want her waiting for him. Luli accepts that answer and tells him to work hard in this last week, leaving the siblings on steady terms again. Back in his room while it is still early, Lu Zhe turns inward to the light orbs floating in his mind space and starts planning how to use this extra time. He chooses a couple of faint purple orbs instead of the slower red ones, deciding that sharper mental power will help him digest his skills faster and hunt green wolves again tonight. As the purple orb takes effect, Lu Zhe's mind clears and he begins refining everything he has learned so far, from martial techniques to battle experience and wind control. Thinking back to his fight with Nangong Jing, Lu Zhe realizes true power arts are not just brute force and starts studying how deeper control could multiply his strength far beyond the basics. In his room, Lu Zhe turns his senses inward and starts testing a new idea. If he synchronizes every part of his body with perfect control, he might hit far beyond his normal limit. He manages to feel the power in his cells lining up together, but the strain quickly shows him the problem. His mental power still cannot fully support this technique. The purple orb's effect fades and Lu Zhe opens his eyes, exhausted but thrilled, because he finally understands the path forward and now only needs practice. Realizing body refinement, martial skill, and mental power can all be trained higher, Lu Zhe gets fired up and immediately takes out another faint purple orb to keep cultivating. While Lu Zhe stays locked in training upstairs, Lu Wen and Fu Shuya return home, and Fu Shuya asks Luli where her brother went. When Luli says Lu Zhe is probably cultivating, Lu Wen happily calls him a martial arts maniac again, then awkwardly backtracks because he knows his daughter has been drifting closer to Lu Zhe instead of him. Luli silently judges how shameless Lu Zhe has become, and Fu Shuya decides not to interrupt his training and simply saves dinner for him. Back in his room, Lu Zhe keeps devouring purple orbs in deep concentration until he finally looks up and realizes night has already fallen. He calms his breathing and grins, convinced he is close to forging his own strength god art, even if it still will not match the explosive version Nangong Jing showed. Just then his phone vibrates, and Lu Zhe casually uses a small breeze to pull it into his hand, enjoying how convenient wind control is for lazy moments like this. The message is from Alice, and Lu Zhe instantly perks up because he suspects she finally has the ingredient list he wanted. As soon as he replies, Alice sends a long list of ferocious beasts and spirit herbs and warns him that some targets are already at the high-level spirit beast tier. That warning only excites him more, because Lu Zhe immediately starts thinking less about danger and more about how delicious high-level spirit beasts must taste. He grandly declares himself a food hunter who will stop at nothing for ingredients, turning the whole hunt into a personal mission. Alice checks whether he is still cultivating, and when he says he is about to eat, she politely ends the chat and cheers him on. Lu Zhe smiles at how considerate Alice is and finally heads downstairs, hoping his mother remembered to leave him food. His luck holds. Fu Shuya really did leave him dinner, so Lu Zhe heats it up, wolfs it down, and heads straight back to training. Thinking about those rare ingredients gives him even more drive, because the idea of missing out on good spirit food feels completely unbearable now. He enters the pocket hunting dimension again, and this time he is no longer looking for easy prey but hoping to find green wolves as fast as possible. Using wind sense, he sweeps a few hundred meters and immediately picks up several giant rabbits, including one absurdly pounding the ground like a jackhammer, but he has already lost interest in rabbit hunting. He deliberately leaves the rabbits alone and keeps walking, but he also realizes his wind ability is not free, because it steadily drains his stamina and mental power. After half an hour he has seen rabbits, black dogs, and even some green wolves, but the wolves are in a group of 3, and Lu Zhe chooses not to force a bad fight. Another half hour later, his patience pays off when his senses lock onto a single green wolf hidden in a patch of tall grass to his left. The lone wolf steps out and Lu Zhe immediately notices it is even larger than yesterday's, but instead of worrying, he coldly shifts into battle mode because he knows he is stronger now too. The standoff snaps, and Lu Zhe explodes forward with white light and swirling wind around his body, instantly appearing at the wolf's side. His full power punch tears through the air, but the wolf barely vanishes in time, and Lu Zhe's missed strike still blasts a huge crater into the ground. Instead of getting frustrated like before, Lu Zhe smirks, because this time his speed is finally high enough to keep up with the green wolf. Man and wolf blur across the field in a fast exchange of repeated clashes, shredding the grass with shockwaves as nearby rabbits panic and flee from the fight. After dozens of exchanges they land apart, both breathing hard, but Lu Zhe can already tell the balance is tilting because his refined body gives him better stamina than the wolf. Seeing no reason to let it recover, Lu Zhe charges again and decides to test the unfinished strength technique in real combat. He forces mind, body, and martial control into one punch, and the result is terrifying. A white-lit fist blast gouges a long scar across the earth straight toward the wolf. Locked down by the incoming force, the wolf cannot fully evade and instead condenses a dense spinning green wind ball in its mouth to meet the attack head-on. The two attacks collide in a brutal explosion that leaves a huge ditch in the land and pulverizes everything nearby with wind pressure and leftover energy. The instant the blast settles, Lu Zhe moves without any wasted swagger, because in his mind the smartest rule is simple: just keep attacking. The wolf is weakened from its big attack, and Lu Zhe appears at its side and lashes out with a crushing kick that snaps bones and sends blood and organs spraying into the air. He still does not let up, blinking underneath the airborne wolf and driving another wind-laced punch into it to finish shredding its insides. The wolf crashes into the ground dead, and Lu Zhe stands over the result breathing hard, tired from the back-to-back bursts, but clearly victorious. As the corpse turns to dust, Lu Zhe happily collects 6 red orbs, 2 purple orbs, and a wind element orb from his first solo green wolf kill. That victory hits him harder than he expected, because after a month of getting slaughtered by wolves, dogs, tigers, eagles, and even some huge beast that accidentally stepped on him, he finally feels like he has climbed out of the bottom. With a proud, almost tearful grin, Lu Zhe declares that he is a green wolf hunter now and looks down on the rabbits at last, thrilled that he is not the same prey he used to be. Just as Lu Zhe starts imagining his future in the hunting dimension, a terrifying heat surges up behind him. He flashes sideways with all his speed, but the explosion still catches him and scorches him alive. He wakes back in his bedroom twisted in pain, instantly recognizing that the same red lion killed him again. Face down on the bed, Lu Zhe bitterly realizes he thought he had found a new path, only to learn he is still nowhere near ready. He forces himself back up and decides there is no time to sulk when he still needs Federal University and Spirit Beast ingredients. Lu Zhe swallows a wind orb and a faint purple orb, then throws himself back into cultivation. 3 hours later, he can feel his grasp of wind deepen and his god art grows stronger, so he keeps going without rest. The next morning, after their usual training, Lu Zhe cheerfully sees Luli off to school before returning to cultivate alone. Back in his room, Lu Zhe sets a strict plan: daytime for purple orb learning and strength god art, nighttime for wind control and body refinement. With only 6 days left, he aims straight for the spirit martial state and starts dreaming about hunting stronger beasts on Nanfeng planet. 3 nights later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes and grimaces because another awful death in the hunting dimension is still fresh in his mind. He has nearly finished refining the Ren and Du meridians, and he is confident he can handle 3 green wolves at once. But after killing his 16th green wolf that day, a huge 2-meter alpha appears and immediately hunts him down. When Lu Zhe tries to use wind, the gathered element turns against him, forcing him to fight with only his body and half-learned strength art. He still loses badly, cut apart by 4 giant wind blades, and swears he will come back for revenge. The one comfort is that all those wolf kills left him plenty of orbs, so he immediately uses another wind orb to keep improving. After more study, Lu Zhe realizes each wind orb only holds limited and often repeated insight, and he may be close to mastering this god art completely. He switches to red orbs and pushes the last tiny sections of the Rin and Du meridians until both are finally fully refined. Lu Zhe starts celebrating because he thinks the next step should be drawing spirit chi into his body and entering the spirit martial state. Instead, the leftover energy rushes through his whole body. His blood starts boiling, and Lu Zhe realizes this breakthrough is turning into a full-body refinement he never expected. His skin, muscles, bones, organs, and every meridian begin vibrating together, and Lu Zhe realizes this is a full-body refinement, not a normal level 9 transition. When the vibration starts fading with the last of the energy, Lu Zhe panics and swallows 5 more orbs so he can force the refinement to finish. Hours pass into early morning while Lu Zhe remains locked in cultivation, determined to complete this once-in-a-lifetime refinement. At dawn, Luli notices Lu Zhe missing from training and comes to his door, but decides not to interrupt what looks like secluded cultivation. Even while holding back, Luli feels a little miffed that he did not tell her first, and a small smile tugs at her lips. Inside the room, the sunrise reveals Lu Zhe's body has turned half-transparent and crystal-like after 50 orbs of full-body refinement. Feeling his new strength, Lu Zhe is thrilled that this refinement made him at least twice as powerful as before. He talks himself out of making a ridiculous grand speech and decides he is a mature man now. Once the refinement ends, Lu Zhe notices the usual layer of gray grime on his skin and heads to the bathroom to wash up. In the shower, he suddenly realizes something is very wrong when his raised hand is still half-transparent. He looks again in the mirror, confirms his body is still half-transparent on the outside, and drops to his knees in pure despair. The thought of Luli laughing at him is enough to make Lu Zhe panic, and he rushes back to his room to find a way to turn normal again. Before he can test anything, Luli knocks and gently asks if he is still cultivating. Lu Zhe quickly lies that he wants 2 days of secluded cultivation so he cannot train with her. Luli answers softly that she does not mind him working hard, and Lu Zhe starts to think he is safe. Then Luli calmly points out that he already went out to shower, exposing the lie and making Lu Zhe freeze. Thinking fast, Lu Zhe claims he had a sudden enlightenment during the shower and is definitely not tricking her. Outside, Luli accepts the answer, reassured that he is not avoiding her, and quietly leaves him to it. Once she is gone, Lu Zhe uses a purple orb and inspects his body closely until he finds the crystal state is only overflowing energy that should fade. After about an hour, the crystal color finally recedes and Lu Zhe stares at his normal hands in pure relief. Then he clenches his fists, crystal light flashes over them, and he realizes he can still call out that terrifying new strength on command. Comparing it to Li Liang's old strike, Lu Zhe judges that he could take that attack easily now, even before adding wind or strength god art. Afraid this new power will make him arrogant, Lu Zhe decides the cure is to fight stronger beasts in the hunting dimension until he remembers he is still a rookie. He returns to the familiar grassland, starts searching with wind sense, and goes hunting again. Before long, he finds the same 4 armored black hounds that once chased him into a rabbit hole, and this time he smiles like the tables have turned. Deep in the grasslands, Lu Zhe stands in a fresh crater with his whole body turned crystal-like, staring as 4 black hounds crumble to dust from one brutal attack. Looking at his crystal hands, Lu Zhe realizes his control has jumped again, and the smooth fusion of mind, body, and technique makes him feel dangerously overconfident. He cools himself down by admitting this power spike is eating stamina, but it also lets him hit far above his normal limit, especially now that his wind art is improving. After looting the black hound's red and faint purple orbs, Lu Zhe decides weak prey is no longer enough and starts hunting bigger green wolves or flame lions to break his inflated confidence. After another hour of hunting lesser beasts, he finally spots a green wolf over 2 meters tall waiting in tall grass and already watching him with cold, wary eyes. There is no testing phase at all. Man and wolf launch at each other the instant their eyes meet. Knowing weak wind control will not save him here, Lu Zhe goes all in with his crystal body and force double power fusion, trading brightness for a sudden burst of speed. His crystal fist slams into the wolf's wind-wreathed claw, and the collision blasts airwaves across the plain hard enough to shred the surrounding grass. The clash goes badly for him anyway, because the wolf's spinning wind power punches through his body, sends him skidding back, and leaves him coughing up crystal-colored blood. His confidence pops on the spot, but even while cursing his mistake, Lu Zhe knows surviving one direct claw already proves how much stronger he has become. The wolf does not give him time to recover, and Lu Zhe immediately turns and runs as its next attacks hammer the ground behind him. After barely dodging 2 more strikes and getting hurt again, Lu Zhe realizes the miserable truth. He cannot beat this wolf, and he cannot even escape it. Then the wolf howls, green light floods its body, and Lu Zhe freezes when he feels a huge wave of wind energy gathering around it. When Lu Zhe looks up, more than 1,000 1-meter wind blades are hanging above the wolf, screaming through the air and already curving into a killing net. The blades rain down from every direction, and Lu Zhe is swallowed whole with no way out. His strong defense only makes the death worse, because instead of dying instantly, he stays awake through a long, pitiful 1,000-blade torture. At last his vision goes black, and Lu Zhe snaps awake back in his room, shaken by one of the ugliest deaths he has ever felt all the way through. Still rattled, he swears not to let confidence run wild again and grimly remembers that he endured exactly 364 wind blades before passing out. After recovering for another hour, Lu Zhe remembers only 2 days remain before the trial, so he drops the self-pity and decides to focus everything on training his god arts. 2 days later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes with green light flickering in them, knowing his wind control has finally become dependable enough that the wind will not betray him in a real fight. The coming graduation trial makes him smile, because a month of non-stop cultivation has left him feeling powerful enough to chase all the rare ingredients Alice mentioned. That triumphant mood lasts until his stomach growls, and the first thing this newly powered-up fighter wants is breakfast. After washing up, Lu Zhe heads downstairs and finds Lu Wen, Fu Shuya, and Lu Li already waiting, with a huge breakfast prepared specially for his graduation trial day. Lu Li teases that if Lu Zhe performs well, the girls in her class might come chasing him, and the joke instantly brings one bright blue-haired girl to his mind. Lu Zhe tries to act serious, but Lu Wen immediately jumps in with shameless advice about not wasting youth, right before Fu Shuya puts him down again. Behind the comedy, Lu Wen is honestly hoping romance will steal Lu Zhe away so Lu Li can stay his little girl for longer. Fu Shuya drops the jokes and gently tells Lu Zhe to do his best without forcing anything, because what matters most to her is that he comes back safe. Lu Zhe promises he will not let her down, and Fu Shuya immediately corrects him like a mother would, caring more about his safety than his pride. Lu Wen proudly reveals he plans to stream Lu Zhe's official trial broadcast at work, because this system-wide event will have the whole Tuluan system watching the students hunt live. With breakfast over, Lu Zhe and Lu Li head to school under the usual stairs, then stop near their separate buildings as the trial day tension settles in. Before leaving, Lu Li stops him with a mischievous smile and says she wants to make a bet on his final ranking. When Lu Li says she will return that embarrassing recording if he takes first place, Lu Zhe's whole expression changes because she has just dangled his darkest blackmail in front of him. But Lu Li coolly adds the catch: if he falls out of the top 10, she will tell their dad about that recording instead. That threat works instantly, and Lu Zhe blurts out that he really wants it, loud enough for nearby students to start getting the wrong idea. The whispers around them turn awkward fast, and because Lu Zhe can hear every word, he gets dragged into the same messy thought he keeps avoiding about what Lu Li really is to him now. In the end, he gives up untangling that mess, puts on a confident smile, and tells Lu Li that the recording is as good as his. Once Lu Zhe enters his classroom, the mood is nothing like the hallway gossip, because every martial student inside is wound tight for the coming competition. His classmates crowd around at once, openly talking about Li Liang's estimate that Lu Zhe is already beyond Spirit Martial State Level 1 and might even catch the Federal University's eye. Li Erhe cuts through the noise by handing Lu Zhe a recording of the newly released trial rules, making sure he does not walk in blind. Reading the rules, Lu Zhe learns the graduation trial will last a full week, cover the whole planet Nafome, and decide school resource rankings through beast hunting rather than fighting other students. The scale of the event is enormous. The entire planet Nafome becomes the hunting ground, and 10 million Year 12 students will be dropped there with pre-placed supplies. The rules also make the human race's priorities clear, because while students are allowed to clash, the system gives no reward for beating each other and instead boosts cooperative hunting. While the class is still tense before the trial, Li Lian walks in and immediately clocks the mood. Li Lian jokes that he is nervous too, but at least he is smiling, and the whole room finally loosens up. The students tease that Li Lian learned this naughty side from Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe can only sit there looking unfairly blamed. Once the mood is lighter, Li Lian turns serious and reminds them that this is a real competition tied to the school's ranking and resources. He stresses that seed students matter even more because their personal scores heavily shape the school's final result. Lu Zhe, Su Yang, and Xu Feng all understand the point at once, because strong results are their path to guaranteed entry later. With nothing left to say, Li Liang sends everyone to the training grounds to board the floating bus for the Education Hall space station. On the way out, Su Yang tells Lu Zhe that he, Xu Feng, and Liu will hunt as a three-man team instead of following Lu Zhe into a more dangerous zone. Lu Zhe agrees right away, since he plans to go ingredient hunting alone and knows his route is not suitable for them anyway. Su Yang knows Lu Zhe is telling the truth, but it still stings, while Liu proudly announces that their trio should still score well now that Su Yang has reached level 9 martial warrior. Xu Feng stays silent and looks nervous, showing that the trial pressure is hitting her harder than the others. At the training grounds, the class finds 10 rows of black anti-gravity floating buses waiting to carry students out. Lu Zhe takes one look at the advanced transport and decides the gravity science behind it is somebody else's problem, not his. After boarding their class bus, the students ride out toward the suburban space station. The station feels like an airport built for the stars, with every kind of spaceship parked there instead of planes. Their school group is guided onto a small shuttle that lifts off toward the giant ships parked beyond the planet. As planet Lanjiang shrinks outside the window, excitement sweeps through the cabin because many of them are leaving their world for the first time. For Lu Zhe, the moment the planet turns tiny against the endless cosmos is when the scale of this universe finally feels real. That quiet awe is broken when a colossal shadow blocks the starlight, and the students suddenly realize they are approaching the Tuluan 1 mothership. A cabin announcement warns everyone to stay seated as the shuttle prepares to enter the mothership, and the students nervously joke that for a second it looked like space pirates. The mothership opens a connection tunnel, and the shuttle slips inside toward the interior parking grounds. When the doors open, Lu Zhe steps into an airport-sized interior packed with arriving ships and students from other schools. Police are already inspecting the incoming ships outside, showing that security is tight long before the actual trial begins. The education department moves everyone onto another bus deeper inside the mothership, and the place feels so huge to Lu Zhe that it might as well be a whole city. After half an hour, they arrive at a futuristic inspection center where every student has to pass rigorous identity and weapon screening. The checks are so strict that even DNA is verified, because letting someone use surgery or hidden weapons to cheat would make the whole test meaningless. When Lu Zhe's turn comes, a staff member directs him into a blue scanning pod and asks him to put his storage ring on the side stand for a separate scan. Lu Zhe suddenly worries that the strange dimension in his mind might somehow be exposed, even though the ring itself only holds extra clothes for now. 10 seconds later, the result comes back normal, and Lu Zhe quietly realizes he worried for nothing. The staff member gives Lu Zhe a dark trial bracelet and explains that it holds the map, tracks position and points, and will livestream him because he is a seed. The same bracelet can also trigger a spirit power shield against a lethal hit from a level 9 spirit beast, but if that protection activates, Lu Zhe's trial is over on the spot. After putting the bracelet on, Lu Zhe is cleared to leave and heads to his school's resting hall. Inside the resting hall, students crowd the window to watch warp space outside and trade tense guesses about the 6-hour trip to planet Nafome. They realize they will arrive at night, and some students instantly decide that surviving the darkness matters more than trying to act brave. Su Yan spots Lu Zhe, drags him to a ranking screen, and points out just how monstrous the top competitors in this trial really are. The leaderboard shows Kakisi at Spirit Martial State level 5, Tao Dao at level 4, Lin Ling at level 4, and even the rest of the top 10 are already in Spirit Martial State level 3. Seeing those levels, Lu Zhe realizes the field is even stronger than expected, especially since he had only heard that people like Rinzhan and Lin Huan had just entered Spirit Martial State. Su Yang asks the obvious question next: if Lu Zhe's combat power is already beyond Spirit Martial State level 1, can he handle monsters like that? Lu Zhe stays calm and honest, saying he will only know after they actually fight. Soon the mothership drops out of warp, and the warp tunnel outside the windows snaps back into a normal star-filled universe. A broadcast orders everyone back to their own ships for deployment, so the students immediately start moving out. As their ship leaves Tuluan 1, Everyone sees that 2 other giant motherships are nearby and releasing huge waves of student craft from the other planets too. Then planet Nafong finally comes into view, a mostly green world dotted with blue that now feels like the stage for all of them at once. Inside the deployment ship, a staff member tells the students to pick their drop region on planet Nafong, and the whole cabin turns to Lu Zhe to choose first. The whole school group turns to Lu Zhe at once, because even without spirit martial state cultivation, he is still the strongest fighter they trust to choose first. The student's reaction even catches the staff member's attention, and he pointedly asks Lu Zhe which region he wants to enter first. Lu Zhe answers without hesitation that he wants the floating light forest. The cabin erupts in shock, because floating light forest is the only region on the planet with abstruse beasts, a place that should be completely off-limits to normal students. When Lu Zhe asks to be sent to the floating light forest, the staff member stares at him like he has lost his mind. After checking Lu Zhe's data and seeing he is only level 9, the staff member flatly refuses because abstruse beasts are far beyond a student's safety limit. Su Yang, Liu, and Shufang immediately back the warning, worried that Lu Zhe is pushing too far before the exam even starts. Renjian cuts in with a sneer, mocking Lu Zhe for acting invincible just because he ranked first at school. Lu Zhe shuts him down in one line, reminding Renjian that he still owes him a bow. The reminder hits Renjian hard because this time the whole cohort is watching him get humiliated again. Even so, Renjian forces himself to swallow it, and clings to the thought that one day he will beat Lu Zhe and return the insult. Lin Huan offers a practical solution, asking Lu Zhe to team up with her and the other spirit martial state students so their school can secure a strong result together. Lu Zhe refuses with a smile and says he still plans to head for the floating light forest because he has something important to do there. For Lu Zhe, that dangerous forest means ingredients, guaranteed entry, and promises he intends to keep, so he will not back down. Lin Huan can tell he will not change his mind, and the mood around the group turns complicated fast. Once everyone realizes Lu Zhe might get himself disqualified, respect starts turning into blame because his result affects the whole school's resource ranking. Only Lu Zhe's own classmates still speak to him like allies, asking nervously if he really knows what he is doing. Lu Zhe reassures them that if he cannot beat something, he can at least run, and his win technique is exactly why he dares to try this. The staff member finally hides behind department rules and insists that no student can be deployed directly into the floating light forest. Lu Zhe tests the line with a shameless suggestion that maybe nobody needs to know, which makes the staff member look even more pained. Pressed to choose somewhere legal, Lu Zhe settles for the Yellowstone Forest as his second best option. That answer gives the staff member a new headache, because the Yellowstone Forest sits right next to the Forbidden Zone and is dangerous enough that Lu Zhe could still slip toward his real target. The ship enters the planet's atmosphere and descends toward a harsh landscape of towering yellow stone pillars and brutal wind. After landing in an empty patch of stone, Lu Zhe says goodbye and steps off alone into the dangerous test zone. The moment Lu Zhe is gone, the staff member is just relieved to be rid of him and calls for the next student deployment. At dusk in the Yellowstone Forest, Lu Zhe watches the ship rise away and finally drops the tense mask he had been holding. Freed from the crowd, he bursts into motion at once, using the active wind in this region like it was made for him. As he runs, Lu Zhe goes over the ingredient list Alice gave him and immediately starts thinking like a hunter with a dinner plan. The especially tasty yellow crystal vine catches his attention, and Lu Zhe decides he wants to bring back a lot of it. He spreads his wind sense through the surrounding area, quietly scanning hundreds of meters for prey or ingredients. A second later, Lu Zhe's eyes sharpen and he vanishes towards something he has found. Elsewhere in the education hall, senior staff and teachers gather around giant live screens as the trial broadcast begins. Elder Lin says this test is meant to find fresh talent for the human race, and the room settles into serious observation. When the rankings start moving, the top names match the cultivation leaderboard, and Harry pointedly brings up Lin Ling as Elder Lin's talented great-granddaughter. Elder Lin does not bite at the remark and simply tells him to keep watching, which only makes the other senior teachers more curious. Then Li Kuang points out one student as genuinely interesting, and that immediately draws the room's attention. On the screen, Lu Zhe is calmly squatting beside a yellow stone pillar and digging up a spirit herb, while a dead stone armor beast lies behind him. The teachers can tell the beast was level 2, but with Lu Zhe completely unhurt, none of them understand how it died. The real shock lands when someone notices Lu Zhe's listed cultivation is only level 9 martial warrior. That makes the scene feel outright eerie, a level 9 student beside a dead level 2 spirit beast with no visible struggle at all. But because Lu Zhe keeps digging herbs instead of chasing points, he slips out of the top 10 and vanishes from the main display almost as soon as he appears. One teacher laughs it off as luck, but plenty of the others quietly pull up Lu Zhe's private feed anyway in case they have spotted a hidden prodigy. Harry and Li Kuang hold back for now, deciding that if Lu Zhe is the real thing, he will force his way back into the rankings soon enough. Out in the forest, Lu Zhe finishes digging the stone root herb and moves on through the pillars like nothing unusual happened. After only a few more stone pillars, another camouflaged stone armor beast lunges from cover and tries to ambush him. Lu Zhe does not panic for a second, he slips past the ambush with absurd ease and casually pats the beast's head, killing it in one effortless move. Then he casually pats the beast on the head and sends power through it, crushing its skull in one cool, terrifying move. The teachers secretly watching his feat are left speechless because the move is so simple and clean that they cannot even tell what he just did. Their shock turns into greedy excitement, because as long as Lu Zhe stays outside the top 10, most other schools still have no idea what kind of monster they are watching. At Lu Wen's company, the trial broadcast is playing in every office, and the workers who casually tuned in are suddenly too stunned to blink. Nobody can process how a level 9 martial warrior just dropped a level 2 stone armor beast by patting its head. The workers swing from shock to admiration, blurting out that CEO Lu's son is far stronger and more impressive than anyone expected. Fu Shuya looks at the confident boy on the screen, smiles with proud warmth, and realizes her son has truly grown into a man. Beside her, Lu Wen can only nod with a complicated face, still trying to accept that this terrifyingly capable fighter is really his son. After class, the whole school stays put to watch the survival test broadcast, and Lu Li's class is glued to Lu Zhe's feed. When Lu Zhe casually pats a rock-armored beast to death, the room erupts like he's already a legend. The girl's loud joking crush talk leaves Lu Li speechless while Lu Zhe keeps calmly digging herbs on the screen. Alice happily praises Lu Zhe's strength because it will help him find better ingredients, and Lu Li realizes those two think exactly alike. Far away in the Yellowstone forest, Lu Zhe suddenly shivers and scans the area like someone just cursed him. Finding nothing wrong, Lu Zhe dismisses the bad feeling and walks away from the corpse because that ugly beast is useless as food. He brings up the hologram map from his black bracelet, marks the floating light forest, and sets his route before night gets worse. Because nighttime here belongs to stronger beasts, Lu Zhe decides to travel only a bit longer, and use his wind art to search safely as he moves. The deeper he goes, the more rock-armored beasts he finds resting on nearly every pillar, and he keeps dropping them as he hunts herbs. Even after killing one beast after another, Lu Zhe still can't find the Yellowstone crystal beast he actually wants. Back on the viewing side, students and teachers can only stare as Lu Zhe keeps one-shotting every spirit beast from level 1 to level 3 like it's nothing. When 4 rock-armored beasts rush him together and all collapse at once, 2 teachers finally blurt out what everyone else is thinking. The 2 embarrassed teachers try to laugh it off, but the whole room knows Lu Zhe just forced a crack in their composure. The teachers quietly judge that Lu Zhe's real combat power is already above Spirit Martial State level 5, even though his official cultivation is only Martial Warrior level 9. That gap between his rank and his actual power makes several teachers instantly treat Lu Zhe like young Duke material worth fighting over. The moment someone says Lu Zhe has climbed to 12th place, the teachers interested in him turn on that loudmouth with murderous glares. He snaps into a defensive stance in total confusion, because one careless sentence just made Lu Zhe impossible to hide from the top schools. Other teachers, including the important figures at the front, finally take a second look at the level 9 student who has already passed most spirit martial contestants. But just as the interest starts building, Lu Zhe's score suddenly stalls and his rank slips again. Harry and Li Kuang don't care yet because anyone outside the top 10 still isn't worth their attention. A few curious teachers open Lu Zhe's feed and find the reason immediately. He is grinning idiotically over a handful of rock fruits. They close the stream in silence, but Lu Zhe is thrilled because it took him almost an hour to finally find a stone heart fruit tree and harvest 12 fruits. Watching him treasure every herb and fruit, some teachers start wondering if this monster talent can be poached with a mountain of cultivation resources. As full night settles over the Yellowstone forest, silver starlight washes the stone pillars and the nocturnal beasts start roaring awake. Lu Zhe calmly picks a nice-looking stone pillar and decides to make his shelter right there. With one light press, he turns a chunk of solid rock into powder and hollows out a neat cave by hand. The audience is left staring at their own hands, because Lu Zhe just made impossible power control look casual. Some teachers suddenly recognize what that precision means and realize Lu Zhe may have extreme power control, or even a strength-type god art. That possibility sends them rushing to contact their schools, because Lu Zhe's value just jumped again. At home, Lu Wen stares at the screen and starts pressing at the air himself, trying to understand how his son just bored a cave into stone. Lu Wen and Fu Shuya turn to Lu Li for an explanation, and she bluffs calmly because she has no idea either. Elsewhere in a luxurious mansion, Alice watches the same broadcast with her handsome golden-haired father. Alice's father immediately pegs Lu Zhe as unusually gifted and says he has probably awakened some kind of god art. When Alice asks if that means something like Nangong Jing, her father says yes, though the gap between them is still huge. Alice laughs and reminds him that Lu Zhe already fought the 12-year-old Nangong Jing in school, and she beat him badly. Her father is even more intrigued by that loss and says Lu Zhe will soon be strong enough to face the Nangong family's little monster again. Alice proudly agrees that Lu Zhe is improving fast, and her father's soft smile hides a trace of bitterness beneath it. Back in his cave, Lu Zhe sneaks into his pocket hunting dimension, kills a few green wolves, and gets slaughtered again by the stronger boss. After the pain fades, Lu Zhe remembers the live broadcast and decides he cannot risk exposing the light orbs to anyone's greed. He suddenly wonders if the orbs can be used directly inside his mental space so he won't have to cultivate in secret outside. But he immediately abandons the experiment for now, because even one strange orb appearing on camera would be too dangerous. With beasts roaring and fighting all around outside, Lu Zhe uses his wind control to monitor the area, seals his presence at the cave entrance, and rests lightly till dawn. By morning, Lu Zhe wakes to scratch marks and blood on the nearby pillars, proof that the night outside was as violent as it sounded. He checks the map again and keeps heading for the floating light forest without wasting time. On the way, he peels open stone heart fruits for breakfast and discovers the flesh inside is genuinely delicious. 2 giant fruits still don't fill him up, but since they are precious ingredients, he forces himself to stop. That only makes him more annoyed that he still hasn't found the yellow crystal vines Alice told him about. By the end of the morning, Lu Zhe has crushed more than 100 ambushing beasts, and his score finally pushes into the top 10. The teachers who want him feel the pressure now, because once Lu Zhe reaches the top 10, the strongest schools will definitely step in. They almost wish he would get eliminated right before that point, just so they could steal him first. Then Lu Zhe suddenly lights up, taps the ground, and vanishes from sight in an instant. In just a few seconds he covers a full kilometer, exposing that the slow pace he showed before was him holding back yet another terrifying advantage. One teacher loses control and shouts again, because this speed is beyond what even ordinary level 8 spirit martial warriors should manage. The others force themselves to stay calm and ask what happened, but before the answer really lands, someone notices the obvious. Lu Zhe has officially hit 10th place. After one reminder, the teachers focus back on Lu Zhe's trial feed and freeze when they see him covering hundreds of meters with every step. Even Li Kuang and Harry immediately understand the same thing. A student like this cannot be handed to the other top academy. Out in the trial area, Lu Zhe suddenly stops at a towering stone pillar and spots the yellow crystal vine he has been hunting. He shoots upward almost weightlessly, thrilled that he finally found the spirit herb he wanted. The teachers are baffled when they realize Lu Zhe ran that hard for a level 2 herb that is famous less for power and more for tasting good. Then the teachers all land on the same absurd answer at once. Lu Zhe has been collecting spirit herbs by taste like a complete foodie. Still, Lu Zhe looks so calm and prepared that they assume his speed gives him a safe way out if anything shows up. Just as Lu Zhe reaches for the herb, a brutal killing pressure hits from behind and he instantly shifts sideways on instinct. The claw blast smashes into the pillar, but Lu Zhe clears the dust with wind and turns to face his ambusher with a smug look. A huge yellow-furred barren earth gorilla climbs up the pillar shrieking, and Lu Zhe's first judgment is simple, not edible. The teachers identify the beast as a spirit martial state level 8 barren earth gorilla and start assuming Lu Zhe's trial is finished. Even while saying his score may no longer secure direct admission, the recruiters are already quietly wondering whether they can bend the rules for him. At the school, the principal and teachers watch with disappointment, and chalk the danger up to pure bad luck on Lu Zhe's part. Alice gets nervous for Lu Zhe, but Luli studies his face on the screen and says he still looks confident. Lu Zhe suddenly goes stiff because he realizes the real disaster is not the ambush, but the damaged yellow crystal vine behind him. When he sees that the vine has been cut from more than 10 meters down to less than 5, Lu Zhe looks genuinely heartbroken. Furious now, Lu Zhe roars at the gorilla to get lost and kicks downward with crystal-like power. The kick rips the gorilla off the pillar in one hit, and Lu Zhe is already focused back on his ruined herb. Instead of celebrating, Lu Zhe carefully stores the damaged vine in his ring like it is the truly precious thing here. Everyone watching is left speechless, because the despair on Lu Zhe's face was for the snack herb, not for his own survival. The discussion room turns awkward fast, because the teachers had just declared Lu Zhe finished right before he erased that gorilla with one kick. At Lu Wen's company, the whole office erupts in cheers, and even Lu Wen's scolding pride cannot hide his grin. Fu Shuya watches proudly too and wonders if her son is collecting these spirit materials to cook with them. Back at school, the principal praises Lu Zhe for bringing honor to the school, and Li Lian wears the proud look of a teacher whose student just stunned everyone. In class, Alice happily clings to Luli, and Luli quietly admits that Lu Zhe really has become frighteningly strong. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe glares downward and decides that if the gorilla survived, he is not letting it off for ruining his herb. The gorilla is alive after all, only lightly hurt, and its instincts are screaming that the two-legged creature above it is the real monster here. Seeing it try to escape only makes Lu Zhe colder, because this fight has already wasted time he needed for gathering more materials. He steps off the pillar and vanishes, crossing the distance in an instant to block the gorilla's path. The 4-meter beast actually trembles and backs away from Lu Zhe's much smaller frame, which is when more viewers begin flooding into his bizarre stream. Public viewers go wild, because every other stream is normal monster fighting, while Lu Zhe's feed shows a level 8 spirit beast acting scared of him. When Lu Zhe takes one more step, the desperate gorilla snaps first and swings a glowing claw straight at him. Lu Zhe calmly meets that giant claw with one crystal glowing hand and stops it head on. The gorilla howls and tries to pull back, but Lu Zhe stands rooted like a nail driven into the earth. Then Lu Zhe lifts the whole beast by one arm and starts smashing its body into the ground over and over. Nearby stone armor beasts take one look at their supposed boss getting manhandled and immediately scatter. The audience is so stunned by the tiny human tossing around a giant spirit beast that even the comments freeze. That display finally pushes Harry and Li Kuang past restraint, and the two elite recruiters openly start fighting over Lu Zhe. Harry bluntly says Emperor Capital Academy wants Lu Zhe and can leave the rest, while Li Kuang fires back that Federal University will never hand over someone with young Duke potential. The other teachers can only watch, because any hope of quietly picking Lu Zhe up for themselves is gone now. Back on the ground, Lu Zhe finally stops once the gorilla's cries turn weak and drops it in a bloodied heap. Lu Zhe jumps onto the gorilla's chest and stares down at it so coldly that the beast does not even dare roar anymore. After a tense silence, the terrified gorilla blinks and makes a tiny cute ing-ing sound to beg for mercy. Lu Zhe almost lost his mind watching a blood-covered barren earth gorilla act cute, so he cut off a piece of yellow crystal vine and turned brutally practical. He pointed the vine at the gorilla and threatened it flatly. "Take me to more of these, or die." Lu Zhe was in a hurry because he wanted first place and guaranteed entry into Federal University, and his herb harvest was still far from enough. He gambled that the not-so-bright beast understood him, and if it did not, he was ready to kill it for points instead. The gorilla clearly chose survival, staring at the vine before excitedly pointing a giant claw toward one direction. Seeing that response, Lu Zhe brightened up and secretly congratulated himself for thinking of such a shamelessly effective trick. He jumped off the gorilla's chest, and the injured beast struggled to its feet to start leading the way. Lu Zhe followed at a cautious distance, close enough not to lose it but far enough not to get dragged into a trap. Even badly hurt, the gorilla still moved fast, and it kept glancing back to make sure Lu Zhe was still behind it. As they crossed more than 10 kilometers of stone pillars, even nearby stone armor beasts stayed away from the gorilla's lingering pressure. While Lu Zhe spent time chasing herbs instead of points, his rankings slipped out of the top 10, but the audience was too stunned to leave. The whole stream watched in disbelief as a level 9 martial warrior bullied a level 8 spirit beast into becoming his herb guide. Even the teachers watching together were speechless, wondering whether someone this absurd could really become a pillar of humanity. The gorilla finally stopped before a giant stone pillar, and Lu Zhe saw exactly what he wanted: spirit herbs growing all around it. That sight instantly put Lu Zhe in a good mood, and he decided this useful gorilla might actually deserve to live. Then the real owners came out of a cave under the pillar, 2 peak level 9 Yellowstone crystal beasts. The teachers instantly recognized the danger when 2 peak Yellowstone crystal beasts appeared, because even the students' black bracelet barrier could not stop them. Elder Lin worried rescue would be too late, but Harry and Li Kuang guessed Lu Zhe was still thinking more about the herbs than about escaping. That ridiculous guess felt right, and both the teachers and the viewers realized Lu Zhe had somehow trained all of them to think about herb theft before retreat. But when Lu Zhe looked at the 2 beasts, what he really recognized was even better. They were top ingredients from Alice's food list. He remembered their meat was packed with spirit power and tasted amazing, so from Lu Zhe's point of view there was no way he was letting them escape. After measuring their pressure against his own, Lu Zhe decided coldly that he did not think he would lose. He unleashed his crystal body god art, and a dense crystal glow spread over his skin until his whole body looked like living translucent stone. The pressure was so terrifying that the wounded barren earth gorilla panicked and sprinted away for its life without looking back. The 2 Yellowstone crystal beasts also felt the threat at once and covered themselves in bright yellow spirit power, ready for a life-or-death fight. The stream went dead silent, because even through a screen everyone could tell Lu Zhe had become monstrously strong. What really broke the audience's brains was that he looked half-transparent in the sunlight, making the whole fight weirdly hard to watch. Back at school, Alice happily recognized the crystal form as the martial body god art her father predicted Lu Zhe would awaken. Beside her, Luli stared at the screen in a daze and had to admit she probably could not beat Lu Zhe anymore. In the forest, Lu Zhe bent his knees and stomped off the ground so hard that the earth exploded under him. He crossed the distance like flowing light and appeared beside the smaller beast on the right, driving a crystal-charged fist toward its abdomen. The smaller beast roared and met the punch with one claw while its hooked tail lashed at Lu Zhe's waist at the same time. The larger beast joined in instantly, lunging from the side and smashing a huge glowing claw at Lu Zhe's head. Lu Zhe stayed calm and blocked both attacks at once, catching the larger beast's claw with one hand and sweeping away the tail with one leg. The collision blasted chi in every direction, cracking the ground and tearing some spirit herbs loose from the stone pillar. The smaller beast screamed as bones cracked in its claw, proving it could not match Lu Zhe in a direct clash. Lu Zhe vanished again and reappeared above that smaller beast, dropping a killing kick straight at its head. The larger beast barely saved its partner by rushing in to take the kick itself, and even it was forced backward by the impact. After retreating a few hundred meters, both crystal beasts stared at Lu Zhe in alarm, already feeling like the gorilla had dragged disaster straight to their door. The teachers could only fall silent again, because Lu Zhe was not just surviving against 2 peak spirit beasts, he was genuinely trying to kill them. The comments exploded with shock and admiration, with viewers openly calling Lu Zhe a terrifying prodigy. Watching from Lu Wen's company, Lu Wen and Fu Shuya finally relaxed because their son was clearly strong enough to handle this fight. At school, teachers and students alike were thrilled, because Lu Zhe's performance was bringing huge honor to the whole school. Lu Zhe pressed the attack without giving the beasts room to breathe, chasing them deeper into the stone pillar forest. For several minutes, the human and the two beasts smashed into each other again and again until weaker viewers could barely follow the motion at all. After more than 100 exchanges, one yellow stone crystal beast was finally blasted down from a pillar and crashed into the earth below. Its crystal armor had shattered and blood was pouring out, and no matter how it struggled, it could not stand back up. Moments later, Lu Zhe broke through the other beast's defenses too and killed it with his fists. The first beast roared in rage at its partner's death, but Lu Zhe answered with one more merciless punch and ended it on the spot. For one chilling minute, the live stream held on Lu Zhe's cold-eyed finish, and a lot of viewers were completely overwhelmed by how cool he looked. Then the mood flipped instantly when Lu Zhe looked at the giant corpses and broke into a wildly happy grin. All he could think about now was the meat, because two monsters that size meant endless ways to cook them. He headed back to the giant pillar, satisfied that he had dragged the fight away far enough to keep most of the spirit herbs safe. Seeing the preserved herbs waiting for him, Lu Zhe looked delighted and felt sure he could finally finish his food harvest in the Yellowstone forest. As Lu Zhe keeps sweeping up spirit herbs, the audience suddenly realizes his earlier kills have already blasted him into first place on the scoreboard. The gap looks absurd because other top students can barely handle much weaker beasts, while Lu Zhe already dropped 2 level 9 peak spirit beasts without getting hurt. The mood in the viewing room flips to excitement, and people start saying Lu Zhe might really secure their school a guaranteed federal university slot. Li Liang looks the proudest of all, which only makes the other teachers feel even more bitter that this monster talent ended up as his student. Even Li Kuang and Harry start sending the broadcast back to their own school, because everyone can tell Lu Zhe could become a major human battle power if he survives. Back in the field, Lu Zhe finally finishes stripping the area of herbs and happily decides that even the extra ones might still be good to eat. Knowing the second day is running out, Lu Zhe checks the map on his black bracelet and picks the shortest route straight toward Floating Light Forest. He turns into a blur and charges across beast territory in a straight line, too fast for the angry bosses he keeps provoking to catch him. The audience can only stare as Lu Zhe somehow looks even faster than he did in battle, and they start wondering if he never showed his full speed before. Then someone identifies his destination as Floating Light Forest, and the room goes quiet because that means Lu Zhe is charging toward a region with an abstruse beast. People can't even guess whether Lu Zhe plans to kill the abstruse beast or just rob the forest for spirit herbs, so most of them give up trying to understand him. In Lu Li's classroom, Alice laughs so hard at Lu Zhe tormenting every beast on the way that she can barely stay on her desk. Lu Li answers with a cool smile that her brother is probably just stocking up for winter, but underneath it she is annoyed that he still seems to be ignoring their bet. Lu Zhe keeps leaving a trail of furious roars behind him until dusk falls and the Yellowstone forest finally starts thinning out. At the forest border, the ground turns to gray mud and Lu Zhe stops in front of an enormous glowing woodland that looks beautiful enough to feel unreal. He recognizes this as Floating Light Forest, the planet's only abstruse beast region, lit by strange algae that make the darkness shimmer in many colors. Because the glowing forest never really goes dark, Lu Zhe decides to sleep outside on a nearby stone pillar and enter properly the next morning. At daybreak, Lu Zhe leaves his overnight perch and steps into Floating Light Forest with one simple plan in mind. If anything feels dangerous, he is running immediately. The deeper forest looks like a dream, but the silence immediately feels wrong because Lu Zhe's wind sense finds nothing moving nearby. After several kilometers with no beast at all, Lu Zhe starts doubting the forest's reputation and wonders if this dangerous zone is somehow just a scenic spot. Even so, Lu Zhe keeps harvesting herbs and aims for the central lake, where an abstruse young lotus grows under the guard of dangerous water snakes. Dozens of kilometers later, he still has not seen a single beast, so he finally stops and rechecks the map in disbelief. The map confirms he is exactly where he should be, which only makes the missing beasts feel even more unnatural. Outside the forest, Elder Lin immediately decides this silence is abnormal and orders Tulun 1 to send a rescue team to investigate. He also calls in Old Wang and Larry, because Lu Zhe is still inside and losing a prodigy like him would be a serious blow to the whole Tulun system. Li Kuang and Harry immediately offer help, and Elder Lin thanks them while keeping them in reserve in case the situation gets worse. Lu Li watches the silent forest with growing worry, even if Lu Zhe himself still has the nerve to stop for more herbs. But when she sees him smiling as he harvests, Lu Li softens and quietly decides she needs to make sure he stops risking himself so recklessly. Alice also gets serious for once and pulls out her phone, ready to call her father if the danger around Lu Zhe becomes real. The comments section turns into a nervous argument over why Lu Zhe is still pushing forward, until someone bluntly points out that food is probably the real reason. Lu Zhe keeps his senses and wind art stretched to the limit and relies on one simple plan. If trouble shows up, he will outrun it. At the inner edge of the forest, he finally finds beasts again, but the sight is so wrong that it stops him cold. Different beast species that should hate each other are traveling together in large groups, as if some unseen force has made them cooperate. When those beasts notice Lu Zhe, they still do not attack and only growl to keep him away, which makes the whole situation feel even stranger. The audience and teachers are left reeling because this bizarre truce shatters everything they thought they knew about these ferocious beasts. Elder Lin is at least relieved that the beasts are still present, because that means this is not total disappearance, and the rescue team should still be able to handle it. Lu Zhe decides not to fight beasts that are not attacking him, so he calmly goes back to collecting herbs and trusts his huge lead to hold for now. Lu Zhe keeps treating the graduation trial like a herb run, calmly digging spirit herbs while nearby beasts just pass him by. He even looks up and nods at the beasts like friendly neighbors, leaving the live stream audience completely speechless. At Lu Wen's company, the viewers can only stare, and Fu Shuya proudly declares that even wild beasts are charmed by her son. In Lu Li's classroom, everyone wanted to see their senior crush beasts, but now even Lu Li has to cover her forehead in embarrassment. Alice, however, is delighted by the peaceful scene and happily says she wants Lu Zhe to bring her there next time. Lu Li forces a smile and immediately invites herself along, determined not to let those two have private time together. Alice sweetly calls Lu Li the best, while Lu Li realizes this cheerful girl is getting very comfortable around her brother. Even the white-haired principal is so stressed by Lu Zhe's bizarre trial run that he shakily drinks a gene serum and still looks like his heart hurts. The teachers all turn their blame toward Li Liang, as if Lu Zhe's nonsense style must be the result of his teaching. Back in the forest, Lu Zhe reaches deeper territory but still refuses to attack the unusually friendly beasts, even the tasty-looking ones. Without anything slowing him down, Lu Zhe arrives at the forest center and finds a huge freshwater lake glowing under the stars. The lake is scattered with red abstruse young lotus, but dark snake shapes are sliding through the water below them. Realizing the water snakes are active at night, Lu Zhe gives up on stealing the lotus now and decides to wait until morning instead. He settles onto a huge tree beside the lake to rest and quietly wait for the snakes to sleep. By the next morning, the lake is calm and bright, and the red lotus flowers look like fire scattered across blue water. Lu Zhe wakes after another round of wind training, pleased that even without special orbs he can still improve his wind god art. Seeing the quiet lake, Lu Zhe grins to himself and decides this is the perfect time to make his move. He leaps down, wraps himself in wind, and lightly taps the lake's surface with one foot. Instead of sinking, Lu Zhe stands steady on the water, showing absurdly precise control for someone only at martial warrior state. Pleased that his first try worked, he casually walks across the lake while staying alert for anything moving below. The snakes never surface, so Lu Zhe reaches the lotus patch, harvests the abstruse young lotus, and slips back toward shore unseen. Back at the lakeside with a few hundred lotus in hand, Lu Zhe feels satisfied that Alice will have plenty to cook with. But just as he is about to leave, a terrifying force erupts from the bottom of the lake and instantly puts him on edge. The blue water suddenly turns red with blood, warning Lu Zhe that something far worse is rising beneath the surface. 100-meter black water snake bursts out of the lake and charges straight toward the bank, making Lu Zhe want it anywhere but here. Then Lu Zhe spots the snake's body covered in torn scales and bleeding wounds and realizes this boss is fleeing from something. Not wanting to meet whatever scared an abstruse beast this badly, Lu Zhe turns and runs at full speed in the opposite direction. The snake ignores him and disappears into the forest, but the blood-red lake behind it makes Lu Zhe suspect many more snakes died below the surface. The live stream explodes with panic, with everyone trying to guess what kind of monster could butcher a lake full of snakes and still stay hidden. Back in the command room, Elder Lin presses for answers from the rescue teams, worried that a crisis in the trial grounds could put millions of students at risk. The answer is not reassuring. The search teams still have no cause, only the strange fact that the forest holds far fewer beasts than it should. After seeing the snake's wounds, Li Kuang and Harry exchange a sharp look and start suspecting something much worse than a normal beast fight. Li Kuang tells Elder Lin to check the other forests and valleys too, and Harry backs him up, warning that safety comes first even if the odds seem low. Elder Lin understands how bad their guess could be and immediately orders wider searches across the trial region. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe keeps fleeing outward, deciding that curiosity is not worth his life no matter what terrifying thing is behind him. Far behind him, the wounded snake crashes into another boss's territory and a huge battle erupts, but Lu Zhe refuses to go anywhere near it. Even from 10 kilometers away, the shockwaves keep rolling through the forest, which only makes Lu Zhe more determined to leave first. Then every beast in the forest starts roaring at once, and the ground begins shaking under a full stampede. When that wave of beasts surges toward him, Lu Zhe's face turns green because it looks exactly like the whole forest has finally decided to attack. He forces himself to stay calm and keeps running, sure that his speed will keep him from being surrounded if this really turns into a chase. A moment later, Lu Zhe realizes the stampede is not aimed at him at all, because beasts are also running away from the front. Relieved and a little sheepish, he silently apologizes to the cute doggies he thought had betrayed him. Even so, Lu Zhe pushes his senses to the limit, trying to figure out what is driving the whole forest into panic. After dozens of kilometers, a sudden sharp cry and another burst of combat erupts from his left, proving the chaos is spreading. Before he can make sense of it, Lu Zhe's black bracelet flashes with an emergency order telling every student to activate their spirit defense barrier and wait for pickup ships because the trial is cancelled. Instead of blindly obeying or panicking, Lu Zhe jumps onto a huge tree, watches the terrified beasts pouring past below, and realizes something incredible must have happened. Across planet Nanfeng, the surviving students suddenly get the same bracelet alert. The trial is cancelled. On a grassy plain, a towering bronze-haired boy finishes off a giant armored beast and stares at the message in surprise. He stops fighting immediately, opens his defense barrier, and follows the bracelet's map toward the nearest students for pickup. Elsewhere in a barren area, a chubby black-haired boy sprints under a blue barrier after surviving a brutal rat beast fight. While running, he mutters that the monsters were bad enough already, and Lu Zhe being ranked first at Martial Warrior level 9 is just ridiculous. In the same region, a cute young swordswoman calmly dodges a gray armored bear even as the cancellation notice reaches her. She drives her sword into a crack in the bear's armor, kills it cleanly, and instantly gets annoyed that the trial ended right when she wanted to show her strength. Still, she obeys the order, opens her barrier, and runs off so her great-grandpa will not scold her later. All over the planet, students stop hunting, raise their barriers, and gather into groups while rescue ships are arranged. But Lu Zhe gets singled out at once. The rescue voice tells him to stay exactly where he is in Floating Light Forest. The warning gets even stranger when the voice adds that Lu Zhe absolutely must not move to his right. The whole student population can see the rankings, so everyone fixates on the unknown number 1 who somehow surpassed stronger fighters. When they realize Lu Zhe is in Floating Light Forest, the shock turns into disbelief because that place already sounds like a death zone. Lu Zhe, meanwhile, can only stand there with a baffled look, feeling weirdly targeted by the warning. Then curiosity gets him, and he slowly turns to look toward the right where the battle noises never stopped. The voice catches even that and urgently warns him not to run toward the direction he is staring at because they are watching him. That makes Lu Zhe feel like he is being mentally tortured, but before he can complain, a sharp whine cuts through the forest from his left. Each time the hissing passes, the local beasts erupt into chaos and dying cries, so Lu Zhe turns fully serious. As the sound grows closer, Lu Zhe suddenly recognizes it from a nightmare only a few weeks old. A huge swarm of insectids bursts into view, and Lu Zhe's expression changes instantly because he knows exactly what they are. The insectids are not even hunting him yet. They are slaughtering every beast in sight and hauling the corpses back through the swarm. In minutes, Floating Light Forest turns blood red as weaker beasts die instantly, and even stronger ones flee in terror. The rescue channel gives up hiding it, and announces to every student that the insectoid race has appeared at Floating Light Forest. That single reveal sends the students into real panic, because to them the insectoid race is the kind of disaster that strips a planet clean. The officials hurry to steady them, promising the infestation is only confirmed in Floating Light Forest, and that everyone else can be evacuated within an hour. Half an hour earlier, Elder Lin had already received the first report, and the silent discussion room knew at once how serious this was. Li Kuang, touching the scar an insectoid once left on his face, grimly confirms that the enemy is exactly who they feared. Elder Lin says the biggest danger is the hidden mother insect underground, and he asks the teachers to help wipe the nest out. Harry answers simply that they are all humans, making it clear this is bigger than any school duty. That shared resolve comes from old lessons. Humanity only survived the universe by standing together against threats like this. Elder Lin immediately sends the teachers toward planet Nanfeng by ship, while he stays behind to coordinate with the Tuluan system officials. When the Tuluan system minister hears millions of students are on the same planet as insectids, he breaks into a sweat before forcing himself calm. He realizes there is no way to bury this, so instead he keeps the live stream running and turns the crisis into an all-out public rescue effort. His first order is to mobilize the Guardian Army around planet Nanfeng and kill any insectids that try to escape after the students are saved. His second order is even sharper. Trace how the insectids got in and drag the border station official responsible in front of him. The public soon gets the official notice too, and families with children on Nanfeng almost collapse from fear. The only thing that eases the panic a little is hearing that the insectids are still limited to Floating Light Forest and rescue has already started. At Lu Wen's company, Fu Shuya turns pale and clings to his arm as they try to contact the officials about Lu Zhe. Lu Wen is worried too, but he keeps his voice steady and tells her Lu Zhe is strong enough to hold on until the rescue reaches him. In Lu Li's classroom, the mood is just as grim, and she stares at the screen as if looking away might make Lu Zhe vanish. Alice sends an urgent message begging her father to help Lu Zhe if he can reach Nanfeng in time. Far away in an upscale restaurant, her handsome golden-haired father replies that he cannot arrive in time, so Lu Zhe will have to rely on himself. Even so, he is not panicking, because from what he sees, Lu Zhe still has not shown all of his power. He specifically judges that Lu Zhe has both Strength God Art and Wind Element God Art, which means escape is still possible if the wind power is strong enough. That message steadies Alice, and she quickly grabs Lu Li's hands to pass on the reassurance. When Alice admits her father is a star-level being and swears his judgment will not be wrong, Lu Li finally relaxes a little. Back in Floating Light Forest, Luze waits on a tree and watches the insected tide draw closer through the blood-soaked woods. Then the whole swarm suddenly turns its blood-red eyes toward him at the same time, and Luze realizes he has been found. Before he can make sense of it, the first insectids leap onto the trunk and start climbing straight at him with their claws. People watching the live stream can barely breathe as Luze faces an insect tide that looks impossible to escape on foot. The rescue voice begs Luze to hold out a little longer, saying 2 powerful fighters are already on the way to him. Luze ignores the panic around him, curls his lips into a confident smile, and lets green wind light burst from his body. As the wind swells harder, Luze lifts off the branch and reveals that he was never planning to stay trapped there. Luze suddenly rose off the tree branch on a swirl of blue wind, and the insect swarm's trap stopped matching the moment he took to the sky. The live audience went dead silent first, then exploded when they realized a martial warrior was actually flying. Fu Shuya threw her arms around Luwen in relief, because the sight of Luze flying meant he was no longer trapped. Luli unclenched her hands and finally smiled, caring less about the spectacle than the simple fact that her brother was safe. Alice lit up with admiration and called it a wind element god art, knowing that kind of talent was rare even among humans. Up in the air, Luze looked down at the shrieking insectids and remembered the giant green wolf whose wind flight he had copied and trained until it became his escape route. That hard-earned flight skill was exactly why Luze dared enter floating light forests, because once he stayed high enough the ground beasts, and these insects could barely touch him. A few insects leaped after him anyway, and Luze answered with a cold wind blade that cut straight through them. Then Luze caught the sound of a harder fight nearby and turned to see 2 armored rescuers battling their way through the swarm. The tall one carved insects apart with a rune-marked greatsword, while the bulky one crushed them with a massive blue rune hammer. Luze quickly judged that both men were abstruse martial state, but 4 3-meter level 3 insectids were locking them down with brutal teamwork. Seeing the endless lesser bugs around them, Luze realized these 2 had probably stumbled into the same kind of insect ambush that had already swallowed other beasts. Old Wang and Larry forced the larger bugs back for a moment, looked up, and froze when they finally saw Luze casually floating overhead. The shock hit harder because these 2 had just been ordered to rescue Luze, only to find the student floating safely above the mess while they were still trapped in it. Luze gave them an awkward smile, secretly nervous that his first cool entrance in front of real abstruse martial experts had landed this hard. Before anyone could breathe easy, one level 3 insectid looked up and fired a black spirit beam straight at Luze. Luze blurred sideways to dodge, but the beam's violent pressure still slapped his face and flipped his mood from playful to cold. Now irritated, Luze decided to prove that his wind power was not just for flying. A meter-long blue wind spear spun into shape in Luze's palm with a piercing hum, signaling that he was done playing around. He hurled the spear at the level 3 insectid, and the impact burst into smaller wind blades that shredded the weaker bugs around it. But when the blast cleared, Luze saw the level 3 insectid was barely marked, which told him these things were every bit as tough as abstruse martial fighters. Luze started weighing whether his full-strength god art plus wind god art might let him fight one of them head-on after all. Below him, Old Wang and Larry felt that attack most clearly and were shaken that a level 9 martial warrior could hit with near-abstruse martial force. That shock turned into resolve, and the 2 rescuers silently decided this kind of prodigy had to survive no matter what. Then a new bracelet broadcast warned that insectids were appearing in other areas too, though ordinary level 1 and level 2 bugs still could not break the students' barriers right away. The update made the 2 rescuers look grim, because the only abstruse martial help on the planet was trapped right here while other students might soon face level 3 bugs alone. Luze looked from the trapped men to the swarm around them and offered the one escape the bugs could not follow. He could take them into the sky. After a confused beat, Luze clarified that a ship only needed to hover above them and his wind art could lift both rescuers up to it. The 2 immediately accepted, and Luze warned them to climb onto a tree first because if they were still fighting too many bugs, their own power would interfere with his control. With no time to waste, Old Wang and Larry rushed for the huge tree while Luze carved open a path through the weaker insectids for them. At the same time, the rescue ship reached their position and hovered above the treetops where the forest was too dense to land. Once they reached a safer branch, the 2 rescuers unleashed one more heavy strike together and blasted the level 3 insectids back. Then Luze told them not to resist, wrapped both men in wind, and yanked them up through the foliage in a blur. By the time the swarm regrouped below, all 3 had already broken out above the canopy and reached the waiting ship. The moment they landed inside, Luze finally let out a breath, because precise wind lifting had drained his mind far more than attacking ever did. Larry noticed Luze's condition and checked on him, but Luze insisted he only needed a little rest and told them to go save the students first. A young operator in a professional dress hurried over with worse news. Insectids had appeared in 12 regions, and the students' barriers would not hold much longer. Larry immediately switched into command mode and ordered more ships called in. The team split into rescue waves, and every Spirit Marshal Squad member mobilized. When the operator explained that ships were still short even with nearby reinforcements, the scale of the rescue crisis became painfully clear. Hearing that, Lu Zhe stepped in and offered to help with the rescue himself instead of retreating to the mothership. Larry hesitated because Lu Zhe was only a student and the rescue operation was deadly, even if his strength would clearly ease their burden. Lu Zhe answered the hesitation with a simple reason that ended the debate for him: he was human too. As Lu Zhe calmly volunteers to face the insectids, the people watching his live stream are left stunned for a beat. At home, Lu Wen and Fu Shuya look at their son with shining eyes, proud of him even as the danger makes them worry. Fu Shuya still hates the thought of her son stepping into an insected battle, but she can also see he has grown into a man she can be proud of. Lu Wen laughs that Lu Zhe is indeed his son, already sounding like a boastful father while the crisis is still on screen. In Lu Li's classroom, she watches Lu Zhe grin like an idiot while saying serious heroic lines, and it annoys her more than it should. Alice props up her chin and admits that this version of Lu Zhe somehow looks even more attractive, which only makes Lu Li's mood sink further. Lu Li silently clutches at her chest in pure heartbreak, already losing ground before she can even argue back. Elsewhere in an upscale restaurant, Alice's father openly praises Lu Zhe as the kind of hot-blooded prodigy who could become a pillar of the human race. Even the chat explodes, with viewers swooning over Lu Zhe's cool act while others frantically remind them he is still heading toward insectids. Old Wang and Larry hear the flood of reactions and burst out laughing, and Old Wang even claps Lu Zhe on the shoulder in approval. Because Lu Li's earlier warning left him weirdly sensitive, Lu Zhe recoils and awkwardly tells Old Wang that he likes girls. The joke lands horribly, and Old Wang's smile collapses while Lu Zhe watches him in nervous silence. Larry cuts off the awkwardness and starts giving orders, calling in 3 ships for the rescue push. Larry also arranges high-level Spirit Martial State fighters to go with Lu Zhe so the rescue run will be safer, and Lu Zhe accepts without showing off. Within minutes, the rescue team packs Lu Zhe, 6 high-level fighters, and dozens more onto a flying ship because the insected swarm is far too large to ignore. The numbers are ugly, but everyone knows the choice is simple. If they do not go down and fight, the trapped students will die. On the ship, Lu Zhe notices the rescue personnel staring at him with strange intensity and gets nervous under the attention. When Lu Zhe asks why they all know him, the team leader introduces himself as Fan Lang and explains they watched the stream after Lu Zhe shot into the top rankings. Fan Lang bluntly says Lu Zhe earned that respect by killing 2 peak Yellowstone crystal beasts at only Martial Warrior level 9. Lu Zhe finally realizes just how widely his stream spread, and his mood instantly lifts at the thought that he might actually be famous now. That smug little dream crashes when the rescuers admit his stream stood out because, unlike everyone else, he looked more focused on farming spirit herbs. Lu Zhe goes blank as he remembers the broadcast caught all of that, and he quietly wonders if it is too late to start acting cool now. The rescue ship races at full speed and reaches the first of Lu Zhe's 3 rescue points almost immediately. At the first rescue point, Lu Zhe looks down from the ship and sees hundreds of students holding a ring formation on the barren ground while insectids swarm them from every side. The students have been rotating their barriers to survive, but most of the pressure is clearly being carried by a sharp little swordswoman and a chubby boy with a huge alloy blade. Lu Zhe is impressed that the 2 of them kept everyone alive this long, but he can also tell the line is close to breaking. Realizing there is no time to lose, Lu Zhe tells Fan Lang to open the door because he is going down first. Fan Lang agrees and warns him to be careful, trusting Lu Zhe to handle the level 1 and 2 insectids below while the rest wait for the ship to descend further. On the ground, Lin Ling is drenched in sweat and nearly spent after leading the defense for half an hour against non-stop insectoid waves. When a handsome boy shouts that his shield is about to fail, Lin Ling instantly flashes over and kills the attacking level 2 insectoid with 1 perfect thrust. Lin Ling calls for the next person to replace the weak point, but Tao De hurries over instead because there is basically no one left. Trying not to fall apart, Tao De jokes to himself about food and death, while Lin Ling can only tell him to hold on a little longer for rescue. With the line almost gone, the students suddenly look up when someone inside the circle spots a flying ship descending toward them. The trapped students erupt in relief, and even Lin Ling finally smiles because rescue has actually arrived. Then one lone figure drops from the ship, and the students immediately assume some terrifying expert has come to wipe out the insectids. But when Lu Zhe lands in front of them, the cheering students go quiet because their rescuer looks about the same age they are. Tao De blurts out that Lu Zhe must be some freak prodigy, while Lin Ling is shaken for a different reason because she knows what it means for someone this young to fly. Lu Zhe ignores the staring and quickly checks the battlefield, noticing that Lin Ling's command kept the students organized and spared them serious injuries. When another wave of insected shrieks toward the circle, Lu Zhe's expression turns cold, and he raises a hand to stop them himself. Blue light bursts from Lu Zhe, and wind blades begin multiplying across the sky until hundreds of them hang over the swarm. With one cold declaration that this is human territory, Lu Zhe slams his hand down and sends more than 600 wind blades crashing into the enemy. The wind blades rip through insected armor, green blood sprays across the dry ground, and the swarm is carved into a sudden empty kill zone around the students. After the strike, the battlefield falls silent as the surviving students stare past Lu Zhe at the heaps of insected corpses he erased in one move. Then the live comments find the only phrase that fits, and screen after screen floods with the same verdict: Young Duke is unparalleled. After wiping out the nearest insectids, Lu Zhe looks up in disbelief because the ship still has not given the support he expected. The rescue team finally snaps out of it, and the ship answers with a barrage of energy fire aimed at the more distant swarm. 3 large flying cars descend from the ship, and the Spirit Marshal State rescuers jump down to hold the line for the students. Fan Lang orders the students to board in order, turning the chaotic retreat into a controlled evacuation. With the rescuers covering them, Lin Ling calms down and takes charge of the students, who obey her because she already kept them alive this long. Above them, Lu Zhe stays in the air and keeps cutting down insectids with wind blades so the evacuation can keep moving. As the last batch of students boards, Fan Lang tells Lin Ling to get on too and quietly praises how well she handled the crisis. Before boarding, Lin Ling glances up at Lu Zhe, curious about the young fighter holding the sky by himself. When Fan Lang casually says that fighter is Lu Zhe, Lin Ling is stunned that the top-ranked martial warrior level 9 is this strong. Her pride takes a hit, but with the situation still deadly, Lin Ling swallows it and boards without a word. Just as the rescue seems under control, a huge crack rips open nearby and a new black shape bursts out through the dust. Lu Zhe instantly realizes the new monster can fly, and worse, it is heading straight for the ship like it wants to slip past everyone and tear into the transport. Seeing a level 3 insectoid aiming for the ship, Lu Zhe decides he has to stop it himself before it reaches the open transport. He powers up all the way, turning his crystal body green as wind energy surges around him for an upgraded full-force charge. Lu Zhe rockets forward and throws a brutal green punch beam at the insectid's head before it can reach the ship. The insectid answers with a black light ball from its mouth, and the 2 attacks collide in a deafening explosion over the battlefield. The shockwave leaves the weaker students reeling, and everyone below finally understands just how absurdly strong Lu Zhe really is. When the blast clears, Lu Zhe's punch is gone, but the insectid's attack is still coming, forcing him to dodge fast. The missed shot crashes into the distant swarm and gouges out a huge trench, proving the insectoid is even stronger than Lu Zhe expected. Lu Zhe realizes that even after using nearly everything except his last trump card, he still cannot overpower this level 3 insectoid. The insectoid also senses the danger in Lu Zhe and chooses to deal with him first instead of diving straight into the ship. For a tense moment, man and monster hang in the sky while the loaded flying car stays grounded because one bad shot could wipe everyone out. Knowing the transport cannot risk that insect near the cars, Lu Zhe decides to squeeze out even more power and force the fight away from the ship. He compresses his power again, vanishes across 100 meters in an instant, and appears beside the insectoid for a maximum force kick. Lu Zhe roars for it to get lost and slams his kick into the insectoid's claw, trying less to win than to knock it off the flying car's path. The collision blasts both of them backward, and even the insectoids on the ground get crushed flat by the air wave. Lu Zhe's leg is left shaking from the hit, and he finally admits this enemy sits above his normal full power range. Even so, he keeps charging back in, trading repeated blows while deliberately dragging the insectoid farther from the ship. Fan Lang catches on to Lu Zhe's plan and urgently tells everyone not to waste the opening he is buying for them. The flying car finally lifts off and heads into the ship, while Lu Zhe keeps the winged insectoid occupied at a distance. The insectoid notices the evacuation succeeding and grows frantic, but Lu Zhe smirks because that was exactly the point. Once he has pulled it more than 200 meters away, Lu Zhe suddenly breaks off and bolts straight for the ship. The insectoid takes the bait and chases hard, refusing to let him escape. Now that the students are aboard, the ship's cannons are freed up, and the rescue crew scrambles to cover Lu Zhe with direct fire. Energy beams tear across the sky, but the insectoid keeps dodging through the barrage and still presses after Lu Zhe. With the ship doors still open, Lu Zhe realizes he cannot just fly inside or he will drag the monster in with him. As he waits circling longer to buy the cannons more chances, a voice suddenly calls over the communicator with a precise weakness. Lin Ling tells him the insectoid's weak point is the 3rd armor segment on its abdomen, revealing that her awakened god art can see enemy flaws. Lu Zhe is briefly stunned by how useful that ability is, and Fan Lang immediately backs up Lin Ling's claim so he will trust it. With fire support promised, Lu Zhe drops the idea of escaping and decides to turn this chase into a kill. He starts baiting the insectoid with short clashes while the gunners wait for the one moment its movement slips. At last the order comes for Lu Zhe to move, and he instantly kicks off the clash to dodge 100 meters sideways. The ship unloads a concentrated volley, and this time several beams clip the insectoid hard enough to throw off its balance. Lu Zhe seizes that instant, flashes underneath it, and drives a crystal green wind-wrapped punch straight into the marked armor segment on its abdomen. The weak point finally gives way, and Lu Zhe's force rips through the insectoid's insides in one decisive strike. Shrieking, the winged insectoid loses control, drops into the swarm below, and is quickly devoured by its own side. Watching it disappear into the swarm, Lu Zhe finally exhales in relief because the thing that kept chasing him is dead. On the barren ground of planet Nafong, the black insectoid tide is still shrieking below, but the worst threat is finally over because Lu Zhe has killed the level 3 flying insectoid. Exhausted but relieved, Lu Zhe gives the swarming planet one last look and heads back toward the rescue ship. Across the live broadcast, families and viewers erupt in celebration that the students survived and that Lu Zhe, still only at martial warrior state, brought down a level 3 insected. At Lu Zhe's parents' workplace, Lu Wen and Fu Xia exchange a proud look as the cheers around them make it clear their son just saved a lot of people. Back at school, the students stare at the screen in open admiration, already treating Lu Zhe like the unbeatable senior who carried everyone through the insected tide. Luli watches quietly and realizes her brother has really grown into a man, while nearby Alice also keeps her eyes on him with a complicated expression she does not notice. The moment Lu Zhe gets back onto the rescue ship, grateful students mob him with cheers and thanks. The celebration gets way too physical for Lu Zhe, and his relief instantly turns into alarm when he realizes hands are reaching for places they absolutely should not be. He slaps away one especially bold hand, then freezes when a man's pained yelp tells him exactly who he just hit. Before Lu Zhe loses patience and uses his wind power to clear space, Lin Ling steps in with enough authority to make everyone back off and let him breathe. Now that he can actually see her, Lu Zhe gets his first clear look at Lin Ling, a sharp, pretty girl whose boyish charm clashes with a very not boyish figure. Lin Ling introduces herself with a handshake and bluntly tells Lu Zhe that she owes him half her life. Lu Zhe is baffled by the strange phrasing, so Lin Ling explains her logic. He saved her life, but she also helped him kill the level 3 insectoid by pointing out its weakness, so she has already paid back half. Lu Zhe quietly decides this girl is absurdly stingy, but since he never expected repayment anyway, he moves on and asks where Fang Lang is. Fang Lang pushes through the students to reach him, and Lu Zhe immediately tells him to forget the celebration and hurry to the other 2 rescue points. Fang Lang reassures him that the other rescue points are already secure and the teams there are heading back to Tuluan 1. That shocks Lu Zhe, because it means the 2 older men he met earlier were far stronger and more efficient than they looked. Lin Ling calmly pieces it together for him. The support force must have arrived from the schools, and with Alpha Drive travel, powerful teachers could have reached Nafeng fast enough to save everyone else. Fang Lang confirms Lin Ling's guess and says every student has been picked up, and once the Guardian Army locks down planet Nafeng, the insectoids there will be wiped out. With everyone finally rescued, Lu Zhe lets himself think about how badly that level 3 insectoid drained him and how dangerous it would have been if more flying insectoids had shown up. That thought brings him back to Lin Ling's god art, and he openly admits her ability to spot the weakness of even a level 3 insectoid is terrifyingly strong. Lin Ling accepts the praise but keeps it practical, explaining that without enough personal power, speed, or positioning, knowing the weak point alone still is not enough to win. Lu Zhe agrees and quietly realizes that if Lin Ling ever pairs that eye for weak points with more speed or stealth, she will become a terrifying assassin. The ship rises out of planet Nanfeng's atmosphere and into space, and only then do the survivors start to feel truly safe. After an hour that felt like hell, the whole cabin goes quiet from exhaustion, and even Lin Ling just sits beside Lu Zhe and stares out into space. Lu Zhe closes his eyes and despite everything that just happened, his heart still twists over one ridiculous loss. This disaster may have cost him his guaranteed entry and a whole extra month of holiday. As the ship races back toward Tuluan 1, Lu Zhe silently swears he will never forgive the insectoid race for that. Back on Tuluan 1, the rescue ship lands in the city square, and the students finally file out into the aftermath. Waiting outside is a white-haired old man with a group of middle-aged teachers and officials, already organizing the rescued students from the other ships. The mood here is grim, because among the rescued students Lu Zhe sees mangled clothes, severe injuries, and missing limbs, and he understands just how bloody this insectoid attack really was. Watching those shattered survivors, Lu Zhe finally feels the truth of the wider universe. The war between races is not distant or clean, and insectoids leave only destruction behind. The first familiar face Lin Ling spots is her great-grandfather, and all the confidence she held together breaks when she runs straight into Elder Lin's arms. Shaking at last, Lin Ling admits she thought she was going to die, and Elder Lin, still rattled himself, tells her she needs to thank Lu Zhe. Lin Ling nods and repeats, with complete sincerity, and the same odd math as before, that she still owes Lu Zhe half her life. Elder Lin lets that strange debt slide for now, tells her to leave with the others, and stays behind to deal with the fallout of a disaster serious enough that even he has to answer for it. When Lu Zhe looks over, he notices Elder Lin and the other teachers are all watching him with unusually friendly approval, which only leaves him more confused. Lin Ling explains that those men are the teachers sent to collect the guaranteed entry students, and they are probably the same powerful people who saved the other rescue points. Lu Zhe accepts that he did what he could, and under the staff's guidance, the surviving students are led back to their resting rooms. At least Chanyang No. 1 High School got absurdly lucky, because none of its students happened to be in the 12 areas the insectoids attacked. The moment Lu Zhe enters the resting room, his schoolmates rush him again, loudly calling him dominant, and saying he made the whole school famous. A few blushing girls try to squeeze in too, and Lu Zhe instantly realizes he is about to get manhandled a second time. This time he does not hesitate, and uses his wind element to hold everyone back at a safe distance before anybody can touch him. With the room frozen in place, Lu Zhe sternly lays down one rule for all future praise: talk all you want, but keep your hands to yourselves. Once everyone reluctantly agrees, Lu Zhe drops the wind, and Su Yan eagerly points him toward the screen because the news is already replaying his battle. On the screen, the news shows Lu Zhe jumping from the rescue ship and mowing through insectids with hundreds of wind blades, turning him into the center of the whole incident. Xu Feng blushes and starts calling him Young Duke Lu Zhe, while the others pile on with the even louder title of Young Duke Candidate. Then the media profile starts reciting a ridiculous legend about Lu Zhe being a prodigy since infancy, and he can barely survive the embarrassment of hearing it. Most of it is nonsense, and Lu Zhe is so stunned by the made-up praise that he jokes to himself that even he did not know he was apparently this amazing. The truth is much simpler. His past was ordinary enough that the media had to explain his sudden rise by treating his awakened god art like the delayed bloom of a hardworking genius. What really catches Lu Zhe is the label Young Duke Candidate, because he knows that title is reserved for the most talented young humans alive. Once that sinks in, embarrassment gives way to excitement, and Lu Zhe starts imagining a future where he becomes overwhelmingly powerful, marries rich and beautiful, and stands at the top of life. The broadcast eventually moves past Lu Zhe and returns to the hard numbers of the disaster, revealing that even with the fast official response, about 100 students still died across planet Nafong. The cause of the insectid's sudden appearance on planet Nafong is still under investigation, leaving the chapter on a rescue that succeeded but a mystery that has not been solved. The students go quiet when the news reveals how close they came to running into the insectids themselves. The broadcast cuts to space, showing blue-green planet Nafong with 3 massive ships holding position beside it. Then thousands of smaller ships emerge from the darkness and start surrounding Nafong, turning the report into a full war livestream that leaves Lu Zhe stunned. Swarms of battleships peel off and dive toward the surface like a locust cloud heading straight for battle. The camera jumps down to Nafong itself, where insectids cover valleys, forests, and barren land under the incoming attack. The human fleet does not waste a second on talk and opens fire, blasting level 1 and level 2 insectids apart across the ground. Flying insectids still fight back, slipping into the formations and setting some battleships ablaze before they are shot down. Across the planet, the war turns into dozens of hellish battlefields, while the native creatures of Nafong are caught in the devastation. The students can only watch in silence as the live stream shows every ugly detail instead of the usual distant news snippets. Because the insectids on Nafong are still underdeveloped, their strongest force only reaches level 3 and the surface troops are massacred. At some unseen command, the surviving ground insectids abandon the surface and scramble back into cracks leading underground. Once the surface and skies are cleared, the human battleships land and armored soldiers move in to hunt through the hives. The sight is so foul that some students start vomiting right in the resting room. Even Lu Zhe is disgusted by the torn armor, white flesh, and green fluid, and he can barely look at the mess on screen. When the soldiers disappear into the hive, the broadcast returns to the studio, and the anchor declares that humanity will wipe out the invaders on Nafong. Official speeches drag on for hours after that, and the whole room grows tired under the endless patriotic talking. Just as Lu Zhe is ready to doze off, the broadcast suddenly jumps back to Nafong and everyone wakes up. This time the camera shows a grass plain packed with soldiers facing a deep black cave, while ugly sounds and heavy vibrations rumble from below. 4 armored men emerge from the cave carrying a huge injured insectoid, and Lu Zhe instantly recognizes 2 of them as the frightening experts he noticed earlier. Even though he knows he is safe, Lu Zhe feels his body go rigid anyway because those men are clearly far stronger than the teachers around him. When the thing they are dragging comes into view, it turns out to be the queen insectoid, beaten nearly to pieces but still alive and shrieking. The soldiers throw the ruined queen onto the ground in front of everyone watching. A stern commander steps forward and announces himself as Chang Mailuo, declaring that the queen insectid of planet Nafong has been captured. The broadcast makes it clear that this hideous creature is the true source of Nafeng's insectid tide. Chang Mailuo turns the moment into a lesson, telling the students that peace in the Federation is bought with the blood of border soldiers. He finishes by saying the universe is dark, but united humanity must become its light and never accept abuse. Then Chang Mailuo swings his sword down and beheads the queen insectid on live broadcast. The soldiers roar in triumph, and even the students watching feel their blood heat up. Lu Zhe watches quietly and remembers Nangong Jing's old warning that if you are too weak, you cannot do anything for humanity. That thought leaves Lu Zhe unexpectedly warm toward this era's humans, because for all their flaws, he genuinely likes their spirit. Even after the broadcast fades, the room stays thoughtful until one student suddenly shouts the slogan out loud, snapping everyone back. The mood instantly turns awkward, because everyone agrees that lines sounded much better in their heads than out loud. Since some students are still badly injured, the mothership remains in place for treatment, and everyone gets a few hours to rest. 4 hours later, someone enters the resting room and calls all seed students to the discussion room. Lu Zhe, Su Yan, and Xu Fang stand and follow the call under everyone else's curious stare. Outside, they board a waiting bus already filled with seed students from other schools. The moment the others spot Lu Zhe, The whole bus goes a little still because the news just confirmed he has the talent of a young duke. Lu Zhe immediately tenses up again, half expecting another round of harassment, but this time the students only smile and nod politely. The group arrives at a huge metal door where several vehicles are already parked, making the meeting feel much bigger than a casual talk. Inside the huge meeting hall, Lin Ling spots Lu Zhe right away and calls him over with a bright smile. Su Yang instantly elbows Lu Zhe and teases him, asking if this pretty girl is someone he protected or a new fan. Lu Zhe shuts that down immediately, explaining that she is Lin Ling and strong enough to help him kill level 3 insectids during the tide. That revelation makes Su Yang back off awkwardly, because the cute girl in front of him is the third-rank Lin Ling, and Lu Zhe settles in beside her. Once they sit together, Lin Ling asks if they know why they were called here, clearly enjoying that she already knows the answer. She tells them this meeting is about choosing guaranteed entry spots. Lu Zhe is confused because he thought the original trial had already been cancelled. Lin Ling explains that the new selection will judge students by what they showed during the real insected tide instead. That immediately worries Su Yang and Xufeng, because most seed students never got caught in the insectoid attack at all. Lin Ling eases that fear by saying the other seeds will get another chance through a virtual insected battle in a few days. With his own chances in mind, Su Yang quickly asks the question that matters most to him, whether Lu Zhe still has to compete too. Lin Ling laughs that Lu Zhe's performance was so good that 2 top schools will probably fight over him instead. When Lu Zhe asks which schools, Lin Ling names Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy. That sends Lu Zhe into instant self-satisfaction, because now he knows he really is being treated like a top prodigy. For Lu Zhe, this means more than pride. He has finally kept his promise to his mother, and won his gamble with Luli. He immediately starts weighing whether to choose Federal University or Emperor Capital Academy. Su Yang and Xufeng cannot help feeling jealous, but they are still honestly happy for him after what he accomplished. Before that conversation can go any further, Elder Lin and the other teachers step out from the tall back door and the whole hall quiets down. Elder Lin takes the stage, notices Lin Ling and Lu Zhe among the students, and formally begins the selection for each school's guaranteed entry. When Elder Lin announces that the disrupted trial still counts, the hall jolts with shocked complaints from students who thought the results were void. Elder Lin calmly changes the rules. Students who face the insected attack will be judged by their performance there, while untouched seed students will take another virtual trial later. That explanation makes many students go pale, because most of them only fought for themselves during the swarm and now fear that cowardice will count against them. The teachers treat this as a true screening, since guaranteed entry students are supposed to get top resources and need more than talent alone. More than anyone else, Lin Ling stands out to the teachers, because she rallied over 1,000 students against the insected tide and held the line without losing anyone badly. Elder Lin declares that 120 of the 643 attack seed students earned guaranteed entry, and invites the chosen students to the stage to let schools compete for them. Staring at the setup, Lu Zhe suddenly realizes this whole selection feels exactly like a dating show, and the thought rattles him more than the competition. Lin Ling notices Lu Zhe's strange face and asks what is wrong, only for him to whisper that the boys are basically going on stage to be chosen. The image hits Lin Ling a second later, and she bends over red-faced, shaking as she tries not to burst out laughing in public. Lu Zhe asks if she is okay, but Lin Ling can only glare at him, already deciding to remember this humiliation. The first sample student, Damashana, is called to the stage as the new format begins for real. Damashana's clip shows him carrying an injured student with a leg severed below the knee while a pack of insectids chases them through the forest until rescuers arrive. Even with only middling talent, Damashana wins favor for helping someone within his limits, and 2 teachers offer him a guaranteed entry spot. As Damashana chooses one school, Lu Zhe gets even more convinced that Elder Lin copied the structure straight from a matchmaking program. Lin Ling catches Lu Zhe's expression again, and he hastily claims he was only wondering how many teachers would pick him. That excuse only makes it worse, and now Lin Ling can't look at the stage without imagining how many lights will go up for her too. The public selection rolls on for hours and turns into a huge live event across the Tuluan system, openly rewarding students who stood together against the insectids. After a long wait, Elder Lin finally calls third place, Tauda, and the chubby boy rushes onto the stage grinning from ear to ear. Lu Zhe remembers Tauda helped defend the group with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling quietly confirms that the boy is genuinely strong. Tauda's clip shows him plugging every breach in the defense line, swinging his sword through the insected sea with surprising heroism. Instead of acting modest, Tauda stares at his own footage in open admiration, and the whole hall starts laughing at how shamelessly pleased he is. The recruiters still see his value, and one school after another piles on offers because a talent like him could become a top student almost anywhere outside the very best academy. Tauda hesitates, tempted by elite class resources at the weaker schools instead of becoming just another ordinary student at Emperor Capital Academy. Then the Southern Chin teacher lands the winning pitch by sweetly promising that her school has the prettiest girls. Tauda instantly sucks in his belly and swears his decision has nothing to do with girls, while making it painfully obvious that it has everything to do with girls. The teachers, the students, and even the live broadcast all explode at once, because everyone just watched a teenage boy get recruited with one shameless line. Back in the seats, Lu Zhe sits expressionless under Lin Ling's scorn, while the male students all silently agree that Tao De deserves to die for saying the quiet part out loud. Oblivious to the hatred he just earned, Tao De floats back to his seat happily lost in his own fantasy. Next, Elder Lin calls second place, and Lin Ling rises with long, confident strides as the mood in the hall sharpens again. Her clip shows exactly why she ranks so high. Lin Ling organizes the defense, commands the students, and cuts through the insected tide like a spearhead. Even Lu Zhe has to admit the truth when he sees it again. Lin Ling looks absurdly cool. As soon as the clip ends, Harry moves first and offers Lin Ling an elite student place at Emperor Capital Academy. Li Kuang immediately counters for Federal University, and even pulls Elder Lin's old friendship with the principal into the pitch. Harry stiffens at that pressure and tries to draw a line, bluntly saying that if Lin Ling goes to Federal University, then Lu Zhe belongs to Emperor Capital Academy. Li Kuang just laughs at that childish split and declares the real adult answer. He wants both Lin Ling and Lu Zhe. Li Kuang's bold attempt to take both geniuses at once wipes the smile off Harry's face, and the live broadcast stage suddenly turns icy. Seeing the teachers lock into a glare, Lin Ling suddenly jumps in and says she will just follow whatever school Lu Zhe chooses. Her answer sounds sweet, but Lin Ling is really dumping her impossible decision onto Lu Zhe and enjoying the trouble she just caused him. Lu Zhe is hit first, and the whole hall follows right after, because nobody expected Lin Ling to tie her future to his choice in public. Watching from the crowd, Lu Li's smile fades into a cold stare as she realizes Lu Zhe came back from the trial with a cute girl already attached to him. Alice keeps smiling, but behind that support is quiet despair, because another excellent girl standing beside Lu Zhe makes her own chances feel even smaller. Lu Win is secretly thrilled by the mess, while Fu Xia ends up torn between liking Lin Ling and still wanting Lu Zhe with Lu Li. Li Kuang instantly accepts the new setup and challenges Harry to compete for both students together, and Harry refuses to back down. Elder Lin stays calm and simply calls Lu Zhe up, making it official that he is now at the center of this ridiculous tug-of-war. With every jealous eye on him, Lu Zhe walks up feeling like Lin Ling just doubled the pressure and handed him the bill. When Lu Zhe reaches her side, Lin Ling gives him a smug little smile, and he immediately realizes she did this on purpose. The two teachers glare so hard that Lu Zhe starts amusing himself by imagining some ridiculous cosmic war happening between their eyes. Harry makes the first real offer, promising Lu Zhe a place in Federal University's elite class and 2 third-level cultivation serums every month. Li Kuang refuses to trail behind for even a second and raises the bid with another third-level cultivation serum. Harry changes tactics and offers 1 kilogram of spirit gold so Lu Zhe can forge his own spirit armor at school, which finally gets a real reaction out of him. Lu Zhe has no idea what spirit gold really is, but he hides it and acts calm so nobody can trick him during the bidding war. Li Kuang answers with 1.5 kilograms, and Harry realizes normal resources alone are not going to decide this fight. That is when Harry remembers a special edge his school has and suddenly smiles like he has found the move that could win this. Harry leans in and hints that Federal University's elite martial arts class has a special benefit, instantly pulling Lu Zhe's attention back to him. Instead of some secret technique, Harry asks if Lu Zhe has heard of the city charming young duke, and Li Kuang's expression changes on the spot. Lu Zhe can only vaguely remember the name, and everyone around him stares because this legend is so famous that they cannot believe he does not know her. Lin Ling blurts out that Yue Hesha is the city charming young duke, and Lu Zhe snaps back that he has been busy cultivating instead of chasing gossip like her. Harry laughs awkwardly through the exchange, then pushes ahead and explains that Yue Hesha is an honorary lecturer, so top elite students might receive her personal guidance. Lu Zhe instantly realizes Harry is trying to tempt him with beauty, and his first reaction is stubborn disbelief that this trick would work on him. To make the bait even stronger, Harry says he can call Yue Hesha right now and let Lu Zhe speak with her directly, which catches Lu Zhe off guard. Li Kuang urgently tries to stop him, warning that Yue Hesha's seduction god art is dangerous enough that even grown adults struggle against it, let alone Lu Zhe. That warning finally clicks for Lu Zhe, and he dredges up the story of the woman whose single glance once broke a border city and drove its lord to suicide. Now that he remembers who Yue Hesha really is, Lu Zhe is horrified that Harry seriously tried to aim that legendary charm weapon at him. Harry shrugs off Li Kuang's warning, arguing that a holographic projection cannot unleash the full seduction art anyway. Li Kuang has to admit Harry is right, but it still stings because even a harmless projection of someone as famous and beautiful as Yue Hesha is an absurdly strong lure. Harry places the call, while Li Kuang, desperate to interfere somehow, decides to contact one of Emperor Capital's own young dukes even though that choice already gives him a headache. A lazy, seductive female voice answers Harry first, and just hearing it is enough to make the whole room tense up. Then Yue Hesha appears as a hologram, and even with only her head visible, the sheer natural seduction in her face leaves the crowd reeling. Harry nearly loses his composure himself, but he still introduces Lu Zhe as a future young duke-level talent and asks Yue Hesha to help recruit him. Yue Hesha immediately understands the game, glances over Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, and casually invites both little geniuses to Federal University. Lin Ling does not answer at all and just watches Lu Zhe, because at this point everyone knows the real choice still rests with him. Lu Zhe surprises everyone by asking a practical question instead. Does Federal University have a young duke who specializes in fighting with fists? That one question freezes Chuyuehesha's smile for a beat, because she can tell he is thinking about training, not her. She quickly recovers and answers softly that any young duke could teach fist arts. But inside she is already thinking of the one person she absolutely does not want to hand a student over to. When Lu Zhe says the strongest fist expert should suit him, Li Quan lights up and immediately decides to call Federal University's top young duke. Chuyuehesha smoothly cuts in and asks if he means that metal fist female tyrannosaur, and Li Quang's confidence dies on the spot. Watching Li Quang stumble into deadly territory, Lu Zhe suddenly realizes choosing a school might get him caught between two young dukes. Before anyone can stop it, Li Quang's phone connects with a weird drunk ringtone and a hologram pops up in front of everyone. The caller turns out to be a stunning black-haired woman who is visibly drunk, flushed from alcohol, and somehow carrying herself like a born heavyweight. Li Quang clutches his chest in despair, because the woman he called is still drinking, and Lu Zhe is left staring at the unbelievable sight of a female young duke. Nagong Jing squints through the call and asks why there is a holographic projection, somehow leaving the people watching her too speechless to answer. The room quickly understands who she is, Nagong Jing, one of humanity's two terrifying female young dukes, famous for flattening a city with one punch. The instant Nagong Jing spots Chuyuehesha on the other end, her drunken haze vanishes and she fires off an insult at her rival. Chuyuehesha instantly returns the fire, and the two young dukes fall straight into their usual savage argument. Harry goes green at the thought of these two being in the same conversation, because everyone knows that pairing them usually ends in destruction. Seeing Li Quan blank out at the worst moment, Harry quietly kicks him to get him moving again before this gets even more out of control. Once Li Quan wakes up, he still thinks he can sell Nagong Jing to Lu Zhe as the perfect fist-fighting mentor, and he looks absurdly pleased with himself. Then Lu Zhe finally recognizes Nagong Jing and blurts out the exact title she hates most, Iron Fist Young Duke. Lu Zhe realizes why she seemed familiar. She is the grown-up version of the little girl avatar who beat him up in virtual reality, and that only makes the shock worse. The whole room reacts like Lu Zhe just volunteered for execution, and even Lin Ling backs away so nobody links her to him. Chuyuehesha bursts into delighted laughter and openly invites Lu Zhe to run to her side if Nagong Jing comes after him. Nagong Jing goes cold, because she has never accepted that awful title and now this clueless student has stepped squarely on the mine. Only after the room turns weird does Lu Zhe look around in confusion and ask Lin Ling why she is suddenly standing so far away. The live broadcast comments explode with pity and doom, because everyone watching knows what usually happens to people who say that title to Nagong Jing. Elsewhere in class, Luli can only cover her face at her brother's suicidal talent, while Alice tries to message Sister Jing to hit him a little less hard. Lu Zhe studies the room full of pitying faces and finally realizes he is somehow in serious trouble without understanding why. Nagong Jing questions him directly, and Lu Zhe immediately switches to meek survival mode. Trying to save himself, Lu Zhe explains that he fought her younger self in virtual reality, and quickly praises how strong she was even back then. That answer actually catches Nagong Jing's interest, and even Chuyuehesha looks over, because anyone who can challenge prodigy clones in virtual reality is worth noticing. Seeing the opening, Li Quan and Harry rush to redirect both young dukes by pulling up Lu Zhe's combat footage. The battle video opens with Lu Zhe calmly hunting beasts and even collecting spirit herbs and meat, which makes both young dukes look amused by how practical this prodigy is. Their amusement fades when the clip reveals Lu Zhe's crystal body, and both of them immediately recognize a serious body refining art. Then the footage shows Lu Zhe flying with wind power and stacking multiple martial insights, proving his control is far beyond ordinary students. When Lu Zhe suppresses his light and crushes stronger insectoids with raw close-range force, Chuyuehesha gives Nagong Jing a very pointed look. By the time hundreds of wind blades rip through the last swarm, both young dukes are convinced this kid might grow into another true prodigy of humanity. Chuyuehesha moves first and warmly invites Lu Zhe to Emperor Capital Academy, tempting him with the chance to spar with her often. Lu Zhe steadies himself against her overwhelming charm and desperately clears his mind so he can think straight. Nagong Jing immediately counters and says a fistfighter like Lu Zhe should obviously come with her instead. She follows that up by mocking Chuyuehesha, saying Lu Zhe's battle style is clearly closer to hers than to a fox who fights differently. Chuyuehesha calmly answers by repeating that hated title again, turning the recruiting argument straight back into a personal duel. Nagong Jing snaps and threatens to come over right now for Iron Fist judgment, and Chuyuehesha just smiles back like she was waiting for this. The call ends as naturally as if this happens all the time, because the two young dukes have clearly gone off to settle things with another battle. Lu Zhe stares at the empty space in disbelief, because the two women were supposed to be recruiting him and somehow forgot him completely. The rest of the room is just as speechless, struggling to process that this chaotic mess is what young dukes are like. Li Kuang and Harry quietly mourn the damage their schools are probably about to suffer, then turn back into proper recruiters and ask Lu Zhe to choose. Harry gently admits those two might have some feelings involved, making it painfully clear that whichever side Lu Zhe picks, one young duke may come beat him up. Lu Zhe finally understands he has been completely set up, and in that moment life itself feels meaningless. While choosing a university, Lu Zhe keeps circling back to one problem. Federal University means dealing with Nangong Jing again. He remembers their first meeting all too clearly, when 12-year-old Nangong Jing beat him unconscious and left a lasting shadow. Even so, Lu Zhe knows her fighting style is close to his own, and training against her would push his strength up the fastest. What really unsettles him is that weird tension with Nangong Jing, because he still has no idea how he offended her or whether she will take revenge later. Emperor Capital would also teach him plenty, but with Yuehesha there, Lu Zhe feels like that place would drain his stamina in a completely different way. After weighing all of it, Lu Zhe decides raw growth matters most and chooses Federal University. He reassures himself that Yuehesha seems easy to talk to, and that people at her level might not care much about a freshman like him anyway. In true Lu Zhe fashion, he hypes himself up inside with a ridiculous victory line and wisely keeps it in his head instead of saying it out loud. Facing Harry and Li Kuang, Lu Zhe finally says it out loud and politely picks Federal University. Harry is disappointed but still makes one last attempt, warning that Nangong Jing might beat Lu Zhe so hard he cannot even get out of bed. Li Kuang instantly snaps back and defends Nangong Jing, refusing to let Harry scare his new student away. Lu Zhe thanks Harry for the warning, but his steady eyes make it clear his mind will not change. With Lu Zhe decided, Lin Ling follows his lead and says she will go to Federal University too. Li Kuang bursts into laughter and happily welcomes both prodigies, already bragging that Federal University will give them the best resources. Then Li Kuang rubs it in by patting Harry on the shoulder, and Harry's face nearly turns green from the provocation. Harry swallows the anger and keeps his dignity, saying this result belongs to Nangong Jing's pull, not Li Kuang's charm, and that Emperor Capital has prodigies too. Lu Zhe is honestly impressed by how magnanimous Harry seems, completely missing how jealous the man actually is inside. Once the guaranteed admissions are finished, the selected students head back to their own school waiting rooms. Because their schools are different, Lin Ling parts with Lu Zhe there and cheerfully tells him they will meet again at the university. Back in his school's room, Lu Zhe gets hoisted up all over again because everyone knows his admission will bring fame and better cultivation resources to the whole school. Lu Zhe lets them celebrate as long as they do not mess with his precious body, taking the chaos with resigned patience. A few hours later, Tuluan 1 returns to the space outside planet Lanjiang, and the students begin splitting off onto smaller ships for home. When Lu Zhe's group lands at Chanyang City Space Station, just stepping back onto solid ground makes everyone visibly relax. Standing in the sunshine, Lu Zhe enjoys the simple relief of being home and starts wondering how worried his family must have been. His thoughts quickly drift to Luli, and he immediately remembers the real emergency waiting at home. That embarrassing recording still needs to be destroyed. He checks his storage ring, confirms his ingredients are still there, and looks forward to finally eating Alice's cooking even if the trip did not go perfectly. That peaceful mood dies instantly when a massive crowd of journalists spots Lu Zhe and starts charging at him across the square. Realizing there is no way he is surviving that interview mob, Lu Zhe's heart goes cold on the spot. Lu Zhe reacts fast, tells Su Yang to inform Old Li he will return to school tomorrow, and immediately prepares to bolt. With wind power flaring green around him, Lu Zhe shoots straight into the sky and abandons the whole mess behind. Su Yang is left below in total despair, yelling after him because everyone still on the ground now has to face the hungry reporters alone. After losing their main target, the disappointed journalists immediately swing their attention toward the rest of Lu Zhe's doomed classmates. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe keeps flying at full speed for half an hour, worried that a news ship might still try to chase him down. When nobody catches up, he probably decides his escape plan was genius, and even convinces himself his friends will be grateful for the spotlight he left them. Since this is his first time flying home alone, Lu Zhe has to pull out his phone and use navigation before he can continue. About an hour later, he sneaks back into his own yard and feels a wave of relief at the sight of home. He decides to surprise his family, unlocks the mansion door, and steps inside expecting to catch them off guard. Instead, Luli is already waiting in the living room and calmly welcomes him back like she knew exactly when he would arrive. Lu Zhe is caught off guard and asks why she skipped school, and Luli says she took leave because she guessed he would come home early. That answer instantly makes Lu Zhe feel exposed, as if Luli somehow knows everything he has been doing. Before he can sort it out, Luli walks up, presses her head against his chest, and grabs his clothes tightly. Lu Zhe is stunned because this soft, fragile moment feels nothing like the sly Luli he knows. Then he notices her body trembling, and his shock gives way to quiet guilt. He gently pats her back and apologizes, finally understanding how much she and their parents must have worried. Luli asks why he's still charged into danger if he knew that, and Lu Zhe answers that some things have to be done if he is capable of doing them. He adds that he would have run if things got too dangerous, that he kept his promise to come back uninjured, and that he even won their bet. That last part ruins the mood immediately, and Lu Li snaps back in annoyed disbelief that he is still thinking about the bet. Lu Zhe panics and asks if she plans to cheat, because losing that wager would be a disaster in his eyes. Lu Li pulls out her phone, unlocks it, and tosses it to him with the recording still inside as promised. Lu Zhe catches it like treasure and deletes the embarrassing recording in one clean move, instantly relieved. But when he tries to hand the phone back, Lu Li casually reveals she already bought a new one. Then she plays the same clip again and calmly explains that the first phone was only one copy because she has backups stored across multiple cloud drives. Lu Zhe goes completely lifeless on the spot, realizing the warm little reunion fooled him for a moment, and Lu Li is still terrifyingly dark-hearted. With that done, Lu Li sweetly tells him to go rest until their parents get home for dinner, and heads back to her room first. Lu Zhe drags himself upstairs like a defeated man and shuts himself in his room to recover in private. Behind her own closed door, Lu Li finally drops the act, throws herself onto the bed in embarrassment, and hides under the blanket with her heart racing. A moment later she carefully opens her new phone and reveals the real treasure she saved, a clip of Lu Zhe holding her and stroking her hair. Smiling at the clip with a red face, Lu Li watches it several times, uploads more backups with a complicated password, and wraps herself in the blanket while soft laughter fills the room. Back home at last, Lu Zhe sprawled on his bed in pure relief after days of rough survival outside. But the moment he relaxed, he remembered the light orbs he had avoided using on planet Nafong and sat up with a new idea. He tested whether he could use a red light orb directly inside the strange space in his mind instead of taking it out in the open. The orb vanished, and a powerful stream of energy flooded through his body just like before. That success thrilled him, because now he could cultivate in secret without exposing the little light orbs at all. What shocked him even more was that the orbs still kept strengthening his body even though he had already reached full body refinement. Since his body could still improve, Lu Zhe decided it was finally time to break into the spirit martial state too. Using his wind god art, he pulled the computer over from his desk without even standing up and went straight to the Federation Martial Arts website. He opened the spirit martial section and got hit by a flood of cultivation courses, which left him staring at the screen in disbelief. After a quick look, he chose the free human standard method called the Chi Attraction Chant. The method explained that a stronger martial warrior foundation meant easier Chi attraction and a bigger dantian, which only made Lu Zhe more confident. Thanks to the purple light orb sharpening his mind, he memorized the cultivation method after only a few reads. He sat cross-legged and began the chant, drawing spirit chi out of the air for the first time. Then everything went wrong, because the spirit chi ignored the route in the manual and just settled into a random cell. Lu Zhe checked again in disbelief, but the spirit chi still refused to travel through his meridians or gather in his dantian. He could push the spirit chi around and use it, but the instant he stopped, it turned lazy again and stayed wherever it landed. Now he was seriously shaken and could only wonder whether he had somehow cultivated fake martial arts. Trying to calm down, he opened the strange phenomenon section of the chant and started hunting for an answer. He found pages of ordinary beginner problems and sarcastic answers, but nothing about spirit chi acting this lazy. After searching for an hour, he finally found a blog saying this cell-based spirit chi behavior belonged to experts at mortal evolution state and above. The explanation only made things weirder, because that lazy style was supposed to belong to monsters strong enough to survive in space, not a newbie like him. He rubbed his head and decided that, strange or not, at least he was not cultivating on the wrong path. Then a bolder thought hit him. If both methods were cultivation, maybe he could stack the light orbs with the Chi Attraction Chant. He immediately tested it, activating a light orb in his mental space and starting the chant again. This time the orb's energy moved under the chant's guidance, strengthening his body while also dragging more spirit force in from the surroundings. The spirit force still settled into his cells instead of his dantian, but now the whole process was much faster and far more effective. When one orb ran out, Lu Zhe got greedy and swept up 5 more at once. The new surge slammed through him hard enough to redden his face, but he endured it and kept cultivating. Hours later, he opened his eyes feeling a clear leap in strength and could barely hide his amazement at the speed. When he clenched his fists, body power and spirit force rose together in a crystal-like shimmer that proved the breakthrough was real. He was still admiring his new strength when Lu Li called from outside the room that their parents were home and dinner was ready. Her voice instantly made him nervous again, because he still remembered her teasing traps and the way she had clung to him in fear before. Unsure whether he was reading too much into her feelings, Lu Zhe decided he needed to ask her clearly someday instead of embarrassing himself with assumptions. When Lu Li softly called again, he snapped out of it, opened the door, and covered his delay by boasting about how hard he had been cultivating. Lu Li played along sweetly and told him their parents seemed especially happy tonight. That thought warmed him too, because he knew the current him had finally become someone they could be proud of. The moment he reached the dining room, Fu Shia pulled him into a tight hug and told him he had really grown up. She let him go without mentioning her fear at all, choosing instead to show only her pride in him. Lu Wen looked like he wanted that hug for himself, but all he could do was pat Lu Zhe's shoulder with a heavy, unreadable look. Then Lu Wen ruined the serious mood by saying other people were asking to introduce their daughters to Lu Zhe again. Lu Zhe fired back in disbelief, and his father finally dropped the joke to remind him seriously to act like a responsible man. Lu Zhe accepted that advice with an easy smile, and the tension in the room softened again. Fu Shuya called everyone to eat and proudly pointed out that she had made all of Lu Zhe's favorite dishes. Lu Zhe instantly started praising his mother so enthusiastically that Lu Wen had to drag him to the table before it got worse. Watching his wife's reaction, Lu Wen quietly realized he might need to learn a few compliments himself. Once they sat down, Lu Li congratulated Lu Zhe on his guaranteed admission to Federal University. Behind the smile, Lu Li quietly steeled herself, because she knew she might have to fight her way into the same university through the exams. Lu Zhe shamelessly boasted that he was a genius, then suddenly leaned toward Lu Li with a secretive grin. He told her to come to his room later because he wanted to show her a treasure, planning to reveal his cultivation secret only to her for now. The line landed very differently on everyone else. Lu Wen's face darkened, Fu Shuya lit up with an adult smile, and Lu Li froze before blushing hard. Flustered, Lu Li asked if he could not just say it now, but Lu Zhe kept the mystery and refused to explain in front of their parents. Privately, Lu Zhe was already thinking ahead to a future where he became strong enough to let his parents cultivate again so the whole family could stay together longer. After dinner, Lu Zhe and Lu Li head upstairs together under Lu Wen's gruff silence and Fu Shuya's amused look. Once inside Lu Zhe's room, Lu Li stiffens by his bed and quietly asks what exactly he wanted to show her. Lu Zhe smiles and tells her it is something good, then reveals a faint red orb glowing in his palm. He explains that this is the first god art he awakened and uses that excuse to pass off the orb's strange power as natural. When Lu Zhe says the orb can perfect every small level of the martial warrior state, Lu Li is stunned on the spot. Even after hearing that, Lu Li says the orb is too precious and tries to push it back to Lu Zhe instead of taking advantage of him. Lu Zhe insists he can make one every day and says it is already nearly useless to him now that he is in the spirit martial state. Lu Li still does not fully trust him, so she warns that if he is lying she will expose the recordings to their dad. After Lu Zhe swears he is not lying, Lu Li finally accepts the orb, already thinking this might help her reach the same university as him. To be safe, Lu Zhe tells her to use it right now so he can watch for any problem the first time someone else absorbs one of his orbs. Lu Li blushes but calmly climbs onto Lu Zhe's bed to cultivate. As soon as she swallows the orb, her whole body flushes red and her brows tighten in pain, but she keeps cultivating through it. Lu Zhe keeps watch for a full hour, ready to pull the energy back out if the orb turns dangerous. When Lu Li finally wakes up, Lu Zhe is already gone from the room. Then she catches a strange smell, looks down at herself, and realizes with horror that the orb forced impurities out of her body. Outside the room, Lu Zhe hears the door fly open and watches Lu Li dash straight into the bathroom, and he cannot help laughing. He had deliberately stepped out early so she would not have to face him in that state, and now he waits by the bathroom door while water splashes inside. After the shower stops, Lu Li calls out from behind the door to check whether Lu Zhe is still there. Lu Zhe answers with a smirk, and Lu Li admits in a tiny voice that she forgot to bring clean clothes. Seeing his chance for revenge, Lu Zhe demands that she delete every blackmail recording first. But just as he waits for Lu Li to give in, Fu Shuya arrives with pajamas and ruins his whole plan. Fu Shuya casually asks why Lu Zhe is standing there if Lu Li already messaged her for clothes, and only then does he realize Lu Li brought her phone inside. Fu Shuya knocks, passes the clothes through the barely open bathroom door, and gives Lu Zhe a very strange look on her way out. A moment later, Lu Li comes out in teddy bear pajamas, red with embarrassment, and rushes back to her own room without saying a word. Instead of teasing him over his failed scheme, Lu Li hides under her blanket, leaving Lu Zhe more puzzled than victorious. Lu Zhe still brings over another small orb for her nighttime cultivation and knocks on her door. Lu Li opens the door expressionlessly, looks away, and silently holds out her hand for the orb. Lu Zhe wisely stops teasing, hands it over, and Lu Li quickly shuts herself back inside. Back in his own room, Lu Zhe is about to cultivate when a new friend request suddenly pops up on his phone. The contact name is Iron Fist Judgment, and Lu Zhe immediately realizes it must be Nangong Jing and rejects it on sight. The rejection lasts about 1 second before his phone rings, and Lu Zhe already knows he is in trouble. He answers helplessly, and Nangong Jing opens with an angry demand to know why he dared reject her friend request. Lu Zhe instantly switches to shameless flattery and claims he only hit the wrong button because he was too excited that the beautiful Ms. Nangong added him. Nangong Jing does not bother arguing and simply tells him to add her back because she will be his guiding teacher. She adds one more warning that in 1 month the elite class entrance test begins, and he should prepare well and not die. That last line hits hard enough that Lu Zhe stops and asks what kind of entrance test could possibly kill people. Drinking on the other end of the call, Nangong Jing casually says the death rate is low, less than 10%. When he presses for details, she says the elite class entrance test is basically going to the front line and helping attack a few cities, as if that is completely normal. Nangong Jing explains that Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy have done this for years, with teachers leading while the new students mostly support from behind. Nagongjing then says she will personally pick up Lu Zhe and Lin Ling next month, because the elite class test means staying on the front line for a full month. Then Nagongjing sets a brutal target, telling Lu Zhe to raise his battle power from abstruse martial state level 2 to level 4 in 1 month, or she will hang him up and beat him. Lu Zhe weakly asks if it is too late to change schools, and Nagongjing laughs the idea off immediately. She does give him one real choice though. If he backs out of the elite class and joins the ordinary class, he can avoid the battlefield test entirely. Lu Zhe barely hesitates before refusing, because dangerous or not, he still wants the elite class. After that, he asks why a young duke like Nagongjing is personally picking them up instead of making students report by themselves. Nagongjing grumbles that her seniors keep pushing small errands onto her, and since his home is on the way she might as well collect him and Lin Ling. He agrees to work hard, and Nagongjing ends the call by warning him one more time to add her back or get beaten. As soon as the call ends, Lu Zhe immediately sends a new friend request acceptance to Iron Fist Judgment. Then he sits down and starts thinking hard, because if the elite class test is really a battlefield, his current strength is nowhere near enough. Nagongjing only asked for level 4, but Lu Zhe decides he needs to push far higher and also sharpen his control over spirit force before next month. With survival on the line, Lu Zhe drops the complaints and enters the pocket hunting dimension to grind again. The familiar grassland almost feels like home now, and Lu Zhe immediately starts hunting beasts for more light orbs. He even keeps killing weaker beasts on purpose, because Luli still needs those low-level little orbs for her cultivation. 2 hours later, a thunderous clash erupts somewhere across the plain, and even the giant rabbits flee in panic. Lu Zhe crashes down from the sky covered in blood, but he still glares back up at the huge green wolf he has been fighting. The wolf is bleeding too, and that alone tells Lu Zhe his mix of body strength, spirit force, and wind god art is finally strong enough to hurt it. Lu Zhe rises again with green light in his eyes and launches back into the sky for another direct clash. The wolf charges too, and their wind-wrapped bodies collide so violently that blades of wind shear the whole field below. Lu Zhe blocks the wolf's claw with his left fist and hears his own bones crack, but he still swings his right leg like a blade at its waist. The wolf barely saves itself with its tail and blasts Lu Zhe backward before he can press the attack. Just as Lu Zhe is about to charge again, a massive shadow swallows the battlefield, and he looks up in confusion at an even bigger threat overhead. He looks up in confusion and sees only one huge golden eye staring down at him before pain rips through his whole body. The next instant Lu Zhe is kicked out of the pocket dimension again, realizing he got casually killed by another absurdly strong creature passing through. After the mysterious golden-eyed presence nearly crushed him, Lu Zhe calms his breathing, endures the fading pain, and swears he will remember that monster and get revenge one day. He also realizes his spirit force hurt the giant green wolf the moment he drew it in, which makes him even more determined to keep cultivating and kill that beast as soon as possible. With that goal in mind, Lu Zhe starts another night of cultivation, consuming little light orbs and running the Chi attraction chant as power steadily builds inside him. By sunrise, Lu Zhe wakes from cultivation, clenches his fist, and smiles when he feels his strength has grown again. After washing up, he heads to the training ground as usual, only to find Luli already there practicing hard before he even arrives. Luli stops and asks why he is up so early right after graduating, and Lu Zhe grins and brings up how useful his little gift has been for her cultivation. Clearly excited, Luli tells him she has already reached perfection in skin refinement, confirming that Lu Zhe's light orbs really are helping her break through. Lu Zhe immediately promises to keep giving her those light orbs every day for the next month so she can focus fully on cultivation. Luli immediately asks, a little playfully, how she is supposed to repay him, and Lu Zhe blurts out the one thing he actually wants back: that recording deleted. Luli shuts him down without hesitation and acts like she never offered, leaving Lu Zhe staring at her in speechless frustration. Then Luli changes the subject and asks him to spar, saying her movement and palm techniques have hit a bottleneck, and she wants his help improving them. Lu Zhe agrees far too eagerly, already imagining himself finally putting his cheeky little sister in her place like a proper older brother. The two take their positions, and Lu Zhe grandly invites her to attack first while trying to look as impressive as possible. Luli answers with action, turning into a black blur as she rushes straight at him and drives a white-lit palm toward his chest. Lu Zhe calmly prepares to sidestep, but in the same instant a strip of darkness rises from his own shadow and clamps around his left leg. The shadow restraint is not strong enough to hold him for long, but it delays him just enough for Lu Li's attack to close the gap. He catches Lu Li's wrist to stop the strike, only to discover another patch of darkness vibrating around her arm and resisting his grip. Lu Li smirks and follows with her other palm, this time mixing white martial force with a visible strand of dark energy. That is where Lu Zhe stops playing around, flashing his own power, crushing her dark force, and catching her second hand just as easily. Lu Li tries to kick free, but Lu Zhe smoothly turns her around, locks both wrists behind her back with one hand, and taps her head to end the match. Unable to move and with no way to bite or counter from that position, Lu Li finally admits defeat. Once he lets her go, Lu Zhe immediately asks what that black power was, already suspecting the answer. Luli confirms it with a gleeful smile. She awakened a god art. The news hits Lu Zhe like a heart attack, because she seems to have awakened it just by cultivating with his light orbs. When he asks if it happened yesterday, Luli casually says yes and even compares it to the way his own wind god art appeared. That is the final blow to Lu Zhe's pride, and he can only tell her not to talk because he wants to be alone for a while. Inside, Lu Zhe can only comfort himself that Luli must just be absurdly lucky, because otherwise it makes no sense that he used so many light orbs and still awakened nothing naturally. Even so, once he steadies himself, Lu Zhe asks what kind of god art she actually awakened. Luli says it seems to control darkness and shadows, though it is still weak and she needs more time to understand it properly. Lu Zhe repeats the words in disbelief and cannot help thinking that a darkness power really does suit her suspiciously well. Luli notices his reaction and softly challenges him on whether he has a problem with darkness, which makes Lu Zhe immediately deny it and praise her instead. Under the awkward denial, Lu Zhe is genuinely impressed, because a shadow god art could become extremely useful in the many dark places scattered across the universe. Luli is secretly thrilled by all of this, because if Lu Zhe keeps getting stronger, she intends to keep up with him. So the siblings keep sparring, and Luli actively uses her new god art in battle to deepen her understanding through real combat. Half an hour later, Luli drops to the floor drenched in sweat, completely spent after forcing her new god art through repeated sparring. Watching her recover, Lu Zhe hands over a gene serum and Riley realizes their old roles have completely reversed. While Luli lies there digesting what she learned from the spar, Lu Zhe leaves the training room to take a shower. After breakfast, Lu Zhe and Luli head to school together as the morning moves on. The moment Lu Zhe reaches the school gate, students from all around lock onto him and start crowding in like he is already a celebrity. Just as Lu Zhe is about to bolt, the white-haired principal arrives with Li Liang and disperses the students before the crowd can swarm him. The students reluctantly back off, frustrated that they just lost their chance to get Lu Zhe's autograph and profit off his future fame. When Lu Zhe turns around, he realizes Luli has already slipped aside and offered absolutely no help, which leaves him quietly betrayed by the world again. The white-haired principal comes over with Li Liang and warmly praises Lu Zhe for bringing honor and resources to the school, making it clear his success has already raised the school's standing. Lu Zhe answers with an earnest line about serving the people, which completely freezes both adults because it is not remotely the response they expected. The principal quickly changes the subject and tells Lu Zhe the education department has a reward waiting for him. That instantly brightens Lu Zhe's mood, and he follows them inside wondering what exactly the reward could be. They stop at a meeting room Lu Zhe does not recognize, and the principal mysteriously claims a powerful figure inside has prepared a surprise for him. That strange smile makes Lu Zhe uneasy, but he still steps in when the door opens. Instead of a private reward, Lu Zhe walks straight into a packed room full of journalists, and immediately realizes he has been lured into another public event. Then he spots Elder Lin standing to one side, which tells him this ambush is official and very real. Lu Zhe awkwardly asks what is going on, still hung up on the fact that his promised reward seems to have turned into a press conference. Elder Lin explains that this is a commendation conference for Lu Zhe's achievements, starting with the fact that he saved more than 1,000 students from the insectids. He continues by recognizing Lu Zhe as one of the guaranteed entry students from their solar system, stacking another major honor onto the same announcement. Then Elder Lin drops the biggest reveal of all. Lu Zhe has officially been selected as a young duke candidate. Lu Zhe is left stunned, because yesterday he only saw rumors about that title and did not think it had actually become official. Elder Lin follows that with the formal reward itself, a level 5 federal honor badge and 10,000 federal contribution points. The room erupts in shock, because even the journalists and school staff know that giving an 18-year-old a level 5 federal honor badge is almost unheard of. That final reaction makes the scale of Lu Zhe's rise impossible to miss, because everyone present understands that people honored like this at his age almost always go on to become major figures. Elder Lin tells Lu Zhe he is receiving a level 5 honor badge, and Lu Zhe is stunned because this reward is far bigger than he expected. Instead of a grand ceremony, Elder Lin simply presses the badge onto Lu Zhe's chest and declares the award finished on the spot. Lu Zhe's excitement crashes when he realizes there is no stage, no speech, and not even a flashy public moment to show off. Elder Lin explains that the real value is in the system record and the privileges tied to the badge, while this little pinning ceremony is mostly for the photos. Once the disappointment settles, Lu Zhe looks down at the badge again and feels satisfied anyway because the reward is still very real. Elder Lin adds that Lu Zhe can spend his federal contribution points on cultivation resources, high-level metals, energy materials, or martial techniques through the Federal Martial Artists site. After the photo is taken, a crowd of journalists pounces on the story because Lu Zhe's badge is even bigger news than his young duke candidacy. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe comes out of the interview looking mentally drained because every question kept pushing the same idea that he had been hiding his talent. Out in the quiet schoolyard during class time, Elder Lin thanks Lu Zhe for saving Lin Ling, and Lu Zhe humbly says Elder Lin would have gotten there anyway. Elder Lin calls Lin Ling a bit goofy and asks Lu Zhe to look after her when they become schoolmates, which leaves Lu Zhe silently wondering how he is supposed to manage someone that cheeky. Then Elder Lin hands Lu Zhe a white storage ring as a separate thank you gift for saving Lin Ling. Elder Lin explains that Federal University will also give Lu Zhe 1.5 kilograms of spirit gold, and together with the metals in the ring, it is meant for forging his own spirit-powered battle armor. When Lu Zhe asks what spirit-powered battle armor actually is, Elder Lin starts from the basics and says spirit gold is precious because it conducts spirit force far better than ordinary metal. He explains that adding spirit gold to armor or weapons lets spirit force flow better and boosts combat power, which is why even strong soldiers use spirit-powered gear. Elder Lin adds that even the captains Lu Zhe met only had a little spirit gold in their equipment, so 1.5 kilograms is enough to make him very good armor. The explanation turns colder when Elder Lin reveals that spirit gold is a strategic war resource, and the recent war with the Blade Demon race started because both sides wanted a rich border mine. Lu Zhe listens carefully because this is his first clear glimpse of how dangerous and valuable the wider universe really is. Elder Lin warns that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling will face a real battlefield during the entrance test, so he must stay vigilant at all times. He also says the armor can only be forged at the university, so until then Lu Zhe should focus on raising his strength. Finally, Elder Lin admits Lin Ling is unhappy about losing to Lu Zhe and says that when she comes back, Lu Zhe should beat her properly again to knock down her reckless temper. Lu Zhe agrees at once, amused because he can tell all of this is just a doting great-grandfather trying to help Lin Ling in his own way. With Lu Zhe's promise secured, Elder Lin finally leaves, feeling more at ease about Lin Ling's future safety. After that, Lu Zhe goes to find teacher Li Liang and gets praised so heavily that he finally accepts he has officially graduated early, and no longer needs to attend school. The idea of starting his break a month early puts Lu Zhe in an even better mood as he leaves the school building. After class ends, Lu Zhe says goodbye to Li Erhu Su Yang, and the others then walks out under a pile of envious looks. Back home with the house empty, Lu Zhe heads straight to his room and starts cultivating again. As he absorbs one faint red light orb after another, his cells and spirit force keep strengthening, and his body grows more powerful without any bottlenecks slowing him down. By sunset he opens his eyes with crystal-like light flashing in them, thrilled by how smoothly his mortal evolution state keeps pushing him upward. He stands, stretches, and feels the air twist around his clenched fist, leaving him eager to test whether he can now blow apart a giant green wolf with one punch. When Lu Zhe looks outside and realizes night has already fallen, he leaves his room and heads downstairs. Down in the living room, Luli tells him Alice came over, and Lu Zhe instantly perks up because he still remembers how amazing her cooking is. He eagerly asks where Alice is and even mentions the ingredients in his storage ring, making it painfully obvious that food is his first priority. Luli says Alice already brought her own ingredients and is making a big celebratory meal in the kitchen, while her smile turns just a little too gentle at Lu Zhe's enthusiasm. Right then Alice comes out of the kitchen, greets Lu Zhe brightly, and reports for duty like his personal junior chef. Alice says she came to celebrate Lu Zhe's guaranteed admission to Federal University by showing off her cooking properly. Luli watches their cheerful back and forth with growing annoyance, especially when Lu Zhe asks Alice what he should do to help with the ingredients. Alice casually explains that she can handle spirit herbs herself, but if Lu Zhe has a yellow stone crystal beast, he needs to cut it up first because her cultivation is only at martial warrior level 1. That answer shocks Lu Zhe because he had never realized Alice was only martial warrior level 1 despite being a student at the top high school. Alice admits she is bad at normal cultivation because she only cares about spirit cooking, then nervously asks whether Lu Zhe would look down on her for it. Lu Zhe reassures her at once and says that with her cooking talent, she could become the queen chef of the entire Tulun system. As he says it, Lu Zhe gets a private jolt of déjà vu because Alice suddenly feels like the kind of underestimated heroine who could shoot straight into greatness later. Alice beams at the praise and says it makes sense that Lu Zhe is Luli's brother because he is just as kind as she is. That is the point where Luli cuts in and drags the conversation back to cooking by offering to help Alice in the kitchen. Alice snaps back to work mode and tells Lu Zhe exactly what she needs: all the spirit herbs, plus leg and rib meat from the Yellowstone crystal beast. Lu Zhe agrees immediately, and dumps all the spirit herbs he collected on planet Nafeng into a huge pile in the living room. Alice is stunned by the quantity and quality of the herbs, and Lu Zhe proudly says he spent a long time collecting them all. Luli and Alice both go quiet at that claim because they immediately remember the very questionable graduation trial broadcast that showed how Lu Zhe really got those herbs. Alice awkwardly leaves the Yellowstone crystal beast to Lu Zhe and takes Luli back to handling the spirit herbs, clearly trusting him to finish the messy part alone. Lu Zhe spreads a huge waterproof mat in the yard and gets set to butcher the beasts without making a mess. With green light in his eyes and a wind blade forming over his raised hand, Lu Zhe cleanly cuts through the first beast in one sharp motion. He efficiently drains the blood, separates the good cuts, and fills a huge alloy tub with ribs and leg meat from both beasts. Pleased with himself, Lu Zhe carries the heavy full tub back into the mansion one-handed. When he reaches the kitchen, Alice is surprised he finished so fast and tells him to just wait for the food. Lu Zhe tries to join in because he wants to learn cooking, but Alice cheerfully waves him off like he would only get in the way. Feeling rejected by the kitchen, Lu Zhe retreats to the living room and decides to spend the time looking up combat techniques instead. He goes hunting for martial techniques because, for all his strength, he thinks only using foundational fist technique makes him look painfully uncool. The site teaches him a bigger rule instead. Before the mortal evolution state, techniques need meridian-based spirit flow, but after that level, precise control turns ordinary moves into techniques on their own. Realizing he does not need to buy flashy fist arts at all, Lu Zhe shifts to searching for cultivation notes on finer spirit force control. He finally finds a useful spirit force control journal, buys it for 10,000 contribution points, and instantly feels the pain of becoming poor again. One look at the long rows of expensive journals makes him shut the site in defeat and promise himself he will come back when he has money. With Alice and Luli still cooking and his parents not home yet, Lu Zhe drifts into browsing the local news instead. He is startled to find the whole Tuluan system buzzing about him receiving a level 5 honor badge and becoming a young duke candidate. Seeing the official photo of himself beside Elder Lin, Lu Zhe ends up more pleased by how handsome he looks than by the publicity. The article repeats the story he improvised earlier, and the exploding comment section immediately turns the whole thing ridiculous. A top comment offers 10 million star coins for Lu Zhe's contact info, and for one dangerous second he seriously considers selling it himself. He talks himself out of it by deciding a young duke candidate has to stay cold and avoid inviting endless harassment. Just as he is enjoying the comments, Lu Wen and Fu Xia burst through the door in excitement and charge straight at him. His parents proudly praise his handsome photo and level 5 honor badge, and Lu Zhe shamelessly accepts the compliment from his mother first. Fu Xia happily offers to cook for her son, but Lu Zhe quickly tries to protect dinner by praising Alice's food and asking to leave the kitchen to her. Lu Wen instantly perks up at the words Li's good friend and jumps to the idea that the girl in the kitchen must be Lu Zhe's girlfriend. When Lu Zhe firmly says no, his father's excitement dies on the spot and turns into open contempt. Fu Xia heads into the kitchen to inspect this supposedly amazing cook for herself, curious and a little competitive as a mother. Left alone together, Lu Wen spends the waiting time doing what he always does now, lecturing Lu Zhe about getting a girlfriend. The lecture finally dies the moment a rich aroma spills out of the kitchen and both father and son snap their attention toward dinner. Fu Xia, Lu Li, and Alice carry the finished dishes out together, and the table starts filling with glowing spirit food. Lu Zhe can barely contain himself and flashes over with his movement technique to help set the table faster. Once everything is laid out, Fu Xia openly praises Alice's cooking, impressed that a student can make spirit food this refined. Alice modestly says Fu Xia already has strong cooking skill and only lacks the special preparation methods for spirit food. She even offers her practice journals, explaining that true spirit food needs higher cultivation than she currently has, which immediately tells Fu Xia Alice comes from a serious background. Fu Xia accepts the offer and warmly invites Alice to visit often, now seeing her as both talented and genuinely likable. Lu Wen joins in, introduces himself, and quickly decides Alice is a very good girl after hearing her modestly say Lu Li is the one who takes care of her at school. Watching her parents get more and more impressed, Lu Li realizes Alice has quietly scored a dangerous amount of approval in a single dinner. Alice rescues the moment by gently reminding everyone to eat while it's warm and pointing out that Lu Zhe is already desperate to start. Deeply moved by her perfect timing, Lu Zhe is basically ready to worship Alice before the family finally sits down to eat. As soon as everyone settles, Alice personally recommends her signature Yellowstone Crystal Beast ribs and tells Lu Zhe he has to try them. One bite is enough to wreck him, and Lu Zhe nearly cries because the flavor is absurdly good. Seeing someone enjoy her food that much makes Alice quietly happy too, because this is exactly what she loves most about cooking. Then Alice's smile suddenly freezes, her face turns pale, and she abruptly excuses herself to the bathroom. Lu Zhe feels a terrifying power stir from her for an instant, and before anyone understands what is happening, Alice collapses to the floor. Lu Li rushes over first and tries to help her up, shocked because she has never seen Alice like this before. Still struggling in pain, Alice pushes Lu Li away and urgently warns everyone to get back before they get hurt. Lu Zhe reacts on instinct and snatches Lu Li out of danger, moving her back beside their parents in a blur. Even while suffering, Alice stops Lu Zhe from approaching too and insists she is fine, though her face says the opposite. A blue flame ignites at the center of Alice's forehead and starts pouring over her body like liquid fire. The temperature in the room surges, and Alice bites her lips so hard from the pain that blood starts to show. Then a red flame rises from Alice's chest and wraps over the blue blaze, suppressing it enough to ease her pain and lower the heat. Before Lu Zhe can make sense of the blue and red flames, white fire suddenly ignites in the air and starts taking human shape. The white flames part, and a handsome golden-haired man steps out with such crushing presence that Lu Zhe instantly compares him to the six-winged black dragon. The instant she sees him, Alice finally relaxes a little and calls him father, confirming the terrifying newcomer came for her. Alice still forces out her usual bright smile, and that hits Lu Zhe harder than the earlier chaos because he knows she was in real pain. Lu Zhe finally realizes the terrifying presence was not an enemy after all, but Alice's father, and the gap between Alice's student rank and her family background leaves him stunned. Ignoring everyone else, Alice's father rushes straight to her and checks her condition with a practiced hand. The red and blue flames inside Alice clash against his pale flame, and only after confirming she is stable enough does he finally relax. He lifts the feeble Alice, praises Lu Zhe for holding on, and says the Federation needs talents like him. He politely apologizes to Lu Wen and Fu Shuya for wrecking dinner, says Alice is unwell, and takes her away at once. The white flames swallow father and daughter, leaving the room in stunned silence. Once they are gone, Lu Wen immediately asks Luli what she knows about Alice's identity. Luli admits Alice never explained her family, but she did reveal one shocking detail: her father is a star-level being. That single answer freezes the whole family, because star-level power belongs to the very top of humanity, and should not be hiding in a small system like this. Fu Shuya cannot stop worrying about whether Alice is actually sick after seeing her suffer like that. Luli has no answer either, and the uncertainty leaves everyone quiet. Lu Wen tries to steady the mood by saying Alice's father is strong enough to protect her, and maybe she will be back at school tomorrow. Even so, they only pick at the meal, because once the cheerful little cook is gone, the whole room feels empty. After dinner, Lu Zhe returns to his room still turning Alice over in his mind, realizing he never really understood her at all. He sets the confusion aside, uses a purple orb to cultivate, and plans to sharpen his spirit force before entering the pocket hunting dimension to hunt the huge green wolf. Elsewhere that night, pale flames burst open inside a sealed room of an exquisite mansion as Alice's father brings her home. The moment they arrive, Alice doubles over coughing blood, and even the spilled blood burns with pale blue flame. Her father instantly catches and annihilates the flaming blood with his own pale flame before it can spread. Seeing how bad it is, he tells Alice he is going to suppress her source flame, then presses both palms to her back and starts drawing the violent fire into himself. He presses his palm to her back and draws the raging blue source flame into himself through the red flame wrapped around it. The treatment eases Alice's face, but her father turns pale from the pain he is hiding. Once she can stand it again, he gently asks whether she wants him to take her back to bed. Alice puts on a brave, lively smile, thanks him, and insists she only needs some rest. He teases that she is grown up now and not clingy anymore, trying to lighten a moment that is clearly breaking his heart. Even after her protest, he still escorts her to her room and settles her into bed himself. At her bedside, he strokes her pale blue hair and tells her good night before leaving. Alice smiles him off with a quiet good night, still hiding how bad things really are. As soon as the room goes dark, the act drops and Alice curls up in pain, whispering that she is almost at her limit. She thinks of her mother, blames herself, and dreads what her father will do when she can no longer hold on. Outside her door, her father is no calmer, leaning against the wall with the same pain carved across his face. He opens space itself with pale flames, stands there for a long moment, and finally walks away with a heavy sigh. Next door, he enters another room and sits beside an unconscious black-haired woman who looks unmistakably like Alice's mother. The flashing red flame mark on Honglian shows her condition too, and he speaks to her softly as if she can still answer. He admits Honglian's half-fire seed can barely suppress Alice anymore, and even the ancestor and Nangong still have not brought back a solution. Faced with a source beyond what the human race can safely obtain, he finally breaks and calls himself useless for failing both wife and daughter. By night in his room, Lu Zhe enters the pocket hunting dimension and faces the huge green wolf on the familiar grassy plain again. This time Lu Zhe stacks everything at once: crystal body, wind element god art, strength god art, and spirit force, until he reaches his strongest state yet. He explodes forward first and drives a full power punch straight at the wolf's side. The wolf meets him head on with a wind-cloaked claw, and their clash rips up the ground in a storm of green force. Lu Zhe skids back from the impact, but for the first time he realizes he came through a direct clash without getting hurt. That small result is huge to him, because his improved spirit force control means he can finally stand against a beast around abstruse martial state level 5 to 6. He immediately starts thinking ahead, because killing this wolf should drop stronger wind orbs and push his wind art even further. The wolf actually shrinks back half a step under that look, even if Lu Zhe is too focused to notice it. Lu Zhe presses the attack again, appearing above it and bringing a crushing kick down like a hammer. The wolf slips away at the last instant, and Lu Zhe's missed kick tears a deep ditch through the plain instead. A slicing wind blade whips past him immediately after, forcing Lu Zhe to shift sideways with his wind art to avoid being cut in two. The wolf follows from above and rains a hurricane of wind blades down on him without pause. Those blades hammer against Lu Zhe's crystal body with harsh metallic impact, but he endures the barrage and answers with both fists. His twin green light pillars blow through the blade storm, and he rushes right behind them to close the distance. The wolf condenses a spinning wind ball at its mouth and fires it to smash head-on into Lu Zhe's attack. The collision erupts into a blinding green explosion, exactly the kind of chaos Lu Zhe was betting on. Using the blast as cover, Lu Zhe charges straight through the danger and appears beside the wolf before it can react. He lands a brutal kick into the wolf's waist, driving his power through its body and wrecking it from the inside. The wolf crashes into the ground half dead, shocked that this human won by charging through an explosion like a man. Lu Zhe is not unscathed either, because when the light clears he is left cracked, bleeding, and panting in the sky above the battlefield. Still, he knows this reckless tactic worked because a normal fight would never let him beat a faster, harder-hitting opponent like that wolf. So Lu Zhe shamelessly praises himself for being exactly the kind of young man willing to fight hard enough to win. After calming his injuries, Lu Zhe walks up to the huge green wolf's corpse and finishes it with one last punch. The wolf's body crumbles into ash and leaves behind a much richer drop than the smaller wolves ever gave him. Even with his whole body aching, Lu Zhe grins because the risk finally paid off. He quickly gathers every orb into his mental storage and gets off the battlefield without wasting a second. Lu Zhe has learned the hard way that lingering after a fight is how stronger beasts swoop in and kill you. Badly hurt, he avoids more huge wolves and spends the night quietly hunting smaller prey and black dogs instead. By dawn, for black dogs have handed him 23 more light orbs, and Lu Zhe is thrilled just to still be alive out here. He sits down to wait for the usual exit, expecting the dimension to spit him back out after sunrise. But the sky keeps getting brighter, and Lu Zhe is still stuck on the plane. Staring at the sunrise, he realizes the door out really seems jammed shut and starts worrying that something changed. After thinking it over, Lu Zhe guesses his higher cultivation might be letting him stay longer in the hunting dimension. He decides there is nothing he can do for now except wait it out and see when the place throws him back. One ugly possibility hits him next. If the exit never opens, he could even end up starving in here. Lu Zhe immediately rejects that and decides that, if it comes to it, he'd rather die to a beast than die hungry. Since he is trapped anyway, he goes right back to hunting and stocking up on more orbs for cultivation and freely. By the second sunrise, the plain suddenly erupts with two colossal roars that flatten the grass for hundreds of meters. Lu Zhe drops into cover in 1-meter-tall grass and peers out at the source of the terrifying pressure 3 kilometers away. One of them is a massive black warhorse with armored hide, purple eyes, and a crystal horn crackling with lightning. The other is a huge gray lizard wrapped in spirit light, roaring back at the unicorn like a dragon. Even from this far away, Lu Zhe can barely breathe and realizes these monsters are on a completely different level from the huge green wolf. Knowing he is nothing here, Lu Zhe decides to stay hidden and watch, hoping to learn how stronger beasts fight. The black unicorn fires a thick pillar of purple lightning, and the gray lizard answers with a gray beam from its mouth. Their attacks smash together so violently that purple lightning and gray spirit force flood the plane in every direction. The leftover shockwave races all the way to Lu Zhe, and he has to use wind power just to slide backward and survive it. As he retreats, he sees rabbits and black dogs thrown into the sky and ripped apart by the aftermath alone. Lu Zhe hardens his body with crystal light and takes the rest of the blast head-on, only to be electrocuted and cough up blood. When the chaos settles, a 5-kilometer stretch of grassland is wrecked, and Lu Zhe is left stunned by how absurdly strong real powerhouses are. The first exchange ends with the unicorn's weakened lightning still punching through and slamming into the lizard's former position. The impact gouges out a huge crater, and Lu Zhe realizes his original hiding spot was nowhere near safe enough. He silently retreats until he is almost 10 kilometers away before daring to watch again. From farther out, he can only see blurs as the two monsters keep flashing across the battlefield and tearing up everything around them. After watching a while, Lu Zhe notices something strange. The unicorn hits harder, but the lizard somehow keeps matching it. The reason becomes obvious when the wounded lizard's torn flesh seals up in seconds right in front of him. Lu Zhe is shocked by the lizard's regeneration and understands why the unicorn still cannot finish it off. As the sun rises higher, Lu Zhe starts thinking that if he still cannot leave today, he may need to abandon this area before the boss fight reaches him. Then a stray bolt of lightning slams into the grass just 500 meters from Lu Zhe, and a sudden blast makes his heart seize. The hit flushes out 4 hidden red lions, and they desperately fire huge fireballs back at the lightning. Their fire is nowhere near enough, and the lightning tears through them and leaves all 4 lions barely alive. Lu Zhe is startled to discover there were other onlookers near him, but that shock lasts only a second. Once he sees the 4 lions are almost dead and the 2 boss monsters are still ignoring this area, Lu Zhe's surprise vanishes and he decides to kill them himself. He rushes the crippled lions and kills all 4 with full force punches before they can even resist. The instant they're dead, he drops flat again and anxiously checks whether the 2 giants noticed him at all. When the bosses keep fighting as if nothing happened, Lu Zhe figures he and the lions were just bugs to them. The 4 lions turn to ash and leave behind an enormous pile of loot, far better than the huge green wolf's reward. Lu Zhe scoops up 26 large red orbs and 6 large purple orbs, already thrilled by the windfall. Then he spots 4 flame god art crystal orbs and nearly feels like the world just handed him a miracle. The jackpot goes straight to his head, and for a moment Lu Zhe even wonders if he can wait around to steal a boss kill too. Before he can decide anything that stupid, his vision goes dark and the hunting dimension finally throws him out. He reappears in his dark room, stunned but relieved that he made it back with the unexpected haul. Once he calms down, Lu Zhe pieces it together at last. After getting stronger, He can now stay in the pocket hunting dimension for 2 full days. Back in the dark room, Lu Zhe calmed himself on the bed and pulled out the huge wind crystal ball dropped by the giant green wolf. He swallowed the wind crystal ball and used a large purple orb at the same time, forcing his mind into a razor-clear state as wind secrets poured in. An hour later, Lu Zhe opened his eyes with green light in them, his control over wind already climbing fast. He tested it with a tiny whirlwind on his palm, and the little vortex obeyed him so easily that he started grinning. The obedient little whirlwind made Lu Zhe imagine tossing one at someone he disliked and laughing while they spun into the sky. After a short rest, he took out a red fire crystal ball and studied the tiny flame inside before deciding to eat that one too. The moment the fire crystal ball went down, blazing energy tore through his body and made every breath feel like agony. Even while burning from the inside, Lu Zhe forced himself into cultivation with another purple orb because he refused to waste the pain. As he endured the scorching pain, the secrets of fire started clicking into place in his mind. When Lu Zhe finally opened his eyes again, red firelight burned in his pupils and his whole aura had changed. Then he suddenly coughed out a blast of fire, realizing with disbelief that the fire crystal had practically turned him into a flame spitter. Once the leftover heat was gone, Lu Zhe raised a hand and calmly summoned a real flame in his palm with obvious satisfaction. Excited by the new power, Lu Zhe immediately started imagining stronger fire attacks and decided to test whether fire and wind could be fused. He brought a flame in one hand and a whirlwind in the other together, trying to force the two god arts to merge. The experiment blew apart with a dull boom, scattering fire and wind and leaving the room in a smoky mess. Staring at the scorched room and burning bedding, Lu Zhe had to admit that fusing god arts was not going to be easy. He still did not give up, deciding he could use the pocket hunting dimension later as a safer place to keep testing. For now, he hurried to put out the flames and silently thanked his luck that the blast had not been loud enough to alert his father. After deciding he would buy new bedsheets tomorrow, Lu Zhe sat right back down on the scorched bed and ate another fire crystal ball anyway. The second round still hurt, but this time Lu Zhe adapted faster and pushed deeper into fire god art training. By the time all 4 fire crystal balls were gone, Lu Zhe could already shape several compact fireballs with real combat power. That success sent his mind racing again, and he happily imagined fighting with fire in one hand, wind in the other, and eventually flaming wind blades. When the sun came up, Lu Zhe hid the burned bedsheets in his storage ring so his father would never see the evidence. After washing up, Lu Zhe headed downstairs to start the day. At the training ground that morning, Lu Zhe was surprised to find Luli missing and guessed she had stayed up worrying about Alice. Since she was not there, he practiced by himself and spent the next hour trying to force wind and fire to fuse again. The whole training ground kept echoing with dull thuds, making it obvious his fusion experiments were still failing. When he finally staggered back inside, Luwen, Fu Shuya, and Luli were already gone, but they had left breakfast waiting for him. After eating and changing, Lu Zhe put on a face mask before going out because he was now famous enough to attract trouble in public. He rode into Chanyang city center for the first time since arriving in this era and took in the futuristic streets with real curiosity. The city was full of stylish people and flashing lights, but Lu Zhe still ended up smugly deciding no one walking by had legs prettier than Lu Li's. He set himself a simple goal for the day: relax, look around this future world a little, and buy replacement bedsheets first. Inside the mall, Lu Zhe was heading for the bedroom section when a giant screen stopped him cold. On the screen, the seductive young Duke Xiuyue Hesha was singing and dancing like a full celebrity, which completely broke Lu Zhe's expectations. He watched for a moment, still baffled that a young duke was also an idol, and then moved on to keep enjoying his day. A familiar piano melody suddenly reached him in the street, and Lu Zhe froze because it was one of Mozart's pieces from his old world. Drawn by equal parts nostalgia and curiosity, he followed the music toward a crowd gathering around the performer. When Lu Zhe finally saw the pianist, he was shocked to find Alice there smiling at the keys even though she still looked a little pale from yesterday. Alice played with such light, joyful grace that the whole crowd treated her like an angel by the time the song ended. As applause broke out, onlookers openly praised her beauty and rare skill with an ancient piece that few people still knew. Then a little boy ran up and boldly told Alice he wanted to marry her when he grew up, turning the scene playful. Alice answered him with complete seriousness, saying they did not know each other, and he was not her type, so she refused. Watching from the crowd, Lu Zhe could only stare at how seriously Alice had just rejected a child. But the mood changed fast when Alice suddenly went pale on the bench and nearly collapsed. Lu Zhe moved instantly, appearing at her side to catch her shoulders before she could fall. He asked if she was okay, and Alice, startled by the masked stranger until she recognized his voice, weakly realized it was senior schoolmate Lu Zhe. Once Lu Zhe admits it is really him, the onlookers stopped treating him like a creep bothering Alice, and realized the two actually know each other. Then one excited girl blurts out that the masked boy is Lu Zhe, saying she recognized his eyes from the photos people have been studying for days. Lu Zhe is stunned that a mask did not save him, and the street's attention starts closing in fast as his recent fame catches up to him. Since everyone has been talking about Lu Zhe and Lin Ling after the graduation trial, Seeing him in person instantly turns the whole street restless. Not wanting Alice trapped in that mess, Luze tells her he is taking her up and immediately lifts them both into the sky with wind power. The moment people see Luze flying with wind god art, any doubt disappears and the gossip instantly gets louder. After escaping to a quieter side street, Luze lands and checks Alice first, still worried about whatever happened to her last night. Alice cuts off his questions and brushes it off, saying her health has always been bad and she is used to it. Luze suggests sending her home to rest, but Alice stiffens because she does not want the day to end there. She insists she only came out because she had slept too much, and when she saw the piano she simply could not resist playing. Luze praises her performance, and that simple compliment lights Alice right back up. Alice proudly says the song was her favorite because her mother used to play it for her when she was little. She runs a few steps ahead and happily tells Luze that cooking came from her father and piano from her mother, because those are the two things she loves most. When Luze says that makes her parents sound remarkable and that she is exceptional too, Alice is openly thrilled to hear it. Still humming to herself, Alice asks if Luze came out on holiday to relax, and he says he did not expect to run into her. That answer encourages Alice to boldly invite him to spend the rest of the day out together. Luze hesitates, not because he minds her company, but because her condition still looks too fragile for a full day out. Alice reassures him that she feels better now and says being happy will help her recover too. Luze asks one last time if she is really sure, half worried her terrifying father might kill him if something goes wrong. Since Alice refuses to back down, the two of them head back into the city center together. Around lunchtime they stop at a restaurant, where Luze quickly learns that Alice has a serious weakness for sweets, especially custard cakes. Seeing Alice look that blissful over dessert makes Luze laugh, and the day starts feeling genuinely easy for both of them. After lunch they keep the date-like outing going, watching a holographic movie and roaming through the arcade together. By the time afternoon slips toward 4, they have had such a good time that Alice suddenly suggests ending it with a picnic. Luze agrees at once and brings her out to a scenic grassy patch away from the city bustle. Once they settle in, Alice pulls cooking tools from her storage ring and immediately takes charge of the meal. Luze helps at her side and even tries to learn, which makes Alice happy enough to start teaching him as they cook. Before long, the grass patch is filled with the smell of a full meal, and even nearby little animals wander over to investigate. Alice happily picks up a fluffy white creature and feeds it a piece of spirit herb, while Luze decides his first priority is feeding himself. After they finish eating, evening settles in and the whole horizon turns orange-red under the setting sun. They pack everything away and sit together on the grass, no longer busy, just watching the dusk arrive. Hugging her knees in the fading light, Alice stares at the sunset with a strangely complicated expression and softly says that dusk is beautiful. Luze notices her usual cheerful smile is gone, so he jokes that they are still young and should just enjoy the view instead of sighing like old people. His joke calms her a little, but not enough, and Alice finally says she wants to tell him something he must not repeat to anyone, not evenly. When Luze asks what it is, Alice refuses to go on until he promises first, making it clear the secret matters deeply. Luze studies her for a moment, realizes how serious she is, and quietly gives his word. Only after that does Alice begin, asking if he knows there are races born at the very peak of the universe. Luze says he does, because the universe is brutally unequal and some top races are born with power humans can barely imagine. Alice asks if he also knows that certain god arts can let someone reach the same terrifying level as those supreme races. Luze admits he did not know that, and the heaviness in Alice's bitter smile makes him ask why she is telling him now. After a long silence in the cooling dusk, Alice reveals the truth. Her god art is called Source Flame. She explains that Source Flame belongs to that terrifying class of god arts that could let its owner stand alongside the universe's top races once fully matured. When Luze silently thinks the always smiling Alice hides absurdly frightening talent, she catches the thought and teases him for it anyway. But the joke fades quickly when Alice says the real problem is that she was born human. Luze pushes back on that immediately, asking what could possibly be wrong with being born in the human race. Alice explains that awakening Source Flame requires a terrifying amount of energy, and the human race simply does not have enough to support it. She says signs of awakening appeared from birth. Her family believed she had a powerful god art, and then the process halted when she was 5. Because the awakening failed from lack of energy, the backlash nearly destroyed her, and that is when her mother sacrificed half her life flame and soul to suppress it. Her mother fell into a deep sleep after that, and Alice has lived ever since with that burden inside her. Then her ancestor and several elders left the galaxy to hunt for a way to save her, joined by other powerful people in the Federation who hoped she could one day protect humanity. Alice says the world beyond the Milky Way is far more dangerous than Luze can imagine, and the last time she saw her ancestor was 8 years ago. When her ancestor finally returned, he was nearly dead but had managed to bring back a tiny piece of hollow source that kept her alive until now. Seeing her shiver in the cold and in the memory, Luze quietly takes out the new blanket he bought and wraps it around her shoulders. Alice pulls the blanket close and gives him a small smile, but the comfort only makes the sadness in the conversation hit harder. She says some people pity her for being born into the wrong race, because in a stronger race she would have been one of the universe's most dazzling prodigies. Lu Zhe asks what she herself thinks, refusing to let other people's judgment be the last word. Alice answers without hesitation that she is happy to have been born human. What crushes her is not her race, but how much everyone else has already paid for her life. Her mother sleeping for 12 years, her father taking the flames backlash, and her ancestor and the Federation still fighting for her. Lu Zhe can see she is barely holding herself together, so he offers his shoulder and tells her she can cry if she wants, just this once for free. Alice calls him mean for only saying that now, but she still accepts and leans her head onto his shoulder. The quiet sniffles break first, and then Alice finally loses control, clutching Lu Zhe's clothes and crying harder and harder. Through tears, Alice admits the fear she has been carrying all along. She does not want to die, because if she dies her mother may die too, and the people who have suffered for her will be left with nothing. Night fully falls over the quiet grassland, and Lu Zhe says nothing while Alice cries herself empty against him. Lu Zhe almost pats her head to comfort her, then stops halfway and simply stays with her until she calms down. When the crying finally stops, Alice wipes her tears, forces a small smile, and thanks Lu Zhe for lending her his shoulder. Alice admits she let too much slip because she had too much fun today, and she begs him not to tell Luli so Luli will not worry. Lu Zhe quietly decides not to tell her that Luli was already worried, and instead asks again what kind of energy the source flame needs. Alice explains that ordinary human energy is not enough, because awakening the source flame needs energy of an unusually high level. Lu Zhe opens his palm and reveals a faint red light orb, offering the first real chance to help her. The moment she senses it, Alice jolts upright, blue fire flickers in her eyes, and she blurts out that the orb really can help. Lu Zhe immediately tells her to use it, making it clear he wants to keep her smiling, not suffering through this alone. Alice hesitates because she knows this kind of energy is precious, and she cannot believe he would hand it over so easily. Lu Zhe brushes it off by saying she has cooked so much for him already, so this is only fair payback from a senior schoolmate. Alice accepts his clumsy excuse, sits down, and swallows the light orb. A soft blue light spreads over her skin, the air around them heats up, and the source flame responds without erupting out of control. A few minutes later, Alice says the orb worked but only a little, because it only delayed the backlash and barely advanced the awakening. Before she can even finish apologizing for using something so valuable, Lu Zhe calmly forms a second red orb in his hand. Lu Zhe decides on the spot to keep going, and Alice silently trusts him enough to eat the next orb too. The night turns into a steady rhythm of feeding and cultivation as Lu Zhe keeps producing orbs and Alice keeps consuming them. Hours later, under a sky full of stars, Alice has used nearly 50 orbs and finally says that is enough for tonight. When Lu Zhe asks if her god art is fully awakened already, Alice explains that this is only the beginning and the energy so far only matches what she used as a child. Even so, the treatment buys her something precious. The source flame backlash should stay away for at least a year. Lu Zhe immediately treats it like a daily plan and says he can keep giving her about 50 orbs every day. Alice is shaken all over when she realizes he has far more of this energy than she thought. Lu Zhe explains that this was the first god art he awakened, so producing this energy every day is possible for him right now. That only makes Alice feel worse, because she sees herself as a bottomless burden who will drag him down. Lu Zhe cuts through that spiral and tells her to look him in the eye and answer one thing honestly. Does she want to live? After one stunned beat, Alice lifts her head and answers with real resolve that yes, she does want to live. Lu Zhe smiles and tells her to leave the rest to him, giving her a simple promise she can finally lean on. With her bright smile returning, Alice steps closer and starts introducing herself all over again, this time with no walls left up. She tells him her full name, age, likes, fears, and biggest dream, laying out the private parts of herself she had never fully shared before. When Alice says she has no more secrets left from him, Lu Zhe is so stunned by the moment that he cannot answer at all. Trying to ease the heavy intimacy, Alice jokes that she is basically Lu Zhe's pet now since he has to feed her light orbs every day. The joke makes Lu Zhe instantly uncomfortable, and he awkwardly begs her not to phrase it like that. He hurriedly resets the deal by saying more cooking is enough payment, and Alice happily upgrades herself to his personal chef instead. Lu Zhe lights up at the thought of delicious food every day, and Alice confirms with a pleased smile that she means it. Then the mood snaps again when a stiff-faced golden-haired man suddenly appears right beside them out of nowhere. Alice immediately calls him father, while Lu Zhe nearly jumps out of his skin at the silent Star State entrance. Merlin takes one look at the scene and has the awful fatherly feeling that if he had arrived any later, his daughter might have completely given herself away. Lu Zhe gets to his feet and greets Alice's father politely, and Merlin answers with a complicated look before asking to call him Zhe. Before Lu Zhe can make sense of it, Merlin bends his back and bows deeply to thank him. Lu Zhe tries to step aside from the bow, but Merlin pins him in place with his power and insists he deserves it for saving Merlin's wife and daughter. For Alice, the shock runs even deeper because this is Merlin Hephaestus, the famous pale flame young duke who never bowed even to deadly enemies. Lu Zhe realizes the weight of that gratitude too, because this is the father who endured his daughter's flame backlash for 12 years. He also cannot help wondering if Alice's father has been secretly tailing them all day like a terrifyingly strong stalker. Once the thanks are over, Merlin turns practical and says Lu Zhe's god art energy could help cultivate other human prodigies too. He offers to arrange fair exchanges through the higher-ups if Lu Zhe ever has extra energy to spare, promising Lu Zhe will not be cheated. Lu Zhe agrees in principle but says he has no spare energy yet, because right now his own growth and Alice's survival still come first. Merlin can only accept that answer, then admits he wishes Lu Zhe could grow safely even though true breakthroughs never come without blood and fire. What he asks instead is simple and absolute. No matter what, Lu Zhe must make staying alive his top priority. Lu Zhe answers that promise with the same seriousness, and Merlin finally relaxes enough to offer him one personal favor in return. Then Merlin ruins the solemn moment by immediately warning Lu Zhe not to ask for Alice to become his girlfriend. Alice smacks down the nonsense in total embarrassment, while Merlin awkwardly tells Lu Zhe to ask for something else. Lu Zhe uses that favor on the thing he cares about most and asks Merlin to protect his family after he leaves planet Longjiang. That answer softens Merlin at once, and he gives Lu Zhe a star-state promise that as long as he is here, Lu Zhe's family will be safe. With Merlin promising to watch over his family, Lu Zhe finally relaxes about the danger other races could pose to his ordinary parents. Now that Alice's crisis is settled, Lu Zhe says goodbye and flies off into the night toward home. Watching Lu Zhe disappear, Merlin admits that the boy really is impressive. Alice answers immediately, glowing with pride as she says her senior schoolmate is the best. That cheerful praise hits Merlin right in the chest, and he silently swears never to compliment Lu Zhe in front of Alice again. Then Merlin drops the jealousy, pats Alice's head, and gently tells her that what matters is that she's safe. Alice finally breaks down in her father's arms, crying out everything she had been bottling up because she couldn't tell him the whole truth before. Much later, Lu Zhe lands quietly in his family's garden and sees the mansion has already gone dark. He slips inside expecting everyone to be asleep, only to freeze when he spots someone sitting in the dark living room watching him. It is Luli, and when Lu Zhe awkwardly asks why she's still awake, she says she was waiting for him and wants to know why he came back so late. Lu Zhe explains that he ran into Alice and got delayed, but he keeps his promise about Alice's god art, and only says Luli can ask Alice for the details. That answer makes Luli even more unsettled, because Alice had already told her she was with Lu Zhe, and now Luli can't stop thinking about how close those two have become. She feels bitterly trapped between the boy she likes and her best friend, and for a moment she wonders if she should just confess to Lu Zhe outright. Right in the middle of that tension, Lu Zhe remembers the gift he meant to give her. He pulls out the storage ring Elder Lin gave him and offers it to Luli. Luli only hears one thing at first: Lu Zhe is giving her a ring. Lu Zhe keeps talking and explains it properly as a storage ring filled with light orbs for her cultivation, but Luli is already floating somewhere else entirely. With her earlier jealousy gone in an instant, Luli carefully slips the ring onto her right ring finger and softly thanks him, promising she'll treasure it. When Luli looks back up with that bright moonlit smile, Lu Zhe can only remind her not to forget the light orbs inside. Luli, still thrilled and flustered, hurries upstairs before her racing heart gives her away. The moment she reaches her room, she throws herself onto the bed and buries into the blankets, giggling like she can't contain it anymore. Back downstairs, Lu Zhe replays her reaction and starts to wonder, a little nervously, if Luli might actually have a crush on him. He immediately scares himself out of asking, because if he guesses wrong with someone as sharp as Luli, he feels like his legs might not survive it. Deciding not to touch that problem tonight, Lu Zhe heads back to his room. In his room, he pulls out the blanket from earlier and suddenly catches Alice's familiar scent still on it. That leaves him standing there in pure awkward silence, wondering whether he should wash it. In the end he takes the safe route, telling himself it's just dirty from the grass and carrying it off to be washed. Once that is done, he sits back down, shoves aside all the messy romance in his head, and chooses the one thing that always feels simple to him: cultivation. He enters the pocket hunting dimension, and the familiar grassland instantly wipes away his distractions as his expression turns cold and focused. Today's confidence is different, because his wind control has improved and he has finally learned the fire element god art too. He activates his wind god art and sweeps across the plain looking for prey. Very quickly he finds a huge green wolf resting in the grass, and the beast rises at once to face him with full hostility. Lu Zhe hardens his body with crystal light and decides to test his upgraded wind power first instead of using fire right away. When the breeze shifts, man and wolf vanish at the same time and collide in midair with a thunderous impact. That first clash tells Lu Zhe everything he wanted to know. This time he is not just surviving, he actually has a slight edge. The two of them keep vanishing and reappearing across the plain, trading more than 10 brutal wind-driven collisions in seconds. One unlucky giant rabbit wanders too close to the boss fight and gets cut in half by a stray wind blade before it can even run. After another heavy exchange throws them apart, Lu Zhe sees the limit of this approach. Even with the upper hand, wind alone still is not enough to finish the wolf quickly. So Lu Zhe drops the green aura and brings out his new fire god art, letting flames coil around him like a second skin. The heat starts scorching the grass around him, and Lu Zhe has a brief alarmed moment when he thinks he might set the whole plain on fire. The blaze stops after only a short spread, and Lu Zhe realizes the pocket dimension itself seems to limit how far the fire can go. Even the green wolf gets cautious now, because the fire power Lu Zhe copied from the red lion is something it instinctively fears. Lu Zhe gathers the fire into both palms until two spinning fireballs the size of basketballs throb with explosive heat. He hurls both fireballs straight at the wolf, blasting the ground apart in a surge of red flame. The wolf dodges and counters from the side with wind claws, but Lu Zhe meets it head-on with a flaming punch. Their strength is still even in that instant, but now Lu Zhe has a new trick. His matching wind mastery can briefly throw the wolf's own wind control off balance. That tiny opening is enough for Lu Zhe to smash through the wolf's defense and send it flying with flames still burning across its fur. He switches back to full wind movement in the same breath, flashes above the airborne wolf, and drives it straight into the ground. The wolf crashes into a ditch, coughs up blood and organs, struggles once, and dies. Its drops appear over the corpse, and Lu Zhe grins when he sees not just red orbs but also a wind crystal ball and a faint purple orb. As he collects them, Lu Zhe realizes this combination works almost like a cheat, using wind control to disrupt the wolf before blasting it down with fire. Still, he knows the trick is narrow and really only shines against beasts that use the same elemental power he can interfere with. So by the end of the hunt, Lu Zhe has already picked his next goal: find a rabbit cave and start practicing how to fuse wind and fire together. After setting his plan for the day, Lu Zhe heads back into the pocket hunting dimension and starts searching for rabbit holes with suspiciously warm feelings toward his old prey. He spots a familiar tunnel entrance and crouches down to crawl inside, almost treating the rabbit cave like a weird second home. The moment Lu Zhe emerges into the cavern, hundreds of rabbits turn their glowing red eyes on him and charge as one. Lu Zhe grins at the familiar welcome and raises two huge fireballs, deciding to answer their enthusiasm with flames. He hurls the fireballs into the swarm, and the entire cave erupts in a deafening blast of red fire. When the flames settle, a roasted rabbit drops in front of him, and for one hungry second Lu Zhe seriously considers eating it. Then the roast dissolves like the rest of the kills, leaving only light orbs behind and crushing his brief dream of rabbit meat. Lu Zhe collects the orbs for Luli and Alice, then stays in the emptied cave to keep drilling the hardest thing on his mind, making wind and fire work together. He starts from the safest version, holding a tiny flame in one hand and a weak spinning breeze in the other while he uses mental force to keep both from collapsing. As soon as he nudges them closer, both elements wobble and snuff out with another ugly failure. Remembering how a bigger test already blew up and burned his bedsheets, Lu Zhe grits his teeth and decides to keep forcing wind and fire to go hand in hand. He spends a full day and night repeating the same delicate test, and the rabbit cave echoes with steady bursts and thuds like a bizarre training rhythm. At last he gets it right, and Lu Zhe breaks into loud, shameless laughter when a spark finally stabilizes inside a ring of wind. With the first success locked in, he immediately starts increasing the power little by little instead of celebrating for long. Once the easy version feels manageable, he pushes into a medium test with a bigger flame and a small whirlwind. The new attempt explodes on contact, and Lu Zhe has to throw up wind around himself to shove the blast away before it hits him full on. Even after that failure, he refuses to quit and sinks into another long cycle of exploding tests, resting only when his mental force runs dry. On the second sunrise, the pocket hunting dimension finally kicks him out mid-test, and Lu Zhe blinks back into his bedroom realizing he spent 2 full days inside. Back in the real world, he rubs his aching head and immediately uses a purple orb to clear the mental exhaustion from non-stop fusion practice. Wrapped in bed covers, Lu Zhe notices Alice's scent is gone from the blanket now, and the small detail leaves him in a weirdly complicated mood. He spends the entire night replaying every single failure in his head, using more purple orbs to study the mistakes until the pile of experience finally starts sharpening his control. By sunrise, 6 purple orbs are gone, his mental force feels stronger than before, and he can sense another change brewing. He gets up to wash, only for the bathroom door to open first and reveal Luli fresh from a shower in her loose rabbit pajamas. Lu Zhe's eyes land on the rabbit pajamas, and Luli instantly catches the look and teases that he suddenly seems like he wants to do something psychotic to his own sister. He explodes into a dramatic denial, and Luli keeps poking at him by bringing up ancient stories and forbidden-sounding examples just to watch him squirm. Before walking off, Luli sweetly warns him not to do anything bad with her underwear, which leaves Lu Zhe even more horrified and defensive. When Lu Zhe checks the bathroom after her, he finds nothing there and realizes she set the whole trap just to mess with him. After cleaning up, he heads downstairs and finds Luli already cultivating, still completely in control of the mood. She immediately asks whether he went looking for her underwear, and Lu Zhe gives up on arguing because he knows he already lost that battle. Then Luli switches to something serious and asks him to help, because she can feel her martial technique is close to breaking through. Lu Zhe agrees at once, and they begin a controlled spar where Luli attacks while he calmly blocks and points out every opening in her form. With his guidance, Lu Li's movements grow smoother and sharper until she suddenly stops the spar and continues the palm technique on her own. Black she gathers over Lu Li's palm and spreads around her body like a dark mist, and Lu Zhe realizes she has finally broken through. An hour later, Lu Li ends the training with bright excitement and tells him she really broke through, while quietly wondering if that puts her even a little closer to him. Lu Zhe confirms the breakthrough, then immediately claims credit for a whole month of morning practice and asks for repayment with a shameless grin. Lu Li plays along and asks what he wants, and Lu Zhe starts thinking about the one thing he still desperately wants back, that humiliating recording. Before he can say it, a cheerful voice rings in from outside the house as Alice calls that she came to go to school with Li. A second later, Fu Shuya's voice answers Alice and sends her straight to the training ground, leaving the siblings staring at each other over the sudden arrival. The training ground doors open, and Alice rushes in bright and eager, heading straight for Lu Li like she belongs there already. Alice wraps Lu Li in a hug and happily says she came to walk to school with her. She even turns to Lu Zhe with a playful salute, acting like a cheerful junior reporting in. Lu Zhe can only stare at the two girls hugging in front of him and wonder why they have to be this close right in his face. When Lu Li asks why she came so early, Alice proudly reveals she has moved in next door. That answer hits both siblings at once, and they freeze in disbelief. Alice casually explains that her father bought the neighboring house for 10 times the normal price, and the siblings are hit with the full weight of rich people madness. Lu Zhe can only think that this really is the joy of wealthy people, especially when the rich man in question is a star-level powerhouse like Merlin. Alice adds that she wanted to live near Lu Li, and she also moved because Lu Zhe had made an agreement with her father. That line immediately puts Lu Li on alert, because she knows the only reason her brother would be connected to a star-level being is Alice. Lu Zhe answers simply that he asked Merlin to protect their father, mother, and Lu Li. Lu Li is thrown off, because a star-level figure acting like a bodyguard should make no sense at all. Alice gently says the reason is her, and she finally tells Lu Li about the pressure she had been hiding and how Lu Zhe saved her. While Alice talks, she looks at Lu Zhe with open gratitude, because to her he is the person who changed everything and gave her a way out. Lu Li listens in complicated silence, realizing her cheerful best friend has been carrying crushing pressure since childhood. She admits to herself that she is happy Lu Zhe saved Alice, but the way Alice looks at him suddenly feels dangerous. For the first time, Lu Li feels trapped between the boy she likes and the only close friend she has, and the whole situation irritates her more than it should. Her irritation lands squarely on Lu Zhe, and he is left wondering what he did this time. Alice shakes off the tension, hugs Lu Li again, and warmly says meeting Lu Li and being saved by Lu Zhe both feel like incredible luck. Lu Li suddenly drops a bomb and tells Alice that she and Lu Zhe are not blood siblings. Alice jerks back in complete shock and stares at both of them, trying to confirm that she heard right. Lu Zhe calmly confirms it and says he was the one who got adopted. Lu Li follows up by accusing Lu Zhe of giving her a weird look after her shower that morning, deliberately wrecking his image in front of Alice. Lu Zhe hurriedly protests that his glance was innocent, but it already sounds weak. After his awkward defense, Alice and Lu Li lock eyes and both realize the other girl is not approaching this lightly anymore. Alice breaks the moment by saying they need to leave for school, and Lu Li smoothly agrees. On the way out, Alice cheerfully promises to cook for Lu Zhe tonight, and Lu Li's smile turns even gentler in a way that feels much less harmless. After the girls leave, Lu Zhe feels that something was off in that exchange, but his appetite wins and he starts looking forward to Alice's dinner instead. Once they are gone, Lu Zhe goes back to cultivation and keeps grinding at God Art Fusion, getting close to success over and over without actually breaking through. He barely pauses for breakfast before locking himself in again and pushing through more practice. Later, he uses the wind crystal ball from the huge green wolf to deepen his wind god art. After that, he switches to faint red orbs and steadily strengthens both his body and spirit force. By the time he finally stops, night is already swallowing the last of the golden light outside his window. Feeling his crystal body and spirit force improve, Lu Zhe is deeply satisfied with this life of getting stronger every day. Then he remembers dinner and heads downstairs, suddenly very interested in whether Alice's cooking is ready. In the living room, he finds Merlin and Lu Wen on the couch enthusiastically bragging about their daughters to each other. As the two fathers keep praising Alice and Lu Li back and forth, Lu Zhe silently decides they are both hopeless daughter fanatics. Lu Zhe notices the kitchen door is shut and guesses Fu Shuya and Alice are still inside cooking. He really does not want to sit with those two, but Merlin spots him first and calls him over. With no way to escape politely, Lu Zhe walks over and thanks Merlin for going so far to protect their home. Merlin tells him not to worry about the family anymore and to focus on cultivation, because the human race needs talented young fighters like him. Hearing that, Lu Wen suddenly gets an idea and pivots from praising daughters to praising his son. Lu Zhe barely has time to react before his father starts selling him as handsome, talented, hardworking husband material for Alice. Lu Zhe is left speechless that his own dad is trying this hard to arrange him a girlfriend on the spot. Merlin instantly realizes the trap and shuts it down, saying Alice is still too young and that they can talk in 100 years. He softens the rejection by praising Lu Zhe's talent, and saying a boy like him will have no trouble finding a girlfriend anyway. Lu Wen can only swallow it for now, even though what really worries him is his own daughter getting stolen away someday. The awkward matchmaking talk ends when the kitchen doors open and a rich aroma pours out into the living room. Fu Shuya, Lu Li, and Alice come out carrying the finished dishes, and Lu Zei's attention is completely captured by the food. Fu Shuya calls everyone to eat, and the whole household finally settles into dinner together. After dinner, Merlin gets serious and tells Lu Zei to come to the training ground because he will train him morning and night for the month before the battlefield. He makes the reason clear too. Lu Zei needs enough strength to protect himself when he goes out there. Then Merlin turns to Alice and Lu Li and tells them to come too, because Alice's backlash is gone and both girls now have huge cultivation potential. Alice lights up on the spot, because after being stuck at level 1 for so long, she can finally start cultivating for real. Behind that bright smile, Alice hardens her resolve to grow stronger, repay the people who sacrificed for her, and someday cook even better spirit food for Lu Zei. Lu Li is excited too, because being taught by a star-level expert means she finally has a real chance to keep from falling too far behind her brother. At the Lu family training ground that night, Merlin faces Lu Zei like a proper master while Lu Li and Alice stand nearby to watch the lesson. Feeling Alice's admiration, Merlin is visibly pleased and starts by confidently guessing that Lu Zei has only just reached spirit martial state. Lu Zei freezes because Merlin's estimate is way too low, and he quietly wonders whether saying the truth will just embarrass his future teacher. Misreading that silence as shyness, Merlin proudly launches into a full lecture about how geniuses need a perfect foundation at every stage of cultivation. Merlin breaks down the path step by step, from spirit martial state and liquid spirit force and abstruse martial state to condensing a spirit core and core martial state. Then Merlin reaches the crucial point. Aperture opening state depends on body refinement. The human body has 810 apertures, and opening fewer than 360 means no hope of reaching mortal evolution. He raises the standard even higher by saying true young duke-level prodigies aim for more than 800 apertures, and only Nandong Jing in this generation opened all 810. With Lu Zei's energy as support, Merlin bluntly tells all three of them to aim for perfect apertures and asks if they have the confidence. That warning finally forces Lu Zei to speak up, because now he is genuinely afraid he may have broken through wrong without even knowing how many apertures he opened. Merlin is pleased to hear a question, fully expecting a normal discussion, while Lu Li and Alice wait to hear what confused Lu Zei. Instead, Lu Zei awkwardly blurts out that he seems to already have a spirit body. The whole training ground goes dead silent as Merlin, Lu Li, and Alice all stare at him in disbelief. Merlin can barely process it and asks Lu Zei to repeat himself, half convinced he must have heard something impossible. Lu Zei explains more clearly that spirit force is already spread through his whole body instead of sitting in his dantian or apertures. Still not understanding what that means for his future, Lu Zei nervously asks the worst question possible. What if he advanced without opening any apertures at all, and can he still be saved? That finally breaks Merlin, and he grabs his chest like Lu Zei's talent is physically hurting him. Alice immediately grabs her father in worry and asks if Lu Zei is in danger, which somehow makes Merlin's heart ache even worse. Grinding his teeth through the pain, Merlin finally gives the answer. Lu Zei opened all the apertures. That answer hits all three at once, and Lu Zei, Lu Li, and Alice stare back in shock and sudden relief. Merlin explains that every prodigy who formed a spirit body before aperture opening had already opened all 810, and in all of human history there were fewer than 5. He adds that Nandong Jing also reached a spirit body early, but only by forcing open every aperture through her terrifying golden battle blood at abstruse martial state. Alice instantly realizes what that means and blurts out that Lu Zei became a spirit body even earlier than Nandong Jing, making him even more monstrous. Lu Li also looks proud of him, but that pride hardens into resolve because she wants to stand beside Lu Zei someday, not trail behind him. Merlin regrets praising Lu Zei in front of Alice, but he cannot deny the truth anymore. This unreliable idiot may be the greatest prodigy in human history. Behind the jokes, Merlin's thoughts turn heavy as he remembers the 4 divines have less than 1,000 years left, and the human race desperately needs a new cosmic system pillar. He thinks of his own limits too, worn down by the backlash of Alice's god art, and even regressing after devouring her source flame to protect that tiny chance of hope. So when Merlin looks back at Lu Zei, he sees more than a student now, he sees a real future hope for humanity. Unfortunately, that grand future hope is currently grinning to himself like a fool because he has just realized how absurdly strong he is. Merlin drops the joking mood and warns Lu Zei that a true young duke cannot rely on one advantage. He has to become strong in body, spirit force, mind, technique, and god art all at once. Then his tone turns deadly serious as he says Lu Zei's energy-producing god art must never be exposed to other races, or the entire human race could be dragged into disaster. He makes Alice and Lu Li promise the same thing, and both girls immediately understand how serious this secret really is. Lu Zei agrees too, because he trusts the people who have protected their prodigies at any cost and refuses to hand that secret to any outside race. Merlin softens a little and says that inside humanity, Lu Zhe can share the energy with people he truly trusts. Lu Zhe casually agrees, already thinking he will take care of the people closest to him first. That innocent answer immediately puts Alice and Luli on edge, because either girl wants other women getting close to Lu Zhe through this gift even if they know the bigger stakes. Luli in particular smiles very gently at Lu Zhe, which somehow feels more dangerous than if she had just gotten angry. Lu Zhe suddenly feels a cold shiver without understanding why, proving he is completely missing the danger right in front of him. With the warning and secret settled, Merlin returns to business and says that since Lu Zhe already has a spirit body, ordinary training is useless now. Then Merlin announces with a very friendly smile that he will spar with Lu Zhe himself to teach him the right combat method for a spirit body. Seeing Merlin smile far too nicely, Lu Zhe instantly guesses that his uncle still plans to beat him up in training. Lu Zhe tries to retreat politely, saying he should go digest today's lesson and come back tomorrow instead. Merlin agrees so easily that Lu Zhe almost believes he misunderstood him for once. Then Merlin calmly adds that they will practice the entire morning tomorrow since Lu Zhe does not need to attend class, crushing that hope on the spot. Alice finds Lu Zhe's rare scared expression funny, and the sight makes her want to know even more sides of him. Luli smiles too, remembering that this is the same helpless face Lu Zhe made when he once tried to dodge sparring with her. That memory also makes Luli blush, because she remembers seeing Lu Zhe's body that day and secretly feels she still has the upper hand over Alice. After one long sigh, Lu Zhe gives up running and accepts that getting beaten up is just part of his life now. He finally tells Merlin to go ahead, deciding that if he is getting hit anyway, he might as well learn something from it. Merlin raises a pale white flame, and the thin fire spreads through space until it unfolds into a huge enclosed training field around all four of them. Lu Zhe and Luli stare in shock at the sudden pocket of space, while Alice stays calm because she has seen Merlin do this before. Merlin explains that planetary state fighters can live in space with spirit force alone, and star state fighters can even control nearby space itself. He casually shrinks and stretches the field as he talks, adding that star state users can jump through space across a planet, though to them that still counts as a short distance. For once, Merlin enjoys being the one impressing Lu Zhe instead of getting shocked by him. Merlin tells Lu Zhe to begin, nearly blurting out that he cannot wait to beat him up before awkwardly correcting it into a lesson. With no path left to escape, Lu Zhe drops into full battle focus and decides the beating at least has to be worth it. Lu Zhe releases his full power, turning crystal bright as heavy green wind wraps around him and his spirit force shakes the whole field. Seeing that power in person hits much harder than any broadcast, and both girls are stunned by how strong Lu Zhe really is. Under that pressure, Luli's darkness god art leaks out on instinct, black chi slipping around her body even though Merlin is still shielding her. Alice reacts the same way, and a blue flame rises from her forehead to wrap around her body, showing she can now draw on a tiny trace of the source flame again. The two girls notice each other's god art, and exchange a brief smile, each realizing the other has changed too. Even Merlin is jolted, because Lu Zhe's wind god art and cultivation have advanced far beyond what he expected. Merlin realizes Lu Zhe is already near abstruse martial state level 6 when he thought the kid was only around level 3, and the gap leaves him feeling personally attacked again. By the start of the spar, Merlin has to steady himself before forcing out another kind smile and promising he will only use power equal to Lu Zhe's. That promise reassures Lu Zhe, who immediately starts thinking that if their power is equal, maybe a star state expert will not be able to crush him so easily. Feeling bolder now, Lu Zhe announces his attack and launches forward in a burst of green light. In one instant he appears at Merlin's side and throws a full-strength punch packed with wind god art, crystal body, strength god art, and spirit force together. Merlin quietly approves Lu Zhe's instincts, because the boy's fighting style already feels closer to a true evolved martial artist than to an ordinary student. But Merlin still stops the terrifying punch with one white-flamed palm and disperses all its force as if it were nothing. Lu Zhe is left dumbfounded, because Merlin kept his promise on power and still neutralized his strongest hit with absurd ease. Before Lu Zhe can adjust, Merlin disappears from sight. The next thing Lu Zhe feels is a brutal kick to the butt that sends him flying across the training ground. Lu Zhe lands hard, flips back onto his feet, and immediately clutches his backside in offended pain. Alice cannot hold back her laughter when she sees Lu Zhe get punished like a child. Luli stays cooler about it, and quietly records the embarrassing scene as one more precious file on her brother. Lu Zhe glares at Merlin in grievance, and Merlin finally starts the real lesson instead of just humiliating him. Merlin tells him that real spirit-body combat needs body, spirit force, mental force, technique, and god art all strengthened together to become true power. He bluntly says Lu Zhe's attack only looked fierce because it was too rough and unfocused, like a child swinging a huge sword without proper control. Lu Zhe drops the attitude and asks seriously what he should do next. Merlin breaks it down clearly: body, spirit force, and mental force are the foundation, while technique and god art are weapons that only matter if the foundation can support them. He adds that after spirit transformation, spirit force can keep strengthening the body, and mental force has its own cultivation methods too. Merlin also warns that humans are not especially gifted in mental force, and he points to Chiuyue Hesha's seduction god art as an example of an unusually strong mental type talent. For Lu Zhe specifically, Merlin says his body, spirit force, and mental force are already decent, but his control of spirit force and mental force and actual technique still needs much more work. He says that once Lu Zhe controls those three forces better, his understanding of god arts has to keep up too, so a small amount of power can produce a much bigger result. Lu Zhe quietly reviews himself and realizes Merlin is right. His physical technique is solid, but his spirit force use and strength god art are still only at the basics. He quickly sets new training goals for himself: improve spirit force control, deepen strength god art, and keep working on fusing wind and fire. The moment he lists all of that out, Lu Zhe is suddenly horrified by how packed his schedule already is. Even so, he steadies himself and thanks Merlin sincerely, realizing this advice will save him a lot of wasted effort. Merlin starts to praise Lu Zhe for reaching this level at his age, but catches himself halfway because he does not want to make Lu Zhe look even better in front of Alice. Lu Zhe catches that awkward self-censorship and gives Merlin a strange look, leaving Merlin wondering what misunderstanding just happened now. After giving Lu Zhe a few valuable pointers, Merlin abruptly dumps him and turns all his attention to teaching Alice and Luli instead. Even while feeling ditched, Lu Zhe admits Merlin's advice helped a lot, so he goes off on his own with a clearer idea of how to improve. Merlin trains the two girls hard because their god arts and Lu Zhe's cultivation energy give them huge potential, and his strict scolding keeps echoing across the grounds. 3 hours later at 10 o'clock, Merlin closes the white flame dimension and announces he will train them every morning and night unless something comes up. Lu Zhe thanks him politely, but inside he treats the whole plan as signing up to get beaten up twice a day. Alice is glowing with excitement from finally feeling herself grow stronger, and she happily pulls Luli close as if they are family already. Then Alice casually tells Luli and Lu Zhe not to be so formal with her father, which instantly hits Merlin and Luli in very different ways. Luli smoothly keeps her distance by insisting elders still deserve respect, and Merlin immediately softens toward her while saving his glare for Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe can only wonder why Merlin seems to hate him even more now, especially while his but still remembers the last lesson. Merlin takes Alice home, and the two households split for the night with cheerful goodnights that leave Lu Zhe and Luli alone again. Walking back through the night breeze, Lu Zhe gets distracted by Luli's hair, figure, and side profile under the starlight. Back in his dark room, Lu Zhe sits down and enters the pocket hunting dimension to start another brutal round of practice. This time he fights with Merlin's advice in mind, forcing every battle into training for spirit force control, body techniques, mental force, and his strength god art. After a full day and night inside that world, a battered Lu Zhe is suddenly sprinting for his life toward a rabbit cave with 4 red lions right behind him. He had tried to ambush one lone red lion, but its 3 allies came back too fast and turned the hunt completely around on him. The lions launch 4 fireballs into the cave after him, and the blast turns the tunnel into a roaring furnace at his back. Lu Zhe refuses to look back, grits through the pain, and dashes deeper into the rabbit tunnels like this was all part of the plan. The rabbits inside are caught completely off guard as Lu Zhe tears through their home and leaves the incoming inferno for them instead. The whole cave gets roasted, and even while fleeing, Lu Zhe shamelessly notices the smell is almost mouth-watering. Once the blast finally loses force, Lu Zhe slips away into hiding and quietly promises the lions he will come back for them. A few dozen kilometers away, he finds another rabbit cave, clears it out fast, and finally gets a safe place to breathe and collect light orbs. Now that the danger has passed, Lu Zhe grimly admits he was too naive to think his fire god art could shut down a red lion the way it worked on the giant green wolf. His fire could only weaken theirs a little, and once he had to face one head-on, the other 3 closed in and nearly finished him. Still aching all over, he turns into spirit body form to recover and decides hiding in this cave should be used for training, not wasting time. He starts refining his control by shaping his spirit force into strands through his body, chasing the kind of precision Merlin told him to build. Lu Zhe breaks past his old limit of 3 strands and slowly condenses 6, even though the effort drains his mental force hard enough to leave him pale and sweating. After a short rest, he keeps pushing with body techniques and strength god art until his wounds have healed enough for movement again. Instead of picking another fight right away, he happily returns to testing his wind and fire fusion until repeated explosions shake the rabbit caves. When Lu Zhe wakes in his bedroom again, he is genuinely delighted by one simple fact: he survived 3 straight days in the pocket hunting dimension without dying. That makes him realize how far he has come, from nearly dying to rabbits to casually treating rabbit caves like his own safe houses and kicking small green wolves to death. But that pride cools fast when he remembers monsters like the 6-winged black dragon, the golden eye, the unicorn, and the lizard still somewhere out there on the plain. He decides he is still only ruling a tiny corner of the grassland, and he will not push farther until he can wipe out an entire pride of lions. So he drops the daydreams, settles down, and keeps cultivating because none of that future hunting matters if he stops getting stronger now. 10 days pass, and on a Sunday morning Lu Zhe wakes with a crystal flash in his eyes and a huge grin because his strength god art has finally reached triple amplification. He tests the new limit with a clenched fist, and the dark crystal power around his hand makes the nearby air tremble. With 6 spirit force strands, triple power, and better wind and fire control, Lu Zhe is sure Merlin's vicious morning and night lessons are about to pay back in full. After breakfast, Lu Wen and Fu Xia leave for work while Lu Zhe drags a confused Luli toward the training grounds like he cannot wait to start. Luli immediately mocks him for being excited to get beaten up, and Lu Zhe snaps back with a petty insult while refusing to reveal his new strength. When Luli narrows her eyes and asks if he really means that, Lu Zhe suddenly gets nervous and wonders if he is about to step into another trap. She smooths it over by sweetly calling him brother, but Lu Zhe still cannot tell what she is thinking as they head in. At the training grounds, Alice is already there with Merlin, greeting them brightly while Merlin looks far too ready to start today's beating. Merlin has grown to enjoy these sessions way too much, because Lu Zhe somehow always finds the most effective possible way to get hit. Lu Zhe is just as eager, but for the opposite reason, because today he plans to pay back 10 straight days of morning and night abuse. The new spar begins with Lu Zhe exploding forward at full battle power, his crystal glow and green wind showing he is far stronger than he was 10 days ago. Merlin immediately notices the jump in power, gets serious, and uses white flames and perfect technique to redirect the attack without breaking his equal power promise. Lu Zhe keeps pressing with a relentless chain of fists, palms, elbows, and movement, turning his whole body into a weapon and forcing Merlin to take him more seriously. After knocking him back with one palm, Merlin says that was enough and shifts to offense, warning Lu Zhe that now it is his turn. Lu Zhe welcomes it, because he wants Merlin to learn exactly what 10 days of getting beaten up has built. Merlin vanishes behind him in an instant, and drives a white flame palm toward his back, testing whether Lu Zhe can handle real pressure now. Lu Zhe answers by unleashing triple power, and a sudden surge of crystal force blasts through his body so hard that even the strain hurts. The explosive jump in strength shocks Luli and Alice so badly that both of them can only stare with their mouths open. Lu Zhe forces his thoughts back under control and decides the future can wait until he gets stronger first. 10 days later on Sunday morning, Lu Zhe wakes from cultivation grinning because his strength god art has finally reached a 3 times boost. He feels how much he has improved in spirit force, wind, and fire, and starts daydreaming about giving Merlin a nasty surprise. The memory of Merlin beating him up every morning and night for 10 straight days quickly wipes the smile off his face. Even so, Lu Zhe admits Merlin's star state guidance has helped him grow far faster than figuring everything out alone. After breakfast, Lu Wen and Fu Xia leave for work while Lu Zhe practically drags a confused Luli toward the training ground. Luli dryly asks if this is the first time he has ever been excited to get beaten up. Lu Zhe fires back with an insult, but he still refuses to reveal his progress because he wants everyone's shock to land at once. When Luli narrows her eyes and answers with a soft little really, Lu Zhe suddenly gets nervous that she might be plotting something again. He tells himself he has been careful lately and follows her anyway, still unable to read what she is thinking. At the training ground, Alice greets them brightly while Merlin wastes no time and pushes to start the lesson. Merlin is almost suspiciously happy, because beating Lu Zhe up twice a day has become his favorite part of these last 10 days. Lu Zhe sneers inside and stays outwardly calm, determined not to tip Merlin off before his revenge match starts. Inside Merlin's dimension, Lu Zhe and Merlin face off again while Alice and Luli watch closely from the side. Lu Zhe opens with a crystalline kick wrapped in green wind, and the power is already on a completely different level from 10 days ago. Merlin finally drops his easy smile, catches the attack with a white flame palm, and starts taking this spar seriously. Lu Zhe keeps pressing with fists, palms, and elbows until his whole body feels like a weapon, forcing Merlin to defend every angle. After knocking him back with a palm, Merlin says this must be all of Lu Zhe's progress for today and announces his own turn to attack. Lu Zhe answers like he has been waiting for this exact moment, fully convinced he is about to pay Merlin back for 10 days of pain. Merlin appears behind Lu Zhe with a white flame palm, and Lu Zhe finally unleashes his hidden triple amplification even as the strain starts tearing through his body. The extra boost hurts his body and drains him hard, but the pressure exploding out of him still shocks everyone watching. Merlin realizes too late that his smug estimate just got slapped in the face, because Lu Zhe's sudden jump has reached almost the next whole level. Lu Zhe turns into a streak of wind, dodges the attack, and appears at Merlin's side with a full-force punch. Their powers crash head-on in green wind and white flame, blasting the small dimension with a huge shockwave. Even under Merlin's protection, Alice and Luli can feel the impact and stare toward the center of the blast in tense suspense. When the light clears, both Merlin and Lu Zhe have been forced one step back, proving Lu Zhe can now fight him evenly at the same power. Alice looks at Lu Zhe with open admiration, while Luli quietly starts recording because today he actually looks impressive. Lu Zhe finally gets his proud moment, and starts to smirk at Merlin like he is about to say something unbearable. Before Lu Zhe can enjoy it, Merlin disappears again and Lu Zhe instantly senses trouble. Merlin shamelessly grabs Lu Zhe by the hand and spins him so violently that his eyes and stomach both lose the fight at once. When Merlin finally lets go, Lu Zhe collapses to the ground so dizzy he can barely tell which way is up. Merlin cheerfully asks Alice to join him for a restaurant trip, and his voice immediately turns disappointed when she refuses to leave Lu Zhe and Luli behind. After Merlin leaves, Alice and Luli hurry over to check on Lu Zhe, who admits he mostly needs time before he throws up. Alice apologizes for her father's dirty move and promises to cook Lu Zhe something delicious as compensation. That one promise works instantly, and Lu Zhe lights up so fast that the humiliating defeat suddenly feels worth it. Luli gets quietly annoyed watching him act this excited over food, especially because she has already failed in secret every time she tried to learn cooking. Still, Luli calmly saves today's video clip, now with the satisfaction of finally recording Lu Zhe looking cool instead of pathetic. While Alice and Luli go back to cultivation, Lu Zhe stays put until the spinning in his head finally starts to ease. Once he can stand again, Lu Zhe notices how fast both girls have improved under Merlin's teaching and with his energy support. Luli has already completed 7 small perfect states and pushed her darkness god art further, while Alice has reached level 5 martial warrior and only needs to awaken her source flame. Seeing how hard they push through Merlin's brutal tasks every day, Lu Zhe leaves them alone and heads back to cultivate by himself. Back in his room, Lu Zhe sets spirit force and strength aside for now and pours his focus into wind and fire instead. A few hours later he finishes cultivating, exhales slowly, and stands up with only one thought left on his mind: dinner time. When Lu Zhe comes downstairs, he walks straight into a rich dinner smell and sees Alice and Luli finishing a table full of spirit food. He hurries over to act helpful, but Luli dryly points out that the dishes are already on the table, leaving him awkward while Alice stays polite. Trying to save face, Lu Zhe quickly grabs the bowls and says he can at least serve the rice, and Alice thanks him with an easy smile. Once they sit down, Alice keeps placing the best dishes into Lu Zhe's bowl and excitedly tells him what she cooked. Lu Zhe gets so moved by Alice's cooking and care that he starts wondering, a little too seriously, whether confessing to her might actually work. Across the table, Luli gets more and more irritated watching her brother and best friend act so close, like she is the one being left out. She angrily bites into the golden crisp to prove nothing, only to discover that Alice's cooking really is annoyingly good. Still sulking, Luli suddenly picks up a piece of food and offers it to Lu Zhe, which startles him far more than it should. When Luli sweetly presses the point and asks what is wrong with a sister feeding her brother, Lu Zhe gets chills and hurriedly eats it anyway. The food is fine, even sweet, but the real change is between the girls as Alice and Luli trade one complicated glance and both pull back. Alice lightly comments that the siblings are really close, puts one more piece into Lu Zhe's bowl, and stops feeding him after that. The rest of dinner ends in silence, with the warm meal now carrying a faintly awkward edge. Afterward, Lu Zhe takes the initiative to wash the dishes, feeling oddly content just doing a real share of the work for once. He even sweeps up afterward, but by then Alice and Luli are gone, so he heads back upstairs to cultivate alone. Back in his room, Lu Zhe keeps consuming wind crystal balls until he finally feels his wind god art hit a clear bottleneck. Since he still is not confident enough to kill red fire lions in normal hunting, he leaves the fire crystals alone and shifts focus to strengthening his spirit force and body instead. Later that night, Lu Zhe gets beaten up in training again and returns to bed full of resentment because his shameless sparring partner clearly increased the pressure on purpose. Once he enters the pocket hunting dimension, his mood brightens, because in this area he is finally strong enough to stop fearing every single death. He starts by raiding a few rabbit holes for small red orbs, planning to bring those back for Luli and Alice. Then he sharpens up, because tonight he came for something bigger. He wants to finally hunt a red lion himself. In his mind, killing one of those fireball-spitting lions would prove he has become a cold, capable hunter instead of easy prey. Using his wind god art to scout, Lu Zhe finally spots a lone red lion and immediately confirms that no other lions are close enough to back it up. With no reinforcements nearby, Lu Zhe grins and activates his triple boost, pushing his power all the way to his current limit before the fight begins. The red lion feels that surge at once, bares its teeth, and lowers its body into a killing stance. The standoff breaks when the lion roars and launches a huge spinning fireball straight at him. Lu Zhe meets it head-on with a spinning wind attack, and the two forces crash into a violent explosion of fire and blades. Using the recoil and his wind movement, Lu Zhe stomps off the shattered ground and appears above the lion in an instant. He drops a full-power kick toward the lion's head, but the beast detonates red spirit power into flaming armor just in time. The armor cracks, but that single instant is enough for the lion to slip away before Lu Ze's kick carves a huge ditch into the ground. Lu Zhe immediately realizes the lion is strong but slower than him, so he presses the chase instead of backing off. The lion answers by flooding the area with towering flames and charging straight back at him. Lu Zhe does not dodge this time and smashes his fist into the lion's giant flame-coated claw in a brutal close-range clash. From there, the fight turns into repeated high-speed collisions that rip the plane apart and leave kilometers of blackened trenches behind them. When they finally separate for a moment, both are wounded, but Lu Zhe can already tell he is the one controlling the pace. Lu Zhe even has time for a ridiculous hungry thought as the smell of roasted meat in the burned field drifts past him. That pause also confirms something important to him. Even without using his fire god art, he can suppress this lion if the fight keeps going. The lion senses his confidence, flares even hotter in fury, and throws itself back into the fight. In the final exchange, Lu Zhe shapes a huge wind blade and tears straight through the lion's flames and body. Before the beast can recover, Lu Zhe flashes beside it and decapitates it cleanly, ending the hunt for good. As the lion turns to dust, Lu Zhe finally lets out his breath and basks in the thrill of proving he really can kill the strongest beast in this area. He gets a little drunk on that victory and starts thinking of himself as the new boss of this whole grassy plain. He crouches to collect the drops, now weighing whether huge green wolves or red lions should be his main prey from here on. That smug moment shatters when several heavy growls sound around him and Lu Zhe suddenly realizes he is no longer alone. He looks up and finds 5 red lions surrounding him from all sides, and the confidence he just built instantly turns into a survival problem. Even with his body already aching from holding triple power too long, Lu Zhe forces himself to calm down and reminds himself that he still has one last card left because he never used his fire god art. On the grassy plain, 5 red lions lock Lu Zhe inside a ring of flame pillars, and the heat alone is already wearing him down. Knowing he cannot outlast all 5 at once, Lu Zhe forces himself into full power despite the pain ripping through his body. The lions answer his power up with a volley of fireballs, and Lu Zhe has to shoot into the sky just to survive the blast. Even in the air he is not safe, so when flame claws slash down at him, Lu Zhe drops back to the ground and gives up on flying high. Back on the ground, Lu Zhe interferes with one lion's fire control and flashes to its side for a quick kill. A second lion instantly cuts him off with a flame claw, and Lu Zhe realizes this pack's teamwork is too tight to brute force recklessly. He aborts the attack without hesitation, because one bad trade here would leave him injured, surrounded, and dead. Using his speed as his only real edge, Lu Zhe suddenly fills the field with wind blades and isolates the farthest lion from the pack. At the same time, he shakes that target's flames again, turning the barrage into a clean opening. Lu Zhe bets everything on one explosive burst, charging through the storm even as his overstrained body starts bleeding. His punch lands hard enough to crack bone and send the lion flying across the plain. Before the others can save it, Lu Zhe flashes in again and finishes the wounded lion on the spot. The surviving lions charge in fury, but Lu Zhe is already feeling the backlash from that all-out burst. He grabs the dropped light orbs and decides to run for a rabbit hole before the pack can box him in again. He barely gets a few hundred meters before a much heavier pressure crashes over him and makes him cough blood. A giant horned red lion steps out of the flames, and one look tells Lu Zhe this monster is on a different level entirely. Then the 4 attackers run to the newcomer and rub against him obediently, exposing that Lu Zhe just picked a fight with the Lion King and his whole group. Lu Zhe notices the mane and the females around him, and the ugly truth hits him. This terrifying male has an entire harem backing him up. He does not get a second chance to react, because the horned lion's flame ignites and kills him instantly. Lu Zhe jolts awake in his room, drenched in sweat and shaking from the pain of another death. Once the pain settles, he remembers just how absurdly strong that horned lion's fire was and quietly starts cultivating again. 20 days later, morning sunlight wakes Lu Zhe from cultivation, and his aura is clearly stronger than before. He tests his gains by raising fire in one hand and wind in the other, then smoothly weaving the 2 powers together. After 20 days of non-stop progress, Lu Zhe judges that his normal combat power has reached core martial state level 2, with even more force when wind and fire are fused. His good mood sharpens into anticipation when he remembers what today means. Nangong Jing is coming to take him to the battlefield. He knows the battlefield is where lives are cheap, but he still wants to go because this is the next real test of his strength and future rank. Downstairs, his family is already waiting with breakfast, and Fu Shuya asks one last time if he has really made up his mind. Lu Zhe answers with a grin and acts confident, trying to make his mother worry less before he leaves. Lu Wen cuts in with a blunt warning that cocky new recruits die fastest, even if Lu Zhe is strong. Fu Shuya immediately shuts Lu Wen down for saying something so grim right before their son departs. Even while enjoying his dad suffering a little, Lu Zhe still accepts the warning seriously and promises to be careful. Lu Li adds her own worried reminder, and Lu Zhe answers her gently too. After breakfast, Fu Shuya fusses over his things until she is finally satisfied he has not forgotten anything. Merlin and Alice arrive to see him off, and Alice's first words are another quiet warning to stay safe. Merlin follows with his own advice. With Lu Zhe's power, he should survive as long as he does not get arrogant. Lu Zhe drops the jokes for once and thanks Merlin sincerely for how much he has taught him. Merlin takes the praise, then reminds him that as a human prodigy he has to uphold the race's honor once he reaches the front lines. Lu Zhe answers with swagger that he will make the aliens remember him, and Merlin looks pleased with that spirit. Right then, Lu Zhe's phone lights up with a message from Iron Fist Judgment saying simply that she is here. He looks for a ship and finds nothing, which makes the sudden arrival even stranger. Then Nangong Jing suddenly drops straight out of the sky into the Lu family yard, catching everyone off guard because no ship ever lands. Up close, she looks exactly as sharp as before, except now she is standing in their yard in casual clothes with that same faintly tipsy air. As everyone steps out to send Lu Zhe off, the tipsy Nangong Jing suddenly freezes when she recognizes Merlin. Alice greets her warmly, and Nangong Jing sobers up on the spot, embarrassed that Alice caught her right after drinking. Alice teasingly asks if she just finished drinking, and Nangong Jing looks even more mortified because she once tried to get Alice to steal Merlin's wine for her. Luwen notices they know each other, and Merlin explains their families are close, the kind of alliance top human families maintain to survive and strengthen the race. Nangong Jing points at Lu Zhe in shock and assumes he must be Merlin's disciple. Merlin instantly denies it and says he only taught Lu Zhe for a few days, while his real disciples are Alice and Luli, leaving Lu Zhe silently betrayed. The mood turns serious when Merlin reminds them that gifted students still have to face real war, because future protectors of humanity cannot grow up sheltered. He tells Nangong Jing to watch over Lu Zhe, and she gives a clean military answer that she will. That promise only makes the farewell feel heavier, and Lu Zhe's family and friends all look at him with open worry. Lu Zhe breaks the tension with a smile and promises he'll call back, trying to make his first trip to the battlefield sound lighter than it is. Fu Shuya can't hold back her tears, cups Lu Zhe's face, and begs him to come back safe. Lu Zhe reassures her again, but Luli steps forward next with something she has clearly been working up the nerve to give him. Flustered but determined, Luli pulls out a small black and white panda doll and offers it to him. Lu Zhe is stunned to see a panda in this era, and Luli hurriedly explains that it was an Earth-era national treasure said to bring good luck. Once he realizes how sincere she is, Lu Zhe accepts the doll carefully and promises to take good care of it. Luli finally lowers her voice and tells him to have a safe trip, sounding more like a real little sister than she usually allows herself to. Then Alice steps in with her own gift, a blue storage ring that instantly makes everyone stare for the wrong reason. Merlin's face changes on the spot, but Alice cheerfully explains that the ring is just packed with spirit food for Lu Zhe to eat on the way. The second Lu Zhe hears the word spirit food, he lights up and thanks Alice so sincerely that everyone else is left speechless. With his last supplies already handed to Luli and Alice, Lu Zhe finally says he is leaving for real and turns to Nangong Jing to go. Nangong Jing tells him to keep up if he can fly, then launches into the air in a flash of golden light. Lu Zhe flies after Nangong Jing, while Merlin and the others stay at the gate watching until the two of them disappear into the sky. 2 kilometers above the clouds, Lu Zhe finally sees where Nangong Jing was taking him, a dark teardrop-shaped private spaceship hanging in the sky. Nangong Jing brings him inside and proudly shows off her private ship, boasting that even its attack and defense systems reach planetary state level. She keeps talking while leading him through the ship, and Lu Zhe can only stare because this feels less like transport and more like a flying luxury mansion. At the end of the hallway, the ship opens into a full lounge with a couch, bar, and game setup, and Lu Zhe walks straight into an even stranger surprise. Lin Ling is already there, happily playing a galactic warfare game, and Lu Zhe can only wonder why every powerful person around him seems addicted to gaming. Lin Ling pauses the game, brightens when she sees Lu Zhe, and greets him like a rival she has not seen in a month. Nangong Jing casually switches the ship to autopilot, grabs a bottle from the bar, shrugs off her jacket to reveal a black tight jumper, and drops onto the couch like she's back home after work. She takes a long, satisfied gulp of wine, and the scene is so smooth and practiced that Lu Zhe can only stare at her in disbelief. Lin Ling gets right to the point and invites Lu Zhe to spar in virtual reality, making it obvious she has been waiting for this chance. Lu Zhe is surprised the ship even has virtual reality pods, and Nangong Jing proudly reminds him how much effort she put into outfitting her golden whirl. Then Nangong Jing suddenly brings up the cultivation benchmark she mentioned before and makes it clear she always intended to test Lu Zhe herself. She jumps up excitedly and declares that they are going to the virtual room now, because she wants to inspect his progress personally. Lin Ling joins in immediately, still too proud to let her old loss to Lu Zhe be the last word between them. Lu Zhe accepts, and the three of them head into a small room lined with 4 virtual reality pods. Once they log in, the ship disappears and a vast open training ground forms around them inside the simulation. Nangong Jing grins and tells Lu Zhe not to be scared because she'll be gentle, which only makes it more obvious that she plans to beat him around. Lu Zhe quickly negotiates before the beating starts, asking her to keep the spar limited to abstruse martial state level 8 if she really wants to test that benchmark. Nangong Jing likes that he understands the rules and agrees to fight using only abstruse martial state level 8 power. Lu Zhe instantly turns polite and praises her as a fair teacher, because experience has already taught him not to get cocky with monsters stronger than him. Nangong Jing gets impatient and tells him to stop talking and start, while Lin Ling begins to suspect his growth has outpaced hers again. Lu Zhe accepts the opening move and powers up with crystal light and circulating green wind, matching the agreed level while making sure not to provoke Nangong Jing into using full strength. As soon as Lu Zhe's pressure rises, Nangong Jing realizes he is already at abstruse martial state level 8, and her playful mood turns sharper. Instead of backing off, Nangong Jing decides this only makes beating him up more necessary. Golden power explodes out of Nangong Jing, fierce enough to shake the space around her, and make Lu Zhe immediately take her more seriously. Even Lin Ling, who has fought hard enough to reach abstruse martial state level 2, turns pale and has to retreat hundreds of meters just to breathe normally again. Watching them, Lin Ling can't ignore the gap anymore, because her own brutal month of growth still looks small next to Lu Zhe. Negong Jing coldly warns Lu Zhe that she is coming, then launches forward so fast she appears beside him in an instant. Her small glowing fist reaches Lu Zhe's face with terrifying precision, and he instantly realizes her close combat is even more oppressive than Merlin's. Lu Zhe catches the punch with both palms, but the collision is so perfectly controlled that the real damage tears straight into his body instead of exploding outward. A crystal sheen flashes across Lu Zhe as he crushes the invading fist force inside himself, and uses the impact to spring backward in pain. Lu Zhe is rattled that even at the same stated level, Negong Jing still feels impossible to beat. Negong Jing is just as shocked, because the full-force technical punch she expected to end the match only pushed Lu Zhe back. With neither side getting what they wanted, both of them quietly start thinking about cheating on the agreed power limit. Lu Zhe comforts himself with a loophole. He never actually claimed to be only level 8, so using more of his wind god art feels fair enough. Negong Jing reaches the same shameless conclusion from the other side and decides adding a little more power should be fine too. Both of them smile at each other like nothing is wrong, each convinced they just found the winning move. Before the next clash, Lu Zhe tries a desperate flattery attack and praises Negong Jing as beautiful, kind, strong, and a truly magnificent woman. Negong Jing accepts the compliment for exactly 1 second, then cheerfully tells him he looks strong enough to survive her fists. Lu Zhe can only stare in silence as his compliment strategy fails completely. Negong Jing vanishes again, and the next golden fist in front of Lu Zhe is obviously stronger than the limit she promised. Lu Zhe narrowly slips past the blow and turns into a streak of wind, because taking that punch head-on would end the fight instantly. The missed punch finally detonates behind him and tears a massive tunnel through the air, proving just how far Negong Jing has pushed past the rules. Negong Jing is startled that Lu Zhe's wind god art has also improved, because his speed is now absurdly hard to pin down. Refusing to lose face, she decides she will just cheat harder and catches up by raising her speed again. The fight turns into a full-speed chase, with Negong Jing punching through empty space again and again, while Lu Zhe keeps bursting away a split second ahead of her. From the sidelines, Lin Ling has to use her own god art just to follow them, and she realizes their speed has climbed into core martial state territory. Even while running for his life, Lu Zhe is shaken that Negong Jing can still keep up after he pushes his wind god art to the limit. Negong Jing is equally unsettled, because she has already gone well beyond level 8 and still cannot catch him cleanly. When Lu Zhe finally yells out that she is cheating, Negong Jing freezes on the spot like she has been caught stealing. She tries to deny it, but her guilty face and awkward posture make the lie completely useless. Lu Zhe cuts the match there and reminds her that he already met, and even exceeded, the strength she asked for. Negong Jing wants to argue, but this time she really has no excuse left. With the fight over, Lin Ling walks in smiling and bluntly asks if Lu Zhe's combat power has already reached core martial state. Lu Zhe says his actual cultivation is not that high yet, but his crystal body and god arts are what push his real combat strength up to this level. Lin Ling accepts the gap for now, and says she will only spar him again when she is confident she can beat him. Lu Zhe agrees without hesitation and lightly warns her not to cry when she loses. Lin Ling fires back that she is not some weak girl, keeping the rivalry alive even after admitting the gap. Negong Jing ends the training session and leads them back inside to the living room. Once they settle inside, Negong Jing keeps staring at Lu Zhe with open curiosity, making him visibly uncomfortable. She finally says it plainly. Lu Zhe's talent now looks top tier even among the human race's young dukes. Lu Zhe gets smug and asks if she feels lucky to have such an excellent student, not noticing she is already about to hit back. Negong Jing only needs one reminder about the title he used for her before Lu Zhe instantly throws up both hands and surrenders. His shameless retreat leaves both Negong Jing and Lin Ling speechless, because this guy really has no dignity when survival is involved. The mood shifts when Lin Ling turns to Negong Jing and asks for help with a campaign stage called the Blood Roof System. Negong Jing is surprised that Lin Ling has already reached that campaign, which makes Lu Zhe curious enough to look over too. On the screen, the Blood Roof System opens onto a dark space battlefield where human ships and brutal black enemy warships are trading cannon fire and exploding into wreckage. Inside the ship, Lu Zhe watches Lin Ling's battle simulation and gets pulled in immediately when the screen shows a lone human figure flying out into open space. The sight hits Lu Zhe hard, because this is the first time he has ever actually seen a person survive and move through vacuum by pure strength. Then the simulation zooms in on the human expert, a real person-style man with a faint purple longsword, and one casual slash cuts an enemy ship in half. Lu Zhe can only stare as the swordsman blurs out of sight in the simulation and enemy ships start exploding one after another like paper targets. That display drives home a brutal truth for Lu Zhe. Once someone is that strong, they are faster than ships, harder to target, and powerful enough to prop up an entire civilization alone. But the battle turns ugly when two black flame-race planetary state fighters appear, their dark bodies burning with flames even in vacuum. Lin Ling tries to use the fleet to hold one enemy back so the human expert can kill the other first, but the ships are simply too slow to matter at that level. The three planetary state fighters disappear into a clash too fast to follow, and the only thing left visible is the terrifying shockwave ripping through nearby ships. A full day passes in the simulation, and when the planetary state fight finally ends, the human champion is dead while the two aliens are still standing. With those two monsters free to act, the rest of the human fleet is crushed in short order, and Lin Ling finally admits this campaign was unwinnable from the start. Negong Jing agrees without sugarcoating it, and says that 1,300 years ago, if humanity only had one planetary state fighter against two, defeat was almost guaranteed. She identifies the fallen expert as Lieutenant General Liang Qingzhe, and says the only faint chance back then would have been to throw every ship in as a suicide attack. Then Nangong Jing's mood eases slightly as she adds that the black flame race from that old campaign has long since been beaten down by humanity in real life. Lu Zhe finally blurts out that he thought this was just a game, and Lin Ling explains that it is a training game built from a real historical campaign. For Lin Ling, that matters because she wants to master command and one day become the Federation's first female marshal. Lu Zhe nods along, but in his own head he still believes raw power matters more than strategy if someone can become strong enough to suppress the whole cosmos alone. Seeing he has no interest in command games, Lin Ling goes back to playing while Nangong Jing keeps drinking as if the bottles are water. By the time 6 bottles are empty, Lu Zhe's face is twitching, and Nangong Jing even offers him a drink like this is perfectly normal. After turning her down, Lu Zhe silently cleans up the bottles and walks to the ship window, where planet Lanjiang is already gone from sight. Staring into the vast dark beyond the ship, Lu Zhe feels nervous and excited at the same time, pulled in by how impossibly big the universe is. Nangong Jing comes over with her bottle, stands beside him, and asks if he can feel how enormous the universe really is. She tells him this is only the Milky Way, and once she reaches planetary state, she wants to leave the galaxy, grow stronger, and come back after seeing far more. Then she throws out her arm toward the cosmos and proudly declares that their path of conquest is the stars and seas, leaving Lu Zhe too embarrassed to say he had wanted to say the same thing himself. Curious now, Lu Zhe asks what level she is at, and Nangong Jing says she is still in mortal evolution state, and needs every cell in her body to form planet seeds before breaking through. Lu Zhe keeps a dangerous secret to himself there, because he realizes it would be better not to mention that his body has already reached a complete spirit state. When Nangong Jing teases that he is asking because he wants to catch up to her, Lu Zhe answers with a smile that maybe he really can. Instead of mocking him, Nangong Jing just says that if he truly reaches her level, she will be happy for him, and that rare bit of maturity catches Lu Zhe off guard. Soon the ship enters warp, and the three of them split up to their rooms because no matter where they travel, cultivation still comes first. Back in cultivation, Lu Zhe enters the pocket hunting dimension again and returns to the grassy plains where he once thought he was unbeatable. That confidence had been crushed by the red-horned male lion, a beast that taught him very quickly that the grasslands still belonged to something stronger. When Lu Zhe once ran for a whole day to find new prey, he finally discovered black-scaled leopards and got instantly killed for the effort. After that, he went back to ambushing red female lions, only for the male lion to keep showing up no matter how far away he hunted. Still, Lu Zhe has improved so much that by last night he could already fight the male lion head-on for a while before losing to its flames and stamina. So today he stops waiting around and decides to run straight toward the male lion instead, determined to find out how that beast always tracks him. After hours of running, he finally finds the answer, a towering leafless fire tree blazing red, with the red-horned male lion sleeping beneath it like a king at home. 6 female lions rest obediently around him, making it obvious Lu Zhe has stumbled right into the center of the pack. Then Lu Zhe notices that one flame near the top burns brighter than all the others, and every sway of that special fire seems to make the male lion flash red. The moment Lu Zhe suspects that flame is a treasure, his smile turns shamelessly greedy and he starts planning to steal it for himself. Before he can move, the special flame trembles, the male lion stands up, and the two lock eyes in one deeply awkward caught-in-the-act moment. Lu Zhe even feels a little embarrassed for secretly coveting the lion's treasure, then immediately decides there is no point being subtle anymore. The male lion roars and charges first, but Lu Zhe only trades one clash with it before breaking straight toward the fire tree. A fireball blasts after him from behind, and Lu Zhe has to flash sideways with wind-powered movement to keep his charge alive. He knows he cannot overpower the male lion yet, but he can outrun it, so he keeps aiming straight for the treasure. The 6 female lions tried to block him under the tree, and that is the moment Lu Zhe finally unleashes his fused wind and fire god art. With red and green light flashing in his eyes, Lu Zhe forms a burning whirlwind in one hand and sends it back at the male lion to slow the real threat. The whirlwind swells into a larger storm mid-flight, and the furious lion has to meet it head-on with a blazing claw strike. The explosion gives Lu Zhe exactly what he wanted, a burst of force. He rides forward as he tears through the 6 female lions with 6 clean punches. This time he is not the weak hunter who used to get burned to death under that lion's fire, and he reaches the special flame before the beast can stop him. Trusting his own fire god art, Lu Zhe wraps himself in flames and reaches out to grab the strange fire directly. The instant he touches it, searing pain crashes through him and a flood of fire god art secrets pours into his mind, proving the treasure really was useful. He barely has time to register that success before everything goes black. Back in his room on the ship, Lu Zhe endures the lingering pain with a grin because the special flame left a huge amount of fire insight in his mind. He immediately uses a purple orb to steady his thoughts and dives into the new flame secrets before they can fade. As Lu Zhe comprehends the power, flames spread over his body and he slips into a trance where he feels almost fused with fire itself. He gets so absorbed in that warm, euphoric state that he misses the fact that the room is starting to overheat and catch fire around him. A sharp fire alarm finally snaps Lu Zhe awake, and he stares in horror at the room he has already burned half to ash. The moment he realizes he just set Nangong Jing's precious private ship on fire, Lu Zhe goes pale and starts wondering how he is supposed to survive this. Before he can invent an excuse, Nangong Jing kicks the door open with Lin Ling behind her, both dragged out of bed by the alarm and still in pajamas. They find Lu Zhe standing in the middle of the fire unharmed, and the awkward silence lasts exactly long enough for Nangong Jing's anger to start showing through her smile. Sensing that fist-first justice is coming, Lu Zhe hurriedly begs Nangong Jing to calm down and put down her fist. To stop the damage from getting worse, Lu Zhe sweeps his hand and pulls the scattered flames back into his palm as if the fire is obeying him. That clean control leaves both women stunned, because until now they only knew Lu Zhe as someone who used wind. Once the flames are gone, Lu Zhe looks at the wrecked room and realizes that calming the fire did not save him from the bill or the beating. When the silence keeps stretching, Lu Zhe briefly thinks they might finally be stunned by how handsome he is, not by the fire. Nangong Jing finally breaks the silence and blurts out the real shock. Since when could Lu Zhe use fire god art too? Lu Zhe casually admits he awakened it less than a month ago, which only makes Lin Ling even more stunned. Lin Ling demands to know how he awakened another god art at all, and Lu Zhe responds with shameless nonsense about his passion being like fire. He doubles down by calling himself a legendary prodigy, and the two women give up on understanding his nonsense even if the result is obviously real. Then Nangong Jing looks back at her ruined room, and her patience finally ends. Lu Zhe desperately tries one last plea about peace and self-control, but Nangong Jing flatly refuses to listen. Even Lu Zhe's dramatic claim that he is her long-lost personal student cannot save him once Nangong Jing declares their teacher-student bond over and comes in swinging. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe is left sitting on the dusty bed with a huge lump on his head, painfully reminded that Nangong Jing really did hold back. Lin Ling laughs and tells him he is the first person to take that kind of beating from Nangong Jing without passing out. When Nangong Jing boasts that she is experienced enough to hit people without leaving internal injuries, Lu Zhe realizes that is somehow worse. She says he does not need to pay for the damage, and for one brief second Lu Zhe almost feels touched by her generosity. That feeling dies immediately when Nangong Jing happily admits beating him was so satisfying that she hopes to do it again. After getting Lu Zhe settled into a new room, the three return to cultivation and travel as if that disaster was just another day with Nangong Jing. 5 days pass, and Lu Zhe opens his eyes with red flames reflected in them after steadily deepening his fire god art. In the pocket hunting dimension, he has been provoking the horned male lion every day by stealing more insight from that special flame, and each visit makes his fire stronger. Now his fire god art has grown so far that it has already surpassed his wind, and he can shape flames into flowers, birds, and little living forms just for fun. After cleaning up, Lu Zhe heads out to the ship's living room where Nangong Jing is already drinking on the couch and Lin Ling is still buried in wargame simulations. Nangong Jing tells them the ship is about to leave warp and they are only 1 day away from the CR system, which makes both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling tense up with excitement. The coming battlefield matters because CR sits on the border with the Blade Demons, where both races keep fighting over resource sites without escalating into full war. With the real battlefield so close, Lu Zhe breaks the tension by pulling out the food Alice made for him and offering to share. The moment she smells it, Nangong Jing lights up and reminds him she has known Alice long enough to enjoy that cooking style before he ever did. Lin Ling also joins the complaint, and Lu Zhe admits he only brought the food out now because he never wanted to share Alice's cooking in the first place. Nangong Jing answers by pulling out a bottle of rich golden liquor, turning the meal into a proper pre-battle feast. The three eat happily together as the view outside shifts from the warp tunnel to open space, a quiet reminder that the battlefield is now very close. Then Nangong Jing's expression goes cold, because as soon as the ship exits warp she senses the presence of a powerful enemy nearby. Lu Zhe instantly ruins the tension by asking whether the scent of a powerful being is supposed to smell good. After his awkward excuse that he was distracted by the food, Lu Zhe finally gets serious and asks the real question: should they land on a planet since none of them can fight in space yet? Near the planet belt, Nangong Jing suddenly senses danger and coldly warns Lu Zhe and Lin Ling that an ambush is waiting for them. 3 small warships burst out from the rocks, proving the trap is real and closing in fast. Nagongjing vanishes into the cockpit, and her ship instantly darts sideways to slip past the encirclement before the enemy can lock it down. The enemy ships give chase and start firing red energy beams, turning the escape into a live pursuit. At the window, Lu Zhe watches the chase with Lin Ling and realizes that if the ship blows up, he and Lin Ling die with it. For a moment Lu Zhe relaxes, because Nagongjing's ship is so fast that the pursuers start falling behind. Then the ship abruptly slows down, and Lu Zhe's relief disappears as the three warships start catching up again. Lu Zhe blurts out a ridiculous guess about leaking fuel, and Lin Ling dryly reminds him the ship runs on spirit force, not oil. When Lu Zhe wonders if Nagongjing is exhausted, Lin Ling tells him the slowdown is deliberate, and she is baiting the attackers into a better battlefield. That answer tells Lu Zhe a real fight is coming, but Lin Ling's confidence steadies him more than the situation deserves. Lu Zhe jokes that seeing her made him stop panicking, and Lin Ling immediately snaps back like she wants to hit him. Even while annoyed, Lin Ling warns him seriously that battlefield ambushes are no joke and he needs to be careful. After keeping the enemy at a controlled distance, Nagongjing returns from the cockpit and orders both of them to gear up because they are landing on the planet ahead. Lu Zhe freezes, because this order reminds him of one ugly fact: he does not own any battle armor at all. Nagongjing and Lin Ling peel off their jackets to reveal slim combat underlayers, then snap open metal cases and let spirit-powered armor lock onto their bodies automatically. Fully armored, Nagongjing looks like a war goddess and Lin Ling like a sharp skirmisher, which only makes Lu Zhe feel more embarrassingly underprepared. When they ask for his armor, Lu Zhe can only admit he never had one, earning a very strange silence from both women. Nagongjing brushes it off and says the base will issue Lu Zhe armor later, and for this fight he can stay unarmored because she plans to take the strong enemies herself. The ship dives toward a green world, and Lu Zhe nervously asks whether breathing on this random planet is going to poison him. Nagongjing explains that her star map already confirmed this is an uncivilized but breathable world, so the planet is safe enough for carbon-based humans to fight on. They land on a barren plain, and Nagongjing steps out ready to shoot the pursuers down now that she can fight without worrying about vacuum. Then Nagongjing unleashes her god art, and Lu Zhe watches in shock as she turns into a blazing gold-haired powerhouse right in front of him. Her aura crushes the ground into spreading cracks, and Lu Zhe can only stare and blurt out that she looks like a super scion. Instead of denying it, Nagongjing proudly says she knows exactly what he means and admits she studied ancient manga herself. Before Lu Zhe can process that image, the three enemy ships break into the atmosphere above them, and the real battle starts. Nagongjing shoots into the air as a golden beam and opens with one punch powerful enough to smash through a warship's barrier and detonate the whole craft. The first ship explodes into black fire and wreckage, and Lu Zhe on the ground can't help feeling fired up by how overwhelming she is. 6 armored blade demons emerge in the sky to face Nagongjing, revealing that the enemy sent elite assassins, not just ships. Nagongjing follows with 2 more punches that leave the remaining ships damaged and smoking, forcing them down instead of letting them escape the fight. The Blade Demon leader is surprised to find Nagongjing stronger than their intelligence claimed, but he came prepared with enough elite fighters to pay for her death. Nagongjing reads that reaction instantly and taunts them, making it clear she never intended to show all her cards just because the public knows her title. The Red Armored Demon leader threatens Nagongjing, then spots Lu Zhe and Lin Ling on the ground and treats the 2 human prodigies as an unexpected bonus kill. More Blade Demons land on the plain and begin surrounding Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, turning the fight into 2 separate battlefields at once. Lu Zhe quietly judges the new arrivals and feels almost no real danger from them, which tells him this group is much weaker than it looks. Lin Ling reads the same situation very differently, summons a white longsword, and braces as if they are one mistake from disaster. She tells Lu Zhe that even at full power she can only hold off about 5 enemies, so she needs to know exactly how many he can handle. Lu Zhe starts doing cheerful mental math instead of panicking, because he is trying to leave Lin Ling a few enemies she can still beat herself. After mumbling through a few numbers, Lu Zhe finally says he can hold 29, and Lin Ling almost loses patience on the spot. Even then, Lin Ling thinks he is overreaching and warns that if he cannot hold the line, they need to retreat until Nagongjing finishes her own fight. Lu Zhe reassures her with a bright thumbs up and casually assigns her the last 3 enemies like this is already settled. As the Blade Demons rush in, Lu Zhe notices every single one of them has proper spirit-powered armor while he is still fighting in casual clothes, and that annoys him more than it should. 2 stronger demon leaders step forward and focus on Lu Zhe, clearly deciding the armorless human looks like the easiest target. One demon barks something in the universal language, the others burst out laughing, and Lu Zhe instantly knows that insult was aimed at him. When Lu Zhe asks, Lin Ling explains that the aliens are using the universal common language taught in university, which just adds one more thing to his academic pain. Lin Ling finally translates the insult. Because Lu Zhe has no armor, the demons think he is a rookie and want to beat him first. That lands harder than any attack, and Lu Zhe goes cold when he realizes he has genuinely been looked down on. Without another word, Lu Zhe kicks off the ground and vanishes, moving so fast the demons barely notice before he is already above their 2 leaders. He reappears overhead with crystal-glowing hands wrapped in spinning green wind and slams both leaders straight down into the earth by their heads. The laughter dies instantly, because every nearby blade demon just watched their strongest ground fighters get planted like stakes in one move. Lu Zhe glares down at them and asks who gave them the nerve to laugh at him for lacking armor in the first place. When the 2 leaders still try to resist, Lu Zhe decides to punish them properly and sends precise red flames into their faces to burn only their brains. A nasty burnt smell immediately rises from the corpses, and even Lu Zhe winces and kills the flames because the result is too disgusting. The whole battlefield falls silent, because the blade demons finally understand the armorless human they mocked just erased their leaders in seconds. Back on the battlefield, Lu Zhe finally calmed down and awkwardly admitted to Lin Ling that he got carried away after the blade demons cursed him first. Trying to keep his promise, Lu Zhe told Lin Ling he would hold down 27 enemies and leave only 3 for her to beat with brute force. Lin Ling was stunned because she had truly believed Lu Zhe could only barely stall them, not dominate the whole field by himself. When Lu Zhe casually offered to just handle everyone himself, Lin Ling forced out that she would at least take 3 so she would not look useless. The trapped blade demons realized their damaged ship could not save them, so their fears snapped back into vicious desperation. Lu Zhe answered that killing intent with cold eyes and a ring of green wind that locked 27 blade demons in place, leaving only 3 at Lin Ling's level outside the trap. The 3 free blade demons misread the situation as Lu Zhe reaching his limit and rushed him at once. They ignored Lin Ling for a fatal second, and she instantly darted in to kill 1 blade demon and intercept the other 2 before they could reach Lu Zhe. While Lin Ling battled, Lu Zhe watched his trapped enemies and decided a simple prison was too risky if anyone managed to turn the tables. Then he looked at the 2 leaders already buried upside down and suddenly got a bright idea. Lu Zhe floated up to 1 trapped demon with a weirdly friendly smile, as if he had decided this was now an art project. 1 crystal-glowing punch killed the demon on the spot. Using his wind power like a worker with a new hobby, Lu Zhe carried the corpse over and planted it headfirst beside the 2 leaders. The trapped blade demons fell silent in horror when they realized Lu Zhe intended to plant every last one of them. At the same time, Lin Ling's god art let her read the weak points in the blade demons' attacks, keeping her outnumbered fight at a tense stalemate. Then a fresh howl rose from Lu Zhe's side, and the 3 blade demons fighting Lin Ling instinctively glanced over for 1 dangerous second. What they saw made them shiver. Lu Zhe was cheerfully planting another dead comrade headfirst into the earth. Lin Ling kept her cool, and every new howl from Lu Zhe's side made her 3 opponents flinch harder, opening clean chances for her sword. A little later, Lu Zhe admired his handiwork with genuine pride when the planted corpses reached 4 neat rows of 5. When Lu Zhe turned a warm smile on the last 7 trapped demons, they shook so badly they started making pitiful squeaking noises instead of roaring. Lin Ling, still stuck fighting, was left baffled about what exactly Lu Zhe had done to break a whole squad of blade demons like that. High above them, Nangong Jing was overwhelming 5 stronger blade demons alone, blazing in her golden battle form like an untouchable war goddess. The battered blade demon leader could not understand how a non-planetary assassin team had run into someone this strong. Nangong Jing answered with brutal confidence that without a planetary state, they never had a chance to kill her. The blade demon leader tried to salvage pride by talking about killing her 2 young prodigies, then looked down and nearly choked when he saw 20 of his men neatly planted in the ground. Even Nangong Jing was briefly stunned, then burst into laughter and proudly declared that her students were unexpectedly creative. Worse for the blade demons, Nangong Jing instantly decided she liked the idea and wanted to learn it too. Realizing they could not kill Nangong Jing, the surviving 6 blade demons switched targets and chose to murder Lu Zhe and Lin Ling instead before they could grow stronger. 5 stayed behind to stall Nangong Jing while 1 broke away and dove toward the students. Nangong Jing vanished in a flash and intercepted the attacker herself, furious that anyone would dare target her students in front of her. On the ground, Lu Zhe looked up, decided the air battle was basically over, and turned back to his last 7 prisoners with renewed enthusiasm. He knocked all 7 dead in quick succession and planted them together, expanding the formation to 4 rows of 7 with 1 extra body still to place. The 3 badly shaken blade demons fighting Lin Ling felt Lu Zhe's attention turn on them, and that hesitation gave her the opening she needed. Lin Ling answered with 1 clean burst of sword light that pierced all 3 enemies and ended her fight at once. Lu Zhe immediately floated the 3 corpses over with his wind and complained that Lin Ling's sword left too many bloodstains for good aesthetics. Lin Ling tried to scold him for talking about aesthetics in a kill zone, but the sight was so ridiculous she doubled over laughing instead. Lu Zhe planted those last 3 too, bringing the ground display to a perfect 4 rows of 8, and he honestly asked if Lin Ling did not find it interesting. Before Lin Ling could answer, Nangong Jing smashed another blade demon out of the sky hard enough to gouge a ditch into the ground. 3 more howls followed, and soon only 2 blade demons were left fleeing from Nangong Jing's golden pursuit. Just then, a white ship stopped overhead, and the 2 fleeing demons rushed toward it as if grabbing their last chance to survive. A white-haired man stepped out of the shuttle, and with one cold glance he froze both blade demons solid in midair. The ice statues dropped and shattered on the ground, making Lu Zhe instantly realize this newcomer was as frighteningly strong as Nangong Jing. Lin Ling recognized the white-haired man immediately as Luo Bingqing, the icy young duke famous across the Federation. When Lin Ling called Luo Bingqing the dream of billions of young girls and maybe the most handsome man in the Federation, Lu Zhe immediately refused to concede the title. Lin Ling only rolled her eyes at Lu Zhe's shameless answer. Nangong Jing dropped down and immediately complained to Luo Bingqing for shattering those last two bodies, because now she could not add them to the planted display. Luo Bingqing was left visibly puzzled by that sentence alone. Once they landed together on the battlefield, Nangong Jing's golden battle state faded away and she relaxed back into her usual loose, satisfied self after the fight. She praised Lu Zhe's creativity again and then happily remembered there were still 4 stronger blade demon corpses left to add to the arrangement. Lu Zhe decided on the spot that maybe he had judged Nangong Jing too harshly, because in this very specific matter she understood him perfectly. Using his wind again, Lu Zhe replanted the 4 level 5 blade demons and expanded the scene into a full 4 rows of 36 corpses in total. Luo Bingqi took in the completed battlefield display and silently decided Lu Zhe's brain did not work like normal people's. After that, Luo Bingqing asked whether Lu Zhe and Lin Ling were students from the elite class. Nangong Jing introduced Luo Bingqing as another young duke and an honorary lecturer, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling respectfully greeted him as Teacher Luo. Then Nangong Jing introduced Lin Ling properly and described Lu Zhe, with a straight face, as a retard and a foodie who also happened to be talented. Lu Zhe tried to protest, but one look at Nangong Jing's smiling fists made him instantly agree that her description was completely correct. Lin Ling treated that surrender as normal by now, but even Luo Bingqing needed a second to process what he had just watched. When Nangong Jing asked why he had come, Luo Bingqing explained that the base radar detected both her spirit wave and the blade demons, so he was sent to support her. With the ambush over, Nangong Jing decided they should return to the CR base. Luo Bingqing boarded his private ship, while Nangong Jing took Lu Zhe and Lin Ling back onto her own vessel for the trip. Half a day later, the group arrived near the CR base, a prosperous man-made military planet ring by moving warships and mining vessels. After landing at the station, Nangong Jing stored her ship away and joined Luo Bingqing at the terminal entrance. The guards immediately saluted both of them as major generals, and Lu Zhe was blindsided by the fact that Nangong Jing's wild personality came with that rank. Nangong Jing pointed at Lu Zhe and told the staff to register him on the spot. When Lu Zhe asked why Lin Ling did not need the same process, she smugly revealed she had already been registered for a month and had even earned military merit. Then she delivered the real blow. She was an honorary level 3 sergeant major, while Lu Zhe was about to become a mere level 2 soldier who should call her officer. Lu Zhe desperately checked with Nangong Jing, but she confirmed it with obvious amusement. Defeated, Lu Zhe followed the guard away to register with all the life drained out of him. The registration itself was quick, just identity confirmation and DNA recording before the system issued his military card. Lu Zhe received a plain military identity card that officially labeled him Level 2 Soldier Lu Zhe, the default starting rank for new registrants. He also learned the broad military ranking ladder, which made it painfully clear that he was at the very bottom as a complete new recruit. When Lu Zhe returned, Luo Bingqing had already gone off to report, leaving Nangong Jing and Lin Ling waiting for him. Nangong Jing told him they were heading to the elite class dorms, which were separate from the ordinary soldier barracks because their group worked more like special forces. Lin Ling immediately demanded to see Lu Zhe's new dog tag and could barely hide how delighted she was to outrank him. She flashed her own silver rank card marked Level 3 Sergeant Major right in his face and savored the moment. Lu Zhe shot back that rank did not matter if she still could not beat him in a fight. Lin Ling countered that striking a superior officer could land him in military court, and for once that argument actually had teeth. Nangong Jing coughed from the side like a reminder that an actual major general was standing right there listening to all of it. That finally pushed Lu Zhe to ask why someone at Nangong Jing's rank was still working as a teacher. Nangong Jing explained that she was an honorary major general, a title granted to people at mortal evolution state with enough military merit, not a full command post with regular troop authority. After hearing Nangong Jing explain the military system, Lu Zhe finally understands why she and Luo Bingqing are already major generals at such a young age. That makes Lu Zhe perk up immediately, because if military merit means fast promotions, he might be able to outrank Lin Ling soon. A few hours later, the trio reaches the Federal University elite dorms inside CR base, where students from all 4 years are staying during the military training period. Nangong Jing points out the girls' and boys' dorms and sounds especially pleased that this year's Federal University testing is happening here instead of near Emperor Capital Academy. After she tells him his room should be 204, Lu Zhe says goodbye and heads alone into the quiet male dorm. The dorm feels strangely silent, but Lu Zhe still finds room 204 and unlocks it with his identity card. The moment he steps inside, Lu Zhe freezes, because a half-dressed purple-haired beauty is standing in the living room with their back to him. Ian turns around, and those big purple eyes only make the misunderstanding worse, so Lu Zhe silently backs out and shuts the door. Outside the door, Lu Zhe checks the room number again and desperately tells himself this has to be some kind of mistake. He opens the door a second time, sees the same purple-eyed face again, and panics into a rushed apology before closing it once more. When the room number still checks out, Lu Zhe's confusion flips into wild optimism, and he starts wondering if fate just handed him a cute roommate disguised as a boy. Before he can make his grand re-entry, 2 other boys arrive in the corridor and casually ask if he is also assigned to room 204. Lu Zhe realizes this is a 4-person room, and his main character fantasy takes a brutal hit on the spot. Then Ian steps out dressed properly and calmly clears it up at once. He is not a girl, and people keep making that same mistake. Yimu and Xavier admit they made the exact same mistake yesterday, so Lu Zhe is not the only one caught off guard. Xavier helpfully reveals that Yimu got so excited he tried to ask Ian for contact details, which instantly destroys Yimu's cool image. Ian's face turns red enough to make the whole scene even more dangerous for everyone's composure, and the others can only look away awkwardly. Once they settle inside, Lu Zhe finally sees the full setup of room 204, a shared living room, 4 tiny private rooms, and 1 bathroom. Ian explains that he was about to shower and only undressed in the living room because the other 2 were supposed to be out, which makes Lu Zhe's bad timing painfully clear. Yimu introduces himself first and tries very hard to sound lofty, boasting about his prenatal sword body and the future title he already picked for himself, Amorous Young Duke. The speech gets even more shameless when Yimu declares Luo Bingqing his idol and starts talking like he is destined to become every girl's dream. That is when Lu Zhe finally understands why Yimu felt familiar, because his cool act is basically a lower-grade copy of Teacher Luo. Next, Xavier introduces himself as a dark ray body user who can tank hits and hold the front line. Ian follows with a quieter introduction, revealing that his god art is mental interference. Lu Zhe introduces himself last and casually mentions that he has both wind god art and strength god art. The room goes dead still, because even in the elite class, dual god arts are rare enough to shock all 3 of his new roommates. Lu Zhe is honestly puzzled by their reaction, because to him it seemed normal after seeing Nangong Jing wield multiple god arts herself. Ian and Xavier quickly shut that down by reminding him that Nangong Jing is a young duke, and dual god arts usually mean someone has the talent to reach that level too. Xavier bluntly adds that Lu Zhe now has better odds of becoming a young duke than Yimu, which lands like a knife. Yimu can only admit that in the entire elite class across all years, there are fewer than 5 students with 2 or more god arts, and Lu Zhe may be the only first year among them. Once Lu Zhe realizes they are comparing him to the top young monsters in the Federation, he cannot help grinning at how absurdly good that sounds. Ian shifts the topic by mentioning tomorrow's military drill, and Lu Zhe realizes Nangong Jing never told him about it. Ian explains that the military drill exists so the army can measure the students properly before assigning missions, instead of sending them into battles beyond their strength. Yimu adds a second reason, the long-running rivalry between academy students and the military's prodigy barracks. Ian breaks it down for him plainly. The prodigy barracks are battlefield-grown talents who think academy students are too soft for real combat. That means tomorrow's drill is really an annual showdown between the elite class and the prodigy barracks, and it gets intensely competitive. Xavier reveals the real pressure point. An 18-year-old monster from the prodigy barracks is coming with 3 god arts, abstruse martial state level 5 cultivation, and rumored core martial combat power. The room falls heavy after that, because someone their age with that kind of battlefield record is hard to breathe around even in theory. Instead of shrinking back, Lu Zhe quietly wants to test himself against someone that strong, because he can already feel himself getting a little too confident. Later the 4 head to the base entertainment district for dinner, where the mood lightens again almost immediately thanks to Yimu's shameless staring at every pretty girl he sees. Over dinner they learn the schedule clearly. Tomorrow morning is the briefing with teachers and officers, and the drill begins in the afternoon. When they hear high-ranking military officers may be watching, the light dinner talk turns tense, and all 3 roommates start taking tomorrow's drill much more seriously. After dinner they return to the dorms, briefly greet other new students, and then the night finally settles in. Alone in his tiny bedroom, Lu Zhe finally checks his phone and finds a flood of unread messages from Alice, Luli, his parents, and even Merlin. He quickly reports to his parents and Merlin that he arrived safely, but the mountain of messages from Luli and Alice looks far more troublesome to answer one by one. So Lu Zhe comes up with a lazy but efficient solution and creates a group chat for Luli and Alice called Lu Zhe's wartime broadcast. He sends them a cheerful update that he reached the battlefield safely and even tells them about his absurd new roommates. Back on planet Lanjiang, Luli and Alice both grab their phones as soon as the message arrives, hoping it is news from him. Luli sees the group name, gets annoyed enough to throw her phone onto the bed, and then still picks it right back up a few seconds later. Alice is caught off guard too, but once both girls read Lu Zhe's roommate's stories, they cannot help laughing. Their first replies are perfectly in sync, because both Luli and Alice warn Lu Zhe not to be influenced by Yimu. Lu Zhe insists he is an honest person, and the 3 chat a little longer about tomorrow's military drill. Before signing off, Luli and Alice both remind him to rest well, be careful on the battlefield, and keep sending word that he is safe. With that, Lu Zhe puts the phone away in a good mood and decides to spend the rest of the night training in the pocket hunting dimension before the drill. As soon as he enters that deadly space again, the familiar flame pain hits his body in brutal waves, but this time he can endure it without losing his thoughts. The improvement is real enough that Lu Zhe believes in just a few more days he will be ready to kill that male lion. For tonight though, he stays focused on the immediate goal and quietly studies his new flame god art to prepare for tomorrow's military drill. 3 hours into cultivation, Lu Zhe opened his eyes with a red flash and realized his fire god art had become much smoother and easier to control. That improvement also tells him he is learning faster now, so he drops wind training for the moment and focuses on building spirit force and body strength instead. He starts absorbing the red orbs, driving violent power through his body while the chi attraction chant pulls spirit chi from the void into him. By morning, Lu Zhe finishes refreshed, stretches out with crackling bones, and heads to wash up before breakfast. After cleaning up, Lu Zhe settles in the shared living room and starts eating the spirit food Alice prepared for him. Ian walks out, spots the fragrant breakfast, and lights up when Lu Zhe casually invites him to eat too. Before Ian can even return, Yimu and Xavier rush out toward the table with shining eyes, drawn in by the smell. Lu Zhe stops both of them cold with wind power and bluntly orders them to go wash up first. The two roommates try to brute force their way free, but even Yimu's sword chi and Xavier's metallic god art cannot crack Lu Zhe's control. When they finally give up, Yimu can only stare at Lu Zhe in shock and realize their new roommate is absurdly stronger than he looks. Ian walks back in at the worst possible moment and timidly asks them not to fight, completely missing that Lu Zhe is just bullying them. Lu Zhe finally lets them go, but only after warning that if they are slow, he and Ian will finish all the spirit food without them. The warning works instantly, and Yimu and Xavier bolt off to wash up while Lu Zhe and Ian wait by the table for them to hurry back. One bite is enough to leave the roommates envious, because the spirit food is so good it makes Lu Zhe seem unfair in every direction. Lu Zhe casually makes it worse by bragging that this meal was cooked for him by his cute junior schoolmate, and that his own real skill is just eating. Yimu immediately curses Lu Zhe's love life and jealousy, and snatches meat off Xavier's plate, while the others suffer through his luck. After breakfast, the four head outside and find the dorm yard already packed with elite students gathering in groups. In the busy yard, Lin Ling waves Lu Zhe over while standing with her 3 female roommates, and his whole dorm group turns toward them. Yimu instantly assumes Lin Ling is the junior schoolmate Lu Zhe bragged about, only to freeze when Lu Zhe says she is not even the same girl. Now fully broken, Yimu begs Lu Zhe to teach him how to attract girls, and Lu Zhe can only curse him off because he is still single himself. When Lu Zhe comes closer, Lin Ling awkwardly admits she forgot to warn him there was a drill today. Lu Zhe brushes it off as just a fight, and Lin Ling remembers how brutally he handled the blade demons and has to admit he means it. Lin Ling introduces her 3 roommates to Lu Zhe, Shy Jessica, bold Tianyuan Qianhua, and the cool-faced Qian Yuqi. Yimu immediately turns wolfish around the girls, but the 3 of them are far more interested in the soft-faced Ian than in him. Even Qian Yuqi eyes Yimu like a threat and visibly softens only when she looks at Ian, leaving Yimu in complete despair. Lu Zhe cannot figure out why none of the girls are talking to him, but unlike Yimu, he is not desperate enough to chase the answer. More students pour in until the whole yard is crowded with every year of the elite class. A burst of golden and white light drops into the yard as Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing arrive, instantly pulling every eye toward them. Nangong Jing tells the veterans they already know the rules, then cheerfully warns the new students that most of them are about to get beaten up for their first time. Her terrible attempt at comfort leaves Lu Zhe speechless, and the new students even more tense. But Nangong Jing does not care enough to soften it. With that, the whole elite class is sent off to the number 1 training ground. Nearly an hour later, they reach a giant open-roof arena where the annual drill will be held in front of a full set of spectators. Across the stage, Lu Zhe spots a large formation from the prodigy barracks already waiting in matching military uniforms and openly looking down on the university side. Lin Ling explains that these are the prodigies of the prodigy barracks, and the sight hits her a little harder because she once turned down their offer herself. Yimu bristles at the contemptuous stares from the prodigy barracks, and a nearby upperclassman just grins and tells him to beat them later. The prodigy barracks kick off the usual verbal war by calling the university side rabbits and promising to go easy on them. That taunt detonates the crowd, especially the second years, who clearly still remember last year's humiliation. Lu Zhe ignores the shouting match and looks up instead at the high stand, where the real decision-makers are watching. On the high stand, Major General Barry sits at the center as the base's real commanding officer, with Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing on his left and Lin Kuang plus a golden-haired female major general on his right. Barry laughs that the bickering students look just like the old days, which makes Nangong Jing and Lin Kuang visibly awkward because they used to be even louder troublemakers. Lin Kuang proudly claims his side has a monster this year and tells Nangong Jing she is finally going to lose. Nangong Jing laughs in his face and reminds him he never beat her before, so his soldier is probably no match for her student either. Lin Kuang tries to brush off Nan Gongjing's confidence by calling Lin Ling weak, but the complaint comes out with obvious big brother frustration. Nan Gongjing refuses to explain herself, and even Luo Bingqing only says he will see soon enough, which leaves Lin Kuang even more suspicious. Once the arena settles, Barry stands and formally begins the entrance briefing for everyone present. He explains that this test is not just a show, because the base needs each student's combat level to assign proper missions and later determine university treatment. Barry lays out the drill rules. Every Federal University student has to fight once against the Prodigy Barracks. Each bout lasts 3 minutes, and the medics can handle even serious injuries. The university side answers in unison, fully aware now that their standing here will affect what they get when they return to school. Lin Kuang teleports down to the stage to take over the drill and immediately looks for Lin Ling, only for her to cheekily stick out her tongue at him. He starts the order from the 4th years, sending everyone else to their seats as the real matches begin. A mature 4th-year senior named Liang Zongguang steps onto the stage and calmly announces his aperture opening state cultivation. That one line shocks Lu Zhe, and Lin Ling has to explain that most 4th-year elites are already at the same major realm as the strongest fighters in Tulun. Her explanation hits home fast. Even for elite prodigies, the real bottleneck is reaching planetary state, which makes Lu Zhe realize his own growth is even more outrageous than he thought. From the prodigy barracks, a handsome soldier named Yubo drifts onto the stage and answers Liang Zongguang with a bloodthirsty grin. The moment Lin Kuang gives the start, Liang Zongguang activates yellow armor and charges, expecting a straightforward clash. Instead, Yubo's invisible strings strike first and slice Liang Zongguang's face before most of the audience can even tell what happened. Yi Mu and the others are left staring in confusion, while Lin Ling and Lu Zhe are the only first-years nearby who can piece together that Yubo is fighting with strings. Realizing he underestimated a rare and dangerous god art, Liang Zongguang wipes the blood from his face and turns serious at once. The soldiers in the arena cheer as Yubo mocks him with just this level of skill, and the fight instantly hardens into something real. Liang Zongguang answers by summoning a long spear, and the two vanish into a speed battle of spear rays against invisible killing strings. Most of the students can barely follow the exchange at all, and Lin Ling is already sweating from trying, while Lu Zhe alone watches the whole thing with relative ease. As the opening clash continues beyond their eyes, Yi Mu and the others can only look at Lin Ling and especially Lu Zhe with fresh admiration, because those two are reading a fight the rest of them can barely even see. Lin Kuang forcefully stops the first duel after 3 brutal minutes, pulling Yubo and Liang Zongguang apart before the injuries get worse. Yubo openly mocks the wounded senior, and Liang Zongguang can only grit his teeth because he knows he lost the edge. Pleased with the practical side's result, Lin Kuang sends both men off for treatment, and moves the drill straight to the next fight. The 4th-year matches continue for nearly an hour, and both sides trade wins because the seniors' real combat gap is there but no longer overwhelming. While everyone watches the seniors, Lu Zhe quietly treats the whole session like a live combat class because fighting humans is still new to him. He even boosts his understanding with a faint purple orb, turning the seniors' matches into fast fuel for his own battle insight. At first Lu Zhe and Lin Ling discuss the fights together, but before long he is doing most of the explaining and she is the one listening closely. Yi Mu and the others quickly realize Lu Zhe's comments are not casual chatter at all, and the freshmen start looking at him like he is some kind of monster. By the end of the 4th-year round, even 2nd and 3rd-year students are sneaking strange looks at Lu Zhe, because this first-year junior clearly understands far too much. When the 4th-year drill ends and a short break begins, Lu Zhe is openly pleased because he can feel his own fighting sense getting sharper. To Lu Zhe, this matters because crushing beasts is one thing, but these human duels are teaching him what he might need against opponents as talented as himself. That is when upperclassmen start approaching one after another to thank Lu Zhe, saying his quiet analysis already made them more confident for their own fights. Lu Zhe introduces himself with his usual easy smile and tells them he will not be shy about asking for help if he ever needs it. His roommates can only stare in disbelief, because it turns out even older elite students are learning from the same freshmen who already left them behind. Then a beautiful senior girl cuts in with a much more personal question and asks Lu Zhe whether he already has a girlfriend. The blunt question leaves Lu Zhe frozen for a beat, while Lin Ling watches oddly and Yi Mu takes psychic damage on the spot. Lu Zhe politely shuts it down by saying he already likes someone, and the senior accepts it with visible disappointment. Before leaving, the grateful seniors still hand Lu Zhe their contact details, treating him like a junior worth keeping close. As soon as they are gone, Yi Mu pokes Lu Zhe in envy and complains that he just rejected an extremely pretty senior without blinking. Lin Ling's roommates throw contemptuous looks at Yi Mu for whining about Lu Zhe rejecting that senior, which makes the joke land even harder on him. Lin Ling immediately follows up on Lu Zhe's excuse and asks who he likes, but he dodges her with a grin because he does not even know the answer himself. The break ends, and the drill moves into the 3rd-year matches where the cultivation is lower but the fights are still strong enough to keep everyone focused. This time even Yi Mu and the other freshmen can follow most of the action, so they watch much more closely than before. After hearing Lu Zhe's earlier breakdowns and watching these fights with fresh eyes, Lin Ling can already feel her own combat style tightening up. Lu Zhe quietly uses another faint purple orb and sifts through everything he has learned until the third year's tricks stop looking impressive to him. When he notices Lin Ling frowning in thought, Lu Zhe starts explaining again, and this time a whole cluster of students gathers to listen. By the end of the long third-year round, the students who listen to Lu Zhe start performing noticeably better, and their flashy improvements finally catch the higher-ups' attention. Then the second-year drill begins, and the practical side starts taunting them hard because the real combat gap is even more obvious here. Most second-year students still get overwhelmed, but one longsword girl wins cleanly after applying what Lu Zhe taught her. A second-year swordswoman who improved after listening to Lu Zhe wins easily, then winks at him from the stage and drags the whole arena's attention onto him. Now the drill reaches the first years, and their nerves show immediately, which only encourages the practical side to bare their fangs and mock them even more viciously. As the first-year round begins, Li Kuang flatly calls for student number 1, but his mood is already dark because he keeps noticing Lin Ling chatting happily with Lu Zhe. The first freshman up is Ji Jingtian, a tall and handsome level 4 fighter who steps onto the stage looking calm, proud, and fully confident in himself. His confidence takes an immediate hit when the practical side treats him like a joke and sends out William, a level 3 bruiser, because the stronger ones cannot even be bothered. Even with the higher cultivation and a sword in hand, Ji Jingtian finds himself dragged into an ugly even fight because William's killing intent and real battlefield rhythm are far better. From the stands, Barry thinks the freshman is decent, but Nangong Jing barely cares and dismisses the whole thing as ordinary. Down below, Lin Ling calmly points out exactly why Ji Jingtian is struggling, and Lu Zhe's roommates admit again that his earlier lessons really helped. Lin Ling then points out a dead-faced prodigy named Francis, an 18-year-old battlefield veteran who is already a first lieutenant despite only being at level 5. When Lu Zhe wonders how she knows so much, Lin Ling explains she met Francis on the battlefield while visiting her brother and already decided he was extremely annoying. Lin Ling casually reveals that Li Kuang is her brother, the crazy sword young duke, and that his strength stands on par with Nangong Jing's. Other students are stunned by Lin Ling's background, but she shuts that down fast because she hates being reduced to someone else's little sister. When Li Kuang looks over, Lu Zhe gets a cold chill because that stare feels exactly like someone sizing him up for a beating. Lin Ling mischievously makes it worse by joking that she once rejected the prodigy barracks because she had sold herself, which instantly convinces Lu Zhe he is being framed. She finally admits she was kidding and says she only chose to study under Nangong Jing, but Lu Zhe is still rattled by how many young dukes he may have already offended. Back on the stage, Ji Jingtian cannot turn his cultivation advantage into a win, and the fight ends in a humiliating draw. William rubs salt into the wound by saying several people in his own year are stronger than him and simply did not want to waste time on a rookie like Ji Jingtian. The next freshmen step up one by one, but several are so shaken by the practical side's killing aura that they cannot even use their full strength before getting beaten down. Barry worries the pressure might crush the newcomers too early, but Nangong Jing flatly says harsh reality is exactly what they need if they want to improve. After more than 10 one-sided freshman fights, the field is already littered with swollen faces and battered pride when Lin Kuang calls number 15. Number 15 is Lin Ling, and she rises with an easy smile that makes it look like she has been waiting for this. Lu Zhe cheers her on, and Lin Ling tells him to just watch before she walks onto the stage like she already knows how this is going to go. As soon as Lin Ling introduces herself, people from both sides start paying attention because she is both Lin Kuang's sister and one of the freshmen who already trained on the battlefield. A lot of eyes also shift toward Francis, because he once publicly declared love at first sight for Lin Ling, but he coldly refuses to interfere and says anyone else can take the fight. Instead, Lily volunteers with a sharp smile, stepping up like she has her own reasons for wanting this match. The moment Lin Ling recognizes her, she immediately teases Lily for trying to beat her in front of the man she likes. Lily refuses to answer and just attacks, launching forward with a sword god art that turns her first thrust into a fast-cutting blur. Lin Ling slips aside so cleanly that Lily's blade only catches empty air and whips her short hair with the passing sword wind. Before Lily can recover into a second strike, Lin Ling's sword is already at her throat and the match is over in one cold sentence. The arena falls silent because that dodge and counter were timed so perfectly that even the higher-ups are visibly stunned. Lily finally breaks the silence by demanding to know how Lin Ling improved so much in just a few days. Lin Ling answers with a small smug smile that she has a very strong friend, making it obvious to anyone paying attention exactly who she means. That answer hits harder than the victory itself, because the higher-ups realize whoever taught Lin Ling can not only fight well but also explain combat at a level most experts cannot. The drill arena goes quiet as Major General Barry leans over to the tipsy Nangong Jing and asks if Lin Kuang's sister was talking about her new student. Nangong Jing just takes another drink and says they will know soon, making it clear she has no intention of revealing Lu Zhe yet. Nobody bothers asking Luo Bingqing, and Lin Kuang sits there stunned because his wild little sister has suddenly become far stronger than even he expected. Lin Kuang starts connecting the dots, glances at the smiling Lu Zhe below, and quietly suspects this unassuming kid is the real reason Lin Ling improved so much. After announcing Lin Ling as the winner, Lin Kuang sends Lily off the stage, and Lily bites back her frustration because the elite students were taught to accept defeat properly. As Lily leaves the stage, she notices Francis watching Lin Ling instead of her, and that sting hardens into a private vow to win next time. The Federal University freshmen erupt in cheers when Lin Ling returns, because after getting crushed all day they finally have one clean win to celebrate. Lin Ling sits down beside Lu Zhe and proudly asks if she was impressive, clearly fishing for praise. Remembering Elder Lin's warning not to let her ego run wild, Lu Zhe calmly says her win happened because he taught her well. Lin Ling wants to argue, realizes he is technically right, and can only turn away in annoyed silence. The next rounds quickly crush the freshmen's fresh morale, because Lin Ling is not normal and most of them still cannot keep up with the practical side. As the arena turns quiet again, Lin Ling asks Lu Zhe for his number and learns he is dead last at number 50. Lin Ling laughs, and Lu Zhe grumbles that the last one on stage is obviously supposed to be the main character. Yi Mu, Ian, and the others take their turns, and their improved performances make it obvious Lu Zhe's training has already changed this freshman group. Ian fights through blood and nerves with his rare mental god art, making his opponent pause for split seconds until he finally claws out a hard-earned win. Still wiping blood from his mouth, Ian rushes back to thank Lu Zhe with shining eyes, convinced he would have lost without him. Lu Zhe answers politely, but Ian's delicate face and glowing gratitude still give him goosebumps. Yi Mu and Xavier both lose, but they last long enough to show they have improved too. Back off the stage, Yi Mu complains through a swollen face that a pretty girl beat him up just because he tried to flirt and ask for her contact. Everyone remembers Yi Mu opened with poetry and a confession in the middle of the match, so nobody has any sympathy at all. When Lin Kuang finally calls number 50, he is already watching Lu Zhe like the hidden talent behind this whole freshman surge. The freshmen send Lu Zhe off with loud support, and Yi Mu even yells for him to beat the other side up but go easy if the opponent is a girl. The practical side students laugh at that bravado, because from their side of the arena Lu Zhe still looks like just another freshman talking big. Lu Zhe lightly taps the ground, turns into a blur of wind, and lands on the stage before introducing himself as an abstruse martial state level 3. A practical side student starts to stand for the match, but Lin Kuang cuts him off and directly orders Billy up instead. The practical side row goes tense as Billy, one of their strongest freshmen, rises to take the match himself. Billy stomps onto the stage, shaking it a little, and grins that he will be gentle with this smaller-looking freshman. Lu Zhe politely tells Billy not to hold back, because this match matters for how the military will judge him. That answer only makes the freshman more nervous, while Lin Ling stays smiling like she already knows exactly how this is going to end. When the others ask why she is so relaxed against an abstruse martial state level 5 opponent, Lin Ling just points out that Lu Zhe himself told Billy to go all out. Even the officials notice Lu Zhe's confidence, and Barry remarks on it while Nangongjing grins that if her student is getting cocky she can always beat him up later. Billy overhears enough to lose his smile, and Lin Kuang backs it up by ordering him to use full power from the start. With the match started, Billy and Lu Zhe stand tens of meters apart in a sudden heavy silence before the first real move. Billy unleashes strength and metal god arts together, his body glowing gold as he warns Lu Zhe that one punch at this level could kill him. Lu Zhe nods like Billy is being genuinely considerate, and even cheers him on, which only makes the moment stranger. Trusting Lin Kuang to stop anything fatal, Billy commits and throws a full-powered golden punch straight at Lu Zhe. The force is so strong the freshmen go stiff just watching it, because if that punch hit them they would die on the spot. Lu Zhe barely reacts, because to him Billy's deadly warning already feels exaggerated before the punch even lands. A green flash fills Lu Ze's eyes, a wind barrier forms around him, and Billy's full strike only creates one tiny ripple before disappearing. The whole arena freezes into dead silence as Billy stands stunned. Lu Zhe remains untouched, and everyone from the students to the officers just stares at what they saw. Realizing he may have just crushed a well-meaning opponent's confidence, Lu Zhe abruptly decides to act like Billy really hurt him. He throws himself onto the stage, kicks up dust, and starts screaming that he is about to die even though everyone just saw the attack fail. In Lu Ze's head, the script is perfect. He will slowly recover, praise his own iron will, and win after a noble struggle. To everyone watching, the truth is painfully obvious. Lu Zhe blocked Billy's full-force attack without a scratch, then flopped down and faked a near-death scene anyway. The atmosphere gets even more awkward, and Barry can only tell Nangongjing that her student is certainly interesting. Nangongjing instantly drops the smile and threatens to put Lu Zhe in bed for a month if he keeps this up. She only gets to one before Lu Zhe bolts upright and awkwardly claims his injuries have already recovered. Billy's humiliation finally shows on his face, and he stares at Lu Zhe as he demands to know if this whole act was meant to mock him. Lu Zhe answers with total sincerity that he thought Billy was being considerate, so he tried to cooperate and make the loss feel less brutal. Then Lu Zhe makes it worse by asking if his acting looked convincing, completely missing how hard that lands on Billy. Watching from below, Yi Mu and the others ask Lin Ling if Lu Zhe is always like this, and Lin Ling is too exhausted to defend him anymore. Billy swallows his pride and demands a real fight next, and Lu Zhe faces him on the stage as the challenge turns serious. Before Billy can force the issue, Lin Kuang cuts in and ends the drill, ruling that Lu Zhe already won because the gap between them is too large. Billy has no answer after that failed full-force punch, so he can only accept the loss and leave the stage in silence. Lu Zhe almost relaxes, thinking maybe Lin Kuang is going easy on him because of Lin Ling, but that hope lasts about one breath. Lin Kuang immediately explains the drill is about measuring strength, and calls the next opponent up, Francis. Francis appears on the stage in a blink, carrying enough killing intent that Lu Zhe immediately drops the joke and pays attention. Instead of starting with the fight, Francis asks one pointed question: just how close is Lu Zhe to Lin Ling? Lu Zhe is caught off guard but answers simply that he and Lin Ling are friends, which only darkens Francis' expression. Francis says nothing more, and Lu Zhe is left annoyed because the guy is clearly angry about Lin Ling but refuses to say it outright. Lin Kuang notices the tension, says begin, and steps back to let the real fight start. The instant the match starts, Francis summons a huge sword, wraps himself in black-red spirit light, and charges Lu Zhe with murderous force. Lu Zhe frowns at the killing intent, hardens his right hand with crystal-like reinforcement and wind armor, and meets the strike head-on. Francis' sword crashes down in a roaring wave of black-red power, and Lu Zhe simply catches it barehanded. When the shockwave clears, Francis is straining with an ugly expression and Lu Zhe is still calm, one hand locked around the huge sword. That impossible sword catch finally blows the audience open, as everyone stares at Lu Zhe holding Francis' attack in place on the stage. Yimu drops his cool act completely, and Ian can only stare because Lu Zhe just stopped a core martial state level attack like it was nothing. The Federal University side starts chanting for Lu Zhe, and even older students who know Francis' reputation can hardly believe what they are watching. One senior girl immediately wants to poach Lu Zhe, and the upperclassmen he taught earlier are just as shocked by how terrifying his actual battle power is. Over in the girls' seats, Tianyuan Qianhua whispers that Lin Ling's boyfriend is absurdly strong, and Lin Ling quickly shuts that down. The moment Lin Ling says Lu Zhe is not her boyfriend, her roommates perk up, until she reminds them Lu Zhe already likes someone else. The practical side, meanwhile, goes dead quiet because Francis was supposed to be the future successor to Lin Kuang, and Lu Zhe just made that reputation wobble. Barry quickly breaks down what he is seeing. Lu Zhe's wind god art is advanced enough to become armor, and his body and mind must be strong enough to support it. Negong Jing just grins that Lu Zhe is still far from enough, which leaves the other officers clutching their chests at how absurd her standards are. On the stage, Francis finally asks the obvious question: if he has 3 god arts and can barely reach core martial state power, why is Lu Zhe this strong already? Lu Zhe is too annoyed by Francis' hostility to answer, so he decides the conversation is over and it is time to beat him up properly. Wind power pours from Lu Zhe into Francis and the huge sword, locking the weapon tighter instead of letting Francis pull it back. Francis strains so hard veins rise in his arms, but the sword will not move, and the pressure rolling off both of them already makes nearby freshmen struggle to breathe. When Francis finally gives up on the sword and tries to retreat, Lu Zhe's wind catches him before he can escape. The wind spins faster and faster until it grows into a full tornado around Francis, powerful enough to drag at the whole front of the arena. Seeing the new students struggle against the pull, Lin Kuang throws up a faint red barrier around the stage to contain the storm. From inside the tornado, Francis' howl turns shaky and miserable enough that the audience starts wondering if Lu Zhe is actually going to kill him. Lin Kuang waits just long enough to see the result, then declares Lu Zhe the winner and orders him to stop the god art. As soon as Lu Zhe drops the wind, Francis is hurled out by centrifugal force and smashes straight into the red barrier around the stage. Francis slides down the barrier and forces himself upright, but he can only sway there in a miserable drunken stagger. The whole arena can only pity him, while Lu Zhe feels much better after punishing the guy who kept acting tough. After Francis is sent flying, Lin Kuang flicks him back to the prodigy group and explains that the boy is only stunned by the speed, not truly hurt. Lin Kuang stares at Lu Zhe and starts wondering if he should drag in an older student, because he still cannot see Lu Zhe's real limit. Lu Zhe suddenly feels a chill, just as Nangong Jing bluntly calls out Lin Kuang for thinking about making a higher-year student fight him. Caught red-handed, Lin Kuang backs off and admits Lu Zhe is already strong enough for normal first-year missions, so the drill ends there. When Lu Zhe returns to the Federal University side, the students cheer like he just won them face in front of everyone. Lu Zhe smiles along, but inside he is almost disappointed that Francis folded before he even had to use his stronger fire god art. Remembering how hard Francis targeted him, Lu Zhe starts to suspect the guy only came at him because of Lin Ling. Yi Mu hypes Lu Zhe up and immediately starts daydreaming that Lu Zhe's future admirers might spill over to him. Lu Zhe asks Lin Ling directly if she has a grudge with Francis, and she almost chokes on how badly he misread the situation. Lin Ling snaps that Francis fell for her at first sight, she never liked him back, and since Lu Zhe beat him for her, she will treat him to dinner. The moment he hears there is food involved, Lu Zhe lights up and shamelessly upgrades the offer to a special meal. Major General Barry formally closes the night by saying mission assignments will be based on the strength everyone showed in the drill. Barry talks for so long that half the students are ready to pass out before he finally dismisses them. When Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqin come down to send everyone back, Nagongjing publicly praises Lu Zhe for beating this year's strongest prodigy as a freshman. She follows that up with a 10,000 credit reward, and the senior students immediately stare at Lu Zhe like starving wolves. Lu Zhe has no idea how huge that reward is, but the seniors' expressions are enough to make him feel like prey. After leaving the stadium, the students turn the night into a barbecue party in the garden, and even the badly injured ones drag themselves out to celebrate. Lu Zhe spends the whole celebration getting swarmed by girls, which feeds his ego and wears him out at the same time. Since his usual line about liking someone does not scare anyone off, Lu Zhe pushes Lin Ling out as his human shield instead. Lin Ling instantly gets hit by jealous stares and realizes Lu Zhe did not block one bullet for her, he dumped an entire army on her. When the party finally winds down, Lu Zhe and his roommates head back to room 204, wash up, and split off to their rooms for the night. Alone in his room, Lu Zhe proudly brags in the group chat that so many senior girls liked him tonight and asks if he got even more handsome. Luli answers with a cold smile, and Alice finishes him off by telling him that is just his misperception. Shut down in seconds, Lu Zhe gives up on the chat, puts away his phone, and dives back into the pocket hunting dimension for another night of training. The next morning, Lu Zhe wakes up stronger again after another night of refining fire god art and cultivating with red orbs. Lu Zhe joins Ian, Xavier, and Yin Mu in the living room, and the four head out knowing today is the day their battlefield missions will be assigned. Outside in the yard, the students wait for deployment, while the reality of the CR system sinks in, 33 resource planets, and constant small wars with the Blade Demons. When Lu Zhe walks over to Lin Ling's group, she pointedly looks away because she is still mad about him dumping the girls on her last night. Lin Ling finally explodes that Lu Zhe had fun eating while she was left alone to handle all those girls. Lu Zhe tries to smooth it over by offering to treat her to Alice's cooking, which only leaves Lin Ling more speechless at how food-minded he is. Before the bickering can go further, Nagongjing and Luo Bingqing arrive and the whole yard falls quiet. Nagongjing tells them that for the next month they are federal soldiers now, and she has brought each person a military uniform and basic spirit-powered armor. With a wave of her hand, boxes drop neatly in front of every student, and Lu Zhe instantly locks on to the one labeled with his name. Lu Zhe is happy to finally get proper military gear, especially because he still remembers being mocked by blade demons for fighting without armor. Around him, most first years get visibly excited because even basic spirit-powered armor is something many of them could never casually afford. Nagongjing starts announcing assignments, sending stronger upper-year students to the hot fronts and base construction, while the younger students get guard duty on safer planets. She slows down for the freshmen and warns them that easy missions still kill careless new students every single year. That hard warning works, and the new students visibly straighten up when they realize the battlefield is not a school outing. Then Nagongjing assigns Lu Zhe to the 25th planet because he is the strongest freshman, a world where the top threat level is only core martial state. Lu Zhe accepts at once after judging that he can handle that level as long as he stays careful. Nagongjing explains that he will guard one of 3 excavation bases there, and may also be sent out to protect resource search teams. She immediately groups Lin Ling, Yimu, Xavier, Ian, and the other nearby freshmen under him, making Lu Zhe the captain of the 8-person first-year squad on that planet. Lin Ling pauses for a beat at the news, but she agrees, while the other freshmen around them turn openly envious. Once the rest of the missions are assigned, Nagongjing sends everyone to the space station to depart. On the ride over, Lu Zhe watches the space station traffic flowing around them like metal fish in a dark sea. The students separate by year, and Lu Zhe's 8-person group is led toward the black transport ship bound for the 25th planet. Inside the ship, they find regular soldiers already seated, chatting casually before departure even though nobody knows who will come back alive. The moment Lu Zhe's group boards in casual clothes, the soldiers recognize them as top federal university prodigies and the whole cabin grows careful around them. A troop leader salutes, tells them to find seats because the ship is about to launch, and Lu Zhe respectfully salutes back. Even after they sit down, the nearby soldiers stay stiff and quiet enough that Lu Zhe and the others can only trade helpless looks. So Lu Zhe breaks the ice by politely asking one soldier where they can change, because sitting there in casual clothes feels too out of place. Lu Zhe gets the answer, turns back to the group, and suggests they all switch into uniform before departure. As soon as the students disappear into the changing area, the soldiers start whispering that one of these freshmen might be the monster who beat the prodigy barracks top fighter. The more they talk, the more stunned they get, especially when they realize that unbelievable prodigy has apparently been assigned to their own planet. When Lu Zhe's group comes back out in military uniform, Lu Zhe cannot help noticing that the outfit really suits Lin Ling. Lin Ling catches that look and teases him, but Lu Zhe instantly ruins the moment by acting like she should be grateful for even one extra glance. As they pass the soldiers, Lu Zhe overhears them talking about him and ends up getting stared at by his own squad instead. Lin Ling pokes him and asks if he likes being praised so much, and Lu Zhe gives up trying to answer. But the uniforms work exactly as Lu Zhe hoped, because once the soldiers see them dressed like real military personnel, the distance finally starts to melt. Lu Zhe starts chatting with the soldiers nearby, and once they realize the prodigies are easy to talk to, the whole cabin loosens into noisy war stories and bragging again. A few hours later, the 25th planet finally comes into view outside the ship, a mostly yellow desert world with only a few scraps of green. Lu Zhe's transport ship breaks into Planet 25's atmosphere, and the first thing the students see is a real war zone, with blade demon warships and human escorts already trading pressure in the sky. On the way down, Lu Zhe watches several small warship skirmishes and realizes this planet is dangerous long before he even reaches the ground. The ship finally lands in a giant ally city hidden in the desert behind a protective barrier, a base that looks less like a home and more like a fortress built to survive siege. The moment the shuttle doors open, everyone stiffens up, because on this planet even the base is only relatively safe. After verification, a young soldier greets Lu Zhe by name and says the commander wants the student team settled into dorms tonight before missions start tomorrow. A flying car takes them across the city, and Lu Zhe notices that even in a battlefield base, merchants still move through the streets under military rules. At the dorms, Lu Zhe suggests they rest while they still can, because tomorrow they start real battlefield missions. Lin Ling teases him for being a second-grade soldier somehow made captain, but Lu Zhe takes it seriously and asks her to guide him if things go wrong. His answer catches Lin Ling off guard, and she finally salutes him with a real yes, captain, instead of another joke. Later, Yimu tries to drag everyone out to explore the base, but Lu Zhe stays behind to cultivate, and Ian also declines. In the end, only Yimu and Xavier head out, leaving Lu Zhe alone with the one thing that matters most here, getting stronger. Back on his bed, Lu Zhe burns through red orbs in meditation, and the steady rush of growth leaves him completely absorbed. When he opens his eyes hours later, Lu Zhe can feel another jump in power, and immediately starts measuring how much stronger his wind and fire god arts have become. His thoughts go straight to the red male lion in the pocket dimension, because now he finally thinks he can take it down. As darkness and sandstorms swallow the view outside, Lu Zhe snaps a photo in uniform and sends it to Luli and Alice in the group chat to let them know he arrived safely. A knock interrupts the chat, and when Lu Zhe opens the door, Lin Ling is standing there smiling in a way that immediately makes him wary. Lin Ling reminds him that he promised to treat her to food, and she walks into his room like she already belongs there. The moment Lu Zhe takes out Alice's cooking, the whole room fills with aroma, and Lin Ling's eyes light up for real. While they eat, Lu Zhe drops the joking tone and asks Lin Ling what a newcomer really needs to fear on the battlefield. Lin Ling explains that war is not just martial arts, because technology, planetary hazards, local life, formations, scrolls, and curses can all kill you just as fast. Lu Zhe listens closely, because this is the first time the battlefield stops feeling like a school trial and starts sounding like a place where anything goes if it gets you killed. By the time Yimu and Xavier get back, the impromptu lesson and dinner are over, and Lin Ling leaves in a very satisfied mood. Once the room is quiet again, Lu Zhe sits down on his bed and dives back into the pocket hunting dimension, this time with one clear target. He appears at the fire tree and sees the red male lion lounging there again, majestic and dangerous as ever. Lu Zhe's gaze turns cold, because tonight he is not escaping anymore, he is here to hunt. He unleashes everything at once, crystal body, strength, wind, fire, and spirit force, fusing the red flames and green wind into a far more terrifying full-power state. The sheer pressure wakes the lion instantly, and it snaps into a combat crouch with flaming eyes locked on him. The lion opens with a thick red beam from its horn, hot enough to twist the air and burn the grass to ash before it even lands. Instead of dodging, Lu Zhe uses his own fire god art to disrupt the attack itself, cutting the lion's beam down before it reaches full force. He crushes the weakened blast with a single downward strike, and fire waves rip across the plain in every direction. Then Lu Zhe grins and openly taunts the lion, reminding it that the prey it chased days ago is here to beat it down now. The provoked lion erupts in flames and charges, and Lu Zhe charges too, turning the whole plane into a straight collision course. Their first true clash detonates across the plains, with Lu Zhe's red-green fist force smashing into the lion's claw hard enough to tear up the battlefield for thousands of kilometers. The fight keeps rolling outward in brutal exchanges, leaving scorched earth behind them, while nearby beasts flatten themselves in terror. After 10 savage minutes, Lu Zhe finally catches one claw with his left hand and drives a punch into the lion's belly. But the lion's tail lashes back like a whip and slams into Lu Zhe's waist, sending both of them flying and coughing blood. They crash to the ground broken and gasping, and for a moment neither side can stand back up. Lu Zhe can feel ribs breaking and maybe worse, but he still forces wind around his body and drags himself back into the air for the finish. He rises over the still spasming lion, refusing to give it any chance to recover. When the lion tries one last attack, Lu Zhe cuts straight through its defense with a wind blade and severs its head. Even while coughing blood and losing focus, Lu Zhe stares at the dead lion and smiles, because he finally beat the beast that used to hunt him. As the lion turns to ash, a much richer drop appears, brighter red and purple orbs, a fiery crystal orb, and one strange white strand of energy Lu Zhe has never seen before. Too weak to investigate properly, Lu Zhe scoops up everything first before his body gives out. Then he staggers to the fire tree and touches the flame again, and this time it does not burn him to death. Instead, the flame shrinks into red light and slips into his mental dimension, giving him a completely new reward before he blacks out and wakes back in his dorm. Once the pain settles, excitement takes over, because this harvest is far beyond anything Lu Zhe has gotten before. Inside his mental dimension, he finds not just the usual orbs but also a small flame and that strange white strand hovering separately. The flame immediately feels tied to fire god art, so Lu Zhe turns his attention first to the unknown white energy and decides to absorb it. The instant it enters him, the sensation is shockingly good, like every inch of his body is being gently healed, nourished, and filled with life. That tiny strand brings a profound change, strengthening not only his body but even his mental force, and putting him into an unusually clear state of comprehension. Seeing how sharp his mind feels, Lu Zhe immediately uses the lion's fire crystal orb too, trying to push his fire god art as far as this chance will take it. By morning, Lu Zhe looks strangely ordinary on the surface, but the calm is deceptive because his whole foundation has risen again overnight. A simple clench of his fist sends heavy ripples through the room, and Lu Zhe realizes his body, mental force, and fire god art have all jumped so much that even he cannot judge his current limit. For one dangerous moment he feels absurdly invincible and even considers fighting Nangong Jing, before immediately deciding that would just be suicide. After calming himself down, Lu Zhe steps out and finds Yimu, Xavier, and Ian already waiting in the living room and staring at him like something feels off. Yimu nervously asks if Lu Zhe got stronger again, and Lu Zhe answers with a casual just a bit that does not comfort them nearly as much as he thinks. The three only relax after hearing it was not another full breakthrough, because being compared to Lu Zhe is already crushing enough. Once everyone is cleaned up, the boys head over to the female dorms to gather the full team. Lin Ling opens the door, takes one look at Lu Zhe, and freezes on the spot. Then she silently shuts the door in their faces, because what she just saw through her spirit eyes left her too shaken to deal with him. Inside, Lin Ling can only admit she wants peace for a moment, because even at full power her spirit eye now sees Lu Zhe as a frightening mist she cannot read at all. That realization hits her hard, because beating Lu Zhe was her goal, and now he feels even further away than before. When Lu Zhe knocks again and asks what is wrong, Lin Ling reopens the door only to glare at him and insist that it is nothing. Lu Zhe completely misreads the mood and, trying to be considerate, awkwardly tells her to remember to drink warm water. After that strange start, the whole group gathers and talks over tactics until the same young soldier returns to escort them to headquarters. They pass through heavy security and are finally brought into the office of the base commander, a stern middle-aged captain named Fu Lang. Fu Lang calls Lu Zhe forward by rank, and Lu Zhe answers with a clean salute. But the commander goes briefly silent, because the pressure coming off this 18-year-old student feels strong enough to make even him uneasy. After recovering, Fu Lang explains that because they are Federal University students, he will personally oversee them during their time on the planet. He admits their first task will be simple on purpose, because rookies need real battlefield experience before they are trusted with anything else. Then Fu Lang settles on a mission, sending Lu Zhe's group out with a protection army to investigate a newly discovered resource point. A young soldier brings Lu Zhe's Federal University team to the mission square, where a full desert convoy is already waiting with veteran escorts in black armor. The escorting soldier reports to Lieutenant Mickey that Commander Fu Lang assigned the student squad to his mission, and Mickey immediately looks displeased. Mickey warns the students that this mission is real battlefield work, not a game, and if they cannot follow orders he will not go easy on them. With departure close, everyone changes into spirit-powered armor, and Lu Zhe realizes several classmates brought their own expensive custom gear. Once the convoy is ready, the vehicles lift off and head out through the western gate of the base. The moment they leave the protection of the base, hot wind and yellow sand slam into the convoy hard enough to rock the vehicles. Mickey tells them the real danger on Planet 25 is not just blade demons but the planet itself, with deadly terrain and savage beasts everywhere. After hours of sand and empty horizon, Lu Zhe asks where they are headed, and Mickey coldly shuts him down because he only sees a low-ranked new recruit. Lin Ling steps in, calmly reminding Mickey that she does have the rank to ask, and her level 3 Sergeant Major status catches him completely off guard. Mickey immediately softens and explains the mission. They are escorting an expedition to an oasis 2,000 kilometers west where civilians discovered a copper mine. Lin Ling gives Lu Zhe a smug little look, and he can only stew over the fact that her rank gets her answers he cannot get. To sort out the squad, Mickey asks each student for a name and cultivation level so he can decide how to use them in a real fight. Lin Ling reports first as an abstruse martial state level 2 cultivator, and the other students follow with similarly strong results. When Lu Zhe finally reports that he is already at abstruse martial state level 3, Mickey freezes on the spot. The second Mickey realizes this low-ranked recruit is the famous Lu Zhe, his earlier contempt turns into pure awkwardness. The transport falls into a stiff silence after that, while everyone stays alert and Lu Zhe quietly uses wind sense and mental force to watch the desert around them. Hours later, Lu Zhe suddenly warns the convoy that a large group of beasts is closing in on their position. Mickey reacts fast, ordering the convoy to halt and form a defensive ring around the expedition vehicle with protection as the top priority. Veteran soldiers jump out in black armor with spirit cannons ready, while Lu Zhe and the student team follow Mickey into the storm to face the incoming threat. Through the yellow sand, hundreds of tall, ugly beasts start taking shape, far more than Mickey expected this close to the base. Mickey orders suppressive fire, and the escort line answers with a barrage of spirit cannon blasts that tears into the front ranks of the charging beasts. The surviving beasts roar through the bombardment, and keep coming, forcing the whole battle into brutal close combat. As the melee erupts, Mickey tells the students to join in, only for Lu Zhe to casually point out that he is already fighting. Lu Zhe's invisible wind blade flashes across the battlefield and cuts down a beast just before it can kill a soldier from behind. The rescued soldier goes pale at how close he came to dying, and Mickey finally understands just how reliable Lu Zhe really is. Mickey apologizes and calls Lu Zhe a good kid, and Lu Zhe cheerfully admits he had been considering beating him up after the mission until that compliment fixed things. With that settled, Lin Ling dashes into the battlefield and drops a ferocious beast in one clean sword pass. Yi Mu charges in right after her, bursting with confidence as his sword will rips another beast apart in a storm of sword chi. Xavier follows by turning his body into black metal and manhandling a huge abstruse beast with raw, monstrous strength. Ian stays back to support, quietly using mental interference to make one abstruse beast mistake another beast for a human enemy. When Ian explains that beasts have weaker minds and are easier to mislead, Lu Zhe cannot hide how jealous he is of that absurdly useful god art. Lu Zhe ruins the serious mood by snapping that Ian should at least look masculine when he gets annoyed, which only makes Ian blush and shrink even more. The rest of the students join in too, and with Lu Zhe's wind blades mowing down beasts across the field, the escort line suddenly looks unstoppable. Mickey stays off the front line and watches in disbelief as Lu Zhe tears through the horde like a one-man army. Even the expedition civilians recognize Lu Zhe's name now and stare at him like they are watching a prodigy the human race desperately needs. After half an hour, the desert is carpeted with beast corpses and not a single soldier has died, leaving the veterans almost unable to believe the clean victory. The soldiers start half-joking that they must all be hidden geniuses, while Mickey inwardly cringes because everyone knows Lu Zhe was the real reason they survived so easily. Mickey finally starts to relax because the wild beasts he feared never showed up, and then the sky answers him with a piercing cry. The cry is so brutal that weaker soldiers clutch their bleeding ears, and the entire battlefield snaps from relief back into panic. A gigantic yellow eagle-like beast spreads across the sky above them, wrapped in sand and moving with terrifying speed through flashes of yellow light. Its pressure alone leaves weaker fighters struggling to breathe, and Mickey goes pale as he recognizes it as a sand eagle. Lu Zhe can only stare at the monster and get stuck for a second on how unfriendly the name Sand Eagle sounds, just as the new threat fully looms over the convoy. As a giant sand eagle closes in over the convoy, Lu Zhe asks how dangerous it really is, and Mickey grimly says the beast controls sand and is at least core martial state level 7. Mickey decides to stay behind alone, orders everyone to retreat to base, and unexpectedly puts Lu Zhe in charge of protecting the expedition team. Lu Zhe answers with a crooked grin that the wind is too loud for him to hear, making it clear he has no intention of leaving Mickey there to die. The soldiers and students all go cold, because to them Lu Zhe is acting like a reckless idiot against a beast far beyond their level. Ian tells him to listen to the commander, but Lin Ling cuts through the panic and asks the real question: does Lu Zhe actually have a way to handle this? Lu Zhe casually says it is only a big bird and wonders if it tastes good enough for dinner, which only makes everyone feel worse. Mickey demands to know if Lu Zhe understands what he is saying, but Lu Zhe only smiles, already convinced his strength after yesterday's breakthrough is enough. Before anyone can stop him, green light flashes in Lu Zhe's eyes and he vanishes upward to meet the sand eagle himself. Mickey curses and rushes after him anyway, ready to throw his own life in if that is the only way to buy everyone else time. Seeing the fight is unavoidable, Lin Ling takes command on the ground and orders every vehicle barrier raised against the coming shockwaves. The sand eagle senses Lu Zhe's approach, and with a shriek it gathers storming sand into countless sharp yellow feather-like blades across the sky. The storm of sand feathers fires at Lu Zhe all at once, and even Mickey's heart sinks because it looks like a killing blow. Lu Zhe answers with a green wind shield, and every feather attack gets blown off course the instant it touches his barrier. On the ground, Mickey, Lin Ling, and the others can only stare as hope suddenly breaks through the panic. The sand eagle feels real danger at last and almost decides to flee, but a surge of violent bloodlust twists it into charging Lu Zhe head-on instead. Lu Zhe turns cold too, activates his strength god art, and his body locks down into a terrifyingly controlled state that makes even Mickey instinctively stop closing in. When the eagle comes in at full power, Lu Zhe adds his wind god art on top of that strength boost and wraps himself in green wind armor. He draws back one fist, and the sheer pressure of that punch rolls through the desert like an ancient war drum. Mickey retreats to protect the convoy instead, because he can tell this battle has already moved far beyond anything he can help with. Above them, Lu Zhe's green fist force slams into the eagle's yellow power, turning the sky into a violent collision of wind, sand, and spirit force. Lu Zhe does not wait for the clash to settle and flashes straight through it to the eagle's side. His second punch crushes into the sand eagle's head, and the beast dies with its skull cracking midair. The massive corpse crashes down in a fresh sandstorm, and everyone below is left staring at the impossible result. Lu Zhe killed a core martial state level 7 beast in 2 punches. For a moment the whole desert just watches Lu Zhe glowing green through the sand, shaken by how terrifyingly far ahead of them he already is at 18. Then Lu Zhe lands by the corpse, grabs one wing, and ruins the entire cool image by dragging the giant bird back while cheerfully asking if they can eat it. The soldiers and students can barely handle the mood whiplash as Lu Zhe happily talks about bird meat right after killing the beast. Lu Zhe even asks Mickey if the convoy can stop and eat first, and after that scare Mickey gives in and agrees to rest here for a while. When Lu Zhe asks who can cook, Lin Ling says she is no spirit chef but can try, and a few girls from the student team, including Xian Yuqi, step up to help. The team butchers the huge bird, sets the vehicle's defensive barriers against the storm, and turns the desert stop into an improvised roast camp. Lu Zhe takes the first bite from Lin Ling's roasted meat and lights up immediately, because it actually tastes great. While they eat, Lu Zhe asks how often squads run into monsters like that, and Mickey says this sand eagle should not even have been in their region. Mickey adds that beast migrations do happen sometimes, and the unlucky teams that meet one are usually wiped out completely, which chills the whole group again. He says he already reported the incident to Fan Lang, but unless something else goes wrong, the base still cannot spare stronger forces just for one accident. Yimu tries to lighten the mood by saying their mission now feels easy with Lu Zhe around. One of the girls bluntly asks the question everyone wants answered, and Lu Zhe calmly estimates his battle power at about core martial state level 9. The answer hits like another shockwave, and Yimu blurts out what everyone is thinking. How far ahead of the rest of them does Lu Zhe plan to be? Lin Ling takes the blow personally and quietly decides she has to train even harder to keep up. After the break, the convoy gets moving again and spends the rest of the trip only dealing with minor abstruse beasts. A few hours later, a dark shape appears through the sandstorm ahead, and as they draw closer it resolves into a huge oasis hidden in the desert. Mickey warns everyone to approach carefully, because the resource point finder reported low-level core martial state beasts living inside the oasis. The team dismounts, hears beast roars and signs of fighting inside, and the soldiers automatically close ranks around the expedition members. Mickey takes the lead while assigning Lu Zhe to guard the rear, and the group begins pushing into the oasis under strict silence. As they move deeper, Lu Zhe spreads his wind god art and mental force behind the formation, quietly turning himself into the rear guard's strongest sensor and blade. The surveyor starts scanning the area, and over the next hour the team cuts its way past mostly abstruse beasts without losing momentum. When one low-level wild beast tries to make a sound, Lu Zhe's wind blade removes its head before it can even howl a warning. Then, just after the group passes a small hill, the surveyor suddenly calls for everyone to stop because the detector has finally picked up a reaction. Just as the survey work is about to begin in the oasis, a blood-red formation suddenly flares under everyone's feet. Mickey instantly recognizes a spirit lock formation and roars for everyone to scatter before it fully takes hold. The elite team escapes the circle in time, but the formation collapses with an eerie calm that makes Lu Zhe suspicious. Then the trap shows its teeth as terrified soldiers realize they can no longer move spirit force out of their dantians. Lu Zhe checks himself and realizes he is the exception, because his spirit body does not store power the normal human way. When Lu Zhe asks Lin Ling, she confirms her spirit force is sealed too, and her face turns cold with the obvious answer. Lin Ling calls it out plainly. Blade demons prepared this ambush because crippling human spirit force guts their combat power before planetary state. Mickey orders an immediate retreat, warning that the lock will wear off later, but these next moments are the most dangerous. Before they can get out, Lu Zhe feels more than 100 blade demons rushing toward the oasis and warns the team that the enemy is already here. That warning lands hard, because without spirit force most of the soldiers can barely fight, or even outrun full-strength blade demons. A giant shadow sweeps over the clearing first, and everyone looks up to see a massive sand eagle circling above them. The bird looks horribly familiar, and the group realizes this is another sand eagle much stronger than the one they cooked earlier. At the same time, the ground shakes as 3 enormous golden sand tigers crash through the trees and seal off every side. Blade demon troops riding the tigers jump down and complete the encirclement, turning the trap into a full execution ground. Mickey's heart sinks when he sees 4 high-level beasts, more than 100 blade demons, and almost no path out for his weakened team. Then the enemy leader steps forward, a blade demon in luxurious purple armor whose presence is nastier than the rest. Barbados coldly orders the humans to die, making it clear this ambush was planned to wipe them out completely. Lu Zhe abruptly breaks the tension by marveling that the blade demon can speak human language, and the whole battlefield goes awkwardly silent. Annoyed, Barbados promises to show them true despair, and all 4 controlled beasts answer with a thunderous roar. The beasts light up with spirit force and drag the distant sandstorm into the oasis, shaping the storm into a rain of deadly sand arrows. The soldiers know they cannot block attacks at this level with their spirit force sealed, and for a moment the team is staring straight at death. Lin Ling braces herself to dodge, but one look at Lu Zhe's unnervingly calm face tells her he is not panicking at all. Before she can move, Lu Zhe catches Lin Ling by the arm and tells her to stay exactly where she is. A vivid red fire barrier blooms around the entire human group and catches the sand arrow barrage head-on. Lu Zhe's control is fine enough that the barrier only feels warm inside, and the supposed killing blow fails completely. The oasis falls silent as humans and blade demons alike try to process who just blocked 4 core martial state attacks at once. Barbados locks onto Lu Zhe immediately, and realizes the quiet human in front of him is the only real threat on this field. Refusing to back down, Barbados growls again and drives the 4 beasts into another frenzy with his own black spirit force pressure. Lu Zhe answers with a cold order of his own, igniting flames directly around the beasts and burning even the spirit force protecting them. As the beasts struggle and Barbados forces them to resist, Lu Zhe drops his attention from the pets and fixes fully on their master. Only now do the others understand that Lu Zhe's fire god art is even more terrifying than the wind power they already feared. Lin Ling takes the blow to her pride, but instead of giving in, she hardens her resolve to keep catching up. Meanwhile, the 3 girls nearby notice Lu Zhe is still holding Lin Ling's arm, and envy flashes across their faces. Lu Zhe finally lets go, red and green light rising together in his eyes as he decides to end this fast with fused wind and fire. He wants this over quickly, because a dragged-out fight at this level would only endanger the soldiers trapped behind him. Before Lu Zhe moves, Mickey suddenly recognizes the enemy commander as Barbados, a blade demon military prodigy with beast control god art. That reveal explains the control beasts at once, and it also raises a worse question. Why is a prodigy who belongs on Planet 22 hiding on Planet 25? Lin Ling suddenly connects the dots, and the group realizes with painful timing that the sand eagle they ate earlier was probably Barbados' pet. Lu Zhe immediately protests that everyone ate it, not just him, but the damage to the mood is already done. Barbados is stunned too, then furious, because the humans really did eat his dead sand eagle. Lu Zhe's expression turns cold again as he decides the best answer is not to kill Barbados yet, but to capture him alive and force out the secret behind his presence here. Before anyone can react, Lu Zhe vanishes and appears right beside Barbados in a burst of speed. Lu Zhe opens with a spinning inferno that engulfs Barbados and drags nearby blade demon soldiers into the blaze with him. Inside Lu Zhe's flame barrier, Mickey, Lin Ling, and the trapped soldiers feel the infernos pull from afar, then hear the screams and catch the sick smell of burning as the counterattack lands. Barbados tears out of the inferno badly burned, his black spirit force dim and his earlier confidence gone. Terrified now, Barbados demands to know who Lu Zhe is, because one exchange was enough to tell him this human is absurdly strong. Barbados instantly understands he may be standing in front of a disaster-level human and decides his only hope is to escape and send intelligence back alive. He also knows communications in this area have already been jammed, so if he cannot physically break out, the secret on Planet 25 dies with him. Lu Zhe does not waste time answering, because from his point of view the job now is simple: beat Barbados half dead first. To force an opening, Barbados burns his own life with a blade demon forbidden art, driving black power through his body until cracks split his skin and blood spills out. Even with that sudden boost, Lu Zhe stays online and meets him head-on with a fusion-powered punch. The impact rips across the sky like a roaring dragon, and Barbados barely cuts down through the force enough to keep himself from being smashed apart on the spot. Lu Zhe refuses to let him create distance and instantly sticks to him, chaining fist, palm, and elbow strikes one after another. Every blow carries fused wind, fire, brute strength, and Lu Zhe's terrifying body power, hammering the oasis with shockwaves. Inside the barrier, the audience can only stare as Lu Zhe turns the sky battle into a one-sided beating. Barbados somehow keeps blocking through the forbidden art, but every defense costs him another spray of blood and another step toward collapse. From Lu Zhe's side, the blade demon is strong enough to earn respect, but he is still trapped in a tiny space and beaten back every time he tries to escape. As the forbidden art starts burning out and his power begins to fall, Barbados finally runs out of room to fight back. Lu Zhe presses a hand onto him and pours fire straight into his body, roasting him from the inside until Barbados screams in agony. After roasting him into submission, Lu Zhe pulls the fire back and seals Barbados with wind so the captured blade demon cannot move. With that brutal little method, Lu Zhe turns a blade demon prodigy into a living captive, and Barbados finally understands what true despair actually feels like. Lu Zhe drops the badly beaten Barbados to the ground and, with everyone still staring in shock, awkwardly jokes that too much praise will make him feel bloated. The mood breaks fast when a shriek sounds overhead, and the free beasts finally bolt now that Barbados can no longer control them. Even with the crisis still unfolding, Lu Zhe watches the escaping sand tigers and blurts out the one thing on his mind: do sand tigers taste good? Lin Ling immediately shuts that down and warns that a blade demon appearing on Planet 25 means something bigger is happening, so they need to report back at once. Mickey agrees, explains the oasis had blocked their signal, and decides to abandon the expedition so they can get back in contact with the base. Lu Zhe reluctantly gives up on the sand tigers, and somewhere out in the storm the beasts sprint even harder, as if they can feel him still thinking about eating them. Because Lu Zhe and Barbados tore through the oasis so violently, the local beasts are hiding, and the group gets out without another fight. Once the convoy is back in the desert, Mickey finally reconnects with the base and learns reinforcements are already on the way. On the way back, Lu Zhe casually tries to question Barbados about what the Blade Demons are secretly doing on this planet. Barbados refuses to say a word and just shuts his eyes, quietly clinging to the one comfort left to him. At least the rest of the Blade Demon plan has not been exposed yet. Lu Zhe even wonders if hitting Barbados on the head a bit more would make him talk, but the captive stays stubborn and the ride sinks into tired silence. An hour later, Mickey gets the message they were waiting for and announces that support has arrived unusually fast. Mickey explains that Captain Fu Lang escalated the report, and because the case is serious and Federal University freshmen are involved, the Army sent a spaceship to extract them. The rescue ship lands right in front of the convoy, and armored soldiers and officers pour out to take control of the situation. A young captain scans the battered team, stops at the miserable state of Barbados in disbelief, and orders them onto the ship first. Once they are aboard, the captain thanks Lu Zhe and the others for their work and decides to put Barbados into cryosleep immediately so he cannot commit suicide. Lu Zhe watches as the soldiers seal Barbados inside a cryo chamber, locking down their dangerous captive for transport. After that, the team finally gets a short chance to rest during the flight back. About an hour later, they arrive at the space station where Captain Fu Lang is already waiting to receive them. Fan Lang tells Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, and Ian that the mission changed too much to count as a normal test, and the full explanation will go into their entrance test report. He makes it clear the gratitude should go the other way, because without them many people might have died and the army would still know nothing about the threat on Planet 25. Fu Lang sends them back to rest for the night and promises their military merits and rewards will be settled after the intel team investigates further. On the ride back to the dorms, Yi Mu starts cheerfully counting his own performance and guesses he might even get promoted to corporal. One classmate immediately cuts Yi Mu down by pointing out that this mission was obviously Lu Zhe's show, not his. Yi Mu refuses to back down and argues that, aside from Lu Zhe, his 8 kills in the first beast wave were still better than most of the others. Xian Yuchi coolly says she killed the exact same number, and Yi Mu immediately flips into shameless exaggerated praise that only makes everyone else more speechless. Still chasing a win, Yi Mu asks Ian and Lin Ling for their numbers, since they were fighting at the same cultivation level. Ian says he killed 9, which is already enough to impress the rest of the car. Then Lin Ling calmly reveals she killed 12, and the whole group is stunned that someone at the same level outperformed them by that much. Lin Ling explains that the combat tactics Lu Zhe shared during the drill fit her god art so well that her fighting style has become much stronger. That answer leaves the others openly envious, because everyone has to figure out their own god art in battle and Lin Ling has clearly found a real edge. The car reaches the dorms, and the exhausted group finally breaks apart to return to their own rooms. Back in his room, Lu Zhe collapses onto the bed and finally lets himself feel how dangerous the day really was. He knows the mission would have gone badly if he were only as strong as yesterday, because even the first Sand Eagle would have forced them to run. Before resting, Lu Zhe pulls out his phone, reports that he is safe in the group chat, and chats with Alice and Luli until his nerves finally ease. Once the room is fully dark, he drops the last of his tension and decides the only safe answer on Planet 25 is to cultivate harder. But when Lu Zhe tries to enter the pocket hunting dimension like usual, he does not arrive on the old map at all. Instead, he finds himself in a dark unknown space facing 2 floating light rings, each showing a different hunting area inside. The first ring clearly leads to the old rabbit and wolf zone, while the second shows the black-scaled leopards he once only glimpsed beyond it. Lu Zhe realizes he may now be able to choose his entry point and guesses that killing the male lion might have unlocked the next level of the hunting dimension. Treating it like a brutal game with terrible user experience, he decides to test the new route and reaches for the second ring. His vision goes black, and when it returns he has entered a completely different hunting ground, starting a new path of conquest. This higher map still looks like grassland at first glance, but Lu Zhe knows it is different because the black-scaled leopards here once beat him down on sight. Now, though, he is much stronger, confident enough to believe he can even challenge those who just entered Aperture Opening State. He scans the new region carefully and feels at once that this place is rougher, louder, and packed with a stronger will to fight than the old zone. Even while trying to act like a cool hunter, Lu Zhe keeps slipping into his own embarrassing lines now that no one is around to hear him. He switches on Wind God Art and Mental Force at full alert, deciding to hunt seriously in this unknown area. The first threat comes fast when 5 horned black-scaled leopards push through the grass and stare at him with obvious hunger. The sight of them drooling over him annoys Lu Zhe enough that he is already thinking about eating them instead. When the pack lunges, Lu Zhe does not move an inch and simply lights the air around them with his fire god art. Their resistance means nothing now, and within moments the leopards are roasted alive under Lu Zhe's flames. The smell of cooked meat almost makes Lu Zhe drool, which only makes it crueler when the beasts turn to dust before he can eat any of them. What remains are better rewards than before: darker red orbs, deeper purple orbs, and proof that this map gives him much stronger cultivation resources. Encouraged by the haul, Lu Zhe keeps hunting but stays cautious because he still remembers monsters here that are far stronger than he is. His next prey is a herd of giant sheep-like beasts, but the moment they sense him they bare sharp teeth and charge instead of fleeing. Lu Zhe wipes out the whole herd in one burst of fire and watches another round of red and purple orbs drop into the grass. Hours pass with the same result, and after mowing through one core martial state beast after another, Lu Zhe starts wondering if he might actually be unbeatable here. His confidence swells into full dramatic posing as he sighs that invincibility is lonely, just seconds before the map answers him. The daylight suddenly vanishes, and Lu Zhe looks up in confusion as the ground starts to tremble beneath him. What he first mistakes for a dark cloud is really a colossal swarm of 4-meter mosquito-like monsters blotting out the sky. Lu Zhe drops every trace of pride and runs immediately, because one look at those giant needles tells him this is instant death. The disaster is so overwhelming that beasts all across the plain stampede in terror, including the massive monsters Lu Zhe already knew were stronger than him. Watching even those monsters flee shatters Lu Zhe's fantasy of being invincible almost instantly. The mosquito sea sweeps over the map like a natural disaster, and every beast it catches only has time for one short scream before going silent. Before Lu Zhe can even process the scene, his vision goes black and he feels his whole body drain dry in an instant. He wakes back in his dorm, stunned by how peacefully he died this time even though the defeat was absolute. The lesson is brutally clear on his first day in the higher map. One boss-level swarm beat him flat with pure numbers alone. Instead of dwelling on it, Lu Zhe immediately turns to the new red orbs because his spirit force is still his biggest weakness. The moment he uses one, a much fiercer power than before floods his body, yet his current physique can finally handle it. That energy splits between body and spirit force, and while his physique improves steadily, his spirit force cultivation surges much faster than before. After finishing one orb in an hour, Lu Zhe goes straight into a second and spends the whole night greedily pushing his cultivation higher. By sunrise he opens his eyes with stronger spirit force and realizes the higher map's red orbs are on a completely different level. He also discovers the male lion's reward is still feeding fire god art insight directly into his mind, which means his fire power will keep growing even without separate practice. With that lingering flame expected to last about half a month, Lu Zhe ends the night knowing the lion kill is still paying him back in a huge way. Back in the dorms, Lu Zhe steps out after cleaning up and immediately runs into Ian, who gives him an oddly shy good morning. Lu Zhe answers, but Ian's embarrassed look only makes him more determined to keep his distance from this hopeless roommate. Yi Mu and Xavier join them in the living room, and the quiet morning quickly turns into the usual roommate gathering. Yi Mu immediately starts flattering Lu Zhe and begs for more of the spirit food Alice cooked for him. Lu Zhe shuts that down instantly because Alice's cooking is his precious reserve, and he is not sharing a bite. The two can only give up and eat ordinary food instead, while Lu Zhe guards his stash like treasure. A knock interrupts breakfast, and Lu Zhe lazily uses wind god art to open the door without moving. Lin Ling walks in smiling with her group, so cheerful that Lu Zhe jokes she must have found money and owes him a share. Lin Ling rolls her eyes and reveals the real reason for her mood: she just broke through again. That news hits hard, especially for Yi Mu, because Lin Ling was already ahead of him before this. Lu Zhe calmly says he also broke through, instantly wiping the triumph off Lin Ling's face. Yi Mu finally cracks and wails that everyone is secretly getting stronger except him. Xian Yuqi snaps at him to shut up, and the room's shared misery is enough to make Yi Mu finally stop complaining. With no fresh orders from Fu Lang yet, the whole group turns that pressure into motivation and spends the morning discussing cultivation and combat experience together. By afternoon, a young soldier comes for them again and leads the students to a discussion room at the base. Inside the meeting room, Lu Zhe's group finds the base officers waiting with 3 familiar Federal University seniors in uniform: Major Wang Wenze, Captain Andrew, and Captain Shilin. Lu Zhe asks why those senior schoolmates are here, and the question leaves all 3 briefly speechless because the answer is obvious to them: Babados. Wang Wenze explains that the 3 seniors took the Babados interrogation mission because his spiritual analysis god art is useful for prying into the prisoner's mind. But when Lu Zhe asks for results, Wang Wenze reveals the key problem: a restriction was planted on Babados, and touching the reason for his mission makes that restriction lash back. That alone tells everyone the hidden intel matters, and the room turns grim fast. Wang Wenze adds the worst news next: around 5 blade demon powerhouses like Babados are already on Planet 25, and one of them has reached aperture opening state. The students are left stunned because they only came for an entrance test, not a battlefield packed with monsters at that level. Fu Lang says the report has already gone up the chain, and stronger reinforcements should arrive by tomorrow morning. Even with that danger hanging over the base, Fu Lang makes clear that Lu Zhe's group has just earned huge merit. Lu Zhe immediately asks the question he actually cares about most: can this push his military rank above 2nd level sergeant major? Fu Lang teases him for having such a simple wish, and Lu Zhe pushes right back by asking if he can go even higher. Wang Wenze confirms it can, because capturing Babados alive and pulling out strategic intel is a massive contribution. Fu Lang announces the rewards, and the biggest shock lands on Lu Zhe. He jumps all the way from 2nd grade soldier to 2nd lieutenant and gets 80,000 contribution points. Lin Ling, Ian Yimu, and the others are promoted too, but their rewards are clearly smaller because most of the credit belongs to Lu Zhe. The third-year seniors can only stare at Lu Zhe with naked jealousy, because his promotion speed is outrageous even by their standards. Lu Zhe accepts the promotion with a salute, already enjoying the thought that Lin Ling now has to call him officer. Fu Lang congratulates the new 2nd lieutenant, but immediately turns serious again and orders everyone to rest because tomorrow's mission may change once support arrives. On the way out, Wang Wenzi says their dorms are in the same area, and Andrew and Shilin eagerly push for a spar with Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe agrees because he wants that fight too, knowing stronger seniors are the fastest way to remember he is still a noob. The seniors do not even bother settling in before dragging everyone straight downstairs to the officers' training ground near the dorms. The training ground is already buzzing with matches, spectators, and cheers, and the hot-blooded atmosphere immediately pulls everyone in. Wang Wenzi casually explains that officers come here to fight for fun, and sometimes they even make small bets on the side. Shilin immediately uses that opening to roast Andrew for losing 50,000 contribution points to another prodigy who hid a breakthrough from him. Andrew protests that the other guy played dirty by breaking through without saying anything, which only makes him look even more pitiful. Watching that exchange, Lu Zhe quietly decides gambling is not for him, mostly because he is too poor to afford learning the lesson twice. Wang Wenzi cuts the joking short and tells them to start, and both Andrew and Shilin light up at once. Shilin claims the first match and invites Lu Zhe up with a confident, almost teasing smile. She vanishes onto the stage in one leap, and Lu Zhe follows her up as the others gather to watch. As soon as Shilin warns that she is attacking, she slams forward hard enough to gouge the stage with her takeoff alone. Lu Zhe answers by activating crystal light around his body and full wind god art, knowing her raw cultivation is still higher than his. Her fists smash into his wind defense with brutal force, and the first clash explodes across the whole training ground. One exchange is enough for Lu Zhe to realize Shilin fights the same frightening way Nangong Jing does, with fists that feel absurdly hard. Instead of panicking, Lu Zhe uses the drill experience he recently absorbed and starts adjusting in real time against her attacks. Below the stage, Andrew and the others quickly realize this is not the same Lu Zhe they saw at the drill, because his strength and wind art have already improved sharply. Lin Ling watches especially hard, because seeing Lu Zhe pull farther ahead again only makes her train more stubbornly. Even the surrounding officers stop to stare, shocked that two people this young are fighting at a level some first lieutenants cannot match. After another hard separation, Lu Zhe can feel the difference already. His hands are numb, but his battle sense has climbed fast enough to start cornering Shilin's options. Shilin admits the power he showed so far should not be enough to capture Barbados, so she decides to stop holding back and demands the same from him. The moment she uses her barren god body, Shilin's slim frame swells into a huge muscular form that leaves Lu Zhe staring in dazed silence. Shilin awkwardly explains that the ugly body change is only because she has not mastered the god art yet, which is exactly why she hates using it. Lu Zhe answers as politely as he can, but once he feels that Barbados level pressure pouring off her body, he knows this next exchange has to be serious. A red light flashes in Lu Zhe's eyes, and Andrew suddenly stiffens in the crowd as if he sensed something he does not want to believe. Shilin stomps forward hard enough to crack the alloy stage, while Lu Zhe wraps himself in wind and blazing fire, and gathers a terrifying punch. Lu Zhe fires a red-green fist force straight at her, and the pressure alone makes the whole arena feel hard to breathe in. Shilin answers with both fists at full power, and the collision shakes the audience so hard that weaker onlookers nearly get hurt. When the light clears, Shilin has blood at her mouth and admits defeat, realizing Lu Zhe deliberately pulled back at the end so she would not lose too badly. Trying to keep the momentum going, Lu Zhe turns to Andrew and asks for the next spar, hoping to learn something different from him. But Andrew just stares at him like he has seen a ghost, leaving Shilin and Wang Wenzi immediately suspicious. Pressed for an answer, Andrew finally blurts out that Lu Zhe's fire god art is so much stronger than his that the fire elements ignored him completely. That leaves Andrew looking like an abandoned kid, and even Lu Zhe can only stand there awkwardly because he really did not mean to crush him like this. Wang Wenzi steadies Andrew by saying Lu Zhe's advantage is just talent, not a personal slight, then tells Lu Zhe he may already be ready to cultivate a god art martial technique. When Wang Wenzi mentions god art martial techniques, Lin Ling is stunned that Lu Zhe might actually be able to learn one. Lu Zhe immediately gives himself away as a beginner by asking the seniors what a god art martial technique even is. Wang Wenzi explains that divine arts are rare techniques built on god arts, and the strongest users can even see across galaxies. He adds that these techniques come from beings who grasp universal laws, and humanity only has a precious few of them. Lu Zhe is shocked by how valuable they are, and Wang Wenzi tells him only the very best fourth years at Federal University usually get one. Wang Wenzi thinks Lu Zhe might learn one in 4 years, but Shilin quietly raises the bar and says 2. That praise crashes into reality when Wang Wenzi mentions the price tag, and Lu Zhe realizes his 80,000 contribution points are nowhere near enough. Since there is still time before any new orders, Wang Wenzi decides to teach the younger students a little and treat them like future peers. Wang Wenzi even tells Lu Zhe there is not much left for the seniors to teach him, so he may as well help instruct the others too. Lu Zhe instantly abuses the chance by declaring himself Lin Ling's teacher and demanding that she call him Teacher Lu. Lin Ling forces the words out through clenched teeth, and Lu Zhe accepts it like he has finally achieved greatness. He starts drilling Lin Ling in battle technique instead of spirit eye ability, and the mock lesson turns into a one-sided spar. By nightfall, officers keep passing through and staring at the unusually talented group training inside the base. When Wang Wenzi finally calls an end to the session, Lu Zhe casually flicks away Lin Ling's sword with one finger and complains that he is hungry. Lin Ling leaves the spar annoyed and bruised in pride, but she also finally sees just how far ahead Lu Zhe already is. She quietly vows to train harder until she can smack that smug face someday. At dinner, the older students trade funny campus stories, and the freshmen end up even more eager for Federal University. Later, everyone returns to their rooms, and Lu Zhe decides to show off his new rank in the group chat. He proudly posts that he is now Second Lieutenant Lu Zhe, expecting admiration and getting it from Alice for about 1 second. Alice and Luli instantly figure out that such a fast promotion must mean Lu Zhe took part in something dangerous. Caught immediately, Lu Zhe can only dodge the question and vaguely say he completed an important mission. On planet Lanjiang, Luli stares at the chat in bed, worried enough to pull out the matching panda toy Lu Zhe gave her. She types a soft message telling her brother to stay safe, but she cannot bring herself to send something that vulnerable. In the end, Luli deletes it and replaces it with a harsher joking threat, because that is easier than admitting how scared she is. After putting the phone away, Luli starts cultivating with light orbs, determined to catch up so she can stay beside him. Alice is worried too, but she answers in her usual warm way and promises to cook for Lu Zhe when he comes back. Then Alice opens her father's Spirit Chef diary and starts studying harder, planning to surprise Lu Zhe with better dishes later. Back in his room, Lu Zhe reads both messages, decides strength is the real safety, and enters the pocket hunting dimension again. The new grassland map greets him with an ambush from a massive black anaconda the moment he arrives. Lu Zhe dodges instantly, appears beside the snake, and crushes it down with fire and wind wrapped around his strike. Even cut in half, the anaconda thrashes wildly in pain until Lu Zhe finishes it with wind and fire blades to the head. The snake only drops ordinary red and purple orbs, and Lu Zhe is disappointed that even another core martial state beast has no god art reward. He starts wondering if only aperture opening state beasts carry god arts, then immediately admits that hunting those carelessly would just get him killed. So he keeps farming weaker prey for hours, dodging strong auras from afar while collecting more ordinary orbs. Then Lu Zhe suddenly senses a bizarre aura rising fast from the left, strange enough that he cannot ignore it. Curiosity wins, and he dashes toward the source even as the aura shoots from weak to core martial state level 9 in seconds. When the aura breaks into aperture opening state and keeps climbing, Lu Zhe finally stops and backs off instead of committing suicide. The aura rises beyond what he can even measure, and Lu Zhe can only stare in jealous disbelief at how absurdly fast this thing is growing. At last the pressure stabilizes, and a dry chirp from inside the brush makes the whole scene feel even stranger. Then the grass parts in waves and reveals a giant blue bird wrapped in wind, and Lu Zhe realizes it is the same terrifying boss species he saw overhead during the mosquito attack. Lu Zhe recognizes it as the same kind of terrifying bird he once saw flying over the mosquito disaster, which confirms he is looking at a real boss monster. The huge bird stands up shakily like a newborn, then steadies itself and starts moving with calm natural elegance. It happily hops through the grass for a moment, like an absurdly overpowered chick testing out its body. When the bird spreads its giant wings, Lu Zhe feels the surrounding wind elements abandon him and rush to it instead. The gusts are so brutal that Lu Zhe has to slam himself flat and dig into the ground just to avoid being blown away. After a few practice flaps, the bird launches into the sky and vanishes across kilometers in just 2 beats of its wings. Once he is sure the boss is gone, Lu Zhe decides to inspect the birthplace because something this strange has to be hiding a treasure. Before he can move far, beasts from all directions go mad and stampede toward the bird's birthplace, tearing at each other in their greed. That frenzy convinces Lu Zhe even more that a real prize is hidden inside. A peak core martial state leopard lunges at him, and Lu Zhe crushes it down with one palm instead of letting it slow him. Ignoring the wounded leopard and the incoming beasts, Lu Zhe uses full wind god art and charges straight into the deepest grass first. Deep inside, he finds a nest zone ringed by whirlwinds and flying wind blades so sharp that even he feels threatened. He forces his way through by bending the wind with his own god art, but every step is dangerous. The beasts charging behind him are far less lucky and get shredded to pieces as they force their way into the storm. Seeing they are doomed anyway, Lu Zhe coldly guides even more wind blades into the clustered beasts to thin the herd. As he pushes deeper, the blades grow denser, his spirit force drains out, and new cuts start opening all over his body. By the time the storm begins to ease, Lu Zhe is half dazed from pain, mental exhaustion, and nearly empty spirit force, but he still keeps moving. He stumbles into a calm pocket at the center, and finds giant blue crystal-like eggshells lying in the middle. At the center of the shell fragments, a fading swirl of blue wind and a broken glowing rune are still lingering after the bird's birth. The wind clearly contains far deeper wind god art secrets, while the broken rune is something Lu Zhe has never seen before. Looking at the eggshells, Lu Zhe suddenly realizes that creatures in this dimension may be born normally after all instead of simply appearing from nowhere. He tries to store the wind and rune in his mental space, but unlike orb drops, these leftovers refuse to go with him. Since the boss is gone and the center is strangely safe, Lu Zhe decides to sit down and learn what he can right here. He chooses the wind secrets first, reasoning that the broken rune is too unknown and too damaged to trust before the clearer reward. Even one strand of these leftovers is harder to grasp than the wolf crystals were, but after hours of effort Lu Zhe still breaks through to a higher understanding of wind. He opens his eyes thrilled that his wind god art improved again, only to immediately wince because his injured body is still a mess. After calming down, he turns to the broken rune and sees it has faded further, with only a few lines still intact. He grabs the rune at once, and it turns into blue light that shoots straight into his forehead. The rune's fragmented information is even harder to understand than the wind secrets, but Lu Zhe still forces himself through several more hours of study. When he finally opens his eyes, the strange knowledge leaves him baffled instead of satisfied. Then a huge shadow suddenly falls over him, and Lu Zhe looks up to find the blue bird boss standing right there with a freezing stare. Faced with certain death, Lu Zhe can only awkwardly blurt out that he can explain. The boss ignores him completely, and a storm of wind blades kills Lu Zhe on the spot before he jolts awake back in his dorm. Back in his room on planet 25, Lu Zhe wakes from the blue bird's kill in agony, still feeling like countless wind blades shredded him alive. When the pain finally drops to something he can bear, Lu Zhe sits up and checks his wind god art, and his mood flips fast when he realizes the boost is real. That gain came from a rare chance while the blue bird was away, so Lu Zhe hardens his resolve and decides he will keep risking death to raid that nest again. He uses a purple orb and starts sorting through the broken rune he got from the bird, trying to understand what exactly dropped in that strange hunting world. An hour later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes in disbelief when he pieces together that the rune belongs to the blue bird's own technique, and may actually be a god art martial technique. The thought hits him hard. If top-tier beasts can drop things like this, the pocket hunting dimension is hiding far more than he understands. He forces himself to calm down, admits he is still far too weak for that world, and accepts that a broken rune alone will not let him learn the full technique yet. Even so, he goes right back to cultivation, burning through red orbs because getting stronger is the only way he will ever hunt that blue bird again. The next morning at breakfast, headquarters sends new orders. Support forces are arriving, and Lu Zhe's group plus Wang Wen's must report in for reassignment instead of taking a normal rookie mission. Lu Zhe sends everyone back to train, and the whole day disappears into cultivation as his spirit force rises quickly on core martial state beast orbs. By afternoon, Wang Wenzi returns with 2 fourth-year seniors, Gui Yuping and Isaac, because even aperture opening state blade demons have appeared on this planet. More military elites arrive too, but Wang Wenzi makes it clear those forces are heading into blade demon territory, a level of danger the new students still are not touching. That night, Lu Zhe dives back into the pocket hunting dimension and keeps hunting while searching for another newborn boss aura he can exploit. He waits all the way until the second night without finding any hatching boss at all, and the strange silverlit sky gives him no answers either. By sunrise he is almost cheerful just for surviving the night, especially after yesterday's ugly death to the blue bird. Then Lu Zhe suddenly spots what looks like an ordinary rabbit nearby, weirdly small for this deadly area, and curiosity pulls him in at once. The rabbit even feels nostalgic to him, and for one foolish second Lu Zhe is already planning to launch it into the sky. But the rabbit suddenly stops, turns its dark blue eyes on his hiding spot, and Lu Zhe freezes for one lethal instant before everything goes black. He jerks awake back in his room completely baffled, because this time he did not even see the attack that killed him. After replaying it in his head, Lu Zhe bitterly concludes that the rabbit was another hidden boss with some terrifying stare-based god art. The disappointment passes quickly, because dying has become routine now, so he simply closes his eyes and starts cultivating again. The next morning, the real mission finally arrives. Lu Zhe's team is being sent to a heaven blue crystal mine where miners broke into a beast lair and triggered a collapse. A few hours later, their transport reaches the mine base, a compact fortress in the desert built to keep miners alive and blade demons out. Once they pass inspection and enter, the students are struck by how alive the place feels, with giant machinery, moving or cars, and workers pushing the mine non-stop. Veteran soldier Joseph proudly tells them this rich heaven blue crystal mine was won from the blade demons at a heavy price. When Lu Zhe asks about the battle, Joseph answers bluntly that even captains died taking this place, and ordinary soldiers like him lost far more comrades. That answer leaves the students quiet, because the war they only knew from afar suddenly feels real and personal. Joseph eases the mood a little by saying every soldier knows the risk, and the Federation at least does not abandon the families left behind. At the barracks, A young soldier named Herman salutes Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe quietly enjoys how fast his rank has changed his place in the chain of command. Herman leads them to Captain Mu Han's office, where the overworked officer greets Lu Zhe with obvious relief. Once everyone sits, Mu Han admits the mine's situation is very serious, and starts laying out exactly how bad the collapse has become. He explains that the mine has 54 tunnels, and the deepest one, Tunnel 45, broke into a beast nest around 70 kilometers down and got wrecked in the counterattack. The trouble is still spreading, because the beast can tunnel into other shafts at any time, and even Mu Han could only drive off the strongest one instead of killing it. Lu Zhe cuts straight to the solution and asks if the mission is basically for him to go into Tunnel 45 and wipe the beasts out himself. Mu Han praises him as a prodigy, and even brings up the captured Blade Demon genius, saying someone headed for young Duke status is exactly what this mission needs. Lu Zhe shamelessly accepts the compliment with a big grin, and Lin Ling answers by kicking him under the table before he gets any worse. Instead of minding it, Mu Han laughs and says he likes straightforward young people like Lu Zhe, which only makes Lu Zhe's smile freeze for a different reason. Mu Han turns serious again and explains why the assignment falls on them. Ordinary troops would die clearing Tunnel 45, and his stronger people are already tied up rescuing trapped miners. Lu Zhe agrees without hesitation, but Mu Han warns that the real problem is finding the beasts in a huge maze of branch tunnels stretching across tens of kilometers. Before the search problem can stall them, Lin Ling calmly steps in and says she can find the beasts. With that settled, Mu Han hands the mission over for real and has Herman escort the squad straight to Tunnel 45. After crossing the mine base, the group finally reaches the reinforced entrance to Tunnel 45, where soldiers are already guarding the disaster zone. A lieutenant confirms their identities and lets them through, sending Lu Zhe's squad into the tunnel where the beast nest waits below. The squad entered a damaged mine tunnel where warm lamps lit hacked walls and old blood, making it obvious soldiers and beasts had already torn through this place. When the lights ended and the tunnel ahead turned pitch black, Lu Zhe tried to break the tension with a ghost joke. Lin Ling mocked Lu Zhe for fearing ghosts, and Yi Mu made it worse by calmly saying some alien races looked like ghouls, leaving the more timid students visibly rattled. She and Yuchi tried to reassure everyone those races were far beyond the Milky Way, but Lin Ling admitted most of them were stronger than humanity, and the whole mood turned sober. Yi Mu answered that heavy silence with a bold dream about conquering the cosmos with one sword, and the banter pulled the group back into motion. Deep in the dark, the tunnel split in two, and Yi Mu immediately pushed the decision onto Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe passed the problem straight to Lin Ling, trusting her improved god art to read the lingering spirit force in the air. Lin Ling chose the right tunnel because Beast's spirit force still clung to it, proving her tracking ability had gotten sharper. Just as Lin Ling started feeling pleased with herself, Lu Zhe cheerfully bragged that his own god art had improved too and ruined the moment on purpose. The group pushed deeper through twisting collapsed passages, passing torn clothes and blood that likely belonged to the trapped miners. Half an hour later, they finally reached a crystal cave and found the missing mine beasts chewing heaven blue crystal shards like food. Once they confirmed these were probably Mu Han's target beasts, Lu Zhe tested them with a sudden volley of wind blades. The ambush cut into them, but the beast's shells held far better than Lu Zhe expected, proving their defenses were the real problem. So Lu Zhe stopped testing and filled the entire cave with thousands of wind blades, shredding the whole pack in one merciless storm. When the noise stopped, the beasts were reduced to bloody pieces, and even Lu Zhe's team could only stare at the result. Lin Ling explained the reason those beasts were so hard to cut. Their shells seemed to be made from digested metal or, with visible weak points only her god art could pick out cleanly. That was enough for Yimu's squad to make a hard choice. They would head back and help rescue miners instead of trailing behind Lu Zhe and Lin Ling as dead weight. Lu Zhe agreed, and the others turned back through the maze, leaving only him and Lin Ling to continue the hunt underground. Alone with Lu Zhe, Lin Ling admitted she would have left too if her god art was not still useful here, because Lu Zhe barely needed anyone else to fight for him. Lu Zhe brushed that off and joked about finishing in time for dinner, which only made Lin Ling more speechless. Then Lu Zhe turned around, saw 4 new branches, and instantly froze because without Lin Ling he would already be lost. Lin Ling scanned the tunnels and found Beast's spirit force in several paths, so Lu Zhe chose to follow the strongest trail first. As they went deeper, the beasts became more frequent and stronger, climbing from spirit martial to abstruse and even core martial level. In another cave, Lu Zhe answered a larger pack with a full whirlwind, grinding more than 10 high abstruse beasts and 2 core beasts into corpses. After studying the fresh bodies, both of them realized the deeper they went, the harder these metal-armored beasts would be to kill. 3 hours later, the side tunnels thinned out and undug heaven blue crystals grew denser, telling Lu Zhe they were finally nearing the source. Lu Zhe suddenly sensed the tunnel ending ahead, and the pair slowed down to scout instead of rushing into whatever was waiting there. Peeking into the final cave, they found a full beast lair with dozens of black-shelled monsters and one massive 50-meter leader resting in the center. Lin Ling also spotted the giant hole the beast had dug open, confirming the miners had accidentally broken into this nest and gotten attacked from inside. The giant beast's pressure made Lu Zhe unsure he could brute force this fight, so Lin Ling proposed a cleaner plan. She would call out weak points, and he would strike them. Lu Zhe immediately asked for the giant beast's weakness, and Lin Ling pushed her improved god art to the limit to find one. Before she could finish, the giant beast sensed them watching and snapped its head toward the tunnel with a furious roar. Lin Ling begged for a little more time, but the giant beast was already gathering a deadly green energy sphere in its mouth. Lu Zhe met the blast with a fire barrier, and the collision cracked the tunnel so badly he knew they could not keep fighting in that narrow choke point. To avoid being buried, Lu Zhe grabbed Lin Ling by the waist with wind power and pulled her straight into the giant cave instead. The moment they landed inside, the whole pack charged, so Lu Zhe dropped all restraint and entered his strongest state to end it fast. He trapped the beast inside burning red prisons wrapped in wind, instantly roasting the weaker ones into charcoal. But the giant leader smashed free almost untouched, and its metal shell even seemed to restore itself instead of breaking down. Lu Zhe refused to clash head-on and instead kite the giant beast around the cave, picking off weaker core beasts one by one without collapsing the lair. Watching its allies die while Lu Zhe toyed with it, the giant beast finally stopped and gathered a far more dangerous surge of spirit force for a big move. That looming attack terrified Lu Zhe for a very practical reason, so he shouted at Lin Ling that if she still was not done, both of them might be buried alive here. In the shaking cave, Lin Ling forces her god art one last time and weakly points out the black beast's only weak spot, the spine just behind its head. Lu Zhe throws up a red flame barrier around Lin Ling and rushes the beast alone, betting everything on that one flaw. He slips behind the beast and drives a wind and fire punch straight into the weak point before it can fully react. The beast's instinct finally screams danger, but Lu Zhe's stronger power tears through its spirit armor and cracks the shell apart. Lu Zhe follows with two brutal finishing punches, smashing through the shell and destroying the monster from the inside. With the giant beast dead and the whole cave close to collapse, Lu Zhe stares at the deeper tunnel and briefly considers pushing farther in. He decides the unknown lair is too risky, especially with no intel on beasts this strong, so he chooses to retreat and report first. Lu Zhe drops the barrier, helps the drained Lin Ling up, and tells her they are leaving because this mission is clearly more complicated than expected. Before they can escape, a deep roar erupts from the tunnel and another black beast bursts out as the passage starts collapsing behind it. The new beast sees the dead giant and goes berserk, while Lin Ling realizes their way back is now blocked. Lu Zhe grabs Lin Ling and dodges with wind, but the beast's furious slam makes the cave shake even harder. Knowing he still cannot break that shell by himself, Lu Zhe asks if Lin Ling can use her eye technique again. Lin Ling tries to force her god art again, but when her eyes redden and her face turns ghostly pale, Lu Zhe stops her before she wrecks them. When Lin Ling admits she can't do it, Lu Zhe stays weirdly calm and says they will just outrun the beast through another tunnel. With no better option, Lu Zhe carries Lin Ling into the deeper cave system and starts a blind escape through twisting tunnels and strange stalactites. He refuses to probe with mental force in case something worse notices them, and the roaring beast keeps chasing until they finally lose its sound in the maze. After running for 100 kilometers and still finding no familiar path, Lu Zhe realizes they did not escape the danger so much as get completely lost in it. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe checks his phone for help, but the underground field interference has wiped out all signal. Lin Ling checks too and gets the same result, so the only plan left is to keep searching for a way out by themselves. Lu Zhe abruptly suggests eating first, and Lin Ling starts scolding him for acting unserious in the middle of being trapped underground. The moment Alice's cooking comes out and the smell fills the tunnel, Lin Ling drops the lecture and sits down to eat with him. While they eat, Lu Zhe checks on Lin Ling's eyes, and she admits the backlash means she cannot use her god art again for 3 days. Relieved she is not permanently hurt, Lu Zhe lets his worries show for a second, and Lin Ling teases him for actually caring. Lu Zhe immediately ruins the mood by bluntly telling her cultivation, body, and mental strength are all too weak, which wipes the smile right off her face. After eating, Lu Zhe finally sweeps the nearby area with wind and mental force, finds no beasts close by, and decides they can hide and recover for now. They hole up in the maze to recover, both exhausted from a full day of fighting and running underground. Lu Zhe briefly enters the pocket hunting dimension to train, only to get instantly crushed by some giant sky boss and pop back out with tears in his eyes. After that instant death, he swallows the frustration and uses red orbs to keep cultivating anyway while Lin Ling continues resting. Back at the base that night, Ian worries about Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, but Yimu cuts through the tension with a shameless joke that the two are probably off enjoying themselves. The girls look disgusted, and Xian Yuqi coldly shuts Yimu down for assuming Lu Zhe is as shameless as he is. Yimu somehow twists the insult into praise and proudly accepts Lu Young Duke like it is an honor. 6 hours later in the maze, Lu Zhe wakes from cultivation nearly at abstruse martial state level 5, but the memory of that core martial beast still makes him feel weak. He glances at the sleeping Lin Ling and catches a rare softer look from her, only for her to wake up and instantly accuse him of staring. Lu Zhe ignores the tease and pushes them back onto the move, because the sooner they leave this maze, the better. 2 days later, the rescue squad has cleared tunnel after tunnel and saved every other survivor, but Lu Zhe and Lin Ling still have not reappeared. Ian worries Lu Zhe's phone still has no signal, and Yimu insists that if Lu Zhe is alive, running away should never be the problem. Xian Yuqi and Yuantian Qianhua settle on the most likely explanation. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling must be trapped in some deeper beast lair where signals cannot get out. Meanwhile, after covering thousands of kilometers underground, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling still cannot find an exit and have only learned that this black beast lair is absurdly huge. Lu Zhe even starts wondering if these things dug out the whole planet, which is not nearly as funny as it sounds after 2 days stuck down here. Lin Ling looks especially awful, and when Lu Zhe asks if she is okay, she hides the real problem and only says her god art should recover tomorrow. A few hours later, they step into a glittering cave full of metal and crystals and instantly realize they have wandered into something much worse. Resting on that hoard is a 100-meter black shell beast with blue ripples across its armor, a monster far beyond the others they have met. Lu Zhe instantly turns polite, apologizes for barging into its home, and decides the smartest move in the world is to leave right now. The second they bolt, the boss roars so hard the shockwave slams through the cave behind them. When the heavy footsteps start closing in, Lu Zhe grins and tells Lin Ling to grab the handle, which turns out to mean hold on to him and pray. He suddenly accelerates so violently that Lin Ling turns pale, clutches his arm, and yells at him for trying to scare her to death. Their sprint becomes so outrageous that weaker black beasts only feel a gust, while core-martial ones finally notice the insult and join the chase out of sheer offended pride. The worst-tempered one is the giant boss itself, convinced these intruders came to steal its collection and furious that it still cannot catch them. Too stubborn to give up, the boss pours spirit force through the blue runes on its shell and forces its speed even higher. Lu Zhe is almost enjoying the run, but Lin Ling feels the pressure behind them and warns that the boss has sped up enough to keep pace now. Lu Zhe stays calm and says they will just drag the chase farther from its home until Lin Ling's god art recovers or the beast finally gives up. So Lu Zhe turns the entire underground lair into a moving disaster, dragging a line of enraged beasts behind him, while the weaker ones get trampled without even understanding why. In the middle of all that chaos, Lu Zhe notices he can still absorb red orbs while running and gets absurdly pleased by the discovery. Lin Ling, hearing powerful auras piling up behind them for more than 100 kilometers, asks Lu Zhe if they can please be a little less wild about this. Lu Zhe shrugs it off as a small scene and keeps running, because stopping is not an option with the boss still right behind them. Half an hour later, the chase has settled into a nightmare rhythm, with the number of followers staying in the hundreds as old beasts give up and new ones join. When they clear a long tunnel, Lin Ling glances back and finally notices something strange about the boss's shell. Lu Zhe looks too, and both of them realize the blue rune pattern on that aperture-opening beast looks eerily similar to spirit-powered armor. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling keep flashing through the maze-like tunnels while a whole pack of roaring beasts pounds after them, but both of them are too worried to care about the chase. Remembering the rune-like glow on the beasts, Lu Zhe asks if there could be spirit metal on this planet. Lin Ling connects it to the soldier's report of beasts eating spirit metal and warns that a nearby mine would also explain why their signals are blocked. The thought of a real spirit metal deposit hits both of them hard, because that much strategic or would turn Planet 25 into a slaughter ground. Lin Ling makes the next leap first. If the Blade Demons found spirit metal here, Babados may have come for exactly that, and there could be far stronger enemies hiding on the planet. With the beast still refusing to give up, Lu Zhe suddenly grins and says he has a bold idea, and Lin Ling instantly hates the sound of that. Lu Zhe argues that if there really is spirit metal, they have to confirm it before escaping, even if his plan is reckless. His plan is simple and shameless. Go rob the boss's home on the way back and see what it is guarding, and after a hard pause Lin Ling agrees. Lu Zhe changes direction toward the boss's lair, and the aperture-opening beast behind them crashes through pillars to keep up. After a long hour of circling back through the underground maze, they finally reach the aperture-opening beast's cave. The moment he sees the piles of ores and metals, Lu Zhe uses mental force to sweep every last bit into his storage ring and strips the cave bare. As soon as they rush back out, the boss fires a blue spirit force blast straight at them. Lu Zhe answers with a wind and fire punch, but the boss's attack still tears through the clash and forces him to stack mental barriers just to weaken the leftover blast. Using the shock of the exchange, Lu Zhe darts away with Lin Ling again, leaning into the one thing he trusts most here, outrunning everybody. When the boss reaches its cave and finds its whole collection gone, it freezes for one stunned second and then lets out a furious, almost miserable roar. A few hundred meters later, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling finally spot the answer on the walls themselves, translucent crystals glowing with that strange spirit metal wave. Lin Ling confirms it is spirit metal, and Lu Zhe can only stare because the deposit was practically right outside the boss's door the whole time. The realization is almost absurd, but the boss's enraged roar behind them kills the moment, and sends them running again before they can celebrate. As they race deeper, more spirit metal appears along the walls, and both realize this deposit is large enough to reshape the entire CR battlefield. They reach the end of the tunnel and find another black cave, but the boss charges in right behind them and spits a blue spirit orb without hesitation. Lu Zhe vanishes on the wind, and the orb carves a massive ditch into the rock instead, proving even these spirit metal-bearing walls are only barely holding together. While escaping again, Lu Zhe suddenly senses a familiar aura somewhere beyond the wall, but Lin Ling cannot pick it up. He even teases Lin Ling for being too weak to sense it, and after the brief bickering they agree to keep circling back through the tunnels. Then Lu Zhe says he has another bold idea, and Lin Ling immediately braces for the worst again. This time Lu Zhe guesses that familiar aura might belong to a blade demon mining tunnel, so he wants to drag even more beasts over and turn them into unwilling bodyguards. Lin Ling sees the problem at once and asks the ugly question, if there are enemies on the other side too, won't they end up surrounded? Lu Zhe answers with reckless confidence that he is very good at running, and then he starts making one huge loop after another through the tunnels. After its treasure is stolen, the aperture-opening beast chases with even more obsession, and other beasts from the cave join the hunt too. Some sneaky beasts even stop to gnaw on the exposed spirit metal when their boss is not looking, which only adds to the chaos. Lu Zhe leads the whole pack back to the cracked wall, and the beasts chewing spirit metal freeze in panic when they hear their boss bearing down on them. The boss arrives, sees its own underlings stealing the ore, and smashes them to death in a rage before continuing the chase. At the crack, Lu Zhe punches the damaged wall himself with wind and fire to widen it, trying to force open whatever is on the other side. Even after that hit, the strange aura vanishes again, leaving Lu Zhe unsure if he sensed it right at all. He keeps circling and dragging the beasts back a third time, until the boss finally switches tactics and fires spirit force at the crack instead of just charging them. The blast rips the wall open into a huge cave, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling duck into another tunnel to watch from the side instead of standing in front of whatever was just exposed. When the dust settles, the tunnel goes strangely quiet, and the boss starts breathing harder with a fury that says there is something inside worth killing over. On the other side, the blade demon guard Caesarea has already been worrying over the beast noises in the mine, and debating whether he should personally confront whatever is coming. He knows Babados trusted him with guarding this spirit metal mine, but the beast coming his way feels dangerous enough that even Caesarea hesitates. Then the wall explodes inward, and Caesarea shields the miners as a giant hole opens straight into the spirit metal tunnel. Looking through the breach, Caesarea first sees the spirit metal tunnel, and then the real problem, a huge black shell beast glaring at him from the other side. The boss takes one look at the mined-out spirit metal and goes berserk again, deciding these black two-legged thieves are even worse than Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. Ignoring Lu Zhe and Lin Ling completely now, the boss charges straight into the blade demon mine, and Caesarea has to meet it head-on in an aperture-opening clash. Hearing the fight erupt inside, Lin Ling guesses there are blade demons in the mine, and Lu Zhe decides they should sneak over for a look before the rest of the beasts catch up. Peeking in, they find a giant mining cavern torn open by the breach, with broken blade demon limbs scattered on the ground from the first collision. They watch the beast pursue Caesarea across the mine, and every one of the blade demon's red-lit blade strikes only clangs harmlessly off that absurd shell. Caesarea realizes the beast is not overwhelmingly stronger than him, but its defenses are so monstrous that he can barely hurt it at all. Lu Zhe quietly congratulates himself for finding such a fat bodyguard, because without this beast distracting the blade demons, he and Lin Ling would be the ones getting hunted. But Lin Ling immediately points out the bigger danger. If there is one strong guard inside this mine, there may be more outside, and now they might be trapped between both sides. Hidden near the mine tunnel, Lu Zhe watches the stalemate and quietly panics because a simple student mission has somehow turned into spirit metal chaos and aperture-opening state monsters. In the cavern ahead, the black shell beast boss keeps chasing Caesarea around, but its slow body turns the fight into a deadlock either side can finish quickly. Then a whole wave of core martial state beasts storms into the cave, and Caesarea's face twists when he realizes they could break out and wreck the defenses outside. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling pull back to safety and watch the new mess unfold instead of getting trapped in the middle of it. The charging beasts freeze for a moment when they see their boss fighting a small two-legged enemy. Then the aperture-opening beast roars and sends the whole pack surging into the mine passage toward the exit. Lin Ling warns that ordinary core martial state beasts should not be enough to break through if blade demon aperture-opening experts are still outside. Lu Zhe agrees and decides to let the beasts go first, using them as a brutal test of how dangerous the mine exit really is. For Caesarea, the situation turns ugly fast because without the giant boss beast he could clean up the pack. But now he has to stop them while barely surviving. Desperate, Caesarea unleashes a blade demon forbidden technique, and his blood spirit force erupts even as his own body cracks open and starts bleeding. Lin Ling immediately recognizes the same life-burning power that Babados used before, and Lu Zhe realizes Caesarea is gambling everything just to hold the line. The boosted Caesarea still cannot truly injure the armored boss, so he switches targets and starts slaughtering the core martial state beasts instead. The furious boss beast flares with brighter blue runes and crashes after Caesarea, blowing the mine walls apart and widening the cave for even more beasts to rush through. Even covered in blood, Caesarea keeps throwing himself back into the fight because if too many beasts escape, the mission outside and his own life are both finished. Watching the chaos, Lu Zhe notices something strange. Where are the other blade demon experts and the soldiers if this mine is really under attack? Lin Ling quietly suggests finishing off the injured aperture opening state blade demon, and Lu Zhe gives her a startled look because he was thinking the exact same thing. When Caesarea gets blasted backward by the beast's boss, Lu Zhe finally tips the balance and drops a flaming tornado right behind him. Caesarea is stunned because he assumes another aperture opening state beast has joined the hunt, and in his drained state even a weaker god art attack is dangerous. He tears through the inferno by force, but the burning attack deepens his injuries and drives his forbidden technique even closer to collapse. Ready to kill the weak new threat first, Caesarea turns toward the cave entrance and discovers the attacker is not a beast at all but two absurdly young humans. The sight rattles Caesarea so badly that he can only think one impossible thought. Is that baby-faced human really a new young Duke-level genius? Lu Zhe actually grins and waves hello, which leaves Caesarea even more dazed and Lin Ling utterly speechless at his timing. Before Caesarea can make sense of the waving human, the beast boss charges him again, forcing him to dodge while keeping wary eyes on Lu Zhe and Lin Ling too. Caesarea freezes for a split second, torn between stopping more beasts, killing the two humans, or retreating before his own injuries finish him off. Lu Zhe does not let him think long and drops another inferno, deciding to press the wounded blade demon while he still can. Cornered and enraged, Caesarea charges straight at Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe instantly realizes this battered enemy can still kill him if he gets careless. Lu Zhe answers with everything he has at once, stacking his strength, spirit force, wind, fire, and body power into one blazing punch. Caesarea's blood-red blade strike still cuts through Lu Zhe's fist force, proving the injured aperture opening state demon is stronger than Lu Zhe expected. Lu Zhe keeps throwing punches just to hold the blood-red slash back, gambling that the beast behind Caesarea will interrupt before Caesarea can finish him. The gamble works just enough, because Caesarea has to turn and block the beast's claw instead of following through on Lu Zhe. Even after that save, Lu Zhe needs dozens of punches to finally wear down the remaining slash, and the near-death pressure leaves him rattled. Then the beast boss reminds Lu Zhe they were never allies and casually fires an energy ball at him too. Lu Zhe bitterly deflects the shot and grumbles that he thought they were on the same team, even though he knows better. After burning through almost all his power in 2 exchanges, Lu Zhe secretly refills himself with red orbs and keeps thinking. Lin Ling cuts back in and warns that something about the mine still does not add up, because too many beasts escaped without any stronger blade demon response. She lays out the real possibilities. Either Caesarea is the only aperture opening state defender here, or the other blade demons are tied up somewhere else. Lu Zhe decides they need to find a chance to leave the cave, because staying trapped between bosses is no safer than risking the tunnels outside. Lin Ling says she can use her god art now, giving them one more card to play before they run. As they watch for an opening, Caesarea spits more blood, the beast boss shrugs off damage again, and Lu Zhe notices the forbidden technique is finally starting to fail. Seeing Caesarea weaken, Lu Zhe decides to injure him a little more so the beast boss can become their accidental pathmaker no matter what happens next. Caesarea feels the collapse coming too and burns with hatred toward Lu Zhe, blaming that human youth for turning this whole fight into a nightmare. Lu Zhe punishes that opening with another inferno behind Caesarea, and the blade demon can only roar and dodge straight into the beast boss's incoming claw. After that impact sends Caesarea reeling, he can no longer hold the boss beast back, and the monster immediately lines up a glowing spirit cannon at him. Just as Caesarea tries to dodge the spirit cannon, another inferno flares behind him, and the battered blade demon finally cracks at being trapped in this brutal 2-against-1. Inside the mine tunnel, the wounded blade demon commander hacked through Lu Zhe's inferno and turned to meet the giant shell beast head-on. The blade demon's strike could barely scratch the beast's shell, and the monster answered with a claw packed with lethal spirit force. Forced to gamble everything, the blade demon condensed a blood-red blade with his right arm and pushed his power to the limit. His desperate counter finally cut into the beast's claw, but even that first real wound was nowhere near enough. The instant the blade demon's burst of power collapsed, Lu Zhe fired off a third fused inferno to keep him from recovering. The blade demon still split Lu Zhe's attack, but that opening let the shell beast smash him into the wall. Enraged by that earlier scratch, the beast kept pounding the blade demon over and over until his aura nearly vanished. Watching from a safe distance, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling could only stare at how absurdly bad-tempered this monster was. After dozens of slaps, the blade demon finally died, crushed into the wall beyond recognition. Then the beast turned toward Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, murderous but clearly torn between chasing the thieves and protecting its mine. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling immediately ran, betting the beast still couldn't catch them. When they stopped to watch, the beast made its choice and headed out of the mine instead of chasing them. Relieved, they decided to trail the beast from behind and see where this chaos led. As they moved out, Lu Zhe saw the dead blade demon had stayed behind to block the beasts, and he quietly took the corpse for military merit. Lin Ling teased that this haul might push him to first lieutenant, and Lu Zhe shot back by mock promoting her as Sergeant Major Lin Ling. With Lin Ling guiding each fork with her god art, they pushed toward the exit through tunnel after tunnel. But the strain was catching up to her, and Lu Zhe grew worried when her face kept getting paler. Lin Ling insisted she could keep going, so Lu Zhe let her press on even though he didn't like it. Soon the mine tunnels opened into shattered structures, and a much stronger aperture opening battle rumbled ahead. At the edge of the base, they found a giant crack in the dome roof and sunlight pouring into a hidden mining stronghold. The hidden base was in ruins, with dead blade demons, dead beasts, and defenses that had clearly been built to stop a human assault. When they flew outside, Lu Zhe saw the base was hidden in a barren desert, and the sky battle above was already underway. He recognized their senior schoolmate and military reinforcements fighting overhead, but the humans were still being pressed by numbers. Back inside the base, more than 100 core martial beasts were still rampaging under the lead of the same shell beast boss. Human fire from above could barely stop them, because ordinary attacks only scorched their shells and their speed still made clean hits difficult. Then 4 powerful blade demons split off toward the base, which unexpectedly took pressure off the humans in the sky. One of those newcomers was as strong as the dead commander, and the other 2 were closer to Lu Ze's level, including a prodigy who used fire god art. Seeing a fire user on the enemy side, Lu Ze's expression turned sharp because this was one matchup he understood very well. The stronger blade demon challenged the shell beast directly, but its elegant swordsmanship still failed to cut through that monstrous defense. The commander roared in his own language after getting the same useless result, and Lu Zhe looked to Lin Ling for a translation she couldn't give. When Lin Ling admitted it was blade demon language, not common speech, Lu Zhe somehow came away feeling smug instead. As the commander and the boss beast fought their way outside the base, the remaining 2 prodigies moved in to clean up the rest of the beasts. Sassotos cut into the beasts with blazing fire god art, looking completely in control for one brief moment. Then Lu Zhe quietly hijacked those flames, and the obedient fire around Sassotos suddenly started burning its own master. Sassotos screamed in disbelief, because even he could feel his aura dropping as his own god art cooked him alive. The nearby prodigy Gugulus thought Sassotos was fooling around until the screaming got worse and the damage became impossible to ignore. Desperate, Sassotos finally shouted the truth. A hidden human was using his superior fire mastery to turn his own flames against him. The moment a light wraith brushed past them, both blade demons tensed, and Gugulus caught the human ambush a split second too late. Because his real cultivation was much lower than his borrowed fire power, Sassotos had almost nothing left once Lu Zhe stole control of the flames. Sassotos spun around and slashed backward with everything he had left, but Lu Zhe was already inside his guard with a killing punch. Lu Zhe drove a fire and wind punch straight through Sassotos' chest, ending the fire prodigy in a single brutal hit. Gugulus and the nearby blade demons froze as Sassotos collapsed, stunned that their fire prodigy had just been killed by a sudden human ambush. Sassotos crashes to the ground dead, and every blade demon freezes because Lu Zhe just dropped an equal-ranked enemy with one punch. Lu Zhe does not stay to enjoy the moment for long and immediately grabs Lin Ling to run, deciding the real priority is warning the humans about the spirit metal mine. They burst into the middle of the aerial battle and Lu Zhe casually waves at the human side like he just bumped into them by accident. The whole battlefield stalls for a beat because either side can believe Lu Zhe and Lin Ling just popped out of a blade demon base in the middle of the fight. Gugulus snaps out of it first and hurls an aperture-opening attack at Lu Zhe, forcing Shilin to shout a warning. Lu Zhe turns with the wind and slips past Gugulus's slash so cleanly that the hit lands on empty air. Wang Wenze, Shilin, and Andrew realize Lu Ze's speed has become ridiculous, almost enough to keep up with top upperclassmen. Gui Yuping pulls Lu Zhe and Lin Ling behind the human line at once, treating the 2 juniors like targets that absolutely cannot be picked off. Once the fighting pauses into a tense stalemate, Gui Yuping bluntly asks why 2 freshmen on a simple mission somehow ended up thousands of kilometers away inside a blade demon base. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling can only trade miserable looks, because their so-called freshman mission has turned into several straight days on the edge of death. Their worn-out expressions leave the nearby humans baffled about what these 2 freshmen have survived to end up looking that tragic. On the blade demon side, Gugulus quickly reports to the purple-gold armored commander, and the demons lock onto Lu Zhe with open killing intent. The humans immediately notice that reaction and tighten up, realizing Lu Zhe must have stumbled onto something the blade demons desperately want buried. Shilin asks what Lu Zhe did to make the blade demons hate him this much, and everyone waits for the answer. Lu Zhe hurriedly denies doing anything strange and blurts out the real reason. He caught the blade demons secretly mining spirit metal. The human side goes from casual confusion to full alarm, because a hidden spirit metal mine is worth fighting to the death over. Babados' face twists with violent frustration, because once spirit metal is said out loud, the mine can no longer stay hidden. The battlefield falls into a grim silence, with both sides hovering in the air and weighing whether the mine is worth a full suicide clash. With black shell beasts still tearing at the base below, Babados grimly sends Gugulus back down to stabilize the situation. Gui Yuping notices the black shell beasts and asks if Lu Zhe somehow brought them here with beast control. Lu Zhe shamelessly claims the beasts are just friendly and says their boss helped him after he cleaned up its messy room, leaving Lin Ling speechless. Humans and blade demons alike are stunned by Lu Ze's absurd explanation, because none of them can believe he won over those beasts by tidying a nest. The purple gold armored blade demon commander cuts through the nonsense and demands to know where the mind guardian Caesarea is. Lu Zhe realizes Babatoya means the blade demon who got flattened by the beast boss and answers with a strangely respectful line about Caesarea dying honorably while holding the beast's back. Hearing Caesarea is dead, the purple gold armored blade demon commander nearly erupts, realizing Lu Zhe has already wrecked the plan and cost them 2 aperture opening fighters. The human side is just as shocked, because they have fought this whole time without killing anyone, yet Lu Zhe somehow wiped out 2 enemies at that level. Lu Zhe immediately refuses the credit and points the blame toward the black beast boss instead, not wanting the blade demons to fixate on him even more. Neither side wants to force a mutual kill, so the standoff tightens again as everyone recalculates what they can afford. Gui Yuping quietly signals the human side to start retreating, since they already learned enough and now need to get the spirit metal news back home. The purple gold armored blade demon commander roars and has the blade demons close in to block the human's exit, pushing the retreat into another knife-edge confrontation. Gui Yuping answers with a cold grin and asks if the blade demon commander really wants everyone here to die together, including the mind below. The purple gold armored blade demon commander says nothing, because a real clash would expose the spirit metal and ruin the value of what they have already mined. Still unwilling to let Lu Zhe go, the blade demon commander finally points at him and says everyone else can leave if this one human stays behind. Lu Zhe is instantly horrified, because after all this chaos the blade demon commander still wants him specifically. Gui Yuping does not hesitate and snaps back that if death is the price, he will blow himself up first. He even uses spirit force to shove Lu Zhe and Lin Ling back into the human formation while charging up, making it clear he is not bluffing. That display finally rattles the blade demon commander, and he hurriedly backs down and says the humans can all leave after all. Gui Yuping calms the spirit flare and coldly reminds the blade demon commander that Lu Zhe earned merit here, so trying to keep a junior as a hostage is a disgrace. Swallowing the humiliation, the blade demon commander tells them to get out and promises they will settle this later on the Rio battlefield. With Babados glaring murderously from the sand-covered blade demon side, Gui Yuping calmly led everyone into a careful retreat until they were finally out of danger. Once the enemy base vanished behind the desert haze, Gui Yuping finally declared it safe enough to leave, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling let out the breath they had been holding for days. As they headed back, Gui Yuping introduced Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to the special investigation squad that had been sent after the expedition teams vanished. Lu Zhe learned that this squad had 17 strong fighters, including 3 aperture opening experts, and even they had not realized a hidden blade demon base was buried here. Then Gui Yuping asked the obvious question, how had Lu Zhe and Lin Ling come out from inside the mining base in the first place? Lu Zhe answered with a deadpan complaint, asking why everyone had called freshman missions easy and fun when this one had nearly gotten them killed. Shilin only smiled and said that with Lu Zhe's strength, a freshman mission really should have been easy, which left both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling completely speechless. So Lu Zhe explained everything they had gone through underground, including the vast hidden lair none of the investigators had known existed. The squad realized Planet 25's command had badly underestimated the planet, and the newly exposed spirit metal mine would almost certainly get someone punished. A golden-haired lieutenant colonel from the military flew over, patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder, and thanked him for capturing Babatos and exposing the spirit metal mine. Then the golden-haired lieutenant colonel tried to recruit Lu Zhe on the spot, pitching the Prodigy Barracks as a place of non-stop battle instead of soft university life. Lu Zhe's face twitched because the officer sounded less like a recruiter and more like a full-blown battle maniac. Gui Yuping immediately cut in and challenged the golden-haired officer, clearly unhappy to watch the military poach his university junior right in front of him. The officer only laughed and warned that once the higher-ups heard what Lu Zhe had done, the Prodigy Barracks instructors would come fighting over him too. That image alone shut Gui Yuping up, because even he was not brave enough to go argue with the Prodigy Barracks madmen. Then a bold young female major joined the pitch, throwing Lu Zhe a seductive glance and promising to take good care of him if he came over. Once the other officers piled on too, Lu Zhe was trapped in a noisy military recruitment storm and did not dare reject them too directly. The Federal University seniors finally dragged Lu Zhe back to their side and glared at the officers like they were stealing school property. Gui Yuping switched topics and mocked Babatos for demanding Lu Zhe be handed over, calling the idea plain stupidity. The others agreed that Babatos had every reason to hate Lu Zhe, because directly or indirectly, Lu Zhe had already cost the Blade Demons 2 aperture opening fighters and a secret spirit metal mine. That made Lu Zhe remember how close the demand had come, and Gui Yuping answered his look with a serious lesson about why humanity could never casually hand over one of its own. Gui Yuping reminded him that humanity had survived near annihilation before, and because humans were not the most naturally gifted race, unity was one of the few things they absolutely could not lose. He warned that if the human race ever abandoned people who had done great service, trust would crack and the whole race would start collapsing from the inside. Another officer cut in with the harsher logic. If alien races got away with demanding one person today, tomorrow they would demand planets and eventually slavery. The officer finished with a brutal simple answer. If aliens reached out a claw, humanity had to break it. Hearing both of them, Lu Zhe finally understood just how deep that human solidarity ran on a real battlefield. Once the heavy talk ended, Ge Yuping brightened and told Lu Zhe the spirit metal mine alone was enough to make him rich. The group guessed Lu Zhe would probably be promoted all the way to major, while Lin Ling would likely reach lieutenant on the strength of this mission. That possibility hit everyone so hard that the whole group went quiet, because becoming a major during the entrance test was just absurd. When someone muttered that this still did not include his other rewards, the silence turned into pure dangerous jealousy. Lu Zhe instantly hid behind Lin Ling and used her as a shield, betting nobody would dare hit Lin Kuang's little sister instead of him. Lin Ling felt the pressure of all those stares at once and silently promised to settle accounts with Lu Zhe later. A little later, one of the military officers checked the communicator and announced that they finally had signal again. The officer contacted the base at once, and when Major General Barry heard there was spirit metal on Planet 25, even he froze for a beat before immediately mobilizing troops. Barry did not even know the mine's full scale yet, but he was already determined that the Blade Demons would not get a single piece of it. Only a few hours later, warships flooded toward Planet 25 until the dark space around it was crowded with military force. At the same time on Planet 1, the hardest fighting in the whole Sierra system was still raging across the planet's surface. On the first planet, Nangong Jing, Lin Kuang, and two other elite fighters grabbed a brief rest in the ruins beside Blade Demon corpses that still radiated pressure even in death. Lin Kuang sat there pale and bleeding from the stomach, yet still laughed that the whole fight had been worth it. Nangong Jing took a drink and mocked him for getting hurt over just one base. Another teammate gently defended Lin Kuang, pointing out that he had drawn a huge amount of enemy fire for the rest of them. Lin Kuang grumbled that the Blade Demons kept targeting him instead of the cold pretty boy beside him, and the other teammate dryly answered that Lin Kuang's murderous aura was the real reason. Before the banter could go further, all four communicators rang at the same time, and the mood snapped serious again. They checked the message, and within seconds all four were silently on their feet. Nangong Jing understood at once that the Blade Demons' defenses had weakened because they were protecting something much bigger on Planet 25. Lin Kuang's eyes flooded with blood-red excitement, and his badly bleeding stomach started closing on the spot as the promise of a bigger slaughter lit him up. The other two reacted in opposite ways. The ice user went colder without a word, while the golden-haired woman kept her gentle smile and said it was time to move. Soon, their four private ships lifted off from Planet 1 and headed straight for Planet 25. Back on the return flight, Lu Zhe finally took out his communicator and joked that he should message Yimu before everyone back at base decided he and Lin Ling were dead. Lin Ling told him to say something nicer, so Lu Zhe immediately made it worse by suggesting maybe nobody had even thought about them at all. Seeing Lin Ling about to snap, Lu Zhe wisely stopped talking and sent the message. At the Heaven Blue Crystal Mine base, Yimu was helping clean the cave when his communicator suddenly rang. The others instantly crowded around Yimu, hoping the message was finally from Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. Yimu opened it, and his expression turned bizarre all at once, relieved that they were alive but shaken and weirdly envious about something else in the message. Someone in the group finally snapped at Yimu to stop making faces and explain, while the rest waited in rising suspense. Yimu first gave them the good news that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling were safe. Then someone pressed Yimu on why he still looked so strange, and he finally dropped the real shock. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling had found a spirit metal mine and warned everyone to get back before war started. The cave went dead silent, because none of them could process how a trip to kill beasts in their mine had somehow turned into Lu Zhe finding spirit metal instead. Ian was the first to break, repeating in disbelief that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling had really found a spirit metal mine, and Yimu could only nod lifelessly. Now everyone finally understood Yimu's face, because that kind of news was enough to make anybody clutch their chest. Someone shakily reminded the group that Lu Zhe had only gone into their mine to kill beasts, which somehow made the whole thing feel even more absurd. Yimu admitted he wanted to know how that happened too, then coughed, and weakly claimed he was not actually that envious, which nobody believed for a second. A few hours after contacting the base, Lu Zhe's group finally made it back at night, and only inside the base did everyone start to breathe again. Ge Yuping and the others went off to report the mission to Captain Fong Lang, while Lu Zhe and Lin Ling were finally sent away to rest after 2 brutal days. On the ride back to the dorms, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling simply leaned back with their eyes closed, too tired to even talk. By the time they climbed the dorm stairs, Lu Zhe was still thinking about Lin Ling forcing her eye technique too hard and asked if she was alright. Lin Ling admitted the backlash would still last a few more days, but she said she had controlled it much better than the first time. At the door, Lu Zhe told her to get real sleep because the war itself might start tomorrow, and Lin Ling quietly agreed. But the moment they opened the door, their waiting roommates rushed out, dragged them inside, and shoved them onto the couch before they could escape. Yimu clung to Lu Zhe in mock despair and complained that they were supposed to be on the same squad, yet Lu Zhe already felt like some unreachable superior's superior. Lu Zhe shut that down fast and told them they were lucky they had stayed behind, because out there he barely had enough strength to protect even Lin Ling. That answer stunned the room, and Xian Yuqi immediately realized the mission had gone far worse than they imagined. So Lu Zhe gave them the short version of the past few days, laying out just how close the team had come to being wiped out. When they heard it, Yinmu went pale and admitted that if he had gone too, he probably would not be alive now. The whole room quickly agreed that surviving was better than chasing glory, especially after hearing that Lin Ling's god art had nearly broken her down. Lu Zhe told everyone to sleep early too, because if the fighting spread tomorrow, students might be pulled straight into the war. After dinner, Lu Zhe celebrated making it back alive by pulling out Alice's food stash and happily digging in. That happiness lasted right up until he realized there was not much left, and his face dropped on the spot. Back in his room, Lu Zhe messaged his family and the group chat to say he was safe, carefully hiding how dangerous the mission had really been. The moment he remembered Luli warning him to stay safe, Lu Zhe got a chill and hid under the blanket like that alone might protect him from her reaction later. After half an hour of chatting, he finally put the phone away and stared at the ceiling, his mood turning serious again. He knew the discovery of the spirit metal mine meant the real battle would probably begin within days, and he also felt frustrated that his strength was still improving too slowly for what was coming. Lu Zhe judged his current strength coldly. His spirit force would soon reach abstruse martial state level 5, but that still barely changed his real combat power. What truly carried him was still his body, mental force, and 3 god arts, but that also meant he could only overpower weaker enemies or run from stronger ones. The problem was that improving those god arts had already become much harder, and every beast with high-level god art drops on the second map was still far beyond his reach. Worse, the small flame helping his fire god art was burning out fast, and in less than a week he would lose that steady shortcut too. He sighed that his progress was still too slow, felt disappointed for 1 second, and then immediately pushed himself back into action. For Lu Zhe, the answer was obvious. It was time to enter the pocket hunting dimension again and risk death all over for faster growth. Outside Planet 25, both human and blade demon warships were already gathering, and the whole planet had gone tense enough that even the beasts were hiding from what was coming. Back in the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe arrived in tall grass and instantly felt the lingering chaos of a recent boss fight still hanging in the air. The violent wind aura made him think of the giant blue bird, and he could tell some other unknown god art monster had clashed with it here too. When he checked the area, the place looked normal again, and the only clear sign of life was a black-scaled leopard's very familiar mating call in the distance. That told him the earlier boss battle was long over, so Lu Zhe headed straight toward the leopards instead. He found more than 20 black-scaled leopards rubbing against each other, and his single-man resentment flared up instantly. With one flash of eye power and fire, Lu Zhe wrapped the whole leopard pack in flames and cooked them before they could even cry out. The smell of roasted meat actually improved his mood for a second, until the leopards turned to dust and reminded him this meat could not be eaten. He scooped up the dropped light orbs and marched on with a grim little rule in mind: anything showing off affection in public could die. Half an hour later, that swagger vanished when Lu Zhe found himself flattened on the ground beneath 2 gigantic snakes playing in the sky above him. Their pressure was so terrifying that Lu Zhe sealed off even his mental force, afraid the pair might notice him and turn him into a toy. Even Lu Zhe's usual complaint died there, because these two were so impossible that he decided they had to be father and son rather than another shameless couple. As the snakes swam through the air, black and white, light and dark blended around them so perfectly that Lu Zhe could glimpse some deeper law in their movement. He understood almost nothing, but he still forced himself to watch closely because even a glimpse of that level might help later. Hours later, the black snake finally hissed, snatched up a 50-meter gray lizard boss, and carried it off struggling. When the 2 giant snakes carried off a struggling gray lizard instead of noticing him, Lu Zhe finally exhaled and dryly appreciated the benefit of being too small to bother eating first. Once the danger passed, he got up and resumed hunting with the same petty rule as before. By nightfall the grassland grew even noisier, and Lu Zhe moved carefully through the dark, actively avoiding every beast with dangerous pressure. He had learned that lesson the hard way the night before, when a boss noticed his reckless mental skin from over 10 kilometers away and smashed him into the ground with one claw strike. Even with all that care, the night's harvest was poor, and Lu Zhe was getting annoyed. Then he suddenly felt a strange aura nearby, weak at first but rising fast enough to make his eyes widen on the spot. Lu Zhe recognized it at once as another boss growth seen like the blue birds, and excitement finally cut through his frustration. He rushed over fast, but this time he did not charge in blindly after remembering how many hidden beasts had been waiting around the last one. So he circled the area first, making sure no aperture-opening monsters were nearby before getting any closer. What he did find were several core martial state beasts already lurking in ambush, all waiting to see whether this new boss growth would leave behind another chance at god art. After failing to spot any stronger ambushers, Lu Zhe realizes the newborn boss is still within reach, and greed wins out fast. He decides he is not settling for leftovers this time, and aims to kill the freshly born boss himself. As he closes in, Lu Zhe feels the familiar wind element, and figures out this newborn boss is another blue bird. Because he already learned part of the blue bird's wind god art, he convinces himself he can break in, grab the reward, and come out on top. That fantasy dies the instant he sees the nest, because the whirlwind is now massively stronger and packed with wind blades that would kill him on contact. Lu Zhe finally understands why no aperture opening boss came to camp here, and he immediately gives up on forcing his way inside. When the wind starts weakening, he reads the situation clearly. The blue bird has already advanced, so staying any longer would just get him killed. He sprints away to a safe distance, and decides he can still come back later to steal the wind god art and runes after the boss leaves. 10 kilometers away, Lu Zhe drops low to watch, still hiding and waiting for the perfect opening. Then a sharp cry splits the night, and blue light flares across the sky. The blue bird boss rises from the storm, huge and elegant, finally standing in full view after its breakthrough. After a few proud steps, the blue bird looks up like the sky itself is calling it. It spreads its giant wings and flies off into the night, leaving the nest unguarded. Watching it leave, Lu Zhe gets a weirdly emotional feeling, then instantly decides he is absolutely inheriting that bird's wealth. The moment the boss is gone, nearby beasts charge the whirlwind nest for leftovers, but Lu Zhe is now stronger than all of them. Using his improved wind god art, Lu Zhe smoothly diverts the incoming wind blades and slips into the whirlwind in seconds. Reaching the center, he finds the nest much like before except larger, and the wind rune now carries 2 extra lines. He drops all caution about taking it away and starts cultivating with the wind god art on the spot, because nowhere outside feels safe enough. Remembering the terrifying rabbit that once killed him with a glance, Lu Zhe decides this risky nest is still safer than wandering around outside. He bets on speed instead, hoping to finish digesting the god art and runes before the blue bird comes back. An hour later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes, checks the sky through the nest opening, and relaxes when the blue bird still has not come back. With the coast still clear, he starts memorizing the rune instead of fully learning it here, because studying divine art properly would take too long. Another hour passes, and Lu Zhe finishes with a deeply satisfied smile because the blue bird still has not come back. He quietly slips out of the whirlwind at once, determined to escape before his very free-spirited victim returns. Only after putting more than 10 kilometers behind him does Lu Zhe dare look back, thrilled that he got rich and somehow survived. He leaves the night sky in high spirits, savoring the absurd success of stealing a boss inheritance without dying. The next day, Lu Zhe tests his upgraded wind power on a pack of black-scaled leopards and wipes them out in one violent whirlwind. As the pack collapses, Lu Zhe is pleased to feel his wind god art catching up to his fire god art, and his overall strength surging again. He is about to leave with the drops when rustling in the grass makes him stop and look aside. A single black-scaled leopard steps out alone, and that strange sight is enough to make Lu Zhe wary at once. When the lone leopard releases aperture opening aura, Lu Zhe instantly realizes this is no ordinary black-scaled leopard. The leopard attacks first in a burst of black spirit light, blasting a ditch through the ground as it launches straight at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe answers with a full power punch that mixes strength, wind, and fire into one crushing strike. The collision sends shockwaves across the field, and the leopard is smashed backward, spitting blood through the air. That clean wind tells Lu Zhe just how much stronger he became overnight, because yesterday this fight would have been even badly hurt. The leopard only grows fiercer, and Lu Zhe immediately rushes in to finish off his first aperture opening prey. But just as Lu Zhe closes in, the leopard's aura surges upward again instead of collapsing. The beast throws itself back into the fight with reckless force, and Lu Zhe is stunned to find an enemy as head-on and stubborn as he is. They crash together again, fists and claws colliding in a second explosive aerial clash that tears up the ground below all over again. After the clash, Lu Zhe notices the shattered scales repairing themselves and realizes the leopard is recovering at a ridiculous speed. That finally clicks for Lu Zhe, because he recognizes the leopard's rapid recovery as the same regenerative god art he once saw on the gray lizard boss. Seeing the black-scaled leopard heal itself mid-fight, Lu Zhe realizes this monster somehow has a god art it should not have. That instantly reminds him of the blue bird boss' birth, and he guesses some beasts can inherit god arts from stronger monsters. Instead of panicking, Lu Zhe lights up with greed because this means he may have found a new way to steal more god arts. The leopard finishes recovering enough to roar again, and the two throw themselves back into the air battle. After another half-hour of non-stop clashes, both of them pull apart looking wrecked and barely able to keep going. Lu Zhe can feel his spirit force almost empty, and his whole body screaming in pain, but the thrill of an even fight still keeps him going. The leopard is in bad shape too, and its black healing light has slowed so much that it can barely stop the bleeding now. Lu Zhe suddenly decides to gamble everything on one last exchange and rushes in again before the beast can recover anymore. Both gamble on the trade, with Lu Zhe trusting he can revive later and the leopard trusting its recovery art to carry it through. Lu Zhe blocks the claw with his left arm even as the bones crack, just to force his full punch through the leopard's waist. The leopard's tail snaps around right after that and breaks Lu Zhe's other arm too before hammering his chest. They crash back to the ground together, and Lu Zhe realizes he has broken ribs, damaged organs, and both arms ruined. Even in that state, Lu Zhe forces himself back up because he refuses to let this new god art slip away. The leopard finally gets scared and tries to flee, knowing its shattered organs and broken spine cannot handle another round. But Lu Ze's stolen wind god art makes him faster, and he catches the beast in just a few seconds. He ends it with a flaming kick straight into the leopard's spine and screams for it to die. The boss smashes into the grass and still tries to struggle, so Lu Ze lands on it and crushes its stomach without mercy. Only after the leopard stops moving does Lu Ze collapse beside the corpse, completely drained but relieved he actually won. As the corpse turns to dust, Lu Ze watches for the loot with one obsession in mind, the regeneration god art. The drops appear as 5 bright red orbs, 2 purple orbs, and 1 gray crystal orb, confirming he hit the jackpot. He has to squirm across the ground to collect them because he cannot even stand anymore. After finally grabbing the orbs, Lu Ze closes his eyes and waits to die out of the pocket hunting dimension in peace. That peaceful ending lasts about a second, because 3 ordinary black-scaled leopards suddenly show up and spot the helpless Lu Ze like free dinner. He wakes back in his dorm instantly, furious that after beating the boss he still died in the most humiliating way possible. Once he calms down, Lu Ze starts reviewing today's rewards and focuses first on the new regeneration god art. Inside the gray crystal, he sees a strange substance shifting between solid, liquid, and gas, and he carefully activates it only in his mental space to stay hidden in the dorm. The moment the gray mist enters his body, the god art almost makes him pass out from pain as his cells begin tearing apart. He realizes this is cellular-level destruction, the worst pain he has felt yet, but he endures it because the god art is clearly taking shape. When the cells begin repairing themselves, Lu Ze immediately feeds in a purple orb and starts learning the regeneration god art properly. Hours later, he opens his eyes with a grin because he has finally grasped a tiny but precious piece of regeneration. The process strengthened his body too, and now as long as the wound is not fatal, he can slowly heal himself. That makes him absurdly pleased, because with a battlefield coming soon he feels much safer and starts imagining himself acting cool in front of everyone. He cuts off that fantasy quickly and turns back to cultivation, this time eyeing the much stronger red orbs from the aperture opening state leopard. He knows the orb might be too much for his body, but with regeneration in hand he decides to test that dangerous limit anyway. The red orb floods him with brutal power and fresh pain, but this time his tougher body can just barely keep up. As he endures it, Lu Ze feels the energy steadily strengthening him and pushing his spirit force upward at a ridiculous speed. By morning, he has already broken through to abstruse martial state level 5 and is rushing toward level 6. He gets out of bed in a great mood, realizing this one orb was so strong that level 6 should come within a week if he keeps using them. After washing up, Lu Ze meets his roommates and then Lin Ling's group, and the morning starts normally for a moment. That changes when HQ orders Lu Ze and Lin Ling to report in, since they were the ones who found the spirit metal mine. The same young soldier leads them through the base to a meeting room at HQ. The moment they enter, both of them are startled to see a room full of heavyweight figures waiting inside. Inside the briefing room, Nangong Jing and Lin Kuang sit among a lineup of major generals, senior students, and other military elites, showing just how high-level this meeting is. Once Lu Ze and Lin Ling step in, the whole discussion pauses and every eye in the room lands on them. Most of the room's attention settles on Lu Ze, since he already captured a blade demon prodigy, and then uncovered the spirit metal mine on top of that. Lin Kuang sizes Lu Ze up like clear military talent, already thinking someone like him should be trained in the army instead of left in a sheltered school setting. A stern major general breaks the silence, and tells Lu Ze and Lin Ling to explain exactly what happened at the mine, because the situation is urgent. Lu Ze gives the report, carefully leaving out the part where they got chased around by the strongest boss underground. After hearing the report, the major general presses them on one key point, exactly how much spirit metal had already been mined. Lin Ling answers that several fresh tunnels were already open, so if the distribution matched the underground vein, the blade demons likely had a few tons of spirit metal ready to move. That estimate hardens the whole room, because a few tons of spirit metal are valuable enough to justify a serious fight with the blade demons over the mine. With that, Lu Ze and Lin Ling stop talking and listen as the higher-ups continue their strategy discussion over whether the mine can still be taken back. At headquarters, the officers confirm the fleet has already sealed the space passage, so the blade demons cannot easily ship out the newly found spirit metal. The room quickly shifts from discovery to war planning, with both sides already trading losses and everyone now focused on how to seize the mine without letting the blade demons strip it first. The higher-ups also make it clear that both armies must keep their planetary-level fighters in check, because if those monsters step in, the whole conflict could turn ugly fast. Lin Ling follows the tactical discussion with real interest, but Lu Ze can only sit there with a growing headache because strategy talks are not his battlefield. Hours later, the commanders finally settle on their plan, but they still refuse to rush the enemy base because a direct attack right now would cost too many lives. As everyone files out, Lu Ze realizes the elite officers are moving to real command posts and the prodigies are being treated like special forces for assassinations and sabotage. But when the room empties out, Lu Ze and Lin Ling are still standing there without any assignment, leaving both of them wondering why they were even called in. Before Lu Ze can ask, Nangong Jing suddenly flashes over and hooks his neck in a crushing one-armed grab, yanking him down against her cold spirit armor. Half smelling alcohol and blood on her armor, Lu Zhe gets his answer when Nangong Jing proudly announces that his outrageous entrance test performance has made her very happy. Lu Zhe can only complain that this proud teacher seems more interested in snapping his neck than praising him. Nangong Jing brushes that off, confident that Lu Zhe's body is tough enough to take it, and privately grows even more excited after feeling just how fast he has become stronger. In Nangong Jing's mind, Lu Zhe's growth is so absurd that she starts seeing real hope that he might one day shoulder part of humanity's future. Once she lets him go, Nangong Jing introduces the 2 remaining instructors beside her, Lin Kuang and Luisa, both young dukes and trainers from the prodigy barracks. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling salute politely, but Lin Kuang keeps staring at Lu Zhe so sharply that the whole greeting feels more like being sized up than welcomed. Lin Kuang's glance toward Lin Ling turns complicated too, because this stubborn little sister of his chose Nangong Jing's path instead of his. Then Lin Kuang bluntly tries to poach Lu Zhe for himself, sounding less like a teacher and more like a dangerous gang boss recruiting muscle. Nangong Jing immediately blows up, treating Lu Zhe like claimed territory and threatening to smash Lin Kuang's head for trying to steal her student. Lin Kuang only grins back and says he does not believe her threat, and the room suddenly feels one spark away from a real fight. Luisa calmly cuts in before it gets worse, reminding them the front line needs them first, and that Lu Zhe's future can wait until after the crisis. Luo Bingqing backs that up, tells Nangong Jing to handle the new students, and the 3 instructors finally head off to their battlefield duties. With the elites gone, Nangong Jing takes Lu Zhe and Lin Ling back to the dorms, where Yimu and the others are waiting nervously for news. Nangong Jing gets straight to the point. Because the spirit metal mine has turned Planet 25 into a real war zone, this is no longer a safe entrance test field for first-year students. She offers the first 2 choices clearly: transfer to Planet 26 and keep the normal test format, or stay here in logistics for double rewards but higher risk. Then she gives the third option with a warning: they can enter actual battle regions, but war is brutal and she does not recommend it lightly. The room falls still until Xian Yuqi asks the question everyone is thinking: did the prodigies from the special barracks face wars like this too? Nangong Jing says yes, and even points to Lin Ling as someone who survived this kind of warfare only a few months ago. That answer lands hard, and the students look at Lin Ling differently now that they realize her strength was forged by surviving real war. Instead of backing down, Xian Yuqi chooses the battlefield first, and one by one the others follow her without hesitation. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are genuinely caught off guard, because they did not expect every single newcomer here to choose the harshest road. Nangong Jing does not accept brave words at face value, and her expression turns cold as she releases a crushing wave of pressure over the whole room. For Lu Zhe the pressure is barely a breeze, for Lin Ling it feels familiar, but Yimu and the others are hit like leaves in a storm and nearly lose control of their bodies. Even so, none of them collapse mentally, and they grit their teeth through the test until Nangong Jing finally withdraws her force. Satisfied at last, Nangong Jing tells them they pass, because this kind of battlefield pressure is exactly what they would face from real enemies later. As the room settles, the students catch their breath with a new kind of resolve after learning that talent alone means nothing if Yowo breaks first. Then Nangong Jing drops a different surprise on Lu Zhe and Lin Ling by refusing to even ask their choice and assigning Lu Zhe to protect the others instead. Lu Zhe is stunned, because he was ready for the front lines, not to be left guarding the weaker battle zone. When he weakly asks her to reconsider, Nangong Jing just grins and reminds him that if he wants to object, he can take it up with her fist. Lu Zhe folds immediately and showers her with shameless praise, leaving the whole room speechless at how fast his backbone disappears. After that brief absurdity, Nangong Jing finally explains herself seriously. Humanity is not so desperate that fresh first years need to be thrown at enemy elites to carry the war. She pats Lu Zhe's shoulder and tells him to protect people where he is needed now, but also trusts him to make his own call if a real emergency appears. That quiet trust finally reaches him, and Lu Zhe accepts the order with a serious nod. Nangong Jing warns them the situation will stay relatively stable for only a few days, so they should use that short window to get stronger before things turn rough. After she leaves, the room goes tense and quiet again, because the next time these students move out, it will be toward a real war. Lin Ling breaks the mood by needling Lu Zhe for being nervous too, and he immediately hides behind his new rank and claims he is only feeling the burden of leadership. Realizing she just gave him room to show off, Lin Ling cuts the joke short and switches to something useful by offering battlefield survival training on the spot. With war suddenly close, everyone listens hard as Lin Ling starts teaching the concrete techniques that might keep them alive on the battlefield. After Lin Ling finished explaining the situation, the room went quiet as everyone digested how serious things had become. Lu Zhe broke the silence and told everyone to cultivate while they waited for orders, and the others agreed immediately. Back in his room, Lu Zhe sat on his bed and started cultivating on his own. He spent one of the black leopard's red orbs, and a violent wave of energy immediately crashed through his body. The pain turned his face pale, but Lu Zhe endured it without moving and kept refining the energy. 3 hours later, he finally finished absorbing that orb, exhaled through the pain, and forced himself right back into cultivation. When Lu Zhe opened his eyes again, the base outside was swallowed by darkness, and the sandstorm beyond the window looked even more violent than before. Seeing the storm worsen, he quietly wondered if the war had already started. No orders came for his unit, so Lu Zhe realized the front was still locked in that tense calm before the real clash. He ate the food Alice had prepared for him, considered warning Luli and Alice about the war, and finally chose not to say anything. But the war on Planet 25 was already spreading through official battlefield reports meant to remind peaceful worlds that borderland calm was bought with soldiers' blood. That same night on Planet Lanjiang, Lu Zhe's family and Alice sat together after dinner and watched the news in stunned silence. Lu Wen was the first to speak, asking in worry if Planet 25 was the same place where Lu Zhe had gone for his entrance test. Fu Shuya turned pale at the thought of a real war, because this was exactly the kind of place where people died. Lu Li and Alice stopped thinking about their usual rivalry, and both reached for their phones to check Lu Zhe's messages instead. When the group chat stayed blank, Lu Li narrowed her eyes and silently decided Lu Zhe would pay for hiding something this important. Alice frowned too, hurt that Lu Zhe had not told her anything and afraid he might already be in danger. Merlin was worried as well, but he also believed someone as gifted as Lu Zhe had to face a real battlefield if he wanted to grow. Even so, Alice's obvious anxiety pushed Merlin to make an exception and message Nan Gongjing to keep Lu Zhe alive. He knew he was crossing a line by interfering with military matters, but for Alice and Lu Zhe's future, he did it anyway. Far away on Planet 25, temporary battlefield bases were rising in the desert only a few hundred kilometers from the Blade Demons. Nan Gongjing checked Merlin's message while helping oversee the construction, and her expression turned strange immediately. Lin Kuang and the others noticed her reaction and asked what had happened, but she brushed it off as a message from an elder. Privately, Nan Gongjing felt almost speechless, because as far as she was concerned she had already given Lu Zhe more protection than anyone else in his rank would ever get. She fired back a reply, and when Merlin read it, he was stunned to learn Lu Zhe already had aperture opening state battle power. Alice noticed Merlin's expression and asked what was wrong. Merlin told the room not to worry, because Lu Zhe was already strong enough to survive there with aperture opening state power. That news instantly eased the tension for Alice, Lu Li, and Lu Zhe's parents. Then Lu Wen and Fu Shuya finally processed what that meant and stared in disbelief that their freshman son was already that strong. Fu Shuya burst into joy, smacked Lu Wen on the shoulder, and declared that her son was incredible. Merlin expected everyone to be shocked, so he blinked when Lu Li calmly said Lu Zhe had already told her and Alice a few days earlier. That left Lu Wen and Fu Shuya speechless, because Lu Zhe had told the girls but not his own parents. Merlin took it even worse, because now he was thinking less about Lu Zhe's power and more about the fact that the brat had been secretly talking with Alice. Back in his dorm, Lu Zhe looked out at the night for a while, then sat down and entered the pocket hunting dimension again. He felt a little stronger than the day before, and that gave him a bold idea to try hunting an aperture opening state beast for another god art crystal. He convinced himself the plan was worth testing, as long as he picked a smaller target first instead of charging another monster like that terrifying rabbit. So Lu Zhe headed off to hunt, casually cleaning up any commercial state beasts he met along the way. Hours later, his mental force caught a powerful but unusually steady aura ahead, and he decided to approach carefully instead of rushing in. A few hundred meters ahead, he finally spotted it, a giant black tiger sleeping in the grass, 7 meters tall even while lying down. Lu Zhe judged the tiger's aura and hesitated, weighing whether he should strike first or back off. He gave up on sneaking because he still lacked the kind of technique needed to hide his presence perfectly from a beast that strong. Instead, he decided to go all in and exploded with every god art he had at once. The black tiger woke sluggishly just as Lu Zhe launched himself above it with a full power strike aimed straight at its spine. Lu Zhe was so sure he had this one that he almost felt bored before his fist even landed. His punch detonated across the grassland with fire and wind, but when the smoke cleared, the tiger had not lost even a single hair. The result hit Lu Zhe all at once, and his frozen smile twisted into horror when he realized his own hand hurt more than the tiger did. Then the tiger finally got serious, black smoke leaking from its body as it roared hard enough to rattle Lu Zhe's blood. Before Lu Zhe could even react, a massive claw came down from above and killed him instantly. Lu Zhe jolted awake back in his dorm, shivering from the leftover pain of dying all over again. For one very weird second he thought the pain felt almost satisfying, then immediately shut that thought down in disgust. Once he calmed down, Lu Zhe admitted that tiger was far stronger than the blue bird and that aperture opening beasts clearly had huge gaps even within the same realm. Still, disappointment did not last long, and Lu Zhe went right back to cultivating with red orbs while swearing he would come back stronger one day. 2 days later, Lu Zhe woke from cultivation and realized only his fire god art and spirit force had improved a little. He could feel himself hitting a bottleneck, which meant steady orb accumulation or a lucky god art shard were his only real ways forward now. Then his communicator rang, and the moment he checked it, his eyes lit up because the long-awaited order had finally arrived. The higher-ups were sending him with a logistics company to the battlefield, which meant his group was officially joining the war. Excited instead of scared, Lu Zhe hurried out to wash up and get ready. At the same time, the other bedroom doors flew open and his roommates rushed out looking pale and nervous from the same order. Yimu asked with a shaky voice if the order had really come, and Lu Zhe confirmed it with a calm smile that only made the contrast sharper. Once everyone had cleaned up, Lu Zhe joined Lin Ling and the others and headed with them to the military square. The square was already lined with hundreds of massive transport trucks, each one packed with soldiers heading for the front. An officer led Lu Zhe to one truck, saluted him as Second Lieutenant Lu Zhe, and informed him that this convoy was bound for the 12th War Base on the Eastern Line. Lu Zhe simply nodded and accepted the assignment, ready to move out to the front at last. Lu Zhe and the others boarded a huge military transport packed with more than 100 soldiers, and the whole cabin turned to stare at the famous student group. Outside the base, merchants and adventurers watched the convoy lift off and immediately realized another major offensive was starting. The civilians split between fear and greed, with some rushing to contact their teams and leave while others stayed behind hoping war would bring profit. As the convoy crossed the desert toward the eastern front, Lu Zhe got bored with the endless scenery and started watching the soldiers around him instead. He could tell the difference at a glance. Veterans sat steady and ready, while the newer soldiers looked pale, sweaty, and close to panic. One especially nervous new recruit, one little fat, shook so badly that it was obvious this was his first real war. The veterans started passing down blunt survival advice, because on this battlefield, a recruit who did not learn fast usually died fast. Lu Zhe glanced at Lin Ling, remembering how proud she had been while teaching them before, but she just shot him an annoyed glare and refused to play along. Beside them, a bearded veteran named Odwin introduced himself to Wan Little Fat and calmly took over the role of battlefield tutor. After a long lesson, Odwin finished with one simple promise: on the battlefield, Wan should stay behind him. Wan thanked him sincerely, only for Odwin to reveal he was just following an old military tradition of helping fresh conscripts survive their first battle. Then Odwin cruelly joked that Wang's bad luck had dropped him straight into a huge war where new soldiers often broke down on the spot. When Odwin noticed Lu Zhe's expression, he abruptly straightened up and saluted him as Second Lieutenant Lu Zhe. Odwin bluntly listed Lu Zhe's achievements, from capturing the Blade Demon Prodigy to finding the Spirit Metal Mine and killing 2 aperture-opening state enemies. The whole cabin reacted at once, and Wan Little Fat stared at Lu Zhe like he had just discovered a monster in human form. A moment later, even the veteran soldiers saluted Lu Zhe together, making it clear his record had already earned the front line's respect. Yi Mu saw the female recruits looking at Lu Zhe with shining eyes and could only envy him in silence. Lin Ling took one look at Lu Zhe being admired by everyone and grew even more irritated that his ego was about to get fed again. Odwin finally stopped teasing Wang and told him the real good news. With Lu Zhe in the same base, his odds of surviving the first battle had just shot way up. That trust landed heavily on Lu Zhe, because he knew better than anyone that he was strong, not invincible. Even so, Lu Zhe answered the only way he could and promised he would do his best to carry them through. After a day of travel across half the planet's desert, wild beasts tried to attack the convoy more than once, but an aperture-opening state escort scared them off with pure pressure. Near the front, the convoy split into 3 directions, and Lu Zhe's vehicle peeled off along one battlefield line toward its assigned base. Their destination turned out to be a compact frontline fortress bristling with cannons and sealed under a thick spirit-powered barrier. After a day of travel, Lu Zhe's group finally reached a small frontline base packed with cannons and covered by a thick spirit barrier, and the moment they stepped off the transport, Shilin called them over to Wang Wenze and Andrew. Wang Wenze explained that strong fighters like them were spread across every base, because if the blade demons launched an ambush, someone powerful had to hold the line. He also made the rule of this war clear: once the real fighting began, aperture-opening state battles would move into the sky so the weaker soldiers below did not get wiped out by the aftermath. When Lu Zhe asked when the battle would start, Wang Wenze answered with one hard word: tomorrow. The group was stunned by how fast everything was moving, but Wang Wenze said they had no choice because Blade Demon reinforcements were already on the way. The plan was rough but necessary. Each base would get a spirit metal detector, and the assault teams had to smash into the Blade Demon base before the ore could be shipped away. Lu Zhe had secretly imagined some clever spy operation, so hearing it would be a direct attack left him openly speechless. Then a terrifying shock wave rolled in from far away, and the distant battlefield erupted with flashes and explosions powerful enough to shake the ground under their feet. The new students could barely stay standing, and for the first time the scale of a Duke-level battlefield felt truly real to them. Lu Zhe guessed that one of those terrifying bursts had to be Teacher Nangong, then instantly regretted calling the famous powerhouse an alcoholic out loud. Wang Wenze, Shilin, and the others immediately edged away from him, all of them silently praying Nangong Jing had not heard that. Andrew even gave Lu Zhe a pained warning, making it obvious this was not the first time someone had learned that lesson the hard way. Wang Wenze explained that 4 young dukes were already striking the enemy base first, trying to burn down its energy reserves before the main assault. When Yimu learned that terrifying clash was happening 500 kilometers away, the whole group finally understood just how monstrous a young duke really was. With the warning given, Wanwenza sent them back to regroup, because by the next day this quiet base would be part of the war. The next morning, thousands of soldiers filled the base square, and Lu Zhe suddenly felt the true size of the war when he realized this was only one battlefield on one planet. A first lieutenant stepped forward for the final mobilization and cut straight to the point. Spirit metal mattered, and soldiers existed to fight for humanity. The entire base roared back for humanity, and the combined shout ripped through the sandstorm above them. That battle cry echoed across the whole front line, carrying from base to base as the human army committed itself to the attack. On the other side, the Blade Demon Fortress sat like a giant black wound in the desert, all sharp edges, smoke, and silent pressure. Inside its central building, a room full of Blade Demons listened in grim silence while their black-armored commander sat above them with his eyes closed. Hearing the humans' distant roar even inside the fortress, the commander finally opened his blood-cold eyes and gave the order to prepare for battle. Tens of kilometers from the Blade Demon base, the human army gathered in the desert and stared at the final battlefield with tense, hard-set faces. Above the troops, Nangong Jing and the other top human fighters floated behind a force field that even held back the sandstorm. Before the charge, Nangong Jing uncorked a bottle of glowing golden liquor and drained it in one shot. The drink kicked in immediately, leaving Nangong Jing flushed, golden-eyed, and ready to fight at full force. She flashed a grin at Old Derry and told him it was time to start. Old Derry checked the other young dukes first, and Lin Kuang, Luo Bingqing, and Liza answered with their own battle auras. With the Blade Demon barrier nearly worn out after 2 straight days of attacks, Lin Kuang snarled that he was done waiting. Old Derry gave the order, and the final assault began. More than 100 Blade Demon experts shot out of the base to meet them in the air, keeping the strongest fighters away from the ground troops. On the ground, the human commander roared for the charge, and the whole front line surged forward. The sky battle turned deadly at once, with nearby ships exploding while both sides' heavy guns kept firing from below. As the human troops closed in, the Blade Demons gave up hiding behind the walls and poured out to fight in the open. The two armies slammed together in a storm of screams, steel, sand, and killing intent that shook the ground. Even people watching from far outside the battlefield could tell one thing instantly: anyone weaker who stepped into this war would be dead in moments. Battlefield reporters streamed the bloodshed live to the Federal War site, where the public followed every win, loss, and disaster of the war. Back at home, Lu Wen and the others turned on the broadcast because no matter how strong Lu Zhe was, they still couldn't stop worrying. Fu Shuya squinted at the screen and complained that with so many soldiers in frame, she couldn't spot Lu Zhe anywhere. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Lu Zhe was casually swatting Blade Demons into the ground headfirst every time they rushed him. After Lu Zhe buried even an abstruse martial state level 9 captain like it was nothing, the Blade Demons around him completely broke and ran. That left Lu Zhe in a ridiculous empty circle on the battlefield, with both enemies and nearby human soldiers giving him a wide berth. He grumbled inwardly that he was a human soldier, not some monster, and blamed Nangong Jing for the whole situation. Even while bored, Lu Zhe kept scanning the battlefield for any hidden Blade Demon powerhouse that might threaten his side. A few hundred meters away, Lin Ling was cleanly outmaneuvering an enemy 2 realms above her and steadily pushing him toward death. Then a second abstruse martial state level 8 Blade Demon slipped behind Lin Ling and raised his arm blade for a sneak attack. Before the sneak attack could land, Lu Zhe's wind wrapped around the ambushing Blade Demon and locked him in place from afar. When the trapped Blade Demon turned and saw Lu Zhe smiling at him, his face turned straight to terror because he recognized the monster who had been burying captains alive. Lu Zhe cheerfully told him, "Little brother, don't be afraid, I'm not some good person," which only made the scene worse. The trapped Blade Demon demanded an honorable death instead of humiliation, but Lu Zhe could not understand him and mistook it for a compliment. Lu Zhe thanked him for the compliment, flipped him over, and slammed him headfirst into the desert anyway. After burying the poor guy, Lu Zhe used Wind God Art to finish him off and finally looked around at the wider battle again. Seeing ordinary soldiers dying all around him, Lu Zhe decided that even if he couldn't cover the whole war, he could at least shield the area around himself. He pushed his mental force out across 10 kilometers at full power and nearly wrecked his own brain doing it. The information flood hit so hard that Lu Zhe almost collapsed until he used a purple orb to steady his mind. Then his rescue started working. 5 kilometers away, a Blade Demon about to butcher an injured soldier suddenly froze in Lu Zhe's wind. The stunned soldier realized who had saved him and took the chance to kill the helpless Blade Demon himself. That same miracle repeated all across Lu Zhe's 10-kilometer range as Blade Demons with the upper hand suddenly stopped moving and got cut down. Before long, the local human lion flipped the numbers and started overwhelming the Blade Demons 2 against 1. Lu Zhe finally pulled his mental force back and rubbed his pounding head, drained but still recovering fast enough to keep going. As the Blade Demon defense line started to buckle, the soldiers around him compared stories and realized the same hidden helper had saved all of them. Once someone said it out loud, the answer spread fast. It wasn't a god at all. It was Second Lieutenant Lu Zhe using Wind God Art from nearby. The Blade Demons, meanwhile, were baffled that their comrades kept vanishing from the line and rushed word back to the base for reinforcements. On the city wall, A Blade Demon commander stared toward Lu Zei's section and decided to answer one hidden powerhouse with 2 of his own. He ordered Sisabali and Sisically to take 10,000 guarding soldiers out to crush that section, while the rest stayed behind to protect the spirit metal and watch for stealth intruders. Far above the ground war, Nangong Jing faced the black-armored blade demon Ciceria in a duel so fierce it warped the air near space. Ciceria mocked her with the nickname Nangong Iron Fist and tried to bait her into losing her temper. Nangong Jing answered with a flash step and a golden punch so violent it lit up the ships in space. Their clash ripped the upper sky apart with golden fist force and dark blade rays, and the aftershock was violent enough that weaker top fighters below had to dodge it. Enraged at the nickname, Nangong Jing shouted her real name and swore she would smash Ciceria to death. Behind his calm face, Ciceria was pleased because this whole fight was buying time for the trap he had prepared for Lu Zei inside the base. He had secretly brought in 2 outside prodigies with god arts, hoping Lu Zei would sneak into the base and die in the ambush. Back on Lu Zei's side of the field, the humans were suddenly in a great mood because most fights had become easy 2-on-1 beatdowns. Lin Ling had already finished her earlier opponent and moved on to a tougher abstruse martial state level 9 target. Then the pressure changed all at once when 2 core martial state blade demons arrived over the battlefield with 10,000 soldiers behind them. The newcomers expected fear, but the human soldiers only looked at them with pity because they had just walked straight into Lu Zei's territory. Not knowing that, one of the core martial state blade demons immediately targeted Lin Ling and slashed a deadly blade ray at her to wipe out the human prodigy first. On the desert battlefield, blood and sand mixed together while the live broadcast captured just how brutal the human and blade demon clash had become. The battlefield journalists noticed one eastern sector was wildly different, with blade demons dropping fast while the human side barely lost anyone. As the feed zoomed in, the soldiers there were already cleaning up the remaining enemies, and the reporter realized this area might score the first real local victory. The camera picked out Federal University elite freshmen in the middle of the fighting, and their god arts made it obvious these were not ordinary student recruits. That reveal shook the audience, because even the most gifted students were bleeding beside regular soldiers instead of being kept safely away from the war. Families watching the stream searched the battlefield feed for familiar faces, clinging to any glimpse that proved their loved ones were still alive. Then the reporter spotted the strangest sight yet, a black-haired young soldier standing in a clear zone that both humans and blade demons were avoiding. The blade demons were so spooked by him that some would rather run backward than come anywhere near his position. One unlucky blade demon rushed into Lu Zei's range by mistake, and the nearby human soldiers immediately looked at him with pity instead of trying to help. The demon froze mid-run, flipped upside down without warning, and slammed headfirst into the sand before it even understood what hit it. The human soldiers gave Lu Zei a stiff salute and moved on, as if this upside-down execution had already become normal around him. The viewers finally understood why the blade demons were terrified, even if they were still baffled by Lu Zei's habit of planting them into the ground upside down. The reporter quickly identified the hidden powerhouse as Lu Zei, a first-year Federal University elite student who was somehow already a second lieutenant. Her voice jumped when she read that Lu Zei had once captured a blade demon prodigy alive, because that meant this teenager already fought at aperture opening level. The audience went silent for a beat before the broadcast stamped him as a young Duke-level genius, and the whole mood flipped from curiosity to disbelief. Online and in person, people exploded with reactions, arguing over his talent, his injuries, and why someone this valuable had been allowed onto a battlefield at all. One student from Lu Zei's old high school nearly lost his mind with excitement, and rushed to spread the live stream link across the school network. At home, Lu Wen and the others finally exhaled when they saw Lu Zei alive on the broadcast. Fu Shiya's relief turned into pain when she noticed Lu Zei's pale face, and Lu Li and Alice also grew tense, worried he had been badly hurt. Lu Wen and Merlin traded a helpless look, because they both knew battlefield survival always came with injuries. The next crisis hit fast when 2 flying blade demon reinforcements appeared with a huge army massing behind them. Since Lu Zei already looked worn down, the audience immediately feared these higher-level reinforcements might finally break his side of the front. One of the core martial state blade demons launched a surprise slash straight at Lin Ling while she was already locked in a hard fight. People watching held their breath, because Lin Ling was skilled enough to stand out, but this attack looked impossible to dodge in time. Even Lu Zei was speechless, since Lin Ling somehow kept ending up as the target of ridiculous ambushes. Lin Ling sensed the attack behind her but stayed icy calm, while the blade demon fighting her thought her death was finally guaranteed. Then Lu Zei's power erased the incoming blade ray so cleanly that it vanished in midair like it had never existed. That one move froze the entire area, because every blade demon there suddenly understood the hidden human was far stronger than they had guessed. The 2 core martial state demons instantly regretted coming, realizing the soldiers who lured them and had not warned them they were walking into a monster. Behind them, the 10,000-strong blade demon force stalled in pure misery, too scared to advance and too afraid of military punishment to retreat. The human soldiers, on the other hand, started smirking, because now the arrogant reinforcements were the ones trapped under Lu Zei's gaze. Lu Zei glanced toward the blade demon base, raised both hands, and calmly dragged the two core martial state enemies straight out of the air. The two demons roared and fought with everything they had, but against Lu Zei's aperture opening level power, they could not break free at all. The moment they saw Lu Zei up close, they recognized him as one of the humans their officers had specifically marked as a major threat. Lu Zei realized these officers might know something useful about the Blade Demon base, and started thinking about how to pry information out of them. Lu Zei figured Ian's mental force god art might help force a confession, so he looked toward Ian's side of the battlefield and considered giving it a try. Pleased with himself for thinking of it so fast, Lu Zei got visibly smug for a second. The two Blade Demons read that expression correctly, understood interrogation was coming, and decided death was better than betraying their race. Since Lu Zei had sealed their spirit force but not their minds, both demons detonated their own mental force and killed themselves on the spot. Lu Zei was left staring in disbelief, because his prisoners had just died before he even got to ask a single question. The wider audience only saw Lu Zei crush two core martial state enemies so hard that they were forced into suicide, and their fear turned into celebration. Merlin, though, could tell what really happened and quietly explained that Lu Zei had made an inexperienced mistake by forgetting to seal their mental force too. Luli asked why Lu Zei's earlier captive had not done the same, and Merlin guessed that demon had already burned through its mental force or damaged itself to gain power. Alice quickly realized Lu Zei had been trying to gather intel on the base, and Merlin reassured everyone that this was the kind of lesson he would only need once. Lu Zei shook off the disappointment, grabbed the two corpses with wind again, and planted them upside down beside the others. After arranging the bodies into a neat triangle, Lu Zei actually nodded in satisfaction at his own work. The remaining blade demons sank deeper into despair, because running forward meant death and running back meant execution. Even the human side felt a little overwhelmed, because their terrifying young hero had somehow developed a very specific and very unsettling battlefield habit. The journalist and the audience could only stare at Lu Zei's happy little nod beside the blade demon triangle, wondering how someone so impressive had become this weird so fast. After killing two core martial state blade demons, Lu Zei hovers near the eastern front and openly dares the enemy base to come after him. He knows the base is dangerous, but with his regeneration god art backing him, Lu Zei decides hiding is pointless and pressure is exactly what he wants. Inside the Blade Demon base, the commander glares at Lu Zei on a screen and realizes sending himself out would be suicide after that human already killed two aperture-opening fighters. Because the base still has to guard its spirit metal, the commander grits his teeth and orders the outer area abandoned so Lu Zei will be lured into the base instead. Back on the battlefield, Lu Zei waits for retaliation, but the 10,000 Blade Demon reinforcements suddenly turn around and sprint back toward their base. The human side quickly realizes this retreat is bait, because the Blade Demons are giving up the region and trying to drag Lu Zei into a trap. Far away, Luli squeezes her panda plushie and prays for her brother to come back alive. Beside her, Alice clasps her hands and promises herself she will cook for Lu Zei when he returns, if he survives. Seeing the blood-soaked battlefield and the enemy trying to leave on their own terms, Lu Zei's mood turns cold and he decides he does not want to let them retreat at all. Then Lu Zei notices the battlefield winds are raging everywhere, and realizes this is the perfect moment to test Infernal on a huge scale. He floats higher, stretches out a hand, and calmly sends a green-lit tornado after the fleeing Blade Demons with a single cold command, go. As the whirlwind races forward, Lu Zei adds fire god art to it, turning the sand tornado into a growing inferno. The wind feeds the flames so hard that the tornado swells from tens of meters to hundreds, and the heat gets fierce enough to distort the air and glaze the sand into crystal. Human soldiers stare in shock and rising excitement as the towering inferno chases the retreating Blade Demon army across the desert. When the vortex keeps growing on the way to the base, smart Blade Demons scream for everyone to split left and right so they do not drag that disaster straight home. The troops on both sides pray the tornado will turn toward the other group, but the pull suddenly weakens and everyone freezes in confusion. Instead of chasing either side, the flaming tornado keeps going dead straight at the Blade Demon base itself. The Blade Demons go ice cold, because if the base falls to this, they will be blamed for leading the disaster home anyway. Lu Zei is just as surprised, because he had meant to steer the tornado toward the right flank, only to realize it has grown so powerful that he can barely guide it anymore. Once he sees the base directly ahead, Lu Zei immediately accepts the accident and decides his only job now is to keep the tornado stable until it reaches the target. He pushes both wind and fire god arts together with everything he has, sweating as he tries to stop the giant vortex from collapsing too early. At the Blade Demon base, the commander stares at the approaching flaming tornado in shock because the human he planned to trap never came inside at all. High above the battlefield, Nangong Jing, Lin Kuang, Caesarea, and the other top fighters all stop mid-battle when a terrifying chi surge rises from the ground. From high above, Nangong Jing, Lin Kuang, Caesarea, and the other elites finally see the 1,000-meter flaming tornado racing toward the Blade Demon base, and the two sides react very differently. Nangong Jing bursts into delighted laughter, and Lin Kuang realizes the outrageous move below has to be Lu Zei's doing. Caesarea instantly understands the base is in real danger, and orders every aperture-opening fighter to destroy the whirlwind while ground troops hunt down the one controlling it. In the sky, both sides burn secret techniques at once, because the next clash will decide whether anyone can reach the tornado in time. Old Derry's voice booms across the battlefield, ordering the human race to hold the demon elites back and protect Lu Zhe at all costs. On the ground, blade demons from every direction turn red-eyed and charge straight for Lu Zhe once they learn he is the key. Already pale and near his limit, Lu Zhe keeps forcing the tornado forward even as his spirit force, body, and mind all scrape the edge of exhaustion. A high-level blade light slams into the tornado, and nearly throws its fire-wind balance into chaos, forcing Lu Zhe to desperately stabilize it before it detonates too soon. That hit slows the tornado enough for Lu Zhe to realize the trip to the base has just doubled, which gives it more time to grow but also more chances to fail. The Blade Demon Commander finally flies out himself and attacks the vortex in desperation, willing to die if he can make it explode before it reaches the heart of the base. While screaming for the two stronger defenders to appear, the commander suddenly hears explosions inside the base and realizes they have already been tied down by infiltrating humans. As the enemy army closes on Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, Yi Mu, Ian, and the others instantly throw themselves into a defensive ring around him. With her back to Lu Zhe and the enemy rushing in, Lin Ling promises that as long as she is still standing, no one will touch him. Lu Zhe force-fed himself red and purple orbs, ignoring the damage to his body so he could keep the giant wind-fire tornado under control. The power tearing through his cells was agony, but the purple orbs kept his mind steady enough to balance the fire and wind god arts. That brutal method pushed his cultivation and mental force even higher, and Lu Zhe realized pain was the only reason he could hold on a little longer. The tornado swelled to nearly 4,000 meters tall, and even far from the front lines its heat was already turning sand into glass. As the tornado neared the Blade Demon base, weaker Blade Demons were ripped off the ground and burned alive before they could escape. Commander Capped saw the base was doomed and finally chose to die for his race instead of retreating. Black-red spirit light erupted around the Blade Demon Commander as he roared against the tornado's pull, and Lu Zhe instantly realized the guy meant to self-destruct. Lu Zhe knew that if a self-detonation at that level shook the balance inside the tornado, his whole plan could blow up in his face. Still, Lu Zhe refused to back down and pushed his own power harder to meet the commander's final gamble. The Blade Demon Commander hurled himself into the flaming tornado and vanished inside the storm in a streak of red-black light. A thunderous blast erupted inside the storm, and the massive tornado instantly slowed and turned dangerously unstable. When stray fire and wind started hitting the battlefield, Lu Zhe roared and poured everything he had into stabilizing the storm. The strain ripped his armor apart and opened his body with blood-red cracks, but he kept using orb after orb without stopping. Even in that near-death state, Lu Zhe's mind held fast, and the pressure slowly sharpened both his wind and fire god arts. The whole battlefield went silent as humans and blade demons alike stopped fighting to watch the unstable tornado decide the war. High in the upper atmosphere, both elite teams stopped fighting for a moment, and all 8 stared down at the unstable storm below. On the human side, Nangong Jing's arm was clearly broken, Lin Quan was torn up badly, and the whole team looked battered but still ready to fight. Cecilia saw the storm wobbling and broke into wild laughter, convinced Commander Capped had saved the Blade Demon base at the last second. Even while holding herself back, Nangong Jing silently warned Lu Zhe that if this blew up on the humans, she would train him into the ground later. Across the Federation, split screens showed the unstable tornado and Lu Zhe's bloodied face, and everyone could only wait. Merlin and Lu Wen watched with grim faces, while Fu Shuya, Lu Li, and Alice were all visibly shaken by Lu Zhe's condition. Lu Zhe kept burning through more orbs and even his regeneration god art, because now all he needed was to stay alive long enough to finish the job. For a few suffocating seconds, both sides watched in silence and waited to see whether the tornado would explode or recover. Then the impossible happened, the spewing stopped, the spiral steadied, and the flaming tornado accelerated again. Cecilia snapped from triumph to disbelief and tried to rush down, desperate for just 3 seconds to stop Lu Zhe. Nangong Jing cut him off at once and told him to stay there and watch the human race win. The stabilized tornado finally slammed over the Blade Demon City's wall and entered the base like an unstoppable natural disaster. Under wind blades and fire hot enough to melt metal, the base's defenses and buildings dissolved one layer after another. Lu Zhe forced the storm deeper and deeper into the city, far past the distance he originally thought he could manage. At the edge of collapse, Lu Zhe realized this was his limit and decided to let the tornado break apart inside the base. The giant storm flashed red and green, swelled one last time, and erupted in a doomsday explosion inside the Blade Demon base. The blast spread back toward the battlefield, and Lu Zhe used the last of his strength to drag the fire and wind away from the human side. When the light finally faded, the Blade Demon base was gone, replaced by a vast scorched ditch and half-melted ruins. Every trap and defense the Blade Demons had prepared vanished with the city, and the surviving viewers could only stare at the scale of it. A war reporter broke the silence and excitedly declared that 18-year-old Second Lieutenant Lu Zhe had destroyed the whole base by himself and proved he deserved the young duke title. The Federation instantly exploded with celebration, and the public started arguing over what Lu Zhe's future young duke title should be. Merlin jumped up in delight, because with the spirit mine and the enemy base gone, the humans had seized a huge advantage in the war. Lu Wen proudly bragged online that Lu Zhe was his son, only to get instantly mocked by the comments section. Fu Shuya barely cared about the victory, because all she could see was Lu Zhe covered in blood on the screen. Lu Li and Alice finally relaxed and gently assured Fu Shuya that the worst was over and Lu Zhe could recover from these injuries. Merlin backed them up, saying Lu Zhe's body was absurdly tough, and privately marveled again at how fearlessly the kid cultivated. Lu Wen tried to act cool and say a man could handle a few injuries, and Fu Shuya immediately shoved his head into the couch for it. The battlefield falls dead quiet as both armies stare at the place where the Blade Demon base used to stand, stunned that one blast wiped it off the map. For the Blade Demons, the loss is brutal. Their base is gone, their mining operation is wrecked, and the humiliation hits almost as hard as the damage. The human side, meanwhile, surges with excitement because the base being flattened should make the hidden spirit metal easier to find. Then the cheering catches on a new thought at once. If the whole base exploded, did the spirit metal survive at all? Another explosion answers them from inside the wreckage, and 4 figures burst into the sky out of the ruins as the humans realize the spirit metal is being taken out. The woman vanishes in midair, and a blade demon instantly roars for the ring back, exposing that the spirit metal has already been stolen. Jian Shaoning cuts in alone, unleashing a dense sword formation to trap both blade demons before they can chase her. The 2 blade demons rage that he dares block both of them by himself, and they crash into his sword wall in a furious 2-on-1 assault. That one exchange flips the mood of the whole field. The humans realize the spirit metal is already theirs, and the blade demons understand they were robbed after all. Even wounded, Jian Shaoning refuses to give an inch, buying time while the stolen spirit metal slips farther out of reach. The top blade demons can only swallow how badly this turned against them. The base is gone, the mind spirit metal is gone, and the humans just robbed them clean. Cecilia quickly locks on to the real cause of the disaster, and decides the one thing they can still take back is Lu Zhe's life. He remembers Lu Zhe is only 18 and already this monstrous, which makes him even more dangerous to leave alive than the stolen or is to lose. Cecilia roars across the battlefield that the flaming tornado culprit is wounded from backlash, and whoever kills Lu Zhe will be rewarded heavily. Lu Zhe, battered and bleeding on the ground, can only stare at that order in disbelief because he didn't even take the spirit metal himself. But once the blade demons hear that Lu Zhe is injured, fear gives way to greed, and the nearby troops start eyeing him like wounded prey. More blade demons spread the word and begin pushing toward him in groups, trying to break through the human soldiers guarding his position. Lu Zhe knows he is in terrible shape, barely able to stand with his spirit force and mental force nearly empty, and all he can do is buy time to recover. Then a blast of battlefield wind catches his broken body and simply knocks him over. Lin Ling catches him before he hits the ground, and for 1 second Lu Zhe thinks the fall ended surprisingly well. That thought dies fast when the back of his head thunks against her hard breastplate, and Lin Ling urgently asks if he is alright. Lu Zhe still has enough energy to joke that only her breastplate hurt him, which nearly makes Lin Ling drop him on the spot. He quickly adds that he just needs a little time, and Lin Ling is about to respond when she notices his shattered body starting to heal on its own. The sight hits her hard: fire, wind, strength, and now a 4th god art for regeneration, and Lin Ling can barely process how absurd Lu Zhe is. Above them, the battle only gets fiercer as Jian Shaoning still locks down 2 blade demons while the strongest fighters on both sides stop anyone from going back to help Lu Zhe. The blade demons know the stolen spirit metal is probably gone for good now, so they shift fully to one fallback goal: trap the human elites and make sure Lu Zhe dies. Nagong Jing explodes with golden force and tries to break through to Lu Zhe, furious that the student she was supposed to watch over is now in real danger. Cecilia mocks her to just watch Lu Zhe die, because this time he is the one pinning her in place. Elsewhere in the sky, Lin Kuang and the other human prodigies are just as grim, but their own blade demon rivals keep them pinned too, leaving Lu Zhe stranded below. On the ground, the pressure around Lu Zhe keeps building as more blade demons force their way toward the human defense line. Xavier plants himself in front of Lu Zhe and turns his whole body metallic, becoming the team's shield against the incoming heavy fire. A distant spirit-powered cannon slams into Xavier hard enough to blast away his shield and shove him back dozens of meters in pain. Even so, the defenders tighten around Lu Zhe and fight at full power, with Ian, Xianyuchi, and the other student fighters cutting down every blade demon they can reach. Inside that small pocket of cover, Lu Zhe finally scrapes together enough strength to use his regeneration god art for real. Lin Ling asks in a shaky voice if this really is another god art, and Lu Zhe casually admits he only picked it up in the last few days. Lu Zhe still has to be careful this time, because forcing too much red orb energy into his body too fast is exactly what nearly killed him in the first place. Then his body lurches again, and Lu Zhe realizes healing alone is not enough after losing that much blood. He admits awkwardly that he has lost too much blood, which means he also needs nutrients fast if he wants his body to rebuild itself. So right there in the middle of the battlefield, Lu Zhe pulls out a glowing golden steak and starts eating with zero hesitation. For Lu Zhe, Alice's food hits like salvation, and the rich spirit-infused meat starts feeding his recovery almost immediately. He even offers some to Lin Ling with a smile, and she snaps at him to stop talking and keep eating. The smell of that spirit steak spreads across the battlefield so strongly that both humans and blade demons go dazed for a second, wondering what kind of bizarre power this is. The blade demons looking straight at Lu Zhe are the first to understand the real problem. While that monster calmly eats, his horrific wounds are visibly healing. That realization chills them instantly, because they only dared rush him while he was crippled, and now every second he keeps chewing brings their nightmare back to life. The blade demons finally start screaming the only order that matters now: don't let him eat, or Lu Zhe will recover. On the battlefield outside the ruined blade demon base, the blade demons suddenly hear their own side yelling about not letting Lu Zhe eat, and the human soldiers sees that brief confusion immediately. Lu Zhe hears the blade demons shouting too, but since he cannot understand their language, he can only frown and wonder what changed. That confusion turns into resolve for Lu Zhe, and he silently vows to study both the universal language and the blade demon language when he gets back to school. Lin Ling admits she only knows the universal language well, so she cannot fully understand the blade demons either. A longer command spreads through the blade demon ranks, and this time their whole army reacts at once, blasting their human opponents back and rushing toward Lu Zhe like they finally understand the threat. Lin Ling steps in front of Lu Zhe without hesitation and tells him to keep recovering while she holds the line. Lu Zhe calmly tells her he is almost ready, and with green light already gathering in his eyes, he hints she may not even need to fight. As Lu Zhe keeps eating, gray healing light spreads through his battered body, and his broken organs and meridians begin repairing themselves faster and faster. At the outer defense line, Xavier is suddenly smashed away, and the gap he leaves lets 6 high-level blade demons break straight through toward Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. Facing 6 abstruse martial state enemies at once, Lin Ling grits her teeth and prepares to risk her life because she knows she cannot stop all of them cleanly. Before Lin Ling can throw herself into that desperate fight, Lu Zhe flicks his wind power, pulls her safely beside him, and sends an invisible killing gust through the charging blade demons. The 6 blade demons die instantly from the inside and are slammed upside down into the ground in 2 neat rows, turning the near disaster into a brutal joke. Lin Ling turns back in disbelief, too shocked and annoyed to know what to say after bracing herself for death over a fight Lu Zhe had already under control. Lu Zhe only smiles and reminds her, a little too late, that he already told her she probably would not need to help. That display finally breaks the blade demon's nerve, and across the battlefield their attacks slow, their bodies tremble, and the troops in the rear start backing away. The human side is just as stunned, because from their angle they only know Lu Zhe looked half dead moments ago, and is somehow standing again. Yi Mu and Ian burst out in relieved praise, and even the battered Xavier smiles when they realize Lu Zhe did not die after all. Hearing everyone celebrate like he just came back from the dead, Lu Zhe is baffled for a second, then quietly moved by how hard they tried to protect him. To steady himself, Lu Zhe keeps eating more meat and a spirit fruit, while his regeneration god art pushes his broken bones, meridians, and organs almost completely back into shape. As the last serious internal damage clears, Lu Zhe feels just how monstrous his regeneration god art is, and his confidence hardens into one simple truth: on this battlefield, he can do what he wants. Remembering how the blade demons nearly killed him, Lu Zhe steps forward for his own side, ready to repay the people who protected him. That single step sends violent wind through the enemy ranks, and a few thousand blade demons collapse together, as their insides are torn apart before they even understand what hit them. The synchronized thud of those bodies turns the entire battlefield silent, and every surviving blade demon looks at the still bloodied Lu Zhe like he is death itself. Then the remaining blade demons finally break and turn to run, caring about nothing except getting as far away from Lu Zhe as possible. Lu Zhe does not let them escape, and with another flash of green in his eyes he spreads his wind power across several kilometers. The fleeing blade demons all fall at once like cut wheat, leaving only human soldiers still standing in this entire stretch of battlefield. The human soldiers can only stare at the bodies in silence, because everything they fought so hard for was ended by a single attack from Lu Zhe. Yi Mu and the others feel that same shock even more sharply, but instead of giving up, they force themselves to remember why they came to Federal University in the first place. Lin Ling grips her sword and silently swears she is still too weak, because no matter how outrageous Lu Zhe is, she refuses to lose to him forever. Far from the front, the live audience has been holding its breath through the whole crisis, especially the soldiers' families who know many of their loved ones survived because Lu Zhe did not fall. Lu Zhe's schoolmates, teachers, hot-blooded youths, journalists, and war researchers all react the same way, because none of them wanted a prodigy like him to die this early. Merlin is especially tense, because if Lu Zhe died, Alice's source flame would sink again and both Alice and Hong Lian could end up in danger. When Lu Zhe's recovery god art becomes clear, Merlin instantly breaks into laughter, finally convinced the boy is safe. Lu Zei's family rides the same emotional swing, with Fu Xia furious from the scare and Lu Wen trying to agree before getting smacked anyway. Lu Li smiles for a very different reason when she notices the panda plushie she gave Lu Zei is still tucked into his damaged armor even after all this fighting. That private satisfaction turns sharper when Lu Li realizes the senior girl beside her brother is the same one who stood with him before, and she narrows her eyes at Lin Ling. Then Lu Zei pulls out steak to recover, and Alice lights up because the emergency food she prepared for him is what actually saves him at the critical moment. Lu Li stiffens on the spot, because she can tell Alice's practical help just beat her sentimental gift in the one moment that mattered most. The broadcast crowd tenses all over again when the Blade Demons launch their suicidal rush and 6 elite enemies break through straight toward Lu Zei and Lin Ling. Watching Lin Ling plant herself in front of Lu Zei even though she cannot win, the audience feels the full weight of what she is trying to do. Then the whole room is stunned with everyone else when Lu Zei sweeps Lin Ling aside with wind and kills all 6 Blade Demons instantly, planting them upside down in the dirt. What follows is even harder to process, because Lu Zei kills a few thousand enemies with one step and wipes out the fleeing survivors with one more sweep of wind. A beautiful journalist finally breaks the silence and shouts that Lu Zei is unstoppable on this battlefield, begging everyone to pray that nothing else goes wrong before the battle is won. With that hope hanging over the whole war zone, every audience member fixes their eyes on the screen and waits through the agonizing pause for the final result. Inside the scorched ruins of the Blade Demon base, Lu Zei stood bloodied but unbroken while 2 Blade Demon warriors fought a sword-wielding human in the sky above him. Far across the battlefield, Lu Zei's earlier massacre broke the Blade Demon's nerve, and whole groups of them started collapsing under the humans' counterattack. Human soldiers looked toward Lu Zei with open admiration, while the Blade Demons now saw him less like a student and more like a monster. Lu Zei kept a cold face, but inside he knew he was still badly drained and could not afford another desperate Red Orb recovery. So he bluffed with strength, wiped out another wave of Blade Demons, and held his pose until the enemy really did lose their nerve. Once the bluff worked, Lu Zei calmly bit into a spirit fruit and used red orbs to patch himself back together. The recovery helped, but the low-grade fruit only reminded him that truly powerful spirit items could heal everything or even push someone straight into the planetary state. That thought made him feel painfully poor for about 2 seconds, even in the middle of a war zone. As more human troops broke free to join other fights, the Blade Demon line started crumbling everywhere Lu Zei supported. Yi Mu and the other students fought even harder after seeing Lu Zei's comeback, because every kill now meant military merit and academy resources. High above the battlefield, the Blade Demon experts who had been enjoying the humans' frustration were left staring in disbelief at the sudden mass deaths below. The human powerhouses were stunned too, because they had thought Lu Zei was basically done for until he somehow got back up and started slaughtering again. Lin Kuang seized the moment and mocked his opponent, loudly asking how so many demon soldiers could have died all at once. Negong Jing laughed in open relief and joined Lin Kuang's mockery, calling out Cecilia now that Lu Zei had survived. Luo Bingqing and Lisa stayed calmer, but the small smiles on their faces said the same thing. Lu Zei had survived, and the demons had lost their advantage. Cecilia snapped that it was impossible, because the backlash from Lu Zei's own attack should have left him too crippled to keep fighting. The Blade Demon leaders quickly realized the real problem. No one below could stop Lu Zei anymore, and if this kept going, their whole army might be erased. When they checked the other key fight, the situation looked even worse, because Jian Xiaoning had locked 2 Blade Demon prodigies in a sword formation they could not break. Realizing their reinforcements were useless and their troops were dying by the minute, the Blade Demons finally admitted defeat and called for the war to stop. Lin Kuang burst out laughing at the idea, because after all this, he had no intention of letting even one Blade Demon soldier leave the planet alive. Cecilia's face turned ugly as he demanded to know if the humans really meant to push this all the way to mutual destruction. The Blade Demons were desperate, because losing the base and spirit metal was survivable, but losing every soldier on the planet would ruin their leaders completely. Negong Jing and the others hated giving up the chance to wipe the enemy out, but they also knew a full death match now would cost too many human lives. Old Derry deliberately pretended to think it over, dragging things out even though every extra moment meant more Blade Demon casualties. That stalling nearly broke Cecilia, and he roared for Lu Zei to stop or the Blade Demons would fight to the death right there. Once the other Blade Demon experts' auras started destabilizing too, the humans realized this had reached the real limit, and they could not risk everyone below dying with them. Down on the ground, oblivious to the negotiations above, Lu Zei finished one spirit fruit, pulled out a stake, and kept refueling like the battlefield still belonged to him. His injuries were mostly healed by then, and even without full recovery he still had enough strength to dominate everyone on the field. Feeling almost embarrassingly invincible, Lu Zei used wind power to support the human troops across the battlefield while sniping the stronger Blade Demons himself. He even started budgeting the kills, leaving weaker enemies for the soldiers because he barely cared about those small merits anymore. With everything he had done in this campaign, Lu Zei was already imagining himself climbing from a lowly soldier to almost first lieutenant, and the thought genuinely excited him. Seeing Lu Zhe back on his feet, Lin Ling also threw herself back into the fight against stronger enemies instead of holding back for him. As the death toll kept climbing, people watching the live broadcast started to believe the Eastern Front might really wipe out the Blade Demons first. The viewers quickly started arguing that if Lu Zhe had done this much, maybe he could even be named a young duke after the war. That talk mattered because young duke was not just praise, but a Federation-backed future pillar status reserved for terrifyingly rare prodigies. Then the order finally came down from above. The Blade Demons were told to stop, and the humans were told the war was won. The Blade Demons obeyed instantly, but the human soldiers froze for a beat, still surrounded by enemies and almost unable to believe it was over. A second later the humans finally understood, and the battlefield erupted with exhausted, disbelieving cheers of victory. Many of them knew they were alive only because they had protected Lu Zhe long enough for him to turn the battle around, so none of them regretted it. Even the troops on other fronts were cheering, though some could not help envying the Eastern Front for having a monster like Lu Zhe on their side. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling were stunned for a moment too, because after staying one step from death for so long, the sudden victory barely felt real. Only now did Lu Zhe admit to himself how reckless it had all been, because he had blown up the base to ruin the enemy trap without ever knowing the humans had backup plans in motion. As the high-level fighters descended, the human side deliberately landed near Lu Zhe first, fully expecting the Blade Demons to target him if any chance remained. In the end, Sicilia chose not to strike, and both armies began collecting their dead under everyone's wary eyes. Lu Zhe watched the Blade Demons take back their corpses and felt genuinely disappointed, because he had been planning to neatly plant them upside down after the war. With the fighting finally over, the Blade Demons started a full retreat as their black-red ships landed to carry the defeated troops off Planet 25. The withdrawal kept going in waves until the Blade Demons abandoned not just the base, but even the mining regions they could no longer hold without supplies. Before leaving, Sicilia and the other Blade Demon elites stopped to glare straight at Lu Zhe with open killing intent. Lu Zhe answered that murderous stare with a cheerful wave and smile, mocking them so hard their faces twisted with rage. Sicilia gave Lu Zhe one last hard look, then boarded the ship and left with the surviving Blade Demon powerhouses. Once the enemy ships vanished, the human commander finally called it aloud: they had won. That single sentence set off a wave of cheers across the battlefield as the human troops celebrated a hard-earned victory. The victory broadcast spread the same relief to the rear, where the war reporter smiled through the excitement and announced that the Blade Demons had lost their Planet 25 stronghold. But the mood turned sober when she reminded everyone that the casualty list would be published next, because even a big win still came with deaths. Back at Lu Zhe's home, his family finally relaxed after the broadcast ended, and Fu Shuya wiped away tears of relief because her son was still alive. After letting the cheers run their course, the human commander ordered everyone to carry their fallen comrades and head back to base. The cheers died down, and the human troops boarded in silence with the dead in their arms. Watching that, Lu Zhe felt the battlefield's real lesson sink in: survival itself was never guaranteed out here. When Lu Zhe tried to head for the ship too, Nangong Jing stopped him and pulled him over to inspect his injuries herself. Once she confirmed he was only weak and lightly injured, Nangong Jing relaxed and proudly praised him for the huge merit he earned in the battle. Her congratulatory pat hit like a monster's claw, and Lu Zhe nearly shook apart from the force. That pat finished off his already ruined spirit armor, which cracked apart and dropped away to reveal his bloodied body under scraps of black cloth. For one painfully awkward moment, everyone nearby turned to stare at the half-undressed Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe wordlessly pulled fresh clothes from his storage ring and changed on the spot while Nangong Jing tried to laugh off destroying his armor. Lin Kuang immediately zeroed in on Lu Zhe's physique with a teasing whistle that made Lu Zhe turn wary on instinct. Lin Ling cut in at once and asked her brother what exactly he was planning, shutting down the weird tension before it got worse. Lin Kuang quickly switched gears and openly tried to recruit Lu Zhe into the prodigy barrack, arguing that his merit and talent already proved he belonged there. Nangong Jing's eyes flashed on the spot, because in her mind Lin Kuang was trying to steal the student she had already claimed. Then another voice calmly cut in for the academy side too, turning the argument over Lu Zhe into a real tug-of-war. Another gentle voice invited Lu Zhe to consider the prodigy barrack too, making the poaching feel even more blatant. That was too much for Nangong Jing, who snapped in outrage at the latest attempt to poach her student. Louisa shut Nangong Jing down with one calm reminder: her injured left arm still needed treatment, and Nangong Jing instantly lost her momentum. Only then did Lu Zhe really notice how badly the top fighters were hurt, starting with Nangong Jing's broken arm. Looking around in surprise, Lu Zhe realized the other top human fighters were hurt too, including Lin Kuang and the rest of the exhausted young dukes. An older commander cut the recruiting talk short and told them Lu Zhe's future could wait, because the exhausted survivors needed to return and recover first. The transport finally lifted off and carried the battered victors back to base. Back at the base, the victory turned into non-stop cleanup as defenses were reinforced, casualties were counted, and the dead and wounded were handled through the night. Nangong Jing and the other battered powerhouses were sent off for treatment too, because even the strongest fighters had come back badly damaged. By nightfall, Lu Zhe was finally sent back alone, while Lin Ling's group stayed behind in recovery, especially the more seriously hurt Xavier. Lu Zhe dragged himself back to his dorm, exhausted enough to want nothing except a long, uninterrupted sleep. After washing the blood off, he collapsed onto the bed and fully committed to sleeping for a whole day and night. The moment he fell asleep, he woke right back up in the pocket hunting dimension, and the cruel reminder hit him that this place still dragged him in every night. After surviving a real battlefield, Lu Zhe almost wanted to cry because all he wanted now was sleep, not another night of getting killed by monsters. He even started seriously comparing which boss would kill him in the least painful way, and the blue bird's clean wind blade suddenly sounded like the best option. But just as he was about to go looking for a quick death, Lu Zhe felt a fresh burst of growing power nearby and instantly recognized the birth of a new boss. That discovery wiped away his self-pity on the spot, because there was no way he was missing the chance to profit from a newborn boss. On the way, Lu Zhe reviewed what Merlin had taught him about aperture opening and judged that his own combat power had risen fast, even if he was still weak by true aperture standards. He realized the newborn boss itself was probably still stronger than him, so his real plan was not to challenge it head-on but to hide and grab whatever god art shards the chaos left behind. As he drew closer, the wind in the grass turned active again, and Lu Zhe realized with disbelief that he had run into yet another newborn blue bird boss. He could not understand why these blue bird bosses kept being born, but he was more than happy to claim every shard they dropped. Then the newborn blue bird fully emerged in a burst of green light, flattening the 10-meter grass around it as its unstable boss aura rolled across the plain. Even hidden at a distance, Lu Zhe did not dare move because the newborn's raw uncontrolled pressure was still terrifying. Watching it calmly stretch and move, Lu Zhe had one absurd thought anyway. If he could tame a blue bird like this, he would rule this grassland. The moment the blue bird chirped and took its first flight, the surrounding beasts lost patience and charged straight toward its birthplace. Lu Zhe saw the beast tide rush in and immediately dashed toward the birthing ground too, determined to snatch the leftovers for himself. He barely got moving before a razor wind blade slashed straight at his waist from the side. Lu Zhe exploded into full power on instinct and smashed the incoming wind blade with a punch before it could cut him down. The collision blasted wind and heat through the battlefield, slicing and roasting unlucky beasts nearby while Lu Zhe stopped cold and hunted for the attacker. Then Lu Zhe's mental force caught it. A blue figure had already slipped right up beside him. Before he could react further, the blue bird roared and trapped him inside 4 whirling storms that spat thousands of wind blades in every direction. Facing a storm of wind blades in the tall grass, Lu Zhe stays oddly confident because wind is already one of his own god arts. He weakens the incoming wind with his own control, then throws up a fire barrier to stop what remains. A huge blue cat boss lunges in from beside him, proving this fight is not just about the 4 whirlwinds anymore. Lu Zhe gets serious, suppresses the whirlwinds again with wind god art, and bursts past the cat toward one of the rotating wind towers. He smashes one whirlwind with a fire and wind punch, blowing it apart and destabilizing the other 3. Then a much bigger clash erupts in the distance, and Lu Zhe realizes several more shard-powered bosses are converging on the blue bird's remains. While the blue cat keeps pressuring him from behind, Lu Zhe suddenly gets a better idea than fighting alone. He uses the cat's attacks to fling himself backward and starts baiting it straight toward the other bosses. At the blue bird's birthplace, Lu Zhe finally sees the other contenders, a black-scaled leopard crackling with lightning and an anaconda wrapped in gray mist. The 2 bosses keep fighting, but both turn wary when Lu Zhe drags a fresh enemy right into their standoff. When the blue cat fires wind blades at him, Lu Zhe slips aside and quietly bends one attack into the anaconda instead. The anaconda blocks the surprise hit, but that brief opening is enough for the leopard to blast it with lightning. Its barrier breaks, the lightning tears a bloody hole into its body, and Lu Zhe immediately spots the prize behind these monsters' powers. Seeing wind, lightning, and regeneration all in one place, Lu Zhe stops thinking about fatigue and decides he wants every shard on the field. The blue cat charges him again in a fury, and Lu Zhe meets its claws head-on with another explosive punch. Even with stronger beasts clashing nearby, weaker animals still keep sneaking toward the blue bird's birthplace because a shard could change their whole place in the wild. Lu Zhe secretly sends another wind blade into the leopard during its clash with the anaconda, turning the 2 beasts against the cat as well. The leopard's barrier breaks, blood sprays from its side, and it whirls around in rage at the blue cat it thinks betrayed it. Lu Zhe piles on strength, wind, and fire at full force, and the blue cat answers by forming a spinning wind spear sharp enough to whip up a storm for kilometers. The wind spear and Lu Zhe's fist force crash together so hard the battlefield is ripped open around them. When the dust settles, both are blown apart from each other, and Lu Zhe suddenly turns and flies away from the treasure instead of toward it. The blue cat relaxes for one stupidly happy second, thinking Lu Zhe finally gave up and the prize is now his. Instead, the leopard and anaconda hit it together from the side, deciding to settle their grudge with the cat before fighting over the shard. All 3 bosses tear into each other near the birthplace, and the surrounding beasts cry out or scatter as the battle gets even worse. The greedy stragglers who still wait outside the battlefield suddenly collapse and turn to dust under a light wind, leaving only orbs behind. Lu Zhe slips back in from the distance, quietly scoops up the free loot, and decides to let the bosses wear each other down first. The blue cat can barely survive the 2-on-1 pressure until a lightning strike blasts a huge hole through its back. It twists away from the anaconda's follow-up attack, but the battered cat finally realizes staying means death. The blue cat flees, and the leopard and anaconda let it go because they only care about returning to their own fight over the shard. Hidden in the grass, Lu Zhe immediately changes targets and starts stalking the wounded cat instead. He follows until they are far enough from the blue bird battlefield that the other bosses will not notice his ambush. Looking at the cat's miserable state, Lu Zhe coldly decides to finish it off right here. He unleashes full power, blasts off the ground, and appears beside the cat in an instant with a killing punch. The blue cat fights for its life and throws out 12 wind blades at once, barely stopping Lu Zhe's first full-force strike. Even impressed by that desperate defense, Lu Zhe sees the cat weakening even faster as blood pours from the hole in its back. So he rises above it and drives another punch straight into the injured spot without any hesitation. This time his power breaks through completely, smashes the cat into the ground, and ends the fight for good. The dead cat starts turning to dust, and Lu Zhe quickly checks that the other two bosses are still busy far away. Satisfied, Lu Zhe drops into the ditch and grabs the floating blue wind crystal along with the higher-level red and purple orbs. With the blue cat's loot in hand, Lu Zhe turns his greedy eyes back toward the blue bird's birthplace and the two bosses still waiting there. After sending the depressed blue cat away, Lu Zhe slips back to the old lookout and finds the real prize still fighting in the air. The leopard hurls lightning, the anaconda tanks the damage and heals through it, and Lu Zhe instantly recognizes that both of them carry god arts worth stealing. Seeing lightning on the table, Lu Zhe gets greedy fast, because that is the one god art he still does not have. The two bosses keep dragging their fight closer to the whirlwind barrier, each trying to enter without giving the other an opening. That makes Lu Zhe uneasy, because if they disappear inside the storm and swallow the shard too fast, his whole ambush falls apart. So he makes a bold call and dashes right up near the barrier, ready to gamble even if it means the two beasts might turn on him next. Using his own wind god art, Lu Zhe force feeds more wind into the barrier and starts making the blue bird storm far more vicious than before. The gamble works a little too well, and the barrier grows into a screaming grinder that even Lu Zhe knows he may not be able to enter safely now. Inside the storm, the leopard and anaconda finally notice what happened and realize the two-legged animal came back to poison the field against them. The two bosses stop fighting each other and try to break out together first, but the stronger pull and upgraded wind blades pin them in place. Lu Zhe keeps feeding the storm until the blades are strong enough to carve ravines into the ground, forcing both beasts to bleed their way out. When they finally crawl out of the worst of the barrier, both bosses are slashed open, exhausted, and furious enough to kill him on sight. Lu Zhe is almost embarrassed by their glare, but once he feels how badly their auras dropped, he knows his dirty trick paid off. He decides the storm loot inside no longer matters, because two living god art crystal balls are floating right in front of him instead. Because the anaconda can recover better, Lu Zhe chooses the leopard as his first target and charges before either beast can stabilize. The leopard answers with thunder and a lightning ball, while the anaconda whips its massive tail in from the side to crush Lu Zhe between them. Lu Zhe dodges the lightning, stomps down on the tail strike, and the mist blast detonates far away with enough force to rip open another huge scar in the land. Even with doomsday-level power tearing up the battlefield, Lu Zhe uses the recoil to launch himself straight back at the leopard. The leopard refuses to run and crashes into him head-on, because both beasts still think a 2-on-1 brawl should finish this human quickly. Lu Zhe keeps hammering the leopard in midair until the anaconda cuts in again with a gray spirit ball, forcing him to stop and answer the shot. The leopard instantly uses that opening to appear behind him, but Lu Zhe slips aside with wind god art before the claws can tear into his back. He counters with wind and fire wrapped around his leg and carves a deadly slash at the leopard's belly, but the beast barely blinks away in lightning again. The mist strike still gouges kilometers across the earth, and Lu Zhe finally admits these two half-dead bosses are still annoyingly smart. To keep the anaconda from recovering in peace, Lu Zhe flicks a flaming tornado at it and goes right back to mauling the leopard up close. The anaconda blasts the tornado apart, but Lu Zhe has already committed to brutal close combat, trading injury for injury because his own regeneration can outlast the leopard's. In only a few seconds the sky fills with repeated impacts, the ground is shredded below them, and the leopard starts bleeding badly under Lu Zhe's non-stop pressure. The anaconda can no longer sit back watching, so it rushes in for melee and tries to smash Lu Zhe with that heavy tail again. Lu Zhe slips away from the tail, stomps down on the anaconda's head through a storm of wind and fire, and still darts back toward the leopard before the snake can keep up. That is when the leopard finally loses its nerve and turns to flee, badly wounded and no longer willing to finish the gamble. Lu Zhe chases at once, because there is no way he is letting the lightning beast escape after pushing it this far. He catches the leopard in seconds, but the anaconda fires a gray pillar from behind, forcing Lu Zhe to commit to the kill while taking the risk head-on. The three powers collide together in one violent burst, and the leopard loses the exchange completely. The leopard slams into the ground, and Lu Zhe drops after it, and crushes the last life out of it under his foot. He barely gets the kill before the anaconda's next grey pillar crashes in, blasting Lu Zhe so hard that blood sprays from his mouth and his left arm hangs useless. Even so, his own regeneration starts forcing the damage back together, and he refuses to retreat before the leopard's body pays out. He punches the charging anaconda back just long enough for the leopard's body to vanish, and its loot to finally appear. The moment he sees the beautiful lightning crystal ball among the drops, Lu Zhe dives in and grabs it first. With the lightning god art secured, Lu Zhe turns his attention back to the anaconda and prepares to force out one more god art from the last survivor. Then a piercing bird shriek tears across the sky, and both Lu Zhe and the anaconda freeze because the real owner of this place has just come back. Neither of them cares about winning anymore, but before they can escape, the returning storm of wind blades swallows Lu Zhe and kills the fight on the spot. Lu Zhe snaps back to his dorm in agony, furious that the blue bird bullied him again right when a second regeneration god art crystal ball was almost in reach. Back in his room after the brutal fighting, Lu Zhe finally gives up on cultivating and collapses into bed, determined to sleep off both the war and the pocket hunting dimension. Even as he drifts off, one thought nags at him. 3 aperture-opening beasts suddenly devoured god art shards at the same time, and he has no idea why. He decides the mystery can wait, closes his eyes, and sinks into the deep sleep he has been craving. That rest ends early when Yimu starts pounding on the door and shouting for Lu Zhe to get up for an assembly. Lu Zhe wakes up furious and groggy, stunned that his promised full day of sleep has been cut short. Still half asleep, he stomps to the door muttering that Yimu had better have a very good reason for this. When he opens the door, Yimu, Xavier, and Ian are all waiting in fresh military uniforms, healed up and unusually serious. Yimu explains that teacher Nangong sent them because something happened, and Lu Zhe immediately fears the blade demons have attacked again. But this assembly is for the dead, and the mood drops hard when Ian says tens of thousands were killed and even more were injured in the battle. Yimu adds that today is specifically for a brigadier general and 6 colonels, and Lu Zhe is jolted by how many top fighters were lost. The news lands hard on Lu Zhe, because if even mortal evolution experts can fall, then nobody on the battlefield is truly safe. They tell him to change immediately, and Lu Zhe heads back in to put on his military uniform for the ceremony. Once he returns to the living room, Lu Zhe learns the others healed so fast because Major General Louisa used light god art on them. Yimu gushes so hard about Louisa's healing that Lu Zhe deadpans he looks less energized than love-struck. Yimu tries to defend himself, but Xavier immediately agrees with Lu Zhe, and Ian's embarrassed silence only makes it worse. A knock at the door cuts off the teasing, and the boys head out to meet Lin Ling and the other girls, all dressed in matching military uniforms. Among the girls, Lin Ling stands out most to Lu Zhe, because her short hair and sharp bearing suit the uniform almost too well. The group walks together to the base church, the place where high-ranking war dead are cremated before their ashes are sent home. Inside the huge church, officers, students, and even the 4 young dukes are already gathered in a tense, silent crowd. Nagong Jing waves them over and casually checks whether Lu Zhe recovered well enough not to fall asleep during the ceremony. Yimu quietly admits he still can't believe a mortal evolution expert died in battle, and Nagong Jing answers with a colder truth: even young dukes can die. Then Lin Kuang drops an even harsher shock by saying a young duke died yesterday. Louisa confirms it was Lucian, the 1,000-shadow young duke, killed on the Gekka system battlefield where even planetary states can fall. The news is so far above their level that Lu Zhe and the others can only fall silent as the funeral ceremony begins. Old Derry steps to the front before 7 black coffins and delivers the eulogy for the fallen officers. As the cosmic soul resting tune plays, everyone salutes while the bodies are cremated and prepared to be returned to their families as ashes. After the funeral, Lu Zhe learns that Nangong Jing and the other high-ranking officers must stay on Planet 25 to guard the spirit metal mine until reinforcements arrive. A special squad has even been sent to the black-scaled beast hive to check for more spirit metal, which is why Wang Wenze and the others missed the ceremony. Since new recruits have no place in the officers' planning talks, Lu Zhe and the others head back to the dorms. Back in the dorm living room, Yimu suddenly yells that the news about Lucian's death has finally gone public. Yimu opens a Federal Times projection, and the red-marked headline confirms that 1,000-shadow young Duke Lucian died on the Gekka front. The report says Lucian was surrounded during a deep reconnaissance mission, failed to escape, and still managed to kill one enemy of his own level before dying. As they keep reading Lucian's profile, they realize he was a terrifying prodigy who hit absurd cultivation milestones before turning 30. Tianyuan Qianhua quietly admits she never expected even a genius like that to die, while Lu Zhe can only think this kind of growth looks almost unfair. Then Yimu notices Lucian's partner listed in the article and eagerly points out that she is a young duke too. The screen shows Chu Yunxin, a gentle black-haired young duke, and the room falls into a quieter sympathy when they realize Lucian left behind someone just as extraordinary. A moment later, Lin Ling spots another article in the corner and tells Lu Zhe there is a report that seems to be about him. The corner headline is pure shameless clickbait, and Lu Zhe is horrified that this kind of nonsense still exists 2,000 years later. When they open it, the first thing on screen is Lu Zhe's giant flaming tornado, instantly proving the article really is about his battlefield performance. The report lays out everything he did on Planet 25, from capturing a blade demon prodigy to finding the spirit metal mine and unleashing a final attack near mortal evolution power. The article says his reward has not been decided yet, but everyone can tell he is headed for a major promotion after contributions like that. The comments below are a mess of disbelief, curiosity, and gossip, with people asking about his strength, his upside-down blade demon habit, and why he could still eat happily on a battlefield. Out of all the comments, Lu Zhe immediately locks onto the one praising his looks and decides that is clearly the best take on the whole page. He shamelessly declares that he can no longer hide his handsomeness, leaving Yimu openly jealous that Lu Zhe made the Federal Times front page. The others agree that even this small corner of the Federal Times means Lu Zhe has already been noticed at the Federation's highest levels. Xavier says Lu Zhe has gone viral, and Lin Ling quietly realizes that if he keeps advancing like this, becoming a young duke is no longer a wild fantasy. At the bottom of the report, they notice one more embedded clip, and curiosity pulls everyone in for one last look. The video starts with Lu Zhe in a stone pillar wasteland, smiling like a foodie at a yellow vine he clearly wants to eat. Then a barren earth monkey smashes the vine apart, and Lu Zhe's cheerful face goes dead in an instant. The clip ends on Lu Zhe brutally beating the monkey up, leaving everyone else stunned and Lu Zhe himself too speechless to defend it. Back in the dorm, Lu Zhe watches the graduation trial clip replay and immediately feels sick, because his desperate food hunt got broadcast to everyone. The strange looks around him make it worse, and Lu Zhe realizes the whole Federation may now know he risked his life mostly for ingredients for Alice's cooking. Lin Ling loses it first, shaking with laughter, and once she starts, the whole room follows her lead. Lu Zhe snaps that if they keep laughing, none of them are getting any more good food from him. Ian finally reins himself in and asks the real question from the comments: can Lu Zhe actually be named a young duke now? That question lands hard, because becoming a young duke is everyone's dream, and Yimu admits Lu Zhe could probably reach it even before graduation. Lin Ling immediately turns that honor into a threat by joking that his title might end up as upside-down planting young duke or foodie young duke. Lu Zhe panics and argues for anything dignified, like win young duke or fire young duke, but he already knows this is going badly. The group tells him public voting decides a young duke's title, so once the crowd likes a weird nickname, he is stuck with it. Xian Yuqi seals his fate with a horror story about a young duke whose title became Blue Flower Fruit Young Duke just because a fruit shop owner posted a photo at the right time. When Xian Yuqi adds that the poor woman cried and wanted to fight the shop owner, the whole room goes quiet, because now this feels terrifyingly real. Lu Zhe coughs, cuts the conversation off, and retreats to his room to recover in private. Once alone, Lu Zhe remembers he never told Luli and Alice about the war, and he suddenly worries they saw everything on the broadcast. Trying to sound impressive, he sends a group message boasting that he joined a battle and was very strong. Luli answers with a dry haha, and Alice instantly follows with a gentler reply saying they already know because they watched the live stream. That is when Lu Zhe finally learns the war had a public broadcast, and his confidence drops straight into panic. He tries to steer the chat toward his huge victory, and asks if they saw him blow up the Blade Demon base. Instead, Luli remembers the spray of blood, and Alice only remembers how badly he was hurt, so his glorious comeback fails instantly. Then both girls ask the same thing for real: are his injuries better now? Lu Zhe finally reassures them that his new regeneration god art can heal him quickly as long as he does not die. Far away on planet Lanjiang, Luli and Alice both read that message and quietly relax, because now they have Lu Zhe's own confirmation he is really alright. With the danger settled, Lu Zhe turns back to his other crisis and asks them to comfort him about the Young Duke title vote. The comfort never comes, because Luli suggests controlling brother Young Duke and Alice cheerfully votes for foodie Young Duke. Lu Zhe feels personally betrayed, especially by sweet little Alice joining in, and he immediately senses the two of them are probably plotting worse. He bails out of the chat, calls his mother, gets thoroughly scolded for hiding the war, and only relaxes a little after reporting his safety to his father too. Once the family storm passes, Lu Zhe drops all of that and focuses on what really matters now, the new god art crystal orbs he won yesterday. He checks his condition in his mental dimension, confirms the old lion flame is fully exhausted, and decides his fire god art cannot improve any further for now. Lu Zhe judges that his full combat power can hit about 5 apertures, but only for a short burst before his body and energy give out. Curious about the new element, Lu Zhe chooses the lightning crystal orb first. The moment he absorbs it, brutal lightning floods his body, numbing his flesh, wrecking his organs, and leaving him sweating through the pain. To stay conscious through the strain, he quickly uses a purple orb and forces himself to absorb the lightning god art properly. 4 hours later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes with purple lightning in them and casually summons crackling bolts into his palm. But after testing it, he realizes the lightning god art is still too low level to matter much, so right now it is better for looking cool than for winning fights. That little burst of pride lasts only a second before Lu Zhe reminds himself that the hunting dimension punishes arrogance fast. He switches to the wind crystal ball next, and this time the cultivation feels smooth and familiar instead of violent. After 3 more hours, he forms a compact whirlwind in his palm and confirms his wind god art has grown stronger again, even if the leap is smaller now. Since god art gains are slowing down, Lu Zhe decides to push his spirit force cultivation next instead. 7 hours later he finally breaks cultivation, hungry enough to remember the others laughed at him and petty enough to keep all the food for himself. After eating, he looks out the window at the active base, with ships constantly landing and taking off while soldiers train in the distance. Watching the base reminds him of the enemy who vanished before, and he briefly wonders whether that shameless invisibility god art could even be used on someone else. He immediately cuts that line of thought off as too shameless for a good boy like him and sits back down to cultivate again. Using aperture opening state red orbs, Lu Zhe pushes his spirit force through the afternoon and breaks through to level 6 of the abstruse martial state by dusk. Feeling great, he heads into the dark shared living room and finds everyone else still locked in cultivation. He considers taking a walk, but the instant soldiers outside start saluting him with open admiration, Lu Zhe turns around and hides back in his room. Trapped by fame and boredom, he flops onto the bed, gives up on going out, and dives back into the pocket hunting dimension instead. Back in the grassland, Lu Zhe slips into hunting mode and starts cutting through core martial beasts while searching for aperture opening prey with useful god arts. A full day and night pass with no luck, and Lu Zhe ends up dodging bosses instead of finding the exact kind of target he wanted. At sunrise, he spots 6 lightning warhorses playing a few kilometers away, each one trailing electricity across the grassland. Before Lu Zhe can even process that boss pack, a golden sun tears across the sky, twisting the air, scorching the earth, and turning whole stretches of grass to ash. Lu Zhe only gets one look before his consciousness is burned away, with the last image in his mind being those lightning warhorses swallowed by golden flames. He wakes back in bed drenched in sweat, and needs a long moment just to breathe again. Even after calming down, Lu Zhe is convinced that golden monster was stronger than the 6-winged black dragon from his early days, a true super boss that could probably burn a planet. Since he gained nothing from that trip except fear, Lu Zhe rests for an hour and goes right back to cultivation. When he opens his eyes again the next day, the base outside looks even busier than before, with more soldiers arriving. He cleans up, eats breakfast, notices Yi Mu and the others are still cultivating, and quietly returns to his room to keep training. That calm breaks when the military communicator sounds with new orders. The special squad has returned, the high command has finished its planning, and Lu Zhe's team must assemble at once. Lu Zhe steps out of his room and finds Yi Mu and the others already waiting in the dorm lobby, all buzzing over the same news. Yi Mu grins and asks the question on everyone's mind: are they finally getting rewarded for their battlefield performance today? The reminder instantly hooks Lu Zhe too, because the special martial arts site costs a brutal amount of federal contribution points, and this reward could finally make him feel rich. Lu Zhe answers with a hopeful smile, and the group heads out together to see what the military has decided. They stop at the girls' dorm first, and after Lin Ling and the others join them, the full student team heads for the discussion room. The discussion room is already crowded, because the scout team's intel could change how many forces the military keeps on Planet 25. As soon as Lu Zhe's group walks in, Wang Wenze and Gui Yuping wave them over, and Lu Zhe notices even more heavy hitters gathered here than usual. Gui Yuping introduces the strange girl beside him as Margaret Clark, the number 2 student in the 4th-year elite class and a young Duke candidate. Lu Zhe studies Margaret and gets an eerie jolt when he realizes he can see her clearly, but the instant he looks away, his mind starts losing track of her. Margaret smiles and casually confirms that Lu Zhe's mental strength was enough to notice her trick, quietly proving how dangerous she really is. When Lu Zhe asks if that strange effect is the same god art she uses to disappear, Margaret only teases him back and says an assassin does not reveal secrets. Gui Yuping quickly cuts in to make sure Margaret is not messing with Lu Zhe too much, because even among top students her invisible god art makes her a menace. Margaret waves it off and says she just finds Lu Zhe interesting, which is somehow not very comforting. Then Nigel points Lu Zhe toward Jian Xiaoning from the Prodigy Barracks, another young Duke candidate whose calm presence feels sharp enough to cut. Jian Xiaoning tells Lu Zhe he probably will not stay a second lieutenant for long, and says he looks forward to fighting him once Lu Zhe grows stronger. Lu Zhe quickly asks the question that matters most: what exactly did they find in the beast lair? Jian Xiaoning stays vague and says they will know soon, while Margaret guesses Lu Zhe may be sent on riskier missions with Gui Yuping's group and Lin Ling's team will probably be moved somewhere safer. Before anyone can guess further, Old Derry, Nangong Jing, and the senior officers step in, and the room settles immediately. Old Derry announces the good news first. Besides the mine the Blade Demons already found, the scouts discovered a second spirit metal mine that can support the human side for a long time. The room erupts in shock, and even Lu Zhe and Lin Ling stare in disbelief because they spent so long in that area and still only found one mine. Old Derry follows up by saying both mines must be secured and starts moving into mission assignments for the officers, elite students, and prodigy barracks. He singles out Lu Zhe and the new students for their huge contribution, making it sound like their long-awaited reward and next orders are finally about to be announced. Instead, Old Derry's communicator suddenly rings, and after checking it, he goes quiet and looks at Lu Zhe with a very strange expression. Old Derry breaks the silence with urgent news. The Blade Demon armies are already mobilizing, and in 3 to 5 days they will return to Planet 25 in force. The room jolts from celebration to alarm as everyone realizes the next battle could be even fiercer than the last one. Then Old Derry adds that there is one more piece of news, and this time it is specifically about Lu Zhe. Everyone turns toward Lu Zhe in curious silence, because after what he pulled off in this war, any special news about him has to be huge. Old Derry drops the bombshell. Lu Zhe has been placed on the White Blade assassination list. The room's reaction split hard. The veterans are stunned by what the list means, while Lu Zhe and Lin Ling just look blank because they still have no idea how serious it is. Lu Zhe asks the obvious question, and Nan Gongjing explains that the Blade Demons keep 3 assassination lists to eliminate humans they see as major threats. She lays out the hierarchy clearly. White Blade targets powerful prodigies, Blood Blade goes after young Duke-level monsters, and Black Blade is for planetary state threats and above. Then Nan Gongjing grins and points out the absurd part. Lu Zhe is not even in the aperture opening state yet, but Cecilia already hates him enough to put him on the White Blade list. Lu Zhe only feels worse when Margaret pats him and says she understands, because she is on the same list too. That sympathy immediately turns strange when Margaret proudly says she is rank 3284 and offers to protect him like this is some kind of honor. Jian Xiaoning joins in just as proudly, saying he is also on the White Blade list and that inside the Federation assassins usually will not risk much for a smaller target. His explanation does not calm Lu Zhe at all, because even one assassin around the middle stage of aperture opening state would be enough to kill him. Jian Xiaoning makes it even weirder by revealing his own rank is 3288, speaking with the kind of pride that tells Lu Zhe this really is a status symbol among prodigies. Nan Gongjing explains why they are acting like that. The list also reflects talent and military threat, and the human side even keeps its own demon hunting list in return. For a brief second Lu Zhe almost gets it, because to these monsters being targeted by the enemy is practically proof that you matter. But Nan Gongjing immediately drags the problem back to reality. Unlike the others, Lu Zhe's actual combat level is still too low to survive a serious assassination attempt. She asks Old Derry for Lu Zhe's exact rank, and when he answers 3280, the room is shocked all over again. Margaret is so stunned she blurts out that this makes no sense, because Lu Zhe outranked her after just one battle. Nan Gongjing says the ranking makes sense. Lu Zhe is only 18, yet he wrecked a base, killed powerful enemies, and changed the whole battle, so of course the Blade Demons marked him as a major threat. That only makes Lu Zhe feel colder, because if his rank is above Margaret's, the assassins sent after him could easily be around her level too. Old Derry also starts frowning, because the missions he planned for Lu Zhe no longer look remotely safe. Nan Gongjing makes the call for him. Since Lu Zhe already finished the entrance test early, and is now too exposed, he should leave the front and return to headquarters. Lu Zhe's first reaction is pure pain, because all he can think about is the military merit and contribution points he will miss in the next big battle. Nan Gongjing's smile turns dangerous as she offers to personally fix whatever is wrong with Lu Zhe's brain if he still wants to chase money over survival. Lu Zhe immediately backs down, says his brain is suddenly working fine, and tells teacher Nan Gong not to trouble herself, leaving the whole room staring at him in speechless disbelief. After hearing the front is about to turn much deadlier, Nan Gongjing bluntly tells Lu Zhe that as a new student he is being pulled off the battlefield, but she promises to make up for it with a special opportunity later. That promise instantly makes the other students envious, because everyone can tell whatever Nan Gongjing offers will probably be worth more than the merit Lu Zhe is losing. Nan Gongjing then extends the same retreat order to Lin Ling and the other new students, saying they can return to headquarters and their academic credit will be tripled as compensation. The students are relieved instead of disappointed, because they get solid rewards without having to stay for the brutal next phase of the war. Old Derry cuts through the relief with a hard warning that a major battle is coming, and the room snaps back to attention. Then he eases the pressure on purpose, announcing that tonight will be a victory celebration and tomorrow everyone returns to war preparations. When the meeting breaks up, Nan Gongjing tells Lu Zhe's group to pack because she will personally escort them back to base tomorrow, and their battlefield merit will be settled later by Major General Barry. With that settled, Lu Zhe leads the others off in a much better mood, joking that their holiday has started early while everyone wonders what rewards are waiting at headquarters. Later that night, Lu Zhe arrives at the military celebration hall, and the rich smell of food hits him before anything else. One look at the feast is enough to blow away Lu Zhe's restraint, and he charges straight for the buffet with a plate in hand. Lin Ling is visibly speechless at Lu Zhe's eating speed, but the rest of the students quickly give up pretending to be refined and join the feast too. People keep coming over to greet Lu Zhe because his talent and recent strength have made him someone worth knowing, even if he finds the small talk annoying. To escape the constant attention, Lu Zhe retreats to the one place no one else dares crowd, Nangongjing, who is already flushed from happily drinking. Half curious and half suspicious, Nangongjing asks how close Lu Zhe really is to Merlin, because the old man almost never asks anyone to take special care of a junior. Lu Zhe gives a painfully honest answer, saying he is close to Alice and that Merlin mostly showed his concern by beating him during training. Nangongjing drops the Merlin topic and gets serious instead, telling Lu Zhe that his raw power is impressive but his control is still sloppy across all his god arts. She promises that once they return to school, she will personally teach him properly, and Lu Zhe immediately gets an uneasy chill from the idea. Lu Zhe tries again to ask about that promised opportunity, but Nangongjing shuts him down and only says he will understand later and definitely will not lose out. She even adds that if Merlin had not asked, she would not have taken Lu Zhe there at all, which only makes the mystery feel bigger. Before Lu Zhe can push any further, Lin Ling walks over with a plate piled with meat and calmly asks Nangongjing for leave. Lu Zhe is baffled by the request, but Nangongjing seems to understand more than he does and asks Lin Ling if she has really thought it through. Lin Ling only answers that they can discuss it later, confirming that this leave request is tied to something much more personal. Nangongjing presses one step further and asks whether Lin Ling plans to tell her brother, hinting that this hidden matter could affect him deeply. Lin Ling hesitates, then decides not to say anything now, while Nangongjing mischievously points out that telling him early might even help him fight better in the war. Flustered but amused, Lin Ling calls Nangongjing mean, and Nangongjing finally approves the leave while ruffling her head like an older sister. Completely lost, Lu Zhe demands an explanation, and Lin Ling answers with a smug promise that once school starts, her strength will definitely surpass his. What really rattles Lu Zhe is Nangongjing backing that claim with an openly wicked grin, as if Lin Ling's threat might actually come true. Even when Lu Zhe keeps asking, both women refuse to explain anything else, leaving him hanging on purpose. Lin Ling's expression turns more serious for a moment as she heads over to speak quietly with Lin Kuang, then leaves with him. Still desperate for clues, Lu Zhe switches to shameless flattery and asks the embodiment of beauty and wisdom if Nangongjing will finally tell him the truth. Nangongjing counters by asking for a rare wine strong enough to knock out a planetary state expert, and Lu Zhe instantly realizes he cannot afford information at that price. Giving up on prying answers out of her, Lu Zhe decides the only safe response is to train harder and make sure Lin Ling never gets the chance to overtake him. The celebration ends deep into the night because the coming war still hangs over everyone, and Lu Zhe walks back to the dorms with his new goal fixed in his mind. Back in his room, Lu Zhe goes straight into the pocket hunting dimension, convinced that tonight his luck is finally going to be good. A full day of hunting passes, and even after killing more than 100 core martial beasts, Lu Zhe still has not found an aperture-opening beast with god art. Then a roar from the right finally snaps his attention over, and Lu Zhe instantly realizes he may have found the target he has been waiting for. When he closes in, Lu Zhe senses one aperture-opening beast among many weaker signatures and decides this should be an easy god art harvest compared to the monsters that nearly killed him before. Peeking through the grass, he sees a whole pack of black-scaled leopards and one wind-wreathed leader standing proudly at the front like a self-appointed king. Lu Zhe immediately guesses the leopard devoured a wind shard and evolved into the pack leader, but he also thinks the beast is being recklessly loud in a place full of stronger predators. Confident he can finish this fast, Lu Zhe gathers his full power and prepares to strike before anything else interferes. But the moment Lu Zhe's aura flares, the wind leopard senses the danger, drops all its kingly pride, and panics into flight. Lu Zhe is briefly caught off guard by how fast the boss loses its nerve, then chases after it without hesitation. He flashes overhead and slams his palm down on the leopard's skull, driving the beast face first into the soil so hard its legs kick uselessly in the air. The pose reminds Lu Zhe of an older fight, but this time he does not hold back and burns the trapped leopard alive on the spot. For one ridiculous second, the smell of roasted meat tempts him into trying to cut off a leg to eat, only for the pocket world to erase it into dust the instant he touches it. The boss finishes disintegrating and leaves behind a generous pile of drops, including red orbs, purple orbs, and a wind god art orb. Seeing the rest of the pack already scattering in fear, Lu Zhe casually wipes them out too with a storm of wind blades before moving on. By the third day inside the pocket world, Lu Zhe suddenly realizes he can now stay there for 3 full days straight, which feels like a clear breakthrough tied to reaching abstruse martial state. Pleased with that progress, he decides to use the entire remaining duration before leaving this time. That resolve is interrupted when 2 huge blue birds suddenly roar past overhead, and Lu Zhe instantly drops flat to avoid being blown away. Once the birds are gone, Lu Zhe lets out a relieved breath and takes a little pride in how much better he has become at surviving by hiding from monsters he cannot beat. A moment later, his eyes sharpen again when he spots a new target, a purple feline beast covered in crackling lightning, slightly weaker than him but close to opening a 5th aperture. Judging it manageable, Lu Zhe decides to end the fight instantly, and launches himself in at full power. He appears beside the beast and hammers a brutal punch into its stomach, his wind and fire force tearing through the air with enough power to shock the whole area. The beast tries to escape by turning into a streak of lightning, but it is still just a little too slow to shake Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe catches the cat by the scruff mid-movement, and holds on even as lightning erupts back into his body. Because his own body, resistance, and regeneration can take the hit, Lu Zhe ignores the shock and pours wind and fire into a follow-up punch at point-blank range. The blow wrecks the cat from the inside, and while the beast spits blood and weakens fast, Lu Zhe barely suffers more than numbness through his layered defenses. Without giving it any chance to recover, Lu Zhe drives in 3 more heavy punches and beats the lightning beast to death. After killing the lightning cat, Lu Zhe finally relaxes, but his body is still twitching from the beast's last numbing counterattack. He uses his regeneration god art, and the charred dead skin peels away as his body quickly recovers. The cat has already turned to dust, leaving behind 7 red orbs, 5 purple orbs, and a flashing lightning god art crystal orb, and Lu Zhe is thrilled by the haul. He jokes to himself that his luck is absurd after finding a second aperture-opening beast with god art, and starts wondering if a third one might appear too. That thought dies instantly when a terrifying roar rolls across the grassland and flattens the grass around him. 1 kilometer away, a 10-meter black tiger stares straight at him, and its dark eyes and pressure tell Lu Zhe this is a boss he cannot handle. Before Lu Zhe can even speak, a black flash swallows him and kills him on the spot. He opens his eyes back in his dorm bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze after another brutal ejection from the pocket hunting dimension. Remembering how cute that tiger looked while sleeping makes the instant death feel even more ridiculous to him. Instead of sulking, Lu Zhe remembers Lin Ling wants to surpass him, so he forces himself back into cultivation mode. He absorbs the wind crystal and a purple orb first, quietly training through the night. After a short rest, he switches to the lightning orb, and the far harsher power starts tearing into his body because his lightning god art is still too weak to soften it. By the time he finishes learning from the lightning orb, daylight has returned and the base is already sending ships back toward the war. The celebration is over now, and watching those ships leave reminds Lu Zhe that the battlefield is about to start taking lives again. He cleans up, heads into the shared living room, and waits for his teammates because Na Gongjing is taking them to headquarters. Yi Mu and the others soon come out looking tired but steadier, because none of them really slept after the battle and spent the night recovering and cultivating instead. Lu Zhe is about to lead everyone to check on the girls when Na Gongjing's message arrives first, asking if the group is ready for pickup. That sudden message scares everyone straight, because if they had overslept and made Na Gongjing wait, they would have been doomed. With everything packed, Lu Zhe leads the group out, quietly aware they may never return to this battlefield dorm again. They reach the girls' dorms, and Lin Ling comes out with the girls just as Na Gongjing's private flying ship is already hovering low outside to pick everyone up. Na Gongjing casually tells Lu Zhe to lift everyone up with wind god art, leaving him mildly speechless but obedient. He wraps the whole group in wind and carries them up into the ship. Inside, the first-timers stare around in surprise at the ship's luxurious interior. Even Xian Yuqi is impressed enough to estimate the ship at a few 100 million star coins. That number makes Lu Zhe remember he once burned a room on this ship, and he suddenly worries Na Gongjing might make him pay for it. Na Gongjing catches his weird expression at once, and Lu Zhe hastily switches to praising her as a really nice person. She ignores the shameless flattery, opens a bottle, drops into the couch, and tells everyone to sit because they will arrive in a few hours. As the base shrinks behind them, the whole group goes quiet under the weight of what they just survived there. Na Gongjing tells them to remember this place, and the whole group quietly understands what she means. Lu Zhe breaks the mood by joking that if she is free later, she can bring them back here to play, and Na Gongjing just glares at him for treating a battlefield like a vacation spot. The fast ship carries them safely back to the artificial planet in about 3 hours. After landing, Na Gongjing tells them their dorms are unchanged, soldiers outside will take them there, they can move around the station, and they still need to keep cultivating hard. Lu Zhe tells her to be careful and not die, and Na Gongjing answers with her usual dominant confidence that she is Na Gongjing. Lu Zhe salutes her like a soldier. Na Gongjing teases him for finally acting the part, and then she orders the whole group to move out fast because she has to prepare for war. Lin Ling gives Na Gongjing a softer goodbye, and after the students leave, Na Gongjing watches them for a moment before her face turns cold again and the ship flies off. At the checkpoint, the same soldiers from before salute Lu Zhe as second lieutenant, and he cannot help enjoying how fast he has risen. Lin Ling suddenly says she will not return to the dorms with the others, because she has her own arrangements, and is leaving the battlefield early. Lu Zhe checks whether someone is picking her up and whether her military reward is handled, but Lin Ling instantly twists that concern into shameless teasing. When Lu Zhe snaps back, Lin Ling doubles down, and claims he is only trying to butter her up because he is afraid she will beat him later. She finally explains that Na Gongjing will handle her reward, then tells the rest of the team she has personal matters to settle, and will see them again at school. Lu Zhe tells her to be careful, she mocks him for sounding like a mother, and he leaves before giving her more chances to win the conversation. As Lu Zhe walks off with the others, Lin Ling watches his back and quietly vows that next time she will win. A young soldier drives Lu Zei's group toward the dorms in a floating car, and on the way Tianyuan Qianhua asks what Lin Ling actually left to do. Lu Zei admits he is still in the dark, and that only makes the others trade knowing looks and turn Lin Ling's threat into teasing speculation. No matter how much Lu Zei denies it, the entire car answers him with the same drawn-out, knowing reaction. Back at the dorms, the escorting soldier tells them Major General Barry is tied up with war deployment, and will contact them later about their rewards. Then the nervous soldier shyly asks Lu Zei for an autograph, and the request completely stuns him. Once he realizes this is real, Lu Zei signs immediately, and is deeply moved that he actually has a fan now. After the soldier leaves, Lu Zei tries to act cool about it, but the others are not impressed at all. Xian Yuqi bluntly tells him to stop showing off and get back to cultivation before Lin Ling beats him up. That lands perfectly, and Lu Zei immediately drops the swagger and sends everyone back to their rooms to cultivate. Back in his room, Lu Zei decides not to use more God Art orbs in the daytime and instead focuses on red orbs to strengthen his body and spirit force. He also confirms that red orbs from stronger aperture opening beasts are a little better, though the difference is not big enough to matter much for him right now. 5 days of hard cultivation pass, and at midday the whole group gathers in the living room to watch the live war broadcast from Planet 25. The Blade Demon Army has finally reached the planet, and now the real war has started in full. The footage is brutal, with blood, fire, exploding ships, and mortal evolution battles so strong they tear at the weather and the land itself. While everyone else is focused on the battle, Lu Zei suddenly blurts out that he forgot to capture more native beasts to taste after how good the sand eagle was. The whole room decides he is impossible and goes right back to watching the war without indulging him. From the broadcast, they can tell the humans hold the advantage because the Blade Demons do not know about the second spirit metal mine, and their elite ambush has already been stopped by Jian Xiaoning's side. That makes Lu Zei think Nangong Jing and the others should survive even if they get hurt, but the top-level fighting is still too intense for the cameras to capture clearly. Then the live comments derail the mood by asking where Lu Zei is and pushing his embarrassing Foodie Young Duke nickname again. His friends pile on immediately, joking about the nickname, and asking what title he would rather have instead. Ian even tells him to post in the comments, but Ian's shy clingy delivery gives Lu Zei a whole different kind of discomfort. Xian Yuqi flatly tells him there is no point resisting because saying anything now would only make viewers choose that awful title faster. Another girl cheerfully says the nickname is pretty good, and a shy girl tries to defend him, but all Lu Zei gets out of it is feeling even more pathetic. Right when Lu Zei is stewing in that embarrassment, his communicator suddenly rings, and he lights up because the military rewards should finally be here. Back at the dorm, Yimu can barely contain himself when Lu Zei confirms their long-awaited rewards are finally ready. A young soldier soon arrives at their door and formally invites 2nd Lieutenant Lu Zei's group to Major General Barry's office. The group follows the escort through headquarters and up to the top floor, where the mood turns from excited to formal. Inside Barry's office, Lu Zei sees the Major General waiting behind his desk with 2 officers beside him, and the whole room feels official and heavy. Lu Zei and the others snap into salute, and Barry immediately credits Lu Zei for helping the Xiar military secure the spirit metal mine. When Barry begins Lu Zei's reward list with 500,000 federal contribution points, Lu Zei is so stunned he almost stops breathing. The number hits the rest of the students just as hard, and they stare at Lu Zei like he has suddenly turned into a walking treasure vault. Barry keeps going and promotes Lu Zei straight to Lieutenant Colonel, making Lu Zei force himself not to grin like a kid in front of the room. Barry reveals the reward took so long because Lu Zei's rise was so absurdly fast it even startled the marshal, and his place on the White Blade assassination list pushed the promotion even higher. When Barry says Lu Zei reached Lieutenant Colonel even faster than Nangong Jing once did, Lu Zei is openly thrilled by the comparison. Even the veteran officers in the room can only look at Lu Zei like a monster, because nobody has ever seen someone jump from a basic soldier to Lieutenant Colonel in barely 2 weeks. Barry raises the stakes again by announcing a level 3 honorary badge, and this time the whole room is hit speechless. Barry explains that higher honorary badges unlock access to rarer martial techniques, divine arts, and treasures, and Lu Zei suddenly understands why the best items were hidden from him before. Just when Lu Zei thinks the announcement is over, Barry reveals those were only the headquarters rewards and there is still a private Xiar military reward left. Barry says the recovered mine is already proving massively profitable, so Xiar military is giving Lu Zei 150 kilograms of spirit metal for his role in securing it. Seeing Lu Zei hesitate, Barry makes it clear this is still only a tiny share of the mine's value, and Lu Zei finally accepts with sincere thanks. Barry even invites Lu Zei to return to Xiar after graduation, and Lu Zei promises he will if he does not choose another posting. Lu Zei silently steels himself too, thinking that next time even an assassination list threat will not be enough to drive him off the battlefield. With Lu Zei's reward settled, Barry turns to the others and starts handing out their battlefield merits one by one. Yimu gets 20,000 contribution points, a promotion to sergeant, and 2.5 kilograms of spirit metal, and he is thrilled because he knows that is already excellent for the low-risk role he played beside Lu Zei. Barry finishes reading the matching rewards for Yimu, Ian, Xavier, Tianyuan Xianhua, Xianyuchi, and Jessica, and the whole office brightens as they realize how generous the haul really is. Then Barry drops one more awkward detail. Ne Gongjing told Lu Zhe to collect Lin Ling's reward for her. Lin Ling's own merits are huge too, so Barry promotes her to first lieutenant and awards her 100,000 contribution points plus 15 kilograms of spirit metal. Lu Zhe agrees to collect Lin Ling's share, and Barry has Officer Lu escort Lu Zhe and the students down to the resource vault. Officer Lu leads Lu Zhe and the students into a secure elevator, and after palms and eyes are verified, the lift starts descending into the underground base beneath headquarters. As the elevator keeps dropping, Lu explains that the military's most precious resources are stored in the underground base, the safest place in all of headquarters. At the bottom, two powerful guards stop the group at the checkpoint and demand full identity verification before letting them go any farther. When Lu explains that the spirit metal is being claimed by 18-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Lu Zhe, even the guards think he has to be joking. Lu leaves the stunned guards behind and leads Lu Zhe and the students onward through sealed alloy corridors, with security checks at each door as they go deeper into the vault. The deeper they go, the endless alloy walls and hidden scanners make the place feel absurdly secure, and Lu Zhe can tell this is where the military stores what matters most. At the heart of the vault, they reach a huge circular storage room and meet Major General Chris, a bored-looking powerhouse guarding the final stores. Officer Lu presents Barry's order and reads out the reward list for Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, and the rest, bringing the total claim to 180 kilograms of spirit metal. Chris opens the vault and hands out the spirit metal, and Lu Zhe quietly stores both his own huge share and Lin Ling's portion in his storage ring while the others take theirs. Even Chris gives Lu Zhe a longer look after seeing just how much spirit metal that young lieutenant colonel is walking away with. On the way back out, Lu jokes with the checkpoint guards about drinks after their shift, and the tense trip through the underground vault finally loosens up. After coming back up, they skip returning to Barry's office and take a car straight to the dorms, already thinking about how to spend their rewards. The moment the hovercar gets moving, all that built-up restraint breaks and the group finally laughs together in pure relief. Riding that high, Yimu brags that his reward will buy a suitable aperture-opening sword scripture, spirit fruit, and gene serums, so his strength will soar and even a young duke's position might be within reach. That ridiculous brag gets exactly the mix of reactions it deserves. Xianyuchi gives him a dry "oh." Tianyuan Qianhua laughs, Jessica stays quiet, and Xavier immediately latches onto the young duke part in disbelief. Ian takes the joke as motivation instead and says he needs to work harder too, while Lu Zhe stays quiet and just watches the others talk. Xianyuchi brings the mood back on track by pointing out that these rewards should raise all of their strength in the short term, and everyone clearly agrees. As soon as they reach the dorms, the group rushes inside to start their shopping spree, each already planning how to turn rewards into power. Back in his room, Lu Zhe logs into the martial arts site again with real confidence this time, ready to see what his new status can finally buy. Back in his room, Lu Zhe logs into the Federal Martial Arts site and immediately gets a notice that his account has been upgraded to a level 3 honored account. The new authority opens bigger doors at once, from higher-level items and planetary state forums to posting in the famous teachers section and earning contribution points by answering questions. He remembers how broke he used to be on this site, but tonight the 580,000 contribution points in his account make him feel rich enough to finally explore everything. As he scans the site, Lu Zhe quickly decides what matters most right now. If anything can boost him sharply, it has to be divine art. He opens the martial technique block and notices that his upgraded authority has unlocked 2 new sections he never had before: secret techniques and divine arts. Without hesitating, Lu Zhe dives straight into the divine arts section to see what the Federation has for sale. His excitement dies in 1 second when the first listing appears: Fire Clone, price 80 million contribution points. Lu Zhe silently closes the page and turns to the window, staring at the bright stars and the system's sun while poverty hits him like a physical chill. He refuses to believe it, refreshes the site, and checks again, but Fire Clone still costs the same terrifying 80 million. When he compares that number to his own balance, Lu Zhe feels like the whole website is a scam designed to mock poor people. Even so, he opens the Fire Clone details and learns why divine arts are so feared. The technique creates fire clones whose strength scales with the user's fire god art and overall power. The description gets even wilder when it says a mastered user can split into thousands of clones, each lacking full consciousness but still able to fight on instinct. When Lu Zhe imagines those clones self-destructing all at once, the idea alone nearly rattles his brain out of his skull. Because he already has a strong fire god art, Lu Zhe instantly sees how absurdly useful fire clone would be for him and finally understands the real power of divine art. Then reality stomps back in, and the same price tag leaves him withering all over again. He drags himself to the next listing and finds Star Crippling Punch, a 60 million divine art that can unleash physical god art so brutally it could smash through a planet. The description explains that Star Crippling Punch is built for fighters with physical god arts like Xavier's Black Star body, while ordinary users can wreck their own bodies trying to force it. As he keeps scrolling, Lu Zhe realizes divine arts cover elemental, physical, mental, and even special categories that can completely change how a battle works. A sword formation entry reminds him of Jian Xiaoning holding back 2 blade demon prodigies at once, and that memory drives home how scary divine art really is in actual combat. The sword formation costs 4 million, which sounds almost reasonable compared with the others until Lu Zhe remembers he still cannot afford that either. By the time he reaches the bottom of the divine art page, Lu Zhe has figured out 2 things. The Federation does not have many divine arts, and everyone he wants is still painfully out of reach. The last divine art catches him hard anyway, Wings of the Wind, a 1.2 million technique that forms wind wings to boost speed again. Because speed matters so much to him, Lu Zhe wants this one badly, but even 1.2 million still feels like a mountain he cannot climb. He collapses back onto his bed in a lifeless heap, completely flattened by the price of power. Then he suddenly jolts upright with one hopeful idea. He can get god arts from the pocket hunting dimension if he can kill that blue bird boss. The next second that hope sags again, because if he were strong enough to kill that boss, he might already be rich enough to buy the technique anyway. After stewing in that misery for a moment, Lu Zhe sits up once more and decides he is not going to let poverty beat him this time. He gives up on buying divine arts for now and turns to the secret technique section, hoping something cheaper can still improve his fighting power. The secret technique page lays out the usual categories like physical force, mental force, spirit force, and even self-destructive or special effect techniques. Lu Zhe quickly judges the common burst-type secret techniques as a poor fit for himself, since god arts already let him explode his power more cleanly than those risky spirit force tricks. He also skips body refinement techniques, because the red orbs already keep his body polishing itself close to perfection. What actually catches his eye is a cheap special technique called Chi Stealth, because sneaking better through the pocket hunting dimension could help him every single night. The technique is limited against enemies far stronger than him, but at only 3,000 points Lu Zhe buys it immediately without overthinking. A second listing almost startles him out of his chair, a mental force secret technique called mind reading. Once he reads the details, the excitement cools off, because this version only works when his mental force massively overmatches the other person and can still be blocked by basic defenses. Even with those limits, Lu Zhe figures 5,000 points is cheap enough to gamble on and buys mind reading too, just in case it becomes useful later. With both techniques purchased for a total of 8,000 points, Lu Zhe finally gets the small but satisfying feeling of having bought something useful instead of just staring at treasures he cannot afford. Still in a better mood, he opens the treasure section next and finds it split into minerals, spirit materials, fruits, items, serums, and magical artifacts. That mood lasts about 1 click, because the very first mineral he sees, Starcore Marrow, costs 15 million contribution points. Lu Zhe quietly backs out again and accepts that, whatever else he is definitely still poor. He schemes the rest of the treasure categories and decides he does not urgently need them now, since he can forge his own spirit-powered armor later and only might buy materials when he returns to the university. Next he checks the discussion forums, where his higher authority now lets him enter the planetary state section in addition to the lower cultivation boards. Most of the forum posts turn out to be ordinary cultivation discussions, and Lu Zhe leaves again after finding nothing that really helps him. The famous teacher section looks tempting for a different reason, since powerful experts can answer questions there for a fee and users can even earn contribution points by taking appointments. When he sees even an aperture opening state appointment costs 500 points, Lu Zhe briefly imagines putting his own name up there just to scrape together money for Wings of the Wind. That idea dies almost instantly, because Lu Zhe knows his cultivation path is too different from normal martial artists for him to confidently teach them anything useful. With one more possible income stream gone, Lu Zhe opens the site's final section, Missions. The first thing that slams onto the screen is a blood-red demon hunting list, so aggressive that Lu Zhe can almost feel the killing intent in the title. He remembers Nangong Jing mentioning this before and quickly sees the structure, 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star lists that mirror the Blade Demon's own assassination rankings. Lu Zhe does not even bother opening the higher tiers, because he knows perfectly well that those enemies would kill him before he could even run. So he opens the 1-star list instead and finds the top target, Gudgate, a Blade Demon prodigy near the mortal evolution state with terrifying space field god art and a prenatal demon body. The reward for killing Gudgate is 6 million contribution points, and that number alone almost makes Lu Zhe's pulse jump. The second-ranked target is Mamord, only at the 3rd level of the aperture opening state but dangerous enough to sway wars with a rare prediction god art tied to time. The third is Luluoxasai, a scientific genius whose super enlightenment makes him frightening at learning, science, command, and even direct combat. Together, those 3 are called the strongest demons of the new generation, personally titled Dawn Blades by the Blade Demon King. Their bounties are so absurd that the 4th-ranked 1-star target drops all the way to 2.5 million, and by the time the list reaches around rank 2000 the reward is down to 500,000. Looking at the lower rewards, Lu Zhe suddenly notices his own rough market value is not that different, which is not exactly comforting. For one dangerous moment, Poverty fogs Lu Zei's brain and makes him genuinely want to go hunt those blade demon prodigies for the reward. His reason wins in the end, and Lu Zei quietly backs out of the list, knowing very well that wanting the money and surviving the hunt are two different things. Back in his dorm, Lu Zei scrolls through the martial arts mission board and sees just how many ways people are hiring fighters. He notices government jobs pay in federal contribution points, while private and corporate jobs offer all kinds of rewards instead. The actual jobs are a mixed bag, from guarding a CEO's daughter to hunting down rare materials he does not even recognize. He pauses on a government-wanted mission, but the target is an aperture opening expert with more than 60 apertures, far beyond what he can handle. After checking the rules, Lu Zei realizes mission posters get his details first, and still have to choose him, so there is no easy money here. He closes the mission board because he is stuck inside headquarters for now, and once the entrance test ends he still has no idea what school life will demand. Still, one goal sticks in his head: save up 1.2 million contribution points to buy Wings of the Wind, because that movement art would boost his combat power and help him escape assassins. Since nothing else urgently tempts him, he leaves his remaining contribution points untouched and turns back to cultivation. Using a purple orb, Lu Zei trains the mind-reading technique and Chi stealth technique together, and both turn out to be surprisingly manageable. 3 hours later, he opens his eyes after mastering both secret arts in one clean session. The dorm building has gone silent for the night, and Lu Zei gets a bold idea he cannot resist testing right away. He enters the dark inner space of the pocket hunting dimension, sees the 2 map rings, and chooses the first map instead of the deadlier second one. Lu Zei drops back onto the familiar grassy plain and immediately spots one of the giant rabbits from his earliest hunts. Compared with the nightmare rabbit from the second map that killed him with one look, this old enemy suddenly feels almost lovable. The rabbit still treats him like prey and lunges straight at him the moment it recovers from the surprise. A flash of green in Lu Zei's eyes stops the charge cold, and the rabbit hangs helplessly in the air without understanding what happened. The more the chubby rabbit panics and squirms, the more Lu Zei finds it weirdly cute. He pulls the trapped rabbit closer and pats its head, calming it a little because he wants to use it for an experiment, not kill it yet. Now that he knows mind reading works on living beings, Lu Zei decides to find out what creatures in this strange dimension are actually thinking. His mental force slips into the rabbit's mind easily, but at first all he senses is a chaotic mess of simple thoughts he cannot make sense of. Just when the attempt seems useless, Lu Zei's vision goes black and a flood of impossible scenes starts flashing through his mind. Then everything narrows into one eerie image, a dark space with only a single point of light. The moment he tries to focus on that light, the vision collapses and he is thrown out of the pocket hunting dimension entirely. Flat on the bed and thoroughly confused, Lu Zei realizes the failed mind reading somehow counted as another death. He keeps turning the mystery over in his head, wondering whether that light belongs to some place in the dimension or to a terrifying boss linked to the rabbit. With no answer in sight, he finally drops the question and tells himself he can only explore it after he gets stronger. That is when the real sting hits him. After all of this, today's trip earned him absolutely nothing. He shakes off the disappointment and goes right back to cultivation instead of brooding over it. By now his spirit force has already climbed to abstruse martial state level 7, but his rare god art drops are still painfully scarce. So for the night, he settles for ordinary red orbs and keeps grinding forward the hard way. The next morning, Lu Zei wakes feeling the familiar, steady improvement from another night's work. He steps into the shared living room and finds Yimu in an unusually great mood, demolishing a breakfast spread on the couch. When Lu Zei asks what he is so happy about, Yimu proudly says he bought an aperture opening sword sutra and last night's training paid off immediately. Lu Zei can tell from that grin alone that Yimu really did get stronger, and the good mood is well earned. Ian and Xavier stay shut in their rooms, and after breakfast Lu Zei and Yimu briefly check the stable situation on Planet 25 before going back to cultivate. 3 more days pass, and in the pocket hunting dimension Lu Zei finally lines up a practical test for his strength god art. One goat is green with wind power, and the other is purple with lightning, both around 5 apertures, but Lu Zei now has enough power to fight above that level. His real goal is not the kill but a breakthrough, because he believes his body can finally handle a 6 times strength boost instead of being stuck at 5. The moment he forces the boost higher, a brutal pain tears through him and the unstable power shakes the air around his body. Even the 2 goats feel the death pressure and instinctively hesitate instead of charging. Lu Zei stacks wind, fire, and lightning onto that unstable strength boost and launches himself at the wind goat in one explosive burst. His kick rips through the wind goat's defenses so completely that the giant beast is sent flying like a broken projectile across the grassland. The lightning goat roars and charges in rage, but Lu Zei's breakthrough flickers at the worst possible moment and slips back toward 5 times power. He dodges cleanly, feels the power wavering between 5 and 6, and realizes he is close but not fully stable yet. Before the wind goat can recover, Lu Zei appears beside it and finishes it with a single crushing punch to the brain. His power surges back again, and the lightning goat's urge to flee comes far too late. Lu Zei catches it instantly and blows through its defenses with one punch, killing the second goat on the spot. Panting over the dust of both kills, Lu Zhe judges that lightning can now support his combat style a little, even if he still cannot fuse it smoothly with his stronger combinations. He also works out the trade-off clearly. 5 times strength plus his other arts reaches 6 apertures, 6 times can touch 7 apertures, but his body would only last minutes. After collecting the wind and lightning crystals along with the usual red and purple orbs, he decides to push his luck and study 7 times strength too. With all his mental force focused and help from purple orbs, he grasps the method for 7 times strength in only half a day. But the instant he tries to use it, his body starts cracking and spraying blood, forcing him to stop before he tears himself apart. He immediately seals that move away for later and uses regeneration to slowly repair the damage he just caused himself. Once he recovers, Lu Zhe goes right back to hunting, and the new Chi stealth technique keeps paying off far better than the dangerous mind reading ever did. Since that fatal rabbit experiment 3 days ago, he has not dared to read another beast's mind, but Chi stealth still lets him collect 1 or 2 god art balls almost every day. That night, after killing a group of big cats and collecting their drops, Lu Zhe suddenly notices the entire grassland go dead silent. The sudden silence feels so wrong that he drops flat at once, hides his aura with Chi stealth, and prepares to die if a boss is passing nearby. Then a royal purple pillar of light suddenly erupts in the far distance, and spears into the sky like some heavenly signal. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, Lu Zhe can make out flashes of purple lightning inside the pillar, and instantly suspects a treasure has appeared. He is still weighing whether to approach when several terrifying roars explode from that direction and hit the whole region like a storm. A heartbeat later, the area around the pillar erupts into a full boss battle, with savage winds, lightning, grey mist, dark rays, and other god arts colliding at once. Watching the doomsday fight from afar, Lu Zhe knows he would be dead instantly if he were any closer, but he still cannot stop wondering what is hidden inside that pillar. As giant bosses tore each other apart around the purple light pillar, Lu Zhe could not stop staring at whatever prize had made monsters of that level fight to the death. He knew getting closer was reckless, but if he somehow snatched the treasure first, he could dump it into his mental dimension before the bosses tore him apart. So Lu Zhe crept forward in stages, fully prepared to die if the risk bought him even one opening. At around 150 kilometers, he finally saw the prize clearly, a floating purple rune crackling with lightning inside the pillar. The moment he saw it, Lu Zhe realized it felt like the rune shard from the blue bird boss's birthplace, only this one was complete and far more valuable. His heart burned for it, but one brutal clash between the nearby bosses was enough to remind him that right now he was still nowhere near strong enough to steal it. Watching from cover, Lu Zhe noticed another rule of the fight. Any beast that tried to enter the pillar was instantly targeted by all the others. That made the whole thing even stranger, because only the lightning warhorse should have matched the rune, yet every boss clearly believed they could use it. The battle dragged on through the night until dawn, and by sunrise even the bosses were bleeding, exhausted, and visibly weaker. Then the pillar itself started to spin and the rune flashed like it might vanish, and the wounded bosses immediately lost patience, and rushed into another frenzy. Lu Zhe's hope flared right back up, because if they wore each other down a little more, he might not just steal the rune, he might clean up every boss here. After dozens more minutes, the fight finally slowed and the bosses hung in the air panting, drenched in blood and close to collapse. Lu Zhe still forced himself to wait, because even half-dead bosses could kill him instantly if he moved too early. Just as the whole battlefield tensed for the next scramble, a thin white streak suddenly shot straight through the wounded bosses and into the pillar. An invisible mental shock rolled out with that arrival, and even the bosses reeled as the intruder finally revealed itself inside the pillar. Lu Zhe recognized the newcomer at once. It was the terrifying white rabbit that had killed him with a single glance before. Before anyone could stop it, the white rabbit floated up to the purple rune and swallowed it whole. Lightning burst across the rabbit's fur, its mental force surged again, and its tiny body suddenly felt more dangerous than every giant boss around it. Lu Zhe finally understood why every boss had wanted the rune, because taking it did not just grant a new divine art, it could awaken a second god art too. His envy barely had time to sting before dark storm clouds swallowed the sky, and Lu Zhe instantly felt a much more terrifying pressure dropping over the whole battlefield. Dark clouds spread more than 100 kilometers from the pillar, and Lu Zhe instantly realized the rabbit was about to unleash a lightning divine art at a level far beyond the other bosses. Using his chi concealment, Lu Zhe sprinted for the boundary and escaped only because the rabbit froze for one brief moment, while using the new power for the first time. The instant he made it out, heaven-like purple lightning crashed down behind him and turned the battlefield into a doomsday storm. The already wounded bosses could only howl and run as the lightning shattered their defenses, burned their bodies, and even numbed their spirit force control. Watching from safety, Lu Zhe was both horrified and greedy, because the rabbit was doing exactly what he had wanted to do, only on a scale he could barely imagine. One by one the bosses fell inside the storm, unable to escape the lightning field before it killed them. The blue bird boss almost made it out by wrapping itself in a whirlwind, but the rabbit hit it with mental force at the critical second and the lightning finished it on the spot. Just when it looked like the rabbit would kill every last survivor, the storm vanished, and its aura suddenly dropped hard. Lu Zhe immediately understood the opening. The divine art was too powerful for the rabbit to maintain, so even this monster had just burned through its limit. He still did not dare go after the rabbit, but when the surviving lightning warhorse and black tiger fled in panic, Lu Zhe immediately chose to chase the black tiger as his best kill chance. His reasoning was cold and practical. The lightning warhorse should resist the storm better, while the black tiger likely had to tank it with its body and ought to be in far worse shape. Even without confidence, Lu Zhe chased anyway, because this was the best chance he had ever had to settle the score with the boss that had slapped him to death before. The black tiger kept flying for nearly 10 minutes on sheer fear before its unstable aura finally forced it to slow down and stop to recover. Seeing that opening, Lu Zhe made the brutal call to unseal his 7-fold strength boost even though his body had barely recovered from using it the day before. He exploded into full power at once, layering fire, wind, lightning, and crystal force over his body until his aura surged violently out of control. The backlash hit immediately, ripping deep bloody cracks across his body, and only his regeneration god art kept him from tearing himself apart on the spot. With barely a minute before that overclock state destroyed him, Lu Zhe clenched his fist and launched himself straight at the black tiger for a life or death finish. The heavily injured black tiger sensed Lu Zhe's killing charge and roared in shock, because this prey should have been easy to crush, but now the fight had changed. On the ruined grassland, Lu Zhe forces wind, fire, lightning, and a 7-fold strength boost through his already shredded body just to keep up with the black tiger boss. His fist slams into the tiger's giant claw, and instead of being crushed, Lu Zhe actually knocks the heavily wounded beast backward. The recoil tears Lu Zhe open even more, but he grits his teeth, triggers regeneration again, and charges before the tiger can recover. Lu Zhe flashes onto the tiger's back, aiming straight for the huge wound in its side before it can shake him off. The tiger panics and hardens its body with a thin layer of black crystal, trying to seal itself behind one last defense. Lu Zhe drives a fist packed with wind, fire, lightning, and raw power into that crystal shell, cracking it open even as both of them bleed harder. After that, it turns into pure endurance as Lu Zhe keeps punching through numb agony, and the tiger can do nothing but defend. At last the crystal defense shatters, and Lu Zhe's full power blasts straight into the tiger's exposed organs. The black tiger's aura finally dies out, and its massive body crashes onto the ruined ground. Once the fight ends, Lu Zhe drops his attack arts and almost folds where he stands because the pain comes rushing back all at once. He nearly curses out loud from the agony, but the sight of the tiger's corpse turning to ash still drags a greedy smile onto his face. This is the kind of real boss harvest Lu Zhe wanted, and the loot field that appears in front of him proves the brutal fight paid off. Even without getting the purple pillar's big rune, Lu Zhe knows this kill is already worth months of progress. Ignoring the pain, he rushes over and stuffs every orb and the black rune into his mental storage before some wandering boss can steal the prize. Only after the loot is safe does Lu Zhe finally relax and start recovering, even though blood loss still leaves him weak. He decides to stay away from the purple pillar and the terrifying super rabbit, and goes back to hunting only safer beasts. Days pass, and for the first time Lu Zhe stays inside the pocket hunting dimension for a full 4 days without being kicked out. The only thing really wearing him down now is that he has not eaten for 4 days, which is almost worse than the danger for a shameless foodie like him. With his harvest already huge, Lu Zhe starts wondering if this endless grassland even has other regions beyond what he has seen. Before he can investigate, a sudden roar slams into his mind, everything goes black, and he wakes up back in his dorm. He is annoyed that he never even saw what killed him this time, but the frustration vanishes fast when he checks the new loot waiting in his mind. He starts daydreaming about how much stronger he is about to become, even imagining whether Lin Ling will still dare to act smug once school starts. That confidence cools a little when he studies the giant red and purple orbs and realizes their energy might actually blow his current body apart. He turns to the oversized black crystal orb next and suspects it contains the tiger's body-strengthening god art, while the separate black rune might be a true divine art. In the end, Lu Zhe decides the god art orb is the safer first step, since he can pair it with purple enlightenment orbs instead of gambling on raw energy overload. The black crystal orb dissolves into dark light and sinks into Lu Zhe's body, kicking off a brutal full-body transformation. The process feels like needles stabbing through his skin, flesh, bones, and organs, so he immediately adds a purple orb to sharpen his mind and force the learning through. The pain is vicious, but Lu Zhe has been through enough deaths already that he grinds through it and throws himself into understanding the god art. The orb contains an unusually huge amount of information, and with the purple orb boosting his clarity, Lu Zhe absorbs it all at frightening speed. When the pain finally fades, Lu Zhe opens his eyes with a metallic dark flash and feels a new dominant force sleeping inside his body. He is relieved the process is over, but he also decides there is no way he wants to endure pain like that every day if he can help it. Looking outside, Lu Zhe is startled to see the stars still out, because he thought this breakthrough had taken much longer than one night. Feeling smug about his talent, He casually pushes on the bed to stand up and accidentally sinks his hand straight into the alloy frame. The sight instantly shifts his mood from proud to pained, because now he is thinking less about strength and more about how much military furniture might cost. He blames his right hand and slaps it with the left, only for the shockwave from that tiny motion to rip through the whole bedroom like a hurricane. Now the room is a wreck, and Lu Zhe can only stare at the disaster in numb disbelief at what his body can do by accident. A frantic knock hits the door, and Ian calls from outside asking if they are under attack. Too embarrassed to explain the truth, Lu Zhe just says he accidentally used a god art and promises to clean up. Ian accepts that answer and leaves, and Lu Zhe is deeply relieved that the conversation ends there. Once he settles down, Lu Zhe realizes the tiger's body god art is even more frightening than expected, because his raw body alone already feels monstrously strong. He measures it roughly and is stunned to realize his raw body alone now feels like 5 aperture power at the aperture opening state. That thought turns dark fast when he imagines losing control around his roommates and flattening Ian by accident. Then Ian's parting words bother him, and Lu Zhe checks the time to confirm whether he really only cultivated through one night. The screen hits him like a second shock, because 4 full days have passed while he was digesting that one god art orb. Lu Zhe also figures out a new rule of the pocket hunting dimension. If he is fully immersed in cultivation, it will not drag him in automatically. That useful discovery still cannot warm his heart for long, because one look at the trash room brings him right back to the fear of paying for it. Then he notices the twisted metal slowly repairing itself, and almost glows with relief when he realizes the room uses memory alloy. Using a flicker of wind power, Lu Zhe helps the furniture slide neatly back into place, and watches the bed's palm print fade until the crisis is basically gone. With the evidence cleaned up, Lu Zhe immediately heads back into the pocket hunting dimension because he has to test this new power before he becomes a walking disaster. He reappears on a quiet grassland with no beasts nearby, which gives him the perfect chance to test the Black Tiger's god art safely. The moment he activates the new art, dark rays spread from his body and his physical power surges far beyond his old 7-fold strength boost. Just using that body art alone already puts him around 10 aperture combat power, and he can feel that state lasting far longer than his old bursts. When he layers wind and fire on top, his aura climbs again, but lightning adds only a tiny bit, reminding him that this one still lags behind. Then Lu Zhe pushes into his 6-fold strength boost, and the explosion of force shreds grass for a full kilometer around him. He pushes one step further into 7-fold strength, and this time the ground itself splits outward like a spiderweb under his feet. A tiny squeeze of his hands makes the air burst, proving his body can now handle this level even if the drain is still severe. The blast scares nearby weak beasts into fleeing, and Lu Zhe judges he can hold this peak state for only about half an hour before exhaustion catches him. He even feels 8-fold or 9-fold strength might be possible someday, but right now control matters more than chasing another reckless jump. That thought brings him back to the rest of his unopened harvest, and Lu Zhe realizes his stronger body should finally be able to handle those terrifying red orbs too. With that, Lu Zhe looks ahead to another leap in both body and spirit cultivation, already preparing for the next round of growth. After 2 straight days in the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe finally feels his upgraded power settle completely under control. To test that control, he launches at a lightning-wreathed anaconda and blows its head apart before it can even react. The easy kill drives home how badly his new body god art outclasses ordinary aperture-opening beasts that only swallowed stray god art shards. Then his focus shifts somewhere much more serious to him. This overpowered technique still doesn't have a proper name. He decides the black, domineering technique will simply be called first body god art, and he feels absurdly satisfied with that choice. As he gathers the drops and keeps walking, Lu Zhe reflects that regeneration beasts are still the worst to kill, which is probably why their shards are so rare. That line of thinking leads him to a cocky conclusion. If the lizard boss is the toughest, maybe the blue bird boss is actually the weakest. A sudden gust snaps him out of it, and he instantly drops low and hides his presence the way he always does when a boss passes nearby. But this time hiding doesn't help, because the wind itself lifts him off the ground. When he looks up, he finds not one blue bird boss but 3 of them flying in a triangle around a giant killing whirlwind. The storm sucks in everything nearby, and beasts, grass, and chunks of earth are all shredded apart by packed wind blades. Lu Zhe gets carved open in the same instant, and his new confidence dies with him. He wakes back in his dorm bed furious, and half convinced the blue bird boss just took revenge for him calling it weak. Even so, the sight of 3 birds working together only makes him more curious, because he knows he's still nowhere near touching a real boss fight. Instead of sulking, he turns that gap into motivation and dives right back into cultivation. This time he chooses the dark rune over the red orb, because mastering a divine art should raise his combat power far more. The moment his mind touches the rune, it turns into black light and floods his brain with the methods behind first body god art. The information nearly blows his head apart, so he hurriedly burns a purple orb just to stay conscious. Once the pain eases, he starts truly decoding the divine art, and his mastery of that body technique deepens fast. That breakthrough suddenly makes Nangong Jing's terrifying control click for him, and he realizes divine arts don't just add power, they teach how to use power cleanly. Feeling his attacks grow tighter and less wasteful, Lu Zhe almost gets drunk on the idea that he is about to become unstoppable. He keeps feeding himself purple orbs for more insight, and eventually he even uses the much stronger orb dropped by the tiger boss. That high-level orb almost wrecks him on the spot, and he has to activate First Body God Art to form a black crystal membrane around himself and hold together. The risk pays off, because the tiger orb gives him a much richer burst of creativity and understanding than the weaker orbs ever did. When he finally opens his eyes, the divine art is already learned, but the purple orb is still driving his brain at full speed. Since his mind still won't stop, he immediately uses the chance to study Strength God Art 2 and push toward the limits his body can handle. Only after an unknown stretch of time does that mental acceleration finally crash, leaving him dizzy, hollowed out, and badly overused. He flops down worrying absurdly about going bald from overthinking, and this time he really passes out. 7 days later, voices outside his room wake him, and Ian is gently checking whether he is still alive in there. Before he even gets up, Lu Zhe hears the others teasing that he must be training so hard because he's afraid Lin Ling will surpass him and beat him up. That instantly revives him, because now he very specifically wants to send Yi Mu spinning into the sky. As he clears his head, he realizes the crushing after effects are gone, and his mind actually feels stronger and sharper than before. He answers Ian through the door, gets himself together, and decides the testing can wait until night. When he opens the door, Ian visibly relaxes, and the whole group in the living room turns to look at the man who vanished into cultivation for a week. Xian Yuqi bluntly tells him they were worried because he had not shown his face for 7 full days. Lu Zhe is stunned to realize another 3 days disappeared on top of the 4 he remembered, and the time skip makes him uneasy for a moment. He brushes it off by saying he had a bit of enlightenment, which only makes Yi Mu panic that Lu Zhe has improved again. When Lu Zhe admits it was at least a little, Yi Mu and the others look crushed all over again. Lu Zhe responds to the gloomy mood in the most Lu Zhe way possible by pulling out a pile of Alice's food and starting dinner on the spot. The aroma hits hard, and after a short silence Yi Mu gives in first and reaches for the chopsticks. While they eat, Lu Zhe finally asks how things are going on Planet 25. Xian Yuqi explains that the hidden mine still hasn't been exposed and is nearly fully excavated, but moving spirit metal from the original mine has become much harder after the Blade Demons sent recon units. She adds that the entrance test ends in 4 days, and once new young dukes and prodigies rotate in, their group will head back to Federal University. That makes Lu Zhe realize a full month has almost passed, and he is honestly relieved to return somewhere he can grow without getting hunted by Blade Demons. Then Yi Mu drops another bomb. Lu Zhe has gone viral again. Ian excitedly tells him the Federal Times is reporting on him as the youngest first lieutenant in Federation history. Tianyuan Qianhua jokes that Lu Zhe has already achieved Yi Mu's dream life, and Xian Yuqi dryly adds that countless girls probably see him as exactly that kind of ideal. Lu Zhe takes that in with shameless self-reflection, while Yi Mu looks like his soul is leaving his body. Tianyuan Qianhua also mentions that some fans wanted him named a young duke, but the Federation never responded. Lu Zhe accepts that calmly, because he knows he is still too weak and a real young duke should at least reach the mortal evolution state. After dinner and some more casual talk, everyone heads back to cultivating with only a few days left before they leave. Back in his room, Lu Zhe suddenly remembers he has ignored home messages for days and pulls out his phone. The screen is full of unread messages from Lu Li and Alice, and Lu Li's last line hits him like a death sentence: "You're over." Cold sweat breaks out immediately, because he knows that sweet little sister act usually means Lu Li is dangerously angry. Since the warning only came half an hour ago, he decides he might still be able to save himself if he replies fast enough. He frantically sends an exaggerated apology, swearing he was trapped in enlightenment, replied the second he got online, and absolutely did not break the doll. After hitting send, Lu Zhe clings to the tiny hope that those borrowed seconds from heaven will be enough, and all he can do now is wait for Lu Li's reply. After sending Lu Li a risky message, Lu Zhe waits a minute with no reply and tries to act fearless about it. To recover his mood, he opens Alice's private chat and is immediately buried under her warm messages about food, new recipes, and her awakening flame stabilizing. When Alice says her mother may finally wake after taking back the fire seed, Lu Zhe remembers her crying before and feels genuinely happy for her. He writes back with real warmth, congratulates Alice, asks for more food because his stock is running low, and tells her he likes anything she cooks. Alice still does not answer right away, so Lu Zhe assumes she is cultivating too and decides not to wait around. Since he cannot enter the pocket hunting dimension during the day, Lu Zhe starts cultivating in his room with one of the Black Tiger boss's red orbs. The moment he draws in that energy, the orb hits far harder than expected and his body starts cracking under the pressure. He grits his teeth and uses regeneration to keep himself from breaking apart while he forces the orb's power under control. That scare teaches him a brutal rule: outside the hunting dimension, one wrong choice would have killed him for real, so body strengthening has to come before unknown orbs from now on. The risk pays off anyway, and his cultivation surges wildly as the Tiger Orb pushes him all the way to Core Martial State Level 2. When he opens his eyes again, Lu Zhe is thrilled by the jump in strength and immediately starts eyeing the 4 red tiger orbs he still has left. Seeing the dried blood all over himself brings the fear back, and he judges the black tiger boss as far above him, somewhere in the terrifying hundreds of apertures range. After a shower, he sits down to eat Alice's food and finally checks the replies that came while he was cultivating. Luli's messages first tease out the truth that he was in solitary cultivation again, congratulate him on getting stronger, and ask whether the panda doll survived. Her last line says they are still swapping anyway, and Lu Zhe is baffled because the doll is perfectly fine. He replies with shameless confidence about getting stronger, and asks her directly why she still wants to swap. Luli answers at once, catches that he disappeared for another hour of cultivation, and leaves him hanging with a flat little pause. Back in her own room, Luli burrows in her blanket and fumes that Lu Zhe got stronger again while she still feels behind. That frustration turns into resolve, and she decides she has to master her god art faster if she wants to catch him. Then she plays her leverage card and tells Lu Zhe they do not have to swap, but she suddenly has plenty she could tell their dad. Lu Zhe folds on the spot and agrees to the swap the moment he gets back, knowing perfectly well he has lost this round. Satisfied, Luli says she is going to cultivate, hides under the blanket, and quietly laughs about the panda doll he kept with him for a whole semester. Lu Zhe can only stare at the chat in defeat, then accepts that Luli is working hard too and leaves her alone. He switches over to Alice's replies and finds her worried first, then promising to make and ship even more new dishes for him. Alice also thanks him for saving her and her mother, promises to work hard in the future, and shyly asks again how she should repay him. Lu Zhe keeps it simple and replies that he has been cultivating, got stronger again, and is genuinely glad Alice's mother's awakening is getting close. Alice reads that in her room, blushes, and praises him as the youngest first lieutenant in federal history. Lu Zhe answers with his usual confidence, saying her fully awakened god art will be strong, but he still does not think he will lose to her. Alice blushes even harder and happily says she will follow his lead before checking where she should mail the spirit food. When Lu Zhe says he will be back at Federal University in 4 days, Alice eagerly promises he will love the new dishes. The chat ends on a light note when Alice goes off to cultivate too, leaving Lu Zhe even more excited about the coming food. With that done, Lu Zhe enters the pocket hunting dimension again, feeling absurdly strong after reaching Core Martial State Level 2. Even so, he does not get careless and immediately uses chi stealth while sweeping the area with mental force for stronger beasts. Once the coast looks clear, he finally tests the new divine art he learned from the Black Tiger boss. A black metallic sheen spreads over him and hardens into a translucent crystal membrane, and Lu Zhe instantly realizes this is the same defense the tiger used. That realization leaves him half relieved and half thrilled, because if the weakened tiger had used this properly, he would never have won. He flexes the membrane over his hands and watches it move like living armor, confirming it can reshape with his body at will. To test it properly, he forms a wind blade and slashes his own shielded hand. The attack bursts apart in a metallic clash, but the crystal membrane stays intact and barely even trembles. Excited by the result, Lu Zhe keeps raising the stakes and batters the black crystal membrane with stacked wind, fire, lightning, body art, and strength boosts until he finally cracks it and injures his hand. Only when he piles on 6-fold strength with fused elemental power does the membrane finally shatter and cut his left hand. The next moment he simply regathers a fresh membrane over the wound and realizes this defensive art is far stronger than he expected. What really excites him is the rule behind it. This shield scales with his own core stats, and can be rebuilt again and again as long as he still has energy left. After healing his hand, he gives the new divine art a simple name that feels just right to him, First Shield. With his new defense settled, he moves on to test how far his upgraded strength art can go, and pushes himself to 8-fold power. The moment that 8-fold surge lands, the earth erupts under him and the surrounding kilometer of ground fractures from the overflow alone. He holds the strain without actually breaking, but only because his body is now strong enough to survive the pressure tearing through him. Once he adjusts, one simple stomp tears out a giant trench across nearly 10 kilometers of land. When he finally lets the power settle, even his breath comes out like a gust, and he realizes this state will only last about 3 minutes. He is impressed by the sheer damage, guesses his full power may already break past 100 apertures, and still somehow ends up disappointed that it is not enough. That same ambition turns into a new goal on the spot. Before first year ends, he wants combat power at the mortal evolution state. 3 days later, Lu Zhe wakes under the sunlight after burning through the tiger's last 4 red orbs and reaching Core Martial State Level 8. His gains are huge now, with pure physical combat power close to aperture opening state 6 apertures and his cultivation already far ahead of Yi-Mu and the others. These 3 days in the hunting dimension paid off too, because he piled up more wind, lightning, regeneration, and first body god art rewards by crushing weaker beasts in one punch. Feeling his steady rise, Lu Zhe gets up and looks outside as ships crowd the sky and the entrance test finally winds down. He knows all Federal University students must return to base today, while the prodigies from the Prodigy Barak will stay and keep fighting. And with that, Lu Zhe looks ahead to tomorrow, when they will leave the CR system for the Dawn system, home to the Federation's greatest schools, teachers, and future pillars. After the battlefield mission finally ends, the elite class students drag themselves back to the dorms late and exhausted, too worn out to even talk. Only Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing stay on duty, still in military mode while everyone else collapses into rest. By the second morning, Lu Zhe wakes up after spending an entire day digesting all the God Art orbs he earned, and he quietly judges that his full strength should be at least at the 100 aperture level. Looking out the window, Lu Zhe guesses the other students also made good gains and starts hoping his own rewards might somehow be enough to reach a divine art. After breakfast, Lu Zhe and the others relax in the living room for a moment, enjoying the rare calm now that the test is over. That peace vanishes when Nangong Jing's voice orders everyone to pack up and assemble in 10 minutes, and the students jump into action before their infamous teacher can lose patience. When Lu Zhe steps into the yard, he sees plenty of battered faces and lingering injuries, but everyone made it back alive. The mood shifts again when the students start staring at Lu Zhe, because word of what he pulled off on Planet 25 has already spread to the whole elite class. Lu Zhe can only joke to himself that being too handsome must be the problem, even though the attention clearly has nothing to do with looks. At the front of the yard, Nangong Jing announces that the 1-month entrance test is over and the whole group is now heading to Federal University. The new students finally breathe easy, thrilled that they are at last on their way to the school they fought so hard to enter. The older students watch those relieved faces with strange expressions, because they already know the competition at Federal University is just beginning. Nangong Jing leads the group by hovercar to the space station, while Luo Bingqing says nothing and still manages to attract plenty of dreamy looks. At the station, the students finally see the enormous Federal University transporter ship waiting to take them out of the CR system. Lu Zhe pauses for a second because the pattern on the ship looks oddly familiar, but he can't place it and lets the thought go. Inside, the transporter is more like a compact campus, with dorms, common areas, a cafeteria, and cultivation rooms spread across multiple levels. Once Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing leave the students to settle in, the old hands immediately notice that her mood seems unusually good. Several of them decide the reason is obvious. Lu Zhe's outrageous performance probably helped make this whole test look better. Margaret, Ge Yuping, and the other seniors from Planet 25 come straight over to Lu Zhe, treating him less like a freshman and more like one of their own. Margaret excitedly tells Lu Zhe that the fighting got even harsher after he left, and she racked up huge merit by moving spirit metal and assassinating blade demons. But her expression turns cold when she mentions a blade demon whose god art directly countered her, and now she wants a rematch badly enough to kill him herself. Lu Zhe immediately shuts down any thought of joining that kind of fight, because with his current strength he knows he would just get ripped apart. Then Ge Yuping warns the freshmen that credits are not the real concern right now, because poor performance can get them dropped from the elite class into the ordinary class. The new students freeze in shock when they hear there is even a chance of being dropped to ordinary class. Ge Yuping explains that Federal University constantly resorts students by performance, so weak elite students can fall and strong ordinary students can climb up instead. He adds that Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing will grade everyone based on battlefield performance, and the results will come tomorrow. Just like that, the freshmen's relief turns into pressure, because none of them wants to enter Federal University only to be demoted immediately. The ship dorms are tiny and bare, but after the battlefield the students are too tired to care and mostly disappear into their rooms. Lu Zhe lies down for a moment as the transporter launches, then watches the stars outside and settles right back into cultivation instead of wasting the trip. Part of his drive is stubborn pride, because Lin Ling once swore she would surpass him, and Lu Zhe has no intention of making that easy. The next morning, Nangong Jing summons the elite class to the meeting room, and everyone walks in knowing the grades and rewards are finally about to be announced. Even after Ge Yuping's reassurance, the students who know they underperformed sit there visibly nervous, waiting for judgment. On stage, Nangong Jing puts on a serious teacher face so convincing that even Lu Zhe is caught off guard. When Lu Zhe keeps staring at her strange new image, Nangong Jing notices and silently decides to remember that little offense for later. Nangong Jing begins with the rule the old students already know: every test is both a holiday progress check and a fresh reselection. Then she turns to the freshmen and bluntly warns them that guaranteed admission only proves they were excellent once, not that they deserve to stay ahead forever. Her message is simple and brutal: if they are not good enough, they should hand their place over to someone stronger. With a sharp grin, she drives the point home that competition started the moment they entered Federal University, and anyone who does not want to be eliminated had better work harder. After letting that pressure settle in, Nangong Jing finally moves on to the part everyone has been waiting for and starts announcing rewards. The first name is Margaret Clark, and Nangong Jing publicly lists her standout feats on Planet 25, from securing spirit metal to killing blade demon aperture opening states. Nangong Jing confirms that even though Margaret had other missions, this special battlefield contribution still counts toward the entrance test. Then the reward lands like a bomb: 200,000 academic credits, 2 heaven crystal fruits, and 3 hours in the Tao Enlightenment Room. The old students immediately look at Margaret like starving thieves, because they know just how absurdly valuable those rewards are. Margaret is delighted, already convinced this haul is enough to push her closer to the top of her class, and she knows Lu Zhe helped make it possible. Most of the freshmen, including Lu Zhe, are just confused because they have no idea yet why Heaven Crystal Fruits and the Tao Enlightenment Room are such a huge deal. So Lu Zhe leans toward Xian Yuqi and asks the obvious question, are those rewards really that good? Xian Yuqi starts with the easy part, explaining that academic credits can buy things normal federal contribution points and low authority on the martial arts site cannot reach. But she immediately shocks Lu Zhe by saying the 200,000 credits are actually the least valuable part of Margaret's reward. She explains that a single Heaven Crystal Fruit is worth around 130,000 federal contribution points, with limited supply and privilege restrictions, making it even harder to get. Then Xian Yuqi gets to the real treasure, 3 hours in the Tao Enlightenment Room on Dawn Planet, a rare privilege reserved for famous schools and tied to an artifact Jinyao Sage got from the elf race. According to Xian Yuqi, that room can dramatically improve a student's understanding of god arts, and using it even requires special Tao Enlightenment stones. That explanation leaves Lu Zhe sober for a moment, because it reminds him how small humanity still is in the universe, and how many priceless things lie beyond simple wealth. He pushes those far-off thoughts aside for now, because that scale of the universe is still beyond where he stands today. Then Yimu ruins the solemn mood by staring at Margaret, and joking that now she is suddenly rich, he would gladly become her boy toy instead of working hard. Everyone immediately looks at him like he has lost his mind, and the room's tension cracks into awkward comedy. Xian Yuqi dryly offers to help him ask Margaret about it, and Yimu instantly folds, insisting he was only joking because he is obviously a hard-working young man. At the front of the assembly, Nangong Jing starts the reward announcements by praising 4th-year Gui Yuping for supporting juniors, protecting them well, and bringing back crucial news about the spirit metal mine. When Nangong Jing announces Gui Yuping's prize of 100k academic credits, a Heaven Crystal Fruit, and an hour in the Tao Enlightenment Room, even he cannot hide how satisfied he is. She keeps moving through the 4th years, and the pattern is clear. Even the seniors with weaker showings still earn rewards big enough to make the underclassmen stare in envy. After the seniors, Nangong Jing turns to the 3rd years and calls out Wang Wenze as one of the standout names from Planet 25. His 50k credit reward beats some 4th years, and Wang Wenze knows his luck came from being on Planet 25 before that unexpected crisis exploded. As more 3rd-year results come out, everyone notices the same unfair truth. The people who reached Planet 25 early all made out especially well. The 3rd years finish without a single demotion, which tells the whole hall that Nangong Jing judged their overall battlefield performance favorably. She moves on to the 2nd years, whose battles were more ordinary, so their top rewards are much smaller even though most of them still pass. A few nervous 2nd years finally hear they are safe and quietly exhale, grateful that staying in the elite class matters more than a bigger payout. Then Nangong Jing suddenly goes still, and the 2nd year section falls silent when everyone realizes 2 names still have not been called. When Nangong Jing calls out Sang Zihua and Donald Luther, she tears into them for dragging their team into an enemy siege and nearly getting their own people killed. Lu Zhe watches in stunned disbelief, privately deciding these 2 reckless seniors somehow managed to be even more unrestrained than he is. Nangong Jing's temper starts to flare hard enough to make the 2 students tremble, until Luo Bingqin coolly tells her to skip straight to the punishment. She makes it clear they are only being spared because they later helped shield their teammates while badly wounded, otherwise she would have ruined all of them on the spot. Then the real blow lands, no reward, and both of them are demoted out of the elite class. The 2 2nd years sit there blank and shattered, realizing the loss of status and resources hurts even more than losing the prize money. Nangong Jing gives them one last hard chance, saying they can fight their way back into the elite class next year if they do not give up on themselves now. Leaving that warning behind, Nangong Jing turns toward the freshmen and catches Lu Zhe still wearing a suspiciously shocked look. She opens the freshman results by saying her expectations were not high for a first trip to the battlefield, and several tense students finally dare to breathe again. But her actual passing rule is stricter than it sounds. A team needs officer approval plus an independent mission, unless one student clearly carried their own weight alone. Lu Zhe and his friends are genuinely confused, because after surviving Planet 25 with Mickey's approval and later operating independently, that standard does not sound especially hard to them at all. Seeing the room tense up, Nangong Jing lightly reassures them that most freshmen passed. Then she looks straight at Lu Zhe and calls the first name. The moment he hears his name, Lu Zhe snaps out of his confusion and lights up for the only part he really cares about, the rewards. Nangong Jing starts listing Lu Zhe's insane battlefield record, from crushing prodigies in training to capturing a near-aperture blade demon and exposing the spirit gold crisis on Planet 25. She keeps going, revealing even more. Lu Zhe's sector had 0 deaths, and his side helped smash the blade demon main base to swing the war for spirit gold. By now the whole room is looking at Lu Zhe like he should not possibly be a freshman, and even he starts feeling awkward under the heat of all those eyes. Then Nangong Jing announces the official reward package: 300k credits, 5 level 5 cultivation serums, and 3 hours in the Tao Enlightenment Room. Before he can celebrate, she offers him a second option she personally pushed for with the school, the Wings of the Wind Divine Art. She bluntly explains why. Lu Zhe is already on the White Blade assassination list, so a wind movement divine art suits him better than ordinary rewards if he wants to stay alive. That practical kindness hits Lu Zhe hard, because for him a new god art matters far more than credits or serums ever could. Around him, the other students can only stare in raw envy, because Lu Zhe is being handed a reward worth more than anything they expected a freshman to touch. When Nan Gongjing tells him to stop grinning and choose, Lu Zhe instantly picks the god art and shamelessly showers her with praise. Embarrassed by the flattery, Nan Gongjing rolls her eyes and reminds him he is still too weak, so this reward is just her way of keeping him from dying pointlessly. Lu Zhe quietly accepts the sting, and beneath the jokes he decides he will remember this favor and repay Nan Gongjing once he is strong enough. With Lu Zhe done, Nan Gongjing moves on to Lin Ling even though she is absent, because her battlefield contributions still have to be recognized properly. She recounts how Lin Ling entered the black-scaled beast nest with Lu Zhe, helped uncover the spirit gold mine, and performed strongly through the rest of the fighting. Lin Ling's reward is set at 20k federal contribution points, high enough to outshine the second years even if it still falls below the top third years. Listening to that number, Lu Zhe smugly decides Lin Ling definitely owes him a treat later, since in his own mind he carried her hard enough to earn one. That thought sparks another one, and Lu Zhe suddenly remembers he also still has 10k credits from the military drill, which makes him feel unexpectedly rich. Nan Gongjing keeps the freshman roll call going, and Xavier, Yimu, and Xian Yuqi each receive 9k credits for their similar team performance. The remaining freshmen mostly earn only a few hundred to a few thousand credits, but even those smaller rewards come with obvious relief because passing is what really matters. Then Nan Gongjing pauses again and announces that she is moving on to the freshmen who failed, and the whole room jerks in shock. Even Lu Zhe is thrown off when he realizes 12 freshmen did not make it through, which is far more than he expected from a class of 50. Nan Gongjing does not leave it vague either, and starts naming teams whose arrogance, poor discipline, or internal fighting made them fail despite their talent. Watching those prodigies go pale under the judgment, Lu Zhe draws his own smug little lesson from it all. People should be less inflated, like him. The conference room stayed dead silent as everyone stared at the few prodigies who had just failed, and almost nobody felt sorry for them after seeing how badly they had dragged their own teams down. Nan Gongjing calmly announced that every student who failed the admission test would be sent to the ordinary class, then gave the freshmen 4 free days before the ship reached Federal University. As soon as Nan Gongjing dismissed the room, a lot of freshmen immediately turned their attention to Lu Zhe, because everyone had already decided he was the strongest news student by far. Nan Gongjing and Luo Bingqing left first, and with the pressure gone, the room finally loosened up enough for students to breathe again. The 2 demoted sophomores still had classmates comforting them, but the 12 freshmen who failed were left with nothing except the humiliation of falling out of the elite class on day 1. On the walk back toward the dormitory area, quite a few freshmen came up to introduce themselves to Lu Zhe and his group, and he answered with an easy smile. Then a heavy blast of colliding spirit force thundered from up ahead, and the whole hallway jolted as if a fight had already broken out near the dorms. Lu Zhe's first thought was that an enemy had somehow gotten aboard, so he immediately spread his mental power forward to check. What he found was stranger than an attack. 2 unnamed freshmen from the just demoted team were now openly fighting each other near the dormitory area. Lu Zhe could only stare at the mess, because the 2 demoted freshmen had gone from teammates to enemies in no time, and even the rest of their group had already vanished to avoid the fallout. Gui Yuping and the other seniors were almost amused, because to them this was just the annual post-failure meltdown they had seen again and again. When the freshmen looked confused, Gui Yuping explained that every year some students fail the test, can't accept the gap between their pride and reality, and end up exploding like this. Isaac dryly pointed out that Gui Yuping was talking like a spectator even though he had probably bet on this kind of fight before. Gui Yuping brushed it off and said a fight like this was normal for gifted hotheads who had just been thrown down a class, and that they would calm down after blowing off steam. Lu Zhe was less worried about their feelings than the spaceship itself, because with strength like that, a reckless fight in the wrong place sounded like a great way to wreck something critical and kill everybody. Margaret laughed at his panic and reminded him that Federal University's spaceship was not flimsy enough to be wrecked by 2 freshmen having a tantrum. A third-year senior stepped in and split the 2 fighters apart, and everyone else simply walked past the ugly scene without saying much. Once the little drama was behind them, Margaret thanked Lu Zhe for what happened in the test, because his contribution had helped her earn a major reward. Lu Zhe answered modestly that Margaret had already been strong enough to deserve a reward like that on her own. Pleased with that answer, Margaret told him to come find her at school if he ever needed help, and Lu Zhe happily took the offer. After that, everyone returned to their rooms and threw themselves back into training, because elite students only had a little time at school before military service pushed them into an even harder race. Back in his room, Lu Zhe cultivated for a while, but his thoughts kept circling back to the Wings of Wind divine art that Nan Gongjing had promised him. Since divine arts made such a huge difference to his strength now, Lu Zhe finally pulled out his phone and messaged Nangong Jing to ask when he would get it. When her reply came back, Lu Zhe's expression turned weird, because Nangong Jing wasn't answering in text at all and had told him to come to her room. He quickly shut down his own wild suspicions, left his room again, and started asking staff for directions to Nangong Jing's quarters, drawing some very odd looks along the way. After a roundabout trip, Lu Zhe finally reached Nangong Jing's door and announced himself from outside. The door opened automatically, and Nangong Jing's lazy, tipsy voice told him to come in. Inside, Lu Zhe found a simple living room and a very drunk Nangong Jing on the sofa, already deep into her alcohol and watching him with hazy eyes. After staring at him long enough to make him tense, Nangong Jing finally relaxed, drank again, and complained that pretending to be stern without alcohol in front of the students had been torture. Lu Zhe silently choked on that claim, because the woman in front of him looked nothing like a teacher trying to maintain dignified authority. Then Nangong Jing got to the real point and told him to enter virtual reality with her, because if his improvement was good enough, she would hand over the divine art immediately. Lu Zhe instantly understood the trap hidden inside the reward, because this violent drunk clearly wanted another excuse to beat him up. Still, Lu Zhe also wanted to test how strong he had become, so he guardedly asked what level of power would count as passing. Nangong Jing thought for a moment and set the threshold at 30 apertures, quietly convinced that would let her enjoy beating him up a little longer before paying out. Lu Zhe pretended to be nervous and asked her to go easy on him, while privately celebrating because he was already sure he had passed that mark. Nangong Jing answered in the gentlest possible tone that she would be very gentle, and both of them sat there feeling pleased because each thought they had outsmarted the other. When Lu Zhe asked where the virtual reality pod was, Nangong Jing drained her bottle and tossed it neatly into a corner already lined with 6 empty bottles. Seeing that pile, Lu Zhe could only stare, because she had apparently put away 6 bottles in what felt like no time at all. Then Nangong Jing packed away the sofa with her storage ring and pulled out 2 black virtual reality pods, making it obvious she had planned this little ambush in advance. With no way back now, both of them climbed in and connected to the system. They reappeared on a huge virtual martial platform, with Nangong Jing in a black bodysuit and Lu Zhe in white, and Lu Zhe quickly reminded her that she had promised to keep it at 30 apertures. Nangong Jing promised again that she would only use 30 apertures, but the gold light in her eyes and the excitement in her smile made the promise feel very unsafe. She launched first, vanishing from her spot and rushing straight at Lu Zhe with terrifying speed. Lu Zhe answered with his own burst of power, and the moment wind gathered behind him, Nangong Jing sobered up a little because this already felt too strong for the script she had written in her head. Before she could fully process it, Lu Zhe smirked and drove a wind-wreathed fist straight toward her stomach without the slightest gentlemanly hesitation. Nangong Jing blocked with one hand, gold light flashing around her body as the impact boomed across the platform. She instantly swung her other fist at his face, and Lu Zhe had just enough time to be offended by the target before trying to intercept it. Her punch still blew through his defense, so Lu Zhe flashed away at the last moment and reappeared behind her for a sweeping kick at her waist. Nangong Jing reacted on instinct with even more force than planned and sent him flying, then stopped attacking because she had just proved to herself that he was already beyond the 30 aperture line. After sliding to a stop more than 100 meters away, Lu Zhe rubbed his chest and cheerfully asked if that meant he had earned the divine art. Instead of answering, Nangong Jing vanished and grabbed him by the neck in an instant, pulling him close enough for his cheek to press against the soft, warm curve before pain took over everything. Nangong Jing flicked his forehead hard enough to make tears spring out, furious that he had hidden this much progress and tricked her into the match. She hit the exact same spot again, and Lu Zhe could only howl for mercy while hanging there, already swearing in his heart that he would remember this grudge forever. When she finally let go, Lu Zhe grabbed his forehead and found a huge painful bump there, and all he could do was regret that the pain had ruined any chance to think about what he had bumped into first. Thanks to his strong body and god art, the bump faded quickly, and the second he looked up and saw Nangong Jing still angry, he became delighted again because that meant he had definitely won the reward. He immediately asked for the divine art, and Nangong Jing's mood turned even more complicated because she had planned to give it to him anyway but still hated missing the chance to beat him up properly. Instead of handing it over immediately, Nangong Jing fixed him with a sharp look and asked whether he had some kind of cultivation-type god art, because normal talent alone could not explain the speed of growth. Lu Zhe admitted it without trying to hide it from her, because despite all her rough edges, he knew Nangong Jing had genuinely taken care of him. That answer made Nangong Jing remember Alice and the top-tier god art that still hadn't awakened in the girl she treated like a little sister, along with the dangerous search her father had gone on for awakening energy. Pushing that thought aside before it soured her mood further, Nangong Jing finally told Lu Zhe that the higher-ups had already noticed his battlefield performance and had long suspected he carried a powerful cultivation god art. The higher-ups had already studied Lu Zhe closely, and after seeing his impossible growth in just 2 months, they privately concluded he must have awakened a terrifying cultivation-type god art. Because a prodigy like that mattered too much to humanity, the argument over where to place him ended with one decision: keep Lu Zhe in Federal University's elite class so he could keep growing safely. When Nan Gongjing asked directly, Lu Zhe admitted his god art really was tied to cultivation and grew stronger along with his own strength. Nan Gongjing immediately pushed the talk further and told him to stop explaining and just show her how strong he had become. Lu Zhe warned that his recent gains were not small, but Nan Gongjing brushed that off with total confidence and told him to bring everything he had. So Lu Zhe unleashed his stacked power at once, and fire, wind, lightning, dark body enhancement, and brute strength all erupted around him together. Even Nan Gongjing was caught off guard for a beat, because she had never seen that many boosts pile onto one person at the same time. After sizing up the pressure, she told him to attack her directly, and made it clear he would not move her unless he hit hard enough. Lu Zhe launched forward so hard that the training floor cracked under his step before he vanished in a flash toward Nan Gongjing's flank. He twisted into a full power punch wrapped in every god art he had, aiming to finally wipe that calm smile off her face. But Nan Gongjing caught that all-out strike with one hand and locked every bit of its force down without letting even a shred leak out. The second Lu Zhe saw his strongest punch casually pinned in place, his cool pose collapsed into pure awkwardness. When Lu Zhe asked for the verdict, Nan Gongjing called him too weak to his face, but she also put his current level at about 101 apertures of power. Behind that teasing answer, Nan Gongjing was genuinely shaken, because Lu Zhe had jumped from just over 10 apertures to 101 in only 10 days. Lu Zhe cheered himself up fast when he remembered he still had unused boosts, and in a real fight he figured he could reach about 120 apertures. Nan Gongjing pressed him on the real issue next, asking whether he could keep improving at this terrifying rate. Lu Zhe admitted his growth came in bursts, and when Nan Gongjing pressed why it had suddenly sped up, he shamelessly joked that maybe his training poses had just gotten more suave. Seeing her expression, Lu Zhe hurriedly changed his story and claimed maybe his god art surged after he recovered from the serious injuries he took on the battlefield. That excuse gave Nan Gongjing a wicked new idea, and with a far too gentle smile she suggested beating him half to death so the god art could erupt again when he recovered. Lu Zhe panicked on the spot and blurted out that she absolutely had the wrong idea, because whatever caused his growth, it was definitely not that. Since she was only teasing him, Nan Gongjing dropped the idea and switched to his reward instead, telling him to leave the simulation so she could buy him a divine art. Back in the real room, Nan Gongjing showed Lu Zhe how to register on the Dawn Network, the shared internal system for the prestigious schools of the Dawn system. Lu Zhe saw that his account was already set as a first-year elite class student at Federal University, and his 10,000 academic credits from military drill rewards were already waiting there too. Then he noticed an unopened mail from Nan Gongjing, while beside him she used her own academic credits first and planned to reclaim them from the school later. Nan Gongjing told Lu Zhe to open the mail because the Wings of the Wind divine art was inside, then warned him not to share it with anyone or his credit value would be docked. Lu Zhe asked if sending it to him this way was even allowed, and Nan Gongjing casually replied that she had already filed the proper application with the school. But the moment Lu Zhe opened the file, he froze, because the so-called divine art was not a neat secret manual at all but a digital monster over 3,000 pages and 3.2 million words long. Nan Gongjing explained that since they could not pass divine arts through true inheritances, they had to record them in words, and even buying one did not guarantee you could learn it. That made Lu Zhe want to give up on the spot, but after remembering how much this cost, he could only grit his teeth and keep listening. Nan Gongjing tried to encourage him, saying his talent should make this easier, and even if he failed to master it, the material would still deepen his understanding of wind god art. When Lu Zhe complained that a few million words was absurd, Nan Gongjing snapped back that her own fallen star fist had 21 billion words, and even she felt sick looking at it. For one rare moment, teacher and student just looked at each other, and shared the same exhausted sympathy for anyone forced to study divine arts this way. After that, Nan Gongjing told him to come to her if he got stuck, then retreated into drinking again like she needed alcohol to erase the memory of those billions of words. Seeing Nan Gongjing drinking again, Lu Zhe decided it was safest to leave before the violent alcoholic found another reason to mess with him. She stopped him at the last second just to make him throw out her empty bottles, and he silently used wind power to float them all over with a flat, tired face. Back in his own dorm, Lu Zhe sat down with real excitement because he had finally gotten a divine art and could start cultivating it himself. That excitement took a hit the instant the millions of words filled his screen again, but this time he forced himself to start reading seriously instead of backing away. The opening material was manageable because Lu Zhe already understood wind god art, but as he kept going, the text became more and more obscure and difficult to unpack. To keep up with the text, Lu Zhe used one bright purple orb from the huge black tiger's loot, and its cool energy sharpened his mind from within. With that boost, the mess of words finally started opening up, and Lu Zhe began sorting the hidden principles of Wings of the Wind into something he could truly grasp. Lu Zhe stayed buried in the divine art for 4 straight days until a knock at his dorm door finally pulled him back to reality. Exhausted but thrilled, Lu Zhe realized he had finished the entire monstrous document and had already stepped through the door of the divine art, even if he had not mastered it perfectly yet. That was enough for him to use Wings of the Wind already, and he could hardly contain his excitement to test how much faster it would make him. Then Ian called from outside and told him the ship had already entered the Dawn system and would reach school very soon. Lu Zhe went to the window and froze for a different reason this time, because outside the ship 2 blazing suns were already burning in the dark vacuum ahead. As he looked out at the twin star system, Lu Zhe felt the weight of where he had arrived, the Dawn system, the Academy Galaxy with 36 planets, 108 famous schools, and the 2 top academies waiting on planet Venus. He also remembered why this place was guarded so fiercely, because the Dawn system held humanity's best young talent, and even the Jin Yao sage personally watched over its core world and public treasures. As the ship nears its destination, Lu Zhe stares toward the distant stars and gets swept up thinking about humanity's 4 surviving sages and the impossible secrets behind their existence. Margaret bangs on his door and snaps him out of it, urging him to come out because they are about to arrive. Lu Zhe steps into the corridor and finds Margaret, Ge Yuping, Ian, and Yimu already waiting, with the seniors calm and the freshmen visibly excited for Federal University. Margaret guesses Lu Zhe spent the last few days training his divine art, and his casual yes immediately makes everyone else jealous. Yimu eagerly asks whether Lu Zhe mastered it and got even stronger, but Margaret laughs that divine arts are brutal to learn and says Lu Zhe probably only deepened his wind understanding. Lu Zhe just laughs it off, because if he admitted he could already use the divine art, he felt like poor Margaret might collapse on the spot. The others accept Margaret's logic, but knowing Lu Zhe still got stronger again leaves them painfully envious anyway. Margaret leads the freshmen toward the main hall, and everyone naturally falls in behind their senior as landing time gets close. 2 hours later, the students finally see the university planet through the hall windows, glowing with city lights and heavy traffic against the dark of space. Lu Zhe asks if all those bright districts belong to Federal University, and Margaret explains the planet holds many university faculties as well as ordinary civilian cities. When Yimu excitedly asks about Emperor Capital Academy, Ge Yuping says the rival school is linked to Federal University and warns with a grin that their clashes are a long-running tradition. Those sinister smiles instantly make Lu Zhe imagine the rivalry is bad enough to end with kidnappings and bricks, and his mood turns quietly alarmed. As the ship drops into the atmosphere, an announcement tells everyone to gather their things and leave in order. Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing come over, and Nangong Jing briskly tells the seniors to return to their dorms while the new students will be assigned housing and can check classes on the Dawn network. The contrast is obvious at once. The older students loosen up like they're finally home, while the freshmen listen like every word might decide their future. The ship lands in a campus hangar, and even the 2 students Nangong Jing beat earlier still tremble when they have to pass near her. Back on campus, Nangong Jing stretches and finally relaxes, because even a young duke only really lets their guard down after returning from the front lines. Before she can finish dismissing everyone, a violent explosion tears through the distant sky and turns the dark campus night bright for an instant. Everyone freezes under the pressure from the sky fight, and the freshmen who know Lin Ling can hardly believe the aura rolling over the hangar. Lu Zhe recognizes the aura and is horrified to realize it belongs to Lin Ling, except this version of Lin Ling feels absurdly stronger than before. He can only think one thing in disbelief: if her power really jumped this high, then her promise to beat him was never a joke. The fight hangs low over the campus, its shockwaves whipping flags and trees as the clash of aperture opening state power lights up the whole area. What throws Lu Zhe even harder is seeing Lin Ling wield a spear instead of her usual sword. Even though her opponent's aura is stronger, Lin Ling's spearwork is so fierce and direct that she batters him into a mess in only a few exchanges. The spar ends with Lin Ling's spear tip stopped at the young man's chest, leaving him completely shut down before he can launch a real counterattack. On the ground, Lu Zhe and the others can only stare upward in shock, because the spear fighter they just watched is somehow Lin Ling and nothing about this version of her makes sense. Margaret is shaken too, because the girl she remembers from Planet 25 was nowhere near this level just days ago. Yimu blurts out what everyone is thinking, and Lu Zhe flatly confirms that yes, the monster in the sky really is Lin Ling. That confirmation hits the freshmen like a second disaster, because one impossible genius was bad enough and now there are apparently 2. Lin Ling and the defeated male student descend in front of the group, with Lin Ling smiling brightly and the young man looking sour after losing so fast. Lin Ling greets Nangong Jing first, and Nangong Jing answers calmly, but the moment leaves a quiet ache behind because it hints someone else is not coming back. Then Lin Ling turns straight to Lu Zhe, clearly here for payback after getting crushed by him too many times. With a confident sweep of her spear, Lin Ling declares that this time she will not lose to him. The watching students instantly get nosy, because they remember this girl from the battlefield and now want to know why she and Lu Zhe are suddenly about to fight. Lu Zhe, suddenly a little guilty for how badly he used to beat her, tries to give Lin Ling one last chance to back off and postpone the fight. But Lu Zhe's hesitation only makes Lin Ling happier, and she doubles down that martial artists do not wait for a better time. Around them, quite a few students are secretly enjoying this, because after all the attention and rewards Lu Zhe just got, watching him possibly get beaten would be deeply satisfying. Before Lu Zhe can answer, the defeated male student cuts in and says he was here first because he has been waiting from the start to challenge Lu Zhe himself. That interruption swings the whole crowd toward Bo Yibo at once, and even Nan Gongjing and the usually expressionless Luo Bingqing show interest now that a third year from Emperor Capital Academy is making this weirder. Lu Zhe sizes the stranger up in confusion, because he has no idea who this handsome, smiling guy is or why he wants a fight so badly. Wang Wenzi finally names him as Bo Yibo, a third year from Emperor Capital Academy, and openly mocks him for shamelessly challenging a freshman. Bo Yibo shrugs off the ridicule and says the only thing that matters is whether Lu Zhe agrees. Lin Ling immediately snaps back that he already lost to her once, so if he wants another fight, he should come through her first. Her taunt wipes Bo Yibo's smile away, because losing so badly to a freshman already wrecked his pride and complicated the scheme he came here to pull. The truth is that Bo Yibo had come early on purpose to challenge Lu Zhe, and when he recognized Lin Ling, he originally tried to bribe her into helping him persuade Lu Zhe to accept. Instead, Lin Ling exploded and insisted Lu Zhe could only be beaten by her, so Bo Yibo agreed to fight her first because he thought winning would make her cooperate. That gamble backfired horribly, because Bo Yibo never expected this pretty freshman to be the real monster and beat him clean despite his own elite strength. Humiliated but still scheming, Bo Yibo comes up with a backup plan on the spot and decides he can still salvage this if Lu Zhe takes the bait. So he turns back to Lu Zhe and quickly names his offer before anything else can go wrong: accept the challenge, and he will pay 5,000 academic credits. The entire crowd goes dead still, because what sounded like shameless bullying suddenly looks a lot like Bo Yibo is just handing Lu Zhe free money. Jealousy floods the freshman at once, because 5,000 academic credits is a ridiculous amount, and Lu Zhe somehow has people lining up to pay him just for a fight. The waiting students can only conclude two things at once: Bo Yibo must be crazy, and gifted people really do get free money dropped into their laps. Lu Zhe does not buy the sudden generosity for a second, and he flatly asks Bo Yibo what the catch is. Bo Yibo lays out the deal step by step. If Lu Zhe accepts his challenge, each stronger move will pay more academic credits. Lu Zhe and Nan Gongjing both realize Bo Yibo is badly underestimating him, because his information is still stuck at Lu Zhe's old battlefield strength. Instead of exposing himself, Lu Zhe asks why Bo Yibo wants this match badly enough to spend so many credits. Bo Yibo only says he wants to run a test, and he hurriedly adds that with Nan Gongjing standing right there, he would never dare try anything shady. That reaction tells Lu Zhe plenty, and he privately enjoys seeing even an elite senior act like Nan Gongjing's natural prey. Nan Gongjing casually tells Lu Zhe the choice is his, but with her here, Bo Yibo will not get away with any tricks. The old students stay suspicious because nobody believes Bo Yibo is the kind of person who hands over 15,000 credits for nothing. The newer students are less suspicious than jealous, because just agreeing to this fight would earn Lu Zhe more credits than they could scrape together in a month. Lin Ling is annoyed too, but for the opposite reason. She already knows Lu Zhe is strong enough to make Bo Yibo bleed for this mistake. Once Lu Zhe decides the money is worth it, he agrees with fake meekness and secretly starts plotting how to squeeze every last credit out of this senior. Bo Yibo brightens immediately when Lu Zhe accepts, completely unaware that the person he thinks he is testing has started treating him like a walking credit bank. Before they start, Luo Bingqing steps in and says there is no need to go skyward for this spar. With one sweep of Luo Bingqing's arm, a transparent ice wall rises and seals Lu Zhe and Bo Yibo inside a crystal-clear arena. As everyone gathers around the new arena, Lin Ling takes her place beside Xian Yuqi and the others. Seeing how much Lin Ling has changed in just 10 days, Tianyuan Qianhua finally asks if she is really the same Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling confirms it is really her, and Xian Yuqi immediately presses her about the impossible jump in strength. Lin Ling dodges the explanation for later and turns back to the arena, eager to see whether she can finally measure Lu Zhe properly. Inside the barrier, Lu Zhe gets briefly distracted by how strange and refined the crystal-clear ice wall feels, right up until Bo Yibo calls him back to the fight. Bo Yibo mistakes Lu Zhe's wandering attention for arrogance and decides this junior needs a lesson in respecting seniors. The match finally starts when Bo Yibo announces his first move, and Lu Zhe drops into a serious stance on cue. Bo Yibo swings out a first-level formless blade, sending layered knife rays across the arena with enough pressure to show he is no joke. Lu Zhe thinks the move looks flashy more than frightening, but he instantly slips into the role of a pressured prodigy facing a dangerous senior. Lin Ling uses her eyes on him at that exact moment, and is stunned to discover that Lu Zhe's body is hiding a terrifying tangle of sleeping god arts. That glimpse crushes Lin Ling's confidence, because even after getting stronger herself, she realizes she still may not be able to beat him. When the others ask if she is worried about Lu Zhe, Lin Ling can only force out a weak smile and keep the truth to herself. Back in the arena, Lu Zhe raises a wind and fire barrier and cleanly blocks the first attack in an explosion of heat, gusts, and blade force. Bo Yibo praises Lu Zhe for holding the first level, and Lu Zhe answers with such dramatic determination that some of the freshmen almost get emotional. The freshmen are moved by Lu Zhe's speech, but the older students mostly just think he sounds unbearably childish. Lin Ling knows the whole thing is an act now, and she finally loses control and starts laughing right in the middle of the tense silence. Her awkward excuse only makes the crowd more suspicious, because nobody believes she is laughing out of admiration. Even Nangong Jing has to look away, because Lu Zhe's shameless performance is getting painful to watch. Bowie Ball, somehow still buying it, praises Lu Zhe's character again, and Lu Zhe eagerly pushes the match into the next round. Inside his head, Lu Zhe is already counting the full payout and telling himself his acting only needs to hold until Bowie Ball has paid every tier. Bowie Ball answers with a second-level strike, doubling the pressure of his blade art, and making even the spectators feel how dangerous it is. Lu Zhe blocks the second attack too, and this time Bowie Ball concludes that Lu Zhe has been hiding his strength at around 20 apertures or more. Lu Zhe leans into the lie and says he had no choice but to go all out, especially with those credits on the line. That reveal shocks the crowd, because a freshman already fighting at this level means Lu Zhe has quietly overtaken many third-year elites. Encouraged instead of warned, Bowie Ball promises the credits are his and tells Lu Zhe to prepare for the next level. For the third move, Bowie Ball switches to a heavier Overlord blade that drops the tricky shadows and comes straight in with crushing force. Lu Zhe quietly strengthens the merged wind and fire god art again and still blocks it, but he makes sure to come out looking pale and almost spent. Most of the audience starts worrying for Lu Zhe, while Lin Ling and Nangong Jing alone can see that this exhausted act is completely fake. Even Luo Bingqing senses that Lu Zhe is still hiding far more than he is showing, but he keeps that discovery to himself. Seeing Lu Zhe look on the brink, Bowie Ball offers to stop right there and let him leave with 25,000 credits. Lu Zhe refuses instantly and doubles down on the heroic act, declaring that surrender is not in his dictionary. Taking that resolve at face value, Bowie Ball answers with a 4th-level Overlord blade that changes the air in the whole arena. This time Lu Zhe meets it with a wind and fire wrapped punch, and the clash floods the crystal arena in green, red, and gold light. When the blast clears, Lu Zhe is standing with ripped clothes, shallow bleeding cuts, a ragged breath, and exactly the kind of dramatic near collapse he wanted everyone to see. Bowie Ball is impressed enough to urge him to stop, but Lu Zhe stubbornly refuses again because the injuries are mostly just part of the performance, and he will not let the payout end early. Seeing Lu Zhe refuse to back down again, Bowie Ball actually respects him more and agrees to raise the match to the 5th level. Bowie Ball draws his sword, turns on his gold god art, and his whole presence sharpens into something far more dangerous. His Overlord blade crashes in at 5th level strength, and Lu Zhe barely smashes through it with a boosted wind and fire punch. When the smoke clears, Lu Zhe is only lightly hurt, so he forces out extra blood and acts like the next hit will finish him. Bowie Ball almost tells him to stop over just 5,000 credits, but Lu Zhe cuts him off because he absolutely wants that money. Moved by that fake determination, Bowie Ball raises the power to level 6 and attacks again without holding back. Lu Zhe comes out drenched in blood and still standing, so Bowie Ball is stunned that someone in that condition could survive. Lu Zhe doubles down on the lie and claims his god art suddenly surged fourfold at the critical moment. Outside the barrier, many freshmen get swept up by Lu Zhe's bloody determination, while some older students start giving his miracle comeback suspicious looks. Lin Ling stays blank-faced, and Nangong Jing is left wondering how far Lu Zhe will go just to scam a few thousand credits. Bowie Ball still wants Lu Zhe to surrender before the 7th level strike, but Lu Zhe refuses again because there is still more money on the table. Bowie Ball drives his gold god art up to level 7 and sends out another heavier slash, while Lu Zhe braces behind his wind and fire defense. Lu Zhe survives yet again, and this time even Bowie Ball blurts out in disbelief that he should already be on the ground. Pressed for an explanation, Lu Zhe panics and blurts out that he somehow awakened a body god art in the middle of the fight. That excuse kills the mood completely, because nobody believes a fresh god art just happened to awaken right on cue. The freshman's heroic image of Lu Zhe cracks on the spot, while Lin Ling is the only one who almost wants to laugh. Lu Zhe still asks if they should continue, because he cannot bear to let 15,000 more credits slip away. Bowie Ball talks himself into one more round, partly because Lu Zhe still looks horribly injured and partly because the match is somehow still profitable for him. Before going on, Bowie Ball nervously checks if Lu Zhe is even safe, because he does not want Nangong Jing killing him if this turns real. Lu Zhe insists he is fine and points out that Nangong Jing is not stopping the match, which makes her openly tell Bowie Ball not to worry about her interfering. With no way out left, Bowie Ball grits his teeth and unleashes the 8th level attack. Lu Zhe is still on his feet after level 8, and the whole arena falls into painful silence because his act has finally stopped making sense. Bowie Ball coldly asks what the excuse is this time, and Lu Zhe blurts out a guilty, ridiculous answer about a final burst before collapse. That line breaks whatever was left of the performance, and everyone just stares at Lu Zhe in second-hand embarrassment. Unable to keep going, Lu Zhe quietly drops the act, stops coughing, and lets his regeneration god art heal the fake near-death injuries. Bowie Ball immediately calls him out for dropping the act, and Lu Zhe can only laugh dryly while mourning the credits he just lost. As Bowie Ball fumes over being treated like a walking credit machine, he suddenly gets a bold new idea and asks Lu Zhe how strong he really is. That question hits the whole audience at once, because Lu Zhe just tanked 8th level power far beyond what he ever showed on the battlefield. Lu Zhe starts to answer carefully, wanting to go easy on the senior he already fleeced for 50,000 credits. Before he can dodge the issue, Bo Yibo raises the stakes and promises the last 10,000 credits if Lu Zhe can actually beat him. Lu Zhe is stunned that Bo Yibo will pay even in defeat, and instantly realizes he never needed that exhausting performance at all. Bo Yibo confirms the deal in front of the teachers, so Lu Zhe agrees at once, and the real match finally begins. Bo Yibo turns solemn, and the audience holds its breath because Lu Zhe is acting far too confident for a bluff. Yi Mu and the others realize this probably is not bravado at all, while Lin Ling activates her eyes and watches closely to see if she still has any hope of catching him. Luo Bingqing quietly notes that Nangong Jing already knew, and she answers with a knowing smile instead of denying it. On the stage, Bo Yibo gathers sharp gold power into blade-shaped hands and prepares for a full serious clash. Lu Zhe answers by activating fire, wind, body enhancement, and a 6-fold strength boost all at once, and his real aura explodes into the open. Bo Yibo can only stare in disbelief, because the shameless actor from a moment ago suddenly looks strong enough to shake the whole class ranking. Lu Zhe moves first, and his speed is so terrifying after studying the wings of the wind that he vanishes from sight. Before Bo Yibo can react, Lu Zhe is already behind him and slips through his defense in one clean move, his right hand layered with wind, fire, and dark body power. Lu Zhe only taps Bo Yibo's shoulder and calmly tells him the fight is over. The whole arena falls silent, because everyone can tell Bo Yibo would already be dead if Lu Zhe had meant that as a real killing strike. The seniors are stunned. Wang Wenzi feels sick realizing he was never on Lu Zhe's level, and Yin Mu's group can only go speechless at how fast Lu Zhe has grown. Lin Ling watches through her active god art and realizes the gap has become brutally simple. She can see his moves, but her body cannot keep up. Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing are shocked for a different reason, because they can tell Lu Zhe's speed jump came from real progress with the wings of the wind. When Luo Bingqing asks if she gave Lu Zhe that divine art, Nangong Jing admits it was only 4 days ago. That speed of comprehension makes Luo Bingqing say Lu Zhe may have to shoulder a huge future responsibility, and even Nangong Jing only complains that she wishes he could grow faster still. Luo Bingqing also remarks that Bo Yibo is interesting, and Nangong Jing agrees that he thinks fast in exactly the right way. Feeling all those eyes on him, Lu Zhe awkwardly reminds Bo Yibo that he won before the senior can stay stunned any longer. Bo Yibo turns around with a complicated stare, and Lu Zhe immediately backs up and warns him to conduct himself properly. Bo Yibo swallows the irritation, admits defeat with a smile, and Lu Zhe immediately answers with polite mutual praise. Bo Yibo transfers the full 60,000 academic credits on the spot, and Lu Zhe lights up the second he sees his balance jump to 70,000. Lu Zhe sincerely thanks him like Bo Yibo just came over to donate money, which only makes the whole exchange feel even stranger. Bo Yibo hints that another surprise is coming in a few days, and Lu Zhe instantly goes wary instead of excited. When Bo Yibo says not to worry because it is a reward, Lu Zhe first relaxes at hearing there is no weird fetish involved and then gets suspicious all over again. Bo Yibo ends the encounter there, says goodbye to Nangong Jing and Luo Bingqing, and flies off toward Emperor Capital Academy as the crystal barrier disappears. After Bo Yibo leaves, the whole crowd stares at Lu Zhe in stunned silence because he really did beat one of the top freshmen. Even Luo Bingqing gives Lu Zhe a strange look, quietly realizing this freshman is already stronger than he was at the same age. Nangong Jing stays calm, since unlike everyone else, she already knew how dangerous Lu Zhe had become. Lu Zhe walks back to Lin Ling with an embarrassed smile and immediately tries to dodge another fight. Lin Ling gives a quiet nod because she knows she cannot beat him right now, even if the gap leaves her frustrated. Still, Lin Ling hardens her resolve and silently swears she will turn the tables one day. Nangong Jing ends the gathering and orders the old students back to their dorms while the new students head to the station for assignments. Luo Bingqing also flies off, reminding everyone that young dukes like him and Nangong Jing live separately from the rest. The moment the pressure lifts, the seniors crowd around Lu Zhe and start teasing him for hiding such outrageous progress. Margaret praises both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, but the real mood is disbelief that they improved this much in so little time. Wang Wenzi jumps in and demands a celebratory meal, saying Bo Yibo was no weakling and Lu Zhe's rise is just absurd. Other freshmen want to get close to Lu Zhe too, but there are too many people around him, so they can only hold back for now. As the seniors prepare to leave, Gui Yuping hints that elite class dorms are close together, and their privileges are good enough to make the freshmen look forward to it. With the seniors gone, Lu Zhe and the rest finally head out to get their dorm arrangements. On the way, Lu Zhe quietly asks Lin Ling if she already got her dorm, and she says she only just arrived. Lu Zhe gets curious about how Lin Ling grew so much stronger, but he decides not to ask in public. Outside the station, the freshmen reach a small plaza with 2 hovercars and 2 white uniformed student guides, one sorting elite students to the right and one sending the demoted group left. The failed candidates stiffen in silence and peel off to the left, making the divide between elite and ordinary class painfully clear. After the awkward split, The guide on the right opens the hover car and the elite freshmen, including Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, board for the trip to their dorms. As the hovercar speeds through the empty university territory, Lu Zhe watches the wilderness outside and realizes how huge the campus really is. During the ride, the white uniform guide turns around and explains that he is a third-year ordinary class student taking a campus mission, then invites the freshmen to ask questions. When someone mistakes him for staff, he laughs and explains that students handle most campus services themselves through missions. He lays out the university's core rule: academic credits are basically money here, used for food, weapons, techniques, artifacts, and even access to big-name teachers like Nangong Jing. He adds that students earn those credits by taking school missions through the Dawn Network, which makes the whole university feel more like a live system than a closed campus. When the freshmen ask about classes, the senior says Federal University is unusually free as long as they finish compulsory cultivation subjects and pass their tests. That answer instantly brightens Lu Zhe's mood, because a school with this much freedom sounds perfect for him. Half an hour later, the hovercar reaches the elite dorm district, and the freshmen are stunned to see a whole residential zone reserved just for them. The senior explains that every elite student gets an entire house, while ordinary students absolutely do not, and the privilege hits the freshmen all at once. He teases that the real difference is in cultivation benefits, hinting the elite class gets far more than just better housing. Then he pulls out his phone and starts assigning houses by entrance rank, calling Lu Zhe first. The senior lingers on Lu Zhe for a moment because even students already know his battlefield clips and his reputation as the strongest freshman is spreading fast. Lu Zhe surveys the first-year district, impressed by how much land, water, and greenery the elite freshmen get to themselves. He chooses a house beside the pond and near the bamboo grove, locking down a quiet spot he immediately likes. Lin Ling picks the house right next to Lu Zhe's, putting them only a few dozen meters apart. The rest of Lu Zhe's team follows their lead and chooses nearby houses so they can stay close together. Once everyone chooses, the senior records the assignments, hands out house cards, and says anything better than the standard setup can be bought through the Dawn system. That reminder makes Lu Zhe think about the one practical crisis in his life. With Alice not here, he really needs food support, or he will be stuck ordering meals. Before leaving, the senior warns them that uniforms arrive tomorrow, replacement students will fill the failed slots, and classes begin in 3 days. With the formalities done, the freshmen finally relax and head into their own houses for the first time. Inside his new place, Lu Zhe finds a fully furnished living room, open kitchen, and a layout far better than he expected. He checks upstairs too and finds multiple bedrooms plus a top-floor room with a virtual reality pod that is clearly meant for sparring. After settling his things, Lu Zhe messages home so his parents will not worry and chats briefly with Lu Li and Alice. Then his focus snaps back to cultivation, because after days of studying the wings of the wind, he finally has time to test it properly in the pocket dimension. He remembers that he barely needed the new divine art against Boibo, and that only makes him more curious about what its full speed can do. Boibo's parting promise of a surprise crosses his mind too, but Lu Zhe decides it can wait, and closes his eyes to enter the hunt. In the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe appears in endless grass and immediately hides his presence before checking for danger. Once he confirms the area is safe, he relaxes just enough to remember how random arrivals here can be, including one truly awful spawn behind a mating lizard boss. The breeze feels different now, because with wind god art, Lu Zhe can sense a real affinity with the air itself. He activates the wings of the wind, a green rune flashing in his eyes as translucent wings spread behind his back. When the wings beat once, Lu Zhe shoots forward like green light and feels the wind itself clearing a path for him. The test shocks him in the best way, because he is moving almost twice as fast as before and dodging becomes nearly effortless. For one reckless moment he wonders if this is enough to test himself against a boss, and then immediately kills that idea. Instead, he realizes this speed plus his mental force turns ordinary hunting into a near-perfect search and kill setup. A sleeping black cat beast appears on his radar, and Lu Zhe instantly changes course to ambush it before it can react. He drops onto the cat's back and smashes it with wind, fire, and dark power in one brutal opening strike. The cat dies without ever waking up, and Lu Zhe calmly watches it crumble into loot. A body god art orb, red orbs, and purple orbs drop from the kill, confirming just how absurd his new hunting efficiency has become. Over the next 3 days, Lu Zhe tears through the grasslands with a grin, farming beasts far faster than he ever could before. By the end of that run, he has killed 12 beasts that devoured god art shards and is in an excellent mood over the haul. That success also leads him to a plan. If the blue bird boss is really the weakest boss, he should target it first to push his wind god art even higher. The logic is simple and ruthless. Faster wind means faster wings of the wind, and faster wings mean he gets to choose between attacking and escaping. Then his good streak ends in one instant when something golden slams into him from nowhere so hard that his vision blacks out. He wakes back in his bedroom, stunned that his mental force never sensed the attacker at all and realizing whatever hit him was far beyond him. He grumbles that this was definitely not the future he planned, but the sight of 12 god art orbs quickly repairs his mood. With revenge postponed, Lu Zhe buries himself in cultivation again instead of wasting time complaining. By the next morning, he has already digested 6 wind god art orbs and pushed his mastery even further. When he gets up and looks outside, the sight of 2 suns over Federal University makes the new world around him feel real in a fresh way. Back in his dorm after cleaning up, Lu Zhe is finally ready to explore the Dawn network properly instead of just using it for emergency study. That quiet moment breaks when Yimu starts yelling from downstairs that something major has happened. When Lu Zhe opens the door, he finds not just Yimu but Xavier, Ian, Lin Ling, and the others all gathered outside looking serious. Once everyone is in the living room, Yimu answers Lu Zhe's question by projecting a forum post for the whole group to see. Lu Zhe freezes when he sees the title. Bo Yiba turned last night's challenge into a paid post about personally testing the strongest new student. Lin Ling explains the real issue. Bo Yiba uploaded the fight video itself and charged 10 academic credits for every view. Lu Zhe still thinks no one would pay for that, until Yimu silently points him to the number of viewers. The moment Lu Zhe reads 1.63 million views, the math hits him like a punch. 10 credits per person means one video has already made more than 16 million academic credits, and Lu Zhe is completely shaken. Lin Ling has to spell out why it exploded so hard. The Dawn system has around 100 million students, and Lu Zhe is already famous enough that his name alone draws clicks. Now that the scale is clear, Lu Zhe quietly realizes he might actually be celebrity-level famous. Lin Ling snaps at him before he can drift too far, furious that he looks ready to let a fortune walk away. Lu Zhe starts to suspect this paid post was the surprise Bo Yiba promised, and instead of getting angry, he begins wondering how much of the profit the senior will hand over. Before anyone can guess further, Lu Zhe's phone rings from an unknown number, and everyone immediately senses who it is. It is Bo Yiba, and he jumps straight to the point by asking if Lu Zhe saw the post. Lu Zhe braces for a fight over the money, but Bo Yiba catches him off guard by offering a 60-40 split in Lu Zhe's favor. Lu Zhe only expected half, so hearing 60% instantly makes Bo Yiba look like a genuinely decent senior. On Bo Yiba's side, the offer is not generosity so much as caution, because he knows Lu Zhe's strength means he is lucky to keep even 40%. Bo Yiba says the post is still going viral and should earn a few million more today, so Lu Zhe agrees to keep the same split on the final total. As soon as Lu Zhe hangs up, the whole room stares at him in raw envy because they all heard he is about to pocket more than 9 million credits, with even more still coming. Yimu immediately demands a treat, and Lu Zhe answers by offering everyone 100,000 academic credits as starting money. That easy generosity only makes it worse when Lu Zhe calls himself poor while sitting on a fortune. But the others refuse the gift on principle, each for their own reason, because none of them wants to live off Lu Zhe's windfall. Lu Zhe quickly changes the terms and offers it as a formal loan instead, with repayment due within 4 years and 10% annual interest. That framing works immediately, because borrowing early resources could let them get stronger faster and pull ahead from the start. Only Lin Ling still hesitates, because the amount is huge for her and accepting Lu Zhe's help clearly stings her pride. Lu Zhe notices and deliberately needles her, smugly talking about how his mountain of credits will make him impossibly stronger while noob Lin Ling falls behind. That cheap provocation works perfectly, and Lin Ling finally blurts out that she wants the loan too and will pay it back fast. After that, Lu Zhe checks his Dawn network balance and sees his credits have already climbed past 9 million. The rich feeling lasts only a second before he remembers just how absurdly expensive high-end divine arts are. Still, he transfers the 100,000 credit loans to each of them, and jokingly threatens them about what happens if they fail to repay him. Ian's timid question about what exactly will happen only makes Lu Zhe remember, once again, that Ian's thoughts tend to drift somewhere strange. With the loans sent and classes about to start, Yimu, Xavier, and Ian head out at once to begin cultivating, while Lu Zhe sees them off from the dorm. Lin Ling stays behind, and the living room suddenly turns quiet with just the two of them on the couch. Breaking the silence, Lu Zhe asks about the timetable, and Lin Ling starts listing the elite class's first-year core subjects. The list keeps going through languages, races, and cultivation theory until Lu Zhe already feels overwhelmed by the sheer number of required classes. Lin Ling then drops a much more exciting detail. The elite class gets a weekly martial arts question and answer session hosted by one of the school's young dukes. She explains that young dukes may be busier than normal teachers, but their talent gives them sharper answers on low-level martial questions than older instructors can offer. Lu Zhe remembers they technically do not have to attend classes if they can pass the final exams, but Lin Ling immediately points out that confidence alone will not pass anything. That lands with Lu Zhe, and he realizes first year is meant to build essentials like battle languages before moving on to heavier martial training. Lin Ling moves on to elite class benefits, starting with the steady monthly allowance of 300 academic credits. She also explains that students mainly earn more by taking missions through the Dawn network, though first years can only handle simple jobs with limited rewards. Lin Ling adds that passing core subjects and even extra classes also brings in academic credits, so students who are not strongest in combat still have ways to earn. Then she gets to the parts that really hook Lu Zhe: martial ranking, the martial trial tower, and virtual reality battles are major ways new students can make money. Lin Ling points him to the virtual reality pod upstairs and explains that the trial tower is filled with simulated opponents from many races, with rewards and ranking tied to how far you climb. She adds that virtual reality battles let students wager academic credits directly against other students across the Dawn system. By the end of the explanation, Lu Zhe is already thinking like a hunter again, because those systems sound like a perfect way to turn his strength into more credits. With the school basics covered, Lu Zhe circles back to the things still bothering him and asks how Lin Ling's strength suddenly improved so much. Lin Ling does not answer directly at first and instead asks if Lu Zhe met her great-grandpa, making it clear the two topics are connected. When Lu Zhe confirms he met Elder Lin while collecting his insect-tied reward, Lin Ling reveals her annoyance that the old man kept praising Lu Zhe. That only makes Lin Ling more suspicious, so she presses Lu Zhe to repeat exactly what Elder Lin said about her. Lu Zhe hides the worst part and edits the truth on the fly, claiming Elder Lin just said Lin Ling was too proud and that he should look after her because he was mature and reliable. Lin Ling clearly does not buy that mature and strong line for a second, so Lu Zhe hurriedly drags the conversation back to her power-up. This time Lin Ling answers by asking if Lu Zhe knows the 4 human sages, opening the door to a much bigger secret. Lu Zhe knows the 4 sages like everyone else and immediately wonders if Lin Ling is descended from one of them. Lin Ling shuts that guess down, but her smile carries an even bigger reveal. Humanity did not always have only 4 sages. She finally tells him the truth. There used to be 12 human sages, and her great-grandpa was once one of them. Lu Zhe freezes when Lin Ling casually reveals that Elder Lin was once the legendary Lingxi sage. Lin Ling proudly explains that her great-grandfather is the sage who once conquered a quarter of human territory. That name hits hard for Lu Zhe, because Lingxi sage was famous for god eyes that saw through everything and for killing a cosmic system-level enemy. Lu Zhe blurts out that this makes no sense, because the public story said Lingxi sage died after returning heavily injured from outside the Milky Way. Lin Ling's mood drops as she admits Elder Lin is almost dead anyway, his body still withering until his strength has collapsed to the core martial state. Lu Zhe can barely process it, because he cannot imagine what kind of injury could drag a cosmic system powerhouse down that far. He grabs at another detail instead and asks how a 1,000-year-old sage could even be Lin Ling's great-grandfather. Lin Ling rolls her eyes and explains that once people reach planetary state and above, fertility drops so much that having children centuries later is normal. Still trying to understand, Lu Zhe asks why someone like Elder Lin would hide away in a small place like the Tuluan system. Lin Ling reveals that Tuluan was never her real home, and that Elder Lin took her away there when she was very young. When Lu Zhe asks why, Lin Ling braces herself before opening up about her family. She tells him her parents were high-ranking military officers, and 14 years ago the Blade Demons launched a sudden border war that tore open the human defenses. Her father stayed to hold the defensive line, while her mother was trapped and besieged somewhere else. Lin Ling's hand trembles as she says her father could have saved her mother, but chose the defense instead. Lu Zhe understands the cruel truth at once. If her father left, border planets would have been slaughtered, so there was never a painless choice. He quietly realizes that every impossible choice starts with not having enough power, and that thought hardens his resolve to become stronger. Not knowing how else to help, Lu Zhe awkwardly offers Lin Ling his shoulder if she wants to cry. The second the words leave his mouth, Lu Zhe remembers he used the exact same line on Alice and immediately regrets it. Lin Ling steadies herself, flashes a teasing smile despite the blood at her lip, and asks if he is trying to take advantage of her. Her joke tells Lu Zhe she is holding together again, and he relaxes enough to ask if she stayed with Elder Lin in the Tuluan system after that. Lin Ling says she was only 4 when Elder Lin brought her traveling to Tuluan, and after hearing the war news he refused to go back home. Then Lu Zhe circles back to the real mystery and asks what any of this has to do with her sudden jump in strength. Lin Ling finally explains that Elder Lin had long wanted her to inherit his origin power, but she kept refusing because she believed he still had a chance to recover. After the recent battle, though, Elder Lin contacted her again and this time she accepted. Lu Zhe reads the real reason immediately, getting crushed by reality, and by the gap between them, hurt Lin Ling's pride enough to make her stop refusing. The whole thing makes Lu Zhe realize Elder Lin had likely planned this from the start, even pushing him to pressure Lin Ling into facing her limits. That thought also makes the inheritance feel heavier, because Elder Lin gave away the power keeping his own future alive simply because he loved Lin Ling. When Lu Zhe asks what exactly injured Elder Lin, Lin Ling can only say it seems like some god art that keeps his body in constant decay. She explains that Elder Lin kept only enough origin power to barely preserve his life, and handed the rest to her. Lu Zhe quietly decides he will remember that injury, and see if he can help Elder Lin someday. Out loud, he tells Lin Ling not to carry the burden alone, because if Elder Lin chose her, then getting stronger may be the only way to save him later. Lin Ling nods with fresh resolve, even knowing the odds are slim. Once her mood lifts, Lin Ling turns competitive again and warns Lu Zhe that after fully fusing Elder Lin's origin power and learning the Lingxi magical manual, she plans to challenge him. Lu Zhe answers with a dry, obviously perfunctory show of support, while privately finding her stubbornness almost funny. Before Lin Ling can argue more, a knock at the door cuts in from outside the dorm. Lu Zhe assumes their roommates might be back and goes to open it. Instead, Lu Zhe finds a nervous young student in a white school uniform standing outside and staring at him like he just met a celebrity. The student excitedly confirms that Lu Zhe is really Lu Zhe and awkwardly says he is a fellow new student. He admits he is disappointed he did not make the elite class, because otherwise he would have been Lu Zhe's classmate. Then he reveals why he really came. He accepted a campus errand to deliver Lu Zhe's school uniform box. Lu Zhe remembers hearing the uniforms would be sent over and realizes students can even earn academic credits by running jobs like this. The messenger points to his own uniform and mentions that the elite class version should look a little different, which only makes the class gap feel even clearer. Lin Ling walks over at that point and asks for hers too, introducing herself by name. The student instantly says he knows her, and with complete confidence calls her Lu Zhe's girlfriend while handing over a second box. That rumor hits both of them dead on, and Lin Ling immediately turns icy and demands to know who started it. The terrified student stammers that everybody says it, because the two of them always seem unusually close. Seeing the poor guy about to break, Lu Zhe steps in, calms Lin Ling down, and sends the messenger away before this turns into real trauma. The student flees down the hall, privately deciding this terrifying woman is the real devil here. Back inside, Lu Zhe can only stare at the annoyed Lin Ling and ask if she really had to scare him that badly. Lin Ling does not bother answering, and Lu Zhe is left awkwardly aware that people are really spreading boyfriend-girlfriend rumors about them. Once they open the boxes, Lu Zhe finds 3 different elite uniform sets inside, black with red stripes, white with black stripes, and blue with green stripes. As Lu Zhe lifts the black set, he notices the chest emblem matches the symbol on the delivery student's uniform and asks Lin Ling what it is. Lin Ling gives him an incredulous look and reminds him that it is simply Federal University's school logo. Then she adds the part that really lands. The logo is modeled after Earth, the mother planet of humanity. That answer hits Lu Zhe hard, because 3 months ago he was still living on Earth, and now even seeing its emblem feels unreal. But something about the shape feels off, so Lu Zhe immediately pulls out his phone and searches Earth's history. The history explains that in the pre-galactic era, humanity nearly destroyed itself in a global war so severe it even changed Earth's crust and outline. Lu Zhe is weirdly relieved to learn humanity stopped just short of total self-destruction, because otherwise none of this would exist at all. Lin Ling, thinking he simply has not seen Earth before, casually mentions that the solar system is only 200 light-years away and the trip from Dawn's system takes 10 hours. That is all Lu Zhe needs to hear, and he instantly grabs Lin Ling in a burst of excitement and declares that they are going to Earth to play. When Lu Zhe excitedly wants to head for Earth right away, Lin Ling stares at him like he has lost his mind. Lin Ling cuts him off, blushing as she reminds him they only have 3 days before school starts, and still have prep work to finish. Lu Zhe finally remembers his unused academic credits, and realizes a rushed Earth trip would barely last a day, so he has to admit Lin Ling is right. Even after accepting it, Lu Zhe still looks crushed because he is clearly thinking about Earth's food. Lin Ling backs away in disgust and tells him whatever he is imagining, that face looks indecent. Lu Zhe immediately defends himself, insisting he is thinking about Earth's history, cultural sites, and food as part of protecting human heritage. Near noon, Lin Ling decides to leave and warns that she will challenge him again later. Lu Zhe grins and teases her not to cry when she loses, and Lin Ling snaps back that she is not that weak before walking out. After Lin Ling leaves, Lu Zhe goes upstairs to his room and logs onto the Dawn network. His account still shows 9.1 million academic credits after lending out 700,000, but the moment he compares that to divine art prices, he already feels poor. He browses the school sections of the network and notices missions, forums, and a paid post from Bowie Ball, but 10 credits just to click it feels ridiculous. Then his mood jumps when he finds a food ordering section selling spirit ingredients and ready-made spirit meals, which solves his immediate survival problem. With that safety net in mind, Lu Zhe opens the divine arts section and braces himself for the damage. Most of the divine arts are priced even higher than Fire Clone, so he skips them almost immediately. The cheap end still starts with Wings of the Wind, followed by an ice divine art, and another special art he cannot use, so he keeps looking. At last he finds something that fits him, Wings of Lightning for 1.8 million academic credits. The description reveals that wind and lightning wings complement each other, and together they can form the stronger wings of wind and lightning. That means his wind and lightning powers can fuse just like his wind and fire, so the possible boost is big enough to make him genuinely excited. He buys Wings of Lightning on the spot and keeps browsing for the combined version. When Wings of Wind and Lightning appears with a 6 million price tag, Lu Zhe is stunned that the combined version costs far more than Wings of the Wind and Wings of Lightning together. It hurts, but he still buys it because the combat payoff is too good to ignore. After the purchase, only 1.3 million credits remain, and Lu Zhe can only stare at the number like he has just been robbed. He had optimistically thought his credits could last a month, but now he shuts the page before the rest of the catalog can hurt him any further. To calm down, he looks out the window at the bamboo swaying in the wind until the pain eases a little. Then he pulls himself back to work and opens the cultivation method for Wings of Lightning, which turns out to be even longer and harder than Wings of the Wind. To force his mind into top form, he burns the last purple orb left by the Black Tiger boss and dives into the new divine art. 3 nights later, Luze opens his eyes with lightning flickering in them and knows the effort paid off. Because Wings of Lightning overlaps with what he already learned from Wings of the Wind, he manages to master it completely in just 3 days. The downside is that his strongest purple orb is gone, so future comprehension will slow down from here. Even so, he figures he can finish the full Wings of Wind and Lightning within a month, and that thought makes him grin like a hunter who has found the answer. In his mind, that future means total freedom in the pocket hunting dimension. If he cannot kill a boss, he can at least outrun it and pick off the wounded ones. Feeling great, Luze sits down again and enters the pocket hunting dimension that same night. The moment he appears in the grassland, Luze immediately tests his freshly learned Wings of Lightning. Purple lightning gathers on his back and forms a pair of crackling wings that mirror his wind wings in shape. He vanishes in a flash and speeds through the area, but the test quickly shows that lightning wings are still slower than his wind version. Since his wind god art is much stronger, Luze switches back with a disappointed sigh and decides the new wings are not very useful on their own yet. So he returns to ordinary hunting and keeps grinding in the pocket dimension for 4 more days. On the 4th morning, hidden in a low bush, Luze spots a huge opportunity. A heavily injured lightning warhorse boss lying in the grass ahead. The warhorse is wrecked from some earlier battle, with shattered armor like scales, deep gashes, exposed organs, and a half-broken lightning horn dripping blood into the grass. Luze is shocked by how badly the warhorse boss was mauled, but the easy chance only sharpens his resolve to finish it off. He tells himself this is practically a good deed, and with his current strength he feels confident he can kill a boss in this state. Just as he prepares to move, a terrifying bolt of lightning slams down from the sky and strikes the warhorse first. The lightning element warhorse still howls and convulses from that strike, which tells Luze the thing behind it must be far more dangerous. Luze instantly decides to retreat, but the moment he turns, he finds a 4-meter white rabbit already standing only 100 meters behind him. The rabbit's long ears, red eyes, fat body, and especially the new purple horn make Luze realize this is the same monster that stole the purple rune before. Worse, Luze can feel that the white rabbit has grown much stronger since last time and may already be turning into a true super boss. He privately names it Rabbit 1, but the joke does nothing to help because the rabbit is staring at him like prey. Knowing he cannot escape, Luze tries one absurd last option and puts on his gentlest smile to show he means no harm. He barely starts introducing himself as a harmless passerby before the rabbit answers with a purple flash that kills him instantly. Luze wakes outside the dimension in horrible pain, convinced that attack turned him straight into dust. He bitterly complains that the damned rabbit could not even recognize obvious kindness, and swears he will remember this one. Once he calms down, the real problem sinks in. The rabbit was clearly still growing, and the region might eventually produce 2 terrifying lords instead of 1. After the pain fades, Luze leaves his room with a new plan. If his credits are disappearing this fast, he needs a steady source of income. That sends him to the 3rd floor and into a virtual reality pod, where he decides to check the Martial Trial Tower and earn academic credits the proper way. When the simulation loads, Luze finds himself in a huge virtual martial city filled with young people moving through broad streets. He quickly recalls what little he knows. This city hosts the martial leaderboard, which is only for martial arts students rather than the science and command tracks. The system splits rankings into one grand leaderboard and separate year-level boards, and the top spots pay out monthly academic credits. The rewards are big enough to matter, especially if someone can rank on both boards, so Luze immediately starts treating this place like a real money source. He also learns that students can live stream their virtual battles for paid viewers, which gives him another possible way to earn, as long as he hides some of his trump cards. A shout makes the whole plaza look up, and Luze is stunned to see the grand leaderboard switch places with senior schoolmate Margaret rising to number 1. Luze sees 1 large bronze tablet and 4 smaller ones floating overhead, with the top 3 names highlighted in gold and silver as the rankings shift. Then the board flashes in rainbow light as the 3rd-ranked name rises to 1st, and Luze is stunned to see that the new number 1 is Margaret. In Virtual Martial City, students stare up in shock as Margaret suddenly jumps to 1st on the overall leaderboard and crushes the seniors who had held the top spots for ages. The Federal University students quickly connect Margaret's leap to her huge battlefield rewards, especially the Heaven Crystal Fruit and Tao Enlightenment Room that could push both cultivation and god art higher. As the crowd talks, they also bring up Margaret's big performance on Planet 25 and wonder how veterans like Eldon and Lee Qingyun will answer her surge. The conversation shifts hard when someone notices Luze still is not on the first-year list, even though everyone has been waiting to see where a monster like him will land. One student finally mentions Boibo's paid blog, and the mood changes again because that post supposedly showed Luze beating a 3rd year before the guy could even react. When the number comes out, the crowd nearly chokes on it. Boibo claims Luze's combat power is at least aperture opening state with over 70 apertures. That estimate leads to an even bigger question, because if Lu Zhe really is that strong and still hiding something, he might enter the overall top 1000 the first time he climbs the tower. Then the complaints turn painfully practical. Lu Zhe has not even started school properly, yet his Planet 25 rewards and Boibo's blog money already make him richer than most of them can imagine. Hearing all this from the side, Lu Zhe feels absurdly pleased and agrees with their conclusion that he really is too strong. He checks the first-year ranking for himself, sees Lin Ling firmly in first, and privately decides he is probably the only freshman who can keep her in check. With that settled, Lu Zhe turns away from the crowd and heads for the sky-piercing Martial Trial Tower at the center of the city, because he wants to see his real rank instead of guessing. He remembers the tower rules on the way in. Entry costs credits, people only get 3 tries a month, and most students save those runs for when they are sure they can break through. Lu Zhe steps inside for his free freshman run, and the tower instantly throws him into a filthy black swamp instead of a clean practice arena. The first floor already proves harsher than the old high school seed competition, because the swamp itself is enough to slow weaker fighters before the enemy even appears. Then the mud erupts in front of him, spraying foul liquid everywhere as a giant black snake bursts out for a close-range kill. Lu Zhe casually blows the stench away with wind god art, amused to discover the technique works as air purification too. Before the snake can do anything, one wind blade flashes across its neck and ends the first level in an instant. The tower awards him just 10 academic credits, and Lu Zhe immediately feels how brutal student life must be for ordinary freshmen trying to earn resources this way. The next floor swaps the swamp for a huge dark forest, and a 3-meter furred beast charges him from behind almost the moment he arrives. Lu Zhe does not even bother turning this into a fight, and one sweep of violent wind hurls the beast away to clear level 2. When level 2 only gives 15 credits, Lu Zhe realizes many new students probably cannot even break 100 credits on a first tower run. After that, he starts sweeping upward floor after floor so fast that the early enemies barely count as resistance. By the 11th level, the tower finally gives him a more serious setting, a scorching wasteland ringed by volcanoes under a sky choked with ash. His opponent is a cock-erased stone man, a black rock-bodied alien with red fire glowing through the cracks like it is alive from the inside out. Lu Zhe is briefly distracted by how absurdly cute the race name sounds compared to the monster in front of him, and his curiosity turns into a deadpan joke about whether he could keep one as a toy. The stone man roars and charges with a blacklit punch, but Lu Zhe answers with the same clean solution as before and takes its head off in one slash. When the body collapses into loose stones and the tower pays out 100 credits, Lu Zhe is far more excited by the reward than by the weird biology. He learns the catch right away though, because that juicy reward only comes the first time a floor is cleared and cannot be farmed again. So Lu Zhe keeps climbing at full speed, cutting through level 12, 13, 14, and then racing onward all the way into the 30s without ever slowing down. Outside the tower, the quiet waiting finally breaks when someone on the street spots Lu Zhe's name shooting up the first-year leaderboard and shouts for everyone to look. That one sight is enough to grab half the city, because plenty of upperclassmen have been nervously waiting to see whether a freshman can really overtake them and wreck their dignity. At the martial arts building, Lin Ling is in the middle of a paid platform match against an aperture opening state senior, and even with weaker raw aura she keeps twisting the fight in her favor. After more than 10 exchanges, Lin Ling finally slips through his defense and plants her spear at his chest, forcing the senior to admit he has lost. The defeated senior immediately tries to turn the loss into an opening and asks for Lin Ling's contact so they can team up for profitable missions later. Lin Ling smiles and blocks him neatly by saying she and Lu Zhe are a fixed team, partly because that shameless guy used her as a shield before and now she decides to return the favor. Before the awkward senior can recover, someone in the crowd yells that Lu Zhe has entered the Martial Trial Tower, and the audience starts vanishing from their paid seats to check the ranking. Lin Ling drops the conversation on the spot and leaves too, because she wants to see with her own eyes what rank that troublesome guy is climbing to. Elsewhere in the city, Margaret watches the leaderboard with 2 senior students, and one of them still cannot believe the freshman she praised so much is really that strong. Margaret answers without hesitation that Lu Zhe may not be stronger than them yet, but his improvement is terrifyingly fast and he could absolutely overtake them soon. When Margaret goes even further and guesses Lu Zhe might break into the overall top 1000, both seniors are stunned because that would mean roughly 100 opened apertures of combat power. Margaret does not back down and quietly adds that Lu Zhe may still be hiding strength, leaving the others with nothing to do but keep watching. Not far away, Lu Zhe's old schoolmates like Lin Huan, Rin Zhan, Su Yang, Xufeng Zengxizi, and Liu watched the same bronze tablet with painfully complicated feelings. A few months ago Lu Zhe was just another classmate, but now even powerful seniors talk about him like a major figure, and his old friends can feel the gap opening in real time. Su Yang cannot resist poking Rin Zhan about his old dream of challenging Lu Zhe, and Rin Zhan snaps back that he is not suicidal enough to ask for that beating now. Xufeng Zengxizi stays quieter, thinking back to the time Lu Zhe casually turned down his invitation, and realizing that rejection now feels even stranger than before. Inside the tower, Lu Zhe reaches level 31 and lands on a gloomy planet full of blade-like winds that feel almost welcoming to him now. His control over wind is strong enough that the violent environment seems to rush toward him like family, turning the whole battlefield into his home ground. Across from him, a gray eagle with a wingspan over 100 meters steadies itself in the storm, already at the first aperture of aperture opening state. The eagle dives as a streak of gray light, but Lu Zhe answers with a 100-meter wind blade that cuts straight through the charge and splits the beast in midair. When level 31 pays out 10,000 academic credits, Lu Zhe finally gets the kind of reward that makes the aperture opening floors feel properly worth it. Inside the Martial Trial Tower, the battlefield flips to a metal-strewn wasteland, and Lu Zhe faces a familiar enemy again, a 10-aperture blade demon with no god art. Lu Zhe quickly figures out the tower's pattern and grumbles that the later rounds jump by 10 apertures at a time instead of giving him easy credit farming. The blade demon loses patience first and lunges at him like a black streak, eyes bloodshot and full of killing intent. Lu Zhe answers with a blazing wind blade, and the demon's own blade auras shatter against it almost instantly. The red slash cuts straight through, and the wind and fire tear the blade demon apart for another instant kill. The tower announces level 32 cleared and 15,000 credits earned, while outside the tower the watching students realize Lu Zhe has already climbed to second place. The crowd starts buzzing that Federal University somehow produced 2 first years at the aperture opening state, with Lu Zhe right behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling studies the ranking in silence, and knows he is about to pass her, because she can barely handle 70 apertures and completely loses at 80. Around her, Margaret, Ge Yuping, Su Yang, and Bo Yibao all stay locked on the board, waiting for the next jump. Then the tablet flashes with rainbow light. Lu Zhe's name leaps above Lin Ling's, and his new first-place rank turns gold. The watchers are stunned that he did it in barely a minute, and some start wondering if he is one-shotting every opponent the moment they appear. Lin Ling bites her lip, disappointed despite expecting this, because even she did not think Lu Zhe would blow past her so quickly. Margaret's companions can only conclude that if Lu Zhe passed Lin Ling this fast, his real combat power may already be around 100 apertures. They grumble that Lin Ling being absurdly strong is one thing, but Lu Zhe coming from an ordinary background and still becoming a monster makes even less sense. Margaret admits god arts were never fair anyway, and when the two complain that her own rewards were better too, she dryly says she only benefited from following Lu Zhe's lead. Their bickering even turns into a joke about stealing Lu Zhe for Emperor Capital, and the other guy immediately threatens to break his legs if he tries. Back inside the tower, Lu Zhe has already reached level 42 when the battlefield changes to a plain and a 5-meter barbarian in black armor steps out to face him. The tower identifies the towering barbarian as a human-related race built around terrifying physical strength, and this one already carries power equivalent to 110 apertures. The giant barbarian moves with absurd speed for his size and drives a huge fist straight at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe stacks wind, fire, lightning, his body god art, and a 6-fold strength boost, then throws a punch straight into the giant fist. The collision shakes the whole plane, but the barbarian's raw force still batters through Lu Zhe's arm and makes him recoil in disbelief. He flashes away on the wind to avoid the follow-up and can only stare at the barbarian like he is made of alloy instead of flesh. When the roaring barbarian charges again, Lu Zhe finally brings out his dark crystal first shield and squares up to trade punches for real. Their fists crash again, and this time Lu Zhe's crystal shield catches the barbarian's terrifying power even though a crack immediately splits across it. Lu Zhe repairs the shield with mental power on the spot, and the barbarian is the one who actually cries out and stumbles back. Seeing the opening, Lu Zhe vanishes to the barbarian's side and hammers a shield-covered, element-charged punch into his waist. The barbarian's bones crack, but pain only makes him more vicious, so Lu Zhe keeps smashing back every counterattack with heavier and heavier blows. After more than 10 brutal exchanges, the giant finally crashes to the ground with shattered bones, and Lu Zhe wins by being just a little stronger. The scenery changes again without giving him even a second to breathe, and Lu Zhe silently curses the tower's awful customer experience. He even decides that when he gets out, he is absolutely complaining to Nangong Jing, the female alcoholic, about whoever designed this thing. The next battlefield becomes a forest, and this time Lu Zhe finds a pale green-haired elf warrior waiting just 100 meters away. The tower calls him an ordinary elf warrior, but Lu Zhe is left speechless when that so-called ordinary fighter has only 30 cultivated apertures and the combat power of 120. Before Lu Zhe can finish processing that, the elf's wood god art whips the whole forest alive and sends countless branch spears and roots stabbing in from every direction. Lu Zhe goes all out with every major buff short of his last strength trump card and smashes the forest attack apart so violently that the whole area turns into a crater more than 10 kilometers wide. When the dust settles, Lu Zhe and the elf are floating face to face above the giant pit, and the atmosphere turns heavy before the real clash starts. Lu Zhe flashes green wings onto his back, uses Wings of the Wind, and appears behind the elf with a killshot kick aimed at his waist. But the elf reacts instantly and blocks that brutal kick with one seemingly delicate arm, proving he is just as monstrous up close. Their melee turns into a hidden storm inside the dust, with non-stop impacts carving deeper gorges through the shattered ground below. At the peak of the exchange, Lu Zhe roars and finally hammers the elf down into the ground hard enough to open another huge pit. Even on the ground the elf still looks cold, but his armor is torn, his body is cut open, and sparkling green blood is running from the wounds. Lu Zhe is bleeding from the mouth and breathing hard too, but he refuses to let the elf recover and dives straight back in. He pours everything into one last stomp on the elf's chest, and that final hit knocks the ordinary elf warrior out for good. Only after the dust clears does Lu Zhe grasp how absurd that fight was, because he needed nearly every trump card he had just to beat an elf the tower called ordinary. That result leaves him grimly aware of the gap in the cosmos, since even ordinary elves are this strong and humanity still survives under their protection. Outside the tower, the moment he clears the round the whole place erupts again, because Lu Zhe's overall ranking has jumped to 693. The spectators can hardly believe a first-year newcomer just beat a 120 aperture-level opponent and landed among the tower's top ranks. Some even compare Lu Zhe to a young Nangong Jing, calling him the kind of prodigy usually seen among the young dukes. Margaret and the two youths check the wider leaderboard for themselves, and even Margaret admits this result is far beyond what she expected. Lin Ling watches that same ranking in silence for a final moment, then clenches her teeth and leaves Virtual Marshal City to train harder. Back in the tower, the system confirms level 34 cleared and a 70,000 credit reward, then starts dragging him straight into the next simulation again. This time Lu Zhe immediately shouts for the trial to stop, because the next enemy will be stronger, and he has no reason to expose his last hidden card. The simulation halts and pays him properly, overall rank 693, first among first years, and a massive total of 556,075 academic credits. He is thrilled by the windfall even if it still cannot buy a divine art, then briefly regrets that this kind of tower reward can only be claimed once. A moment later the tower ejects him back outside, where the entire crowd instantly turns to stare at the man who just made huge news. The attention spooks him more than the fights did, so he leaves Virtual Marshal City immediately instead of staying to spar or talk. The disappointed onlookers can only watch him go, and then many of them rush off too so they can spread the news that Lu Zhe left the tower ranked above 600 overall. After leaving Virtual Marshal City hours later, Lu Zhe comes out of the pod in a good mood because his huge score just earned him 550,000 academic credits. But once he lies down in his quiet room that night, Lu Zhe admits his real problem is still combat power because he has defense and speed, yet his attacks are too weak and too costly. He sets a new goal on the spot, master Wings of Wind and Lightning so he can cover his offensive weakness and, more importantly, escape faster when things go bad. That resolve takes a hit when he opens the technique file and sees a ridiculous wall of text more than 12 million words long. With no boss-level purple orb left to help him, Lu Zhe swallows an ordinary purple orb anyway and forces himself into study mode. By the next morning, he wakes from the all-night grind exhausted and finally feels how much slower this is without those stronger orbs. After washing up, Lu Zhe gets a message from Lin Ling asking him to go to class together, so he changes into his black school uniform and heads downstairs. Lin Ling is already waiting at the entrance in the same black uniform, and Lu Zhe cheerfully praises the match while she coolly says she chose it because it looks steady like a military uniform. Lu Zhe ruins the mood by explaining that he picked black because it does not get dirty easily, and Lin Ling instantly looks at him like he is hopeless. When he asks what classes they even have today, Lin Ling realizes he never checked the timetable and her patience takes another hit. She finally tells him the morning schedule is Elf Cosmic Region and races followed by Universal Common Language, then the two fly off toward the teaching building. As the only freshmen in sight who can fly, they draw stares from the students running below, especially now that Lu Zhe's ranking result has made him campus news. Lu Zhe can only sigh at the attention and wishes class knowledge could just be downloaded straight into his brain instead of making him sit through it. The classroom falls quiet the moment Lu Zhe and Lin Ling walk in, and the whole room follows them with their eyes as they head for seats in the back. Even after they sit down, the whispers keep going, and Lu Zhe notices Yi Mu and the others still have not shown up before class starts. The first lecture opens with a giant holographic map of the elf cosmic realm, showing just how vast the universe really is compared with the young human race. The lesson explains that the elves sit at the center of a realm nearly 200 million light-years wide, shelter hundreds of races, and humanity survives near the edge by the magic realm. It also lays out the harsher truth that some races never receive elf protection at all, either because they are destructive by nature or simply too ugly to be tolerated. By the end, many students are still stunned by how small they are in the wider cosmos. But Lu Zhe has already absorbed the whole lesson with a purple orb and is mostly just hungry. When Lu Zhe casually says this lesson was easy enough to skip next time, Lin Ling looks ready to explode, so he quickly asks about the next class and she snaps that they are already in the right room. Lin Ling sharply informs him they are already in the right room, and Lu Zhe immediately goes quiet before he pushes her any further. The Universal Common Language lesson feels like a foreign language class, but with another purple orb backing him, Lu Zhe breezes through it while the room stays much lighter and more cheerful. After the morning classes end, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling fly back toward the freshman dorms, casually talking martial arts on the way. Near the dorm area, Lin Ling spots something strange below and points out a tiny silver-haired girl walking alone on the roadside where no child should be. The sight is so out of place that Lu Zhe asks Lin Ling to use her eye technique on the girl, just in case this is something dangerous hiding in plain sight. Lin Ling checks carefully and finds no obvious problem at all, which only makes the lonely little girl here feel even stranger. Before they can decide what to do, the little girl suddenly trips over herself and falls flat onto the road in complete silence. With nobody else around, the awkward pair lands beside her and checks whether she is hurt. Instead of crying, the little girl calmly announces that she fell down and needs a cute big sister to carry her up. Lu Zhe tries to salvage the moment by offering help as a handsome big brother, and the girl instantly rejects the idea hard enough to wound his pride. Lin Ling finally crouches down, gently helps Ying sit up, and brushes the dust off her pink dress and little face. Up close, they finally get a clear look at Ying, an adorable silver-haired child with huge blue eyes and a face so calm she feels oddly unreadable. Lu Zhe asks for her name, and after an awkward pause the little girl answers Ying, sounding exactly like she is trying to act cute on purpose. Lu Zhe thinks she is just playing cute until Lin Ling asks the same question and gets the exact same answer, making them realize that really is her name. Trying again, Lu Zhe asks where her family is so he can take her home, but Ying gives an answer that turns the whole encounter stranger in an instant. Ying says, very calmly, that her family is the stars, leaving Lu Zhe and Lin Ling completely thrown off and unsure whether she is lost, joking, or something else entirely. Then Ying suddenly stares at Lu Zhe, tilts her head, and says he is very special. She leans in and literally sniffs him, then says his aura smells nice and intimate instead of annoying, which unsettles Lu Zhe even more. Lu Zhe asks Lin Ling if there is anything unusual about him, but even with her god art she still cannot detect what Ying is sensing. That failure leaves Lu Zhe with a troubling guess that Ying may be noticing something tied to his mysterious red orbs, and he ends the moment staring at her, realizing this child is definitely not ordinary. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling study the silver-haired little girl and realize they still can't sense any malice or aura from her. Lu Zhe privately decides this child is definitely strange, especially when she keeps staring at Lin Ling with shining eyes. Lin Ling softens first and asks the little girl what she's doing here. The little girl answers in her own clipped way and says her name is Ying. When Lin Ling calls her little Ying, the child allows the closeness, and Lin Ling starts treating her with instant affection. Ying proudly explains that she came to find Tingting so they could go to school together because she just woke up. The pair are thrown off by the idea that a kindergarten-age child somehow came to Federal University just to meet a friend for class. Then the real problem hits them. Ying is not some teacher's child on campus at all, so no one knows how this little girl even reached planet Venus. Lu Zhe gently asks how she got here, hoping to learn whether an adult brought her. Ying tilts her head and answers as if it's obvious. She came because she wanted to. But when Lu Zhe asks about who brought her and where her parents are, Ying suddenly retreats and looks at him like he might be dangerous. She asks if he's the child trafficker Tingting warned her about, and Lu Zhe takes psychic damage on the spot. Lu Zhe hurriedly blurts out that he is a student here, desperate to look harmless after that child trafficker accusation. Ying simply accepts his answer, which somehow makes the whole exchange even stranger. Ying brings the conversation back to what matters to her and asks if they've seen Tingting. Lin Ling offers to help search and asks what Tingting looks like. Instead of describing Tingting with words, Ying casually lifts a hand and plunges the 10 meters around them into blackness filled with starlight. Inside that starry display, a projected scene shows Tingting at last, a smiling twin-pigtailed little girl pushing Ying on a rusty swing in a small garden. The impossible display makes both of them stop treating Ying like an odd child and start treating her like a real big shot. Their guesses spiral from an awakened cosmic god art to something even rarer. Ying might be one of the legendary star spirits born from starlight. Ying innocently asks again about Tingting, and that simple hope cuts through their panic. Lin Ling apologizes because she doesn't recognize the twin pigtailed girl from the projection. Lu Zhe notices the bigger clue in the image. The road outside the garden had an old four-wheeled ground car that shouldn't fit modern Federation life. When he asks where that garden was, Ying remembers just one word: Earth. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling immediately compare that memory to modern Earth and realized even Earth shouldn't still look like that. They try to explain it away as some preserved retro district, desperately reaching for a normal answer. Then Ying quietly says she went back and the swing was gone, which makes the time gap feel terrifyingly real. That one sad sentence pushes Lu Zhe and Lin Ling much closer to believing Ying really could be a star spirit who slept through ages. Lin Ling decides to act and offers to ask powerful people for help while letting Ying stay at Federal University for the day. Ying immediately asks if they can really find Tingting, showing that this ancient-seeming being still thinks like a lonely child. Lu Zhe also starts thinking practically. If Ying really is a star spirit, befriending her could mean enormous good for humanity. He even suspects Ying feels close to him because of his red orbs, which makes him wonder just how easy she might be to approach. Lin Ling sends an urgent message to Elder Lin with their guests and asks him to investigate both Ying and Tingting immediately. Far away in the Tuluan system, Elder Lin is in high spirits over Lin Ling inheriting his strength when her message suddenly arrives. The words suspected star spirit at Federal University hit Elder Lin so hard that the veteran powerhouse actually trembles. He immediately sees the scale of it. If Ying is real, this could become a huge chance for the human race and maybe even for healing his own old injury. So Elder Lin reaches out to an old partner he hasn't contacted in a very long time. On planet Jin Yao, that old partner is a skinny white-haired man fishing peacefully beside a waterfall and river cabin. Just as the fish he waited 3 years for finally bites, Elder Lin's call ruins the moment. He answers with a grin and a joke, but Elder Lin's tone makes him drop the banter almost immediately. By the end of the call, both old men are moving fast. Elder Lin will investigate, and the fisherman will personally arrange a response. Old One mutters that this is Lu Zhe again, clearly recognizing that the same trouble magnet is somehow involved once more. Back at Federal University, Lin Ling exhales after sending the message because this situation is far beyond what she and Lu Zhe can handle alone. Lin Ling tells Ying they need about a day to search and asks her to go rest and come back tomorrow. Ying obediently agrees, then immediately walks to the tree, hugs her red school bag, and settles down right there to sleep. Lu Zhe asks if she always rests like this, and Ying answers that the whole starry sky is her resting place. Unable to leave her there, Lin Ling gently invites Ying to sleep at her place instead. Lu Zhe quickly adds that both of them can come to his place, trying to keep the powerful little guest close and safe. Ying hesitates and asks if she can really go, looking unexpectedly shy for someone this frighteningly strong. Before they can move, two familiar figures descend toward the campus road in streaks of gold and pink light. The reinforcements turn out to be Nangong Jing and Shuyue Hesha, proving Elder Lin's side moved almost instantly. Lin Ling explains she specifically mentioned that Ying seems more comfortable around women, which is why these two were sent. Even in a crisis, Shuyue Hesha and Nangong Jing instantly start taking sharp shots at each other over who would be better with a child. Thankfully the clash stays verbal, and both women stop before the situation gets any messier. Ying barely spares the new arrivals a glance before quietly carrying her red school bag over to Lin Ling's side instead. Once the arguing settles down, Shuyue Hesha studies Ying and is shaken because the silver-haired girl feels like a harmless child, yet gives off no readable aura at all. Shuyue Hesha's eyes slide to Lu Zhe with a dangerous smile, clearly still annoyed that he rejected her before, but Ying's presence keeps her from picking a fight. Nagong Jing is no calmer, because even a sage's probe only found an ordinary-looking child wrapped in something frighteningly unreadable, which proves Ying is far beyond normal. Because nobody wants to provoke a being this mysterious, the humans send Nangong Jing and Shuyue Hesha over both to represent their side and to keep Lu Zhe and Lin Ling from carrying this alone. Lin Ling calmly pats Ying's head and introduces the two women as big sisters who came to help, which nearly gives Nangong Jing and Shuyue Hesha a heart attack. Instead of exploding, Ying just greets them sweetly as Big Sister Jing and Big Sister Sha, and that one adorable line cracks their guard. Nangong Jing awkwardly forces out the warmest child-friendly smile she can manage, and Lu Zhe can only watch in pain because she is terrible at this. Shuyue Hesha does much better, crouching down with a gentle wave so naturally that even Lu Zhe and the others stare at her like they are seeing a different person. Seeing students return to the dorm area, Lu Zhe quickly suggests they move this conversation into his dorm before the famous teachers and the mysterious child attract a crowd. Nagong Jing agrees and jokes that Lu Zhe always gets dragged into unbelievable trouble, from past disasters to meeting a being like Ying on his first day here. Outside, a few students in a flying car spot Shuyue Hesha and Nangong Jing near Lu Zhe, and their excitement turns into jealous gossip almost instantly. Then one student notices the little girl with them, blurts out a very bad guess, and immediately gets murderous looks from his friends for even thinking it. Back in Lu Zhe's dorm hall, Nangong Jing feels a little nostalgic for student life, and Shuyue Hesha immediately ruins the mood by saying Emperor Capital Academy had better dorms. Nangong Jing snaps back at once, and the two rivals are seconds away from another argument right in front of the child they are supposed to handle carefully. Lu Zhe cuts in fast and offers food instead, partly to stop the bickering and partly because he is already horrified by the idea of these two setting a bad example for Ying. But Ying blinks and asks what hungry means, and even what eating is, stunning everyone because this little girl has apparently never eaten at all. That hits Lu Zhe right in the soul, and he solemnly decides to save Ying from such a tragic life by personally teaching her the joy of good food. Lu Zhe brings out the precious gourmet spirit food Alice made, and the rich fragrance finally pulls open a flicker of obvious curiosity from Ying. Encouraged by Lu Zhe and Lin Ling, Ying hesitates for a second and then asks if she can really try it. Nagong Jing and Shuyue Hesha also gently encourage her, because if they can connect with what Ying likes, this fragile first bond might actually hold. When Lu Zhe says the food was made by an adorable older sister, Ying innocently asks whether that sister is as adorable as Lin Ling, and the whole room goes dead silent. Knowing he will die no matter what he says, Lu Zhe dodges perfectly and declares that Alice and Lin Ling are both adorable in different ways. Satisfied enough, Ying finally nods hard and admits she wants to eat. As they get ready to sit down, Lin Ling notices Ying never lets go of the red school bag and asks about it. Ying carefully explains that Ting gave her this bag and she wants to go to school with her, which makes the adults see just how much she treasures that friendship. That answer touches Chiyu especially, and she crouches down to praise Ying as a good girl in a voice so gentle even Ying accepts the head pat. Jing is left staring, suddenly realizing that Chiyu somehow has a real talent for dealing with children, while she absolutely does not. Zhe asks Ying to put the bag on the sofa so she can eat properly, and after a cautious pause she finally trusts them enough to let it go. At the dining table, Ying is too small for the chair, so Ling lifts her into her lap and settles her there to eat. Zhe proudly starts with his favorite sweet and sour pork rib, but Ling is the one who gets to feed it to Ying, which instantly makes him jealous. Ying swallows the pork rib in one bite and also bites off the chopsticks, leaving the entire table staring in disbelief. Chiyu panics for a moment and tells Ying to spit out the chopsticks, then remembers this child may be so abnormal that even that might be fine. Instead, Ying's eyes light up with pure delight, and she announces that it tastes really good, which is all the reassurance the room needs. A heartbeat later she asks Zhe for more, and he happily turns to the table only to discover the entire feast has already vanished. Not just the food, even the plates are gone, and when everyone looks back at Ying the oil on her lips makes the answer obvious. Zhe finally understands that teaching Ying to eat was a terrible idea, while Jing and Chiyu are quietly stunned that not even they saw her move. Ying innocently asks if all the good food is already finished, sounding more puzzled than guilty. When Zhe points at the table, he notices a bite missing from one corner, which means Ying even tried to eat the furniture. Ying calmly admits she ate everything and even complains that the table itself does not taste good, silencing the whole room again. Still in pain over his vanished meal, Zhe forces himself to teach her one basic rule. When people eat together, you do not also eat the chopsticks and plates. Ying immediately turns to Ling to check whether Zhe is telling the truth, which almost makes him spit blood after all the trouble he just went through. That helpless look on Zhe's face finally breaks the room, and the others burst out laughing at the sight of the big foodie getting completely outclassed by a tiny one. At lunch, Zhe glares at the three women laughing at him and silently swears he will get revenge later. Ling backs Zhe up and tells Ying they should eat the food, not the chopsticks and plate. Chiyu smoothly twists the joke and suggests handsome Zhe would not mind giving Ying his share too. Zhe almost enjoys the compliment until he realizes Chiyu is using it to feed Ying with his food, and he immediately suspects this is petty revenge. Ying innocently agrees that Zhe can eat extra, so he should be the one to share, and Zhe flatly refuses. When Ying turns pitiful and her blue eyes start watering, Zhe's resolve crumbles almost instantly. Zhe gives in by stages and finally promises her a small portion, grumbling inside that he somehow turned soft-hearted again. He consoles himself with a secret plan to eat extra later in his own room where Ying cannot see him. Ying lights up and calls Zhe a good man, and the praise somehow stabs straight through his pride. Seeing Zhe cave first, Chiyu and Ling also offer part of their meals to Ying. Zhe immediately looks at Jing too, making it clear everyone should contribute now. Instead of sharing food normally, Jing grins like a bad influence and offers Ying alcohol. The other three explode at once, horrified that this drunkard is trying to get a child like Ying to drink. Jing defends herself by saying she started drinking at 10 and turned out fine, which only leaves Zhe more speechless. When Ying asks what alcohol is, Ling quickly pulls her close and tells her good children do not drink it. Ying blurts out that she is a good child because Tingting said she must be one, introducing a name the others have never heard before. Chiyu piles on by saying a good child should not learn from this violent mother dragon, and Jing instantly snaps back. Before those two can start fighting again, Zhe cuts back in and resets the rules. Everyone will share food, and Ying must not secretly steal any. Ying simply says she did not steal anything, and the four of them realize she may see her impossible snatching as perfectly normal. Since Ying is willing to learn, Zhe has Ling teach her the utensils while they finish the meal, and Jing can only sulk with her own drink. Jing still tries to sneak Ying a drink, but with Ying determined to be good and the others watching closely, her plan fails. Defeated, Jing can only drink alone while Zhe decides the exhausting meal was still worth it because Ying seems warmer toward them now. After lunch, Ying becomes fascinated by home appliances and smart devices, so the four of them spend the afternoon teaching her modern basics. Once Ying learns how to use the internet, she gets completely absorbed in a children's cartoon like a normal little girl. By evening, the group sits on the sofa behind cartoon-obsessed Ying, and Zhe finally asks the question that matters: how did she meet Tingting? Ying brightens at once and assumes they want to meet Tingting too, promising to introduce everyone when she finds her. Happy to finally tell the story, Ying pats the sofa and has all four of them sit close around her. When Ying raises a hand into the air, the light in front of the sofa bends and her memory forms into a glowing star-made projection. Inside the projection, a tiny park appears, and a sleepy little Ying sits alone on a swing while other children keep their distance and only stare. As the park empties and night falls, the little Ying tries to get off the swing and immediately falls flat on her face again. Watching her repeat that humiliating move, Zhe and the others can only stare, realizing she really has a habit of collapsing face first. Then a round-faced girl with twin pigtails runs over in the dark and asks if Ying is alright. Ying calmly says she is fine and calls lying there a hug from the stars, leaving Ting completely baffled. After a determined little pep talk to herself, Ting decides this strange child still needs help and reaches down to pull Ying up. Ting strains until her face turns red, but Ying barely budges, as if she is glued to the ground. The moment Ying finally stands on her own, Ting loses balance and drops hard onto her but with tears in her eyes. The two girls stare at each other in a painfully awkward silence until Ying repeats Ting's words and offers to help big sister up. Watching that replay, Lu Zhe finally understands why Ying wanted a big sister to help her up earlier and feels oddly relieved she was not rejecting him personally. Once Ting gets up, she gets embarrassed or hurt enough to run off crying, leaving Ying alone again on the swing. The next day in the same park, Ying waits on the swing until Ting finally comes back, and the two girls lock eyes for a careful second meeting. This time they turn the stare into a contest, and after half a minute Ting gives up first and blurts out her own name. When Ying answers with her name, Ting immediately declares they are friends now and squeezes onto the swing beside her. From the sofa, Lu Zhe watches this absurdly simple friendship happen and can only think that children really do connect more honestly than adults. Ting chatters nonstop, asks if beautiful Ying is from somewhere else, and Ying gives the baffling answer that her family is the stars. Ting clearly does not understand that answer at all, but she pretends she does and keeps the conversation moving anyway. A second later Ting has already moved on to hugging Ying just because she thinks she is pretty and comfortable. Remembering Ying's earlier crash, Ting proudly decides to teach her how to use the swing properly. As Ting pushes from behind, Ying's calm eyes widen and the first real joyful smile the others have ever seen breaks across her face. That laughter in the little park even makes Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, Nangong Jing, and Chu Yuehesha smile as they watch the memory from the sofa. When it gets late, Ting heads home but happily promises to come back and play again tomorrow. The projection skips through many evenings after that, showing the two girls meeting again and again until Ying starts smiling more often. Then Ting drops bad news: school starts in 2 days, so she will not be able to come play all the time anymore. Ying latches onto the real problem at once and asks what school is and why Ting has to go there. Ting is stunned that Ying does not even have to go to school, then proudly explains that good children are supposed to attend. When Ying asks what a good child is, Ting struggles to define it and finally reduces the whole idea to rewards for good kids and punishment for bad ones. That simple warning works immediately, and a slightly alarmed Ying declares she wants to be a good child and go to school too. Ting eagerly tells her to wait there tomorrow, then runs off with a plan. The next day, Ting comes racing back carrying a red school bag and proudly announces she brought Ying a present. She explains she bought the bag with her birthday money so they can go to school together, and if the teacher refuses, they will just cry until she agrees. Ying accepts the bag and the idea without hesitation, and Ting hugs her in delight at the thought of going together. Before leaving, Ting tells Ying to wait there tomorrow morning, and Ying repeats with firm hope that she is going to be a good child and go to school. But the memory ends there, and on the sofa Ying quietly says she fell asleep after that and woke up to find the whole park gone. Even so, Ying is still full of hope and says that once they find Ting, they can finally go to school together. She even invites Lin Ling and the others to come to school too, and Lin Ling gently promises they will at least send her there and pick her up. The moment Ying is happy again, the four adults exchange grim looks because they all realize the truth may be much worse than she thinks. If Ying slept for far too long, Ting may be long gone, and none of them knows how a childlike star spirit might react to that loss. The possibility is so terrifying that they half-jokingly feel as if heaven just handed them the mission of saving the entire Milky Way. Chiu Yuehesha quietly checks whether Ying ever sleeps, hoping for a chance to discuss things later, but Ying says no. With no private window to plan, Lu Zhe makes the only decision he can for now and tells Ying they will stay and play with her. Early the next morning, Lu Zhe walks in and finds Nangong Jing still glued to cartoons with Ying after watching all night. Chiu Yuehesha and Lin Ling can only rub their foreheads while the same ridiculous wolf and sheep cartoon keeps changing settings but not its favorite gag. The mood snaps when Nangong Jing's phone rings, and her face turns serious before the others even ask what happened. Since Ying is still absorbed in the cartoon, the four quietly slip upstairs to Lu Zhe's room to see whether the search found Ting. Nangong Jing projects the report, and one look at her ugly expression tells everyone the answer is bad. The investigation really did find Ting, but the records show she was a human girl from 1900 years ago. They watched Ting's whole life unfold in the records, from the little girl with twin pigtails to a grown woman, a bride, a mother, and finally an old woman who lived to 83. One detail hits even harder. Ting had gone missing in the park on the first day of school at age 8, and her family later found her there unconscious. Later records show Ting spent years protecting that old park as a pre-war memorial, but after 1,000 more years even the park was finally demolished. The file has nothing at all on Ying, which confirms she is not human and somehow slept through nearly 2,000 years. Then they open the sage's notes on the star spirit race and learn these beings are born from starlight, appear only across immense distances, and take the form of life on the planet where they are born. The next line explains the mystery almost exactly. Young star spirits often fall into long, uncertain sleeps while growing up. That means cheerful little Ying is probably a young star spirit, and even that would place her at least in the cosmic realm, far beyond what humanity can resist. As they glance toward the window and think of Ying downstairs, Lu Zhe feels the familiar helplessness of a weak race in a brutal universe. Nagong Jing drinks to steady herself, and the group faces the real question. Do they tell Ying that Ting died long ago or try to hide it? Qiu Yuehesha points out the problem with lying. If Ying can find out on her own, letting a cosmic realm being wander around searching would be even more dangerous. But telling her is a gamble too, because even a good child might explode in grief after waking up to find her only friend gone. In the end, Lu Zhe argues they should be direct, and the others agree that telling Ying themselves is the least unstable choice. Lin Ling tries to lighten the mood by saying they may be overthinking this because Ying has always been a good kid. Then Lu Zhe abruptly asks whether a human race crisis like this comes with a good reward, because he wants to trade it for an offensive divine art. Qiu Yuehesha teases that if they survive, she might reward Lu Zhe with her first kiss, and he immediately backs away like he's facing a trap. Nagong Jing instantly bristles and accuses Qiu Yuehesha of trying to seduce her student away. Lin Ling shuts the nonsense down and drags them back to the real problem, but the stupid argument does help everyone breathe again. When they head back downstairs, Ying is still quietly watching cartoons, unaware that her world is about to break. They sit beside her in awkward silence, because none of them knows how to tell a child that the friend she promised to meet is already long dead. Lin Ling gently tests another path by asking whether Ying would stay here if Ting can't be found, with food and cartoons every day. Ying shakes her head and says she still has to find Ting because they promised to go to school together. When Lin Ling explains that grown-ups don't go to school as children do, Ying freezes in alarm at the idea that Ting might not be a child anymore. Even so, Ying stubbornly repeats that she still has to find Ting because they made an appointment. So Nagong Jing finally says they found Ting and asks Ying to look at something. The second Ying hears that, her eyes shine as she eagerly asks where Ting is. Nagong Jing projects Ting's life records in front of her, and the room goes completely still while Ying starts reading. As Ying follows the records from child to old age, the light in her eyes slowly fades away. Lu Zhe tries to say that Ting at least lived a happy life, but Ying suddenly screams for him not to talk. In the same instant, a terrifying cosmic pressure erupts from Ying, and everyone in the room locks up like prey under something impossibly stronger. The pressure carries no murderous intent, but it is so overwhelming that students across Federal University are jolted out of cultivation in panic. Across the Dawn system, ordinary people freeze in fear without understanding why, while the strongest experts feel even more clearly that this power could erase the whole Milky Way. Even far away on planet Lanjiang, Alice and Luli stop fighting at once when the pressure reaches them, while Merlin stands off to the side in cold sweat staring toward the sky. Beyond the Federation, other races feel it too, and even distant great powers in the elf and demon realms pause and look toward the Milky Way. Back in the Dawn system, the stars themselves seem to mourn as every nearby world goes dark and only Venus remains bathed in conscious-looking starlight. Inside the room, Ying just keeps crying under the falling starlight, and Lu Zhe's group realizes with shaky relief that she is grieving, not attacking. The three women can only watch her with aching sympathy while the strange starlight stays around her for a full hour like silent comfort. After crying herself out, Ying looks up and asks the most painful question of all. Was she punished because she failed to wait in the park and broke her promise to Ting? Qiu Yuehesha gently tells Ying that Ting protected their park until the end, so the girls she lost would want her to keep living happily too. When Ying asks if that is really true, everyone answers at once because they need her to believe that Ting still cared for her. Ying lowers her head and repeats what the stars told her, that life and death are part of the universe's cycle and Ting is still somehow beside her. The others are shaken by talk of conscious stars, but they still agree with her because right now all that matters is helping her accept Ting's death. As Ying finally calms down, the crushing pressure in the room eases and the group can breathe again. Lin Ling steps in first, wraps Ying in a hug, and gives the frightened child the comfort she can no longer hold back from. Once Lin Ling holds her, Ying breaks down sobbing that she failed her promise to go to school with Ting and blames herself for everything. Watching the adults soothe her, Lu Zhe is reminded that for all her terrifying power, Ying is still just a child trying not to hurt anyone. At last the starlight fades, the Dawn system's suns shine normally again, and the disaster that nearly happened starts to feel unreal. Far away, Ji Now Sage finally relaxes because it looks like humanity just survived a catastrophe by a hair. Across the Federation, people stare at the sky in confusion and fear, struggling to understand the galaxy-wide pressure that nearly crushed them. The Federation rushes out a public explanation, claiming a powerful being nearly passed through and that even the Blade Demons were affected, so it was not a direct attack on humanity. Back in the dorm, Lu Zhe realizes he is useless at emotional comfort and can only wait, while the others handle the crying child better than he can. Ying cries for an entire morning until Lin Ling's chest is soaked with tears, and only stops when she finally notices how wet her face is. Seeing a chance to cheer her up, Lu Zhe carefully offers Ying all his tasty food. The moment Ying asks if he really means it, Lu Zhe knows food still works on her, which is a huge relief for everyone. Lu Zhe painfully empties out his food stash because cheering Ying up now also means keeping a cosmic realm protector close to humanity. Ying starts stuffing herself nonstop, and Lu Zhe can only watch in silent pain as his supplies vanish into a tiny bottomless pit. 2 hours later, Ying reaches for more, and Lu Zhe panics because he only has one last steak left and has already decided to hide it. Now that food has pulled Ying out of her worst mood, Lu Zhe gently suggests that she stay with them from now on, with playtime, cartoons, and plenty to eat. Lin Ling, Qiuyue Hesha, and Nangong Jing immediately add their own offers, though Nangong Jing has to swallow her first idea when everyone glares at her. When the 4 of them promise this place can be her home, Ying finally agrees to stay. As soon as Ying agrees, Nangong Jing contacts Jin Yao Sage because this choice matters to the whole human race, not just their dorm. On planet Jin Yao, the sage bursts into delighted laughter at the news, then leaks enough aura by accident to make nearby living things shiver. He quickly moves the matter upward, because if Ying is really staying, the Federation has to decide how to handle a cosmic realm child inside human territory. By night, the dawn system looks peaceful again, which makes the morning's near extinction feel even more unreal. After their discussions, the authorities decide Ying can stay in Lin Ling's dorm because she is closest to this group, and they trust Lin Ling's military family background. The arrangement is clear now. This 4-person circle will care for Ying first, and Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha will cover things whenever Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are away. With the decision finally settled, Lu Zhe and the others can smile for real because they spent the whole day standing on the edge of disaster. Lin Ling asks Ying to stay with her that night, both to keep her safe and to start teaching her ordinary human habits like sleep. Nangong Jing tells them to bring Ying over tomorrow if she needs anything, then casually reveals that the higher-ups are preparing a very generous reward. The promise of more rewards makes Lu Zhe's eyes light up on the spot, and even the girls are pleased because real strength still takes credits and resources. After the women take Ying away for the night, Lu Zhe is left alone and admits this child was even scarier than the monsters that kill him in the pocket dimension. He heads upstairs, checks on his family, and finally relaxes when he hears everyone back home is safe. Alice's message that she already sent his supplies hits Lu Zhe right in the heart after the day's food disaster. Once the calls are done, Lu Zhe checks carefully that Ying is nowhere nearby before sneaking out his hidden last steak. During the night he returns to training, wakes in pain from another death in the pocket hunting dimension, and bitterly wonders why those bosses cannot be friendly like Ying. After the pain fades, Lu Zhe sits back up and starts digesting the new god art orbs he won from that deadly run. By the next morning, he finishes refining the orbs, uses more red orbs, and feels his strength steadily rising again. Lu Zhe gets ready to go find Lin Ling and Ying so they can visit Nangong Jing, but someone starts pounding at his door first. At the door, Yimu arrives with the others looking serious, still badly shaken by yesterday's terrifying pressure. Ian and Xavier asked if Lu Zhe is all right, admitting that the pressure nearly scared them to death because they were so close to the source. Lu Zhe keeps the real truth to himself, because if they knew a cosmic realm being had been right beside them, they would panic even more. Then Lin Ling arrives with Ying, and the whole group freezes when they suddenly see a silver-haired little girl in her arms. Tianyuan Qianhua blurts out in shock, and everyone else can only stare as Ying calmly stares right back at them. Yimu takes one look at Ying, one look at Lin Ling and Lu Zhe, and blurts out the most disastrous guess possible, that this is their child after just one night. Before Lu Zhe can explain, a bright red Lin Ling kicks Yimu straight into the pond and seals his power so he has to flail there the hard way. With Yimu swimming in stunned silence, Lu Zhe finally gives the official cover story that Ying is Lin Ling's relative, and for now that is all anyone is allowed to know. Back at the dorm, Yimu and the others politely greeted the silent little Ying, while Lu Zhe quickly said he and Lin Ling had to take her out for something important. Since yesterday's terrifying burst had the school checking for injuries, classes were suspended for 2 days, and Yimu's group left their questions alone and returned to cultivation, while Lu Zhe and Lin Ling took Ying out. Using Nangong Jing's address, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling brought Ying to a forest lake near Federal University, and stopped in midair when they saw 2 separate houses instead of one. Lu Zhe was still wondering which house belonged to Nangong Jing when Qiuyue Hesha flew out first, and Ying lit up and rushed straight to her. Qiuyue Hesha cuddled Ying and invited them inside, but Nangong Jing burst out of the other house at once and angrily demanded to know why Hesha was stealing her guest. When Hesha innocently claimed she thought Nangong Jing was drunk again, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling finally realized the 2 difficult teachers were actually neighbors by the same lake. Asked why they lived this close if they fought so much, Nangong Jing bluntly said it was so they could battle every day, and Hesha smugly answered that she was obviously stronger. Before their rivalry could turn into another fight, Lu Zhe hurriedly suggested visiting both homes, and the 2 women reluctantly agreed to start with Nangong Jing's place. The moment they stepped into Nangong Jing's living room, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling froze at the wreck inside. Wine bottles everywhere, and clothes piled across the couch in a total mess. Qiuyue Hesha casually swept the pile aside to make a seat and covered Ying's eyes, while even Nan Gongjing finally admitted the room needed a lightning-fast cleanup. Once the room was barely civilized again, Nan Gongjing took a drink and finally revealed why she called them over. The reward for the Ying incident had arrived. The reward list hit like a bomb. Each of them would get 100 million academic credits, 1 full month in the Dao Enlightenment Room, and custom armor forged from precious materials by a star-level expert. Even Lu Zhe, who had already seen expensive divine arts, nearly stopped breathing at that number, and the month-long Dao Room reward sounded even more outrageous after Margaret had only earned 3 hours. Chiu Yuehesha sighed that it was a pity Baron Fire Sage was away in the Chaos Cosmic Realm, because otherwise their armor might have been made by a sage instead of only a star-level powerhouse. That name made Lu Zhe wonder if Baron Fire Sage was the same ancestor Alice once mentioned, but either way he was already thrilled that people below planetary state were getting gear made by someone that high. Ying did not understand why everyone was so excited about rewards and forging, so she simply sat there content to keep watching cartoons. In a rare burst of sincerity, Nan Gongjing told Lu Zhe and Lin Ling that this absurd payout was really thanks to the two of them. Chiu Yuehesha immediately turned the mood teasing again by offering Lu Zhe a kiss as a reward, and he rejected it on reflex before that dangerous idea could go anywhere. Nan Gongjing burst out laughing at Hesha getting rejected, and Hesha hid her irritation behind a smile, while Lu Zhe desperately tried to move the conversation to something safer. Lu Zhe quickly steered things back to business and asked when the 100 million credits would arrive and how long they had to wait before using the Dao Enlightenment Room. Nan Gongjing said the academic credits would arrive that same day, but the Dao Enlightenment Room still had a queue, so they would have to wait a few more days. She also told Lu Zhe to come back tomorrow because she wanted to take him to meet someone, which made him suspect yet another reward was waiting. As the visit wound down, Lu Zhe could barely contain himself, already imagining that a month in the Dao Room might push him close to overpowering even God Art bosses. By lunchtime, Lu Zhe finally asked about food and got a grim answer. Nan Gongjing thought wine was enough, and Chiu Yuehesha admitted she could not cook. Lu Zhe immediately turned to the only reliable person in the room, and even Ying looked at Lin Ling with hungry expectation. Lin Ling gave in with a sigh, asked where the kitchen was, and headed off to cook in a house whose owner had clearly never used that room. An hour later, Lin Ling served a simple homemade lunch, and Ying happily dug in while Lu Zhe stared at the little girl as his food vanished again. That was when Lu Zhe fully accepted the tragedy. Ying was not his little ally at all, but his natural enemy at the dinner table. After lunch they moved to Chiu Yuehesha's home, and the contrast was immediate. Her place was clean, elegant, and covered in posters from her own concerts. Seeing those posters, Lu Zhe finally asked the question that had bothered him before. How did a young duke with serious cultivation duties still have time to hold concerts? Chiu Yuehesha calmly explained that the concerts were not a hobby at all, but part of the divine art she cultivated. To prove it, she spoke again with something strange hidden inside her voice, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling instantly slipped into a dazed trance. Her next line snapped through their minds and let them recover, leaving both of them shocked that her divine art was sound-based. When Hesha jokingly offered to show them the dance version too, Lu Zhe shut that idea down immediately because the voice alone had already been bad enough. Nan Gongjing snorted at all that finesse and boasted that she only needed her fists, immediately winning Ying's wide-eyed admiration. Chiu Yuehesha praised the famous Iron Fist young duke with a smile, and Nan Gongjing's proud grin stiffened the moment the old title was brought up. They stayed until evening, and when Lu Zhe and Lin Ling finally left with Ying, both women warmly told the child she could come back and visit anytime. Chiu Yuehesha's smile turned lightly threatening when she warned Lu Zhe that if Ying cried again, he would be the one in trouble. After separating from Lin Ling and Ying, Lu Zhe returned to his own dorm, cleaned up, and entered the pocket hunting dimension hoping today's luck would hold. The second map looked completely wrong when he spawned in: scorched yellow earth, blasted holes everywhere, violent wind, and crackling lightning like a battlefield after a catastrophe. Lu Zhe honestly thought he had entered the wrong map, because this shattered wasteland looked nothing like the grassland he expected. Then he spotted a giant ditch 5 kilometers away and found the blue bird boss lying inside with charred wings and barely any life left in it. The sight was so absurdly lucky that Lu Zhe almost felt crazy with delight, because a top boss was practically waiting there to be picked up. He rushed in with everything he had and punched through the blue bird boss's thin neck before it could resist at all. When the bird turned to ash, it left behind red, purple, and blue orbs, but no divine art rune, which immediately confused him. Instead of leaving, Lu Zhe studied the ruined area and realized the destruction kept going far beyond that first crater, so he started searching for more. 10 kilometers away he struck gold again, this time finding a gray lizard boss burned so badly that even its regeneration could only keep it barely alive. Calling himself kind for ending its suffering, Lu Zhe finished the helpless lizard boss and watched it leave 6 red, 3 purple, and 1 gray god art orb behind. But the missing rune bothered him more now, because he had started to assume every boss should drop one after his earlier black tiger kill. Soon he found another nearly dead gray lizard boss and happily harvested that one too, this time getting 5 red, 3 purple, and 1 regeneration god art orb. The pattern finally clicked for him when he noticed all the wounds were caused by lightning, which narrowed the likely culprit to one terrifying answer. Since the lightning warhorse was not strong enough to do this, Lu Zhe guessed the super white rabbit boss must have torn through the area and left these dying bosses behind. He still had no idea why that rabbit would do this or where it had gone, but those questions stopped mattering once he looked at the loot. With the danger out of sight and the bosses unable to fight back, Lu Zhe cheerfully kept sweeping the ruined map for more wounded prey and more free rewards. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe's scavenger run gets even luckier when he finds another badly injured lightning warhorse boss and a badly injured black tiger boss. He gets so excited by the free loot that he almost laughs himself hoarse and rushes off to grab as much as he can before the chance disappears. Then the hunt abruptly turns dangerous when terrifying roars roll across the distance, and a monstrous wave of power floods the air. Looking closer, Lu Zhe realizes this is far beyond the blue bird boss's level, and the storm on the horizon feels like true mortal evolution state power. When he notices the whole battlefield is moving straight toward him, he drops every other thought and runs for his life. He burns even more power and pushes sevenfold strength, but one look back tells him the disaster is still gaining on him far too fast. Even with death closing in, Lu Zhe spots one more heavily injured boss ahead and instantly decides the extra loot is still worth risking everything for. He dives to a ditch, kills the wounded gray lizard boss with one punch, and snatches its drops before the larger battle crashes overhead. With no time left, Lu Zhe drops into the ditch, hides with his chi stealth technique, and desperately hopes the monsters flying over him won't bother with one tiny nobody. From his hiding place, Lu Zhe finally sees the truth. The missing white rabbit is fleeing for its life while four terrifying beasts chase it across the sky. The first pursuer looks like an evolved lightning warhorse, armored in black with purple lightning runes and a pair of dragon-like horns blazing with destructive power. Another pursuer is a giant gray reptile nearly 100 meters long, slimmer than the lizard boss and shaped more like a rain dragon wrapped in gray mist. The third is an even larger version of the blue bird boss, now with 4 pairs of wings and enough wind to tear the whole area apart. The last pursuer is a tiger-like overlord whose black fur is overgrown with metallic crystal, making it look like a walking weapon. Their passing windstorm is so brutal that injured bosses nearby are swept up and ground into dust, and Lu Zhe can only watch his easy loot vanish in front of him. Staring at the sky, Lu Zhe finally realizes he is watching 4 overlord beasts, monsters on the same terrifying level as the horned lion from the first map. What shocks him even more is the rabbit itself, because it is bloodied but still strong enough to stay ahead of 4 mortal evolution monsters. Then the rabbit notices Lu Zhe's gaze, and a burst of mental force slams into him hard enough to black out his vision. When he comes to, Lu Zhe has already been kicked out of the pocket dimension and can only sit there stunned that the rabbit found him before the overlords did. Once the pain fades, his mood flips completely because this run gave him a massive pile of orbs and more room to grow. He counts everything carefully and finds 30 red orbs, 18 purple orbs, 1 wind orb, 3 regeneration god art orbs, 1 lightning god art orb, and 1 body god art orb. To Lu Zhe, the numbers mean real progress. Enough purple orbs to push his wings of wind and lightning, enough red orbs to rush toward aperture opening state, and enough god art drops to strengthen his fighting tools. The prophet makes him bold enough to think about challenging a real god art boss next, especially that blue bird once he finishes digesting these gains. He also remembers he still has 100 million academic credits and a month in the Tao Enlightenment Room, but the missing offensive divine art makes him decide to ask Nangong Jing before spending any of it. For now, he chooses the simpler path and starts cultivating with red orbs first. The next morning, Lu Zhe wakes up from a strong night of cultivation with his spirit force already raised to core martial state level 9 after using just 3 red orbs. Feeling how much stronger he has become, he judges that another night like this should be enough to break into aperture opening state. Instead of going to class, Lu Zhe heads out to see Nangong Jing, while Lin Ling takes Yinging to school because the little girl badly wants a normal classroom life. When Lu Zhe arrives at Nangong Jing's place again, he finds the floor covered in wine bottles all over after she had supposedly cleaned up before. Without making a fuss, Lu Zhe uses wind to neatly sweep the bottles aside, and Nangong Jing immediately tells him they are leaving. Lu Zhe asks who they are meeting, and Nangong Jing casually answers that she is taking him to see Jin Yao's sage. The name hits Lu Zhe hard, because this is one of humanity's 4 sages, but Nangong Jing treats it like no big deal and gives him one strange warning instead. Her advice is oddly specific. Whatever irrelevant things Jin Yao's sage says, Lu Zhe should just pretend he never heard them. Before Lu Zhe can make sense of that, Nangong Jing summons her private ship, the black droplet-shaped golden whirl, straight out of her storage ring. Lu Zhe follows her aboard, still half in awe that her ring can hold something this big. Half an hour later, Planet Jin Yao appears outside the window, and as they descend Nangong Jing repeats her warning not to react to the sage's nonsense. The ship lands in a quiet wild place under a waterfall, surrounded by dense forest, a river, and distant beast cries instead of any grand sage palace. By the river, Lu Zhe finally sees Jin Yao's sage and is startled that the legendary powerhouse looks like nothing more than a skinny old man in plain linen clothes. The old man calmly tells them to sit, and Lu Zhe carefully copies Nangong Jing because he suddenly realizes the sage is in the middle of fishing. Ji Niao Sage greets Lu Zhe by name, praises what he did on the Xiao battlefield and for Yingying, then casually adds that Lu Zhe is quite handsome, leaving him awkwardly pleased while Nangong Jing listens nearby. Then the sage unexpectedly compliments Lu Zhe's looks too, and Lu Zhe is caught off guard but secretly very pleased. Nangong Jing immediately ruins the solemn mood by bluntly asking why he is still fishing after 3 years with no hook and offering to jump in and grab a fish for him herself. Ji Niao Sage hurriedly stops her and blurts out a ridiculously gentle pet name, calling her Jing Jing and insisting that would defeat the whole point of fishing. Lu Zhe almost laughs at hearing that childish nickname for the violent alcoholic, but one glance from Nangong Jing makes him swallow it instantly. When Lu Zhe wonders what their relationship actually is, Nangong Jing answers with one clean reveal: Ji Niao Sage is her ancestor. That revelation leaves Lu Zhe speechless, because Nangong Jing was already monstrous enough before he learned she was a living sage's descendant. Ji Niao Sage ends the riverside chat and brings them into the little wooden shack for tea. Inside, the room is almost bare, and the sage calmly brews tea with a purple teapot and a few golden leaves. Lu Zhe is intrigued by the blade-like aura from the tea, and Nangong Jing explains that these rare Jinggi leaves from another race can slightly improve the odds of learning metal god art. Lu Zhe is surprised that precious outside resources can help someone learn god art, and Ji Niao Sage casually undercuts the mystery by saying he mainly drinks this rare tea because it tastes good. Lu Zhe copies them and gulps the tea down, only to discover it feels like swallowing knives. Watching the sage and Nangong Jing enjoy it like fine liquor leaves Lu Zhe in genuine self-doubt about whether his taste buds are the problem here. Nangong Jing happily says the tea feels like strong alcohol and immediately turns shameless, asking her ancestor for more of his Ji Niao burning sun. Ji Niao Sage flatly refuses because he is nearly out himself and says he will buy more at the East Region gathering in 2 years, leaving Lu Zhe to silently conclude that both ancestor and descendant are complete alcoholics. When Ji Niao Sage refuses Nangong Jing's request, she immediately pouts, already annoyed before the old man even starts lecturing. Ji Niao Sage sighs that teaching little Nangong Jing how to drink was a mistake, and Lu Zhe is stunned to realize this old man helped turn her into a drinking addict. The old man keeps piling on, complaining that Nangong Jing drinks, fights, and lazes around so much that she still cannot find a boyfriend. After draining his cup, Ji Niao Sage mourns that he may die before ever holding Nangong Jing's child, and she barely reacts because this is clearly an old routine. Nangong Jing tells him to stop talking nonsense because he still has 1,000 years left, but Ji Niao Sage calmly says his kind of sage only has around 2,000 years total. He turns to Lu Zhe and says the human race will depend on their generation next, and Nangong Jing's eyes briefly show a sadness she quickly hides. Lu Zhe blurts out that cosmic system beings should live for hundreds of thousands of years, and Ji Niao Sage tells him their sages are not normal cosmic system cultivators. Lu Zhe connects the dots at once. Humanity reached cosmic system level far too fast for normal cultivation, so something unnatural must have happened 1,000 years ago. Ji Niao Sage reveals that after humanity sought help from the elf race, 12 top human talents accepted a deal to be forcefully raised to cosmic system state. The price was brutal. They fed cosmic system life force into the elves' divine tree and cut themselves down to only 4,000 years of life. That shortcut also burned away their future potential, but it gave humanity the strength to fight for territory across the last 1,000 years. He adds that only 4 of the original 12 still remain, with Elder Lin barely hanging on, and the loss of their comrades hangs heavily in the room. Even while talking about old friends dying off, Ji Niao Sage still sounds irritated at Elder Lin for ruining his earlier chance to drink and catch up properly. Lu Zhe sits there shaken, realizing these sages gave up long lives and limitless futures so humanity could stand where it does now. For the first time, Lu Zhe feels why they are called sages, because their title comes from sacrifice for the human race, not just overwhelming power. That leaves Lu Zhe with a clear resolve. He has to become strong enough to make their sacrifices matter. He also realizes just how terrifying the elf race is, because creating 12 cosmic system experts was apparently not even difficult for them. Ji Niao Sage tells Lu Zhe that whatever god art he carries is less important than the fact that he and the other prodigies must carry humanity's future. He even says Lu Zhe's talent may be better than Nangong Jing's and that he might truly reach cosmic system state one day. Lu Zhe answers with a grin that maybe another path will appear for the old sages, but either way he will not dodge the burden of being human. Satisfied with that answer, Ji Niao Sage instantly swerves back to matchmaking and tries to sell Nangong Jing to Lu Zhe as a top-grade beauty with a cosmic system ancestor. Lu Zhe feels the murderous pressure immediately, and realizes one wrong answer here could get him beaten to death. Nangong Jing cuts in helplessly, reminding her ancestor that Lu Zhe is her student and complaining that he really says this to every suitable man he sees. The old man doubles down anyway, pitifully whining that he just wants to see Nangong Jing marry, have a baby, and maybe even let him hold the next generation too. To escape that disaster of a topic, Lu Zhe hurriedly asks what the East Realm gathering actually is. Ji Niao Sage explains that the elf cosmic realm is split into central, north, south, east, and West regions, and the Milky Way belongs to the East Realm. He adds that every 5 years the races under elf protection in the East Realm hold a major exchange gathering, but only races with cosmic system power are allowed in. Lu Zhe finally understands the scale of it, and realizes the elves rule over at least hundreds of races in this enormous realm. Seeing his interest, Nangongjing bluntly says he can stop dreaming because only top mortal evolution prodigies and fresh planetary state elites usually get to attend. She says 2 years is too soon for him, though with his talent he should be ready for the gathering after that, and Ji Niao Sage agrees with her. Lu Zhe refuses to admit defeat inside his own head and quietly swears he will come back in 2 years strong enough to embarrass both of them. Ji Niao Sage enjoys that reaction and says that even if Lu Zhe cannot reach the East Realm gathering yet, there is still a 4-race social gathering next year. He tells Lu Zhe that the human race will host it this time and expects the younger generation to show human strength there. When Lu Zhe asks what that event is, Nangongjing explains that humans are allied with the winged race, barbarian race, and round race, and their younger generations compete before each East Realm gathering. Naturally, Nangongjing cannot resist adding that she took first place in the 4-race tournament when she was still a student. Lu Zhe dismisses her showing off on the spot, because in his mind getting first there is something he can obviously do too. Ji Niao Sage adds a strange piece of history. The winged race and barbarian race visited Earth in ancient times and became part of its myths. That makes Lu Zhe wonder if the huge barbarians he already met are the real source of Earth's old giant legends, and now he is bizarrely curious about the cute-sounding round race too. Ji Niao Sage tells him to train hard for the 4-race gathering, then shamelessly promises that if Lu Zhe wins, he will introduce Nangongjing to him again. Lu Zhe ignores that trap and asks a practical question instead, wanting to know what the Dao Enlightenment Room does before he spends his 100 million academic credits. Ji Niao Sage explains that the Dao Enlightenment Room uses Dao Enlightenment stones to sharpen comprehension and make universal laws clearer, which is especially good for learning God arts and divine arts. Nangongjing immediately frowns and tells Lu Zhe to stop getting distracted, because he already bought Wings of the Wind and should focus on one divine art first. Lu Zhe casually replies that his Wings of the Wind has already materialized and is probably close to perfection, which instantly stuns Nangongjing. She can barely believe it, because Lu Zhe has had that divine art for less than 10 days and her own speed is nowhere near that absurd. When Ji Niao Sage asks what is wrong, Nangongjing explains Lu Zhe's progress, and even the old sage ends up wearing a strange look. To prove he is not exaggerating, Lu Zhe summons a pair of fully formed green wind wings behind his back right in the room. That visual proof leaves both of them speechless, and Nangongjing takes a direct hit because she was the one who bought the technique for him. Ji Niao Sage explains that Wings of the Wind is only one half of the old Wind and Lightning Sage's signature move, Wings of Wind and Lightning. He says Lu Zhe could combine the two if he also had Lightning God art, and the mention of the fallen Wind and Lightning Sage briefly brings a shadow of old grief back. Lu Zhe awkwardly admits that he already has Lightning God art too, has nearly perfected Wings of Lightning, and is currently learning Wings of Wind and Lightning itself. That answer hits both of them so hard they practically get stomach pain, because Lu Zhe has gone from learning one technique to combining both in barely 10 days. Nangongjing is especially irritated now, because she did not even know he had already started cultivating the higher combined version. For Ji Niao Sage though, the shock quickly turns into hope, because Lu Zhe's growth finally looks like the kind of miracle humanity has been waiting for. He realizes the human race may really have a successor who can reach cosmic system state before the current sages die out. Instead of more lecture, Ji Niao Sage bursts into delighted laughter and rewards Lu Zhe on the spot with a 20% discount on all resources and divine arts. He follows that by upgrading Lu Zhe's honor badge to level 2, giving him more prodigy privilege while stopping short of the dangerous young duke rank. Then his tone turns serious again as he reminds Lu Zhe that every resource and divine art in human hands was bought with the lives of people who ventured beyond the Milky Way. He tells Lu Zhe plainly that no matter how strong he becomes, he must never disappoint the human race. Caught off guard by both the reward and the trust behind it, Lu Zhe simply nods and accepts, deciding that this is something he will prove through action instead of words. Ji Niao Sage is pleased that Lu Zhe accepted the human race's expectations instead of acting like a selfish genius. The old sage starts teasing again about Lu Zhe and Nangongjing, and she snaps before he can even finish the sentence. Ji Niao Sage bluntly says their child would be a monstrous prodigy, but Nangongjing refuses to put humanity's burden on some future kid when she plans to become strong enough herself. Dropping the matchmaking, Ji Niao Sage turns serious and reminds Lu Zhe that talent brings privilege, but also real duty to take missions for humanity. Lu Zhe agrees without hesitation, making it clear he understands that responsibility. Ji Niao Sage immediately adds a more personal warning: missions matter, but Lu Zhe's life matters more, because a dead genius cannot protect anyone. That concern lands with Lu Zhe, and he warmly promises he understands. Ji Niao Sage warns him not to flaunt his full strength, because enemy races will hear about any rising monster and start hunting him early. Lu Zhe likes the idea of hiding his true edge and secretly farming power until he can crush stronger enemies in one strike. With the warning settled, Jinyao Sage tells them the Dao Enlightenment Room opens the day after tomorrow and sends Lu Zhe to Nangong Jing for guidance on purchases and cultivation until then. Lu Zhe thanks him as Old Man Nangong, and under Nangong Jing's murderous stare he has to awkwardly commit to the title. Jinyao Sage happily sends them off with one last push for the young pair to spend more time together, and Nangong Jing bolts before she explodes again. Once they are gone, the old sage sits alone and pulls out an old photo of 12 brilliant young dukes from his own generation. He remembers how those prodigies forced a breakthrough for humanity at terrible cost, choosing to sacrifice their own futures because someone had to. His hand stops on a black-haired woman in the photo who resembles Nangong Jing, and he quietly admits he still misses Yunqi. Even so, the sage steels himself, promising his fallen companions that the old generation will hold the line until humanity can hand the future to someone like Lu Zhe. Outside, Lu Zhe trails behind Nangong Jing and nervously wonders if following this angry woman back to the ship is about to get him beaten up. Back in the flying ship, Nangong Jing sits on the couch expressionless, and Lu Zhe deliberately chooses a seat far away so he has room to react if she attacks. The silence drags on until Nangong Jing quietly tells him not to disappoint the old man who has taken such a liking to him. Lu Zhe answers sincerely that he will not, because he genuinely wants to repay Jinyao Sage's trust and generosity. That soft moment lasts exactly one beat before Nangong Jing smiles kindly and suddenly slams Lu Zhe into a familiar headlock. She angrily pounds the same sore spot on his head, furious that Lu Zhe learned Star Crippling Punch so quickly when she has made no progress in 3 months. Lu Zhe protests that being talented is not his fault, and the reminder awkwardly makes Nangong Jing stop hitting him. Trying to recover her dignity, Nangong Jing lets him go and shifts straight into teacher mode, asking what kind of divine art he actually needs. Lu Zhe says his biggest gap is offensive power, so the next divine art he buys needs to hit hard. Nangong Jing explains that she can only guide him in strength-type paths, and when Lu Zhe asks, she casually reveals her strength god art can amplify her power 23 times. That absurd number makes Lu Zhe realize again that Nangong Jing's body is monstrous, and she confirms her battle blood god art constantly tempers her physique to handle it. She breaks down the rule Lu Zhe needs to remember: strength god arts are limited by the body, while elemental arts depend more on power and mastery. She adds that Star Crippling Punch is much stronger when body god art and strength god art supported together, so raw talent alone is not enough. Nangong Jing says mastery matters just as much as ceiling, using Wings of the Wind to show that a divine art only reaches its true boost if the matching god art is developed enough. Lu Zhe says his current Wings of the Wind already feels maxed out, and Nangong Jing tells him his wind god art has begun to surpass what that technique can fully use. She warns him not to get dazzled by huge amplification numbers either, because even legendary techniques are useless if the user's body, power, or mastery cannot survive the cost. That advice makes Lu Zhe rethink his shopping list, because Fire Clone suddenly looks wasteful when his fire god art is still his weakest path. After reviewing his latest god art orbs and his own strengths, Lu Zhe decides to build around wind and lightning first, with Star Crippling Punch reserved as a trump card. When Nangong Jing asks if he has decided, Lu Zhe firmly says he will choose a wind or lightning divine art first, then buy Star Crippling Punch. Lu Zhe opens the Dawn Network and finds Jinyao Sage already upgraded him to Honor Level 2 with a shiny 20% discount stamp. He happily buys Star Crippling Punch at the discounted price and feels even more how generous old man Nangong's support really is. He hovers over Fire Clone for a moment, still tempted, but accepts that his current fire path is too weak to make the technique worth the drain. Instead, Lu Zhe buys Green Jade Slash, a wind divine art with an 8-fold ceiling that fits his present build far better. After the 2 purchases, Lu Zhe can only stare at how brutally fast his academic credits vanished once divine arts were involved. By the time the ship reaches planet Venus, Nangong Jing stops him from leaving and orders Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to come train at her place for the next 2 days. Lu Zhe agrees, but one look at her eager expression tells him she also plans to use this teaching time to beat on him. When Lu Zhe protests that he has not even eaten lunch, Nangong Jing reveals neither of them can cook and casually suggests skipping food entirely. Her backup plan is even worse, because she cheerfully suggests they can just drink alcohol instead. By evening, Lu Zhe finally flies home battered and exhausted, his forehead bruised from a whole afternoon of Nangong Jing's merciless flicks. Still, the painful session paid off, because Lu Zhe now understands strength god art much better and can use 8-fold force without his body cracking apart. At the dorm, he finds Ying squatting in the bamboo grove and chomping through bamboo like a tiny starving panda. When Lu Zhe asks what she is doing, Ying turns around with shining eyes and bluntly announces that she is hungry. Lu Zhe asks about Lin Ling and learns she is shut in her room cultivating, which Ying adorably describes as eating power. Since both of them need food, Lu Zhe decides to order spirit cuisine for the dorm. For only 500 academic credits, Lu Zhe orders a whole table of aperture opening state spirit food and waits with Ying for it to arrive. Half an hour later, a fellow student delivers 11 box dishes to the dorm door, and cannot hide his admiration when he sees Lu Zhe casually paying for food that would cost him half a month of work. Once the food is set out, Ying smartly climbs onto a chair with a cushion and the two of them dig in at full speed. Lu Zhe gets crushed in the eating contest, managing less than a fifth of the meal, while Ying happily wipes out the rest. After cleaning her little oily face, Lu Zhe tells Ying to watch cartoons if she cannot sleep while he goes back to cultivation. Ying quietly settles on the couch with her cartoons, and Lu Zhe heads upstairs to train, ending the day on a rare peaceful note. Sitting on his bed, Lu Zhe settles his next cultivation order: Master Wings of Wind and Lightning first, Green Jade / second, and Leave Star Crippling Punch for last. He plans to use the Dao Enlightenment Room with Purple Orb help, then spends 2 days training with Lin Ling at Nangong Jing's place by day and cultivating with Red Orbs alone at night. When Lu Zhe enters the pocket hunting dimension again, he comes back expecting fallout from yesterday and wonders whether the rabbit died or the 4 overlords did. He reappears in grass taller than a person, scans the area, and finds the map strangely calm, with only ordinary core martial state beasts fighting in the distance. The fake piece throws him off, and he drops back to the ground because staying in the sky is the easiest way to get noticed by stronger bosses. A thunderous clash suddenly rolls in from far away, and Lu Zhe freezes when he senses not 2 but 4 god art signatures in a single fight. He races over and finds a huge dark cat wrapped in lightning battling a green-black scaled leopard, and both beasts are using 2 god arts at once. Seeing ordinary high-level beasts using dual god arts, Lu Zhe realizes the whole map has changed and starts suspecting yesterday's rabbit caused it. His guess gets even stranger when he wonders if that rabbit somehow sparked a beast power-up across the map, but after remembering how many times it nearly killed him, he refuses to believe it is actually kind. Whatever caused it, Lu Zhe quickly sees the upside. These upgraded beasts are finally worth hunting, and this level is still within his reach. Using Wings of the Wind, he flashes above the leopard and drives down a brutal punch packed with wind, fire, lightning, and body god art. The leopard's regeneration starts too late, and Lu Zhe smashes it straight into the ground and kills it in one blow. The dark cat barely has time to panic before Lu Zhe vanishes again and crushes its waist with another overwhelming hit. As both beasts turn to dust, Lu Zhe confirms the change for real when their drops include multiple god art orbs from the powers they swallowed. Happy with the new hunting value of this map, he keeps roaming and farming stronger prey all day. A day later, after killing an even stronger black-scaled leopard with power around 120 apertures, Lu Zhe is left bloodied and breathing hard in a battlefield full of giant craters. The beast's explosive growth makes Lu Zhe think the map is accelerating because so many bosses died yesterday, and that unsettling idea barely has time to settle. Without warning, the whole sky darkens, and Lu Zhe looks up expecting some monster to be blotting out the sun. Instead, he sees a distant golden beam pierce down from heaven to earth, and a vast obscure aura sweeps the map as beasts everywhere start roaring. Before Lu Zhe can understand any of it, his vision goes black and the pocket hunting dimension forcibly throws him out even though he was never killed. Back on his bed, he sits there dumbfounded because for once he came out of the pocket safely, but with absolutely no idea why. The story cuts back inside the pocket world, where the golden pillar has turned the landing site into a wasteland and the 4 overlords are glaring at it. Under that pillar, the gigantic white rabbit lies covered in wounds and heals at terrifying speed. The moment Lu Zhe disappears from the dimension, the golden light vanishes, the white rabbit opens its eyes, and the 4 overlords choose to flee instead of attack again. By the next night, Lu Zhe stops obsessing over the pocket mystery, decides it is far beyond his level, and focuses on the stronger orb harvest he brought back. His mood lifts when he remembers one practical thing. At least this time the pocket dimension did not eject him by killing him first. That relief turns into motivation when he remembers Nangong Jing flicking his forehead, and he throws himself into cultivation with revenge as fuel. By morning, 3 red orbs later, Lu Zhe finally pushes his spirit force up into the aperture opening state. Feeling the new strength in his body, he enjoys the fact that his spirit force is still behind his physique but no longer absurdly far behind it. When he comes downstairs after cleaning up, he finds Ying watching cartoons and Lin Ling standing there waiting. Lin Ling explains that she panicked when Ying vanished after cultivation and went looking for her, then immediately scolds Lu Zhe for not sending a message. Lu Zhe fires back that Ying was just hungry and chewing bamboo outside, which leaves Lin Ling awkwardly realizing the misunderstanding was on her. With that settled, Lu Zhe cheerfully suggests they head to Nangong Jing's place for another day of tutelage. Lin Ling agrees, but first she goes to cook breakfast for Ying, and Lu Zhe shamelessly asks to be fed too. Lin Ling grumbles that Ying is learning bad habits from Lu Zhe, but Ying's eager face still melts her into cooking for both of them. After breakfast, the 3 of them head to Nangong Jing's house together. Lu Zhe knocks, and to his surprise the one opening the door is Qiuyue Hesha instead of Nangong Jing. Qiuyue Hesha barely spares Lu Zhe a glance before opening her arms and scooping Ying up with obvious affection. Inside, she casually explains that her divine art improved yesterday, so she came over to test it by sparring with Nangong Jing. The idea that 2 young dukes already fought each other hits Lu Zhe and Lin Ling hard, and they instantly regret arriving too late to watch it. Lu Zhe wisely swallows the question of who won, because either answer sounds dangerous. Nagong Jing comes downstairs, says the virtual reality pods are ready, and immediately turns the morning into a proper training session. Chiuyue Hesha instantly volunteers to teach too, and Nagong Jing bristles when she jokes about stealing her students away. Far from objecting, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling privately love the idea of getting coached by two young dukes at once. Once Ying is left to play, the four enter the virtual training area in loose martial arts robes, ready to split into teacher-student pairs. Chiuyue Hesha teases Lu Zhe by offering herself as a sexy personal tutor, and he immediately dodges the trap by insisting Nagong Jing suits his style better. So Chiuyue Hesha claims Lin Ling instead, then theatrically complains that Lin Ling calls Nagong Jing's sister but still keeps her at teacher distance. Lin Ling smoothly fixes it by calling her sister Hesha too, and Chiuyue Hesha lights up while Nagong Jing glares in silence. The joking stops when Nagong Jing turns to Lu Zhe and gives a simple order to begin. Lu Zhe explodes forward with a stomp, cracking the floor as he closes the distance in an instant. He attacks without elemental god arts on purpose, stacking spirit force, physical power, body god art, and strength god art so Nagong Jing can judge his fundamentals cleanly. His right fist crashes toward Nagong Jing's shoulder with enough force to ripple the air. Nagong Jing stays completely calm, lets a hint of gold flash in her eyes, and catches the attack with one hand. The shockwave makes Chiuyue Hesha and Lin Ling pause their own start, and Chiuyue Hesha is genuinely surprised by how much Lu Zhe has grown. Lin Ling watches even more closely, because even with Elder Lin's heritage pushing her forward, Lu Zhe is still ahead and she badly wants to overtake him. Even Nagong Jing notices that Lu Zhe is stronger than yesterday, though she keeps that approval to herself. The instant their hands meet, Lu Zhe feels his force scatter apart under Nagong Jing's control, and before he can retreat her finger is already on his forehead. She flicks him again, and the impact snaps his head back so hard he has to disperse the force through his whole body just to land properly. Nagong Jing tells him his force control is too loose and his movements are too big, but she also admits his damage mitigation is improving fast. Lu Zhe knows exactly why his damage control improves so much, and the answer is that Nagong Jing has already flicked him hundreds of times. After Nagong Jing flicks Lu Zhe back and points out his flaws, Chiuyue Hesha watches with an amused smile, and Lin Ling takes her turn by asking Sister Hesha to start her training. 2 days later, Planet Jinyao finally opens a slot in the Dao Enlightenment Room, so Nagong Jing takes Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, Chiuyue Hesha, and Ying there at once. They bring Ying along because the four of them are the people she trusts most, and leaving her alone in the dorms sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. At Old Man Nagong's shack, Ying steps out and looks around curiously while the old man waits for them outside. Nagong Jing gently tells Ying that this is her great-grandpa and asks her to stay with him for the month while they cultivate elsewhere on the planet. Ying stiffens and asks the question she really cares about: are they truly staying on this planet, or are they going to leave her behind again? Lu Zhe rubs her head and promises they are not leaving, trying to calm the old wound she still carries. Old Man Nagong squats down and warmly adds that she can still feel the big brothers and sisters nearby, so she has nothing to fear staying with him. After hesitating, Ying accepts because she can sense that the four will still be somewhere on planet Jinyao, and she asks them to come back early. Lin Ling squeezes Ying's face and promises they will return in a month, keeping the goodbye light instead of sad. Chiuyue Hesha hugs Ying and reassures her even more directly that big sister will not abandon her. Just before leaving, Nagong Jing suddenly warns her great-grandpa not to let Ying drink, because a hungry Ying becoming an alcoholic would be pure chaos. Old Man Nagong agrees, and soon the flying ship lifts off for Jinyao City while he and Ying stay below watching it leave. Their destination is a small black-walled city far from the shack, packed with cannons and barriers and looking like a fortified block of dark chocolate. After landing at the space station outside the city, Chiuyue Hesha starts briefing Lu Zhe and Lin Ling on the rules because breaking them here is a serious offense. She explains the first hard rule: no ship is allowed to fly over Jinyao City, because this is Dawn System's treasure vault and any violator gets shot down immediately. She adds that visitors must register at the gate, go only to their assigned reward area, and never wander around on their own. The final warning is even stricter: no flying and no fighting inside the city, or the reward itself can be confiscated along with extra punishment. At the gate, Lu Zhe is stunned to find the man on duty is Luo Bingqing, the famous white-haired genius apparently doing gate guard work with absurd elegance. Luo Bingqing opens his eyes, sees Nagong Jing and Chiuyue Hesha arriving together, and is visibly thrown off before he even notices the two students behind them. Nagong Jing cheerfully tells him they are here for the Dao Enlightenment Room, and the news lands like a direct flex. When Luo Bingqing checks the records and sees that both Nagong Jing and Chiuyue Hesha each have a full month booked, even his hands stiffen for a second. He says they earned a lot this time, and Nagong Jing and Chiuyue Hesha answer with breezy smiles that make it obvious they are hiding the real story. Luo Bingqing lets that mystery go, but when he asks about Lu Zhe and Lin Ling's rewards, he clearly expects something far more ordinary. Lu Zhe casually says that he and Lin Ling are also here for the Dao Enlightenment Room, which shocks Luo Bingqing even more than before. He checks Lu Zhe's file first, sees a full month of Dao Enlightenment time, and his frozen smile says he finds the result almost impossible. Then he checks Lin Ling's profile too, gets the same answer, and has to accept that both freshmen somehow pulled off a reward worth a fortune in academic credits. In the end, Luo Bingqing only warns them not to waste such an enormous opportunity, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling thank him seriously. After authenticating all 4 of them, Luo Bingqing watches them enter and quietly starts piecing together what kind of mission could have paid out this much. He remembers the recent night when the whole Dawn system was swallowed by darkness, and wonders for a moment if that terrifying event could possibly be connected to these 4. He quickly dismisses the idea as too unlikely, then turns back to the more practical pressure in front of him. The 4-race social gathering is only a year away, and time is running short. Inside Jinyao City, Lu Zhe is stunned to discover that even ordinary black-armored patrol squads are all at aperture opening state. Lin Ling quietly points out that the patrol leader is already at mortal evolution state, which makes Lu Zhe feel like a beginner all over again. Negong Jing explains that the city's defenses are this outrageous because the most precious human treasures are stored here, making it the safest place in the entire Dawn system. Chiu Yuehesha adds that guarding this place pays extremely well, which is why even a graduate like Luo Bingqing is willing to stand watch at the gate. Soon they reach the Dao Enlightenment Room district, a plain-looking area that hides 24 separate cultivation enclosures inside. 2 male students are about to enter when they notice Nangong Jing and Chiu Yuehesha, and then go even more blank when they recognize Lu Zhe and Lin Ling too. The 2 students stare between the enclosure doors and the freshmen, barely believing Lu Zhe and Lin Ling reached the Dao Enlightenment Room when they themselves only fought for 2 short hours. Negong Jing snaps them out of it by reminding them that Dao Enlightenment time is precious, and standing there gawking only wastes resources. The 2 students hurry inside, and Lu Zhe's group waits outside because their turn is only minutes away. 3 minutes later, 2 enclosures open again, and the students step out smiling from the gains they just made inside. Negong Jing immediately sends Lu Zhe and Lin Ling in first, because even a moment of empty enclosure time is considered wasteful here. Under the other students' shocked looks, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling verify their identities and step into the Dao Enlightenment rooms. Once the door seals, Lu Zhe finds himself alone in a silent white chamber with glowing walls and a single cushion, stripped of every distraction except cultivation. Knowing his 1 month is too valuable to waste, Lu Zhe sits down, opens the saved Wings of Wind and Lightning file on his phone, and prepares to attack the next divine art. He uses a purple orb from a boss to sharpen his mind, then starts studying the fusion art now that both Wings of the Wind and Wings of Lightning are already at their limits. Almost immediately, Lu Zhe realizes the Dao Enlightenment Room is working. As he studies, he can actually sense the hidden rhythm of wind and lightning in the world instead of groping in the dark. The effect is still weaker than the God Art orbs and runes from the pocket dimension, but it is enough for Lu Zhe to judge that his learning speed here can nearly double. He sinks so deeply into cultivation that an alarm jolts him out of it, and he nearly crushes his phone before remembering he set that reminder himself. The alarm exists for one reason: no matter how useful the Dao Enlightenment Room is, Lu Zhe still refuses to miss a trip into the pocket hunting dimension. So he closes his eyes inside the enclosure and enters the pocket hunting dimension again. The instant he appears on the grassland, Lu Zhe senses a huge threat behind him and vanishes with Wings of the Wind before the attack can land. A deafening explosion tears up the ground where he stood, and from 1 kilometer away Lu Zhe finally sees the attacker clearly, a 50-meter black anaconda. The giant snake hisses and surges after him, turning the fight into a fast chase instead of a clean opening exchange. Lu Zhe drops fire from the equation, wraps himself in black enhancement, wind, and lightning, and decides to use this dangerous fight to practice the fusion art he studied all day. The fusion is rougher than combining ordinary god arts, but Lu Zhe already has the key idea, so now he forces himself to refine it in real combat. The anaconda spits out a thick blast of black spirit force, but with Wings of the Wind active, Lu Zhe stays just ahead of its nearly 130 aperture power and keeps dodging. After several exchanges, the wind-lightning fusion in Lu Zhe's hands suddenly turns unstable, threatening to blow up his timing mid-fight. Even so, Lu Zhe forces the moment forward, flashes above the anaconda's head with Wings of the Wind, and drives a wind and lightning fist down onto its metallic scales. Lu Zhe's wind and lightning punch slams straight into the gray anaconda boss, and the clash rips a huge section of grassland apart. When the light clears, the anaconda is horribly burned and bleeding, but Lu Zhe is in bad shape too, sprawled on the ground with his right hand torn up. The damage is mostly self-inflicted, and Lu Zhe grimly realizes his first real wind-lightning fusion nearly blew him apart. Still, his body arts kept him alive, so Lu Zhe forces himself up, grabs the drops from the dying boss, and leaves before stronger beasts arrive. As he flies through the grass using regeneration god art, Lu Zhe notices this region has changed again, with strong aperture opening beasts showing up far more often. That makes G-stealth even more important, but with his new speed, Lu Zhe starts thinking he might finally be able to outrun even the blue bird boss. With that confidence, he drops back into ruthless hunting mode and keeps sweeping the grass plain for stronger prey. 2 days later, Lu Zhe finally corners a 5-meter black sheep with 1 green horn and 1 purple horn, his first target here that clearly carries 3 god arts. The black sheep does not hesitate at all, instantly wrapping itself in black power, wind, and lightning before launching a brutal charge at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe answers with black crystal defense and green wings, blinking sideways fast enough to leave afterimages as the charge misses by a hair. He tries to counterattack, but the sheep immediately layers wind blades and lightning around itself, forcing Lu Zhe to dodge again. Then Lu Zhe hardens his resolve, telling himself one failed fusion is not enough to stop him today. He slams fused wind and lightning into the sheep's side, and the explosion tears a huge bloody hole through the beast's body. But the fusion backfires on him again, and Lu Zhe shoots upward with his right arm hanging broken and bloody. He can only complain inwardly that every use still blows him up, even if this attempt was slightly less disastrous than the last one. Since the sheep is slower than him, Lu Zhe calmly keeps his distance and lets Regeneration God Art rebuild his arm in midair. The moment his arm recovers, Lu Zhe dives back in and drives another fused strike straight into the sheep's existing wound. The attack kills the sheep by shredding its insides, and Lu Zhe's arm breaks all over again from the backlash. Even so, Lu Zhe is satisfied that every reckless attempt teaches him more about fusion, and he already plans to sharpen it later with purple orbs and the Tao Enlightenment Room. Before he can relax, 3 powerful auras rush into range, and one of them is the blue bird boss he knows too well. Lu Zhe quickly realizes the stronger new ecosystem cuts both ways. Better prey also means dangerous beasts roam in denser packs and get drawn in by every big fight. He turns and makes a run for the gap between the 2 weaker beasts, hoping to slip away before the blue bird catches him. The blue bird boss instantly locks onto him with a piercing shriek, and Lu Zhe feels the awful truth that it is still much faster than he is. His idea of dragging the other 2 beasts into the chase falls apart immediately, because they flee sideways instead of helping hold the boss back. So Lu Zhe switches plans on the fly and chases the slower beast instead, deciding he only needs to outrun another target, not the boss itself. That slower target turns out to be a huge gray-furred cat, and Lu Zhe shamelessly sticks to it like a curse. To make sure the cat cannot shake him off, Lu Zhe peppers it with wind blades and lightning, not to kill it, but to slow it down for the boss. For a moment, Lu Zhe thinks the plan worked and that the tougher cat should be enough to stall the blue bird while he escapes. Then Lu Zhe suddenly freezes, because a black-haired young man is standing in the sky ahead of him, and the man looks exactly like Lu Zhe himself. Even the gray cat senses something is terribly wrong, and the blue bird boss reacts first by fleeing from this new figure. The next instant, the double glances at Lu Zhe, vanishes, and drives a force into Lu Zhe's stomach so hard that his vision goes black. Lu Zhe wakes in the glowing Tao Enlightenment Room, drenched in cold sweat and still aching everywhere from that impossible encounter. Once he confirms the pocket hunting dimension is still connected and his body is fine, Lu Zhe realizes the problem must be inside that world, not with his own exit. He replays the sight of that second Lu Zhe and judges the stranger was not absurdly beyond reach, but still around mortal evolution level and eerily identical in both face and aura. Lu Zhe can only guess at 3 possibilities: another world's Lu Zhe, a projection made by the dimension, or an illusion-type boss wearing his face. No matter which answer is true, Lu Zhe reaches the same conclusion: the only useful response is to get stronger, fast. He settles on a brutal routine from here on: study divine arts by day, hunt in the pocket dimension at night, and digest God Art orbs after every run. A month later in the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe finally faced the blue bird boss head-on, hovering in the air with his completed wings of wind and lightning spread behind him. He was excited because this fight would test everything he had gained in the Tao Enlightenment Room, from green jade slash to a barely usable star-crippling punch. The blue bird boss sensed his hostile intent at once and answered with an angry shriek that made the surrounding whirlwinds spin even faster. Lu Zhe opened with green jade slash, condensing a deep green wind blade that looked simple but carried a far sharper and denser structure than ordinary wind blades. He fired the slash across the sky, and the blast around the bird exploded so hard that violent winds spread for kilometers and shredded unlucky beasts far away. When the storm cleared, the blue bird boss was still unhurt, and Lu Zhe could only grimace at how absurdly tough its defense was. The bird answered with a storm of wind blades, but Lu Zhe flashed through them with his fused wings and confirmed that his speed now outmatched the boss. Since speed alone would not finish the fight, Lu Zhe switched to star-crippling punch and drew dark, crushing power into his right fist. He burst past the wind blades and appeared behind the bird, only for the boss to twist around and stab at him with a beak wrapped in dangerous blue wind. Knowing his defense was the weak link, Lu Zhe refused to tank the hit and smashed his empowered fist straight into the beak instead. Their clash blasted black and green light across the sky, shaking the whole area hard enough to send weaker beasts fleeing and stronger ones turning toward the fight. Lu Zhe was thrown back kilometers and left panting, and he realized star-crippling punch was brutally strong but so draining that he could only use a handful of them. Then he spotted a tiny crack in the blue bird boss's beak and blue blood dripping down, and his mood flipped from strain to real hope. Once Lu Zhe realized the boss's raw power was not beyond him, and its speed advantage was gone, he decided to settle a month of bullying right here. He vanished again, and the next clashes came so fast that the sky only flashed with impacts while Lu Zhe kept injuring the bird and forcing it back. By outrunning the bird completely, Lu Zhe finally got above its head and dropped another star-crippling punch straight through its wind defense. The punch wrecked the blue bird boss from the head inward, and its eyes went dark as the giant body dropped out of the sky. Lu Zhe could barely stay airborne after the fourth punch, but he was thrilled because the monster that used to butcher him was finally dead. At the corpse, he watched the loot appear and was happy to get a wind god art orb, though he was annoyed that no divine art rune dropped again. But the battle had drawn in other powerful beasts, and with his strength nearly spent, Lu Zhe grabbed the drops and chose to retreat instead of pushing his luck. He escaped easily with wings of wind and lightning, leaving the slower beasts howling behind him. That good mood died instantly when a purple lightning flash cut him off and the super white rabbit boss appeared in front of him. The rabbit looked different now, with a gold mark on its forehead and a fully grown lightning horn, and instead of attacking at once, it stared at Lu Zhe with wary confusion. Lu Zhe got confused by the hesitation and even tried to flash his best handsome smile, thinking maybe the rabbit could be reasoned with. The moment he smiled, the rabbit's confusion vanished, and it blasted him with purple lightning before he could do anything else. He woke back in the Tao Enlightenment room in pain and immediately spiraled into offended confusion over why his smile still ended with him getting killed. Then the answer hit him. The rabbit must have mistaken him for the second Lu Zhe had met before, and his familiar smile gave away the match. That made the rabbit's behavior make sense, but it also left Lu Zhe wondering what exactly his stronger double had done to terrify it so badly and how the rabbit had survived the four overlords. His brief victory high collapsed just as fast, because right after killing the blue bird boss and feeling invincible, he had been instantly reminded that this map could still erase him. Since this was his last night in the Tao Enlightenment room, Lu Zhe pushed the frustration aside and looked around with real reluctance, knowing this place had powered up his growth enormously. He measured his gains with satisfaction, knowing his normal strength had already reached the tertiary aperture opening stage, and should now be close to Margaret's level after only a month at school. Thinking about shocking Lin Ling and the others with that progress, he sat down and used the fresh orbs to squeeze out one last round of improvement before time ran out. The next thing he heard was the cold system notice that his time was over, and the special laws he had been sensing in the room vanished on the spot. With a sigh, Lu Zhe got up and stepped outside into the bright, comfortable sunlight. At almost the same moment, Lin Ling came out of the room next to his with a grin, and Lu Zhe realized they only had to wait a little longer for Nangong Jing and Xiuyue Hesha. But the people waiting outside were already staring, because a month earlier they had seen these two new students enter and never expected them to stay inside this long. Word had already spread online that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling vanished after entering, with even Yimu joking that they had run off on a honeymoon, so everyone assumed they were in normal solitary cultivation by now. Now that assumption shattered, because seeing them walk straight out of the Tao Enlightenment room after a full month meant these two freshmen had just set a terrifying new record in the Dawn system. After a full month inside the Tao Enlightenment room, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling step out to find four people staring at them in open shock. Thinking the rooms should never stay empty, Lu Zhe awkwardly plays senior and tells the next two to hurry in. The two students finally snap out of it and rush inside, while the two elders keep sneaking baffled looks at Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. With her gains from the room boosting her confidence, Lin Ling immediately asks Lu Zhe for a spar the moment they get back. Lu Zhe teases her about losing, and Lin Ling fires back just as stubbornly, convinced this time she can finally beat him. Lin Ling quietly judges her chances, trusting her month of progress, her spirit eye advantage, and the new strength god art she grasped in the room. Her smug grin gives away that she is already imagining revenge for all the times Lu Zhe beat her before. Lu Zhe instantly ruins the mood by telling her not to cry when she loses, and Lin Ling snaps that he will be the one crying. Before they can keep bickering, Nangong Jing and Xiuyue Hesha come out of their own rooms looking just as energized by the month-long training. Nangong Jing checks how the two are doing, and both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling admit the Tao Enlightenment room helped them a lot. Xiuyue Hesha suggests they leave first and go pick up Ying, casually revealing she actually missed the little girl. At the city gate, the guard has changed from Luo Bingqing to a skinny brown-haired young duke named Derek, who immediately starts chattering about their absurd reward. Nangong Jing jokes that next year's four-race social gathering will be easy because she can protect everyone now, and Derek looks honestly relieved. Derek starts to turn toward Xiuyue Hesha and then awkwardly freezes when she cuts him off and tells him to focus on his job. Once they are back on the ship, Nangong Jing explains the awkward scene. Derek is one more suitor chasing the pink-haired fox. Xiuyue Hesha answers the whole thing with pure shameless confidence, saying it is normal for people to like her because she is pretty. Her line leaves the whole cabin weirdly quiet, and Lu Zhe suddenly remembers the walls of her house covered in her own posters. A few minutes later, they reach old man Nangong's place and find him and Ying sitting side by side at the river, fishing with the exact same serious face. The four hold back their laughter, half charmed and half stunned that quiet little Ying has apparently added fishing to her hobbies. Then Ying suddenly hooks something huge and jerks up her tiny rod with shining eyes. A hideous 4-meter fish flies out of the river, and the others can only stare at the ridiculous sight. Ying proudly tugs the old man's sleeve and announces she caught a small fish, making the scale of the joke even worse. Old man Nangong praises her, kills the giant fish without any visible power, and casually strips it clean with a single pat. He immediately pulls out a huge roasting rack and spices with the smooth confidence of someone who has clearly done this many times before. While roasting the fish, the old man glances over and notes that all four of them made very good progress in the Tao Enlightenment Room. Their smiles die instantly when he says this roasted fish is only for Ying, and anyone else who wants some can go catch their own. To make it worse, he casually orders them to catch one for him too, and the whole group ends up fishing and roasting fish together. During the meal, Nangong Jing asks the old man if staying with Ying helped his condition at all, because everyone still hopes her mysterious race can save him. Old man Nangong has to disappoint them. Ying seems newly born, has not accepted her race's heritage yet, and cannot explain the power she carries. Seeing their disappointment, he reminds them there are still 2,000 years left, so there is no need to panic yet. After the meal, the four get ready to take Ying back while old man Nangong stays behind to handle his own matters. Ying cheerfully promises to come back and play, and the old man answers like a doting grandfather who already has her favorite meal ready. Even as she leaves, Ying keeps glancing back at the river, already attached to the place after a month of fishing there. Old man Nangong sends them off with one last warning not to let their cultivation slip, and they board the ship back to Venus. On the flight back, Nangong Jing gleefully realizes Ying is the first thing in 6 years that stopped the old man from nagging her to get married. Chiu Hesha immediately mocks her for being exactly the kind of problem that would make any elder worry. Nangong Jing blows up at the insult and challenges Chiu Hesha on the spot, bragging that her latest gains are enough to smash that smug chest. Chiu Hesha accepts without hesitation, and now even Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are eager to see a real young duke-level fight. Lin Ling also turns that fighting mood on Lu Zhe and reminds him their own spar is still waiting. Ying watches the adults around her with quiet curiosity, as if trying to understand why this group treats fighting like a normal conversation. Back at Nangong Jing's home, the two women rush upstairs so fast Lu Zhe can only wonder why everyone around him is battle crazy. Before leaving, Lu Zhe gently settles Ying on the couch with cartoons, and her obedient little yes instantly makes him feel she is the only normal one here. Upstairs in the virtual arena, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling arrive just in time to see Nangong Jing and Chiu Hesha already facing off with terrifying pressure rolling out from the stage. They retreat tens of kilometers inside the adjustable battlefield because watching this kind of fight up close without spectator mode would be suicidal. Nangong Jing powers up first, turning into her golden-haired combat form with a far stronger aura than before. Chiu Hesha answers with a faint pink veil that feels dreamy and dangerous, and even from far away Lu Zhe can feel his mind start to slip. Lu Zhe forcibly steadies himself with mental force, and realizes Lin Ling has been hit even harder by the same seductive god art. He snaps Lin Ling awake with a shoulder pat, and she can only blush harder at how absurdly dangerous Chiu Hesha's god art is. Meanwhile, Nangong Jing has already expected the mental attack, stomps forward through it, and bursts toward Chiu Hesha in a violent golden charge. Her first roaring punch goes straight for Chiu Hesha's chest, and even Lu Zhe is alarmed by how brutally direct it is. Chiu Hesha retreats with a soft humming sound, and that melody itself turns into another layer of pressure Lu Zhe has to resist. Nangong Jing presses harder, forming golden armor and loading star crippling punch with enough force to shake the air even from dozens of kilometers away. Chiu Hesha meets that killing blow with a pink veil over her palm, twisting the force into chaos before their hands finally collide head-on. Golden and pink light explode across tens of kilometers, forcing Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to retreat even farther just to stay out of the aftershock. When the light clears, the two women are still standing apart, and Nangong Jing snorts that this was their 4,328th duel and still only a draw. Chiu Hesha smugly adds that between them there has only been one win each, with the other 4,326 fights ending exactly the same way. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling can only stare, stunned by how long these two have been fighting each other, and how tiny the gap between them really is. Even while admitting their power is still far beyond him, Lu Zhe quietly locks onto a new goal: give him at most 2 years, and he will surpass both of them. After their own duel, Nangong Jing and Chiu Hesha come back and ask Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to spar so they can judge their strength for future missions. Lin Ling immediately says she already planned to fight Lu Zhe, and Chiu Hesha grins and openly cheers for her to beat him. Nangong Jing agrees and pulls back with Chiu Hesha, quietly realizing the two students have grown fast enough to one day fight beside them. On the stage, Lin Ling summons a long spear, points it at Lu Zhe, and warns him not to hold back because she will not go easy either. Lu Zhe answers with a teasing smile, saying whether he holds back depends on her performance, and if she still loses that would be embarrassing. Annoyed, Lin Ling explodes forward first, vanishing in a burst of speed as her spear thrusts toward where Lu Zhe was standing. Lu Zhe slips aside with wings of wind and lightning, but Lin Ling's spirit eye tracking lets her redirect the spear straight to his new position. When Lin Ling pushes even more chi into the attack, Lu Zhe realizes she also picked up strength god art, and that her growth is no joke. He answers with raw toughness instead of dodging, coating his fingers in black force and flicking the spear tip hard enough to numb Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling adjusts instantly, changing the spear's angle and sending sharp chi at the spots that are hardest for Lu Zhe to defend. Lu Zhe knows he could win by simply moving faster than her eyes can follow, but he deliberately stays near her level so her god art can expose flaws in his technique. The drawn-out spar turns into a brutal lesson for Lu Zhe, because Lin Ling keeps reading his movement habits and tagging him whenever his form slips. After hundreds of rounds, Lu Zhe is ragged but already healing, while Lin Ling grows more convinced that he is shamelessly using her as practice. Lin Ling finally snaps and threatens the one thing that works, telling him that if he keeps holding back, he gets no share of the food she cooks for Ying. That threat works instantly, and Lu Zhe coughs up a dramatic excuse about unveiling the power he has secretly hidden all along. The three women all know he has been refining himself with Lin Ling's pressure, and his shameless speech leaves every one of them itching to hit him. Lu Zhe stops fooling around, flicks his wings once, and vanishes so fast that Lin Ling barely has time to erupt with full power before he is already behind her. Before Lin Ling can counter, Lu Zhe calmly pats her shoulder, ending the match with one clean reminder of the gap between them. Lin Ling accepts the loss, and Lu Zhe still gives her real credit by admitting that if their power were equal, he would not beat her. She refuses comfort, says the real world only cares that he is stronger right now, and quietly vows to surpass him anyway. When Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Heshe walk over and ask about his other divine arts, Lu Zhe casually says he has already finished Wings of Wind and Lightning, grasped Green Jade Slash to a decent level, and just started Star Crippling Punch. That answer makes Nangong Jing, Qiuyue Heshe, and Lin Ling stare at him in disgusted disbelief, because his speed of learning divine arts is completely unreasonable. Instead of backing down, Lu Zhe jokes that they can take his body but not his heart, then even closes his eyes and tells them to come at him. The room goes dead silent for one dangerous second. Nangong Jing narrows her eyes, Qiuyue Heshe's smile turns seductive and deadly, and Lin Ling quietly gives up on saving Lu Zhe. A moment later, Lu Zhe learns exactly how bad that joke was when familiar pain starts hammering his forehead over and over. Just then, downstairs at Nangong Jing's home, someone knocks at the door and Ying cheerfully goes to answer it. The middle-aged delivery man is stunned to find a little girl there and blurts out a polite question about whether teacher Nangong is home. Trying to explain what the others are doing upstairs, Ying innocently says that Lu Zhe, Sister Jing, Sister Heshe, and Sister Lin Ling are busy doing adult things. The delivery man recognizes all four names, realizes he came to bring their battle armor, and is left reeling at the terrible picture he now has in his head. He asks Ying to call them down for their reward delivery, but she shakes her head because Lu Zhe told her not to disturb them. That only convinces the poor man even more, and he stands there in misery wondering whether delivering the armor is worth risking the wrath of four future monsters. Before he can decide, Lu Zhe and the others finally come downstairs, with Lu Zhe looking half dead while the three girls look perfectly refreshed. Seeing that lineup, the man becomes completely certain Ying was telling the truth and even sneers at Lu Zhe a little out of pure jealousy. Lu Zhe catches that random enmity and is baffled, because as far as he knows he has done absolutely nothing to this man. The visitor introduces the real reason he came and floats out 4 boxes, one personalized battle armor package for each of them. He explains that the manual is inside and that any technical questions can be taken to the armor's forger, Master Lu Tianyun, on the Dawn Network. Once the handoff is done, the man leaves in a hurry, clearly wanting no part of whatever he thinks he just walked into. Even after he is gone, Lu Zhe, Nangong Jing, Qiuyue Heshe, and Lin Ling all agree the man looked at them oddly and cannot figure out why. Ying peers at the packages, and Nangong Jing gently explains that they are battle armor, though Ying herself has no need for one. Qiuyue Heshe notes that even for a young duke, a custom armor suit is a luxury, because these sets are tailored to a person's strength and god arts. Excited by the upgrade, Lu Zhe urges everyone to open the boxes at once. Inside Lu Zhe's box is not a bulky suit but a sleek ring inscribed with green wind runes and purple lightning runes, along with the instruction manual. As he reads, Lu Zhe learns the armor was built around his current combat style, using rare materials to amplify his wind, lightning, and even star-crippling punch. The manual says the armor must be keyed to its owner with mental force chi, and Lu Zhe immediately decides to imprint it for himself. Back in the training room, Lu Zhe links his mind to the new battle armor and starts pulling the pieces out of the storage ring. When the armor settles, Lu Zhe immediately feels the difference. His wind and lightning god arts flow more smoothly and hit harder through the elemental metal. The others suit up too, and the whole group happily checks their custom armor after a month of hard gains. After putting the armor away, Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Heshe both admit Ying's rewards push them close enough to aim for the planetary state before the East Realm gathering. Nangong Jing reminds Lu Zhe and Lin Ling that their starting resources are even better, so the two younger geniuses might outrun their teachers sooner than expected. The serious talk dies instantly when Ying pouts that she's hungry, and Lin Ling gives in and heads to the kitchen. By evening, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling walk Ying back to the dorm area, and then Lu Zhe heads alone to his own room for the first time in a month. After cleaning up in his room, Lu Zhe checks his phone and finds out Alice's delayed food delivery has been sitting in the collection room waiting for him. He schedules the food for tomorrow instead and jumps into the group chat, too pleased with himself not to announce that his solitary cultivation made him much stronger. Far away on planet Lanjiang, Luli has just finished training and starts cultivating again, quietly pushing herself because she wants to stand beside her brother instead of staying protected behind him. When Lu Zhe's message finally appears, Luli lights up at once and answers him with her usual sharp little jab. Alice is just as happy to see the message, but when her father calls her to Spirit Chef class, she hurriedly ducks back to her room so he will not catch her chatting with Lu Zhe. Their replies make Lu Zhe smile, and he gets to the point. The energy orbs he left them should be nearly gone, so he wants to send a fresh batch. Luli and Alice don't celebrate right away because they're worried he might be giving away his own resources, so they press him to tell the truth. Lu Zhe reassures them that his strength has gone up enough to produce more orbs now, so sharing with them will not leave him short. Once they relax, Luli and Alice immediately realize what this means and ask the same thing in surprise. Is he coming back? He tells them he'll take a mission in a few days, head toward the Tulun system, and visit home on the way to deliver the orbs himself. Luli promises to tell their parents, because everyone back home has been talking about Lu Zhe and will be thrilled that he's returning. After the chat winds down, Lu Zhe closes his phone and drops straight back into the pocket hunting dimension for more cultivation. He is killed almost the instant he enters, and the familiar brutal backlash forces his eyes open again in pain. Once the pain fades, Lu Zhe uses a purple orb to replay his fight with Lin Ling and patiently break down every move, block, and mistake. 3 hours later, his grasp of close combat has clearly sharpened, and he feels one more real fight could lock that progress in. He spends the rest of the night digesting what he learned in the Dao Enlightenment Room and senses that his star-crippling punch still has room to grow, but only with time. The next morning, Lu Zhe ends his all-night cultivation and decides that after a month away, he should actually show up for class again. He heads next door to Lin Ling's place, and Ying Ying pops out first, instantly happy to see him. Inside, Lu Zhe walks in on Lin Ling making breakfast for Ying Ying and immediately decides he arrived at the perfect time for food. Lin Ling sarcastically offers to feed him like a grandfather, and when Lu Zhe cheerfully says yes, she snaps and tells him to get lost. When Lu Zhe notices Lin Ling really is irritated, she asks if he has looked at the forums, then refuses to explain any further. The reason shows up at the door fast. Yimu starts teasing that Lu Zhe is probably at Lin Ling's place and maybe even living with her now, so Lin Ling blasts him straight into the lake. Inside, Lu Zhe barely reacts to Yimu's suffering because he is too busy losing a hopeless food battle against Ying Ying. Lin Ling brings the others inside, including a dripping Yimu, and Ian immediately complains that Lu Zhe disappeared into solitary cultivation without telling anyone and had them worried. Xavier explains that the forum is exploding over rumors that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling stayed in the Dao Enlightenment Room for a full month, and everyone is waiting for them to challenge the Martial Trial Tower again. Lu Zhe shocks them by refusing the tower for now, because he no longer needs the credits badly and would rather settle his gains and leave on a mission. He changes the topic and learns his friends use the credits well, enough to push their group into the top 20 freshmen with core martial state combat power. Yimu ruins the serious mood by bragging that he is getting closer to becoming every young girl's dream, and one cold look from Lin Ling nearly folds him in half. Lu Zhe piles on by warning that if Yimu's growth disappoints him, that academic credit debt can start collecting nasty interest. One of their friends warns that all this fame could attract Aperture Opening State seniors looking for a fight, but Lu Zhe is completely unbothered now. Instead of waiting for challengers, Lu Zhe suggests that he and Lin Ling go take a mission outside, and she agrees at once because their new strength needs real combat. Tianyuan Qianhua backs the idea by saying their own recent mission paid each of them 10,000 credits, which makes Lu Zhe even more eager to hear the details on the way to class. With Ying Ying done eating, the whole group heads to class together, talking missions as they walk. In class, the lesson on Blade Demon language and the core martial state really matters to their friends, but the bigger scene is that students keep sneaking looks at the now famous Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. Jessica gets so embarrassed by the attention that she actually hides behind Xavier, which earns them both some very suspicious side eyes from Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. After class, the others go back to cultivate, while Lu Zhe and Lin Ling peel off to search for a mission of their own. As they browse the mission board, Lu Zhe learns just how risky even the group's last job was, with 6 students at core martial state combat power still facing real danger and possible death. The mission list is broad enough to make Lu Zhe pause at the idea of Federation riots at all, but he keeps focused on finding a route that will take him near the Tulun system. In the end, they make their choice, an annihilation mission against space pirates on a chaos planet about 800 light-years outside the Tulun system. Lu Zhe reads the Bloody Night mission file and learns this pirate crew is infamous for wiping out every victim they rob. The file lays out the danger clearly: 2 warships, around 500 pirates, and 11 aperture opening fighters led by a captain sitting at 360 apertures. What makes Bloody Night hard to catch is their caution, because they avoid guarded systems and only prey on isolated transport ships. This time they slipped up after a raid, so the local defense force asked Dawn System students for help and offered a huge reward for approved teams. Lin Ling notices Lu Zhe frowning, but his real concern is absurdly simple. He is jealous that the pirates came up with such a cool name. After taking Lin Ling's glare, Lu Zhe quickly gets serious again and picks the mission because it is close to the Taloon system. Lin Ling immediately catches his motive and teases that he just wants an excuse to go home. Lu Zhe even invites her to visit his family, but Lin Ling shuts that down at once and says she would rather visit her great-grandpa. Her mood shifts back to business when she points out that approval usually depends on martial trial rankings, and theirs are not high enough to feel safe. Lu Zhe suggests they apply first and only look for backup options if they get rejected, partly because he does not want to stand out any more than he already has. With that settled, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling submit their applications together. The approval comes back almost instantly, and both of them are accepted. The quick approval makes sense once they check the roster and see 3 powerhouse seniors already on the team: Margaret, Li Qingyun, and Eldon. Lin Ling can't help noticing how quickly things changed, because a month ago they were too weak to enter Margaret's battlefield and now they are teammates. Lu Zhe jokes that Margaret might be the one getting nervous now, which says a lot about how much stronger he thinks they have become. Ying looks up in confusion when she realizes the two of them are leaving again almost as soon as they came back. Lu Zhe gently asks Ying to stay with Nangong Jing or Chiuyue Hesha for a few days while they handle the mission. Ying complains bitterly that they are leaving again, but Lin Ling wins her over with a promise to cook something good when she gets back. A knock interrupts their preparations, and Lu Zhe opens the dorm door to find a young courier holding a package for him. Lu Zhe instantly recognizes the delivery as spirit food from Alice and brings it back inside. He hesitates because hungry little Ying is staring at the box, but he still admits it is spirit food sent by his junior schoolmate. When Lin Ling points out how sweet that sounds, Lu Zhe proudly praises Alice as cute and says she was the one who cooked for them before. The moment Lu Zhe says Alice's name, Lin Ling freezes because it sounds familiar from a much higher social circle. Lu Zhe realizes why the name rings a bell and says Alice probably moves in Lin Ling's circle too, since Nangong Jing knows her from childhood and Alice's uncle Merlin is a Star State powerhouse. Once Lu Zhe says Nangong Jing knows Alice too, Lin Ling immediately asks for an introduction next time. Then Lu Zhe finally gives up resisting Ying's stare and opens the package. Inside is a storage ring packed with all kinds of spirit food, so lunch turns into a small feast before the mission. After the meal, Lu Zhe hands half of the remaining spirit food to Ying, and her earlier gloom disappears on the spot. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling report the mission to Nangong Jing, and she tells them to stay close to Margaret and the 2 top seniors. They agree without complaint, and the day winds down with Lin Ling taking Ying away while Lu Zhe heads upstairs to cultivate. The next morning, Ying warps away on her own to Nangong Jing and Chiuyue Hesha's home, crossing the distance in an instant. With Ying settled, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling head out for the rendezvous at Planet Venus's space station. On the way, the mission details feel even stranger because Bloody Knight intercepted a ship outside Ningkong's system and killed everyone before it could warp away. That brutality outside a peaceful system does not match the pirates' usual cautious style, which makes the whole job feel suspicious from the start. At the rendezvous point, they find Margaret waiting with 2 young men, black-haired Li Qingyun and golden-haired Eldon. After quick introductions, the seniors size up the 2 freshmen with open curiosity rather than arrogance. Margaret immediately asks the rumor everyone wants confirmed. Did Lu Zhe and Lin Ling really spend a full month in the Dao Enlightenment Room? When Lu Zhe calmly confirms it, all 3 seniors are genuinely shaken by how outrageous that reward sounds. Eldon pushes once more by bringing up Chiuyue Hesha and Nangong Jing, and the moment Lin Ling nods, the seniors understand this is not something they are meant to pry into. Li Qingyun steers the talk back to business, and Lu Zhe answers the mission plan cleanly: kill the aperture-opening pirates, and capture the rest alive. Margaret adds the main warning: the pirate captain only has 360 apertures, but their sudden boldness suggests this mission may have an unexpected twist. Eldon relaxes a little after remembering their entrance test performance, and admits these 2 freshmen are real combat power, not baggage to protect. Then the seniors get practical and ask the question that will decide the team plan: what are Lu Zhe and Lin Ling's current combat powers after that month of training? The seniors assume the pair should be around 200 apertures, and that guess leaves Lu Zhe awkwardly silent because the real answer would hit much harder. Margaret kindly softens the moment by saying it is fine if they are below that, which only makes the truth harder for Lu Zhe to say without wrecking the mood. In the end, Lu Zhe says it anyway: he and Lin Ling are around 300 apertures. The seniors go stiff on the spot, because these first years are suddenly almost catching up to them already. Eldon asks again just to make sure he heard right, and Lu Zhe confirms it with the most modest tone he can manage. Once the shock settles, the seniors immediately rewrite the team plan and realize Lu Zhe and Lin Ling can handle almost every pirate except the captain. Another senior admits the mission feels much safer now that the team has no obvious weak link. With the introductions and power check finished, Margaret turns to the next step and says she will rent their spaceship. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are caught off guard because they assumed official transport would carry them, not that students would fly themselves to the danger zone. Margaret explains that first years will learn ship piloting too, and mission teams usually rent their own vessel because dangerous locations rarely sit on normal civilian routes. The moment Lu Zhe hears there is a spaceship piloting class, his attention spikes because flying a ship still sounds like every boyhood dream come true. A worker leads them to a black rental ship, a practical mission craft about the same size as Nangongjing's Golden Swirl but much less luxurious. Lu Zhe sizes up the rental ship and realizes it still has autopilot and spirit cannon-style weapons, just without the flashy private ship polish. The simple layout fits their team perfectly, with 1 living room and 5 small rooms for the 3-day trip. Once the ship lifts off from planet Venus, Margaret tells everyone to use the 3 travel days for cultivation. One senior sighs that it is a shame the ship has no virtual reality pod, because he was already itching to spar with Lu Zhe. Another senior agrees at once, and the ship's mood shifts from mission talk into open curiosity about Lu Zhe's real strength. Even Margaret joins in and says she wants to beat Lu Zhe once before he outgrows them all for good. Lu Zhe can only roll his eyes, because they think they are trying to bully him while he is weak, and he quietly decides not to mention that the real one-sided beating would go the other way. 3 days later, Lu Zhe's ship drops out of warp near a bright yellow star system, and he wakes up looking noticeably sharper after non-stop cultivation. He stretches off the boredom of 3 straight days of training, satisfied that his star-crippling punch and orb cultivation both pushed his strength higher. When Lu Zhe steps into the living room, Li Qingyan tells him they are almost at their destination and were about to call him out. Lu Zhe casually asks where Lin Ling is, and she immediately walks out of her room as if right on cue. Margaret cuts the banter short, and reminds everyone that once they arrive, they go straight to the defense force. The ship approaches the icy wreck of a huge transporter, where 3 battleships guard the silent ruins and smaller craft move in and out. After identity checks, Lu Zhe's team docks with a battleship and heads down to meet the people running the operation. A middle-aged defense force commander greets the students politely, and thanks them for coming to help wipe out the Bloody Night pirates. Lu Zhe sizes up the commander and realizes the man is much stronger on paper, but still careful with elite academy prodigies. The commander offers them a chance to rest first, but Li Qingyun turns it down and asks for the situation right away since everyone wants this threat handled fast. In the command room, the defense force shows them the transporter ship massacre, 1,321 people dead and the whole interior left soaked in blood after the valuables were taken. The brutal scene jars Lu Zhe, because even in the cosmic era he is forced to face how much darkness still hides in a galaxy this large. The defense force explains they already tracked the pirates, because the robbed transporter fought back hard enough to damage the pirate ship before it escaped. Margaret immediately finds that suspicious, because careful pirates like Bloody Knight should not have exposed themselves so sloppily. The defense force insists it verified the pirate's identity, then shows a lush primitive planet where 2 blood-red pirate ships are sitting in a forest clearing under repair. Lu Zhe asks if the planet itself has been checked, worried the damaged ship might be bait instead of an accident. The defense force admits it kept surveillance light to avoid detection, and its records only show wild beasts on the planet, with nothing stronger than the abstruse martial state. With the trap risk out in the open, Margaret asks the group if they should still go down and see for themselves. Li Qingyun backs the plan, arguing that if even they refuse to investigate, there are no stronger students left to send and the mission reward is too valuable to ignore. Another senior agrees just as bluntly that they cannot come all this way and turn back without even checking, and the room leans even harder toward action. Lu Zhe says they should inspect the planet and retreat if things go bad, quietly confident that his latest training and battle armor make him hard to kill even against mortal evolution threats. Lin Ling adds that she can use her god art to check for danger, which helps push the whole team toward action. Margaret makes the call and tells Ning Dali to take them over, while the commander visibly relaxes now that the elite students have accepted the risk. The 3 battleships jump in and arrive over the primitive planet where the Bloody Night pirates are hiding. In orbit, Ning Dali asks for their plan, because battleships are clumsy against aperture-opening enemies on the ground and the student team has to handle the real strike. Margaret decides they will descend personally, while the defense force stays ready to stop the pirate ships if they try to run. The 5 board their small flying ship and head down toward the forest clearing where the 2 pirate vessels sit. Before they even get close, dozens of Bloody Night pirates in bloody armor fly up to intercept them from the clearing below. Eldon looks at the enemy lineup and mocks them for rushing over like they want to die. Li Qingyun tells everyone to get out first, because if they trade aperture-opening attacks near the ship, they will end up paying for the damage themselves. Margaret stays with the ship for a second to store it away, while the others launch themselves out into open air. The scarred pirate leader does not waste a word and immediately hacks a massive blood-red sword ray straight at their flying ship. Lu Zhe is ready to block the attack, more annoyed about the ship getting wrecked than about the pirates' killing intent. Eldon cuts in with senior swagger, telling Lu Zhe to respect his elders before taking that opening clash for himself. His golden sword veil slams into the blood sword ray, and the impact erupts across the sky in a violent shockwave. More pirates rush in until 11 aperture-opening fighters are assembled, and the real threat finally shows his face at the front. Margaret recognizes the captain as the Bloody Night Demon Emperor, a blood god art user infamous for slaughter, and the reeking blood mist around him proves the rumors were not exaggerated. Lu Zhe sizes up the pirate captain and decides the man is dangerous but still not beyond Margaret's level, so he holds back instead of interfering. The pirates attack without another word, and Eldon is almost delighted that they are just as reckless as they looked. Margaret instantly claims the bloody Night Demon Emperor for herself, and leaves the rest to the others. Li Qingyun calmly takes the 5 pirates on the left, vanishing into his own mist-covered sword fight. Eldon grabs the other 5, leaving Lu Zhe and Lin Ling momentarily sidelined while the seniors charge off like eager battle maniacs. Since the seniors took the strongest enemies, Lu Zhe asks Lin Ling to confirm once more whether there is any hidden danger here at all. Lin Ling activates her god art, scans the area with runelit eyes, and finds nothing wrong. That answer makes Lu Zhe relax, and he starts thinking this mission may really be as straightforward as it looks. Lin Ling decides they should stop spectating and clean up the remaining pirates before they end up taking a reward cut for doing nothing. Lu Zhe agrees, and the 2 of them call out to the seniors before moving off to handle the pirate underlings. One senior answers by pinning his 5 opponents under a storm of golden sword chi, while the other gives calm approval from inside a wall of mist without slowing his own fight. High above the battlefield, Margaret is locked in a tense stalemate with the pirate captain as she blinks through his blood mist, and he blocks every strike with eerie precision. Seeing Margaret hold her own, Lu Zhe leaves that duel alone, and Lin Ling suggests they also smash the pirate ships while they clean up the henchmen. With the main fighters occupied and no hidden trap detected, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling dive toward the 2 pirate ships to take the fight to the remaining crew. In the suddenly silent forest, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling fly over 2 giant bloody night pirate ships that have crash-landed hard enough to carve long scars through the trees. The maintenance crew spots Lu Zhe through surveillance and hides, while more than 200 core martial state pirates fly out and surround him and Lin Ling in midair. Lu Zhe throws out a ridiculous guess about dark noble ambitions, but Lin Ling ignores it and points out the real issue. These core martial state pirates do not seem to have any god art. The pirates answer with silence and charge anyway, which only makes their reckless attack feel even more wrong. Lu Zhe ends the charge in one move, using wind to freeze the pirates in midair and pin them into a helpless neat line. Instead of questioning the prisoners, Lu Zhe turns his attention to the ships and launches giant green jade slashes straight through both hulls. The people hidden inside the ships do not panic at all, and every pirate below and above looks up with the same eerie smile. Lu Zhe snaps at them to stop smiling. Lin Ling tells him to be serious, and the mood turns even colder when every pirate speaks in perfect unison. Lin Ling still cannot see what is wrong even with her spirit eye, and Lu Zhe's baffled joke makes it clear they have never seen anything like this before. To test it, Lu Zhe kills one restrained pirate, and the body instantly dries out, turns pale, and crumbles into dust while still wearing that smile. Lin Ling finally catches the clue. Some strange energy is attached to these pirates, and the rest keep smiling as if death means nothing to them. When the surviving pirates calmly declare that everyone will die, Lu Zhe answers by killing them all at once. Their bodies all collapse into dust and release green death mist so toxic that the nearby forest withers into a dead zone for 10 kilometers. Looking over the dead zone, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling realize these pirates were probably already dead and may be controlled by some undead race hiding inside human territory. They decide to stop guessing and head back to warn the seniors, with Lu Zhe bringing a bundle of still living captured pirates along. Elsewhere in the fight, a senior swordsman mocks the blood barrier and draws hundreds of sword rays into one massive golden blade. His slash tears open the blood barrier, and the giant golden sword she cuts 2 aperture-opening state pirates clean in half. The swordsman pauses in shock when the 2 dead pirates also collapse into dust instead of leaving bodies behind. He demands an explanation from the survivors, but they answer by charging him again with the same cold, unnatural calm. He kills 2 more in a flash, then seals the spirit force of the last pirate while leaving him heavily injured but alive. Li Qingyun arrives with another heavily injured captive, and the mood turns oddly awkward when the off-panel senior beside him starts bragging about being more handsome. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling rejoin Li Qingyun, and Lu Zhe bites back the thought that he should really be the handsome one here. When Lu Zhe asks about the rest of the pirates, Li Qingyun gives the same grim answer Lu Zhe already feared. They all turn to dust too. Someone notices Lu Zhe still has his captives lined up neatly, and Lu Zhe can only smile awkwardly about the old habit. Lu Zhe admits he killed the rest of the ship pirates himself, and Li Qingyun gives him a newly impressed look. The bound core martial state pirates suddenly smile again and repeat the same death chant, proving this is no random madness. Lu Zhe says this looks like some secret technique, or god art, and Li Qingyun's battered captive wakes with the same eerie smile. Lin Ling urges them to check on Margaret next, because if the Blood Knight Demon Emperor is the same, this is much bigger than a pirate raid. They reach Margaret's battlefield and find her still locked in a dead-even fight, though the Blood Knight Demon Emperor is clearly taking the worse injuries. Margaret vanishes for a clean opening, and when the Blood Knight Demon Emperor swings at the wrong place, his blood sword tears a giant scar across the ground instead. A gray sword ray from behind slices open his battle armor and carves a deep wound across his back, sending blood spilling out. He escapes in a burst of bloody light, reappears at a distance, and the moment he turns to the newcomers with that same eerie grin, Lu Zhe gets his answer. The pirate captain mocks them for attracting so many prodigies, and his wording gives away the worst part, even he is just one more body in someone else's pirate group. Margaret demands an explanation, and Lu Zhe answers bluntly that these pirates seem already dead and probably belong to an undead race led by someone not as clever as he thinks. The Blood Knight Demon Emperor drops the act, says this is enough for today, and promises they will meet again. His final gift is obvious a second later when every pirate's eyes turn green and their power surges towards self-destruction. Lu Zhe grabs Lin Ling and bursts away with his wings of wind and lightning while Margaret and Li Qingyan scatter at full speed too. A deafening explosion rips through the battlefield, and green fire mixed with spirit force chases after the escaping team. Seeing the green fire still pursuing them, Lu Zhe turns and smashes it apart with a black star crippling punch. The broken fire falls to the ground and keeps corroding stone before the land finally absorbs and extinguishes it. Back in the surveillance room, Ning Dali and the workers had already been tense, but the pirates' eerie chants and dusting deaths pushed the whole room into shaken silence. Some workers even wonder if this horrible death effect came from Lu Zhe, and Ning Dali shuts that down immediately because he knows Lu Zhe's battlefield style did not look like this. Ning Dali prepares to send the footage to the Dawn System Mission Department, but keeps delaying when each new reveal turns the case stranger than the last. The room finally relaxes when Eldon and Li Qingyun capture survivors and Lu Zhe brings back prisoners, as if the crisis might at last be under control. That hope dies instantly when every pirate, including the Blood Knight Demon Emperor, self-destructs at once on the live feed. Only after Lu Zhe blows the blast back with one punch does Ning Dali feel his heart settle for a moment. Then the hidden enemy finally makes a direct move as three black-cloaked figures wrapped in green mist appear behind Lu Zhe's group and strike out with black palms. On the ruined battlefield, the pirates' self-destruction fades into a sea of corrosive green fire, but Lu Zhe's group stays calm because the blast itself never really threatened them. That brief calm breaks when space twists behind them and three black-robed figures suddenly lunge in, each one striking at Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, and Li Qingyun with palms wrapped in green mist. The team reacts instantly, with Margaret and Lin Ling intercepting the strike aimed at Lin Ling while Li Qingyun and Eldon move to stop the hand reaching for Li Qingyun. At the same time, Lu Zhe turns and meets the last assassin head-on, black light flowing over his fist as their collision detonates a violent shockwave across the wasteland. When both sides are knocked apart, Lu Zhe finally gets a clear look at the attackers and is almost offended by how powerful they are while still wearing such miserable shredded robes. Margaret demands answers, and Li Qingyun and Andrew step in front to shield the two juniors while the three intruders turn toward them and finally respond. The monsters finally speak, promising a twisted kind of immortality by turning the humans into part of themselves, as if that horror should be taken as a blessing. As green mist floods the sky around them, Lu Zhe judges their strength at a glance and realizes these three are strong enough to have wiped out Bloody Knight's pirates. Instead of panicking, Lu Zhe gets excited because this feels like the perfect moment to act cool in front of his seniors and show just how much he can handle. He starts his big speech to reassure the seniors, ready to grab the spotlight at last. Then the whole sky suddenly goes dark, cutting him off so fast that even Lu Zhe is rattled. Behind the three monsters, a giant round face forms out of darkness and starlight, and Lu Zhe recognizes that mouth immediately as Ying Ying's. The black-robed beings try to flee, but some invisible force locks them in place and leaves them staring straight at the mouth coming for them. In one absurd bite, Ying Ying swallows all three enemies before anyone else can do a thing. A child's voice complains that they taste bad, and the face vanishes just as suddenly as it came, leaving clear sky behind. Lu Zhe is left furious in the most helpless way possible, because the enemy he was about to show off against got eaten before he could finish sounding cool. Lin Ling's reaction is different, because she is more worried that Ying Ying just swallowed something dangerous, and will need a stern lesson about not eating random enemies. The three seniors are simply stunned, because the terrifying enemies they were about to fight seriously just vanished into the mouth of some unknown passing powerhouse. As they compare it to the strange starlight incident in the Dawn system, the seniors get even more unsettled by the idea that the one speaking might have been a little kid. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling exchange a quiet glance and decide this is definitely not something they can explain. When Margaret asks Lu Zhe what he was about to say earlier, he can only force out a stiff little nothing and swallow the rest of his ruined performance. Far away on the ship, Ning Dali sees the stars dim across the region and urgently asks if the warning has already been sent out, only for the screen to recover and show the three black-robed monsters gone. By the time the screen clears again, the five prodigies are still standing but the three monsters are just gone, leaving the whole ship baffled by an impossible disappearance. Back on the battlefield, the team drops the mystery for now and agrees they at least need to report the black-robed creatures and search for any survivors or traces they missed. Margaret contacts Ning Dali, and he immediately asks where the three monsters went because his screen blacked out before the answer. That question makes Lu Zhe and Lin Ling realize again just how absurd Ying Ying is, because she should still be far away in the Dawn system and yet still reached across 10,000 light-years to eat those things. Margaret keeps the explanation vague, confirms Ning Dali only needs to care about the pirate side of the mission, and he wisely decides not to ask dangerous questions he really does not want answered. With that settled, the five sweep the area together, using Lin Ling's detection and Ning Dali's tech to make sure nothing from Bloody Night or the black-robed groups slipped away. A few hours later, the area is confirmed clean, the last damaged pirate ship is blown apart, and the team heads back to the warship. As soon as they arrive, Ning Dali comes out smiling in relief and thanks them sincerely for saving the situation. Ning Dali now assumes the team must have killed the black-robed monsters too, which only deepens his respect for how frighteningly strong these academy prodigies really are. They return by warp to the Ningcon system, finish the mission paperwork on the ruling planet, and send the rewards into verification. Once Ning Dali leaves, the remaining team finally relaxes and talk over the big payoff. 10 million academic credits total, 2 million for each person. Lu Zhe barely reacts to the money, because after spending a fortune on divine arts he already feels rich and broke at the same time. That thought makes him glance at Lin Ling's own giant credit balance for one dangerous second, before he immediately kills the idea of ever treating her like a sugar mommy. When Margaret says it's time to head back, Lu Zhe reveals he is going home instead, and Lin Ling calmly adds that she is too. When Lu Zhe and Lin Ling reveal their homes are in the same solar system, Margaret and Li Qingyun both get that same knowing look, and the pair can tell exactly what conclusion they are jumping to. Lin Ling is too tired to explain herself anymore, so the pair simply says goodbye and leaves the others behind. Watching Lu Zhe and Lin Ling leave, Margaret sighs that youth really does look good, especially when two people seem evenly matched. Margaret's comment leaves an awkward beat between the two seniors still standing there after Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are gone. Li Qingyun suddenly breaks the calm, his expression sharp enough to show that the easy mood is already gone. Margaret cools the whole mood at once, making it clear that talk is cheap and cultivation comes first. Instead of getting discouraged, the two rivals light up on the spot, because all they hear is that Margaret did not say no forever. At the space station, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling learn the earliest ship to the Tulun system leaves in half an hour, so they buy a cheap private room and wait there together. Once inside the cramped room, Lu Zhe stretches out on the couch and casually invites Lin Ling to stop by his home on Lanjiang and meet Alice, but Lin Ling shuts that down immediately. Then Lin Ling gets a call from Nangong Jing, but the moment Jing sees the two of them alone in a room with a bed, she assumes the worst and blurts out that she must be interrupting their workout. The call cuts off, and only then do Lu Zhe and Lin Ling realize how suspicious the room looks, leaving both of them awkwardly speechless. Lin Ling calls back to clear it up, only for Yue Hesha to join in and teasingly complain that if this is Lu Zhe's first time treating a girl right, the room is way too shabby. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling hurriedly explain they are only sharing a cabin on the trip home, and the two seniors finally realize they jumped to the wrong conclusion. With the misunderstanding out of the way, Nangong Jing finally explains why she called. Ying suddenly bit at empty air, said it tasted disgusting, and then fell asleep. That instantly makes Lu Zhe and Lin Ling think of the three black-robed monsters Ying devoured for them, and Yue Hesha notices from their faces that they know what caused it. Lu Zhe explains what happened in the station battle, and Lin Ling immediately worries that Ying might have been harmed by whatever those things were. Nangong Jing reassures them that Ying's aura is stable and guesses this is just another hibernation, not some sudden injury. That answer only gives Lu Zhe a new fear, and he grimly asks if this hibernation means Ying might vanish into sleep for another 2,000 years. Yue Hesha admits none of them know, which leaves the question hanging in an uncomfortable silence. To calm them down, Nangong Jing turns the call toward her bed and shows Ying sleeping soundly, drool and all. Seeing Ying resting so peacefully softens their worry, even if no one can say when she will wake up. Nangong Jing promises they will keep watch over Ying, while Yue Hesha slips back into teasing and tells the two travelers to just enjoy their trip. After the seniors hang up laughing, Lin Ling turns her embarrassment into anger, and somehow decides this is all Lu Zhe's fault. Once the teasing fades, both of them settle into the same worry again, and agree they can only check on Ying after they get home. Half a day later, the ship reaches planet Lanjiang first, and Lu Zhe asks one last time if Lin Ling really will not come home with him. Lin Ling refuses again, but this time with a warm reason. She wants to show Elder Lin how much she has improved so he knows his sacrifices were not wasted. Lu Zhe sincerely praises how far Lin Ling has come, and for a moment the farewell turns unexpectedly gentle before he ruins it with one last smug jab and bolts out the door. Then Lu Zhe ruins the moment by adding that she is still a little weaker than him, slams the door, and bolts before she can hit him. Lin Ling wants to chase him down, but if she does she will end up at his house, so she forces herself to stay put and not fall for it. Lu Zhe steps out onto Lanjiang at night, looks over the busy familiar port, and feels the simple relief of finally being back home. The homecoming turns awkward fast when people at the checkpoint start recognizing him from the graduation trial and the battlefield clips, and Lu Zhe realizes too late that he forgot to use the special passage his honor badge allows. He gets through without a crowd mobbing him, then hurries the rest of the way home with one plan in mind: surprise Luli and Alice instead of warning them first. Soon he lands quietly outside the family mansion, and the calm night, the lit house, and the training grounds hit him with a rush of nostalgia for everything that changed in just 2 months. Seeing the training lights, Lu Zhe guesses Merlin is still drilling Luli and Alice, so he decides to greet his mother first before she can be angry he came back without warning. At the same time on the training grounds, Merlin senses Lu Zhe's return and hides it, while Alice only notices that her father suddenly paused. Inside the house, Lu Wen and Fu Shuya hear the door and casually expect Merlin to be done early, so both are caught completely off guard when Lu Zhe walks in instead. Fu Shuya's eyes go red on the spot, and she rushes over to hug Lu Zhe, instantly turning the surprise into a tearful, happy welcome home. The moment she hears he is really home, Fu Shuya dashes off to cook his favorite food and proudly announces that Alice has been teaching her. With Fu Shuya gone, Lu Wen gives Lu Zhe a quieter welcome and for once, plainly says he was proud watching his son on the battlefield. That sincere moment lasts only a second before Lu Wen scolds him for making his mother worry so much, then adds that Lu Zhe is old enough to make his own choices as long as he can live with him. Then Lu Wen ruins his own serious speech by leaning in with a lewd grin and asking the only thing he really wants to know, whether Lu Zhe has any girls he likes yet. Lu Zhe tries to shut that down, but Lu Wen has already picked targets, first praising the pretty short-haired girl from the battlefield, and then refusing to give up on matching him with Alice. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe has been trapped listening to his father's entire love story with Fu Shuya and looks spiritually dead by the end of it. Fu Shuya finally returns, shuts Lu Wen down on the spot, and rescues Lu Zhe by announcing dinner is ready. At the table, one bite of his old favorite is enough for Lu Zhe to light up, and he happily praises both the familiar taste and his mother's improved cooking. Fu Shuya smiles at the praise but immediately credits Alice for teaching her, then asks whether Alice has really been sending Lu Zhe food at school. After Lu Zhe confirms it, Fu Shuya's expression turns more conflicted, because she likes Alice very much but still cannot let go of wanting Luli to be the one beside him. That thought makes Fu Shuya call Lu Zhe upstairs for a private talk, and even Lu Wen gets shut out when he tries to follow. In his carefully cleaned room, Fu Shuya first asks the practical question of how long he can stay, and Lu Zhe can only admit he has to leave again tomorrow because school is too busy. The short visit makes Fu Shuya quiet for a beat, then she cups his face and says her good boy has really grown up, even while still treating him like a child. When Lu Zhe protests that this is how you treat little kids, one glare from his mother is enough to make him fold and meekly play along. Fu Shuya rubs his hair, studies him with that same mixed expression again, and says the real reason she brought him here is that girls seem to like him more and more now. Lu Zhe can only swallow the accusation in silence, because arguing with his mother about romance already feels hopeless. Then Fu Shuya finally names the subject directly, and says she wants to talk about Luli, leaving Lu Zhe stunned by where this private talk is headed. In his room, Lu Zhe is caught off guard when Fu Shuya quietly tells him Luli has been pushing herself far too hard these past months. Fu Shuya admits she does not know what pressure Luli is carrying, but she is afraid that keeping it bottled up will hurt her. She asks Lu Zhe to talk to Luli when he gets the chance, because even Merlin and Alice do not seem able to help her with this. Left thinking it over, Lu Zhe cannot figure out why Luli would feel pressured when her talent, resources, and future already look so secure. He briefly wonders if staying beside Alice has made Luli compare herself too harshly, but even that guess does not fully explain it. Since he still has no answer, Lu Zhe promises Fu Shuya he will ask Luli himself and try to help. Fu Shuya affectionately touches his face and sends him on his way, and Lu Zhe follows her out to go check on Luli and Alice's training. At the training grounds, Lu Zhe opens the door and immediately sees a huge pale egg in the middle of the room, Merlin's familiar expansive dimension. The sight instantly reminds Lu Zhe of the month Merlin beat him bloody inside that space, even if that brutal training made him much stronger. The giant egg dissolves into pale flames, and the training space closes as a golden-haired middle-aged man calmly draws the flames into his hand. As the space vanishes, Luli and Alice appear beside the golden-haired teacher figure and brighten the moment they spot Lu Zhe. Alice runs over first with her usual bright smile, and immediately fusses over whether Lu Zhe has eaten. When Lu Zhe says Fu Shuya already cooked for him, Alice shyly explains that she taught her because Fu Shuya wanted to surprise him. Watching his daughter act this sweet around Lu Zhe, the golden-haired father figure clutches his chest like his heart just took damage. Then Luli walks up, calmly grabs Lu Zhe's hand, and welcomes him back in a way that instantly feels suspicious to him. Alice's smile tightens a little when she sees Luli already doing what she has not even gotten to do yet. Luli lets go, smoothly changes the subject, and asks whether Lu Zhe has already seen their parents. When Lu Zhe asks about their progress, the golden-haired teacher proudly says both girls have reached abstruse martial state level 2 with perfected spirit bodies and combat power near core martial state. Lu Zhe is honestly impressed, because at this pace he can already imagine both of them becoming terrifyingly strong by the graduation trials. Alice proudly tells Lu Zhe she is not weak anymore, while Luli looks straight at him and says she will catch up. Lu Zhe sincerely praises Luli and Alice's growth, while Merlin stands nearby already plotting to drag him into another test. Merlin abruptly says he wants to test Lu Zhe's strength, and Lu Zhe instantly gets wary because he knows that usually means getting beaten up. Trying to dodge the trap, Lu Zhe claims he just finished a hard mission and needs rest. Merlin calmly changes tactics and says he had been planning to personally cook spirit food for Lu Zhe if his power met the standard. The bait works perfectly, and Lu Zhe reverses himself on the spot, suddenly declaring that of course he should show his teacher his progress. Even while volunteering, Lu Zhe cautiously asks what the exact conditions are so he can judge whether he needs to fake being badly injured. Luli is disgusted by how hopelessly food-motivated he is, while Alice realizes food may be an even better way to influence Lu Zhe than she thought. Merlin sets the reward scale: 1 dish if Lu Zhe reaches aperture opening state with 400 apertures, and a full table if he reaches 500. Merlin is sure 500 apertures is impossible and feels smug about trading a little food for a chance to thrash Lu Zhe again. Lu Zhe is just as thrilled on the inside, because he knows this offer is absurdly good for him too. Instead of showing that excitement, Lu Zhe deliberately puts on a pained face and asks Merlin not to use power above the 500 aperture level. Merlin answers with exaggerated concern, proud that his acting fooled Lu Zhe, while Lu Zhe proudly assures him he can still fight. Off to the side, Luli and Alice can only watch these two idiots stage their ridiculous performance at each other. Once Lu Zhe agrees, Merlin opens the expansive dimension again, flooding the training grounds with white flames and shaping a separate battle space with a barrier for the girls. Merlin invites Lu Zhe to show his improvement, secretly delighted that he is finally getting his chance to beat this kid again. Lu Zhe smiles back, already planning to answer with speed, not caution. Purple and green light flash in Lu Zhe's eyes as he activates Wings of Wind and Lightning. In the next instant he vanishes and reappears behind Merlin with wind lightning wings spread wide. Lu Zhe drives a star-crippling punch into Merlin's back, black force wrapping his fist so heavily that the air itself twists around it. Merlin is shocked by how well Lu Zhe is using two high-level divine arts at once, and he instantly realizes the attack is already beyond the promised 500 aperture level. Lu Zhe stops holding back and slams his black punch force into Merlin's white flames, flooding the small dimension with a violent black and white collision. Behind the barrier, Luli and Alice cannot even see the exchange clearly, but Luli feels the gap growing while Alice simply admires how strong Lu Zhe has become. After that first clash, Lu Zhe is ready to attack again, but Merlin abruptly calls for a stop before the test can continue. Merlin starts checking what just happened in disbelief, asking off-panel if Lu Zhe really used Wings of Wind and Lightning and the star-crippling punch. Lu Zhe casually confirms it, and says he perfected Wings of Wind and Wings of Lightning before learning the fused version. Lu Zhe even grumbles that the highest speed divine art still feels limited, leaving Merlin off-panel with nothing to say. Merlin goes silent in disbelief, and Lu Zhe just stands there with the same innocent face that makes the whole thing even harder to accept. Sensing that look, Lu Zhe actually steps back and warns Merlin to have some self-respect. Lu Zhe quickly turns to the part he really cares about and asks if he passed the test and gets the food reward. Merlin grudgingly says Lu Zhe passed, and Lu Zhe immediately brightens at the result even if the answer comes from off-panel. Alice reads the mood right away and cuts in, asking her father if they can leave now that the test is finished. Merlin gives up on his plan, and Alice waves to Lu Zhe as she leaves the training grounds with her father. Once they are gone, only Lu Zhe and Luli remain, and the room falls into an awkward silence that brings Fu Shiya's warning back to him. Remembering his mother's warning, Lu Zhe looks at Luli and gently says she doesn't seem to be in the best mood lately. Luli dodges the question with a soft smile and instead asks Lu Zhe to spar with her, like they used to. That answer makes Lu Zhe suspect her pressure may really be about the gap between them, but he agrees and asks to see how strong she is now. Luli smiles and says they should turn off the lights first, which instantly makes Lu Zhe misunderstand and panic for a second. Seeing his reaction, Luli calmly explains that her god art is darkness, so she fights best when the room is dark. She even lightly calls out his dirty thoughts, and Lu Zhe hurriedly denies it just to clear his name. To prove he was not thinking anything weird and to see Luli's real strength, Lu Zhe shuts off the lights until only a sliver of starlight remains. At night in the dark training ground, Lu Zhe faces Luli and lets her make the first move. Luli vanishes into the darkness so completely that even Lu Zhe's eyes lose track of her for a moment. A palm wrapped in black mist strikes from behind, but Lu Zhe catches the opening and taps it aside because Luli still leaked her chi. Luli drives her darkness god art deeper until the starlight is swallowed and Lu Zhe is left standing inside a field of hostile black mist. Black mist snaps at Lu Zhe like arrows and drags at his legs, but he still slips through the pressure with calm footwork and raw speed. Even under pressure, Lu Zhe keeps smirking and needles Luli by asking if this is all she can do. Annoyed, Luli forms several shadow clones and sends them all at Lu Zhe at once. Lu Zhe bats away the clones, blocks Luli's real strike, and honestly praises how much stronger she has become. After hundreds of exchanges, Luli finally drops to the ground exhausted and soaked in sweat. Lu Zhe sits beside her in the quiet as the darkness recedes and the starlight returns. He gently reminds Luli that their parents have been worrying because she has been pushing herself too hard. Luli pouts and insists she is fine, saying her talent is not good enough, so she has no choice but to work harder. Lu Zhe can only stare, because hearing Luli call herself untalented feels completely ridiculous to him. To reassure her, Lu Zhe lies back on the ground and tells Luli that with him around, she will not be weaker than anyone. Luli almost laughs at his line, then hurriedly denies it and threatens to tell their dad if Lu Zhe asks why. Lu Zhe wisely gives up on pressing the issue, even if he has no idea what dangerous thing he supposedly said. Instead, Luli asks for the panda doll, and Lu Zhe pulls out the plush he has been protecting on the battlefield. Luli takes back her panda and hands Lu Zhe his in return, quietly turning the moment into a swap. Lu Zhe realizes the doll Luli gives back is damp with sweat, but under her steady gaze he still wears it without complaining. Seeing that her own doll came back spotless, Luli brightens immediately and puts it back on with obvious satisfaction. With that quiet issue settled, the siblings head home before their father starts imagining the worst. The next morning, Lu Zhe wakes to Alice's bright voice calling Luli to class and feels relieved to hear her cheerful again. He goes to Luli's room and politely knocks before entering. Inside, Alice is rolling around on the bed while Luli hurriedly stops Lu Zhe because she is still changing clothes. A moment later, Alice opens the door with her usual sunny smile, and Lu Zhe says good morning back. Lu Zhe explains he came early to hand over more cultivation orbs because he is leaving for school today. He gives Luli and Alice another batch of red orbs and carefully tells them what strength level each one carries. Alice thanks Lu Zhe sincerely, because with this help her mother should be able to wake up soon. Luli watches the exchange with narrowed eyes, suddenly reminded that Alice is not the only girl she needs to worry about. Lu Zhe brushes off the thanks by saying Alice has already done plenty for him with all the meals she keeps cooking. Alice sends him off with a line that sounds dangerously close to a confession, promising she will always cook for him before she and Luli head to school. After Alice and Luli leave for school, Lu Zhe is left in the hallway wondering if that was basically a confession. Once the house empties out, Lu Zhe goes back to cultivating until lunchtime. At lunch he comes downstairs and finds a whole table of spirit food waiting for him, with the stern cook standing nearby. The stern cook explains that this meal has been adjusted to suit Lu Zhe's current level, sounding unwilling as ever. Lu Zhe thanks him anyway, because he can tell the reluctant care behind the stiff attitude. After lunch, the stern elder warns Lu Zhe not to let his rapid growth weaken his foundation and tells him to stay careful on missions. Lu Zhe accepts the warning, and the stern elder immediately hides his concern behind a gruff excuse that Alice would suffer if Lu Zhe died. The stern elder leaves, and Lu Zhe quietly cleans up before Lin Ling's message tells him her ship is already on the way. Realizing he may not be home again until the holidays, Lu Zhe heads out and puts on a mask before facing the spaceport crowds. At the station he meets Lin Ling, and she is also wearing a mask after learning the hard way what happens without one. Once they get a private room on the ship, Lin Ling finally relaxes enough to take her mask off. Lu Zhe teases her about forgetting the mask before, and Lin Ling admits some idiots were talking about her loudly enough for her to hear. They agree they need to remember the masks next time, because being too recognizable is becoming its own problem. Lin Ling immediately starts probing about Alice's cooking, and Lu Zhe fires back that she could have come along if she was that curious. Lu Zhe asks about her family visit instead, and Lin Ling proudly says Elder Lin was very pleased with her progress. The piece lasts 1 second before Lu Zhe reminds her she still cannot beat him, and Lin Ling glares on cue. He wisely cuts off the teasing there, and the two settle down to cultivate for the rest of the trip. 4 days later they reach school, collect the mission rewards already credited to them, and head straight to check on Ying instead of returning to the dorm. When Lu Zhe knocks, Nan Gongjing opens the door at once, and the first thing they see is that her house still looks like disaster after a drinking storm. Chu Yuehesha is there too, and Nan Gongjing instantly starts by teasing the pair for spending so many days alone without doing anything. Lu Zhe shoots back by bringing up her age and marriage pressure, and that immediately turns into a terrible decision. Nan Gongjing flashes in front of him and smacks his forehead before he can even finish the sentence. Lu Zhe tries to joke his way out by acting shocked that Nan Gongjing is a woman, which only makes everything much worse. She immediately locks his neck and keeps punishing him until Lu Zhe yelps out a proper apology. Only after she is satisfied does Nan Gongjing finally get serious and say Ying is fine, so they all go upstairs to see her. Upstairs, they find Ying asleep in a dim room, tiny fists clenched under the blanket, while soft starlight leaks from her body. The warm star aura calms everyone nearby, and Lin Ling relaxes when she sees Ying really does seem fine. Nan Gongjing says the problem is not Ying's condition but that none of them knows when a sleeping star spirit will wake up. Then Lu Zhe reaches out and casually pokes Ying's soft cheek while she sleeps. Lin Ling instantly scolds him for bullying Ying in her sleep, but Nan Gongjing is too shocked to care about that part. Nan Gongjing blurts out the real problem. After the starlight appeared, nobody else has been able to touch Ying at all. To prove it, Lin Ling reaches for Ying's cheek herself, and her finger passes straight through like there is nothing there. That leaves even Lin Ling staring at Lu Zhe, because somehow he is the only one who can still physically touch sleeping Ying. When Nan Gongjing and Lin Ling stare in shock, Lu Zhe casually says he only touched Ying like normal. To confirm it, Nan Gongjing tells him to try again. Lu Zhe pinches the sleeping girl's round face again and cheerfully confirms that she still feels perfectly tangible to him. The two women glare so hard that Lu Zhe hurriedly lets go and admits the weird truth. Only he can touch Ying now. Na Gongjing and Lin Ling end up weirdly jealous, because all three of them cared for Ying, but the little girl only responds to Lu Zhe. Watching their reaction, Lu Zhe starts connecting it to his red orb cultivation energy and remembers that Ying once said he smelled good. That thought turns into a risky idea. If Ying likes that energy, maybe feeding her a red orb could wake her faster. Seeing him go serious, Na Gongjing and Lin Ling ask if he figured something out and hope he found a way to help Ying. Lu Zhe decides he can trust them, but only if they keep his secret absolutely confidential. The room goes quiet before both women solemnly promise they will never leak what he says. Once they agree, Lu Zhe explains that his first god art creates a special energy he can use for cultivation, and that is probably why he advanced so absurdly fast. That answer finally makes sense of Lu Zhe's monstrous growth, and both women realize his god art is far stronger than they imagined. Na Gongjing goes further and wonders if Lu Zhe may have awakened a top-grade god art on the level of the universe's pinnacle abilities. She immediately asks who else knows, because a secret this big could change Lu Zhe's value to the entire Federation. Lu Zhe says only Merlin, Alice, and his sister know, and Alice's name instantly makes Na Gongjing understand something huge. Because Alice has suffered for years from her unawakened source flame, Na Gongjing turns red-eyed with relief at the thought that Lu Zhe may have solved it. Lin Ling gets left out of the subtext and bluntly says she has no idea what they are talking about. Lu Zhe refuses to explain Alice's secret, and Na Gongjing smooths it over by telling Lin Ling she can ask Elder Lin later. Na Gongjing then raises the real danger of this secret and asks whether they should report Lu Zhe's god art to the old man, since the whole human race would treat him like a treasure. Lu Zhe understands the value of his gift, but he still refuses for now because once it is public his freedom will be gone. To his confusion, Na Gongjing looks a little too happy with that answer, because she knows how easily powerful families might try to tie him down. She quickly covers it up and drags the topic back to Ying, asking if Lu Zhe's own energy is the reason he can still touch her. Lu Zhe says yes and proposes testing whether a red orb can actually be fed to Ying to help her wake up sooner. Lin Ling immediately points out the risk that feeding Ying could backfire and send her into even deeper sleep. That possibility freezes Lu Zhe on the spot, and all three fall into an uneasy silence. After thinking it through, Lu Zhe decides the worst case would still be part of Ying's heritage process, so he suggests testing her reaction with just one orb first. Na Gongjing checks one more thing and makes sure he is not harming his own cultivation just to help Ying. When Lu Zhe assures them he can now produce extra energy, both women finally agree to let him try. Lu Zhe takes out a core martial state red orb, and its glow immediately dyes the whole room red. Na Gongjing and Lin Ling can sense only pure energy from the orb, but Ying reacts at once as the starlight around her ripples. Lu Zhe notices extra drool at Ying's mouth, which makes it clear she wants the orb very badly. As soon as Lu Zhe moves the orb into the starlight, the light wraps around it and slowly pulls it straight into Ying's body. Ying smacks her lips like she just ate something delicious, and the other two immediately realize the energy really helps her. Relieved and impressed, Na Gongjing claps Lu Zhe's shoulder and says he has earned merit for this, promising him a favor later. Lu Zhe happily locks that promise in, while Na Gongjing insists she is not the kind of person who takes her word back. Lu Zhe pulls out a stronger red orb next, and both women finally realize he has more of this precious energy than they expected. When they ask if he is really giving Ying his own cultivation resources, Lu Zhe casually says he still has some now and may even have more later. He even offers to share some with them in the future, which makes both women outwardly calm but inwardly far less calm than they look. Lu Zhe feeds Ying another orb, and after she digests it her sleeping face looks even happier, like a child being quietly spoiled. The sweet sight makes all three laugh, but Na Gongjing still calls a stop because Ying's appetite is just too expensive. After that, the mood relaxes enough for Na Gongjing to sincerely thank Lin Ling for dinner. Lin Ling is so stunned by that polite line that she blurts out how unlike Na Gongjing it sounds. Na Gongjing jokes that she learned to pair food with alcohol from Lu Zhe, and instantly tosses him under the carriage. Lu Zhe gets caught between Na Gongjing's shameless blame shift and Lin Ling's evil glare, with no defense that can save him. By evening, after dinner is fully over, Lu Zhe gets assigned the least heroic job in the house and goes to deal with the dishes. When he finishes, Lu Zhe tells Na Gongjing that he and Lin Ling will head back and leave Ying in her care for the night. Na Gongjing agrees and then casually tells both students to skip morning class and come train under her instead. Lu Zhe privately finds it ridiculous that a teacher is ordering him to skip class, but neither of them is foolish enough to refuse that kind of personal guidance. So the two of them leave Na Gongjing's place and return to their dorms. Back in his own room, Lu Zhe wastes no time and enters the pocket hunting dimension again. He appears on the grassy plains, and almost immediately a powerful presence sweeps over the sky above him. Looking up, Lu Zhe spots the blue bird boss flying above him and immediately decides this lucky meeting means fresh prey. He launches after it with wings of wind and lightning, turning the chase into a high-speed aerial hunt at once. The blue bird senses him, turns back with a cold stare, and instead of attacking first it lets out a sharp call. Lu Zhe is briefly puzzled by that cry, until violent roars answer from far away and make him realize something larger may be happening. Since he has never heard so many powerful beasts roaring together before, Lu Zhe decides to kill this bird fast and leave afterward. Confident he can finish it with 2 heavy blows, Lu Zhe surges forward and throws a star-crippling punch at the bird's back. The blue bird whips up a huge blue whirlwind to block the strike, and the collision detonates across the plains below. Even weakened, Lu Zhe's first attack tears through the defense, and he flashes in close to land a second punch near the bird's neck. That blow rips open a huge bloody hole in the blue bird's back, and its pained cry proves Lu Zhe came within reach of a real kill. Driven into a corner, the wounded boss goes red-eyed with fury and gathers a violent storm of wind at full power to meet Lu Zhe's next fist head-on. In the whirlwind zone, Lu Zhe smashes through the blue bird boss again and again until its huge beak cracks and blood pours out. He flashes behind the wounded bird with wings of wind and lightning and drives in a third punch that shreds its insides. The blue bird crashes into the ground dying, and Lu Zhe coolly judges the fight as a small miscalculation because it took 3 punches instead of 2. Before leaving, Lu Zhe waits for the corpse to burn away and happily grabs the blue bird's orb and god art glass ball. That brief victory turns strange fast when powerful beast auras start rushing in from every direction. Lu Zhe realizes he is being surrounded by dozens of aperture-opening beasts, and none of this makes sense for a normal hunting area. Even so, he refuses to act scared and gets ready to show these beasts what he can really do. The beasts attack first, filling the sky with wind blades, thunder spears, light pillars, and energy blasts all aimed at Lu Zhe. One look at that combined firepower tells Lu Zhe the honest truth: if he stands there like a hero, he is dead. So Lu Zhe makes the only sensible choice and blasts through a gap, deciding he can come back later and kill them one by one. He hides in the bushes to recover, and the blasts colliding behind him make it painfully clear he escaped by a hair. The pursuing beasts quickly notice where he ran and charge after him with red eyes. Lu Zhe answers by pushing wings of wind and lightning to full speed, confident these ordinary beasts should never catch him. Then Lu Zhe's expression changes again when another wave of beast auras blocks the route ahead, including a familiar god art beast. More attacks slam toward him from the front, and Lu Zhe has to dodge all over again instead of breaking free. When he spots a huge black tiger leading yet another pack, Lu Zhe finally feels like the whole map is targeting him on purpose. Cornered and angry, Lu Zhe decides he will at least kill the weaker beasts if they refuse to let him go. He fires Green Jade Slash, using one blade to pressure a nearly 400 aperture giant black cat and the other to cut down the weaker python outright. The enraged black cat lunges at him, but Lu Zhe treats it as the wrong target and keeps dancing away instead of trading blows. For a brief stretch, Lu Zhe kites the strongest cat and keeps picking off weaker beasts, which only makes the whole pack even angrier. That momentum ends when the black tiger boss finally steps in and drops a giant black spirit claw over Lu Zhe like the sky itself is falling. Lu Zhe slips away at the last second, and the tiger's giant claw slams the black cat chasing him straight into the ground. When the blast clears, a huge crater and the black cat's ruined corpse are all that's left, and even Lu Zhe is shaken by how monstrous that tiger's power is. The black tiger boss keeps pressing him, swiping in close while the other beasts stay back and bombard him from long range. Their teamwork gets so tight that one missed black energy ball from the tiger wipes out another beast, and Lu Zhe still pauses long enough to snatch the dropped orb. As more hostile auras pile in, Lu Zhe starts to suspect these beasts are not acting naturally at all. Then more bosses arrive at once, including 3 blue birds, 2 warhorses, and a giant gray lizard, all staring at him with obvious killing intent. With hundreds of beasts and multiple boss monsters closing the ring, Lu Zhe realizes he cannot run anymore and cannot take the biggest ones head-on. He bares his fangs anyway and decides to spend whatever energy he has left cutting down the smaller targets first. Before he can move, another Lu Zhe suddenly appears beside him, and the entire battlefield freezes at the sight of 2 identical two-legged enemies. Lu Zhe tries to question him directly, but Lu Zhe Double just ignores the question and keeps smiling. Instead of answering, Lu Zhe Double raises a hand and summons hundreds of hazy white star-like energy clusters with a terrifying aura. In the next instant, Lu Zhe Double's attack detonates across the whole siege, blowing up every beast around them and taking Lu Zhe down with the same brutal blast. Lu Zhe wakes back in his dorm room aching all over and instantly realizes just how brutally strong that other him is. Once the pain eases a little, he starts piecing it together, and wonders if all those beasts were really hunting Lu Zhe Double and mistook him for the same troublemaker. That guess leaves him feeling unfairly dragged into someone else's mess, and he quietly adds every beast there to his revenge list. In the end, the harvest calms him down, because despite getting forced out, he still killed a blue bird boss and more than a dozen fierce beasts. So Lu Zhe drops the frustration, closes his eyes, and starts cultivating with one clear goal: get stronger and make those bosses regret underestimating him. Early the next morning, Lu Zhe wakes up feeling the payoff from last night's god art orb, because part of its hidden meaning has already fused into his own technique. That progress gives him a clear next goal. Once ordinary god art orbs stop helping, he can finally start thinking about hunting the overlord beasts. As soon as he comes downstairs, Lin Ling is already at the door, too worried about Ying to wait any longer. When Lu Zhe asks why she came so early, Lin Ling bluntly says she wants to check whether Ying changed after using his orb yesterday. Lu Zhe drops the teasing and heads out with her at once, and the two of them fly toward Nangong Jing's home. At Nangong Jing's place, the one who opens the door is Qiuyue Hesha instead, which instantly reminds Lu Zhe how strangely close those two sisters still act. Qiuyue Hesha immediately pokes at them, laughing that they were left alone together and still made no progress at all. Lu Zhe can only stare, feeling like Qiuyue Hesha and Nangong Jing must have secretly teamed up just to mock him. Lin Ling stops the joke, and Qiuyue Hesha finally lets them in, casually mentioning that Nangong Jing had to step out and will return soon. Once they sit down, Qiuyue Hesha gets serious and asks about the mission where Ying swallowed those 3 black-robed foreigners. After hearing the full story, Qiuyue Hesha reveals the most likely answer. Those strangers probably entered human territory through a natural wormhole. She explains that natural wormholes appear randomly, connect to anywhere from nearby space to the void universe, and are one of the Federation's most dangerous uncontrollable disasters. The warning lands harder when she brings up the old disaster 800 years ago, when 2 Galaxy-class invaders came through one giant wormhole and even Tianlong's sage died stopping them. Still, she tells them the higher-ups are already investigating, and if this really was a natural wormhole, those 3 dead intruders were probably the only ones who got through. Before they can dwell on it longer, Nangong Jing finally returns home and greets them with her usual easy confidence. Lin Ling asks about Ying first, and Nangong Jing tells them to go upstairs and see for themselves. Upstairs, they find Ying asleep on the bed again, still surrounded by drifting stars and still drooling like nothing in the world is wrong. Lin Ling notices the stars look brighter than yesterday, and Lu Zhe realizes the red orbs might really be helping. Encouraged by that change, Lu Zhe decides to feed Ying more red orbs, including an even stronger aperture opening state 1. After swallowing the stronger orb, Ying's little face settles into an even calmer expression, which makes the whole room feel more hopeful. Once they come back downstairs, Nangong Jing wastes no time and announces that today's cultivation lesson starts now. Qiuyue Hesha joins in too, and the 4 of them head into virtual reality for another round of personal training. After a full day of lessons and lunch together, Lu Zhe goes back to his dorm and settles into a strict routine to improve every part of himself. That afternoon's cultivation alone pushes his spirit force up by another aperture, and the speed shocks even him once he compares it to normal geniuses in the Federation. The reason is simple but absurd. With high-grade red orbs and a perfect spirit body, Lu Zhe can advance in under 3 years what once took famous prodigies far longer. He gets dangerously pleased with himself for a moment, then immediately decides the best cure for arrogance is getting beaten up by the big bosses in the pocket hunting dimension again. Before heading in, he quickly eats the food he saved and prepares himself for another dangerous night. The instant he enters the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe uses G-Stealth, because yesterday's mob beating taught him not to announce himself anymore. He even avoids using mental power and relies only on his eyes, hunting like an assassin as he searches for prey without attracting attention. A few hours later, that strategy pays off when he bursts out with full force and erases a purple black panther before it can even scream. Lu Zhe grabs the dropped orb and disappears at once, because on this map surviving the aftermath matters just as much as winning the fight. He settles into a brutal rhythm after that: rest, recover, ambush one beast with everything, and run before the whole area notices. 3 days later, the stealth approach has half collapsed into chaos, and Lu Zhe is flying for his life while hundreds of beasts thunder after him across the open grassland. The pack behind him is ridiculous even by this map's standards, with 6 blue bird bosses, a lightning warhorse boss, and other god art beasts all piled into the same pursuit. Even the weaker beasts on the map can only flatten themselves in fear as that monstrous wave of killing intent tears past. Lu Zhe feels truly wronged here, because unlike the first map there are no rabbit holes, no caves, and no real cover anywhere on this cursed grassland. Worse, more beasts keep joining from ahead, until escape turns impossible and he gets surrounded all over again. This time his double never appears, so after a token struggle Lu Zhe gets obliterated under a flood of attacks and blasted back out of the dimension. He wakes up in bed wrecked by the memory of being reduced to ashes, and has to lie there for a while before the pain finally eases. Even so, he has no intention of stopping, because being the beast's favorite target actually speeds up his harvest as long as he survives long enough to collect it. From there his days lock into a relentless cycle: morning lessons with Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha, afternoon self-cultivation, night hunts, and god art absorption after every death. When the 2 teachers are busy, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling quietly go back to being ordinary students and attend class instead. A month passes in that grind, and by then Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are back in the virtual arena moving far cleaner and sharper than before. Lin Ling opens with hundreds of silver spear lights, trying to overwhelm him through speed and precision. Lu Zhe slips around what he can and calmly blocks the rest with black crystal light on his hands, showing how much steadier his close combat has become. Their clash now looks quieter on the outside, but every exchange carries more dangerous force directly into the other person's body. Lin Ling suddenly vanishes into countless shadows and presses in with an even fiercer spear assault, refusing to let him settle. After another hard exchange pushes her back, Lin Ling grits her teeth and activates her strength god art to break the stalemate. Lu Zhe welcomes it with a smile, because her growth is obvious, but he still knows she is no longer close to his real ceiling. With wind and lightning around him, Lu Zhe meets her full power charge head-on and keeps matching her without losing control. Watching from the side, Nagong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha can both tell these two have improved faster than they themselves did at the same stage. When Qiuyue Hesha asks for Lu Zhe's real combat level, Nagong Jing estimates that going all out he is already around 700 apertures. That number leaves Qiuyue Hesha speechless, because 1 month ago even Lu Zhe's explosive move only reached about 500. Nagong Jing tries to call it normal because his god art is top tier, but the jealousy on her face says she does not believe that excuse even a little. For all their envy, both women are also genuinely relieved, because if Lu Zhe keeps rising this fast, the pressure on the human side will eventually ease. Meanwhile, Lin Ling is already sweating hard, because pushing her strength god art at full power burns through her stamina fast. What frustrates her most is that even after all this, she still has not forced Lu Zhe to reveal his true power. Lu Zhe notices she is close to her limit and asks if she wants to stop, but Lin Ling snaps back one answer only: continue. Knowing how stubborn she is, Lu Zhe says nothing more and simply keeps sparring until she runs herself completely dry. Watching Lin Ling get worn down without ever reaching Lu Zhe's ceiling, Nagong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha share the same painful thought: one day they might be the ones stuck on the receiving end of this training. That fear turns into a scheme when Qiuyue Hesha softly asks for a chance to personally teach Lu Zhe a lesson too. Nagong Jing first pretends to be upright about it, talking like a proper teacher who would never bully her student. Qiuyue Hesha names the price as 2 bottles of morning dew liquor, and Nagong Jing instantly sells her principles on the spot. So while Lu Zhe stays completely unaware, the two teachers quietly finish their very evil little deal off to the side. A little later, Lin Ling is soaked with sweat and nearly spent, but she still refuses to back down first. Lu Zhe finally ends it by flashing in front of her and tapping her shoulder, a casual move that makes the result impossible to argue with. He tells her she lost, and Lin Ling can only bite back her frustration, upset less by the defeat itself than by the fact that Lu Zhe still never had to show his real hand. After the spar ends, Nagong Jing sees Lin Ling still frustrated and lightly tells her there will be plenty of chances to fight Lu Zhe again. The four leave virtual reality and return to check on Yingying, where Lu Zhe feeds her red orbs as usual. Yingying's glow is clearly stronger now, and the others take it as a good sign that Lu Zhe's god art energy is helping her. Lu Zhe immediately gets smug about the praise, and the 3 women answer him with synchronized eye-roll energy. Qiuyue Hesha suggests going downstairs to eat, and the scene makes it clear Lu Zhe has turned even these top prodigies into regular food lovers. On the way down, Lu Zhe casually asks Nagong Jing if today is her 30th birthday, and the question hits like a disaster. Nagong Jing instantly spits her drink straight into Lu Zhe's face. As Lu Zhe wipes his face in disbelief, he notices Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha silently backing away like he is already doomed. Nagong Jing grabs Lu Zhe and beats the point into him that she is 18 this year, not 30. Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha make it clear with their deadpan faces that Lu Zhe completely deserved that for bringing up a woman's age so bluntly. Lu Zhe quietly heals himself with his regeneration god art, which only makes him appreciate the skill more. Once she calms down, Nagong Jing asks how Lu Zhe even knew it was her birthday in the first place. Lu Zhe admits old man Nagong texted him last night, and the room turns awkward the second he says it. Nagong Jing realizes her grandfather set this whole thing up just to mess with her, and her anger shifts straight toward him. Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha can only look at Nagong Jing with sympathy, because having a grandfather like that is genuinely rough. After giving up on the embarrassment, Nagong Jing bluntly asks Lu Zhe what birthday gift he plans to give her. Lu Zhe answers with a terrible first sentence, and says he has nothing for her, which instantly makes the silence even worse. Nagong Jing accuses him of bringing up her age just to stab her in the heart, and Lu Zhe panics before her fist comes back up. Given one chance to fix his sentence, Lu Zhe explains he planned to wait until he grew stronger, and then give her a better red orb for cultivation. That answer catches Nagong Jing off guard, because Lu Zhe is offering something genuinely precious instead of a joke. Lu Zhe spells it out: Nagong Jing has helped him a lot, so he is not going to be stingy with her. Nagong Jing finally turns that sincerity into a birthday wish and asks for 1 orb right now, hoping it might let her touch Yingying. Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha realize that trick might work for them too, and their eyes practically light up on the spot. Lu Zhe agrees and hands Nagong Jing a blue bird boss red orb, while she sits down eagerly to refine it at once. Minutes later, Nagong Jing opens her eyes pleased, because the orb's pure energy has quietly patched flaws in her old foundation. The effect is good enough that even carefree Nagong Jing starts wanting more, while also wrestling with whether she should keep accepting something this valuable from her student. In the end, she decides not to overthink it and trusts that if Lu Zhe truly has extra, he will give it willingly. Still riding that good mood, Nan Gongjing vanishes upstairs to test the real point of all this on Ying. From downstairs, the others see Nan Gongjing's hand gently touch Ying's cheek, proving the orb really works. That success leaves Lin Ling and Qiu Yuehesha openly jealous, and both of them lock onto Lu Zhe with silent pressure. Lu Zhe caves under the stare attack and agrees to give Lin Ling and Qiu Yuehesha one orb each, but no more because he still needs them for himself. Lin Ling takes her orb with glittering eyes and swallows it right away, determined even though the aperture opening state energy will hit her much harder than the others. Qiu Yuehesha takes her turn more playfully, brushing Lu Zhe's face and teasing that she actually liked the bold way he talked to Nan Gongjing earlier. Lu Zhe refuses to be fooled and flatly tells her flattery will not get her extra orbs. Qiu Yuehesha just smiles and sits down to refine her orb, while Lu Zhe watches both women cultivate and starts thinking about helping more trusted friends with spare orbs later. Watching him hand out the same treasure to the other two, Nan Gongjing suddenly reminds Lu Zhe that this was supposed to be her birthday gift. Lu Zhe awkwardly promises he will give Nan Gongjing another orb next time, and she immediately makes sure he does not forget it. Qiu Yuehesha finishes refining first, and comes out genuinely shocked by how much this pure little orb can improve a person's foundation. When Lu Zhe asks how it felt, Qiu Yuehesha answers with a loaded smile that only makes Nan Gongjing snort at her shamelessness. Qiu Yuehesha pushes the tease further by offering to be Lu Zhe's girlfriend if he gives future orbs to her instead of the violent mother dragon, and Nan Gongjing nearly explodes. Lu Zhe cuts through the chaos by promising future extra orbs to both of them, and Qiu Yuehesha happily runs off to pet Ying instead of arguing more. Qiu Yuehesha ends up fully absorbed in doting on Ying, to the point Lu Zhe privately thinks she now looks suspicious enough to get arrested. Over an hour later, Lin Ling finally finishes refining her orb, and her aura is visibly stronger the moment she opens her eyes. Lu Zhe instantly starts showing off again and asks if she worships him now after seeing how amazing the orb is. Lin Ling glares at him, painfully aware that his unfair growth makes even her best efforts feel impossible to catch up to. Then Lu Zhe makes his real demand. If Lin Ling says Zhe is the most handsome guy in the world, he will give her more orbs later. Lin Ling flatly refuses and swears she would rather die or get eaten by space beasts than say something that shameless. Lu Zhe casually reminds her he is only going to keep getting stronger and producing more orbs, which leaves Lin Ling trapped between her pride and her future cultivation. Nan Gongjing and Qiu Yuehesha want to help Lin Ling, but neither of them dares risk losing access to Lu Zhe's red orbs too. After a long, humiliating pause, Lin Ling grits her teeth and finally blurts out that Zhe is the most handsome guy in the world. When Lin Ling admits it again, Lu Zhe turns to her with a smug smile and pretends he did not hear a word. Lin Ling burns with embarrassment and rage while Nan Gongjing and Qiu Yuehesha quietly look away instead of helping her. Forced into a corner, Lin Ling shouts that Zhe is the most handsome in the world so loudly that he cannot ask her to repeat it again. Lu Zhe immediately takes the praise far too seriously and launches into a shameless speech about his star-like beauty conquering Lin Ling. The other three are so stunned by his lack of shame that Nan Gongjing wants to punch him and Lin Ling looks ready to explode. To save herself from murdering him on the spot, Lin Ling abruptly walks over to test whether she can touch Ying again. Her hand finally meets Ying's soft cheek, and after a month of being unable to touch her, that simple contact feels almost emotional. The mood turns warm as Lin Ling, Nan Gongjing, and Qiu Yuehesha finally enjoy touching Ying again, and half an hour later Nan Gongjing gently calls everyone to dinner. After dinner, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are about to leave when Nan Gongjing stops them and says she already reserved a suitable mission for the two of them. Lu Zhe is instantly interested, and Nan Gongjing explains that a natural wormhole opened into the Gula system and let several void beasts with roughly 500 to 600 apertures slip through. Qiu Yuehesha quickly checks the real issue, and Nan Gongjing confirms the wormhole opened in a system with a primitive intelligent race that is already being ravaged. Nan Gongjing adds that human researchers on that planet escaped, warned the Federation, and helped the local Gula people flee to preserve their civilization. When Lu Zhe asks about the payoff, Nan Gongjing reveals the reward is not credits but 6 hours in the Tao Enlightenment Room. That reward is exactly what they need, so Lu Zhe accepts at once and thanks Nan Gongjing for reserving the mission before someone else could take it. With the job set for tomorrow, Lu Zhe heads back to his dorm and resumes cultivation instead of wasting the evening. By the time he opens his eyes, Lu Zhe has pushed his spirit force to 50 apertures and his body close to the 100 aperture level, leaving him pleased with how fast he is growing. That stronger foundation means he can sustain heavier power drains now, which sharply raises his real combat ability. After dinner he enters the hunting dimension again and immediately hides his presence, because the beasts there have gotten much more serious about hunting him back. Hidden in the grass, Lu Zhe weighs the map's dangers: blue bird bosses, lightning warhorses, gray lizards, and an even stronger black tiger all sit within a range that now overlaps his own power. His wind god art and star crippling punch have already pushed him close to ordinary mortal evolution strength, which is why so few people know how scary he really is. He has even ignored challenge requests and let his ranking slip, because staying quieter is better than becoming even more famous. Now that blue bird drops are becoming repetitive, Lu Zhe decides it is time to hunt a stronger target and locks onto a resting gray lizard boss. He opens with purple-eyed power and the wings of wind and lightning, vanishing upward in a burst of speed before dropping a full-star crippling punch at the lizard's head. The gray lizard senses the killing blow just in time and throws up a thick gray shield, but Lu Zhe's punch smashes through it anyway. The lizard's head is hammered into the ground and badly torn open, but its body and regeneration are still enough to keep it alive. Lu Zhe gives it no chance to recover and unloads a brutal chain of body Goddard-powered punches that tears open a crater kilometers wide. By the fourth punch the lizard finally dies, and Lu Zhe dryly decides that sleeping out in the wild was a bad life choice for it. Even with his recent growth, spamming full-power star crippling punches leaves Lu Zhe drained as the boss turns to dust and drops its orbs. 2 days later, his hunting streak abruptly stops when he comes face to face in the sky with a gray half-dragon overlord wrapped in mist. One look tells Lu Zhe this monster is on another level, so he greets it with fake politeness and immediately decides to run for his life. His escape fails instantly because the overlord blurs forward faster than he can track and tears him down with one claw. Lu Zhe wakes back in his room drenched in sweat, still shaking from the pain of dying even though this is already part of his routine. Once the pain passes, he stares at the ceiling and silently vows to come back stronger and take revenge on that overlord later. He cleans up, cultivates again, and by the next morning he and Lin Ling head to the space station to start the Gula mission. Using what they learned on an earlier job, they rent a small ship with 2 rooms and autopilot, then board for the trip to the Gula system. Once they are underway, Lu Zhe wistfully says he wants to try piloting it himself, only for Lin Ling to shut that idea down immediately. Lin Ling reminds him he cannot even fly a ship yet, and the risk of wrecking 100,000 credit rental in space is too stupid to entertain. Lu Zhe can only sigh and decide that learning to pilot a spaceship is now officially on his to-do list. Back to the mission, Lin Ling asks whether they should meet the research team first, and both agree that getting local information matters more than rushing in blind. Their plan is simple: find the scientists, learn the current situation on the huge unfamiliar planet, and only then go after the void beasts. Then Lu Zhe casually asks how Lin Ling felt after using one of his red orbs, bringing yesterday's embarrassing memory right back to her face. Even so, Lin Ling admits the orb worked extremely well, patching weaknesses in her body refinement and pushing her closer to a perfect spirit body. Satisfied, Lu Zhe takes out 3 more Bluebird Boss red orbs and offers all of them to Lin Ling for her cultivation. For one brief second, Lin Ling is stunned enough to wonder if he is being this generous because she matters to him more than the others. But Lu Zhe cheerfully ruins that thought by explaining he had planned to split his orbs among Lin Ling, Nangong Jing, and Qiuyue Hesha every day, and she only gets all 3 because she is the only one here. That answer hits harder than expected, and Lin Ling stiffly tells him to save the orbs for Sister Jing and Hesha instead. Seeing Lin Ling stiffen up, Lu Zhe deliberately acts like he is taking the red orbs back just to make her squirm. His words hit hard, and Lin Ling suddenly realizes she almost rejected the very chance she needed to catch up and beat him. Even while wanting them back, Lin Ling cannot bring herself to ask because her pride is in the way, and she does not want to steal from Nangong Jing and Hesha. Before she gives up, Lu Zhe hands the orbs over for real and assures her that this level of resource barely matters to the 2 seniors. Lin Ling quietly accepts them, and her soft thank you catches Lu Zhe completely off guard. Lu Zhe instantly pushes his luck, asking if a casual thank you is all she plans to give him. When Lu Zhe says he wants her to repeat what she said yesterday, Lin Ling goes from wary to instantly done with him. Too embarrassed to keep dealing with him, Lin Ling abruptly declares she is going back to cultivate and escapes to her room. Safe behind the closed door, Lin Ling blushes harder and scolds herself for almost saying something nice about Lu Zhe. She forces herself to calm down and cultivate. While back in the living room, Lu Zhe can only sigh that he should have teased her a little longer. Lu Zhe returns to his own room to train too, satisfied that even dying every day has been turning into rapid growth. The next 4 days pass in near total seclusion, with Lu Zhe and Lin Ling only meeting in the living room for meals before diving back into cultivation. After warp travel ends, their ship arrives at the Gula system, with 2 crimson inner planets and 1 green outer world ahead. As they approach planet Gula through a belt of asteroids, the world's size and beauty come into view. That beauty is scarred by black blighted regions, and Lu Zhe immediately realizes the void beasts have already done serious damage. For both of them, this is their first close look at the aftermath of void beasts, the kind of cosmic monsters that ruin everything in their path. Before they can discuss more, a communication request comes in from the Jianwen Life Evolution Research Team. Lu Zhe answers, and Dr. Jianwen appears as a projection to confirm that the 2 students have arrived. After brief introductions, Jianwen asks them to come aboard his ship first so his team can lead them in safely. Their ship follows the guide around the planet toward a safer green region where a massive research mothership is waiting. Once they dock inside the larger ship, Jianwen and a group of scientists come out to meet them in person. But the greeting immediately turns awkward when Jianwen stares at them and asks again if they are really just first-year students. Jianwen explains the problem bluntly. The strongest void beasts here are around aperture opening state with 600 apertures, so he is genuinely worried these two are in over their heads. Lu Zhe realizes the researchers never saw his actual combat data, which explains why they look more worried than relieved. Instead of arguing, Lu Zhe calmly tells them they can handle it, and only needs the full situation before heading out. Jianwen accepts that and lays out the battlefield. 4 void beasts, 2 at 500 apertures, 2 at 600, all spreading destruction across the northern hemisphere. A young scientist adds the human cost, saying entire tribes have already been wiped out while the team can only guide survivors instead of openly interfering too much with a primitive civilization. Before Lu Zhe can ask about these natives, another scientist rushes in white-faced with urgent news that a void beast is heading for Chris. Jianwen explains that Chris and several scholars are down on the surface leading the Gula people to safety, and if the beast reaches them first they will be in real danger. Lu Zhe instinctively asks why Chris cannot simply retreat to the ship, but Jianwen only says Chris has his own problem and they will understand when they see him. The urgency ends the discussion, and Lu Zhe immediately agrees to move out now. As Jianwen prepares to take them over, the scene shifts down to the people they are racing to save on the surface of Gula. On a grassy plain, tens of thousands of Gula natives are fleeing south in a desperate mass migration. To them, the 3 flying scholars above are literal gods, because these outsiders can fly, use impossible power, and ride a strange giant beast-like craft. 5 days earlier, one of those gods proved his words by crushing a mountain with a wave and warning them that 4 demons were coming to destroy their homes. Now the refugees trust that guidance completely, because heading south is the only hope their god gave them against the coming demons. Above the refugees, Chris and his 2 students, Lee and Lucy, are not calm at all because a void beast is already moving toward them. Lee reports that the beast is not even moving at full speed and will still reach them in half an hour, making the situation feel even worse. Lucy bites the bullet and tells Chris they have to give up on the refugees now or all 3 of them may die here. Chris looks down at the terrified Gula people and decides he still cannot abandon them before help arrives. He orders Lee and Lucy to keep guiding the civilians while he uses the ship alone to lure the void beast away and buy time. Both students protest at once, because they know a ship that fragile cannot survive a direct hit from something at that level. Chris answers with the conviction of a lifelong scholar, saying every life deserves respect and he cannot just leave these people to die. He tries to lighten the mood by joking that he is still too young to die, but his students only look more distressed. Lee refuses to accept that and volunteers to take the risk instead, insisting his younger reflexes make him the better pilot. Before Chris can argue further, Jianwen's call finally comes through and stops the sacrifice plan cold. Jianwen orders Chris not to do anything stupid and specifically tells Lee and Lucy to keep their teacher from trying to play hero. The pressure breaks for a moment, and Lee and Lucy can finally laugh now that real reinforcements are only minutes away. Chris jokes back that maybe Jianwen is their real teacher, letting the team breathe for one brief human beat in the middle of a crisis. Then Chris turns back to the refugees, glows with blue light, and announces in the Gula language that a war god is coming to destroy the demon if they can just keep moving. When the Gula hear that a war god is coming to destroy the demon, their panic flips into desperate faith, and the whole tribe starts running harder towards survival. Lee blurts out that Chris's god act is embarrassing, but Chris calmly says the Federation cannot directly reshape a primitive civilization, so becoming a legend is the fastest way to save them. Chris adds that to people like the Gula, powerful long-lived Federation cultivators really do look like gods, and plenty of old Earth fairy tales probably started the same way. About 10 minutes later, a monstrous roar rolls in from the far north, and even from that distance it shakes the Gula to the core. Chris immediately uses the same godly tone again, telling the tribe that the roar belongs to the demon, and that it will be annihilated soon. The words help, but the pressure from the north keeps growing so dense and abyss-like that even hope starts to wobble. Chris, Lee, and Lucy realize the void beast has locked onto them and is close enough that a monster at that level could cross the remaining distance in minutes. With the beast bearing down, Chris urgently calls Jianwen and half-jokes that if help is late, he is about to become void beast food. Jianwen answers that they will be there in 1 minute, then awkwardly revises it to at most 2, which leaves everyone briefly speechless because 1 minute is already too long here. A moment later, the void beast's pressure slams into the fleeing crowd from behind, freezing the Gula in terror so badly that some can barely keep running. Since the Gula are far too primitive to resist that kind of aura, Chris releases his own power to cut off the beast's pressure and gives the entire tribe room to breathe again. That one display seals it for the tribe, and their fear turns into full worship because the god just blocked the demon's power in front of their eyes. Just as the mood steadies, 2 more divine mounts appear in the sky, and the Gula stare up in burning excitement as reinforcements finally arrive. Chris checks the timing and realizes Jianwen actually made it in 59 seconds, with the void beast already only 200 kilometers away. The hatch is open, and Jianwen comes out with several scientists while Lu Zhe and Lin Ling step down from the other ship. Chris greets Jianwen with a relieved hug and jokes that for once the old researcher arrived before his own deadline. Then Chris notices how young Lu Zhe and Lin Ling look, and he blurts out the question everyone else immediately regrets asking: why are the war gods so young? Awkward silence hits, and Chris quickly explains that he told the Gula their rescuers were war gods because that was the easiest way to make a primitive tribe trust outside help. Instead of rejecting it, Lu Zhe gets weirdly excited by the idea of being a god and starts mentally searching for the coolest line a war god could possibly say. Lin Ling reads Lu Zhe's expression instantly, shuts down his god fantasy with one tired look, and then asks to take the Void Beast herself. Instead of joking around, Lin Ling asks for the Void Beast herself because she wants to test her strength against it. Lu Zhe hesitates because the beast is strong enough to worry him for her, and he bluntly asks whether she can really handle it alone. Lin Ling stays firm and says she wants to try first, and if it gets dangerous, she will fall back on her specialized battle armor. Lu Zhe finally agrees, telling her to go ahead and that if she cannot beat it, he will step in and help finish the job. His casual backup plan annoys Lin Ling on the spot, and she snaps that he should stop acting like her victory is in doubt. Lu Zhe immediately softens and praises her strength, and the tension between them eases back into familiar trust. Jianwen still worries that the pair are being reckless and urges Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to fight together instead of splitting the risk. Lu Zhe answers that he trusts Lin Ling and promises he will not let anything go wrong, which quietly reassures even the worried scientists. Those words land with Lin Ling too, and beneath her cool face she is clearly a little pleased that Lu Zhe believes in her that much. Lu Zhe gives one final instruction: wait until the beast gets close, so he can guard the Gula and still step in instantly if she needs help. Another roar crashes across the plain, and this time Lu Zhe's eyes flash green as he throws up a huge wind barrier around the tribe, the scientists, and their ships. The Gula still shake with instinctive fear, but inside the barrier the scientists start measuring Lu Zhe differently, because even his casual defense feels frighteningly strong. The Void Beast finally enters view, a 1,000-meter nightmare of black scales, bone spikes, claws, bloody eyes, and chaotic dark energy rushing straight toward them. For the Gula, seeing the demon at last is almost too much to bear, and they can only cling to the promise that the war gods will save them. Lin Ling steps forward, says she is going, and in the next instant summons her armor from her storage ring. Blue runes ignite across Lin Ling's armor. Her spear comes into hand, and with her hair whipping in the wind she suddenly looks exactly like the female war god Chris promised. She launches into the sky toward the giant beast, and against that enormous body her figure looks tiny enough to make even the Gula doubt for a second. The Void Beast meets her charge with a roar, and condenses a murky gray energy sphere in its mouth before firing it straight at her. Lin Ling activates the Linshi treasure manual through her spirit eyes, picks out the attack's weakness, and drives a razor-condensed silver spear ray into the oncoming blast. The collision explodes across dozens of kilometers, but Lu Zhe's barrier holds with only a ripple while darkness and silver light tear up the plain outside. When the light clears, the land beyond the shield has been blasted into a giant dead crater, and the Gula finally understand just how thoroughly Lu Zhe's barrier saved them. Then they look up again and see Lin Ling already fighting on, which turns their fear into pure awe because the white-armored war god really can stand against the demon. Jianwen and the other scientists can hardly believe it, because watching freshman Lin Ling block that monstrous attack this cleanly puts her in the same talent tier as the Federation's most feared prodigies. That thought immediately leads them to Lu Zhe, because if someone this strong still asked his permission before fighting, he must be even more dangerous. Lu Zhe, meanwhile, is not thinking about titles at all and simply notes that Lin Ling's specialized armor really did push her combat power past the 500 aperture mark. That makes Lu Zhe privately grumble that the armor's boost is outrageous for how expensive it is. Then he remembers with smug amusement that he still has never even needed to use his own. His almost bored calm only convinces Jianwen's group further that this first-year monster might already be a young duke, which would be unheard of in human history. Lu Zhe finally notices them staring and casually asks what is wrong, completely unaware that his silence has already turned him into something legendary in their minds. Jianwen and the others quickly shake it off and answer that it is nothing, but the way they look at Lu Zhe now is clearly no longer the way they look at an ordinary student. After nearly half an hour of fighting, Lin Ling is running out of stable power, but the Void Beast is already torn up and close to breaking first. Refusing to give in, Lin Ling vanishes upward and drives her silver spear straight at the beast's eyes. The beast spits out a massive chaotic energy ball, and Lin Ling instantly twists her attack to pierce its weak point instead. Her spear ray drills through the attack and into the beast's mouth, shredding its insides until it thrashes in agony. Lin Ling pulls back a few kilometers away, barely staying upright as the backlash tears through her body, but she still refuses to lose to Lu Zhe. Watching from the barrier, Lu Zhe realizes she would attack him too if he stepped in now, so he holds back and lets her finish it herself. Then two new roars shake the area, and everyone realizes more Void Beasts are charging this way. Jianwen answers a call from the surveillance room, and a flustered assistant finally reports that 2 aperture-opening beasts with 600 apertures are already heading for them. The late warning irritates everyone, but Lu Zhe calmly says the 2 stronger beasts are his problem, not theirs. Even after that promise, Lu Zhe tells them to keep watching first, because Lin Ling is about to decide her own battle. Inside the barrier, The Gula civilians can only cling to each other and pray, because if more demons arrive, their lives depend entirely on these outsiders. Hearing the incoming roars, Lin Ling shuts out everything except one goal and pours her failing strength into a final kill. The beast senses death and wraps itself in dark mist, firing one last condensed attack straight at her spirit spear. Their final clash explodes so hard that even Lu Zhe's barrier ripples, and the civilians panic and back away from the edge. When the light clears, Lin Ling is a bloody mess but still standing, staring down the beast as its life finally runs out. The giant corpse crashes into the ground, and Lu Zhe quietly approves while Jian Wen's group realizes this freshman really killed a 500 aperture beast alone. For one breath, the Gula people look at Lin Ling like a war god who just saved them. That relief vanishes the moment two angrier roars roll in, because everyone can tell Lin Ling has nothing left for another fight. Lu Zhe appears beside the falling Lin Ling in an instant, and catches her before she can drop out of the sky. He praises her win, and even half-conscious and soaked in blood, Lin Ling still vows that one day she will beat him too. Lu Zhe plays along and gives her a thumbs up, but the moment she coughs blood, his joking mood disappears. Lin Ling quickly drinks a level 4 healing serum worth 10,000 academic credits, and her color finally starts coming back. When Lu Zhe casually says his regeneration god art saves him from buying medicine like that, Lin Ling is too irritated to answer properly. Before she can snap back, the two stronger void beasts finally arrive, and their pressure crushes the battlefield all over again. Lin Ling decides to stay out of his way, but Lu Zhe tells her to watch from right there because this will end fast. That answer leaves Lin Ling excited and the others shaken, because Lu Zhe is openly saying he will fight both 600 aperture beasts alone. Lu Zhe raises one hand, and two huge green jade-like wind blades condense in front of him with terrifying control. As soon as the void beast close to 10 kilometers, Lu Zhe gives one quiet command and sends both blades out. The two beasts spit out giant energy balls to stop the attack, but Lu Zhe's twin slashes reach them first and cut straight through. The wind blades drive into both monsters, carving them apart from the mouth inward until black blood rains over the battlefield. A stronger explosion finally erupts in the sky, but the beast's roars cut off almost immediately. When the smoke clears, both corpses drop into the ground, and everyone below is too stunned to even react. Lu Zhe just grins and says it is over, because against his nearly 700 aperture slash, those two monsters never had a chance. After Lu Zhe casually kills two 600 aperture beasts, Lin Ling can only stare at him and feel the brutal gap between them. Even Jian Wen and Chris are rattled, because a first-year student just erased enemies that should have been far above his level. Lu Zhe stays cheerful and reminds Lin Ling they only need one more beast before they can head back and claim the mission reward. When Lu Zhe and Lin Ling return, Jian Wen openly praises Lu Zhe as an unprecedented talent among freshmen. A strange chant rises from below, and the whole group looks down to find the Gula natives kneeling in worship. Chris explains that the Gula people are thanking Lu Zhe and Lin Ling for saving them and will probably remember them as war gods in legend. Lu Zhe gets quietly thrilled by the idea of being passed down as a god, even if he has no idea how to give a proper divine speech in their language. Once the moment passes, Lu Zhe gets practical again and asks where the last void beast is. Chris speaks to the Gula people in their own language and sends them home with more grand promises from the gods. Jian Wen calls his hidden team for the last beast's location, and a blue hologram of the teammate answering appears over his phone. Before the call can finish, the hologram operator suddenly panics after spotting 3 unidentified ships rushing toward the Gula system. Guthrie confirms the ships are unregistered, already accelerating toward them, and charging weapons strong enough to threaten this whole expedition. Jian Wen immediately tells the hidden team to retreat and hide, because the people already on the planet will have to handle this themselves. With Lin Ling still weakened from healing, Lu Zhe holds back his usual impulse to charge in and starts thinking more carefully. Lin Ling bites back her frustration, because once again she feels like she might be the one slowing Lu Zhe down. Instead of panicking, Lu Zhe asks Jian Wen if they can monitor the approaching ships from here first. Chris suggests moving away from the Gula crowd so innocent natives will not get dragged into a fight meant for them. Lu Zhe immediately agrees, and that simple choice earns real goodwill from the research team watching him. Jian Wen proposes heading for the barren woods, because the last void beast hides there so well that it might even attack the incoming ships for them. Lu Zhe likes the idea, though one grim thought still flashes through his mind when he remembers how disgusting void beast blood looked. The group splits to their ships, and Lu Zhe notices Lin Ling has gone unusually quiet on the way. Lu Zhe first assumes she is upset about losing ground to him, so he awkwardly tries to cheer her up and promises she will get stronger too. Lin Ling snaps back that her real worry is much worse. She is afraid she will drag him down again if strong enemies show up. Lu Zhe answers seriously this time and reminds her that her god art had already helped him survive the beast caves. That finally reaches her, and Lin Ling lifts her head again, deciding that if trouble comes, her god art will support him. With her confidence back, Lin Ling sits down to recover while the 3 ships fly toward the hidden beast's forest. Another call comes in, and Jian Wen reports that the 3 hostile ships are already very close to planet Gula and still carrying suspiciously strong weapons. Jian Wen warns that Lu Zhe's ship will be spotted without stealth, so Lu Zhe immediately activates the concealment system. They hide near the barren forest with engines off, waiting in silence while only stealth and communication stay active. 10 minutes later, surveillance shows the 3 small ships arriving and splitting up to search the area like they are hunting for something specific. Chris links another feed and reveals that one of the ships is heading straight toward the Hidden Beasts forest. The moment the ship reaches the forest, a huge energy ball blasts out of hiding so fast that the pilot never even gets a shield up. The armed ship explodes instantly, and the concealed void beast finally reveals its slick, ugly body beneath the sunlight. Lu Zhe can only stare at the screen in disbelief after the incoming ship gets blown apart by the hidden 500 aperture void beast before any ambush is even needed. After one ship is blown out of the sky, another ship on Lu Zhe's screen immediately veers toward the forest, and the last one is clearly rushing over too. The explosion jolts Lin Ling awake, and Lu Zhe grimly tells her the void beast ambushed the ship so fast that nobody got out alive. When Lin Ling asks how a ship that strong could die so easily, Lu Zhe explains that ships cannot keep their barriers up all the time, and the hidden void beast struck before it had any chance to react. They quickly settle on a plan: wait for the other 2 ships, judge their strength, and if the people on board are weak enough, capture them and force out the truth behind these suspicious unregistered ships. Outside, the void beast hides its chi again and flattens itself in the forest, waiting like a patient assassin for the next ships to enter range. The last 2 ships arrive cautiously with barriers raised, scanning the air because they still do not know what destroyed their companion. The void beast strikes first, hurling a gray energy blast into one ship's barrier and smashing it backward through the air. Before that ship can recover, the beast appears at its side and hacks at the barrier again, using pure agility to bully a target too slow to counterattack. The second ship finally fires a thick white energy cannon through the void beast's body, but the shot also grazes its ally's barrier and nearly breaks that one too. Even with a giant bloody hole blown through it, the void beast roars, spits one last mouth cannon into the damaged barrier, and crashes from the sky after maiming another ship. Lu Zhe watches the smoking crippled ship wobble downward and, for one absurd second, sincerely admires the void beast for almost wiping them all out by itself. Then Lin Ling points out the surviving damaged ship, and Lu Zhe's admiration dies on the spot when its door opens and 4 blade demons step out. The sight hits Lu Zhe hard, because sneaking blade demons into the Federation is one thing, but he cannot understand why they would come to a poor little planet in stolen federal ships. Jianwen and Chris see the same reveal and are also puzzled about what blade demons could possibly want in this place. But when Lu Zhe asks how blade demons got unregistered federal ships in the first place, the 2 scientists are more surprised that he and Lin Ling do not already know the answer. Jianwen asks if they have never handled underground force missions before, because students as strong as them would normally have run into that kind of dirty work already. Lu Zhe remembers the pirate job they stumbled into before, and Chris explains that many criminals build hidden bases on empty planets and become the underground forces the Federation tries to crush. Chris goes further and says some of those criminals are willing to sell out humanity itself, trafficking rare resources and even illegal ships to the blade demons for profit. That answer leaves Lu Zhe quiet and Lin Ling visibly cold, because to someone raised in a military family, betraying your own race for money is especially disgusting. Jianwen quietly reminds them that even a bright civilization still has dark corners, though criminals like this are rare compared with the Federation as a whole. Then Lu Zhe's mood flips completely when he realizes those blade demons might be tied to underground forces, because suddenly this mission looks like a chance to hit something much bigger. Lin Ling catches that dangerous smile at once, and the 2 share the same quietly wicked idea before either of them says it aloud. Jianwen and Chris get a bad feeling from those smiles, and Lu Zhe casually confirms it by saying they only want to capture a few of the blade demons. By then the other ship has landed too, and all 8 blade demons gather outside to repair the damaged one, giving Lu Zhe exactly the target he wanted. Lu Zhe tells Jianwen and Chris to stay put, and he and Lin Ling slip out under chi concealment to stalk the blade demons from the trees. Once they get close enough, Lin Ling uses her rune eyes to read the enemy lineup and calmly reports 2 stronger blade demons with god arts and 6 weaker ones without them. Lin Ling's skin tells Lu Zhe everything he needs, and he relaxes at once because this whole blade demon squad is far below his level now. So Lu Zhe tells Lin Ling to hang back and watch this one, and she agrees with obvious annoyance because she still has not fully recovered. A flash of green launches Lu Zhe forward with Lin Ling beside him, and the blade demons suddenly whip around as 2 strong auras rush their repair site. When Lu Zhe and Lin Ling appear in front of them, one blade demon pulls out a black scanner, compares Lu Zhe to a hologram, and suddenly celebrates like he has found a prize. The demons reveal the reason at once. Lu Zhe is on the White Blade Assassination list, rank 3280 and worth 600,000 demon crystals. Lu Zhe finally remembers the assassination list, but instead of panicking, he realizes these idiots still think his strength matches that old ranking. That reminds him of something even better, and he asks them outright if they are on the Federation's demon hunting list too. The demons smugly confirm they are ranked at least that high, and one of them even orders Lin Ling killed after noticing her injured state. To Lu Zhe, That answer turns the whole squad into walking academic credits, and he almost looks happier than they do as they finish surrounding him. Then Lu Zei's eyes flash purple, and wind and lightning explode around all 8 blade demons at once before any of them can make a move. The attack punches straight through their defenses, seals their spirit force, and leaves the entire squad convulsing and screaming in helpless shock. As their plan collapses in an instant, the demons can only despair that their seniors sold them a lie about white blade targets being easy money. After crushing the ambush, Lu Zei stared down the sealed, half-dead blade demons and asked who sold them the human flying ship, but not one of them talked. Since the interrogation went nowhere, Lu Zei simply inspected the ships and stored them away instead of wasting more time. He lifted the captured demons with wind, called Lin Ling, and the two headed back to their original hiding place with their prisoners in tow. On the way back, Lin Ling suggested turning the blade demons over to the school for questioning in case they knew anything about hidden enemy forces. Lu Zei agreed because even a slim chance of finding an underground star map could mean a huge pile of academic credits, and he still wanted enough to buy the fire clone divine art later. Lin Ling casually said she still had 80 million academic credits and would let Lu Zei take the reward if one existed, leaving him staring at her in disbelief. Lu Zei could only laugh it off and tell her they would talk about credits later, because they still had no idea whether the prisoners were useful. When they returned, Jianwen and Chris came out to meet them, and one look at the battered blade demons told the whole story. Jianwen joked that the assassins clearly hadn't understood who Lu Zei was before coming after him. Chris praised Lu Zei even more bluntly, saying one move was enough for him to capture 8 aperture-opening blade demons and make the older generation feel useless. The others around the ship kept sneaking shocked looks at Lu Zei, because the cheerful new student had just killed stronger void beasts and captured 8 assassins without breaking a sweat. Lu Zei brushed off the praise and said the blade demons were just too arrogant. Then he turned the conversation back to business and confirmed the void beasts were gone. Once Jianwen confirmed there were no more beasts, Lu Zei decided he and Lin Ling would return to school immediately. Before leaving, Lu Zei even pointed out the broken enemy ship and told the 2 professors to salvage anything useful from it, which caught them off guard. After Lu Zei and Lin Ling took off from planet Gula, the 2 professors hurried to look him up and were stunned by how fast his strength had exploded in just 2 months. Back on their own ship, Lu Zei beat the prisoners again and sealed them from the inside out with wind and lightning, while Lin Ling watched with a little pity. With the mission finally over, Lin Ling removed her armor and the pieces split apart back into storage mode. That relief lasted 1 second, because Lu Zei noticed her inner clothes had been torn from overusing her power and awkwardly told her she should go change. Lin Ling flushed red, muttered that she would change, and quickly left, while Lu Zei sat on the couch trying very hard to calm himself down. 4 days later, their ship reached the Dawn system, and the 8 prisoners were still alive only because Lu Zei had been giving them perfectly controlled daily shock therapy while he and Lin Ling watched over them. As they prepared to report in, Lu Zei said he would call Nangong Jing first and ask how to handle the prisoners. Before he could dial, the phone rang first, and when he answered, Yingying's round little face popped up in the projection instead of Nangong Jing. Lin Ling lit up with joy the moment she saw Yingying awake again, and Yingying happily greeted both of them after her long sleep. Then Nangong Jing leaned into the projection in a great mood and urged them to come over, because Yingying had already wanted to run out and find them herself. Lu Zei agreed to head over right away and teased that he had something to show her. When he pointed the camera at the stacked blade demons and called it an unexpected delivery, Nangong Jing instantly guessed they had come to assassinate him. Lu Zei was so thrown by her perfect guess that he could only stare at the screen and wonder how she read the whole mess that fast. He finally admitted the truth and asked whether the assassins could at least be exchanged for academic credits. Nangong Jing said yes to the credits, but she was more puzzled that Lu Zei had kept all 8 blade demons alive instead of killing them first. Lu Zei explained that they had come in human ships, and he had hoped their status might lead to hidden enemy bases and a much bigger reward. Nangong Jing immediately burst at hope, telling him blade demons of this rank could just buy human ships through their own officials, so the lead probably meant nothing. That hit Lu Zei hard, because the huge bonus he had already started imagining suddenly vanished on the spot. Still, Nangong Jing teased him a little and asked whether he wanted to start taking underground force missions in the future, since he and Lin Ling were strong enough for them. Lu Zei stayed cautious and said he would think about it first, because he mainly took this mission for the Dao Enlightenment Room and otherwise preferred to spend his time cultivating. Lin Ling looked interested, but she held back and chose cultivation first too, because her real goal was still to catch up to Lu Zei and beat him. Nangong Jing didn't push the issue and instead said she would still send the prisoners to interrogation for them, just in case there was something to squeeze out of this mess. That tiny possibility was enough to revive Lu Zei's hopes, and Nangong Jing immediately warned him not to get too excited. She told them to return the rented ship and bring the 8 blade demons straight to her place, and the call ended there. Lu Zei felt oddly touched that Nangong Jing was still willing to help even when the chances of getting anything useful were so slim. Soon their ship docked at the Venus space station, and when the 8 blade demons started waking up, Lu Zei hit them with another controlled burst of purple lightning before they could speak or cause trouble. Lin Ling watched the scene with a twitching mouth, because Lu Zhe looked disturbingly practiced at hurting them just enough without killing them. Then Lu Zhe floated the prisoners up with wind and led Lin Ling out of the ship to handle the handoff in person. The busy student dock immediately noticed them, because Lu Zhe and Lin Ling had been gone for 2 months and now returned dragging 8 blade demons behind them. The onlookers started guessing that the pair must have taken an extremely hard mission and assumed these prisoners were only low-level aperture-opening enemies. That guess almost made the blade demons explode with anger, because they were elite assassins with over 400 apertures, not throwaway weaklings. Lu Zhe noticed they were still trying to talk, decided that deserved stronger shocks, and the whole row of prisoners started trembling harder until they went quiet again. When it was time to return the rented ship, Lu Zhe pulled out the confiscated blade demon craft too, only to realize either of them knew how to fly it. The problem got even dumber when Lu Zhe realized his old birthday storage ring couldn't hold a full flying ship anymore. Lin Ling solved it with a smug little smile by storing the ship in her own ring instead. With that handled, they returned the rental and headed straight for Nangong Jing's place with their 8 miserable captives. The moment they arrived, the door flew open and Ying shot outside first, rushing straight into Lin Ling's arms. Lin Ling hugged her warmly and teased her for sleeping so long, while Lu Zhe stood there feeling a little wounded that Ying hadn't run to him first. Then Nangong Jing and Xiuyue Hesha came out to greet them, only for Nangong Jing's expression to twist the instant she saw the blade demons all lined up and shaking together. She had to ask why every one of the prisoners was still trembling, and Xiuyue Hesha immediately answered with a wicked grin that maybe they had been overstimulated in a very different way. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes and flatly explained that they had just tried to speak at the station, so he shocked them again, and that was all. After hearing Lu Zhe out, Nangong Jing lets Xiuyue Hesha take the 8 captured blade demons to intelligence for interrogation. Before leaving, Xiuyue Hesha shamelessly asks Lu Zhe for more red orbs, and he can only promise to share if he has extras. After Xiuyue Hesha leaves with the prisoners, Lu Zhe sits down in Nangong Jing's living room and immediately asks when he can use the Dao Enlightenment Room reward. Nangong Jing tells him the Enlightenment Room is booked for several days, so even this reward has to wait in line. Lu Zhe then asks if live blade demon captives are worth more, and Nangong Jing says only useful intelligence can turn them into bonus academic credits. That answer makes Lu Zhe silently hope the blade demons talk, because otherwise his painful electric torture was barely worth it. Lu Zhe then turns to Ying and gently asks what she felt during her long sleep. Ying says she mostly dreamed about eating delicious food, and she only woke up because the dreamed food suddenly stopped. Lu Zhe and Nangong Jing trade helpless looks around Ying, realizing this cosmic level mystery somehow comes down to the little foodie waking up over missing dream food. Lu Zhe asks one more time whether Ying noticed any change in herself, but she just shakes her head. They are disappointed but realistic, because a few red orbs were never likely to transform someone already at cosmic realm level. Even so, Lu Zhe is relieved that Ying is awake at all, because having this tiny girl around means he now has terrifyingly strong backup. By afternoon, Lin Ling heads to the kitchen to cook a celebration meal while Lu Zhe stays behind to ask Nangong Jing about his stalled star crippling punch. Lu Zhe admits his star crippling punch has stalled, and every attempt to push it further makes him feel like his body is about to break down. That complaint nearly makes Nangong Jing choke on her wine, and she snaps at Lu Zhe like he just said something unforgivable. She explodes that Lu Zhe reached the familiar level in only 2 months, which is absurd enough to get beaten by planetary and even star state experts out of jealousy. Lu Zhe immediately retreats, painfully aware that provoking this drunk teacher is a terrible idea. Still confused, he asks why his training feels normal if his divine art really is advancing so fast. Instead of answering right away, Nangong Jing drags him over and flicks his forehead until she feels better. After venting, Nangong Jing finally explains that Star Crippling Punch relies on Body God Art as the foundation and Strength God Art to release power, so weak basics will bottleneck it. That clears everything up for Lu Zhe, and he happily declares that after the Dao Enlightenment Room he will push the technique up another level. Night falls, and Xiuyue Hesha returns with an early report from intelligence. Lu Zhe leans in hopefully, and Xiuyue Hesha says the blade demons may have led them to something real, though the investigation is still incomplete. Even Nangong Jing is surprised, because she has turned in live blade demons many times and only gotten useful intel from 3 of them. Both women end up looking at Lu Zhe like some kind of luck king, and Nangong Jing even thinks people this lucky usually die young. When Nangong Jing says the extra reward is usually only around 2 million academic credits, Lu Zhe is stunned because that already sounds huge to him. The mood shifts when Xiuyue Hesha reveals the infiltration route was near the Gracious System. Lu Zhe recognizes that name from a riot-related mission and falls into uneasy silence, because this may not be a coincidence at all. Xiuyue Hesha then confirms she has already logged the 8 blade demons on the demon hunting list, earning Lu Zhe 4.3 million credits before any later bonus. She follows that up by teasing that little brother Lu Zhe should treat his big sister well, leaving him speechless all over again. Lin Ling finally brings out a full table of food, and even Ying drops her cartoons the instant dinner appears. Xiuyue Hesha and Nangong Jing joke that Lu Zhe has infected them with foodie habits, and they are mildly horrified by the thought of becoming another Ying. The moment dinner starts, Ying charges the table and Lu Zhe dives in too, treating the meal like a battlefield. Lu Zhe gets crushed in the dinner fight and can only promise himself he will win next time. After dinner, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling head back to the dorms with Ying, and the three split off once they arrive. Back in his room after a shower, Lu Zhe calmly reviews his training priorities and decides to strengthen his body, lightning, and regeneration foundations before using the enlightenment room on divine arts again. With the plan settled and the dorm wrapped in peaceful night chi, Lu Zhe closes his eyes and prepares to enter the pocket hunting dimension again. 6 days later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes on his bed with a sharper aura and a metallic black flash in them after another hard stretch of training. The past 6 days have been packed: daytime training at Nangong Jing's place, afternoon cultivation with red orbs, and nightly hunts for gray lizards, lightning warhorses, and sometimes black tigers. His wind god art stayed stuck, but his regeneration and lightning god arts improved a lot, and his body grew stronger enough to raise his combat power by another 10 apertures. Feeling his increased strength, Lu Zhe gets out of bed genuinely pleased with himself. Outside, he meets Lin Ling and Ying right as they step out too, and the three head together to Nangong Jing's house like usual. When Nangong Jing opens the door in white casual clothes and a faint drunken flush, she brings the news Lu Zhe has been waiting for. The Dao Enlightenment Room is free today. Qiuyue Hesha also steps out and adds that the Blade Demon investigation has progressed. She explains that investigators found traces of underground force activity at the infiltration site, and it is connected to the riots in the Gracious System. Lu Zhe goes quiet at that confirmation, because the link he suspected is turning out to be real. Then his priorities snap back into place, and he bluntly asks the only question that matters to him right now: whether this means more academic credits. Nangong Jing assures him there will be a reward when the full investigation ends, even as she mentally calls him a lucky bastard. After that, Nangong Jing goes back inside to change, leaving Lu Zhe muttering over her habit of tossing clothes around the living room. Watching Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha together again first thing in the morning, Lu Zhe quietly decides women's friendships are impossible to understand. Since Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are heading to planet Jinyao, Qiuyue Hesha offers to keep Ying with her for the trip. Nangong Jing comes back out, summons her ship Golden Swirl, and takes Lu Zhe and Lin Ling toward Jinyao City. Back in Jinyao City, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling arrive outside the Dao Enlightenment Room while Nangong Jing goes off to hustle old man Nangong for more wine. When one room opens, a beautiful young woman steps out and freezes for a moment after recognizing Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe ignores the attention and simply lets Lin Ling take the first room. Before that woman can even greet him, another room opens and a young man comes out just as stunned to see Lu Zhe back here so soon. Lu Zhe still ignores both reactions and walks into his own enlightenment room without a word. Left behind in the corridor, the young woman regrets missing her chance because she has already decided Lu Zhe's future is bright enough to be worth chasing, even as a mistress. Then Barry Howard, the top 4th-year elite student of Xinyao University, approaches her with a practiced smile and introduces himself. She politely says she already has a boyfriend, but the contempt in her eyes makes it obvious Barry never had a chance. Inside the familiar enlightenment room, Lu Zhe wastes no time and uses a purple orb to push Star Crippling Punch toward the experience level. His goal is simple: if the technique reaches experienced mastery, his explosive combat power should jump enough to stand firmly against ordinary level 1 mortal evolution opponents. 6 hours flash by, and when Lu Zhe opens his eyes again, the metallic shine in them says the session worked. He stands up smiling, sure that his next punch will hit much harder than before. Outside the room, Lin Ling is already waiting, and she immediately asks how his result turned out. Lu Zhe answers with his usual shameless grin, and Lin Ling can only roll her eyes before saying her own progress was good too. Nearby students hear that exchange and look half dead inside, because these two first years apparently keep making huge breakthroughs like it is normal. When Lu Zhe and Lin Ling walk out of Jinyao City, Nangong Jing is already waiting with such a bright smile that Lu Zhe can practically hear old man Nangong's heart breaking over lost wine. The three board Golden Swirl for the trip back to planet Venus, and Nangong Jing asks how the session went. Lu Zhe cheerfully announces that his Star Crippling Punch has reached the experienced level and now lets him fight ordinary level 1 mortal evolution opponents head-on. Nangong Jing immediately goes blank with regret, because Lu Zhe's latest absurd breakthrough makes her feel like asking was a mistake. Back on Venus that afternoon, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling split up at the dorms, and Lu Zhe heads straight to his room with one goal in mind. Alone in his room, Lu Zhe thinks of the overlord bosses that used to bully him and decides tonight is for payback. Before the hunt, he uses another purple orb in the Dao Enlightenment room to lock in everything he has learned. By the time Lu Zhe wakes, night has fallen, and he calmly gets himself ready for a long fight. He eats the food Alice left him first, because even revenge starts after dinner. Fed and ready, Lu Zhe returns to his room and enters the pocket hunting dimension for a much bigger game than usual. The moment he arrives, a beast roars in the distance, but this time Lu Zhe does not rush in at all. Instead, he waits on purpose, planning to pull in a whole wave of monsters and wipe them out together. Within seconds, 3 powerful auras close in, and Lu Zhe rises into the sky on his wings of wind and lightning to meet them. The first trio arrives fast, a blue cat, a gray cat, and a black-purple striped anaconda, all roaring with the force of 300 to 400 apertures. Lu Zhe answers with a single green jade slash, and the glowing blade cuts cleanly through all three beasts in one pass. Their heads come off a moment later, their bodies crash into the ground, and Lu Zhe gets his first easy harvest of the night. More roars answer from the distance, and Lu Zhe casually collects the drops with a grin because the chase has completely reversed. He even enjoys the moment, thinking this is what real jungling feels like now that he is no longer the one getting hunted. 5 minutes later, another wave of 3 beasts at 400 apertures charges in, and Lu Zhe erases them just as easily. Then the hunt gets serious when multiple boss packs arrive together from every direction. 3 blue bird bosses rush in first, while 4 lightning warhorse bosses and 2 gray lizard bosses close from the flanks with a whole tide of powerful beasts behind them. Lu Zhe makes his choice fast and dives at the 3 blue bird bosses first, trying to break the easiest group before the rest can surround him. The blue bird bosses answer with 6 giant tornadoes and a storm of wind blades that tear up the grassland below. Lu Zhe sends out 3 green jade slashes that curve around the tornadoes and sever all 3 blue birds at the neck. The tornadoes explode apart, but Lu Zhe calmly strips the remaining wind blades of their force and lets them brush past his face like a breeze. Without wasting the attack, he turns those same jade slashes on the beasts behind the birds and cuts down the ones charging their own attacks. Seeing the blood only drives the rest of the beast tide crazier, and Lu Zhe greets them with a cold grin because now he is the one doing the hunting. He blinks forward into the next wave just as the leading warhorse bosses launch huge lightning spears and the beasts behind them pile on more attacks. The pressure is finally real, but only barely, so Lu Zhe answers with 4 more jade slashes and walks through the storm on raw speed. The slashes open the warhorses' throats before they can react, and the remaining blades butcher the beasts firing from behind them. By the time the last beasts of that clash fall, Lu Zhe is looking at the remaining waves with an openly vicious smile. He finishes off the last beast of the group, and the chill on his face finally eases as the ground below fills with dust and loot. Lu Zhe drops down for another big haul, pleased at just how much he is harvesting now. But the distant roars only grow more chaotic, and Lu Zhe welcomes it because he still has a stronger trump card left to test. A minute later, one roar shakes the whole field, and Lu Zhe immediately knows a real problem has arrived. The black tiger boss finally charges into view, and Lu Zhe's face hardens because this monster used to be the wall that stopped his runs here. Lu Zhe remembers how this monster used to ruin every run, but now he wants to measure it against his improved star crippling punch. Lu Zhe scans the field and sees the full formation massing behind the tiger boss: 3 lizards, 3 warhorses, 6 blue birds, and hundreds more beasts closing in. Feeling that pressure, Lu Zhe steadies himself, clenches his fists, and quietly prepares to hit them with a surprise. Then the whole formation fires together, with blue bird tornadoes, warhorse lightning spears, lizard energy balls, the tiger's claw charge, and hundreds of blasts all collapsing onto Lu Zhe at once. Lu Zhe ignores the barrage, throws up a black crystal shield, hardens his right fist with dark metallic force, and fixes only on the charging tiger. He flashes straight in and drives star crippling punch into the tiger's giant claw before the rest of the barrage can matter. The clash erupts into a black shockwave that shreds the incoming attacks, tears apart the blue bird's tornadoes, and slams every beast around them. At the center of the clash, Lu Zhe's fist punches through the tiger's claw and still blasts a fatal hole through its head, dropping the monster in one brutal hit. The black tiger boss dies before it can even roar again, and its huge body crashes to the ground beneath the fading shockwave. Lu Zhe is left panting with sweat on his brow, because attacks at this level still drain him hard even after his recent growth. Even so, the result is so strong that Lu Zhe realizes he may already be nearly unbeatable here outside the true overlords. Then he notices the aftermath properly and freezes for a beat, because almost half the battlefield has been wiped out by the shockwaves alone. The surviving beasts finally look scared and start thinking about running, but Lu Zhe has no intention of letting them leave now. 6 green jade slashes bloom around him, and Lu Zhe sends them out to finish every beast that is trying to escape. Bodies rain from the sky, the ground fills with beast corpses that soon turn to dust, and Lu Zhe is left staring at another huge harvest. He drops back down to gather the loot again, thrilled that he has just secured enough orbs to power his growth for a long time. When new roars rise in the distance, Lu Zhe flies back up with a smug smile and decides he is not moving again for anything short of death or an overlord. But just as he invites the next challenger to come, an authoritative roar answers him, and a gray streak tears straight toward him so fast that his smile instantly stiffens. A gray streak suddenly stopped in front of Lu Zhe, and the gray half-dragon overlord finally showed itself. Even under that crushing pressure, Lu Zhe decided to test whether his full-power star-crippling punch could kill an overlord. The dragon looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes, and Lu Zhe took that as a challenge. Lu Zhe vanished with his wings of wind and lightning and blinked straight above the dragon's head. He dropped a full star-crippling punch, blasting black force through the sky at point-blank range. The overlord calmly answered with one gray claw, and the two powers detonated hard enough to freeze the nearby beasts in fear. The backlash shoved Lu Zhe away and drained him badly, but he still stared through the fading light to see the result. When the light cleared, the gray half-dragon was completely unharmed, and Lu Zhe instantly gave up on fighting fair. Lu Zhe turned and ran at full speed, silently apologizing to the boss for ever thinking he could win. The dragon roared and answered by dropping a giant gray claw over him, making Lu Zhe dodge through the gaps just to stay alive. For the first time, Lu Zhe felt his speed was not enough, because even his perfected movement art could not shake this monster. A pack of beasts suddenly swarmed in front of him and fired a wall of attacks, trying to box him in, while the dragon chased from behind. Lu Zhe slipped through the barrage, got furious at the ambush, and answered with 6 green jade slashes. The slashes cut the beasts apart, and Lu Zhe had no time to enjoy the loot because the dragon was already almost on top of him again. The chase dragged on for hundreds of kilometers, and every dodge got harder as the dragon pressed closer and closer. After barely dodging more claws and a gray energy cannon, Lu Zhe realized he might die here anyway. With no escape left, Lu Zhe hardened himself to turn around and die fighting. Then distant shockwaves from another overlord battle rolled across the sky and interrupted the moment. The gray dragon hesitated and looked toward the new fight, so Lu Zhe instantly dropped the heroic last stand and bolted again. When the dragon still chose to chase him instead of joining the overlords, Lu Zhe made one desperate choice and ran straight toward that battlefield. As Lu Zhe closed in, the battlefield pressure got so intense that even stray shockwaves forced out his black barrier. When the light cleared, Lu Zhe finally saw the battlefield and froze, because all 4 map overlords had gathered around Lu Zhe too. The 3 overlords already there attacked in concert, but Lu Zhe too only smirked back at them like he was completely unbothered. The gray half-dragon spotted the real Lu Zhe and froze, and then all 3 overlords stared back and forth between the 2 identical figures in total confusion. Then the rabbit boss arrived, and Lu Zhe thought the chaos would finally give him a way out. Instead, the rabbit boss calmly joined the circle around Lu Zhe too, and Lu Zhe could only stare at the total collapse of common sense. Only when the rabbit boss roared did Lu Zhe too finally show a real reaction, and the battle exploded again. The rabbit boss darkened the sky with thunderclouds, showing that the lightning divine art it swallowed before was now fully its own. Lu Zhe instantly understood the gap, because even one bolt from that smaller storm felt like more than he could survive. Then the Black Tiger Overlord activated its own divine art, wrapping itself in black crystal power far beyond the regular shield beasts Lu Zhe knew. The Blue Bird Overlord followed by turning ethereal inside a jade wind aura, revealing that it also wielded a divine art. The Lightning Warhorse proved no weaker, condensing a 20-meter lightning spear that twisted the air around it. Watching all 3 overlords reveal divine arts at once, Lu Zhe had to admit this map was still far beyond him. Even so, Lu Zhe's mood flipped for a second when he realized killing these bosses might finally drop the divine art runes he wanted. That hopeful thought died fast when Lu Zhe remembered the gray half-dragon behind him probably had a divine art too. He awkwardly tried to talk the dragon into helping its friends instead, but the boss was not interested in diplomacy. Gray mist surged around the half-dragon as it lunged at him again, proving the chase was not over at all. At the same moment the other overlords crashed together in a world-shaking blast. Lu Zhe could barely keep his footing and had to meet the incoming claw with a desperate black punch. After another exchange with the gray dragon overlord, Lu Zhe is blasted backward, coughing blood and clearly running on fumes. Knowing he cannot keep this up, Lu Zhe turns to flee and glances toward the other battlefield, hoping Lu Zhe too can keep the other overlords busy. When the dust clears for a second, Lu Zhe spots silver blood at Lu Zhe too's mouth and is weirdly thrown by the fact that his double does not even bleed red. Before he can think any longer, Lu Zhe feels killing intent behind him and barely dodges as a huge gray spirit claw crashes down where he was flying. Lu Zhe tries to keep running, but then Lu Zhe too suddenly shines with bright silver light. The silver light vanishes, and Lu Zhe too is simply gone, leaving the 3 overlords and the rabbit boss staring in stunned silence. Lu Zhe is left speechless for one beat, then realizes his fake ally just abandoned him at the worst possible time. As expected, all 4 overlords immediately switch targets to Lu Zhe, and he bolts in pure survival mode. He barely starts to hope he can still escape before a blue flash cuts across the sky and knocks him straight into darkness. Lu Zhe wakes back in his bedroom, trembling with pain and flattened by how helpless that death felt. He cannot make sense of it, because the ordinary blue bird boss seemed manageable, but the blue bird overlord was monstrously strong and absurdly fast. Once he calms down, his confusion shifts to the bigger mystery of Lu Zhe too and why the overlords and rabbit all seem determined to hunt him. Still, the harvest was huge, and Lu Zhe realizes he is now basically unbeatable on the second map except for the overlords, the rabbit, and that strange double. He decides the answer is simple for now: cultivate harder, perfect the second map divine arts, and grow strong enough that even overlords are no longer untouchable. The next morning, Lu Zhe knocks on Lin Ling's door, and Ying Ying happily peeks out first to greet him. Lu Zhe squats down and casually pinches Ying Ying's soft round face like it is the most natural thing in the world. Lin Ling steps in wearing her black school uniform and dryly warns that if Lu Zhe keeps doing that, she will call the police. Lu Zhe plays innocent. Lin Ling rolls her eyes and picks Ying up, and the three head off together to Nangong Jing's place. At Nangong Jing's door, she welcomes them in wearing white casual clothes and already holding a golden bottle of wine from her grandfather. They find Qiuyue Hesha already sprawled on the couch again, as if arriving early is just her routine now. Nangong Jing offers Lin Ling a key so she can stop knocking every day, which makes Lu Zhe immediately ask for one too. That earns Lu Zhe a synchronized look of contempt from all three women, and even Ying copies them without understanding why. Nangong Jing snaps that she is still a girl living alone, so there is no chance a guy like Lu Zhe is getting her key. Qiuyue Hesha only makes it worse by sweetly offering Lu Zhe her key for nighttime visits, and he instantly decides he is not touching that trap. To change the subject, Lu Zhe announces that from today on, he can give Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha red orbs every day because his production has gone up. Lin Ling is the first to react, frowning and asking whether giving away that much will hurt Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe assures them he knows what he is doing, because after yesterday's haul he has more than enough orbs to spare for people he trusts. Nangong Jing goes quiet, then painfully offers up her prized Jinyao Searing Sun as thanks because Lu Zhe's energy orbs matter too much for her to refuse. Then her true priorities show when she shyly asks him to at least leave her the last sip. Lu Zhe does not even drink, but he accepts the bottle anyway because refusing it would just make Nangong Jing feel worse. In the end he tries a sip, and the warm golden liquor floods his body with smooth spirit force that actually feels amazing at first. A moment later the strength of the drink hits him hard, and Lu Zhe turns red-faced and dizzy after just one swallow. Nangong Jing proudly explains that the wine is a real treasure, safe to drink at his level, guaranteed to get him drunk, and even good for mental force after he sobers up. Qiuyue Hesha finds drunk Lu Zhe hilarious, while Lin Ling quietly enjoys the rare sight too. Even Ying is fascinated, staring at the bottle with obvious curiosity like she wants a taste herself. Lu Zhe immediately surrenders the bottle and swears off ever drinking anything from Nangong Jing again. Nangong Jing is genuinely touched that he gives it back, and she happily reclaims her precious wine on the spot. While Lu Zhe is still unsteady, Qiuyue Hesha slides him onto the couch, touches his flushed face, and thanks him seriously for the orbs. Then Qiuyue Hesha casually points out that Lu Zhe and Nangong Jing both drank straight from the same bottle, calling it an indirect kiss just to stir trouble. The comment lands instantly, and Nangong Jing spits out her wine in shock as the room goes painfully awkward. Nangong Jing hurriedly insists it was just an accident, and makes it clear she is not thinking of Lu Zhe that way. Qiuyue Hesha clearly wants to keep poking at it, but Nangong Jing glares hard enough to force her to drop the joke. For one brief, messy second, Lu Zhe feels the sting of being directly denied, then forces himself to put that thought away. Lin Ling quietly watches both of them without commenting, catching more than she says aloud. To break the mood, Lu Zhe takes out 6 red orbs and finally gets the morning exchange back on track. Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha accept their shares first, and Nangong Jing comes over last, still looking a little awkward. Without moving her lips, Nangong Jing sends Lu Zhe a warning straight into his mind not to overthink that accident, or tell anyone about it. Ying's eyes go round at the sight of the red orbs, and she tugs Lu Zhe's sleeve to ask for some too. When Lu Zhe asks if they even work for her, Ying calmly says yes and reveals they can help her grow faster. Lu Zhe gives Ying 2 red orbs, and she swallows them in one gulp before closing her eyes in total satisfaction. With the wine finally finished, Nangong Jing calls the room back to business and starts the day's cultivation session. A month passes in that rhythm, and because Lu Zhe dominates the second map below Overlord level, he piles up at least 1,000 orbs almost every night. Fueled by those powerful orbs, Lu Zhe's spirit force rises to 200 apertures, his body alone reaches 220 aperture combat power, and several of his god arts hit their current limit. The only thing still lagging is his first body god art, simply because the black tigers that drop it are too rare. When the scene shifts to the virtual reality stage a month later, Lu Zhe and Nangong Jing now stand opposite each other in black martial robes, ready for a serious test. A few kilometers back, Qiuyue Hesha and Lin Ling watch closely, making it clear this is the next real milestone in Lu Zhe's training. In the virtual training room, Lu Zhe finally stops holding back and tells Nangong Jing he wants a real fight. Wind and lightning wings burst from Lu Zhe's back, and he vanishes so fast that Lin Ling can barely catch his movement. Lin Ling has to activate her Spirit Eye God Art just to see him clearly, and even Qiuyue Hesha is startled by speed that already matches Mortal Evolution State Level 2. Lu Zhe flashes to Nangong Jing's side and drives out a star-crippling punch with enough force to make even her eyes sharpen. Nangong Jing blocks the blow, but Lu Zhe shakes off her redirecting hand and forces a hard head-on clash that cracks the reinforced stage. After they spring apart, Nangong Jing praises his punch but quietly realizes his attack is already near the peak of Mortal Evolution State Level 1. Deciding she needs to enjoy this while she still can, Nangong Jing lunges back in with a brutal golden kick aimed straight at Lu Zhe's waist. Lu Zhe barely slips away from the kick, then dives back in and starts hammering her with star-crippling punch through palms, elbows, and close-range body strikes. Their rapid clashes turn the stage into a disaster zone, and even from far away Lin Ling can only grit her teeth under the pressure. Lin Ling can't help feeling frustrated that her own huge progress still leaves her behind Lu Zhe, while Qiuyue Hesha is impressed and a little bitter that he is catching up this fast. When they break apart again, Nan Gongjing is calm, but Lu Zhe is already breathing hard from the strain. Still chasing his limit, Lu Zhe summons 10 green jade slashes and charges in at the same time, pushing himself into a short all-out burst. Nan Gongjing answers with a stronger movement technique and golden star crippling punch, meeting Lu Zhe's rush and smashing at the incoming jade slashes at the same time. The collision hurls Lu Zhe away and leaves him hurt inside, but one delayed jade slash still slips past and tears open Nan Gongjing's right sleeve as she dodges too late. Nan Gongjing stares at the torn sleeve in offended disbelief, because after pushing her combat power into the primary planetary state, getting clipped by Lu Zhe feels humiliating. Lu Zhe lands exhausted, coughs up blood, heals himself with regeneration god art, and still wonders why she suddenly froze. Seeing he is out of energy, Nan Gongjing instantly closes the distance and gets petty revenge by slamming his forehead into her chest again. After he recovers, Qiuyue Hesha asks about his level, and Nan Gongjing judges that Lu Zhe now dominates Mortal Evolution State Level 1 and can already fight Level 2. Lu Zhe still calls himself weak because he is thinking about those terrifying overlords, leaving the 3 women completely speechless. Qiuyue Hesha cheerfully asks for a spar too, and Lu Zhe surrenders on the spot because he has no intention of suffering through her mental attacks again. The morning session ends, but when the 4 leave virtual reality and return home, they are hit by a strange burning smell. They rush into the kitchen and find Ying floating over the stove, calmly dumping iron nails into a pot of black smoking sludge. Ying proudly explains that cartoons said children should help with housework, so she decided to cook something nice for everyone. When Lu Zhe asks about the nails, Ying innocently says humans need iron, so iron nails should help, and nobody can even argue with the logic. Then Ying opens a little spatial hole, pulls out a chunk of asbestos, and tosses that in too because humans need calcium. Lin Ling finally steps in and gently tells Ying that this terrifying stew is not actually suitable for normal people to eat. Ying goes stiff and crestfallen, and Qiuyue Hesha is so soft-hearted she almost volunteers to eat it anyway. To save the situation, Lin Ling pats Ying's head and promises to teach her real cooking so they can make food for everyone together next time. Ying happily agrees, and Lin Ling immediately kicks the other 3 out so she can keep the lesson under control. On the couch, Lu Zhe pretends to be calm about it until Qiuyue Hesha casually suggests he can cook for himself, and he folds instantly. From the kitchen, Ying repeats a vague cooking instruction and Lin Ling urgently stops her from dumping in all the salt, which terrifies everyone all over again. The racket lasts until afternoon, and Lin Ling finally comes out exhausted with a big bowl of real noodles while the others jump up in relief. Ying stands there looking proud of herself, and Lin Ling confirms that this time the food is really fine and Ying's cooking is actually not bad. Relieved beyond words, Qiuyue Hesha, Nan Gongjing, and Lu Zhe all pile on the praise until Ying beams with a bright happy smile. Ying's noodles turn out to be barely edible, and that alone makes everyone at the table visibly relieved. Just as Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are about to leave, faint starlight flickers around Ying, and she sleepily mumbles that she's tired. Ying starts to slump midair, and Lu Zhe quickly catches her as she falls asleep in his arms. Nan Gongjing recognizes the same strange sleep state from before, so Lu Zhe decides Ying should stay here where she'll be safe. Nan Gongjing takes the sleeping girl with a smile, and Lu Zhe and Lin Ling leave her in her care before heading back to their dorm. Back in his dorm, Lu Zhe burns through 4 red orbs at once and forces himself through the pain because weaker gains are no longer enough. He keeps cultivating through the surge, drawing spirit force into his body until the sky outside goes dark. When Lu Zhe opens his eyes again, his spirit force has risen by 2 apertures, and the thought of reaching the mortal evolution state finally feels close. He eats Alice's cooking for dinner and chats with Alice and Luli, only to realize their orb supply is letting them cultivate even faster than him. After the call, Lu Zhe can only grumble inwardly that he wishes red orbs would fall into his lap without needing another brutal hunt. Then he lies back down, steels himself, and enters the pocket hunting dimension ready to die all over again. Inside the grassland dimension, Lu Zhe casually stands over a black tiger he has already punched to death and turns toward the next pack. He fires a storm of green wind blades through the herd, and hundreds of beasts are cut down in seconds. When the slaughter ends, the ground is littered with glowing orbs, and Lu Zhe sweeps them up before moving on. 2 days later, Lu Zhe finds the same nightmare waiting for him again as all 4 overlords appear together instead of separating. The 4 overlords roar and charge, and Lu Zhe answers by launching straight at them with his wings of wind and lightning. Lu Zhe opens with a star-crippling punch at the blue bird, but the bird turns ethereal and slips past it, leaving the black tiger to block the hit unharmed. The lightning warhorse follows with a triangular volley of purple spears, forcing Lu Zhe to dodge hard and bet everything on his weakest shield. Even after Lu Zhe counters with another star-crippling punch, the last spear tears through his shield and slams into his chest. The lightning blast hurls him for more than 10 kilometers, numbs his body, and leaves him coughing blood before his regeneration barely patches him up. Before Lu Zhe can recover, the blue bird drops on him again from above, exactly like it always does. He barely blocks the bird's claw with another punch and uses the recoil to retreat, because fighting all four together is still impossible. As he retreats, Lu Zhe bitterly sizes them up like a perfect raid team: Tiger as warrior, Blue Bird as assassin, Warhorse as mage, and Lizard as an absurdly durable tank. Lu Zhe knows he could probably kill any one of them alone, but the Blue Bird keeps pinning him down long enough for the other three to catch up. His running fight with the Blue Bird tears up the plains, and even unlucky beasts below die in the shockwaves. After the inevitable off-screen beatdown, Lu Zhe wakes back in his dorm bed exhausted but more certain than ever that he will kill those overlords soon. As he recovers, one odd detail nags at him. He still hasn't seen the rabbit boss or Lu Zhe 2 anywhere lately. He closes his eyes to cultivate again, and by early morning a knock interrupts him before he can even go downstairs. Lu Zhe expects Lin Ling alone, but when he opens the door he finds their whole friend group outside wearing oddly loaded expressions. The group has been improving fast off the academic credits Lu Zhe lent them, but this morning they are here because something about his rank has everyone talking. Tianyuan Qianhua smugly points out that Lu Zhe never checks the chatter around him, and Yimou immediately tries to roast him for ignoring the Dawn Network too. Xian Yuqi gets to the point and tells Lu Zhe that someone passed him yesterday, so he is not ranked first anymore. Lu Zhe looks straight at Lin Ling in disbelief, instantly realizing she beat his score behind his back. Lin Ling snaps back that he never even goes to the Martial Trial Tower, and a higher total ranking means more academic credits. Under that practical excuse, Lin Ling is also quietly soothing her pride because she knows surpassing Lu Zhe will only get harder from here. Yimou makes the fatal mistake of joking that if Lin Ling can ride over Lu Zhe now, things on the bed later will be even worse. Lin Ling kicks him into the lake so fast the whole group just goes silent. Lu Zhe can only twitch at the sight, because by now Yimou really should know better. Ian nervously tugs Lu Zhe's sleeve and warns him that plenty of Dawn system students are saying he must be incapable now. Lu Zhe peels Ian off and awkwardly tells him to remember he's a man, which only makes Ian blush and apologize. Xian Yuqi immediately scolds Lu Zhe for bullying Ian, leaving him even more confused than before. Xavier explains that people online are saying Lu Zhe only had a brief burst of talent, especially now that Lin Ling has overtaken him. To prove how bad it got, Tianyuan Qianhua projects the Dawn Network forum full of headline posts about both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling. The headlines swing wildly between mocking Lu Zhe, worshipping Lin Ling, and posting clickbait nonsense, with only one shamelessly accurate post praising Lu Zhe's handsomeness. When Lu Zhe checks Lin Ling's page, he finally sees why the crowd exploded. A beautiful freshman reaching 10th place overall has already been turned into a campus goddess. The posts describe Lin Ling as soft, gentle, and caring, and Lu Zhe can only stare at her expressionless face and think those fans are hilariously naive. In Lu Zhe's view, anyone chasing Lin Ling's attention would have better odds improving themselves than falling for forum fantasies. Then Lu Zhe opens the posts about himself and finds people seriously guessing that his cultivation regressed or his luck just ran out. The idea is so absurd that Lu Zhe nearly laughs, and beside him Lin Ling finally breaks down laughing hard enough to grab his shoulder for support. By the lake on Venus, Yimou climbs out of the water and pushes Lu Zhe to check the Martial Trial Tower again, because everyone still wants to see how strong the top freshman has become. The whole group stares at Lu Zhe, quietly guessing that if Lin Ling can hit 10th place, he might be absurd enough to break into the top 5. Lu Zhe groans that his head hurts and tries to ask for some peace and quiet, completely missing why everyone suddenly looks so strange. Then Nan Gongjing's voice drops from above with a teasing "I heard you miss me," and Lu Zhe finally looks up to find her and Qiuyue Hesha floating over the dorms. Lu Zhe can only laugh awkwardly, and the lowered gazes around him make it obvious that Qiuyue Hesha is quietly using her charm again. Nan Gongjing drops the joke and calls Lu Zhe and Lin Ling on a dangerous mission, while bluntly telling the other first years they are still too weak and should go to class. After Lu Zhe's team leaves, the students left below can only guess that something serious happened, and the gap between them and that mission suddenly feels painfully clear. Ian admits they are still not strong enough, and Xavier ends the gloomy pause by telling everyone to go cultivate harder. Inside Golden Swirl, Lu Zhe asks what happened, and Nan Gongjing tells him the crisis started with another natural wormhole, the third one in just a few months. Lin Ling and Lu Zhe are stunned to hear it is the third wormhole, because they only knew about the Gula system incident. Qiuyue Hesha reveals the ugly coincidence. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling have already been involved in all 3 wormhole incidents, including the black-robed attackers from before. When Lu Zhe asks how bad this one is, Nan Gongjing explains that the wormhole opens into void space and has already released thousands of void beasts, including 3 with planetary state power. Qiuyue Hesha adds the real nightmare. The breach opened beside the Shigoi system, a medium-sized residential system with 12 inhabited planets. Nan Gongjing says the local defense force is far too weak to stop 3 planetary state monsters, which means the entire system could be wiped out if reinforcements fail. The mood drops even harder when Qiuyue Hesha reveals that one inhabited planet was already erased within half an hour of the first report. Lu Zhe tries to reason that the other planets should have some time, until Nangong Jing explains that planetary state void beasts can open short warp tunnels and jump across a whole system. Chiuyue Hesha confirms that those 3 beasts can send void beasts to any planet they choose, so no inhabited world in Shige is truly safe. Nangong Jing says powerful reinforcements are on the way and Golden Swirl can arrive in a day at full speed, but even that sounds brutally slow against this kind of slaughter. Chiuyue Hesha regrets that Ying fell asleep yesterday, and Nangong Jing immediately shuts down the what if, insisting humanity has to solve this with its own strength. After the briefing ends, Lin Ling and Chiuyue Hesha head to their rooms, while Nangong Jing stays on the couch drinking and pretending she is perfectly fine. Lu Zhe warns her not to get drunk before a battle, and the mention of that special liquor instantly drags both of them back to yesterday's accidental indirect kiss. Nangong Jing stiffly orders Lu Zhe never to speak of it again, and he can only nod while wondering whether she actually hates him for it. Trying to salvage the conversation, Lu Zhe asks about her telepathy, and Nangong Jing casually tells him it is just a technique anyone can buy. When Lu Zhe admits he has never even seen it, Nangong Jing rolls her eyes, pulls out her phone, and sends the telepathy technique file straight to him. Back in his room, Lu Zhe studies the telepathy technique, uses a purple orb to speed through it, and masters the secret method in only a few focused hours. With telepathy learned, Lu Zhe goes right back to cultivation, using red orbs while the ship races toward a disaster already swallowing the Shige system. Far away in Shige, one once habitable planet has already become a burning corpse of a world, split open by fire, ash, storms, and collapsing oceans. Thousands of void beasts cover the dying planet, and among them move 3 colossal monsters over 10 kilometers long, armored in black scales with 12 claws and a single thick horn. The 3 giant beasts roar, and every lesser void beast immediately gathers toward them as if answering a command. Then the giants slash open small wormholes in space itself, proving they can throw their army across the system instead of being trapped on one world. Nearby, a defense mothership command room watches the screen in dead silence as the enemy's warp capability destroys any illusion that evacuation will be simple. A black-haired middle-aged commander asks about the evacuation, and the answer is hopeless. There are nowhere near enough ships to move tens of billions of people out of 11 remaining inhabited planets. So the commander makes the only choice left. Every available defense force will fight, and the main battleship will lure the 3 planetary beasts into space even though that means certain death. He tells them they only need to survive 5 hours until Lieutenant General Mulong and other reinforcements arrive, and that thin deadline is all the courage the room has left. The fleet launches its trap first with unmanned warships, but the beasts barely notice the bombardment and erase the sacrificial ships almost instantly. 3 powerful beams finally strike the monsters hard enough to wound them, carving open their black armor and spilling dark blood across the ruined world. Instead of stopping them, the attack only enrages the beasts, and they vanish in a blur as the defense flagship tries to warp away and drag them off the planet. A claw tears out of a warp tunnel and smashes the flagship shield, and before the crew can finish counting down, the other 2 beasts appear and blast the mothership apart. Other ships can only watch their comrades die, and the fallen commander's final order is broadcast across the fleet: hold them off at all costs for 5 hours. 18 hours later on Golden Swirl, Lu Zhe finishes another brutal stretch of cultivation and steps out with his bodyguard art pushed close to perfection on the second map. Outside, Nangong Jing, Lin Ling, and Chiuyue Hesha are already waiting, and the hard atmosphere tells Lu Zhe they are almost at the war zone. When Lu Zhe asks for an update, Nangong Jing says the situation is still ugly. Lieutenant General Mulong is holding off all 3 planetary beasts, but he only recently reached planetary state and is already under heavy pressure. Even with more experts and the local defense force buying time, many civilians still could not evacuate, so all Nangong Jing can say is that the disaster has not reached its worst point yet. As the team closes in on the Shige system, Nangong Jing tells Lu Zhe not to worry about the planetary state crisis because their job is simpler and deadlier: kill the invading void beasts. When Lu Zhe asks who will handle the top-tier enemies, Chiuyue Hesha explains that planetary state reinforcements are already on the way, including a teacher from Federal University. Half an hour later the ship drops out of warp, battle light flickers across the enormous system, and Nangong Jing immediately redirects them to planet Nanchu where the situation is worst. In Jing City on Nanchu's southern hemisphere, the defense line is already collapsing under 11 giant void beasts while ruined towers and drone wreckage fill the skyline. On a warship, a middle-aged captain in black armor barks for more drones because without them the beasts will turn straight toward the city shelters. One after another, the replies come back empty, and the captain realizes the city has run out of decoys against aperture-opening state monsters. A young soldier suddenly says he still has 1 drone left, giving the bridge 1 sharp second of hope. That hope dies instantly when the soldier admits it is only 1 drone, and the captain explodes in frustration because 1 more decoy changes nothing. With the drones gone, the captain makes the only choice left and tells his people they all know what comes next. Real ships will have to charge in and lure the beasts away themselves. The young soldier breaks first and admits he does not want to die, because he is his family's only child. Instead of mocking them, The captain softens just enough to say he trained these little bastards for this day, and he will be the first one to charge. He says his wife and daughter are still in Jing City, and even terrified, he cannot back down from protecting them. His resolve pulls the others in, and voices over comms start volunteering one by one to take the second, third, and fourth suicide charge. The others spare the young soldier because his last drone can replace one life, and that mercy only makes his guilt hit harder. After a painful pause, the young soldier forces himself back into the line and says he will go last, trying to laugh that the Federation's compensation might help his parents start over. Outside, the last drones vanish one after another before they can pull the beasts far enough away, proving the soldiers really are out of time. The captain, only a core martial state fighter facing monsters far above him, goes pale but locks onto one thought: if he hesitates now, his family dies. He orders everyone to listen, counts them down, and prepares to launch the first charge himself. Before he can finish the countdown, a flash of green and purple light slices straight into the 11 aperture opening state beasts. Several meter-long jade-green wind blades cut across every beast at once, and all 11 explode in midair before crashing dead to the ground. The captain is so stunned by the instant rescue that he mechanically shouts one anyway, only realizing afterward that the charge is no longer happening. The whole channel goes blank with confusion until one soldier awkwardly asks the question nobody expected to need: "Captain, are we still charging?" Lu Zhe glances over the still salvageable city, notes that the local warships bought enough time to save it, and refuses to waste even a greeting while the planet is still full of emergencies. He had split off as soon as the team reached Nanchu, with Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha taking the mortal evolution threats while he and Lin Ling hunted the aperture opening beasts using military rescue signals. Without stopping, Lu Zhe beats his wind and lightning wings and races off toward the next crisis. Watching Lu Zhe disappear, the bridge crew falls silent, and one young soldier blurts out that their rescuer looked like Lieutenant Colonel Lu Zhe. The captain slumps back in relief, grateful he will see his wife and daughter again, and tells everyone to spread the news that Dawn system reinforcements have arrived. Even so, his eyes turn back to the sky in worry, because all the lesser beasts on the planet still matter less than the 3 planetary state monsters above them. A few hundred kilometers away in a broad forest, 8 adventurers in custom armor are locked in a brutal fight with 9 aperture opening state void beasts while nearby warships can do little more than annoy them. The golden-haired man leading the adventurers grits out a change of plan and orders everyone to stop trying to win and just hold the beasts in place until help arrives. Then a silver spear ray tears through 3 of the beasts in one stroke, punching through armor that the squad could barely scratch. The stunned squad turns to see Lin Ling in white armor far off in the sky, already leaving after dropping the rescue they needed. That one clean intervention flips the whole fight, and the adventurer leader immediately orders the team to finish off the remaining beasts instead of merely stalling them. Elsewhere above a dead city's ruins, a giant void beast coils through the sky until Nangong Jing appears in front of it with cold killing intent. With one punch, Nangong Jing's golden fist force blasts straight through the monster so completely that the attack line rips out into space and the beast's body simply vanishes. She pauses only long enough to look at the ruined city with a trace of sadness before flying off to the next battlefield. In another city, 15 void beasts crowd the sky, and 2 military fighters realize the biggest one is around level 5 of the mortal evolution state, and likely beyond what they can handle. Noira decides to rely on his wind god art and drag the beasts away himself, planning to leave the younger officer behind to guard the city. Before that desperate plan can start, a streak of pink light arrives and Qiuyue Hesha places herself alone in front of the entire swarm. She casually asks the monsters if she is pretty, and even the officers behind her almost nod along before they can stop themselves. Then Qiuyue Hesha smiles and asks them to die for her, and every void beast in the sky obediently loses its life and falls. The crashing corpses leave the 2 officers cold with fear, because even without targeting them, Qiuyue Hesha's charm was enough to brush their minds too. Qiuyue Hesha gives them barely a glance, finds the whole thing boring, and leaves because neither officer interests her as much as little brother Lu Zhe. Only after she disappears do the 2 men breathe again, with the younger one admitting she is terrifying and Noira Riley conceding he is too old to handle a woman like that. When Lu Zhe spots a nearby rescue signal on his communicator, he immediately folds his wings and races northwest toward the closest call for help. As he closes in, the terrain ahead turns grim, mountains are shattered, the earth is punched full of deep holes, and the whole area looks like a battlefield that already went very wrong. Lu Zhe lands in the wasteland and realizes he may have arrived too late, because all he finds are blood pools and a leftover violent aura of void beasts. Just as he checks the device and prepares to leave, Lu Zhe's instincts scream and he snaps sideways a split second before a sword ray cuts through the place where he was standing. 3 young fighters emerge from warp space in front of him, the swordsman Conan, the green-haired Jace, and the red-haired beauty Fire. Fire laughs at Conan for missing an easy kill, and the casual way the trio jokes about it tells Lu Zhe these people came here to murder him on purpose. Lu Zhe bluntly asks who they are and whether they killed the people who sent the distress call, and Fire confirms they already know exactly who he is. Fire points out that Lu Zhe is the famous new student lieutenant colonel, and she is visibly impressed that he could dodge Conan's attack with just an aperture opening cultivation level. When Lu Zhe notices Conan used to serve in the military, Conan explodes and admits he deserted after killing a woman and refusing to face military justice for it. Conan's rant makes it clear he thinks military merit puts him above the law, and Lu Zhe quietly judges him as the kind of soldier who would rot the Federation from the inside. Fire tries to recruit Lu Zhe instead, tempting him with power, freedom, and a life above ordinary people, which finally confirms this trio belongs to some underground force. Jace tries to sound wise with an ancient saying about self-interest, but Lu Zhe instantly corrects him, and the smug pose on Jace's face collapses into pure embarrassment. Lu Zhe gives them one last dry warning to be nice, and the trio answers with mockery, pity, and cold-killing intent instead of backing down. That is enough for Lu Zhe, and he vanishes with wind and lightning before reappearing right in front of Conan with black runes burning in his eyes. Lu Zhe's punch bends Conan's sword, blasts him across the battlefield, and buries him deep into a distant mountain before the others can even react. Fire and Jace freeze in shock, because they only dared to toy with Lu Zhe after old intel told them he should have been far weaker than this. Lu Zhe smiles at the two survivors and makes his position plain. Talking is over, and now he will let his fists do the talking. Fire erupts in red flames, Jace answers with greenwood energy, and Conan slashes back from the mountain at the same time, turning the fight into a three-sided burst attack. Lu Zhe throws up his first shield, tears apart Jace's vines with dark fist force, and meets both the fireball and the sword ray head-on with his bare hands. The explosion tears through the mountain range, and Lu Zhe is the first one out of the chaos, suddenly appearing right in front of Fire before she can retreat. He drives a brutal punch into Fire's exposed stomach and sends her flying more than 10 kilometers away, coughing blood as she slams into another mountain. Jace tries to rescue Fire, but Lu Zhe flashes beside him and whips a crushing kick into his arms and wastes through a hastily raised green barrier. Jace's barrier shatters, his arms crack under the blow, and he is blasted away just like Fire, leaving Lu Zhe momentarily alone in the center of the battlefield. Before Lu Zhe can chase them, Conan lunges back in with a much sharper sword strike and a face full of raw killing intent. Lu Zhe calmly grabs the improved sword ray with his bare hand, crushing Conan's confidence in one impossible move. Then Lu Zhe slams Conan face first into the ground and punches him again until the swordsman goes limp. When Fire and Jace crawl out of the mountains and see Conan flattened so easily, any thought of loyalty disappears and they choose to run for their own lives. Lu Zhe seals Conan first by grabbing his leg and flooding him with wind and lightning, locking down his body and spirit power so he cannot escape later. Ahead of him, Fire and Jace realize he is gaining fast, so they split in opposite directions and force Lu Zhe to choose which one to stop first. Lu Zhe picks Jace because his wood power should keep him alive, and this time he fires a full-strength dark punch without holding back. Jace throws up a green crystal membrane and crosses his arms to block, but Lu Zhe's punch still drives him through multiple mountains and leaves him unconscious in a cliff wall. Lu Zhe checks that Jace is still alive, seals him the same way as Conan, and only then turns to chase Fire, who has already gained a huge lead. Fire pours everything into fleeing, but speed is not her specialty, and Lu Zhe steadily closes the distance with his wind and lightning movement art. As he hunts her down, Lu Zhe starts shouting absurdly domestic questions about eating, sleeping, and daily life, and the bizarre chatter terrifies Fire even more than the chase. Lu Zhe keeps peppering her with weird questions until Fire is shaking in midair, convinced this smiling monster is even less normal than a straight killer. After hundreds of kilometers, Lu Zhe finally catches Fire and gently tells her to stop fighting and let him seal her power instead. Fire, knowing she has lost, coldly tells him to do it, and Lu Zhe instantly drives wind and lightning power into her body to lock her down. With all three attackers beaten and sealed, Fire bitterly admits they badly underestimated him, and Lu Zhe drags her close and starts interrogating her about their organization and mission. When Lu Zhe presses Fire for answers, she just smiles and refuses to talk. Lu Zhe stays calm and decides to haul all three prisoners back to the Dawn system anyway. He calls Lin Ling, Nangong Jing, and Xiuyue Hesha, and their replies come through over the noise of fighting on their end. After hearing about the underground forces, Nangong Jing immediately takes charge and tells Lin Ling to come to her while Lu Zhe heads for Xiuyue Hesha. Nangong Jing also warns that Lu Zhe and Lin Ling are the vulnerable ones here and says she will alert the defense force and incoming reinforcements. On a barren plain, Lin Ling kills an aperture-opening void beast with one thrust and immediately turns to regroup. Lu Zhe confirms Xiuyue Hesha's location and flies off with the three captives in tow. The moment Fire hears he is taking her to Xiuyue Hesha, her confidence cracks and she hurriedly offers to talk if he lets her go. Lu Zhe refuses with a bright grin, saying her teammates are going too and a gentle handsome man like him would never leave her lonely. He reaches Xiuyue Hesha's area and finds the city shattered, with giant void beast corpses lying silent among the ruins. Seeing those massive beasts dead without a mark on them, Lu Zhe is left wondering how Xiuyue Hesha killed them. Inside the city, black armored defense soldiers dig through rubble, while cries and wails echo everywhere. In the middle of that chaos, Chiu Yuehesha crouches beside a dust-covered little girl and gently asks where her family is. When the frightened child cannot answer, Chiu Yuehesha wipes her face clean and quietly orders a soldier to find the girl's family. To calm the child, Chiu Yuehesha asks if she likes cherry blossoms and conjures pink petals dancing above her palm. The beautiful little trick finally breaks through the girl's shock, and Chiu Yuehesha warmly tells her eyes hold starlight. Chiu Yuehesha leaves one glowing petal in the girl's hand, a quiet gift filled with spirit force so she can grow up healthy. When the child thanks her, Chiu Yuehesha asks for one thing in return, a smile, no matter what life brings next. A ragged young couple rushes in at last, grabs their daughter, and thanks the charming young duke over and over. As the family leaves, the girl waves from her mother's arms, and Chiu Yuehesha waves back before turning to Lu Zhe. Chiu Yuehesha catches Lu Zhe staring and teasingly asks if he has finally realized how pretty she is. Lu Zhe dodges the bait, and says he was just surprised to see how gentle she is with little kids. She instantly twists that into flirting, and Lu Zhe can only think one word, narcissist. When she invites him to ask again, Lu Zhe shuts the whole exchange down with a flat no. Chiu Yuehesha finally focuses on the 3 upside-down captives and recognizes them as underground forest troublemakers. She strolls right up to Fire, lifts her chin, and casually asks if Lu Zhe already defiled her. Fire goes stiff with fear in front of her, and Lu Zhe gets a fresh reminder that Chiu Yuehesha's reputation is not for show. When Fire stays silent, pink light flashes in Chiu Yuehesha's eyes and the prisoner's resistance melts instantly. A heartbeat later, Fire is blushing at Chiu Yuehesha like she has fallen in love on the spot, and even Lu Zhe is rattled by how terrifying that god art is. Chiu Yuehesha notices Lu Zhe's dangerous imagination and jokingly asks if he wants to try it too, which makes him refuse immediately. Under the seduction art, Fire admits they came because the Shigoi system is chaotic and easy to exploit by killing and robbing adventurers. But when Chiu Yuehesha asks if they had a deeper mission, Fire says no. Fire explains that they are just lone operators who only recently joined the underground world and have not been accepted by any major organization yet. That answer leaves both Lu Zhe and Chiu Yuehesha disappointed, because they were hoping to trace something bigger. Then Fire remembers yesterday's major rumor: large natural wormholes appeared in Shigoi, and the 4th Lord of the Eternal Life Palace went to the Gracious System. That one detail changes everything, because the Gracious System is exactly where the riots are happening. When Lu Zhe asks what the Eternal Life Palace is, Chiu Yuehesha explains it is one of the strongest underground organizations and its creed is brutally extreme. According to their ideology, only the powerful matter, and if the current human race dies out, a stronger one can simply be built later. Lu Zhe cannot understand why people chasing strength would stay in the Milky Way, so Chiu Yuehesha gives him the ugly history behind it. She says their supreme leader once left the galaxy after reaching planetary state, came back badly wounded in a month, and all 6 peak mortal evolution followers who went with him died. After that defeat, the Lord of Eternal Life blamed the Federation for wasting resources on the weak, and used that excuse to justify turning even more ruthless. Lu Zhe strips away the grand rhetoric and realizes it for what it is. A coward came home after a beating and started blaming everyone else. With the 4th Lord now in the riot zone, Lu Zhe asks the obvious question, and Chiu Yuehesha agrees someone is probably about to start serious trouble. Chiu Yuehesha decides she will report this clue to higher authorities as soon as she can. She keeps questioning Fire and learns their little team knows of at least 6 other underground people who entered the system. Once the interrogation ends, Fire blurts out a dazed request for a kiss, leaving Lu Zhe staring at the scene in total disbelief. Chiu Yuehesha catches Lu Zhe looking and warns that if he keeps staring, she can let him experience the same thing too. Then she releases Fire from the seduction, and the prisoner wakes up horrified by what she just said and felt. Even while panicking, Fire is rattled by the worst part. Being charmed by Chiu Yuehesha had not felt entirely disgusting. Chiu Yuehesha only teases her again, praises her for cooperating, and sends Fire's heartbeat racing all over again. After that, Chiu Yuehesha tells Lu Zhe she will hand the prisoners to intelligence, and he will probably earn academic credits for capturing them. That finally gives Lu Zhe a bright spot in the mess, while Fire silently regrets ever stepping into this disaster. Before they can move on, 3 men fly over to Chiu Yuehesha, smiling eagerly and talking as if they already know her. They completely ignore Lu Zhe, throw praise at teacher Chiu Yue, and even sneak glances at Fire hanging nearby. Chiu Yuehesha cuts their momentum dead with one cold question: sorry, who are you guys? 3 Emperor Capital teachers awkwardly remind Chiu Yuehesha who they are, and she immediately asks the only thing that matters now, whether planetary state reinforcements have arrived. When one teacher questions why she is with Lu Zhe instead of joining them, Chiu Yuehesha shuts him down cold and orders all 3 to stay behind and guard the city. Lu Zhe can only stare as the 3 teachers instantly obey, and he suspects Chiu Yuehesha just slipped in a bit of charm power again. With reinforcements supposedly handling the biggest threat, Chiu Yuehesha brings Lu Zhe and the captives back to meet Nangong Jing and Lin Ling on a city rooftop. Lu Zhe finds 2 more bloodied prisoners floating beside Nangong Jing, and Fire goes rigid when she realizes half the attackers are already missing. Nangong Jing casually explains that 4 men attacked Lin Ling, but 2 died because she hit a little too hard, which somehow makes Fire appreciate Lu Zhe for being the gentle one. Lu Zhe checks on Lin Ling first, and she calmly says she saw the ambush coming early enough that the attack never really threatened her. Just as Chiu Hesha starts saying the arrival of planetary state fighters should make things safe, the sky rips open again. A wounded planetary state void beast the size of a mountain crawls out of the wormhole, its gray blood pouring down like toxic waterfalls and corroding everything it touches. The beast's terrifying aura hits the whole region at once, leaving civilians, soldiers, and defenders pale with fear as they realize a planetary state monster is right above them. A communicator warning confirms the worst. The planetary state void beast escaped another battle and could have appeared anywhere. Nagong Jing quickly figures out why this is so bad. Because void beasts can jump through space while human planetary state fighters cannot. So if this one escapes again, it may vanish for good. Without wasting another second, Nagong Jing and Chiu Hesha throw up overlapping golden and pink barriers over the whole city and summon their armor. They decide to hold the beast in place until stronger help arrives, trusting that its heavy injuries give them at least a fighting chance. Lu Zhe still worries about them facing a planetary state enemy, but Nagong Jing answers with her usual swagger, and Chiu Hesha reminds him that the energy he shared has already made them stronger. Even with a planetary monster overhead, Chiu Hesha still calls Nagong Jing a T-Rex, and Nagong Jing instantly threatens to smash her for it. The void beast fully exits the wormhole with a roar that shakes half the planet, and every smaller void beast below turns even more violent. Before taking off, Nagong Jing and Chiu Hesha order Lu Zhe and Lin Ling to stay down, because even the aftershocks of a planetary state fight could kill them. Lu Zhe and Lin Ling can only wish them luck as the pair charge into the sky to stop the beast from wrecking the planet or escaping again. From below, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling spot several more powerful figures joining the pursuit, including Luo Bingqing and the skinny young Duke Derek. Once everyone gathers near the beast, Luo Bingqing and the others immediately notice that Nagong Jing and Chiu Hesha have clearly gotten stronger. Nagong Jing dodges the real reason and blames the Dao Enlightenment Room, while Derek looks half suspicious and half tempted to spend all his rewards there too. Nagong Jing cuts off the chatter and volunteers to engage first, planning to drag the fight higher into the sky so the surface takes less damage. She vanishes in a flash and slams a golden fist straight into the beast's biggest wound, opening the planetary battle with terrifying force. The beast answers with a claw wrapped in black spirit light, and the collision rocks thousands of kilometers of sky and land. Back in the city, the shaking battlefield feels like a natural disaster, and everyone below can only watch in horror as the sky flashes above them. Then another threat appears from behind the battlefield, because swarms of smaller void beasts start converging on the planetary monster like tributaries feeding a sea. 6 flying void beasts are on a direct path over the city, and 2 of them have already reached mortal evolution state, which means they could crush the bunkers as easily as the streets. As the city starts tipping into panic, Lu Zhe decides this is his turn and tells Lin Ling to guard the captives while he handles the incoming beasts. Lu Zhe spreads his wind and lightning wings and disappears from the rooftop in a blink. Below, the defense forces struggle to maintain order, while terrified civilians realize there is no time to outrun a stampede of flying void beasts. The local commander is ready to send squads out as bait to lure the beasts away, because protecting the city now looks almost impossible. Before the city breaks completely, Lin Ling descends in white armor and becomes the one calm thing everyone can still look at. People recognize her from past battles but doubt she can stop monsters at this level, until her aura rises and crushes the edge of the chaos around them. Lin Ling tells everyone to hold their positions, because these beasts are not the real danger anymore. A second later, black rays tear through the sky and every incoming void beast starts dropping at once, including the 2 mortal evolution monsters. The city stares in disbelief when they realize the figure doing it is Lu Zhe, and that his strength has already leapt far past the aperture opening stage everyone knew. Once people connect instant mortal evolution kills with Lu Zhe's age, the talk turns from shock to one conclusion: this freshman really does deserve the title of unparalleled young duke. Lu Zhe is privately relieved that the 2 mortal evolution beasts were still weak enough for him, but the city below has already decided he is something much bigger now. Then the cheers get so loud and shameless that Lu Zhe turns red on the spot, because saving the city was easy compared with surviving the crowd's worship. Even from thousands of kilometers away, Lu Zhe can still feel the planetary state battle shaking the whole world. The wounded void beast keeps roaring for help, but the extra monsters reaching Lu Zhe are only weaker aperture opening beasts, so they cannot threaten him anymore. A private ship suddenly rushes to the main battlefield, and from Lu Zhe's distant view a sword-wielding expert leaps out to deliver a huge blue slash. A huge blue sword ray tears across the sky, and the void beast lets out a final miserable wail. The aftermath is brutal as mountains split, rivers break, and the whole region looks like the planet itself almost cracked open. When the battle finally goes quiet, Lu Zhe sees that even the city he protected has been shattered into rubble by the shockwaves. Luckily the civilians survived with help from the defense force, and once the void beast's death is confirmed, the city erupts in relief. With no more beasts charging his side, Lu Zhe heads back after piling up about 30 void beast kills of his own. Back at the city, Lin Ling is guarding the captured underground criminals when she teases Lu Zhe for returning as the people's hero. Lu Zhe jokes that Lin Ling had it easy, and she just gives him a speechless look because she spent the whole time blocking shockwaves from wrecking the city even worse. Then Nan Gongjing and Xu Yuehesh arrive, both pale and breathing rough after the planetary state fight. Lin Ling worries over their condition, but Nan Gongjing downs a recovery bottle and laughs because the fight was rough enough to feel satisfying. Nan Gongjing explains the Void Beast still had level 2 planetary state power, so she and Xu Yuehesh needed help from several other top experts just to keep it from escaping. Lu Zhe is struck by the idea that these two can already fight above their realm, and Xu Yuehesh proudly basks in his shock. Nan Gongjing privately knows Lu Zhe's energy orbs help push their combat power that high, especially on top of their month in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Once planet Nanchu is declared clear, Lu Zhe's group immediately leaves to support the other planets in the system. In only half a day, the rescue operation wipes out almost every remaining void beast across the whole system. After the crisis is fully contained, the group leaves the Shige system with the officials' gratitude and finally relaxes aboard the Golden Swirl. Back in the ship's living room, Xu Yuehesh lounges on the couch scrolling cheerful news coverage about herself like the celebrity she is. Nan Gongjing cares less about public praise and more about draining bottle after bottle on the couch, calling post-battle drinking one of life's best pleasures. Lu Zhe stares at the pile of empties and asks how much she already drank, only for Nan Gongjing to answer with absurd seriousness that it could be 10 bottles or 100. Lu Zhe gives up arguing and lets her drink, while Lin Ling is still off taking her shower. Xu Yuehesh suddenly finds a news clip about Lu Zhe and calls him over to see it. The projected clip hypes Lu Zhe as a first-year student who instantly killed 2 mortal evolution state void beasts, and has already surpassed the young dukes. Xu Yuehesh and Nan Gongjing tease him for being called unparalleled, and Lu Zhe immediately worries that this kind of title will only attract envy and trouble. Just then Lin Ling comes out of the shower in casual clothes, hair still damp, and walks over to see what the fuss is about. After one glance at the clip, Lin Ling laughs that Lu Zhe is basically about to become a young duke anyway, and the other two agree it is probably only a matter of time. Nan Gongjing suddenly suggests a cursed young duke title for him, Iron Fist 2 Young Duke, because he also fights with his fists. Lin Ling and Xu Yuehesh instantly pile on, laughing so hard at the title idea that Lu Zhe can only sit there in disbelief. Refusing to accept that disaster, Lu Zhe proudly insists the public already gave him the only title he deserves, Unparalleled Young Duke. The 3 women roll their eyes, and Nan Gongjing finally kicks him toward the shower instead of letting him keep dreaming. After showering, Lu Zhe finds everyone already back in their rooms, so he returns to cultivate in peace. 2 days later, the Golden Swirl reaches Venus and stops above Nan Gongjing's building with the captured criminals still in tow. As they bring the prisoners down, even the vicious Conan has gone quiet after Lu Zhe's punches, while Nan Gongjing's victims are still trembling from one terrifying hit. Fire looks the calmest of the bunch, mostly because all Lu Zhe did to her was one punch to the stomach. Xu Yuehesh takes the captives to the intelligence department, and the rest head into Nan Gongjing's house. Upstairs, they find Ying still asleep on the bed, faintly glowing and even drooling as if she is dreaming about food. Nan Gongjing and Lin Ling poke Ying's soft face, then both look to Lu Zhe because only his red orb can feed her while she sleeps. Lu Zhe feeds her red orb, and her starlight immediately brightens as if the sleeping little glutton is happily satisfied. Watching her sleep, Nan Gongjing wonders how long this rest will last, and Lin Ling notes that Ying seems to recover faster now with Lu Zhe's energy. Lu Zhe confirms Ying herself said the red orb sped up her growth, which makes the strange little arrangement even more important. Downstairs again, they pull up the mission rewards and start checking what this rescue operation actually earned them. Lu Zhe's huge haul is 15 million academic credits and 1 full day in the Dao Enlightenment Room for killing so many void beasts, including 2 mortal evolution ones. Lin Ling gets 5 million credits and 2 hours in the Dao Enlightenment Room, a smaller reward because she did not land those top-tier kills. Nan Gongjing's reward is massive, 80 million credits, 10 days in the Dao Enlightenment Room, and 2 Heaven Yang Spirit Fruits for planetary state cultivation. Seeing that reward, Lu Zhe cannot help admiring how valuable planetary state resources are, even if he is still too weak to use them himself. For Lu Zhe, the 1 day in the Dao Enlightenment Room matters just as much because he thinks it might let him perfect Star Crippling Punch and finally challenge Overlord beasts. He is even happier when he realizes his credits have passed 30 million, putting the Fire Clone Divine Art within reach. Nan Gongjing's only complaint is that such a good day deserves a celebration drink, but she already finished all of Jin Yao Sage's precious wine. When she seriously wonders if calling the old man right now would get her more alcohol, both Lu Zhe and Lin Ling go speechless. Lu Zhe finally blurts out, "Female alcoholic, stop. Let the old man go," and the room drops into a deadly awkward silence. The room suddenly goes dead quiet when Nan Gongjing turns to Lu Zhe with a bright smile and asks him to repeat what he just called her. Lu Zhe instantly plays dumb and claims he lost his memory, but Lin Ling quietly gets up because she wants no part in what is coming. Knowing he is finished without cover, Lu Zhe lunges to Lin Ling's side and grabs her hand like his life depends on it. Lin Ling could shake him off, But Lu Zhe looks so pitiful that she gives up and lets him hide behind her. Pressed to explain himself, Lu Zhe solemnly declares that the stars revealed Lin Ling is his fate, which only makes both girls recoil in disgust. Nagong Jing finally states the real charge. He called her a female alcoholic, and now she promises to show him real iron fist judgment. Right when Lu Zhe realizes Nagong Jing may never have used her real punch on him before, the front door opens and Qiuyue Hesha walks into the frozen standoff. The pink-haired woman instantly misreads the tableau and jokes that Nagong Jing is an old cow eating young grass, which hits exactly the wrong nerve. Already angry, Nagong Jing explodes on the spot and threatens to crush the pink-haired woman's chest for daring to call her old. The two women vanish into the sky an instant later, trading terrifying control blows above Venus. Students across Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy stare up in shock, thinking someone bold enough to ravage Venus has appeared. With the danger temporarily gone, Lin Ling finally asks to be released, and Lu Zhe gratefully calls her his lifesaver. Nagong Jing and the pink-haired woman soon return looking equally unsatisfied, and Nagong Jing's smile tells Lu Zhe his turn is still coming. Trying to save himself, Lu Zhe abruptly changes the subject and asks the pink-haired woman how the captured criminals were judged. The pink-haired woman explains the prisoners were just loan operators, but the reward is settled, 5 million academic credits for Nagong Jing and 6 million for Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe is secretly disappointed those underground experts were worth so little, even if the payout still pushes his savings back up to 37 million credits. When Nagong Jing asks about the Lord of Eternal Life, the pink-haired woman says the report has already been passed on and the higher-ups will keep watch. The pink-haired woman leaves to visit Ying, and Lu Zhe immediately feels the room turn more dangerous once one of his shields is gone. As evening falls, Lin Ling heads to the kitchen to cook, and Lu Zhe instantly lights up at the promise of good food. The second Lin Ling leaves for the kitchen, Lu Zhe remembers he is alone with Nagong Jing and desperately searches for any way to save himself. After a brief burst of frantic self-analysis, Lu Zhe reaches the only honest conclusion: he is completely beyond saving. Soon the house echoes with Lu Zhe's long miserable howl, and even Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha can only shake their heads at his fate. By the end of it, Lu Zhe is left sprawled lifeless on the couch while Nagong Jing calmly drinks beside him like nothing happened. After dinner, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling return to their dorms and spend the night cultivating as usual. Early the next morning, Yimu and the others rush Lu Zhe's door with excited faces, forcing him to let the whole group inside. Yimu blurts out that he envies Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe honestly has no idea what fresh problem this is about. Tianyuan Qianhua reminds him that people were mocking his cultivation a few days ago, but now those forum videos are gone and praise posts have replaced them. Lu Zhe quickly realizes his void beast kills must have flipped public opinion, and inside he is thrilled even while he tries to keep a master's calm face. Yimu reveals the part that really hurts him. The praise posts are all from girls, so Lu Zhe's fame has taken over his entire romantic battlefield. Xian Yuqi casually exposes that Yimu likes several famous senior girls, leaving everyone staring at her like she just committed a murder. Ian, meanwhile, looks at Lu Zhe with shining admiration for instantly killing mortal evolution void beasts, and the mood turns half hero worship, half weird. Behind the jokes, Yimu and the others feel the gap clearly now, because only 4 months after enrollment Lu Zhe and Lin Ling already stand at the top of the first years. Lu Zhe is already thinking that once he gets stronger, he can quietly help his friends too, but for now the morning visit finally breaks up for class. The moment they are gone, Lu Zhe happily reaches for his phone to read the praise posts himself, and Lin Ling immediately drags him out to cultivate instead. Their routine settles back in, and Lu Zhe starts feeding 5 red orbs a day to the 3 girls, which speeds Lin Ling's cultivation even if Nagong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha still burn through theirs almost instantly. 3 days later the Dao Enlightenment Room finally opens, so Lu Zhe, Lin Ling, Nagong Jing, and Qiuyue Hesha head back to Jinyao City. Their room times are staggered this round, so Lin Ling enters first while Lu Zhe waits for his own turn. Once inside, Lu Zhe wastes no time and sets a hard goal for himself. He has 1 day to bring Star Crippling Punch to perfection. He uses a purple orb to clear his mind, then peels apart the fist art's deeper truths until the arcanum starts flowing smoothly together. A full day later, Lu Zhe opens his eyes and confirms the breakthrough when a dark metallic sheen flickers across his fist. Star Crippling Punch has finally reached perfection, and Lu Zhe leaves in a great mood, knowing the hardest step is the one he just crossed. Outside, Lin Ling has been waiting for him while Nagong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha stay behind for their own longer sessions. When Lu Zhe spots her, he also notices several young men trying to chat her up, and her polite smile is already hanging by a thread. The second she sees Lu Zhe, Lin Ling walks straight to him and drags him away, making the hopeful youth's faces fall on the spot. Lu Zhe cannot resist glancing back with a smug little brow raise, and Lin Ling immediately calls him immature. Once they are clear of the crowd, Lin Ling asks about his progress, and Lu Zhe tells her Star Crippling Punch has reached perfection and boosted his combat power again. Lin Ling answers in kind that her strength, god art, and spirit eye both improved too, ending the visit with both of them clearly stronger than before. After hearing Lin Ling say she had improved again, Lu Zhe quietly decides he still has to keep pushing her instead of letting her relax. They board the free ship back to Venus and realize the only other passengers are a couple already lost in their own little world. The couple starts an idiom word game, and Lu Zhe only gets more uneasy when the playful back and forth suddenly turns into a confession. When the girl leans in for a kiss, Lu Zhe and Lin Ling both avert their eyes, and the whole ride turns painfully awkward. As soon as they land on Venus, the two separate without much talk and head straight back to their own dorm rooms. Back in his room, Lu Zhe spends the afternoon cultivating with red orbs and estimates that his 300 aperture breakthrough is only about 4 months away. When night falls, Lu Zhe takes a break, eats Alice's food, and enters the pocket hunting dimension with one goal in mind: try killing an overlord again. But the moment he opens his eyes inside the hunting dimension, Lu Zhe realizes he has spawned somewhere completely wrong. A stray spark hits him, and Lu Zhe is startled to find the lightning feels absurdly good instead of painful at first. He tries to leave, then suddenly notices the sparks are feeding him lightning arcanum, and even strengthening his body. The instant he understands the benefit, Lu Zhe drops the idea of retreat, and decides to absorb as much of this place as he can. Using his lightning god art as a lure, he pulls the roaming sparks into his body and sinks into a fast, dangerous burst of comprehension. Then the lightning builds past what his body can handle, and the blessing turns into a full-body overload that leaves him numb and half-charred. Before he can recover, an enraged lightning dragon horse overlord storms back to its home and finds Lu Zhe sitting in the middle of it. With his body still locked up, Lu Zhe can only watch the giant hooves come down and grit his teeth to steal one last bit of lightning before death. At the last instant, a terrifying new presence appears overhead, and even the warhorse freezes in fear. A colossal beast sweeps past in the distance, and one flap of its wings tears Lu Zhe, the warhorse, and half the landscape into the sky. Instead of dying, Lu Zhe gets blown to safety and immediately starts healing in midair while the lightning overload fades. As he recovers, Lu Zhe realizes the accident still paid off because his body grew stronger, and his lightning god art improved a lot. That makes him rethink the whole area as a treasure ground like the old fire tree, and he immediately worries whether the storm ruined it for good. Once the wind weakens enough, Lu Zhe turns around and heads straight back, already planning revenge on the warhorse. When he reaches the site, the lightning field is gone at first glance, but new sparks are already rising from the scorched earth and rebuilding it. That recovery confirms the place can come back on its own, so Lu Zhe only gets more determined to seize its real treasure later. Then the lightning warhorse returns in a rage and opens the fight by launching several giant lightning spears at once. Lu Zhe dodges the first volley and charges in, but the horse keeps spawning more spears until the air becomes a deadly pursuit web. Seeing he cannot keep slipping through forever, Lu Zhe decides this time he will smash the spears head on. His black-coated punch blows one spear apart, and the blast tears open the barrage just enough for Lu Zhe to lunge through. Lu Zhe gets into close range at last and drives a star-crippling punch straight into the warhorse's stomach. The horse tries to block with another spear, but Lu Zhe's all-round strength wins the clash and sends the overlord crashing back, bleeding. With the other overlords absent, Lu Zhe knows this is his best chance, so he refuses to let the injured warhorse breathe. Then 3 more roars answer the battle, and Lu Zhe realizes the blue bird, black tiger, and gray dragon are already rushing back as reinforcements. Instead of retreating, Lu Zhe makes a harsher choice: kill the warhorse first, and maybe the rest can die today too. He explodes into full power, punches through the horse's defenses again, and drives it hard into the ground by its open stomach wound. Lu Zhe dives in for the finishing blow, but the blue bird reaches the battlefield in time and blasts a hurricane of wind blades at his back. Lu Zhe hangs in the air and realizes the worst timing possible. The blue bird, gray lizard, and black tiger overlords have all arrived to protect the badly wounded lightning dragon horse. The 3 healthy overlords roar together and press down on him with enough killing intent to make even Lu Zhe tense up. The blue bird flashes above Lu Zhe with razor claws while the gray lizard fires a massive gray energy ball, trying to crush him from 2 sides at once. Instead of trading blows, Lu Zhe makes the obvious gamble and blasts straight for the already injured lightning dragon horse to finish the weakest target first. The black tiger intercepts him with crystal armor and a giant claw, but Lu Zhe meets it head-on with star-crippling punch just to force a brief opening. That tiny pause is all Lu Zhe wants, and he slips past the black tiger with a fierce grin because the kill is suddenly within reach. The blue bird catches up and unleashes an ocean of wind blades, but Lu Zhe throws up his first shield and keeps charging anyway. The first shield bursts apart almost instantly, and the leftover wind blades rip bloody wounds across Lu Zhe's body. He endures the tearing pain, forces his regeneration to keep up, and refuses to stop because he wants this boss kill with his own hands. At last he punches at the lightning dragon horse, and the wounded beast desperately answers with a gigantic purple lightning spear. Their attacks collide so hard that the world seems to go silent for a beat before the explosion rips through the sky. While everyone else is briefly stunned by the blast, Lu Zhe burns through his battered body, throws up a black shield, and charges through the shockwave for the finish. The lightning dragon horse tries to gather one last burst of power, but its injuries betray it and blood spills from its mouth. Lu Zhe slams Star Crippling Punch straight into the beast's old wound and finally tears through its defenses. The dragon horse crashes down, its insides destroyed, and its aura vanishes for good. Lu Zhe barely has time to celebrate before the other 3 overlords fire at once, and he throws himself aside to avoid being erased on the spot. When the danger passes, Lu Zhe feels something wrong and looks down to find that his left arm is simply gone. He seals the wound with regeneration, but the arm does not grow back, making it clear his healing art is not strong enough for that. The 3 surviving overlords rush him again, now even more violent after the dragon horse's death. Lu Zhe knows his energy is already half spent, so even with 1 kill secured, taking down the remaining 3 now looks unrealistic. Even so, he is satisfied for a second because the dragon horse loot alone should already be a huge win. The blue bird immediately dives in again, and the remaining 3 overlords pin Lu Zhe into pure defense with non-stop attacks. After 10 brutal seconds of being boxed in, Lu Zhe finally sees the dragon horse corpse turning to dust and a field of loot orbs spilling across the ground. That sight lights him up, and he blasts the blue bird back just long enough to break out of the encirclement. He dives to the ground at full speed and scoops up the loot without even checking what he grabbed. The instant he collects them, 3 huge attacks smash down where he was standing, and only a desperate retreat saves him. Back in the sky, Lu Zhe steadies his breathing and decides he still has enough left for 1 more round now that the loot is safe. Then the sky suddenly goes dark, and Lu Zhe's body goes cold because a new hidden threat has entered the fight. He dodges on instinct, and a thick bolt of purple lightning crashes down exactly where he had been hovering. More lightning rains down, and the attack pattern is so familiar that Lu Zhe finally realizes the hidden sniper is that fat rabbit again. Lu Zhe cannot figure out why the rabbit is cooperating with the same overlords that once chased it, but the sneaky thing waited until now to strike. With rabbit lightning hammering from above and 3 overlords pressing from every side, Lu Zhe is quickly driven into a losing battle. In less than half a minute, fresh cuts cover Lu Zhe, his aura turns unstable, and he stops healing anything that will not kill him on the spot. When the thunder suddenly eases, Lu Zhe almost feels relieved, thinking the rabbit might have backed off at last. Instead, the rabbit switches to mental force and stabs Lu Zhe's mind with needle-like pain so intense he nearly falls out of the sky. The blue bird attacks right into that opening, and Lu Zhe can only grit his teeth and throw up a desperate counterpunch while his head is still splitting apart. The clash sends enemy power tearing through Lu Zhe's body, and he spits blood as he is launched tens of kilometers away. Before he can recover, the blue bird appears over him again and buries him under another storm of wind blades. With his body shredded and his mind still under attack, Lu Zhe takes 1 more heavy hit and finally blacks out. Lu Zhe jolts awake on the bed in the dark room, and this death feels especially awful because the rabbit's mental attack made the whole finish drag out. Lying there unable to move much, he bitterly blames the fat rabbit for everything and swears he will go straight for that thing next time he sees it. An hour later the pain finally fades, and Lu Zhe sits up again with his mood flipping instantly toward his harvest. He checks his mental space and finds it expanded and packed with hundreds of thousands of floating orbs from all his hunting. Most of the god art orbs no longer matter to him, but a few dozen especially bright orbs stand out at the center and immediately grab his full attention. Back in his room, Lu Zhe checks the lightning warhorse's loot and immediately sees that overlord drops are on a different level. Among the rewards, a crackling purple lightning god art orb catches his eye because it holds a lightning power he still hasn't mastered. He spots an even better prize next, a complex purple rune, and he realizes it is the lightning spear divine art the dragon horse used against him. The moment he judges its power to be on par with his star crippling punch, Lu Zhe gets greedy for the other overlord's runes too. Then he notices the rare white orb, a much bigger version of the one he once got from the lion boss, and remembers how valuable it is. Since the white orb boosts body, spirit force, mental force, recovery, and even spirit quality without painful side effects, he decides to start with that one. As soon as the white energy enters him, every cell in Lu Zhe's body seems to relax in bliss, and the whole process feels absurdly comfortable. While he quietly absorbs it through the night, his body, spirit force, and mental force all rise together, and even his spirit force grows denser. By daylight, Lu Zhe opens his eyes and realizes that just 1 sliver of white energy raised his spirit force by a full 100 apertures. His biggest weak point is suddenly gone, because his spirit force has finally caught up to Lin Ling's level. He even starts thinking about showing Lin Ling the news, convinced she would be happy for him. After testing himself, he realizes his recovery has roughly doubled, which means he can now fight much longer at full strength. That boost gives him confidence against ordinary level 2 mortal evolution enemies, and he is sure he could kill the lightning warhorse faster now. But when he thinks about fighting the other 3 overlords together with the rabbit, his excitement cools because he still lacks the power to break through their pressure and the rabbit's mental attacks. So he cuts off the daydreaming, grabs a quick bite, and messages Lin Ling that he is skipping morning class to keep cultivating. This time he pairs the lightning god art orb with a purple orb, aiming to raise both his lightning power and his resistance to the rabbit's mental force. The moment the lightning orb enters his body, violent purple lightning tears through him, but his newly strengthened body can finally endure it. At the same time, the stronger purple orb sharpens his mind so much that the whole session feels like carrying a portable enlightenment room. When he finally wakes, purple lightning flashes in his eyes, and he can tell one orb alone pushed his lightning god art forward by 40%. He is ready to celebrate and dive back into the hunt, but one look outside makes him freeze because the suns are in the wrong position. A quick check of his phone reveals the nasty truth. He did not cultivate until evening, he lost an entire extra day, and it is already 6 in the morning again. With no better option, he calms himself down by eating Alice's cooking before diving into the next upgrade. Now he activates the Lightning Spear Divine Art rune, expecting a useful new move and discovering something much scarier. The more he understands it, the clearer it becomes that Lightning Spear is even stronger than Star Crippling Punch and could become twice as lethal at full mastery. That realization also explains how lucky he was before, because if the Dragon Horse had mastered this art properly, one spear might have killed him outright. Excited instead of scared, Lu Zhe burns another purple orb and throws himself into learning the divine art at top speed. When he opens his eyes, he has already skipped beginner level and reached familiar mastery, enough to form a tiny but dangerous lightning spear in his palm. Then he looks outside and gets hit with the same problem again, because the sky is still dark blue but far too much time has already slipped away. His phone confirms it this time. 3 whole days have passed, and messages from Luli, Alice, and Lin Ling have piled up while he was cultivating. Even so, the result is too good to ruin his mood, and he starts grinning because tonight he plans to be absolutely unstoppable. He quickly replies to Luli and Alice to explain the situation, then sends Lin Ling a message saying he is still in solitary cultivation. Just thinking about Lin Ling seeing his latest jump in power leaves him quietly pleased. After dinner, he finally stops waiting and enters the pocket hunting dimension the moment night is fully settled. He appears on the grassland and immediately notices aperture-opening beasts circling the sky as if they are patrolling for him. Instead of exposing himself and calling out the overlords right away, Lu Zhe remembers the Dragon Horse base and changes plans on the spot. His new idea is simple and ruthless. Level up first in the empty treasure zone, then come back to hunt the overlords with even better odds. Using Chi Stealth, he vanishes into the wilderness and races toward the lightning grounds he memorized before. After another full day of crossing the map, he finally reaches the recovered lightning grounds and finds no overlord guarding them. He picks a good spot, sits down, and starts drawing the lightning into his body again to feed both his physique and his lightning god art. Because he is stronger now, the first waves feel even better than before, and he devours the lightning much faster while his body and lightning god art keep rising. A few hours later, his digestion finally falls behind, the remaining lightning tears him apart from the inside, and this time no one is there to save him. He wakes back in the dark room after dying in the hunting dimension, still trembling from the shock but already checking the gains. The result is worth it, because those few hours of self-inflicted lightning torture boosted both his body and lightning god art by another 10%. With Lightning Spear now supported by stronger lightning god art, he can feel its destructive power creeping close to his perfected Star Crippling Punch. Once the pain fades, he does not rest at all and immediately returns to learning the divine art properly with another purple orb. By early morning he wakes naturally, knowing the easy early gains are over and that the next mastery stage will take much longer. He messages Lin Ling again to skip class, and the thought crosses his mind that she might be skipping too since he already handed her 10 days of red orbs. After breakfast, he makes the next practical choice and starts absorbing an overlord-grade red orb to strengthen the foundation of everything else. The moment the red orb enters him, savage power floods through his body like a raging tide, and even his current physique cannot shrug off the pain. Back in his room, Lu Zhe forces down the pain from the overlord orb and feels his body strengthen at a ridiculous speed. When he opens his eyes at midnight, Lu Zhe realizes one red orb raised his spirit force by 10 apertures, making the overlord drops far better than anything he had before. The gain is so huge that he starts calculating how fast he can grow and decides the repeated beatings from overlords were absolutely worth it. After eating, he dives right back into the pocket hunting dimension for another round instead of wasting the night. For the next 5 days, Lu Zhe avoids the overlords and the fat rabbit and sticks to a brutal routine of swallowing lightning at night and using overlord red orbs by day. That steady grind finally pushes his spirit force past 400 apertures, and his lightning god art grows far stronger than when he killed the overlord. He forms a small lightning spear in his hand and can tell his mastery is close to another breakthrough. Lu Zhe figures that once the spear reaches experienced mastery, it will overtake Star Crippling Punch and finally let him hunt those top monsters for real. He returns to the lightning grounds and discovers he has nearly emptied the whole region by himself. Seeing only a little storm left, Lu Zhe happily sits down to finish off the last of the lightning. A day later the storm has shrunk to mere tens of meters, and Lu Zhe starts looking forward to ending this shock therapy and going back to challenge the overlords. Then a strand of blood-colored lightning suddenly mixes into the purple storm and slams into his body. The hit is so terrifying that Lu Zhe is charred black on the spot and blacks out before he can react. He wakes back in his dorm in agony, utterly confused about what just killed him. When he checks his mental space, he finds a tiny blood lightning arc floating there, much stronger than his old purple lightning. Lu Zhe quickly realizes this may be a higher form of lightning god art, and gets excited instead of scared. Ignoring his injuries, he immediately uses a purple orb to start learning the new blood lightning, drawn in by its more murderous power. By the next morning, Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha are already returning to Venus aboard the Golden Swirl after 10 productive days in the Tao Enlightenment Room. Inside the ship, Nangong Jing drinks in a great mood while both women radiate stronger power after using Lu Zhe's red orbs to rebuild their foundations. Nangong Jing openly credits Lu Zhe for the huge improvement, and calls him her favorite student. Qiuyue Hesha immediately teases her for talking like Lu Zhe helped only her, and Nangong Jing snaps back by calling her a shameless fox demon. When Qiuyue Hesha calmly says Lu Zhe is interesting, Nangong Jing is startled because this proud seductress almost never says that about any man. Nangong Jing instantly thinks of Alice and panics that this fox demon might really steal Lu Zhe away. She warns that interest is how people fall in love, and the whole dramatic claim turns out to come from romance cartoons. As the ship lands, both women decide to visit Lu Zhe and Lin Ling right away, partly to cultivate together and partly to show off their own gains. Meanwhile in his dorm, Lu Zhe wakes with faint blood lightning in his eyes and feels the new power has already raised his combat strength again. When he tests his lightning in his palm, the purple bolts now carry a blood tint and enough force to twist the nearby space. A knock at the door interrupts him, and Lu Zhe assumes Lin Ling came so he can proudly tell her how much he improved. But the moment he opens the door, he finds Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha staring at him with unsettlingly friendly smiles. They had planned to show off, but the stronger lightning aura coming from Lu Zhe's dorm already told them he improved first, which ruins the whole mood. Lu Zhe makes the terrible mistake of joking that they are not trying to violate his clean body in broad daylight. He instantly realizes he said the wrong thing just as the familiar forehead pain of Nangong Jing's retaliation starts coming for him. His rushed apology does not save him, and the two women jump him anyway. Right in the middle of that mess, Yimu arrives with the others and they walk straight into an extremely awkward sight. The students go completely numb, convinced they may have just seen something they were never supposed to see. Realizing they have witnesses, Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha drop the act at once and put serious teacher faces back on. Nangong Jing coolly claims they were just teaching Lu Zhe cultivation and asks why the students are not already in morning class. The students obediently agree, back out, and the second the door closes they sprint away, determined to forget everything. After healing the bruise on his head, Lu Zhe asks the two women why they came so early. Since they cannot admit they came to show off, Qiuyue Hesha smoothly says they are back to continue teaching him. Lu Zhe accepts because their rough lessons really do help, then asks where Lin Ling is. The three head to Lin Ling's dorm and knock, bringing the morning's chaos straight to her door. Lin Ling opens up, happily greets the two women, and agrees at once when Nangong Jing says she will take her to cultivate. As Lu Zhe gets ready to show off, Lin Ling casually beats him to it and asks if he already reached the mortal evolution state with level 5 combat power. Lin Ling's cool reply shuts down Lu Zhe's attempt to show off, and Nangong Jing and Qiuyue Hesha quietly memorize the trick for future use. Lin Ling is pleased with herself, because she already knew Lu Zhe would come back stronger and try to flaunt it. When Nangong Jing says it's time to cultivate, Lu Zhe can only nod and go along, already half drained of his excitement. Back at Nangong Jing's house, the four check on Ying first and find the little girl sleeping with a faint unhappy frown. Lu Zhe guesses that Ying just wants to eat, and the other three instantly stare at him until he understands exactly what food she means. Under that pressure, Lu Zhe feeds Ying a pile of red orbs, and her face immediately relaxes into happy sleep again. After making sure Ying is fine, the group enters virtual reality so Lu Zhe can finally test his new strength against Nangong Jing. Lu Zhe confidently tells Nangong Jing his growth has been huge, and she answers with a grin because she has been bracing for exactly this. Lu Zhe opens with the fused wings of wind and lightning, vanishing in a green and purple blur and appearing behind Nangong Jing with a far heavier star-crippling punch. From the sidelines, Lin Ling and Qiuyue Hesha are startled because his punch has jumped to nearly peak level 2 mortal evolution power. Lin Ling can't help feeling the gap again, because even after her own growth, Lu Zhe's combat power is still racing ahead of hers. Nangong Jing slips past the punch with golden eyes and catches Lu Zhe's wrist, but he immediately springs a hidden lightning spear at her back. Nangong Jing moves so fast it feels like teleportation, and she drags Lu Zhe into the path of his own spear before he barely twists it away from his chest. Even Nangong Jing is briefly shocked by how dangerous that strange lightning art feels, though she keeps the fight moving. She answers with a brutal punch toward Lu Zhe's waist, and he just manages to dodge with his wings while silently swearing revenge. Once the exchange settles in, Lu Zhe's all-around toolkit lets him trade hundreds of blows evenly with Nangong Jing at the same suppressed level. After they finally break apart, Nangong Jing praises his progress, genuinely shocked that the boy she used to bully can now keep up like this. Lu Zhe smoothly credits Nangong Jing for teaching him well, and that sweet answer lands exactly where it should. Nangong Jing immediately twists that compliment into an excuse to hit harder, deciding she will teach him with stronger power from now on. Lu Zhe realizes too late that his reward is another beating, but he still accepts it because pressure now means strength later. Watching Lu Zhe surge ahead lights a fire under Lin Ling too, and she turns to Chiu Hesha to start her own training round. When they leave virtual reality later, Lu Zhe looks completely hollowed out while Na Gongjing comes out satisfied and refreshed. Lin Ling and Chiu Hesha laugh at his ruined state, because Na Gongjing raised her level and judged him all over again. As Na Gongjing relaxes on the couch with a drink, she asks how Lu Zhe doubled his cultivation in only 10 days. Lu Zhe uses the explanation he prepared in advance and says his cultivation god art improved, which sped everything up. That answer also explains his changed lightning god art and the new lightning divine art, both of which he says came from the same source. The three women fall silent with open envy, suddenly wondering if a god art that can share energy might be able to share more than that. Even so, none of them ask for more, because Lu Zhe has already given them too much to take lightly. The mood shifts back to normal when Lin Ling heads off to cook and the others spend the rest of lunch chatting casually. After lunch, Lu Zhe returns to his dorm, spends the afternoon cultivating with red orbs, and waits for night to hunt again. That night in the pocket hunting dimension, Lu Zhe arrives over the endless grassland with one goal left: kill the 3 overlords and the fat rabbit. He flies high, releases his aura on purpose, and dares the whole area to answer him. The surrounding beasts roar back, but Lu Zhe barely cares because lesser enemies no longer mean anything to him now. With a calm word and a burst of purple-red lightning, he wipes out a huge stretch of beasts using only his lightning god art. For one brief, foolish moment, Lu Zhe feels completely invincible. Then a crack opens right in front of him, black scaled claws burst out with crushing force, and he dies before he can even finish reacting. He wakes back in his room in stunned silence, forced to admit that his little invincible act ended embarrassingly fast. After grumbling at himself, Lu Zhe shakes it off and decides to turn that death into progress by focusing on lightning spear mastery. Since his blood lightning keeps evolving on its own, he spends a purple orb on the lightning spear and dives fully into study through the night. By morning, the breakthrough clicks, and the lightning spear in his hand is thinner, denser, and many times stronger than before. Now that his lightning spear has reached experience mastery and level 3 mortal evolution offense, Lu Zhe is sure he can kill the overlords next time. The next day passes in the same rhythm of training with Lin Ling at Nangongjing's place, spirit cultivation in the afternoon, and another return to the pocket dimension at night. Back above the grassland, Lu Zhe releases his aura again and starts clearing the swarming beasts with purple-red lightning just like before. This time no boss sneaks him immediately, and even a black tiger that once gave him trouble is roasted in one hit. Then the real targets answer together, as the blue bird, black tiger, and gray dragon overlords rush in with murderous intent. Lu Zhe stops his wide lightning sweep and checks the area with his mind, because the fat rabbit's absence feels wrong. The 3 overlords attack at once with wind blades, a gray energy ball, and a giant black claw strike, and Lu Zhe decides to wipe them out even without finding the rabbit first. But just as he prepares his counter, that familiar stabbing pain explodes in his head and confirms the rabbit was hiding all along.